Chapter 1. Damn it, let us fight with them. The next coaching match will be between Wang Run from the school team and Yi Li from Class 9, Grade 3. Please start warming up, we'll be on stage in 10 minutes. Blaring broadcasts and bright lights. In the lounge, Yi Li looked at everything in front of him with a dazed expression. Have I traveled through time? Memories flooded his mind, helping him quickly sort out the current situation. In the world of high martial arts are prevalent. His predecessor was dull and honest, with average qualifications, a happy family, and a childhood sweetheart. At first glance, this seems like the configuration of a winner in life, but according to the received memories, the previous incarnation did not live a happy life. Right now, I'm here to participate in a school-level coaching competition. Yi Li. Your opponent in this competition is my boyfriend. You are no match for him. Give up now. Do you hear me? At this moment, an angry cry came from not far away, interrupting his memories. Yi Li held his head and looked up. At the door of the lounge, there stood a girl in a green floral dress. Her sweet face was full of impatience as she looked straight at Yi Li. The moment he saw her, Yi Li's slightly dilated pupils refocused and related memories emerged in his mind. Shen Lian, the childhood sweetheart of the previous life. However, it is different from the childhood sweethearts in anime who have a secret crush on each other. This Shen Lian not only often belittles her predecessor and exalts herself, but also likes to carry out various brainwashing educations. In short, he is a high-level PUA master. Recalling this, Yi Li frowned slightly. Damn it. What a damn matching mechanism, how could he get such a childhood sweetheart? Yi Li, I'm talking to you. Seeing that he didn't speak, Shen Lian, who was standing at the door, frowned, and the impatience on her face became more intense. She said in a cold voice. Wang Ren is a substitute for the school team, and his martial arts cultivation is at the 5th level of the first stage. How can you, who just advanced to the 3rd level of the first stage 2 days ago, fight him? I asked you to give up for your own good, understand? So what? Yi Li felt a sharp pain in his head and rubbed his forehead in pain. According to my memory, today is the school-level coaching competition held by Linhai No. 1 Middle School, in which members of the school team and ordinary registered students will participate in actual combat. The special thing is that regardless of the outcome, both sides of the guidance competition can get generous spiritual medicine subsidies. The predecessor grabbed one of the few spots, which is a good thing. But unexpectedly, she happened to be matched with Shen Lian's boyfriend, Wang Run. The rules of the guidance competition specifically state that if one party forfeits, the other party will receive double the spiritual medicine subsidy. In addition, it will also affect your future academic records. This is also to prevent ordinary students from turning into cowardly lizards. After all, how can a warrior who is afraid of fighting even in a competition face those terrifying beasts that covet humans in the future? Shen Lian came to ask Yi Li to give up at this juncture, obviously not taking his future seriously. How disgusting. Yi Li's brows furrowed even deeper. So you should give up right away. Seeing that Yi Li was reluctant to hand over his participation card, Shen Lian became anxious and confused at the same time. In the past, I should have been able to make this tool do its job obediently with just a few words from me. What happened today? I'll say it again, Wang Ren needs spiritual medicine to break through recently, so give him your subsidy first. Shen Lian's face darkened completely. She stretched out her hand towards Yi Li and urged him with a frown. Give me your battle card quickly. Idiot. Yi Li sneered and slapped Shen Lian's outstretched hand away. The previous incarnation was willing to obey Shen Lian in everything, that was the previous incarnation's business. But I am a normal person, how could I possibly tolerate this kind of humiliation? At the same time, an illusory light screen suddenly appeared in front of Yi Li's eyes. Bite. Detected you spoke harshly to your childhood sweetheart, a person you've had a crush on for over 10 years. Bad deeds plus 500. The evil system has been loaded. In the world of high martial arts, the strong will ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Perform system approved evil deeds and gain corresponding evil deeds points. Current martial arts. Lushu H Yuanfa, Great Mastery 78%. Cloud Breaking Spear Technique, Getting Started 36%. Current evil value, 500. You can inject evil values into relevant entries to increase the corresponding progress. Comment, your notoriety is almost unknown. Yi Li was stunned at first, then some light appeared in his eyes. Is this my own golden finger? Stupid idiot? Hearing Yili's words, Lian's surprised voice sounded in the lounge. An expression of disbelief appeared on her pretty face. After realizing what was happening, she said angrily, "You're such a rebel, Yili. I'm telling you, I don't have time to waste with you right now. Hurry up and give me the battle entry card. Otherwise, be careful or I will ignore you for the rest of my life." Great, double happiness. Yili put away the panel and said with a chuckle, "A bitch wants to decide the outcome for me. Is this a defense in your head? Speaking harshly to the childhood sweetheart you've had a crush on for 10 years, evil deeds plus 300. Lian just stood there in shock. She didn't expect Yili's attitude to be so bad that it made her feel unreal. Loose woman? How dare he call me a slut? Lian looked at Yili in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly as she shouted. You dare to scold me? I'm scolding you, you idiot. Yili frowned slightly and said lightly, "I'm going to go up on stage and beat that boyfriend of yours down right now. As for you, just go out, turn left, and go to Linhai Hospital to see a doctor in the neurology department." Speaking harshly to the childhood sweetheart you've had a crush on for 10 years, evil deeds plus 200. I'm not sick. Lian was irritated by Yili's teasing look as if he was looking at an idiot. Her face was so red that blood seemed to be coming out, and her chest was heaving violently. He stared at Yili for 2 or 3 seconds. Then he took a deep breath, gradually calmed down, and said in a cold voice, "Just keep your mouth shut. Anyway, if you dare to go on stage, Wangren will definitely beat you to the point where you doubt your life." The words were full of threats. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the lounge. On the way to the auditorium, she became more and more angry and gritted her teeth. Hateful. You're such a taciturn person with so few friends. Don't you know I've always taken good care of you? You really don't know what's good for you. You still want to beat my boyfriend? That's hilarious. You'd be practically crippled. In the lounge. Taking his eyes away from where Lian had left, Yili silently took out his cell phone and quickly blocked all of the other party's contact information. He chose to stay away from people like this whose brains were not fully developed and whose cerebellums were completely underdeveloped. Then he called out the system panel and looked up. Current evil value, 1,000 points. This was a small reward from humiliating Lian just now. The system seems to be quite harsh in judging evil deeds. The reason why so many evil points were added was probably because the predecessor had a crush on Lian for 10 years and spent a lot of effort on it. So, just a few words were enough to break down Lian's defenses. All I can say is that the shot I fired when my predecessor was young hit me right between the eyebrows today. There are less than 5 minutes left before going on stage to compete. Yili's eyes flickered. According to memory, there is a huge gap in strength between him and Wangrun. Before figuring out the specific value of the evil value, the correct approach should be to use it sparingly to avoid waste. Therefore, the best thing for me to do in this coaching competition is to persist for a few rounds and then admit defeat. Anyway, there is still spiritual medicine subsidy if you lose. From memory, this was also what the predecessor had originally planned. But when Yili thought of Lian's posture, he felt a nameless fire burning in his heart. He is not the predecessor. He hated people like Lian and Wangrun from the bottom of his heart. If he lost here, no matter how he comforted himself in the future, Yili would feel uncomfortable. In the previous life, you had to look at the faces of those stupid leaders, and now you have to be submissive after traveling through time? Funny. All I know is that I'm going to kill. Yili sneered and waved his hand, and a light blue light curtain quickly unfolded in front of him. Patience is a virtue of ordinary people, while cowardice is a taboo for gamblers. System, I'm all in. Buzz. As the evil value was consumed at a rapid rate, the progress numbers of the two martial arts jumped rapidly. Chapter 2: A bit of cold light arrives first. Bite. Consume 100 points of evil. The first level martial arts, Flowing Water Fist, has been upgraded to perfection. Consume 800 points of evil. Second level martial arts, Cloud Breaking Spear Technique, has been upgraded to perfection. Ding. You've diligently practiced 2 martial arts, and your martial arts level has broken through to the 5th level of the first order. Remaining evil value, 100. The light screen changed, as if it was leaping for joy. In an instant, Yili felt that every cell in his body was boiling with joy, as if he had really been honing his martial arts day after day and had improved his proficiency to such a level. Not only that, the energy and blood in his body also suddenly increased. Moreover, there is no discomfort in mastering it. It's just like the natural improvement of physical fitness after regular martial arts training. Is this the charm of Krypton Gold? Yili was so surprised that his eyes lit up. He felt that his current condition was unprecedentedly perfect. At this moment, the radio sounded. The fifth match of the mentoring competition. Woka High School Grade 9 Class 9 Yili vs. School Team Wangrun. Upon hearing the announcement, both teams, please take the stage immediately. The time was just right, and Yili stood up happily. He casually picked up a big gun from the weapon rack, and a fierce aura burst out from his body. Slightly raised corners of mouth. Very well, I am beginning to understand everything. Yili gripped his spear tightly and stepped into the passage. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. The entire martial arts arena was bustling with people, mostly young boys and girls with curious faces. In addition, we also saw some self-media photographers holding SLR cameras, as well as several school leaders with serious expressions. Soon, under the gazes of many people, a male student in a sky blue team uniform stepped onto the martial arts stage. It was the school team substitute, Wangrun. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he made the students in the audience cheer with his iconic school team uniform. Woohoo! The fifth game is about to start. What do you say? What do you mean? I thought I could learn something, but in the first 4 games the school team instantly killed the other team. I'm learning from Jimao. Don't worry. This match is between the school team substitutes and the ordinary students. I think we can hold the game at least for a while. You're overthinking it, buddy. The school team substitutes are just as powerful as the regular students. I bet this match will be over in under a minute. Indeed, I'll eat it if it's not finished in a minute. I don't think so. Wangrun is only at the 5th level of the First Order, while my buddy Yilizu is at the 3rd level of the First Order. Even if there is a gap, it's not that big. You mean? I'll bet 2 minutes. As the discussion in the audience continued, most students' opinions tended to be consistent. Actually, it's not their fault that they don't have confidence in Yili. This is because the school team members are an all-round suppressor of ordinary martial arts students in terms of martial arts proficiency and martial arts level. Not to mention that some members of the school team have awakened their martial arts talents. The hardware configurations of the two are completely not on the same level. Shen Lian, who was in the audience, sneered. Yili, wait until you're beaten so badly that you can't get out of bed. I wonder who will take care of you. On the martial arts stage in the center of the audience seats, Wangrun was in high spirits. He first waved to the audience, then looked across. There, a handsome young man in a white martial arts uniform was slowly walking onto the stage. The young man carried a large iron spear on his back, with an indifferent expression and cold black eyes. It was Yili. Lian sent me a message saying that you're absolutely unwilling to give up. Does that seem to be true? Seeing Yili come on stage, Wangrun smiled gracefully and said, that's really strange. Don't you usually avoid me everywhere? Did you take the wrong medicine today? A bitch and a dog, it's a forever relationship. Yili said with a faint smile. Verbally humiliate a level 1, level 5 enemy warrior. Evil deeds plus 10. It's really very little, but no matter how small a fly is, it's still meat, Yili sighed inwardly. After hearing his words, Wangrun gradually stopped smiling and said with a cold look in his eyes. It seems like you really took the wrong medicine. Your brain is not clear and you are suddenly not afraid of being beaten. He took off the long sword on his back, pointed it at Yili, and sneered condescendingly. Let me remind you, there aren't that many rules in a mentoring match. Even if I seriously injure you today, the school won't hold me responsible. Don't teach others the rules, idiot. Everyone knows these things. Yili put the spear to his side and said calmly. Also, shut up your dad. If you say another word, I'll make you fly. Very good. A sinister smile appeared on Wangrun's lips. You stubborn brat, I was planning to give you some water, but now I've changed my mind. Don't even think about getting a good piece of meat from you today. The game begins. The referee's voice sounded at the right time. Sure it. Just as he finished speaking, a white rainbow suddenly passed over the martial arts stage, and a sound of tearing the air exploded. Under the gazes of hundreds of people in the audience, Yili, who was originally standing in place, suddenly took a step forward and rushed out, his figure turning into a shadow. At the same time, the pitch-black spear in his right palm thrust out with a bang. Call. The tip of the gun was shining with a dazzling cold light, tearing through a large area of air like a dragon, and instantly arrived in front of Wang Run. I saw a cold light first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. Cloud-breaking spear technique. Before the sneer on Wang Ren's face disappeared, he felt an extremely fierce wind pressure rushing towards his face. The threat of death was almost imminent. Wang Ren's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, he only had time to hold the sword across his body. Boom! The pitch-black spearhead came like a dragon, and the moment the two came into contact, the sword shattered. The gunhead, packed with enormous force, pierced through Wang Ren's right shoulder directly, followed by a bone-breaking sound that made one's scalp numb. A flower of blood bloomed on Wang Ren's shoulder, and his body was knocked back by the huge force, and then slammed heavily on the edge of the platform, splashing a large amount of rubble. Ah! A shrill wail came out of Wang Ren's mouth. The severe pain in his shoulder made him twist his body frantically. He didn't even see the other party's gunshot move before he was seriously injured. Too fast. Moreover, Yili actually did what he said and really made him fly. Apart from him, the entire training ground was dead silent. The students all stared at the scene in a daze. On the podium, even the usually calm teachers were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? The school team got up, and then got shot down instantly? There are such monsters among ordinary martial arts students? Why didn't you say you were so awesome earlier? What era is this? You're still hiding your strength. At this moment, Yili on the martial arts stage did not stop his movements. Amidst countless astonished gazes, he flew forward and arrived in front of Wang Run almost the moment the spear landed on the ground. The experience of reading 200 hot-blooded comics in his previous life told him that finishing off the enemy was always the first priority. Bang! As soon as Wang Run raised his head, a slender hand reached out and held him down. A huge force suddenly burst out, smashing his head heavily to the ground. Under the huge impact, Wang Run saw stars and instinctively curled up his body. He raised his hand to grab the spear on his shoulder, trying to pull it out. But at this moment, a pair of martial arts shoes stepped over and stomped his raised hand back heavily. Wang Run still had some consciousness left, and he struggled to mobilize the energy in his body, trying to delay time. He opened his eyes slightly, and saw only a pair of extremely cold black pupils staring straight at him from above. The owner of the black pupil has already spread his arms. Wang Run recognized this move. It was the starting stance of the Lu Shui boxing technique. He was horrified and no longer cared about his face. Yili, I have already. It's too late. Bang, bang, bang. Yili quickly leaned down and threw his fists down like a storm, interrupting Wang Ren's surrender. The gravel flew everywhere and the entire martial arts arena trembled slightly. The perfect flowing water boxing technique was brought to its peak at this moment. Publicly crush a warrior of the same level. Evil deeds plus 200. Bang, 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 bang. As the prompt sound rang in his ears, Yili's punches became faster and faster. He didn't stand up until Wang Run stopped struggling. His handsome face looked extremely fierce. If this is the level of the school team members, then don't come out and embarrass yourself. Waste. His calm voice echoed throughout the venue, and he casually drew his spear and walked towards the audience. Publicly humiliate a defeated enemy warrior. Evil deeds plus 500. Wang Ren's confidence has collapsed. Evil value plus 1000. Congratulations! Unlocked the path to increase your cultivation points. The entire training ground was in complete silence. Chapter 3: A Rich Harvest. Yili Shun. It was not until Yili walked off the fighting stage that the referee's empty and lonely voice finally sounded. The audience finally came back to their senses from their shock and burst into shocked cheers. What the hell? What the hell? What's going on? This is outrageous. The school team was instantly defeated. Damn it, kneel down before me. That shot was so fast it was unbelievable. Ordinary student? This is a fucking ordinary student? This guy is awesome. He's a hidden talent. Who says an average student can't beat the school team? At this moment, the students were extremely excited. No one could have imagined that an on-campus coaching competition would result in an upset. Shen Lian, who was sitting in the spectator seats, felt even worse. She sat there as if she had grown rooted to the ground, staring blankly at the scene on the field. People do not share the same joys and sorrows. She now only feels that the people around her are very noisy. Wang Ren, lost? How is this possible? She had revealed all of Yi Li's information to Wang Ren, hoping to make it easier for him to win. You know, even as a regular member of the school team, it would be difficult for me to defeat Wang Ren so easily. Shen Lian clenched her fists, bit her lips, and her eyes flickered. Yi Li, how on earth did you do it? On the platform behind the audience seats. All the teachers looked at each other, and anyone could see the surprise on their faces. The school team is full of top students. Even the substitutes are much stronger than ordinary martial arts students. This is almost common sense. It is impossible to defeat the strong with the weak when you are inferior to your opponent in martial arts, level, and talent. The current situation can only be explained by Yi Li having previously concealed his strength. Principal Li, this student named Yi Li, is a good seedling. The head teacher of Class 1 raised his hand and pushed his glasses, and said to the vice principal with an undisguised surprise in his tone. Principal Li smiled and said, indeed, his chi and blood strength is comparable to Wang Ren's, and should be at the same level as the 5th level of the first stage. But his martial arts skills are amazing. Although the two martial arts he displayed were not of high rank, they both revealed a sense of perfection. At his age, he's actually been able to master 2 low-level martial arts to perfection. That's a remarkable level of understanding. This kid must have been training pretty hard in private. There was obvious approval in Principal Li's tone. Xiao Yang. He immediately looked at a young woman behind him who also had a surprised look on her face, and asked casually. This is a promising youngster from your Class 9. I think he's definitely qualified to join the school team. Why haven't you reported him to your superiors? Upon hearing this, Yang Shan, the head teacher of Class 9, broke out in a sweat. Principal Li, in the Qi and blood test 2 weeks ago, Yi Li was still at the 3rd level of the first stage. I didn't expect him to improve so quickly. She hurriedly explained. She understood very well that the other party suspected that she was deliberately burying talent out of personal grudge. Vice Principal Li of Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School is well known for his love for talented people. Once, in front of all the teachers and students in the school, he beat a teacher who maliciously targeted students until he knelt down and begged for mercy. He looked extremely miserable. He only stopped when the people from the Qingyi Bureau arrived. It's really scary. And to be honest, Yang Shan quite likes Yi Li as a student. His parents died early, and he lives alone. He practices martial arts very hard. Apart from his honest character and average talent, there is nothing wrong with him. Therefore, God can bear witness to this. Yang Shan would never have thought that Yi Li, who used to be a taciturn person, actually had such hidden strength. This is outrageous, okay? Really? I'll check it out when I get back. Li Haohan looked at Yang Shan deeply, then looked back at the thin figure walking back to the platform below. The young man was dressed in white, with his back straight and step steady, looking very high-spirited. He casually handed the spear to the shocked referee, nodded politely, and turned to walk into the passage. Not bad, really not bad. Seeing Yi Li's performance, Li Haohan nodded with a smile. Principal Li. A teacher looked at him and tentatively suggested. Since Yi Li beat Wang Ren, how about giving him Wang Ren's spot on the school team as a substitute? In half a month, the provincial college exchange competition will begin. The more outstanding students participate, the better our Lin Hai No. 1 high school's ranking will be. Hearing this, Li Haohan turned to look at the head teacher of Class 1. The head teacher of Class 1 nodded immediately and said, I have no objection. Wang Renjiang is a student in his class. Seeing that he had no objection, the other teachers also nodded in agreement. Li Haohan smiled and said, then it's settled. Xiao Yang, later you go help him apply for a training room exclusive to the school team, and tell him about some of the exclusive benefits of the school team. I understand. Yang Shan agreed immediately. But Principal Li, the provincial competition will be held in a month. Letting Yi Li join the school team at this time. Yang Shan immediately showed a worried look and asked. Will it cause dissatisfaction among other members of the school team? The official members of Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School school team have a minimum strength of the 7th level of the first rank. The gap between Yi Li now and them is quite huge. If they are not satisfied with the school's temporary replacement, they will inevitably exclude Yi Li in the future, which will affect the latter's mood. This is exactly what Yang Shan was worried about. Letting him learn to be patient is also a kind of training. Li Haohan replied with a smile. Okay. Yang Shan was silent for a moment, and finally agreed with the other party's statement. On the other hand, Yili naturally didn't know about the change in the school's top management's attitude towards him. After he received his share of the elixir subsidy, he left the school and took a taxi home. After returning home, Yili went straight into his room, locked the door, and began to study his golden finger. Notoriety LV1, your notoriety is almost unknown to anyone. Note, upgrading your notoriety will earn you generous rewards. Current evil value, 1,800. Seeing that his evil value was nearly double what it was before the all-in, Yili felt a lot more relieved. Sure enough, all-in is a kind of wisdom. Relying on the accumulation of his previous life, he only spent 900 evil points to upgrade the 2 martial arts to perfection. Not only is there no discomfort at all, it is also as easy as using one's own arm. And it also increased his martial arts level by 2 levels. The performance of the system is already evident. In other words, as long as you commit evil deeds that are recognized by the system, you can use the evil deeds points you gain to upgrade your martial arts and increase your level. Just beating Wang Run alone added nearly 2,000 points of evil. Is this thing built on the suffering of others? Yili put his fingers on his chin, thinking about something. He then thought that after defeating Wang Run, the system seemed to have added a new function. The path to increase cultivation level points has been opened. Current level, level 1, 5th stage 2%. Upgradable. As his eyes swept upwards, Yili's thoughts surged in his mind. After he had perfected the 2 martial arts, his cultivation naturally rose to the 5th level of the first order. This is just a byproduct of improving martial arts skills. If I focus on cultivating myself now, I think the effect will be even better than before. System, add points. Yili waved his hand and planned to use 100 points of evil points to test the depth of this new pool. Ding! Consume 100 points of evil. Start improving your cultivation. No external aid detected, your cultivation speed is the same as usual, as slow as a snail, poet's grip. Cultivating. End of the practice. Current level, level 1, 5th stage 50%. Comment, since there is no benefit from your practice, the gains from this are only equivalent to 6 months of hard practice. Note, the benefits generated by consuming the same points may vary due to external factors. The returns will change due to external factors? Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Yili's eyes went dark. This was like spending money to draw a card, only to find out that you drew from the wrong pool. Fortunately, he didn't go all in like the first time, otherwise he would really suffocate. There is still salvation. Buff, huh? Easy. Yili opened the exquisite iron box containing the elixir and took out a small white porcelain bottle from it. The small bottle contains a body-shaping elixir that is beneficial to spiritual practice. For a first-level bodybuilding warrior, the increase in chi and blood from this bottle of elixir is equivalent to 2 months of hard training, which is quite precious. It is quite suitable as a benefit for spiritual practice at the moment. When you unscrew the lid, the mellow fragrance immediately wafts out, making you feel relaxed and happy. Without hesitation, Yili drank the entire bottle of elixir in one gulp. The cool liquid flowed through his throat, and he began his new round of adding points. Chapter 4, Rapidly Rising Martial Arts Level. Ding! Consume 1,000 points of evil. Start improving your cultivation. First level advanced resource body shaping elixir detected. Your cultivation speed has increased by 20%. Finally, you're like a normal person. Practicing at an accelerated pace. The training is over, and my chi and blood have been greatly improved. Current level, level 1, level 8 90%. Comment, the elixir has been a timely help to you. The benefits gained this time are equivalent to your 8 years of hard training. This upgrade is like riding a rocket. Yili's energy and blood suddenly increased significantly, his eyes were burning, his skin was shining, and his bones were strong and powerful. The numbers displayed on the panel showed that he had broken through 3 levels in a row in just a few breaths. Now he is only 1 step away from the 9th level of the first stage. Yili was shocked. According to memory, even a genius with excellent qualifications would find it difficult to break through to this level before entering the martial arts university. That is to say, it took Yili less than an afternoon to rise from an almost invisible average student to the ranks of geniuses. Anyone who sees this speed will say it's outrageous. But, in Yili's own opinion, even after 8.5 years of hard work, he still hadn't reached the peak of the first level. This qualification is really not very good. It doesn't matter. If you add more in the future, your qualifications will naturally improve. Yili silently comforted himself in his heart and turned off the panel. Anyway, looking at his apparent speed of cultivation, who dares to say that he is not a genius? Adding points is the reason why you can become the king. I still have 700 evil points left, which is quite plenty. Let us go to the school library tomorrow to pick out some new martial arts and upgrade our martial arts configuration. If you only master one boxing technique and one gun technique, it would be a bit thin. It's like a fragile warrior who maxes out his attack skills but doesn't learn anything else. You have to learn how to attack and how to dodge and defend, so that you can have a balanced diet. After a simple wash, Yili lay down on the bed. It was only then that a feeling of fatigue came over him. I've been through so much since I came here, it's time to take a break. Yili let out a long sigh, turned his phone to silent mode, and listened to the sound of the wind outside the window. I closed my eyes and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, the cypress trees on both sides of the road swayed in the morning breeze. Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Yili, wearing casual clothes, walked across the campus, entered the teaching building, and went all the way up to the third floor. He straightened his sleeves, walked into the classroom and went to his seat. Back row window seat, the king's hometown. Perhaps because of yesterday's coaching competition, many students around cast their eyes towards Yili. Most of the sightlines are quite complicated. Yili was very familiar with this kind of sight. This was the look in my eyes when a socially invisible person in my class in my previous life suddenly displayed an extremely powerful talent at the graduation ceremony, stunning everyone. Fortunately, thanks to the previous incarnation silence, no classmates came over to talk to Yili until he walked to his seat. Of course, not everyone is incapable of talking. Brother Yi. You're finally here. Just as Yili sat down in his seat, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Yili looked up and saw his classmate and best friend Fong Ming running towards him excitedly. What's wrong? Do you need me for something? Yili raised his eyebrows slightly. It's not me, it's Teacher Yang who's looking for you. Fong Ming waved his hand and said excitedly. Let's not talk about that for now. You were so awesome yesterday, weren't you? You made me dumbfounded. His strength is considered good among the entire grade, reaching the 4th level of the first stage. But even so, he was no match for Wang Ren. But Yili was defeated by Wang Ren in seconds. Are you excited to have defeated the members of the school team? Fong Ming asked excitedly. It's okay. Yili stood up, stretched casually, and walked outside. Let's go find Teacher Yang first. Ah? Fong Ming was stunned, not understanding why Yili was so calm. In his opinion, defeating the school team substitutes is definitely an exciting event. Why do my friends act like they don't care about yesterday's game at all? Fong Ming walked out of the classroom with a suspicious look on his face and followed Yili. When they reached the 4th floor, Fong Ming couldn't help but ask. Brother Yi, don't you have anything to say? He's a substitute for the school team. No. Yili casually patted his shoulder and pushed the door open and walked into the teacher's office. Fong Ming looked at the closed door, stood there for a long time, and finally sat down with a look of doubt on his face. Is it my own problem? Isn't it worth getting excited about beating a substitute on the school team? After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and sent a message to his father. Dad, I beat the substitute on the school team. The phone vibrated and soon there was a reply. Dad, really? Holy shit. My son has made it big. Dad, ha 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 ha. I've contacted all your aunts and uncles. I'm going to host a banquet for all the martial arts families in Linhai City tonight. Dad, I just told your grandfather the news. He has torn up the family tree and said he wants to start a new one from you. Looking at the news about his father, Fong Ming smiled with relief. Sure enough, it wasn't his problem. Brother Yi is still too honest. Was that arrogant attitude during yesterday's match really just a whim? Fong Ming sighed and replied immediately. Dad, I was just kidding. I'm only at the 4th level of the 1st rank. How could I possibly beat him? Dad? Putting the phone back into his pocket, Fong Ming felt a strong vibration. The person who sent the message was obviously very excited. Inside the office. You're here. Yang Shan put down the documents in her hand, looked at Yili who was walking over, and said with a smile, Sit down, I called you here to tell you a good news. Good news? Yili pulled a chair and sat down. Yang Shan nodded and said, After watching your game yesterday, Principal Li decided to give you special permission to replace Wang Run as a substitute for the school team. Are there any benefits? Yi Li asked. Of course, not only will there be a dedicated practice room, but you can also arrange your own training plan. Yang Shan clasped her hands together and said with a smile. In other words, you won't have to attend the classes on your schedule anymore, but you'll still have to participate in the training schedule arranged by the school team. Also, you can go up to the third floor of the library to browse. There's also an extra spiritual medicine subsidy every month, and so on. How? Yang Shan looked at the boy with great pride, hoping to see a look of surprise on his face. Unfortunately, the young man just smiled faintly and said, "That sounds good." He just happened to be in need of new martial arts and new resources, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. That's settled then. Yang Shan smiled and took out a silver waist badge from the drawer and handed it to Yi Li. This is a special waist badge for school team members, and it is also the access card for many places. After Yi Li took the badge, her smile faded a little, and she continued. Also, since you've replaced Wang Run, the members of the school team who have a good relationship with him might have some opinions about you. Your current strength is far behind theirs. Try not to clash with them to avoid getting hurt. Having said this, Yang Shan paused for a moment, then continued. Especially that little girl named Shen Lian. She seems to have a lot of opinions about you. When she heard that you wanted to join the school team, she strongly opposed it. If you see her next time, you can avoid her. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Yang Shan felt that after she finished speaking, the smile on the boy's face became even more intense. Is that so? He nodded gently. I understand. That's good. Yang Shan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately smiled. Okay, if you don't have anything else to do, just go to the training building and pick a training room you like. Just go there directly. Shen Lian is waiting for you there. Shen Lian? Yi Li raised his eyebrows slightly. It's her. Yang Shan nodded and said helplessly. She insisted on helping you get familiar with the new environment, and the instructor agreed. You'd better be careful. If she takes the opportunity to cause trouble for you, you will temporarily stay away from her. Do you understand? Should I avoid her first? Yi Li chuckled and didn't say much. He just said calmly, then I'll go over. After saying that, he took the badge, stood up and walked out of the room. His steps were unusually brisk. Looking at the direction Yi Li left, Yang Shan murmured uncertainly. This kid seems to have really changed a bit. I feel like, a lot more confident? The door was pushed open and Yi Li walked out slowly. Let's go. He called to Fong Ming. Where are we going? Fong Ming asked curiously. Training building. Yi Li showed the silver badge in his hand and said casually. I joined the school team. Teacher Yang asked me to get familiar with the future training environment. Chapter 5 3,000 evil points suddenly appeared. The two walked side by side and soon arrived in front of the training building. After hearing Yi Li say that the person who came to pick him up was Shen Lian, Fong Ming's expression became somewhat interesting. He didn't expect that the girl who usually treated her best friend as a bootlicker would be so kind as to come and help. Although it's a good thing, why does it feel so wrong? Fong Ming sighed softly and wanted to remind Yi Li that there might be something fishy about this matter, but when he thought about how deeply his friend loved Shen Lian, he couldn't open his mouth. According to past experience, once he said something bad about Shen Lian, he would be severely condemned by the other party and end up parting on bad terms. Fong Ming has always been quite helpless about this, but he can do nothing about it. After thinking about it, he can only come up with one sentence. Brother Yi, if classmate Shen Lian comes to you to test the power of her new martial arts skills like she did before, don't agree to her request. He spoke quickly, as if afraid of being interrupted by Yi Li. It's not that I don't want her to take the test, it's just that she doesn't control her strength. Last time, she broke several of your bones. The military exam is approaching, and we martial arts students can't afford to have any problems with our health. Fong Ming spoke with such earnestness and sincerity that he almost said, don't be a punching bag. After all, in his impression, the girl named Shen Lian often used the excuse of testing new martial arts to practice on Yi Li, and always beat the latter all over his body. As a friend, Fong Ming really couldn't bear it. Moreover, to be honest, isn't it just like looking for a moving sandbag for a level 7 warrior to test new martial arts? It's really shameful. Don't worry, I know what to do. Facing Fong Ming's helpless eyes, Yi Li chuckled and walked into the training building first. As I recall, there were less than 2 months left before the provincial martial arts exam. If you want to enter the top school of your choice in such a short time, your martial arts level must reach the second level to be considered safe. The most urgent task now is to quickly acquire evil points. Unfortunately, the system has no prompts yet, so I can only rely on myself to figure it out. At this stage, it's pretty simple to just hit someone and gain evil points. Yili's thoughts raced through his mind, and Fang Ming followed behind him. The two of them quickly walked through the lobby on the first floor and came to the stairs leading to the second floor. At this moment, Yili saw a familiar figure, Shen Lian. She was wearing a sky blue training suit, with a resentful look in her eyes and clenched teeth, looking quite indignant. After seeing Yili, Shen Lian was the first to break the silence. Yili. She squeezed out a resentful voice from between her teeth, "You're finally here. Lead the way." Yili raised his chin slightly. "I'll take your head." Shen Lian stomped her foot suddenly, pointed at Yili's nose and shouted. "Yili. I haven't settled the score with you for scolding me yesterday." Fang Ming was stunned. He obviously didn't expect this to happen. The other party actually started cursing at him right away. However, he soon showed a look of realization. This damn woman, it must be that Yili's voice was a little louder, so he was considered to be scolding her. Fang Ming thought so. After seeing Yili's calm expression, he became more certain of his judgment. He immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Student Shen Lian, Brother Yi is here to familiarize himself with the environment. If you don't want to help." Familiar with the environment? He's familiar with it. Shen Lian stomped her feet in frustration and interrupted Fang Ming directly. She looked at Yili with resentment and said in a sharp voice, "Not only did you use despicable means to defeat my boyfriend, but you even tried to steal his substitute spot, you despicable thief." Vicious words kept spewing out of Shen Lian's mouth, as if she wanted to attack Yili with the most disgusting language in the world. There is a reason for her recklessness. Her martial arts level of the 7th stage of the First Order, coupled with her martial arts talent ranked at C level, makes her one of the stronger ones in the school team. Even if Yili defeated Wang Run, his strength was at best level 1, level 5. It would be difficult for him to defeat level 1, level 6, let alone himself who was level 1, level 7. Shen Lian hoped that Yili would be so angry with her that he would lose his mind and attack her, so that she would have a sufficient reason to beat Yili until he could not get out of bed. It would be best if I couldn't even take the martial arts exam. However, considering Yili's honest and cowardly character, Shen Lian didn't think he would dare to attack her. Therefore, she planned to strike first. Although Yili's parents were very good to her when they were alive, Shen Lian didn't care about those things at all at the moment. Now she just wanted to beat Yili severely to relieve her hatred. To this end, she specially sent away the other members of the school team. At this moment, there were only 3 of them in the entire training building. Even if the other party wails miserably later, no one will hear it. "How dare you block my contact information? How dare you scold me? How dare you hit my boyfriend? How dare you take my boyfriend's place? Yili, you really deserve to die." Thinking of this, Shen Lian's anger grew even stronger, and he sneered. "Yili, after all, are you worthy enough to join the school team? You should just die with your parents." "What did you say?" Fang Ming was so angry at these words that his face turned red. He clenched his fists and immediately mobilized the true energy in his body. With his strength at the peak of the 4th level of the first stage, even if he cannot defeat the opponent, he will not lose too badly. Perhaps. At this moment, a slender hand with distinct joints reached out and gently pressed his shoulder. Fang Ming turned his head to look at Yili's calm face, wanting to tell him how hateful the person in front of him was. "Brother Yi, no matter how much you like Shen Lian, in this situation, you should wake up, right?" In his gaze. Yili shook his head calmly. Fang Ming reluctantly let go of his hands. He knew that given the other party's personality, he would most likely choose to swallow his anger. "Brother Yi, there are as many girls in the world as stars, there is no need to." Fang Ming was about to say some words of advice, but suddenly stopped. Because Yili's figure had disappeared from where he was. He instantly appeared in front of Shen Lian, who looked stunned. In a moment, the young man stretched out his arms, and in front of Shen Lian's horrified eyes, he punched like a meteor, shattering the earth and hitting Shen Lian's soft abdomen heavily. Bang! With a dull sound, Shen Lian's figure was knocked back with a loud bang. Her feet left the ground, and her body was swept across the stairs by the huge force, and fell heavily on the steps on the 2nd floor, blood spurting out. Detected that you severely injured your childhood sweetheart, whom you've had a crush on for 10 years, with one punch. Deed value plus 2,000. Fong Ming turned around in disbelief, then his body shook. Yili straightened his cuffs, walked up the stairs, and walked toward Shen Lian, who was bleeding from the mouth and nose. He said calmly, "I'm here to help you, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Detected that Shen Lian's fear value has reached the maximum, evil value plus 1,000. Current evil value, 3,700 points. Aha! A terrified sound came out of Shen Lian's mouth. She looked at Yili with fear in her eyes, as if she saw some evil spirit. She ignored the pain in her body and retreated madly using her hands and feet. Yili glanced at her coldly. Shen Lian immediately closed her mouth, but the constant severe pain in her abdomen made her eyes misty. Horror and disbelief filled her heart. She couldn't understand why she, who was at the 7th level of the first stage, couldn't see Yili's actions clearly. He was seriously injured before he even had the chance to use his martial arts talent. Moreover, she never dreamed that Yili would dare to attack her. "Where is my room?" Third floor, the room on the far left. Shen Lian replied tremblingly. "I can lead the way for you. Please spare me. Be grounded in the past and respectful in the future, think about it." Yili shook his head slightly and ignored her. After withdrawing his gaze indifferently, he turned around and said lightly, "Fong Ming, let's go." Hearing this, Fong Ming woke up as if from a dream. He raised his head stiffly and looked at his friend with an indifferent expression. His throat couldn't help but roll. If I remember correctly, Shen Lian was at the 7th level of the First Order, yet the opponent still managed to kill her with just one punch. This strength, Yiza? Or Kunu? Moreover, has my friend finally come to his senses? Fong Ming's breathing quickened as he raised his foot and followed upwards. Before leaving, he subconsciously glanced at Shen Lian, who was curled up in pain, and couldn't help asking, "Brother Yi, what should we do with her?" "You won't die, don't worry about it." Yili spoke in a calm voice, stepped steadily over Shen Lian, and walked upstairs. He didn't kill the man with one punch, but merely dislocated his internal organs. This was his last act of mercy. Fortunately, the harvest this time was quite fruitful, which could barely calm the anger in his heart. I am such a good person. Chapter 6: The Rapid Increase in Punching Power. The practice room is located on the 3rd floor. Yili's exclusive training room is located near the edge. After swiping the badge, the door opens automatically. Yili stepped in and looked around. The practice room is about 200 square meters, and the facilities inside are exquisite and neat. The walls around it are engraved with formations that gather spiritual energy. Once activated with a waist badge, the practice speed in the room can be greatly accelerated. In addition, there are punching strength testing machines, chi and blood strength testers, recorders, mental analyzers, everything is available. No wonder Teacher Yang was observing my reaction with such anticipation. This training room is so awesome. Yili looked at it and nodded slightly, feeling quite good. Not only did he receive 3,000 evil points from heaven, but he also got a training room for free. If such a practice room were to be placed outside, it would cost at least several thousand Hansha coins a day. It saved him some money. Fong Ming followed behind him, looking at the boy's happy face, and always felt a sense of unreality. According to the past, his friends should have been obedient to Shen Lian. Not to mention being a punching bag, as long as Shen Lian beckons, Yili can give up some important things and the latter can do it. Not only Shen Lian had such an idea, even Fong Ming thought so. But what Fong Ming never expected was that Yili actually went on a killing spree, punching Shen Lian so hard that she couldn't even stand up. So awesome. So cool. The previous scene flashed through his mind. Fong Ming took a deep breath and pinched his thigh hard to make sure he was not dreaming. Pain came from the thigh, and everything in front of me was indeed reality. He swallowed and asked carefully, "Brother Yi, what's wrong with you today?" "What's wrong?" Yili turned to look at him and asked with some confusion. "That's it." Fong Ming gestured with his hands randomly, and it took him a long time to utter a sentence. "Why are you suddenly not indulging Shen Lian anymore? Why should we spoil her?" Yili frowned and said as a matter of course. "She pointed at my nose and cursed, almost writing 'hit me now' on her face. Of course I had to satisfy her." "Really?" Hearing this, Fong Ming nodded heavily. Out of curiosity, he asked another question. "Brother Yi, what is your current level of cultivation?" He was at the third level of the first rank the day before, and the next day he could instantly kill a regular member of the school team with one punch. If Fang Ming hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Yi Li's eyes swept across the array patterns on the wall. After hearing his words, he casually replied, "Just entered the first level, 8th level." The correct answer is actually the peak of the 8th level of the first stage. But Yi Li had just been promoted in the afternoon, so it would not be wrong to say that he had just entered the 8th level of the first stage. Yi Li had no intention of hiding his strength. Firstly, he has a good relationship with Fang Ming, so he still has some trust in him. Secondly, it is because I may not be at this level tomorrow. But even so, Fang Ming's expression still revealed obvious horror. Fang Ming, no, buddy? So you've been hiding your strength? Why bother? If you had shown your strength earlier, our school would have worshipped you like an ancestor. Okay, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, after all, there are monsters like Senior Sister Jiang up there. Fang Ming said excitedly. But even if you don't compare yourself to Senior Sister Jiang, Brother Yi, you are already considered one of the best in our school. There are probably few people in the entire school team who are better than you. Senior Jiang counts as one, Vice Captain Lian counts as one, are there any others besides them? No more. Why are we still substitutes? Brother Yi, wait a minute, I'll talk to Teacher Yang and ask her to arrange for you to be a regular team member. Fang Ming counted on his fingers, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. Finally, he stood up suddenly and walked towards the door. Help me close the door. Yi Li waved his hand. Okay, bro. After Fang Ming left, Yi Li slowly walked to the punching strength testing machine. I remember the last time I tested my punching strength was last time. Now that I have the opportunity, it would be good to test my boxing strength. Yi Li lowered his waist and sat down, the vital energy in his body flowed, his right fist began to accumulate power, and then he suddenly punched out. The fist was like a cannonball, hitting the test sandbag in front of him heavily. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the numbers on the test machine jumped rapidly, 645 kilograms. So high? Yi Li was a little surprised. This number had already exceeded the limit of human beings in his memory of his previous life. Have I finally stopped being a human being? Yi Li chuckled, turned around and walked to the control center of the formation, and put the silver badge in. Buzz. The array patterns on the wall lit up one after another, and with a slight buzzing sound, Yi Li could feel the concentration of spiritual energy around him was constantly increasing. Without further delay, let's start a new round of adding points. Yi Li found a suitable place to sit down. With the appropriate cultivation gains, adding some cultivation points was the most appropriate choice. Current evil value, 3,700 points. Ding! Consume 1,000 points of evil. Start improving your cultivation. A sea-level spiritual energy gathering formation has been detected. Your cultivation speed has increased by 10%. Practicing at an accelerated pace. The training is over, and my chi and blood have been greatly improved. Current level, peak level 1 perfection. Comment, the formation's gain is significant over time. This gain is equivalent to your 7 years of hard training. Yi Li's energy and blood became more vigorous again, and the true energy in his body grew rapidly. In an instant, the surging true energy filled his 5 bodies, which was a sign of entering the peak of the first level. The effect of this formation is only slightly worse than that of spiritual medicine, but spiritual medicine is rare, while this formation is permanent. Yi Li felt his own growing strength and murmured with some emotion. No wonder the school team is so much stronger than normal martial arts students. This is a combination of resources and talent. After pondering for 2 seconds, he walked straight to the fist strength testing machine and raised his dark eyes. After adjusting his breathing simply, Yi Li gently placed his palm against the test sandbag and took a deep breath. Then, at the moment of exhaling, he twisted his waist and abdomen, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and clenched his hands into fists. It suddenly blasted out in a small space. Bang! A dull sound, even louder than before, rang out, and the numbers clearly appeared on the test machine screen. 885 kilograms. The standard punching strength of the first level peak should be 800 kilograms, but Yi Li's punching strength exceeds this number, not just by a little bit. Yi Li looked at the numbers above with a calm expression and chuckled in his heart. It makes sense. After all, other people's cultivation is improved through practice, which is superficial. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. But I relied on the system to add points and improve step by step. The winner is immediately clear. What Yili didn't know was that this punching strength testing machine was connected to the campus database in real time. At this moment, his punching power ranking directly jumped to second place in the whole school. He is only second to Jiang Qingzhu, the recognized genius of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. The instructor in charge of the relevant data has not yet noticed this phenomenon. Chapter 7 Yili's teasing, the furious Lu Yangde. Inside Linhai Hospital. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and medical staff in white coats came and went. In a ward, Wang Ren, who was beaten unconscious by Yili yesterday, is now leaning on a hospital bed. With a pale face, he looked at the man in a cyan team uniform sitting beside the bed and said respectfully, "Brother Lu, if you have something to say, just tell me." The young man called Brother Lu sighed, his eyes swept over Wang Ren, and he added in a deep voice, "If it's about your replacement spot, then there's no need to explain. This was Principal Li's idea, and there's nothing I can do about it." Wang Ren gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "So my spot is going to be given to that Yili? Do you have any other ideas?" Brother Lu asked with a sneer. Wang Ren slowly clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. The other person was the one he knew who was most likely to help him. Lu Yangde, the deputy captain of the Linhai No. 1 Middle School team, had reached the peak of the first level of cultivation half a year ago. In the past, before making substitutions, the school team's coach would first ask for his and Jiang Qingzhu's opinions. But this time was different. This time he was directly informed that a military science student named Yili would serve as a substitute for the school team. There is no room for objection. Forget it. Lu Yangde patted Wang Ren's shoulder and said sympathetically, "You're definitely going to lose your spot as a substitute. Considering your previous good performance, I'll have Yili come over to apologize to you, and we'll let this matter go." But Wang Ren still looked unwilling. The person he wanted to teach a lesson to ended up beating him up like a dog. He couldn't accept this in any way. "Okay." Lu Yangde frowned and sneered, "Didn't you let Lian teach that brat a lesson? Do you think I don't know? She even sent everyone from the training building away. It's obvious she's going to resort to ruthless violence. I'm afraid Lian will beat that kid so hard he won't be able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month, right? I've already pretended not to know anything, what else do you want?" Lu Yangde's voice was as low as water. Wang Ren was silent for a while before he muttered, "I understand." Lu Yangde nodded with satisfaction, "Then I'll call him now and ask him to come over and apologize to you. I'm afraid he can't even walk now." Wang Ren added sinisterly. Yili, who was at the 5th level of the first stage, faced Lian, who was at the 7th level of the first stage. He couldn't even imagine how Yili would be punished. At least a few bones will be broken. Lu Yangde picked up the phone on the table, ignored Wang Ren who was gloating, and dialed the number Yili gave him by his instructor. "Hello, who is this?" The phone was quickly connected, and a calm and polite voice came out. "You are Yili, right?" Lu Yangde said calmly, "I'm Lu Yangde, you can just call me Brother Lu, I have something to talk to you about." "I don't know him. I don't have time." Beep. A calm tone accompanied by the prompt tone of hanging up the phone rang in Lu Yangde's ears, which made him stunned and his blood pressure rose slightly. Wang Ren, who was standing next to him, didn't expect Yili to dare to hang up the phone, and looked at him in surprise. This made Lu Yangde even more embarrassed. He thinks he is a big shot in school and always acts like a big brother. In his opinion, Yili would definitely be obedient and come to apologize after receiving his call. "I never thought that before I could finish my words, the phone was hung up. Lu Yangde's expression gradually turned ugly. Brother Lu, Yili would never have dared to do this before. Wang Ren came back to his senses, and after seeing the other party's expression, he immediately said, "I guess he joined the school team and thought he was so great. Now he's totally arrogant." Hearing this, Lu Yangde's face darkened, and then he dialed the number again in silence. As soon as the call was connected, he immediately shouted, "Yili, I'm the vice captain of the school team, I have something to talk to you about." "Go ahead." The voice on the other end of the phone was slightly teasing. "You went too far in yesterday's game." Lu Yangde's brows relaxed slightly, and he said in a low voice. It also took away Wang Ren's spot. This was a big blow to him. "So what? I want you to come and apologize to him, and this matter will be over." Lu Yangde said. "I understand." Yili's voice was flat. "Yeah, Hearing this, Lu Yongde felt less angry and more contemptuous. Yili surrendered faster than he expected. After knowing my identity, I was really scared. Lu Yongde raised the corner of his mouth, suppressing the pride in his heart, and then added. Then go find your instructor later and tell him that you're voluntarily withdrawing from the school team for personal reasons. We'll be participating in an exchange competition soon, and joining the team now would disrupt. I see. Before he could finish his words, Yili interrupted him and said with a chuckle, so the school team is full of self-righteous idiots like you. Hearing this, Lu Yongde's eyes twitched, and then his burly figure suddenly stood up and said in a cold voice. What did you say? As he spoke, the atmosphere in the ward suddenly became depressing. Wang Ren, lying on the hospital bed, had his heart pounding as he stared at the furious Lu Yongde. I called you an idiot, and I suspect the entire school team is full of idiots like you. Yili on the other end of the phone didn't take the other party's reactions seriously at all, and immediately responded with a smile. Okay. Lu Yongde laughed in anger and threatened in a gloomy tone. I've seen a lot of troublemakers, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. If you have the guts, then. But before he could finish, the phone hung up again. Beep. How can this be possible? Lu Yongde's face flushed crimson, and he threw Wang Ren's phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Yili, you're too arrogant when you don't even have any talent for martial arts. Wait, just wait. He was so angry that he suddenly turned around and walked out of the ward quickly. His whole back revealed a strong murderous aura. Wang Ren stared blankly at the shattered phone on the ground. He wanted to ask the other party for compensation, but was afraid of angering Lu Yongde. I had no choice but to lie back on the hospital bed angrily. Only then did he suddenly remember that in the previous phone call, Yili's voice was full of energy and there was no sound of hurt at all. A trace of doubt suddenly arose in Wang Ren's heart. This is strange. Could it be that Lian didn't catch Yili and let the latter escape? Forget it, if I didn't catch him, then I didn't catch him. Wang Ren's face turned into a gloating expression. How dare you go against Lu Yongde, Yili, you are dead now. One is at the 5th level of the first stage, and the other was at the peak of the first stage half a year ago. Who is stronger and who is weaker? You know the answer with your eyes closed. Chapter 8, Treasure. Tian Gang stepping into the void technique. Linhai No. 1 Middle School, 3rd floor of the library. Here is a collection of various martial arts acquired by Linhai No. 1 Middle School since its establishment. Students can learn and borrow them by paying the corresponding amount of Hansha coins. Not only are the prices much cheaper than those outside, but the variety and grades are also quite rich. It can be regarded as one of the important buildings of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Among them, most of the martial arts displayed on the 1st and 2nd floors are first-level martial arts, and second-level martial arts only account for a small part of them. Yili learned the flowing water fist and cloud-breaking spear here. The 3rd floor contains martial arts of the 2nd level and above, but it is only open to teachers and key students. After swiping his badge, Yili went straight to the 3rd floor amid many curious and envious gazes. He didn't take Lu Yongde's hostility too seriously. After all, the two parties are separated by a phone line, so many things are inconvenient to do. Let me ask, what should I do if there is no evil value? Answer, beat the enemy madly until the enemy spits out the corresponding evil value. Therefore, if Lu Yongde sat opposite him, Yili would be confident that he could resolve the conflict between the two sides. Let go of your cluttered thoughts. Yili stood in front of the huge electronic screen and began to browse the various martial arts collected here. 2nd level martial arts, collapsing mountain fist, 100,000 Hansha coins. 2nd level martial arts, snake-like body movement, 120,000 Hansha coins. D-level breathing technique, breath of scorching flame, 200,000 Hansha coins. Yili's general idea was to choose a suitable martial art for physical movement and a relatively high-level attacking martial art. However, I don't know if the system has invisibly raised his horizons. Among the dazzling array of options, he couldn't find a suitable martial art. The reason is simple. It's not garbage, but I feel it's a bit of a waste to spend evil points on this level of martial arts. Although there is no distinction between high and low levels in low-level martial arts, one can still see their advantages and disadvantages from the corresponding introductions. According to Yili's judgment, most of the 2nd-level martial arts included here are mediocre works. The only advantage is that the quantity is large and it is enough to fill you up. I can only pick a few books at random as a transition. Yili rubbed his forehead with a headache. As for breathing techniques, they also need to be put on the agenda. This is a method that can only be mastered after entering the second level. It is called a breathing method, but in fact it can also be called a second level exercise. The grades are the same as martial arts talents, and are divided into 6 levels from high to low: S, A, B, C, D, and E. Yili looked through the breathing techniques included in Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School. The highest level was only C level, and even that cost 300,000 Hansha coins. Yili only had about 100,000 boxes of Xia currency on him. It's really a stretch. Alas, martial arts high schools only need to focus on martial arts, but these martial arts students have to consider a lot more. Are you choosing martial arts? As his thoughts were churning, a clear female voice sounded in Yili's ears. He turned around and saw an artistic girl wearing round frame glasses, holding a book, standing not far away, looking at him with her head tilted. Who are you? Yili raised his eyebrows. Yu Chanxian. The literary girl said with a smile. Then, as if sensing the doubt in Yili's eyes, Yu Chanxian quickly added. I'm also on the school team. I saw your match yesterday. Your name is Yili, and you're at the 5th level of the 1st rank, right? I see. Yili nodded politely and said. I'm picking out martial arts skills. What's wrong with you? It seems like you're not satisfied with the martial arts here? Yu Chanxian walked forward, looked at the electronic screen side by side with him, and said with a faint smile. You're frowning all the time. The quality is too poor. Yili expressed his opinion calmly. That's for sure. Yu Chanxian laughed. The treasures in the martial arts are all used as various rewards by the school. Why are they put out here for sale? Okay, it's my fault. Yili waved his hand casually and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Yu Chanxian called out to him, and after 2 seconds of silence, she asked, although there are no complete rare martial arts here, there are still some fragments. Are you interested? Yes. Yili stopped. Then wait a moment, I'll check for you. Thanks. Soon, Yu Chanxian drew a name on the screen. 2nd level martial arts rare, Tiangang stepping into the void technique fragmentary, 100,000 Xia coins. How about it? Buy it and have a look? Yu Chanxian asked tentatively. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Because 100,000 Hansha coins is not a small amount, Yu Chanxian was worried that Yili would feel that he was cheating him. Yu Chanxian often makes the same mistake of having good intentions but ending up with bad results. But even so, she still couldn't change her bad habit of meddling in other people's affairs. To Chanxian's surprise, Yili just thanked her again, then quickly paid the money and completed the order. Next, just go to the front desk to pick up the rubbing copy. I'll get it for you. It was a rare opportunity for her emotional needs to be satisfied, so Yu Chanxian volunteered to go to the front desk. But Yili suspected that she just wanted to steal his book, so he followed her. Your family is well off. You can buy martial arts worth 100,000 yuan just by asking. Yu Chanxian joked. Yili glanced at her and said calmly, my parents are both dead, and this 100,000 is my last savings. Successfully caused a strong sense of guilt to emerge in Yu Chanxian's heart, evil value plus 200. If I find out it's completely useless, I'll have to eat grass for the rest of my life. Hearing the system prompt, Yili's eyes lit up and he continued. Detection of Yu Chanxian's increased sense of guilt, evil value plus 100. Hearing this, Yu Chanxian took a deep breath and forced a smile. Don't worry, it will be useful. When it comes to understanding martial arts, I am the strongest in our grade. Yili nodded slightly. The two of them quickly brought the relevant books. Yili flipped through it casually and found that there were a lot of missing texts. It is not a fragment that is only missing the second half or the first half. Instead, there are a lot of gaps in the text, a sentence is missing here, a page is missing there. No matter how you look at it, it's completely impossible to learn. In a nutshell, $100,000 was wasted without a sound. I'm sorry. Yu Chanxian wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She screamed in her heart. How could this happen again? How could I have good intentions but end up with bad results? I'm doomed. Considering the situation of this classmate Yili, I'm guilty of an unforgivable crime. Yili ignored her for the time being and just flipped through the incomplete book with a calm expression. And in his eyes, on the light blue panel that only he could see, words are slowly emerging. Tiangang stepping into the void technique not yet introduced. Can add points. Current evil value, 3000 points. Well, I finally found the leak. Chapter 9, a lightning fast rise, the magic technique is perfected. This should be a martial art that combines physical skills and defense. The introduction says that this martial art has 3 major levels. When cultivated to a high level, it can dissolve skin and flesh, making it difficult to predict reality. Combined with a strange footstep, it can offset and avoid most attacks and increase one's speed. Yu Chanshan carefully observed Yi Li's expression and said with a wry smile, "This is definitely a top-notch second-tier martial art. Most third-tier martial arts are probably not as sophisticated as it. If I could learn it, well, sorry, even if it's exquisite, it's so broken that even a martial artist wouldn't be able to learn it. But I really did choose for you carefully. Could you please stop looking at me like that? I'm really sorry. I'm willing to reimburse you for some of your losses." Yu Chanshan hung her head in shame and covered her face with her hands. She felt ashamed to face the handsome boy in front of her. "Mr. Yu, you have to leave your seat when you apologize. Don't you know this common sense?" Yi Li suppressed the joy in his heart, put his hand on his chin, and said casually. Hearing this, Yu Chanshan widened her eyes, her pretty face turned pale, and she hesitantly asked, "Really? Of course it's fake. What are you thinking about?" Yi Li waved his hand. Then he said with a joking tone, "But if you want to apologize like that, I have no objection." Yu Chanshan crossed her hands in front of her, bit her lips lightly, and then fell to her knees with a thud. Pressing down with both hands, her plump breasts were squeezed and deformed by the ground. It is really a very standard posture for getting off a taxi. If there weren't so few people on the 3rd floor, her move would have attracted a lot of attention. Force a young girl to kneel down to you, evil deeds plus 100. You're going too far. Yi Li looked at the other person in surprise and said, "I was joking. I didn't mean to make you kneel down. However, since you kneel so properly, I forgive you. I made classmate Yi waste 100,000 yuan in vain. This apology is what I deserve." Yu Chanshan got up from the ground and said with some shame, "This is the first time I've met someone who believes in me as much as you do. In the end, I still couldn't help you at all. I'm so sorry." Yi Li said helplessly. "After all, I wanted to buy it myself, and I didn't say I didn't understand it." "Really? It's already in such a state. Really, I owe you a favor." Student Yi Li. Yu Chanshan showed a touched expression on her face. In her opinion, no matter who comes to read the incomplete scroll of Tiangang Tasu Shu, they will not be able to understand or learn it. The other party's current rhetoric was obviously intended to take care of her psychology and to be tough and stubborn. "I see." Yu Chanshan pursed her lips and said seriously, "Student Yi Li, whether you can understand it or not, if I get a precious martial arts skill in the future, I will definitely share it with you." Hearing this, Yi Li just waved his hand casually and said, "I understand. Go ahead and get busy." Yu Chanshan then smiled and nodded, then turned and left. When there was no one around, Yi Li turned his attention back to the panel. Yu Chanshan's panic was not without reason. After all, the remaining paper was almost reduced to a closed test, and there was no way to practice it even if it was cheaper. However, I have great persistence and hard work as a foundation, plus a little bit of help from the golden finger. I think I can do things that normal people can't do. Current evil value, 3,100 points. Fortunately, I didn't go all in the training room and forced a breakthrough to the 2nd level, otherwise I would be left with nothing now. Yi Li breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately began his new round of adding points. Just in case, let's test the waters with 500 points first. According to experience, this is probably equivalent to 2.5 years of his own hard training. 500 points of evil value quickly flooded into the panel, and the numbers began to change after the Tiangang stepping into the void technique. Ding! Consume 500 points of evil. Start upgrading the 2nd level martial arts skill Tiangang stepping into the void. Detected lack of cloud and mist essence resources, lack of complete mental formula, cultivation speed reduced by 70%. Do you want to consume 2,000 points of evil to attempt to deduce a complete martial arts technique and eliminate the negative buff? It's too expensive to deduce. Moreover, I even tried to deduce. I know nothing about martial arts. If I can't deduce it, can you help me with the system? No. Yi Li chose to force the addition without hesitation. Your speed is comparable to that of a 70-year-old woman running a full marathon. Start your all-out push to the finish line. Practicing. Training is complete, martial arts skills are successfully mastered. Tian Gang stepping into the void, getting started 60%. Byproduct, after 2.5 years of hard training in martial arts, your mind has become more resilient, and your chi and blood strength has increased slightly. As expected, I got a negative buff. My speed was reduced by 70%. Outrageous. Besides, if a 70-year-old woman participates in a marathon, someone might die. Is it really okay? Yi Li's eyes swept across the panel and he complained in his heart. But none of this matters. The important thing is, it really works. Even if he had never read the book to fill in the blanks, even if he did not have the corresponding training resources, he could still forcibly improve his martial arts progress. As I said, adding points is the reason to become a king. You're forcing yourself on me. Yi Li murmured softly, raised one hand, and slightly mobilized the internal energy in his body, and began to circulate it along the corresponding route. Call. A faint white mist was seen emanating from his palms, and his already pale skin became even whiter, with a faint sense of elegance and transparency. If you use this palm to withstand the attack, the damage will be reduced by several times compared to other parts of your body. In short, it is a certain degree of damage immunity. This is a rare treasure among the second-level martial arts. Yi Li's heart moved slightly. Yu Chanxian's previous statement, most third-level martial arts are probably not as sophisticated as this, was thought to be a way of saving face for herself, but now it seems that there is some credibility in it. It's just that it consumes quite a bit of energy. It really needs to be used in conjunction with breathing techniques. Yi Li sighed. Just melting the flesh on this palm had consumed a lot of his true energy. Without the breathing technique to replenish the chi in real time during the battle, even a peak first-level cultivator would not be able to maintain it for long. Moreover, after 500 evil deeds, I was barely able to enter. In the past, this would be enough to improve a second-level martial art to its full potential. Unfortunately, Yi Li had no good solution for the time being. Not to mention that he didn't know where to get the so-called cloud essence. The loss of time and money alone was enough to make him suffer. The military exam is approaching and he doesn't have much time left. Very good, let's go all in. After confirming the results, Yi Li began to mobilize the panel without hesitation and poured all his strength into this martial art. Detecting the set target, starting to continuously improve the Tiangang stepping void technique. Current negative buff, training speed slowed by 70%. Practicing. Ding. As your understanding of this martial art deepens, you recall similar skills and techniques from literary works of your past life and incorporate them into your practice. Gained bonus, increased cultivation speed by 30%. You transformed into an old lady, put on a Dachi Ken's old man shoes, and began to run wildly on the track called Tiangang stepping void technique. Practicing at an accelerated pace. The training is over. This time, you will spend 2,400 points of evil, which is approximately the result of your 12 years of hard training. The Tiangang stepping into the void technique has been upgraded to perfection. Byproduct, over 10 years of dedicated and diligent practice have given you a terrifying understanding of this martial art. You've mastered the technique of transforming your energy, and your chi and blood strength has increased slightly. Yi Li exhaled a breath of white air, and the energy and blood in his body became more vigorous, like a boiling cauldron. He was radiant, his muscles and bones were working, and his spine was like a dragon. It's only one step away from the so-called second level. Chapter 10. Break in and get straight to the point. It really feels like I'm using a cheat. Feeling his own energy and blood surging, Yi Li sighed sincerely. Yesterday, he was just an ordinary martial arts student. It took him nearly 3 years to master a first-level martial art. Not to mention those famous martial arts schools, it would be difficult to get into even an ordinary martial arts university. But now it's different. I rely on my own persistence and hard work, as well as the training of several perfect martial arts. Yi Li's martial arts foundation has been honed to an almost terrifying level. No matter who looked at him, he was the kind of person who had improved his strength step by step through hard training. The chi and blood are vigorous, the martial arts are proficient, and the breathing is steady. According to Yi Li's judgment, with the cards he currently has, ordinary first-level peak players would hardly be his opponent. Call. He let out a silent breath and gained a lot more confidence in the martial arts exam a month later. Before the martial arts exam, he also had to prepare for a so-called college exchange competition. Compared with the serious and important martial arts examination, this college exchange competition is more interesting to young people. It turns out that the Colosseum has been one of the most popular attractions since ancient times. Yili had heard Fong Ming mention the city-level exchange competition more than once. It is said that if one performs well in the exchange competition, not only will one be awarded with precious martial arts skills by the school, but one may also be appreciated by the only martial arts university in Ing province and be recommended for admission. The exchange competition is scheduled for next week, and even substitutes will have a chance to play. Thinking of this, Yili became more and more expectant. Martial Arts University is the institution that every martial arts student aspires to. The martial arts and resources provided there are far beyond the reach of martial arts high school. Many of these institutions have close cooperation with local cities, allowing capable students to go out of the city to kill strange beasts in exchange for the training resources they need. The better the martial arts university, the greater the help it can provide. If you want to join the school of your choice, you have to stand out in the martial arts exam and get outstanding results. Only after entering the second level can one be qualified to compete with the top students in martial arts high school. Almost there, just a little bit more. Level 2 is right in sight. 50% of the warriors can be stuck at this juncture. However, for Yili, as long as he has enough evil value, even if the negative buff is maxed out, he can still break through and show you. The system has not yet clearly defined the standard for obtaining evil deeds, but Yili has figured out a little bit of it on his own. The pain of others, the pleasure of oneself. By satisfying any of the partial behaviors, you can obtain the corresponding evil value. Yili didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, it was a world of advanced martial arts, and the weak should be severely humiliated by the strong. Of course, this is just for reference. There are also situations where both points are met at the same time and the evil value cannot be obtained. The final right of interpretation lies with the system. Let's go back today. Yili closed the incomplete book, glanced at his own panel, and suddenly felt a little distressed. The reward that just came out from Shen Lian was used to deduce a rare martial art, and it was already used up. Current evil value, 200 points. I need to find someone to give me some rewards. Yili sighed, stood up and walked out of the library, heading towards the training building. There are special rooms provided for these school team members to rest overnight. Anyway, he is the only one at home, so it doesn't matter whether he goes back or not. Alas, when will I be able to meet that kind of villain who will jump in my face and provoke me without any reason? Thinking of this, Yili stepped into the door of the training building, walked up the stairs, and came to his own training room. Squeak. After opening the door, he walked to the bed, lay down, and stretched comfortably. Then he closed his eyes and planned to take a nap. He felt much happier after accidentally picking up the precious Tiangang stepping void technique. Dang dang dang. Just after 6 o'clock in the evening, there was a series of knocks on the door. Who is it? Yili sat up, the sleepiness in his dark eyes gone. It's me, Yu Chanqian. Coming. Yili walked quickly and opened the door. Looking at the girl with glasses who looked a little unnatural, he raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Did you find a precious martial art? So quickly? No. It's something else. Yu Chanqian waved her hands repeatedly, and the unnaturalness on her face became more and more obvious. Taking in her expression, Yili had some guesses in his mind. Just tell me if you have something to say, he said. Exactly. Yu Chanqian twisted her hands in front of her. Captain Lu wants you to go to his training room. It's on the far left of the 4th floor. Captain Lu? That's the vice captain of our school team, Lu Yangda. After saying that, Yu Chanqian's eyes showed a trace of struggle. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she gritted her teeth and said, Forget it, you'd better not go over there. I feel like he has bad intentions. No good intentions? Yili immediately perked up and asked calmly, Why do you say that? He said he wanted to show you that there are always people better than you, and to make you understand the rules of the school team. After saying this, Yu Chanqian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it took her a lot of courage to speak out about this matter. She raised her hand to push up her glasses and then asked, Did you have any conflict with him before? A little bit. That's right. Yu Chanqian gritted her teeth and said angrily. He's a very petty person. Don't go over there yet. He's not the only one in the training room. There are also his 2 followers. Both of them are members of the school team, one is at the 9th level of the 1st rank, the other is at the 8th level of the 1st rank, plus Lu Yangda is at the peak of the 1st rank. You will definitely not get any good results if you go there. Really? They're just relying on Senior Jeong to bully the newbies without restraint. Yu Chanshan grew angrier as she spoke. Sooner or later, this great school team will be ruined by this little group of his. I understand. You lead the way. Yi Li raised his chin. Lead the way? Led what way? Yu Chanshan looked at him in surprise and said quickly, I'll go find the instructor. As long as he comes over, he won't dare to do anything to you. No, you really are going. As he spoke, Yi Li had already passed her, waved his hand, and strode straight towards the 4th floor. Looking at his tall back, Yu Chanshan widened her eyes, unable to understand why someone would insist on running towards the muzzle of a gun. If you know there is a tiger in the mountain, you should not go there. Those who know you know that you were level 5 of the first stage, while those who don't know you would think you were senior sister Jiang. In the few seconds that Chanshan was stunned, Yi Li's figure had disappeared at the stairs. Appeared on the 4th floor, in front of Lu Yangda's training room. Brother Lu, do you think that kid dares to come? I don't know. He was so arrogant when he talked to me on the phone this morning. Maybe he really dares to come. Someone in the house sneered. Ha ha ha, he definitely doesn't dare to come, Brother Lu. That guy is just a substitute for the 5th level of the first stage. If he dares to come, I can let him beat him with one hand. Brother Lu, if Yu Chanshan can't call that guy over, we'll just go over and stop him. Listening to the noisy jokes inside, Yi Li let out a silent breath. Then, he kicked the door hard. Bang! The entire door panel exploded instantly, debris flying everywhere, revealing 3 stunned people in the room. Chapter 11, Defensive Counterattack. Perfect Tiangang stepping into the void technique. The leader was naturally Lu Yangda. He sat on the rest bed, looking at Yi Li, who broke in with a look of astonishment. The other 2 young men in team uniforms didn't expect the other side to be so tough. They broke into the game without even saying a word. He is indeed a troublemaker. After coming to their senses, the 2 men immediately stood up, a playful look on their faces, and the true energy in their bodies gradually flowed. I never thought you would be so brainless. Looking at the handsome boy at the door, Lu Yangda raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, You destroyed my room without permission. Just based on this, I can apply to the teacher to kick you off the school team. You don't think that the 5th level of the first order is very rare, do you? To tell you the truth, a martial arts student of your caliber is like chicken ribs to the school. But I'm different. A peak level first level student is a top student in any martial arts high school. Do you think the school cares about you or me? After Lu Yangda said this proudly, the 2 people beside him started laughing. Then, the 2 men walked towards Yi Li at the door with unfriendly eyes. The atmosphere in the training room suddenly became depressing. Lu Yangda became more and more proud. He looked at Yi Li, trying to see some inferiority and panic on the boy's face. But unfortunately, Yi Li's expression was as calm as an ancient well. But those black eyes became more and more fiery. You. Lu Yangda frowned and was about to speak when Yi Li's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of the 2 approaching young men. Looking at the boy's cold black eyes, one of them was shocked. He had never expected that the other party's speed would be so fast. Immediately afterwards, Yi Li stretched out his right arm, and all the blood and energy in his body surged, and his powerful true energy burst out. He threw a punch, hitting the man's waist and abdomen hard. Boom! Thousands of kilograms of force burst out in an instant. The man was caught off guard and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards and smashed heavily into the collapsed wall. Severely injured a level 1, level 8 warrior, evil deeds plus 700. Oh shit. Seeing this, the other person finally reacted. Looking at Yi Li, whose aura was so arrogant and terrifying, there was obvious fear in his eyes, and he was obviously confused. In a hurry, he had to hastily mobilize the internal energy in his body, crossed his hands and protected himself. This is intended to buy some time for rescue. Yi Li has mastered the true meaning of the flowing water fist and has mastered the technique of punching continuously like flowing water. After knocking one of them away with one punch, he was already ready for the second punch. Before he practiced the Tiangang stepping void technique, his punching power had already reached nearly 900 kilograms. He has devoted more than 10 years of hard work to the Tiangang stepping void technique. Although his cultivation level has not improved much, his punching strength has reached thousands of kilograms. The moment the young man raised his arms, he punched out like a cannonball, and his arms were forcibly broken apart, as if they had endured a tremendous force, and his arms made a clear cracking sound. Ah! The young man screamed and retreated backwards, but Yili followed him like a shadow. His slender palm stretched out like lightning, grabbed the opponent's face, and then threw him hard on the broken floor. Seriously injure a rank 1, 9th level warrior, evil deeds plus 800. Suffering such a shock, the young man immediately fell into a baby-like sleep and fell asleep. You. Lu Yongda looked at this scene in horror, completely unable to understand how a first-level 5th-level warrior could have such terrifying speed and strength. In an instant, 2 people were seriously injured. If it were me, I'm afraid it would be difficult to do it. Now. Yili stood up, raised his hand to adjust his cuffs, and looked indifferently at Lu Yongda, who was lying on the bed in a daze. It's your turn. The boy's voice was cold. It was a rare opportunity to strike, and he didn't want to give the other party a chance to beg for mercy. What realm are you in? Lu Yongda stared at Yi Li's calm face, and shouted in shock and fear, you are definitely not at the 5th level of the first rank. You hid your strength yesterday. As he spoke, he stood up suddenly. Things have come to this point, and judging from Yi Li's expression, there is absolutely no way he will let him go. In that case, let us have a real fight. So what if I've hidden my strength? I'll show you the difference between you and me. Lu Yongda roared, and a strange green light appeared on his body. He displayed his martial arts talent. C-level martial arts talent, strengthening muscles and bones. The muscles all over his body began to swell, and his already burly figure became even bigger. Immediately afterwards, he stomped his feet on the ground, and with a loud bang, his huge body began to move, like a small moving fortress, rushing towards Yi Li. Yi Li looked calm, as if he didn't see Lu Yongda's terrifying aura. He sat with his waist lowered as if nothing was happening, stretched out his right arm like drawing a bow, and the compressed muscles began to accumulate strength. The blood in his body surged, and the powerful true energy continued to pour into the meridians of his right arm, and even his skin was glowing white. There is no doubt that the power of this punch is definitely much stronger than the previous 2 punches. Boom, boom, boom. The entire floor was shaking, and every step Lu Yongda took left deep footprints on the ground. In just a few breaths, his huge figure rushed in front of Yi Li. His fist, as big as a stone pillar, tore through the air, carrying all the kinetic energy of his body, and suddenly blasted towards Yi Li. Mountain collapsing fist. Call. Suddenly, Yi Li's body quickly became transparent, and even some whiteness appeared on his body surface, which was extremely magical. Tiangang stepping on the void technique. At this moment, Yu Chanqian finally arrived downstairs, and what caught her eye was this scene. Yi Li stretched out his left hand, which was so white that it seemed transparent. The next second, Lu Yongda poured all his strength into a punch and hit the opponent heavily. The moment the terrifying force exploded, it was like a drop in the ocean, and only slightly knocked the slender palm away. Lu Yongda's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was completely unable to understand the scene before him. Immediately afterwards, Yi Li's body spun at high speed along with his palm that was knocked away. When his body stopped, his right fist, which had been fully charged, finally blasted out. Boom! The air exploded with a circle of ripples like water waves, and Lu Yongda's huge body was swept away by the huge force and flew backwards, smashing the bedboard behind him and heavily smashing into the broken wall. Amidst the flying sawdust, the vice-captain of the school team was lying obediently on a large pile of gravel, with blood oozing from his mouth and nose, and his head tilted. He has already fainted. Call. Yi Li exhaled a breath of white air, put his fists together and stood still. Then he turned around and nodded politely to the stunned Yu Chanqian. Chapter 12 Breakthrough to Level 2. Yu Chanqian had a good impression of Yi Li. Although the two had just met, Yi Li was the first person who had no complaints after being cheated by her. This made Yu Chanqian treat him as her friend in her heart. So, after she came to her senses, she immediately rushed here from the 3rd floor, fearing that the 3 men would do something cruel to Yi Li. After all, Yi Li only has the strength of the 5th level of the first stage. Even if he has a good personality, it is difficult for him to avoid being at the hands of the 3 people. But at this moment, everything that happened before her eyes made Yu Chanqian doubt her own eyes. In the training room, Yi Li stood there calmly, his back straight, his black eyes extremely cold. Around him, Lu Yongda's 2 followers fell to the ground, breathless and motionless. As for Lu Yongda himself, he was knocked away by Yi Li's brutal punch and fainted on the spot. He was obviously seriously injured. A deep sense of horror welled up in Yu Chanqian's heart. In less than a minute, he severely injured 2 warriors in the late stage of the 1st level and 1 warrior at the peak of the 1st level. What a terrifying strength! It's impossible that he is at the 5th level of the first stage. His real strength is probably close to that of senior sister Jiang. In Yu Chanxian's impression, only senior Jiang Qingzhu could do such a thing. But who is that? He was a recognized genius warrior throughout Linhai City. Not only had he broken through to the 2nd level before graduation, but he also used the S-level breathing method passed down through generations in his family. Even if all the martial arts high schools in Ying province were added together, Jiang Qingzhu's strength would definitely be among the best. And Yi Li is just a substitute who just joined the school team. Thinking of this, Yu Chanxian's heart was shaken. There was an unconscious hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Yi Li. If the other party can kill Lu Yongde in seconds, he can definitely kill her in seconds as well. Thinking about her previous worries, Yu Chanxian felt inexplicably funny. After noticing her gaze, Yi Li turned around and nodded politely. Then he gestured to the 3 people on the ground and asked, "How should this be handled?" "Easy." Yu Chanxian calmed down her emotions and explained, "They were the ones who came to trouble you first. Even if they are seriously injured by you now, you have to bear it yourself. Because in cases like this, the school won't hold you responsible." "Is that so?" Yi Li's eyes lit up. It has to be a high-level martial arts world. If this happened in high school in the previous life, both of them would probably be punished with 50 lashes. He thought for 2 seconds and then asked, "What I mean is, as long as someone wants to cause trouble for me, I can fight back in any way I want?" This. Yu Chanxian hesitated for a moment before answering, "As long as you don't go too far, it should be fine." "I see." Yi Li nodded, then looked at the 3 people on the ground and asked, "Then just leave them here?" "Of course not," Yu Chanxian said with a helpless smile. "We'll have to ask the instructor to come over and take care of it, but I can help you with this. If you have something else to do, go ahead and do it." Yi Li thanked him, stood up and prepared to leave. As soon as he walked out of the training room, Yu Chanxian called him again. "By the way, there is one more thing. You say, Senior Jiang is our captain. According to the rules, we will talk to you in the next 2 days to get a preliminary understanding of your situation." "I understand." Yi Li nodded and turned to leave. Yu Chanxian looked at the direction where the boy disappeared, muttering absent-mindedly, "Another monster has arrived. Go back to the 3rd floor." Yi Li walked into his training room and closed the door casually. The feeling of impending breakthrough became more and more obvious. He was only 1 step away from reaching the 2nd level, and after experiencing another battle, the true energy in his body increased instead of decreased, and his breath became a little chaotic. "It's not that I can't make a breakthrough now, but I haven't found the right breathing method yet, and I always feel a little uneasy. Forget it, now that things have come to this, let us break through first." Although the breathing techniques in the school library are not of high quality, breathing techniques can be replaced midway, so they can be used as a makeshift. At worst, you can just wait until you find a suitable one and then change it. Yi Li sat down beside the bed and called out the panel. "Seriously injure a young warrior at the peak of the 1st level, evil deeds plus 1000. Lu Yongda's confidence has collapsed. Evil value plus 500. I've detected 3 people harboring a great deal of fear towards you. Your evil points are plus 1500. Current evil value, 4700 points. It's been quite a harvest." The corners of Yi Li's mouth rose slightly. Although it is not as big as Shen Lian's windfall, it is still the biggest gain he has made. "It should be enough for me to break through to the 2nd level." He sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and immersed his mind in the panel. Current level, peak level 1, 9th layer perfect. Bite. I have set the goal of this training is breaking through the 2nd stage and started training. The 2nd stage of Jade Tendon Realm is to gradually integrate the abundant qi into the meridians, tendons and bones, thereby enhancing the power of qi and blood. You've been diligently practicing martial arts for the past 2 days. Nearly 20 years of hard work have given you perfect control over your internal qi. This task will naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 50%. You begin to use your qi to strengthen your meridians and nourish your qi and blood. However, without a breathing technique to replenish your qi in time, this process is quite slow. Gain negative buff, cultivation speed reduced by 20%. Gain negative buff, emotion. Anxiety. The moment the words appeared on the panel, Yi Li felt a sense of anxiety in his heart. This surprised him a little. However, this trace of anxiety did not have much impact on him. After all, Yili was just adding points in a simple and unpretentious manner, practicing at an accelerated pace. Through unremitting efforts, you have finally strengthened a portion of your meridians, and your chi and blood power has greatly increased, successfully breaking through to the first level of the second stage. Your punching power has greatly increased. Your reaction speed has greatly improved. The training is over. Comment: this practice went smoothly and did not take up too much of your energy. A total of 200 points of evil were consumed. As the last paragraph of text emerged, Yili's bones suddenly made clear movements. Immediately afterwards, a part of the meridians completed its transformation in an instant, emitting a jade-like luster and nourishing the chi and blood throughout the body. The aura around Yili then grew stronger. There was a surge of true energy flowing through his body, and the total amount had increased several times compared to a few minutes ago. Even his chi and blood instantly recovered to their peak state. All the previous consumption caused by the battle was wiped out at this moment. Call. Yili exhaled a breath of white air, and the moment he opened his eyes shone with brilliance. He raised his palm and gathered his true energy. A wisp of misty white gas quickly rolled out from the fingertips, quickly melting the skin and flesh, giving it a translucent feeling from a distance. Tiangang stepping on the void technique. At this moment, he was finally able to unleash the full power of this second-level martial art. According to Yili's estimation, when he used this martial art with all his strength yesterday, he could only absorb 50% of the force when facing the attack of a warrior of the same level. But now, he only needs to think about it, and he can dissolve at least 70% of the attacks from warriors of the same level. 70% damage reduction, enough to fight monsters. From now on, no matter which second-level warrior wants to confront him head-on, he will have to pay the price in blood. Running wildly on the road of a reckless man. Yili looked at the palm with white mist surging in it with some emotion. Between breaths, the consumed true energy began to slowly recover. Now, even his own true energy can be restored through breathing instead of just cultivation. Although it is not as efficient as the breathing method, this is one of the symbols of a second-level warrior. When I used to play games, I thought breathing to restore health was ridiculous, but now I think it's normal to restore mana by breathing. Yili casually dispersed the white mist on his palm and chuckled. Feeling the changes in myself. At this moment, he finally confirmed that he had entered the second level of warrior, the Jade Tendon realm. If he met Lu Yangda and the other two again now, Yili was confident that even without using the Tiangang stepping void technique, he could defeat them within half a minute. Next, it's time to prepare for the breathing technique. Otherwise, every time he levels up in the future, there will most likely be a negative buff of cultivation speed reduced by 20%. Chapter 13 Rumors spread. For 2 days after breaking through to the second level, Yili stayed in the sutra library. It was quite quiet during that time. Yu Qianqian is right. Even the instructor who rushed over that night was shocked by the situation of Lu Yangda and the other two. After learning the whole story, he did not take any punishment against Yili. Instead, he actively requested the school to make Yili a formal member of the school team. The attitude is extremely enthusiastic. After hearing about the relevant matters, Vice President Li Haohan immediately agreed. Afterwards, he planned to talk to Yili to improve their relationship, but after hearing that the young man had been hanging out in the library for the past 2 days, he did not bother him rashly. No matter what, Yili is now an official member of the Lin High School team. It is worth mentioning that on the way to the library this morning, I happened to meet Wang Run, who had just returned from the hospital. Wang Run had bandages wrapped around his face and steel plates on his body. After seeing the calm Yili, he immediately showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost and shouted, "How are you, okay?" With Lu Yangda taking action, he thought Yili would definitely suffer a great loss. At the very least, you will be dejected and depressed, like a plucked rooster. However, Yili in front of him was full of energy, his posture was calm, and his breath was steady and long. Where does he look frustrated at all? Could it be that Lu Yangda didn't do anything to him? Yili asked casually, "Why would something happen to me?" "Lu Yangda didn't even touch you," Wang Rin said subconsciously. "Lu Yangda? Ah, him." Hearing this, Yili showed a look of realization, then chuckled and said, "I have already sent him away." "Sent away? What do you mean? It seems that you two went to the same hospital." Yili shook his head with regret. As he spoke, he took a step forward. He wanted to earn some evil points, but Wang Rin was so scared by his actions that he ran away. Looking at the other party's embarrassed figure walking away, Yili was also a little surprised. I'm not a villain, is it that serious? There is about a week left until next week's exchange competition. There are only 6 positions for official members, and Yili doesn't care who he replaces. He only knew that the school team's instructor had applied for an A-level scholarship for him because of this. 500,000 Hansha coins have been transferred to his card. This allowed him to choose a slightly more advanced breathing method. C-level breathing technique, blazing flame power, 450,000 Hansha coins. C-rank breathing technique, raging waves technique, 500,000 Hansha coins. B-level breathing method fragments, 700,000 Hansha coins. On the 3rd floor of the library, Yili felt a headache as he looked at the lines of breathing techniques on the light screen. There's really nothing suitable. The only B-level breathing method, which is still a fragment, is priced at 700,000. If you want to rely on the system to make up for it, you will have to spend a lot of evil points. Forget it. If it really doesn't work, I can just ask the school for it. It's just a breathing method book. I don't believe they won't give it to me. After 2 days of selecting in the library, Yili's decision-making difficulty completely broke out, and he finally decided to take advantage of the school. After leaving the library, Yili headed towards the training building. On the way, he received a lot of strange looks, most of which were filled with fear. Yili then remembered something. The day before yesterday, after Liu Yangda and his 2 companions were defeated, although the school expressed no objection, for some reason, the news spread quickly throughout the school as if it had legs. It's just that this rumor is a bit outrageous. The new substitute on the school team is openly provoking other members and disrupting the team's morale. Yili from Class 9 of the Military Science Department was so arrogant that he actually beat 3 of his teammates and seriously injured them. How can a substitute beat 3 regular members? I heard that this person's strength is only at the 5th level of the 1st rank. He must have used some shady means. Next week is the exchange match. What's his intention in attacking a fellow teammate? I also feel that he has ulterior motives. If it weren't for senior sister Jiang, the Linhai No. 1 middle school team would have been ruined by this person. Most of these rumors are pretty much true. The general meaning is that Yili was arrogant and used some despicable means to seriously injure 3 team members. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger, and people's words are scary. This outrageous rumor, such as a student had a fight with the principal over the weekend, quickly became a hot topic on campus. Yili naturally became the target of discussion. Because the rumored methods were too vicious, the students who believed the rumors developed a fear of them. Rumormongers are always so annoying no matter where they are. Yili shook his head helplessly, not really caring about the matter. There is only 1 month left before graduation from the martial arts exam. By then, everyone will rush to all corners of the world to resist strange beasts, which is probably not even remotely related to us. There is no need to worry about a groundless rumor. Never fall into the trap of self-proof, start with me. Yili nodded slightly and walked into the training building as if no one was around. However, I don't care. If I could catch that bastard who spread rumors. You damn rumor-mongering dog, I will definitely make you fly. At this moment, a heavenly sound rang in Yili's ears. Bite. Congratulations, your notoriety level has been raised. Notoriety LV1, your notoriety is unknown to many people. Gold quality rewards have been issued. On the 5th floor of the training building, in the captain's office. Senior Jiang. Shen Lian sat on the chair with tears in her eyes, and said to the person opposite the wooden table with grievance. We really can't keep Yili here. Not only did he injure Captain Liu, he also attacked me before that. If I hadn't reacted quickly that day, he would probably be lying in the hospital right now. In front of the wooden table, a girl with black hair sat there. She had delicate features and a cold face. A book summary of gunmanship was placed in front of her. After listening to Shen Lian's accusation, Zhang Qingzhu's face did not fluctuate at all. Still looking at the gunmanship summary on the table, he turned to the next page and said lightly. You should talk to Teacher Wang about this. It's no use telling me. Shen Lian was choked, but she had spent so much effort spreading rumors these days just for this moment. No matter what, the girl must teach that annoying Yili a lesson. Shen Lian gritted her teeth and said, Senior Jiang, you know that Teacher Wang never stops this kind of behavior, but this Yili is different. The college exchange competition is about to begin. He's stirring up internal strife at this time. He's clearly trying to ruin our future. Deputy Captain Lu has been beaten into the hospital by him. If you, senior sister Jiang, don't take action, no one will be able to stop him. Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu finally raised his head, looked at Shen Lian, and said calmly, "Student Shen Lian, your trick of inflicting pain on oneself is terrible." Shen Lian's face flushed immediately. "Senior sister, I go out." "No, senior, I really am. I'll say it again." Jiang Qingzhu frowned slightly, and the air in the room suddenly dropped several degrees. His voice was icy cold. "Get out and close the door." Shen Lian's face was full of resentment. She didn't dare to contradict the black-haired girl, so she had to leave the room with a sullen face. Snap. When the door closed again, Jiang Qingzhu tapped the table with his fingers, making a knock-knock sound. There was silence for 2 seconds. Jiang Qingzhu picked up the phone from the table, dialed a number, and said politely, "Yu Chanshan, it's me. Are you in the training building now? According to the rules, I should talk to Yili. I heard that you have a good relationship with him. Could you please call him for me? Thanks." Chapter 14, Born with a Strange Phenomenon, SSS Level Martial Arts Talent. After hearing the system prompt, Yili rushed into his training room without stopping. Close the door and call out the panel. Tip, there is a gold quality gift package waiting to be opened. Behold, the Golden Legend. Yili looked at the panel with shining eyes. As we all know, withdrawing money has always been the dream of card drawers, symbolizing the highest level of rewards in the card pool. He still remembered that the system had specifically reminded him that increasing his notoriety level would bring him generous rewards. Now it seems that he was not deceived. Speaking of which, this is the first time the system has issued gold quality rewards. What could it be? Open the gift package. Buzz. Yili's mind moved, and a golden beam of light immediately rose from the light curtain in front of him, bright and clear, and shot straight to the ceiling. Immediately afterwards, an extremely strong energy ripple was born from his room and spread in all directions. Boom! The entire training building vibrated under the ripples of energy, and the huge momentum immediately attracted countless astonished glances. All the teachers and students of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, as well as pedestrians within a radius of dozens of miles, saw at this moment a strange blue light emerging from above the training building and soaring into the sky. A grand vision broke through the clouds and shone over the sky above Linhai No. 1 Middle School. In the teaching department, Li Haohan, who was drinking tea, was stunned at first, then he spat out the tea in his mouth and suddenly stood up from his chair. The teachers in front of him were all stunned. "Principal Li, what's wrong?" Li Haohan ignored them and walked out of the room quickly. He looked towards the training building, with a look of intense horror in his eyes, and muttered, "Could this be an high-level martial arts talent has appeared?" Such a vision can only occur when a person with a very high level of martial arts talent is born. If Li Haohan had not already advanced to the third level of martial arts, he would not have been able to see any specific clues from this strange phenomenon. A B-level vision wouldn't be so exaggerated, and as for an S-level one, he couldn't even imagine it. This was because, in the martial arts high schools of the entire Ying province, there had not been a student with S-level martial arts talent in decades. Therefore, the probability of grade A is the highest. Grade A. This is a talent level that can only appear in 1 out of tens of thousands of warriors who have awakened superpowers. Li Haohan's heartbeat couldn't stop quickening, and even his palms couldn't help but tremble slightly. No wonder he lost his composure like that. He is already the second martial arts student of this year, after Jiang Qingzhu, who possesses a level martial arts talent. Its future prospects are limitless. Linhai No. 1 Middle School has been silent in Ying province for so long, will it finally rise again in this martial arts exam? Li Haohan's throat rolled, and the excitement in his heart was almost beyond words. Then, he reacted and immediately asked the two people in the room, "Is there anyone in the current school team who hasn't awakened their martial arts talent?" "If I must say, Yili, who just joined 2 days ago, seems to have not awakened yet." A teacher answered quickly after a brief thought. "Yili." Li Haohan looked back towards the training building, the horror in his eyes gradually turning into ecstasy, and he murmured excitedly, "Good boy, how much more stuff are you hiding?" Behind him, another teacher asked curiously, "Principal Li, are you planning to remove Yili, who hasn't awakened yet, from the school team?" Speaking of which, this student has been making quite a stir lately. He's obviously a restless person. It's best to remove him from the school team, Principal Li. "In my opinion." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li Haoan suddenly turned around, staring at the teacher intently, and said coldly, Lu Xingshan, your nephew was beaten and sent to the hospital. It's his own fault. As his uncle, you didn't educate him properly. What kind of complaint are you coming to me to make? I'm telling you, even if we expel you and your nephew Lu Yongda together, the school won't touch Yili. A martial arts student who can defeat 3 warriors of the same level, you and I both know what that means. Lu Xingshan's expression suddenly became wonderful. In the training room, Yili was surrounded by a strong wind and a huge strange scene. A refreshing and cool feeling constantly comes from the depths of the mind, as if the soul is undergoing a transformation. This vision lasted for more than 10 breaths. It just slowly dissipated. Yili opened his eyes on the bed. A vast golden light slowly emerged from those black pupils, and relevant information emerged in his mind. Congratulations! You've obtained SSS level martial arts talent, the Immortal Golden Soul. Immortal Golden Soul LV1, a survival talent that allows the body to be nourished by the resilient and transcendent Golden Soul. As long as the mind and physical strength are not exhausted, the body will continuously repair itself until it is restored to its original state. Upgradable. It is said that in ancient times, a certain innate creature born and raised by nature also cultivated this magical power, causing great headaches for the Emperor of the Age of Gods. To follow in its footsteps, please enjoy the evil deeds you earn. Innate Ability 1, Spear Martial Saint Body. Spear Martial Saint Body greatly enhances one's own skills in using spears and sticks, increasing the training speed of spear and stick martial arts by 500%. Yili looked at the exaggerated introduction on the panel, remained silent for a long time, and his heart beat wildly faster. SSS level martial arts talent. It's a level I've never heard of. According to my memory, the top martial arts talent in the entire Ying province is S level. This was all decades ago. With S level martial arts talent, he can definitely be described as one in a million, a child of destiny. As for Yili's SSS level supernatural power, it is hard to say whether even if there are nearly 10 billion people on the entire blue planet, they can gather together to match it. Is this what they call a blessing in disguise? Isn't the magnitude of the disaster and blessing a bit too different? Yili's heart was surging, and he felt the magical power emerging from his body in disbelief. He had thought it would be scary, but he hadn't expected it to be this scary. I haven't done enough mental preparation. Isn't this fucking invincible in the same realm? Yili opened his mouth and touched his chin. Forget it, I'm the one cheating anyway, so I might as well be invincible. Dang dang dang. At this time, there was a series of knocks on the door. Yili turned over and got out of bed, restrained the strange phenomenon on his body, and the golden light in his eyes slowly dissipated. When I opened the door, I saw Yu Chanshan's familiar figure. Is there something wrong? Yili asked. Something is going on. Yu Chanshan wanted to ask the other party if he had seen the strange phenomenon just now, but when she thought of what Senior Sister Jiang had said, she said directly. Senior John wants to talk to you. I should have told you a few days ago, remember? Remember. Yili nodded and said. Then I'll be right there. Yeah. After Yu Chanshan finished her instructions, she prepared to leave. But she suddenly stopped, turned around as if she thought of something, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Finally, under Yili's calm gaze, she gritted her teeth and said. There have been rumors about you in school these past few days. Senior Jiang might ask you about it later. Just tell her the truth, but don't force it on her. What? Is she fierce? Yili raised his eyebrows. That's not the case. Yu Chanshan hesitated and said carefully, Senior Jiang hates people who bully others by taking advantage of their power and are inflexible. If you act too strong, she might teach you a lesson. I know you are truly strong and talented, and you probably don't want to give in, but I was already at the second level half a year ago. With her distinguished family background and top-tier talent and resources, her strength is among the best in all the martial arts high schools in Ying province. It's not shameful to bow your head to her. After saying that, Yu Chanshan looked at Yili nervously, fearing that the other party would show dissatisfaction. After seeing Yili's performance in the past 2 days, she regarded him as a ruthless person who would not suffer even the slightest loss. If possible, Yu Chanshan didn't want to get involved in this matter at all. But there was nothing they could do. Yili and Zhang Qingzhu were both martial arts geniuses. If they really fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. The best outcome is that Yili loses his combat ability and Zhang Qingzhu's combat power is damaged. But if that happens, I will most likely lose the exchange competition next week and my future will be affected. Therefore, it would be great if Yili could be made to bow his head and submit through a few words. Don't force it, or you might hurt yourself, Yu Chanxian said cautiously. She thought her hint was obvious enough. Even though Yili's strength is among the best among the first-level warriors, the second level is a transformation in martial arts practice, and the gap between the two is huge. If things really get out of hand, Jiang Qingju might get hurt, but Yili would definitely have to go to the hospital. By then, you might not even be able to take part in the martial arts exam. At this moment, Yu Chanxian saw a smile appear on Yi Li's originally calm face. I see. He nodded and said, "Thank you for delivering the message." After saying that, he walked straight past Yu Chanxian and headed towards the captain's office on the 5th floor. That's wonderful. Just when I was worrying about not having enough evil points to spend, here comes a genius girl who is soft-hearted and not tough. I have to use my actions to tell her that the world is cruel and that picky eaters cannot be happy. Help her understand the pain a little. Looking at the figure gradually moving away, Yu Chanxian felt an inexplicable sense of unease in her heart, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. After thinking it over, she decided to call her instructor just in case. Chapter 15. You said it, so I really came. In the captain's office. Yili, punch force 885 kilograms. Jiang Qingju looked at the punching power ranking on the instrument, and a hint of surprise finally appeared on his cold little face. The student who has been making headlines on campus these days actually has some talent. She recalled that 2 days ago, her instructor ran over excitedly and told her that Yili had hidden his strength and that his true strength was probably only second to hers. It turns out to be true. Jiang Qingju nodded slightly. This punching power is already considered to be the best among those who focus on strength in the first level. Even when Jiang Qingju was still a first-level warrior, his maximum punching force was only over 1,000 kilograms. This is even though the Jiang family provides a variety of top-level medicinal baths and training equipment. Yili's family background is said to be quite ordinary, so being able to achieve this level is indeed something to be proud of. No wonder he doesn't take his peers seriously. As for the rumors from outside, Jiang Qingju chose to believe half of them. I don't believe that Yili has no problems at all, nor do I believe that Yili is so arrogant and domineering. Because, in the past 3 years, Jiang Qingju had never heard of the other party's name, which was enough to show that the other party was not the kind of person who liked to show off. If the martial arts exam wasn't approaching, perhaps he wouldn't have revealed his strength. Jiang Qingju sighed inwardly. To be so patient, how strong must this person's character be? But, size or size. No matter what, it was a bit too much for the other party to seriously injure Lu Yangde and the other two. He was still carrying countless expectations on his shoulders, and he absolutely could not lose once before expelling all the strange beasts from Hanxia. To do this, I have to practice diligently every day, so I can't waste too much energy on things like this. This is also the reason why Jiang Qingju rarely takes charge of things. Just give him a warning and tell him not to attack his teammates in the future. After finalizing his idea, Jiang Qingju returned to the wooden table, opened the book, Summary of Gunmanship, again, and began to read it carefully. This is no ordinary book. It records the insights and experiences of the Jiang family's spear masters of all generations, which can help low-level warriors avoid many detours in their skills. Even in the future, when you practice gun skills and martial arts, you will get twice the result with half the effort. So to be honest, the value of this book even exceeds some third-level martial arts. Dang dang dang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Qingju marked it, closed the book, and said calmly, "Come in." She looked towards the door and saw a handsome young man in white clothes walking in. "Hello." As soon as he entered the room, Yili greeted the other party and said with a faint smile, "I am Yili. I heard that you have something to talk to me about?" Using courtesy before force has always been one of his good qualities. Jiang Qingju hummed, motioned Yili to sit down opposite him, and asked in a cold voice. "I just joined the school team recently. Is there anything you're not used to?" "A little bit." Jiang Qingju was a little surprised by the boy's straightforwardness, but he still asked calmly. "What exactly are you not used to?" "There are too many idiots." Yili sighed. Under Jiang Qingju's strange gaze, he counted on his fingers. 1 Shen Lian, 1 Lu Yangde, and 2 of Lu Yangde's lackeys. That's 4 of us. Including Wang Ren who left the team not long ago, there are 5 in total. Including the substitutes, there are only 7 people on the school team. They say birds of a feather flock together. Student Jiang, I'm worried that you are the same as them. Yili crossed his fingers and held them in front of him, sighing helplessly. Jiang Qingju felt her head buzzing. She had never heard such a direct hint before and was stunned for a moment. Worried that I'm like them? You mean, you think I'm an idiot too? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingju frowned slightly, and a trace of anger arose in her usually cold heart. She said coldly, "Don't worry about that. I'm not that free yet." Captain Jiang, do you mean to admit that they are idiots? Yili asked with a smile. I didn't say that. Why not admit it? Yili asked calmly, isn't it that you think you are not the same kind of people as them? Jiang Qingju took a deep breath and realized that something was wrong. It was obvious that he wanted to warn the other party to curb his unscrupulous style of doing things. How come the topic is getting further and further off topic? She immediately put aside her messy thoughts and said in a cold voice, I didn't call you here to discuss this. I mainly wanted to inform you of something. Listen and inform. We're all the same age, and it's really annoying that you talk so condescendingly. Yili leaned back in his uncomfortable chair, but didn't immediately express his dissatisfaction. You speak first. Someone reported to me that you maliciously and severely injured several teammates. Jiang Qingju looked at him and said slowly, for now, I will assume that you have a reason for this matter. But in the future, I hope this kind of thing won't happen again. The martial arts exam is approaching, and everyone should consider their own future. You should focus on your cultivation instead of being so aggressive. Bullying the weak isn't much of a skill. If you really can't hold back. At this point, Jiang Qingju's clear eyes lit up slightly, and a confident aura burst out from her. She said in a voice that was cold to the bone. You can come to me directly and I will heal you. She said this with great seriousness, and coupled with the slightly revealed second-level aura, it was sure to have a certain degree of deterrent effect on Yili. A cold and confident voice echoed in the office. The air was silent for several seconds. Just when Jiang Qingju thought that the problem was solved and the beating was successful, the young man on the wooden chair suddenly raised his pair of vast golden eyes. In an instant, a heavy pressure enveloped Jiang Qingju's heart. At the same time, Yili's voice, with a hint of smile, also sounded in her ears. That's what you said. Chapter 16 I'm too lazy to reason with you, you don't deserve to listen. Judging from the aura that had leaked out earlier, Jiang Qingju's realm should be much stronger than his. It's probably at the level of the second stage, fourth level. In addition to the so-called S-level breathing method, a level martial arts talent, and many martial arts skills, this should be a rather exaggerated configuration in the second level. With this equipment, Jiang Qingju has gained a high reputation in Linhai No. 1 Middle School and even in the entire Linhai city. He is known as the most talented young warrior in Linhai No. 1 Middle School in the past 20 years. Even if you look at all the martial arts high schools in Ing Province, the girl's strength can be considered top tier. Do you really want to attack me? I advise you to think about it again. Sitting in front of the wooden table, Jiang Qingju frowned slightly, and a hint of ice blue light quietly emerged in her clear eyes. Looking at Yili's golden eyes, she suppressed the uneasiness that welled up in her heart and calmly persuaded him. The gap between the first and second levels is bigger than you think. If a warrior is defeated head-on when he is full of energy and vigor, the frustration he feels may even affect his future breakthroughs. Having said that, the girl's cold face showed a hint of chill, and her aura began to radiate outward. For your own peace of mind, leave this room now. I can pretend you didn't say anything. After saying that, she no longer suppressed her aura, and the aura of the middle stage of the second stage burst out in the room without reservation. Crash! Many documents on the wooden table were blown away by the strong wind, and the wall clock began to shake uncontrollably. The golden light in Yili's eyes became increasingly scorching, and his aura also rose steadily, indirectly giving his answer. You are also a second level. Feeling the surging aura from the other party that was far superior to that of a first-level person, Jiang Qingju's eyes showed a hint of surprise. According to the information she received, if the instructor had not deliberately lied 2 days ago, Yili should have been at the peak of the first level in martial arts. At most, he is the kind that has few rivals in the same level, and is still not a threat to the second level. But now it seems. Is the peak of the first level still not your true strength? Jiang Qingju shook his head slightly, his expression becoming increasingly cold. He asked, since you have such strength, why do you still bully those who are far inferior to you? Don't you feel ashamed of bullying the weak? It was obvious that she was really angry when she spoke, and there was a hint of questioning in her voice. In Jiang Qingzhu's opinion, Yili was using his second-level strength to bully those teammates who were far weaker than him. This kind of bullying behavior is exactly what she hates the most. If it was because of the many rumors about the other party in the school that Jiang Qingzhu wanted to warn the other party. So now, it was Jiang Qingzhu himself who came up with the idea of teaching Yili a lesson. She said, "There are always people who are better than you, and there are always things that are better than you. One day, your behavior will be punished. What are you mumbling about?" Facing Jiang Qingzhu's continuous speech, Yili directly interrupted, "You want me to come to you, just to let me listen to your big talk? I'm sorry." He stood up, looked at Jiang Qingzhu with cold eyes and said, "I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it." Verbally humiliate Jiang Qingzhu, the talented girl from Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Bad deeds plus 200. The reward for humiliating Jiang Qingzhu is so high? Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu clenched his fists, and anger flashed in his eyes. "I understand, it seems you really need a lesson. Since you are determined to be frustrated by me, let's go to another place. I will wait for you in the martial arts arena in 5 minutes. Crash. Before she could finish her words, the wooden table in front of her was lifted up by the young man and smashed straight towards her. Why bother going to the martial arts arena? If you want to teach me a lesson, you can do it here, Yili said calmly. Bang! At the critical moment, Jiang Qingzhu calmly struck out with his palm, and the heavy wooden table suddenly exploded in the air. Wood chips flew everywhere, and broken wood kept falling to the ground. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the debris in the sky and rushed straight towards us before the smoke and dust cleared. Jiang Qingzhu looked up and happened to meet a pair of cold golden eyes. The fear and tension that he had seen in his previous opponent's eyes were not visible in these vast golden eyes. But she was not panicked. In her opinion, it would only take a few minutes to capture Yili. Jiang Qingzhu took light steps and stepped back. An icy blue light gradually lit up in his clear eyes, and his voice was as cold as a spring in winter. You are indeed talented enough to break through to the second level at this age. But unfortunately, you can't beat me. As he spoke, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes completely transformed into a clear ice blue color, which was extremely mysterious. Call. She exhaled a puff of white mist, and the moment the mist spread, the temperature of the entire room dropped suddenly, and the air within a radius of several meters kept making a teeth-grinding sound of freezing. A level martial arts talent, Ice Girl acting as agent. In an instant, a thin layer of ice began to form on the wall, and a cold air quickly spread. The entire office seemed to have fallen into a world of ice and snow. The temperature dropped sharply and dropped below zero in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the severe cold did not stop, but continued to drop at an alarming speed. In the white mist that filled the room, Yili's figure that was originally rushing forward suddenly slowed down, and his movements became extremely slow, as if every joint in his body was frozen. He took steps with difficulty, and each step seemed extremely heavy. At this moment, Yili felt as if he was in a huge ice cellar, unable to break free from this strange bondage. It's over. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yili and struck out with a palm without hesitation. Bang! The moment the white hand fell on Yili, the latter's figure suddenly became somewhat transparent, and a large amount of white mist emerged from his body. With a muffled sound, most of the terrifying force on the palm was instantly dissipated. It was clearly a palm strike that was enough to knock a second-level warrior into incapacitated, yet he took it without changing his expression. Finish you damn! With the help of the opponent's residual strength, Yili sneered, spun his body at high speed, and then kicked Jiang Qingzhu's waist and abdomen with a clean and neat whip kick. Bang! Jiang Qingzhu felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if he had swung his fist with all his strength but hit a ball of soft cotton, with no place to exert force. But before she could figure out where this strange feeling came from, an extremely powerful force surged from her waist and abdomen like a tidal wave. In an instant, she felt as if her body was hit by a speeding truck. She was swept up by the huge force and flew backwards heavily. Boom! A large, obvious hole was smashed into the office wall, with spider web-like cracks spreading around it, continuously expanding outward. Jiang Qingzhu struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the figure opposite with gritted teeth. After seeing the white mist rising from Yili's body and his translucent figure, her pupils shrank slightly and she said in disbelief. Tiangang stepping into the void technique? Chapter 17 Head-on Confrontation. Tiangang stepping on the void technique. Jiang Qingzhu had only seen fragments of this rare second-level martial art in the school's library. Although she was very attracted by the power described in it, due to the damage of the fragments, she was still unable to get started after buying it. The other party didn't have any distinguished background, and must have found this incomplete martial art from the school's library and successfully mastered it. It's really unbelievable that someone can learn this martial art with just a fragment of that level. Moreover, judging from the transparency of Yi Li's body in the billowing white mist, it was obvious that he was not at the entry level. His every move exudes a sense of perfection, and even his skin is glowing with a white light. I'm afraid he has already mastered the Tiangang stepping into the void technique to perfection. With such understanding, is this really a human being? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu's heart was a little shaken. I unconsciously slowed down a beat when I stood up. However, because of this mistake, Yi Li's figure appeared in front of her face. Seeing those calm and fiery golden eyes, Jiang Qingzhu couldn't help but ask, why are you so contradictory? If you are so powerful, why haven't you said anything in the past 3 years? No one would answer her question. At this moment, Yi Li stretched out his arms, leaned his body forward slightly, and a sense of perfect flow of water continuously emerged from between his fists and feet. The flowing water fist that has reached perfection. This flow of water was like a surging river, sweeping towards Jiang Qingzhu with unparalleled power and momentum. Is this another martial art that has reached the perfect level? Seeing this, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, then swung her hand, and a snow-white spear emerged from her palm. The gun was glowing with a strange and precious light. Holding it in the palm of the hand, one could faintly feel the aura being enhanced. Obviously, this was a top-grade treasure. Yi Li's attack was too fierce, and he was fully qualified to be taken seriously by her. Immediately following, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes were cold, and he swung his spear like a dragon, with great force and power, colliding head-on with the countless punches coming from Yi Li. Bang, bang, bang. The wind was strong and the air was cold. With the help of the perfected Tiangang stepping void technique, Yi Li's whole body was almost translucent, and he was immune to most of the influence of the cold air around him. Every punch he made was as fierce as if he wanted to break the opponent's spear. Under his fierce attack, Jiang Qingzhu kept retreating backwards. You've already lost. Jiang Qingzhu gritted his teeth as he danced with his spear. As the internal energy was consumed, the temperature in the room continued to drop, and even the ceiling was almost completely frozen. Even the perfected Tiangang stepping void technique cannot completely immunize against the effects of cold air. Not only that, relying on the S-level breathing method, the true energy that Jiang Qingzhu infused into the spear also has the function of freezing the meridians. And in the repeated attacks, it penetrated into Yi Li's body. Even though Yi Li appears to be completely unaffected now, his meridians, tendons and bones must have suffered varying degrees of damage. If he doesn't have any hidden killer moves, then what follows is a tug of war to test the true chi of both sides. Bang! As the two sides fought again, Jiang Qingzhu's body brushed the ground, flew backwards several feet, and hit the wall heavily. Call! Jiang Qingzhu exhaled cold air, his expression solemn, and the blood in his body churned uncontrollably. Although using her innate ability consumes a lot of energy for her, the other party is always maintaining the Tiangang stepping void technique, and the consumption is definitely not much less than hers. Yi Li should have just entered the second level and has not even practiced the breathing method yet. Jiang Qingzhu believed that his martial arts level was much higher than Yi Li's, and he had an S-level breathing method to continuously restore his true energy and maintain the coldness. If they continue to fight like this, there is no doubt that victory will belong to her. Do you think you've won? At this moment, Yi Li suddenly laughed and said, "You have such an advantage in resources, yet you can still fight like this. I feel a little sorry for you. If I hadn't brought my big gun today, I would have sent you flying." You? Jiang Qingzhu frowned slightly and was about to speak. Then Yi Li was seen running towards him at high speed again. The white mist on his body had dissipated a little, and his body had become much more solid. Chance! His true energy could no longer sustain the full power of the Tiangang stepping void technique. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes fixed, and he stepped forward without hesitation, thrusting out a shot infused with his true energy. Phew! Unexpectedly, Yi Li completely ignored Jiang Qingzhu's shot, allowing the huge force poured from the tip of the gun to penetrate his shoulder. Blood gushed out as he rushed directly to Jiang Qingzhu. What? Such a ferocious fighting style made Jiang Qingzhu look dazed for a moment. You are. A cold light flashed in Yi Li's eyes, and he raised his fist and hit her hard in the face. Bang! In an instant, severe pain swept across her face. Jiang Qingzhu screamed, and the spear slipped out of her hand subconsciously. She flew backwards and fell to the ground not far away. However, Yi Li's expression remained calm. It's already this late, and you're still distracted? You have almost finished all the pretentious lines. If you don't know me, you might think you have a system. At this moment, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes were full of stars. He raised his head with difficulty, but suddenly his eyes widened. The young man, dressed in white clothes stained with blood, calmly pulled out the spear stuck in his shoulder. His brows furrowed slightly in pain, but he quickly regained his composure. Immediately afterwards, countless nerves and blood vessels suddenly appeared on the bleeding wound on the shoulder, and it healed in the blink of an eye. What kind of supernatural power is this? Jiang Qingzhu's eyes were full of disbelief. Your shooting skills are as bad as a bunch of idiots, your reaction time is as slow as an old man, your mind is as simple as a young lady who doesn't care about the world, and you keep saying you've already lost, feeling good about yourself. The golden light in the boy's eyes gradually faded, and finally returned to a deep black color. Then he walked slowly to Jiang Qingzhu, raised his bony palm, and slapped her without any hesitation. It hit Jiang Qingzhu's cold face hard. Bang! Before the confusion in her mind dissipated, another huge force hit her, causing the talented girl from Linhai City to roll her eyes and hit her head uncontrollably on the ground. It looks extremely miserable. In the last second of her consciousness, she heard the boy ask calmly, Jiang Qingzhu, what kind of genius are you? Hateful. A huge humiliation surged in his heart, and Jiang Qingzhu, whose spirit had reached its limit, fainted. Defeat and humiliate Jiang Qingzhu, the talented girl from Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Bad deeds plus 8,000. Chapter 18 The Shocked Teacher and Student. On the first floor of the training building, in the instructor's office. Teacher Wang, Yi Li isn't someone who readily gives in. If he gets into a fight with Senior Jiang out of impulse, it'll be troublesome. Yu Qianqian looked anxious as she explained the situation to the figure behind the wooden table. Sitting on a chair behind the wooden table was a middle-aged man dressed as a teacher. It was the school team's instructor, Wang Yongfeng. His strength is only one step away from the third level. His main job is to be responsible for the training plan of the school team members and the allocation of resources. I see. After listening to Yu Qianqian's report, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly and quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Jiang Qingzhu is the ace student of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, and the school and the Jiang family have poured a lot of effort into her. Yi Li was a talented warrior whom he had only recently noticed, and he had not yet had time to provide any significant and substantial help. The palms and backs of the hands are all made of flesh. If a fight breaks out, Jiang Qingzhu may not be seriously injured, but Yi Li will definitely be injured. If you are not careful, it is possible to be seriously injured. This result is not what Linhai No. 1 Middle School wants. They still hope that Jiang Qingzhu and Yi Li will join forces to get a good ranking in the exchange competition and martial arts exam to win glory for the school. Thinking of this, Wang Yongfeng immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice, How long has he been gone? Not long, only 10 minutes. Yu Qianqian glanced at the wall clock and answered quickly. Very good, then the fight shouldn't have started yet. Wang Yongfeng walked out of the house and called out to the other party, Come on, take me to see it. Yu Qianqian was about to nod when she heard this. But suddenly, the cell phone in her pocket vibrated slightly and someone called her. Yu Qianqian picked it up and looked at it, then looked at Wang Yongfeng in surprise and said, Teacher, Yi Li called me. Very good. Wang Yongfeng breathed a visibly relieved sigh and said with a smile, It should be all right, go ahead and pick it up. Yu Qianqian nodded and answered the phone. Classmate Yu. The boy's calm voice came from the other end of the phone, Are you free now? I'm free. Yu Qianqian asked hurriedly, How's things going with Senior Jiang? That's what I was going to tell you. The voice seemed hesitant. In short, we have reached a preliminary reconciliation. That's good. Yu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Yi Li's words lifted her spirits again, however, she is unconscious now, I need you to help me deal with it. Unconscious? Yu Qianqian exclaimed. Wang Yongfeng, who was standing by, was also startled and asked in a low voice, What's going on? Yeah, passed out. The person on the other end of the phone confirmed calmly. Senior Jiang, she. Yu Qianqian tried her best to calm down, covered the phone, and asked cautiously, How did you faint? I hit it. The voice on the other end of the phone said this as a matter of course, and seemed a little surprised why Yu Qianqian asked such a stupid question. What? Yu Chanxian was so shocked by these words that she trembled all over, unable to believe it. What's wrong? Wang Yongfeng was shocked by her reaction and asked hurriedly without bothering to lower his voice. Is there someone next to you? Yili was a little surprised. Someone. Yu Chanxian took a deep breath and replied in the calmest tone possible, I'm in the instructor's office on the first floor now. You, just bring Senior Jiang over. Good. As soon as he finished speaking, Yili hung up the phone. What happened? Seeing Yu Chanxian sitting down on the chair in a trance, Wang Yongfeng felt extremely anxious and asked anxiously. How could answering the phone turn out like this? Wang Yongfeng's heart was in turmoil, and he immediately thought of the worst possible outcome. Did they fight? Yeah, a fight started. Yu Chanxian came back to her senses a little, held her forehead, and straightforwardly acknowledged the other party's concerns. Originally, in her opinion, Jiang Qingzhu's strength was far superior to anyone else in the school team. Even though Yili's strength is good, there is still a huge gap between him and Jiang Qingzhu. Then he hurried over to ask for help from the instructor. And then you suddenly told me that you knocked Senior Jiang unconscious? At this moment, Yu Chanxian felt dizzy and felt that the world was really upside down. What? A fight really broke out? Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng quickly walked up to her and asked, what was the result? Was Yili seriously injured? This kid, it's only been a few days, why is he already fighting, sparring everywhere? Isn't he afraid that his body can't take it? It's fine to spar with Shen Lian, Lu Yangda and the others, but why did she get into a fight with Jiang girl? She usually doesn't hold back when she strikes. Wang Yongfeng pounded his chest and stamped his feet, obviously extremely heartbroken. With the exchange competition and martial arts exam approaching, Shen Lian, Lu Yangda and others have not yet recovered from their injuries, and Yili, such a good seedling, is injured again. How can he not be heartbroken? The school team of Linhai No. 1 Middle School is about to become a Disabled People's Association. Hey, where is he now? After his emotions calmed down a bit, Wang Yongfeng looked at Yu Chanxian and sighed, I still have a good healing elixir. You can give it to him later. Squeak. Before he could finish his words, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A young man in white walked in, with holes and blood on his shoulders. His expression was as calm as water, and he was holding a figure in his arms. When Wang Yongfeng saw Yili, he was stunned at first, then he stood up subconsciously, and his eyes fell on the figure in the young man's arms. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. All he saw was a black-haired girl with a cold temperament and a red and swollen face. She was lying in Yili's arms with her eyes closed and a painful expression on her face. If it's not Jiang Qingzhu, then who could it be? This. Wang Yongfeng's head buzzed, his mouth trembled, and he stumbled for a long time without being able to utter a complete sentence. He could only look at Yu Chanxian behind him, his eyes wide open. What's going on? As you can see, Mr. Wang. Yu Chanxian was equally incredulous and said with difficulty, Senior Jiang was beaten unconscious by Yili and now needs to find a place to heal. Wang Yongfeng's whole body stiffened, and he slowly looked back at the young man in white at the door. Hello, teacher. Yili nodded politely, then looked at Yu Chanxian. Where should I put it? The hospital is not far from the school. Come with me. Yu Chanxian walked out of the office numbly with legs that seemed to be filled with lead. Yili followed closely and left the office. Only Wang Yongfeng was left standing there blankly. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The swinging sound of the wall clock was as clear as thunder in his ears, making his heart beat continuously. That's Jiang Qingzhu. He is the most talented military student in Linhai No. 1 Middle School in the past 20 years. She had a cold and serious personality. In the past, not only did she not allow anyone to touch her, but ordinary military students could not even say a word to her. She is the kind of tenacious girl who will grit her teeth and go back to the training room even if she is exhausted from training. At this moment, he had lost consciousness, lying in the other person's arms with a red and swollen face, obviously having suffered a heavy blow to the head. A warrior who is attacked in the weak spot like this in battle has already lost. In other words, this young man in white, who had just joined the school team for 2 days, defeated the genius they regarded as their ace. How could Wang Yongfeng believe this? Yili. As he muttered this name, Wang Yongfeng breathed heavily and his heart beat wildly. In the past 3 years, the opponent has been unknown, but once he showed his prowess, he actually directly picked the school team of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. This character is so calm that it's terrifying, and this talent is so outstanding that it's outrageous. Genius, undoubted genius. Ha ha ha. Wang Yangfeng sat down on the sofa, holding his forehead with one hand, and suddenly burst into laughter. Yili, you're a fucking monster. With such a monster coming out of our school, what can other schools do? The exchange competition is a sure thing. The martial arts exam is also stable. Chapter 19, Jiang Qingzhu is ashamed. Linhai First People's Hospital. The clean and tidy ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Different from the previous life. Some powerful warriors have physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. Once injured, ordinary doctors cannot cut their skin with medical scalpels, let alone perform sutures. Therefore, many of the ace doctors in municipal hospitals are warriors with healing talents. Beside Jiang Qingzhu's bed, a female doctor in a white coat was using her healing powers to heal the injuries on her face. Yili sat on a chair not far away, crossed his hands, and summoned the panel. Current evil value, 12,700 points. With the original surplus food, plus the 8,200 evil points obtained from the fight with Jiang Qingzhu, Yili's savings successfully broke through the 10,000 point mark. This is the first time since crossing over that he has a 5-digit evil value. Once you get the right breathing method, you can add a lot of points. The fight with Jiang Qingzhu made Yili feel the pressure from the enemy for the first time. A second-level warrior with breathing techniques is very different from any previous opponent. Even with Yi Lijian's perfect boxing skills and punching power far exceeding that of other fighters of the same level, he was unable to quickly break through Jiang Qingzhu's spear defense. Even when nearly 70% of the true energy in his body had been consumed, there was still no sign of exhaustion on his face. This is mostly due to the other party's breathing method, which can continuously restore true energy. Jiang Qingzhu's control over the breathing method was definitely not high. After all, the legendary S-level breathing method definitely did more than just restore the true energy a little faster. But even so, it has an endurance far exceeding Yi Li's. This is the importance of breathing techniques. If it weren't for the help of Tiangang stepping into the void technique and SSS-level martial arts talent, he would have first disrupted the flow of Jiang Qingzhu's true energy and then caught the moment she lost consciousness. In this confrontation, Yi Lian will have a harder time winning. It's not that we can't win, after all, Immortal Golden Soul is really a bit of a scoundrel. As long as the difference in rank isn't too big, you can rely on exchanging injuries to defeat the opponent. It should be noted that Jiang Qingzhu's strength is only in the first tier in Ying province, and he is not the only one. There are probably more than 10 people in the entire Ying province who are as strong as her or even stronger than her. If these 10 or so people attack me during the martial arts exam. According to Yi Li's current configuration, even if he said the famous saying "I am also good at escaping," it would be difficult for him to break through the siege. Not to mention winning successfully. Although the probability of being besieged is very low for ordinary people, according to the nature of its own system, if you want to gain more evil points, you must prepare for being besieged in advance. In addition to the necessary breathing techniques, offensive martial arts must also be prepared. Yi Li exhaled silently and calculated silently in his heart. He had clearly felt the weakness of the Lu Shui boxing technique. It's okay for finishing off the enemy, but it's seriously insufficient for attacking. Yi Li. At this moment, Yu Chanqian beside him suddenly said, "I really didn't expect that you could actually beat Senior Jiang." There was a strong sense of amazement in his tone. Yi Li raised his eyebrows. "It's okay, she's pretty bad. Although the fight was a little stressful, a big shot in my hometown said something very good. Despise the enemy strategically and take the enemy seriously tactically. As long as I can earn evil points, even ancient gods will dare to mock you. You are really..." Hearing this, Yu Chanqian finally revealed a familiar smile, but her eyes seemed to be attracted by a magnet, sticking tightly to Yi Li, who had a calm expression on his face. There was a strange glint in her eyes, as if she had discovered some surprising treasure in the boy. "You're the only one who dares to say that. No martial arts student in the entire Linhai city dares to say that." Yu Chanqian laughed softly. Yi Li chuckled helplessly. At this time, the female doctor who treated Jiang Qingzhu finished her work and breathed a sigh of relief after completing the examination. "Nothing serious, just a slight concussion." She stood up and said to Yi Li, who was sitting on the chair, "The swelling on her face has resolved. Now we just need to wait for her to wake up and then she can be discharged from the hospital." "Thank you," Yi Li said politely. Yu Chanqian stood up and thanked the doctor. After the doctor left, Yi Li also stood up. "Aren't you going to wait until senior sister Jiang wakes up before leaving?" Yu Chanqian asked curiously. "Whether she wakes up or not has nothing to do with me. Yili waved his hand and walked out of the house. I'm both incompetent and pretentious, so my actions this time can be considered as a good deed. Verbal taunt, Jiang Qingzhu's evil deeds value plus 100. Woke up? When he heard the prompt tone, Yili's eyes lit up and he stopped walking. What's wrong? Yu Chanxian looked at him puzzled. I haven't finished speaking yet. Yili cleared his throat and said to the unconscious girl on the bed with a half smile. As the captain of the school team, he acted like a hands-off boss, allowing bad people to form small groups, causing the entire school team's atmosphere to become a mess. That's fine. Because of some unfounded rumors, they put on a condescending attitude and told the new members to behave themselves in the future. What? New members deserve to be bullied by their clique? I don't have the right to fight back, right? I'll just say it straight. A self-righteous and ignorant young lady like you will be brought into line after a good beating. I hope that next time we meet, you can put away that condescending attitude, you piece of shit. After saying that, Yili turned around and left without paying any attention to Yu Chanxian's surprised look. On the hospital bed, Jiang Qingzhu's hands gradually clenched and her teeth gritted. A nameless fire ignited in my heart, but I couldn't find any reason to refute the other party. Every word Yili said was like a knife, piercing deeply into her indifferent heart. The other party's meaning is very clear. Either you stay out of it, or you'll keep interfering. You didn't care before I came, but now you're acting like a captain? In that case, I'll take care of you too. The girl hates people who bully the weak, but what she did today, how is she different from those people she hated? At best, it is just a matter of formality. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu felt a deep sense of shame. Feel sorry, she murmured in a voice that only she could hear. An unprecedented feeling of shame and humiliation surged into her heart, making this talented girl from Linhai City feel extremely tormented. Successfully used words to break Jiang Qingzhu's defense, evil value plus 500. After a moment, Jiang Qingzhu sat up and took a deep breath. Although she had done something wrong, she still had a chance to make amends. Her clear eyes gradually lit up. Seeing Jiang Qingzhu stand up, Yu Chanxian looked over in surprise and asked, Senior, are you awake? Jiang Qingzhu nodded and then turned over and got out of bed. A pair of white and tender feet put on socks and stepped into shoes. Yu Chanxian walked forward quickly and asked tentatively, You just woke up, don't you want to rest for a while? No need. So where are you going? Seeing Jiang Qingzhu was about to go out, Yu Chanxian hurriedly asked. Go and apologize. Jiang Qingzhu spoke in a firm tone and quickly disappeared from the doorway. Go to the door to apologize? Who to apologize to? Countless question marks emerged in Yu Chanxian's mind. But soon, Jiang Qingzhu reappeared at the door of the ward. Looking at the bewildered Yu Chanxian, she asked in a cold voice. Which floor is Yili's training room on? Yu Chanxian's expression suddenly froze. Chapter 20 The Dragon Shakes the Mountain. Time flies and it is already night. Linhai No. 1 Middle School, 3rd floor of the training building. Returning to the room, Yili subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He has begun to regard this training room as his own home. So, what should we upgrade first? Yili sat on the chair, called out the panel, and fell into thought. Name, Yili. Current level, level 2, level 1 10%. Current martial arts. Flowing water fist, perfection. Cloud-breaking spear technique, perfection. Tian Gang stepping into the void technique, perfection. Current talent, SSS level. Immortal Golden Soul LV1 upgradable. Innate ability, Spear Martial Saint Body. In addition, on the way back, Yili stopped by the library and spent 200,000 Hanxia coins to buy a second-level boxing book. Its name is Jialong Jinshan, and it is considered a powerful boxing technique among the second-level martial arts. After Yili flipped through it briefly, relevant words immediately appeared on the panel. Level 2. Dragon shakes the mountain, not yet qualified can add points. I don't have any suitable breathing methods at hand right now, so there is no rush to increase my cultivation points. After all, once you find the right breathing method, adding a starting point may give you a speed-up buff. For now, it is better to focus on martial arts and martial arts talents. Yili has always been very concerned about the upgradable mark behind, Immortal Golden Soul. The LV1, Immortal Golden Soul, can instantly repair the penetrating wound on the shoulder without consuming much physical strength, turning him into a blood bull among blood bulls. Once it is upgraded to LV10, won't it be able to be reborn with a drop of blood and be indestructible? Yili's heart felt slightly hot. But he has no experience in adding SSS-level martial arts talents, so he is not sure how much evil points it will cost. There is a possibility that even if you accumulate more than 10,000 evil points, you won't hear any response. Therefore, he decided to fill up the relatively cost-effective Jialong Jinshan first, and then consider upgrading the Immortal Golden Soul. Everything should be done step by step, and the same applies to adding points. Yili chuckled, and with a thought, a huge amount of evil value poured madly into the Jialong Jinshan on the panel. Bite. Consume evil points to start upgrading the second-level martial arts skill Dragon Shakes the Mountain. Thanks to your deep study of the Tiangang stepping void technique, boxing techniques like this, which are far less sophisticated than it, have become much easier to practice in your eyes. Gained a buff, training speed plus 20%. Sure enough, no evil points were wasted. Yili looked at the panel with satisfaction. It was worth it that he spent a lot of evil points to max out the incomplete Tiangang stepping void technique. Cultivation is accelerating. After consuming 200 points of bad deeds, you finally found the secret to this boxing technique. Simply compress your muscles when punching, and then expand them simultaneously upon impact. This not only increases the power of your punch, but also creates a dizzying effect. This is the origin of the shock in the name of this martial art. Jialong Jinshan successfully enters. This powerful and aggressive martial art reminds you of the widely popular Bajiquan of your past life. You combine the concepts of both, successfully improving upon this style. Gain a buff, increase training speed by 30%, reduce the consumption of evil points by 10%. After consuming 800 points of evil, you have finally mastered the technique of the shock punch. You can freely control the timing and degree of muscle compression to determine the power of the punch. The Dragon Shakes the Mountain. After consuming 1,000 points of evil, you will have mastered this martial art by heart. Even the founder of this martial art would not dare to claim to understand it better than you. The Dragon Shakes the Mountain to perfection. The martial arts skills I got half an hour ago. It took less than 5 minutes to fill it up. This is the power of the system adding points, it really adds and adds. Yili exhaled silently, raised his slender palms, and continued to expand and clench them, feeling the muscles pulled by this movement. Martial arts such as Jialong Jinshan, which focus on force techniques, have given him a much better control over his body. Turn off the panel and come to the familiar punch strength testing machine. Looking at the huge sandbag used for testing, Yili relaxed his shoulders and lowered his elbows, lowering his center of gravity. He slowly clenched his fists, and the muscles in his entire upper arms gradually tightened and compressed, revealing terrifying lines like long snakes, and terrible power was brewing within them. The next second, Yili's right arm suddenly punched out, directly exploding the air, and the terrifying momentum was like a cannonball fired from a gun. The moment his fist touched the sandbag, all the muscles in his arm stretched out, and instantly erupted with a terrifying force that was enough to shake huge rocks. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, the huge sandbag flew high up and hit the baffle at the rear heavily, causing the entire instrument to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, a shocking number appeared on the big screen. Punching force 2,100 kilograms. For an ordinary warrior who has just broken through to the first level of the second stage, even if he breaks his arm, his punching force is at most 1,200 kilograms. 2,100 kilograms, nearly double the limit. If he were assisted by advanced breathing techniques, he would probably be able to easily break through the 3,000 kilogram mark. What is even more difficult to deal with than this terrifying force is the extremely difficult to deal with vibration that comes with the fist. If it was a head-on attack, 3 or 2 punches would be fine, but if the number reached 7 or 8, it would definitely shock the enemy so much that his blood would boil and he would see stars. Even if you can withstand the huge force of the fist, it will definitely not feel good. From this perspective, Jialong Jinshan has some armor-piercing effect. Yili withdrew his hand and moved his wrist. After breaking through to the second level, my punching power has increased a lot. It's just that this dragon shaking the mountain technique is quite exhausting. Based on my current physical strength, I can only deliver about 10 punches at most. Yili checked the consumption in his body, felt the swelling in his muscles gradually subside, and returned to his chair. Current evil value, 12,200. I have to say, compared with the more than 3,000 points of Tiangang stepping into the void technique, the Jialong Jinshan technique, which only requires 1,000 points to be completed, is really economical. This is reasonable. After all, not only is the text of the former seriously damaged, but its condition is also much better than Jialong Jinshan. If Tiangang stepping into the void technique is the S level among the second level martial arts, then Jialong Jinshan is around the B level. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Although the price difference is huge, the former is much more versatile than the latter. He would rather use up more evil points when Dragon shocks the mountain. Yili shook his head and called out the panel. These martial arts are only temporary skills after all. If you want to make a long-term investment, it still depends on your martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS level. Immortal Golden Soul LV1 upgradable. The grades are here, it depends on whether you dare to place a bet. Taking a deep breath, Yili rubbed his hands together and got ready. Next, we have to start filling this bottomless pit. Chapter 21, Golden Soul resurrects, girl comes to the door. As Yili's mind moved, tens of thousands of evil points rushed into the system panel. Bite. Host's second all-in was detected, unlocking the special title, Golden Spirit. Golden Spirit enhances mental strength, making the owner immune to mental attacks below level 3. Immune to mental attacks below level 3? It is said that there are many warriors with awakened spiritual talents in the martial arts examination, and they like to hide in various corners of the examination site. When the other martial arts students let down their guard, they suddenly launched a mental attack and defeated them. If those seated players are the mudslides in the martial arts exam, then these disgusting Laolius are the poisonous bees hiding in the dark. They will come out of nowhere and knock you down. And with this title, you don't have to worry about this type of Laolu anymore. What an unexpected gain. Yili nodded slightly, staring at the words that kept appearing on the screen. The development of martial arts talent is a difficult problem that gives most martial artists a headache. This thing is not like martial arts. There are many seniors who can provide guidance. As long as you master the tricks, your practice will progress by leaps and bounds. Martial arts talents are diverse and mysterious. Even if there are powerful warriors with the same talents as you, they may not be able to give you any good advice. Therefore, even those who possess a level or even S-level martial arts talents have to spend a lot of energy and time to develop their talents and awaken related talents and abilities. Those with mediocre talents would find it difficult to fully develop their martial arts talents even if they spent their entire lives. However, system, fill it up for me. Yili didn't care about these things at all and poured all the evil value into his body. Tens of thousands of evil points, this is a big gamble, my friend. Bite. Consume evil points and start upgrading the level of Immortal Golden Soul. After consuming 1000 points of evil, your nascent Golden Soul becomes more condensed, as clear as the dawn light at the horizon in the early hours of the morning. Its ability to repair the body is enhanced. Suddenly, a cool feeling emerged between Yili's eyebrows, and a slight tingling and sour feeling spread through his muscles and bones. This is a sign that the Golden Soul is becoming more and more condensed. The text on the panel kept appearing. After consuming 5000 points of evil, your Golden Soul has reached the limit of what your body can bear. You rationally stop refining the Golden Soul and begin to try to let it feed back into your chi and blood. After consuming 8000 points of evil, your Golden Soul successfully fed back to your entire body's chi and blood, allowing your physical strength to reach a new level, thereby awakening new talents and abilities. Immortal Golden Soul upgraded to LV2. New talent ability, Golden Soul Revival. Golden Soul Revival, the Golden Soul enters an active state, greatly strengthening its own chi and blood, and increasing its physical strength. Current evil value, 4200 points. Consumes 8000 evil points. Finally, I upgraded this SSS level martial arts talent to the next level. His mental strength increased a lot, and he gained an additional talent and supernatural power. Unlike the passive, Spear Martial Saint Body, last time, this time it seems to be an active skill. Golden Soul resurrects. Yili hesitated for a moment, and then decided to test its performance. He walked to the punching strength testing machine, and saw the huge sandbag still had the marks of his fists left on it. Take a deep breath. Yili slowly closed his eyes, and with a thought, he entered the state of Golden Soul Revival. In an instant, the blood in his body began to boil, the muscles under his skin bulged, and his whole body's aura suddenly became violent. Call. Yili exhaled lightly and opened his eyes. A pair of scorching golden eyes suddenly appeared, as if they could see through illusions. At the same time, a strand of golden color quietly emerged from the ends of his hair, emitting a strange glow. As the proportion of gold increases, he seems to be transforming into a Super Saiyan. During this process, Yili's aura was gradually increasing, as arrogant and terrifying as a ferocious beast revived from ancient times. The mental power brought by the improvement of the golden soul allowed Yili to quickly adapt to his own surging strength. He looked at the sandbag and then punched it with all his strength. But such a simple action created an astonishing wind pressure, and the air compressed to the extreme made a sharp explosion sound. Bang! A big hole was directly broken in the huge sandbag, and it flew high up. The filling inside splashed everywhere and directly smashed the baffle at the back. Boom! The entire training room was shaken by the impact. In the last second of the black screen, the large screen above showed a line of words. Punch force 6,500 kilograms. Compared with before, it has increased more than 3 times. This is almost as strong as the punch of a third-level warrior. The improvement is okay. Yili looked at the dark screen in his punching hand in surprise. This Super Saiyan-like form truly brings extraordinary power gains. At this moment, Yili felt that all his cells were excited. Although the load was a bit heavy, he had a sense of omnipotence. I can do anything. If I meet Lian again, I might slap her into the wall and she won't be able to get out. Is this the state of Golden Soul Revival? It is indeed very powerful. It can be used as a trump card, and it is very good for guaranteeing the bottom line. Although it was obviously not able to last long, Yili also felt that many aspects of his body had been enhanced from this state, such as dynamic vision, reaction speed, hearing. At this moment, Yili raised his eyebrows slightly. Someone is coming? He heard a faint sound of footsteps approaching from afar, obviously coming to find him. But, it's so late, who would come to visit? After much thought, only Fong Ming and Yu Qianqian seemed possible. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Dang dang dang. Yili exited the state of Golden Soul Revival, and his appearance quickly returned to normal. Only the domineering aura flowing between his eyebrows always represented the existence of this supernatural power. Dang dang dang. The knocking on the door continued. Yili said coming, then stood up and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, a cool girl with black hair and delicate features appeared before him. Her cherry red lips were slightly pursed, and her eyes, as clear as spring water, looked at Yili as if she had mustered up the courage. Jiang Qingzhu? Yili frowned slightly. He didn't expect the other party to run over it this time. Could it be that he is not satisfied with the outcome of the battle just now and wants to continue? Thinking of this, the corners of Yili's handsome face rose slightly. A golden light flashed in the dark eyes. P.S. It is really hard to write this article. I sincerely ask those who like it to give it a good review to show my love for it. Thank you or two. Chapter 22 The Strongest Lancer. Yili already had some understanding of this kind of talented warriors. If you think you can easily defeat him, but end up being knocked down by him in 2 or 3 moves, you will inevitably feel a little dissatisfied. In order to avoid this situation, he never shows mercy, and strives to crush the pride of these people in one go, thereby gaining a large amount of evil points. He did a good job the previous few times. Wang Ren, Shen Lian, and even Lu Yangda were beaten so badly that they no longer had the courage to cause trouble. To put it another way, even if they still harbored resentment towards Yili, they would not dare to express it openly. However, this time Jiang Qingzhu came again not long after, and Yili was a little surprised. It seems that this kind of true martial arts genius is still different from those small fry. As his thoughts raced, Yili calmly asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" The true energy in his body circulated slowly. Even though only 50% of the true energy in his body remained due to the previous activation of Golden Soul Revival, Yili was absolutely sure that he could defeat the opponent within 3 moves. Something's going on. Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, as if mustering up great courage, and said seriously, "I want to apologize to you first." Apologize? Yili raised his eyebrows, not understanding what the other party was up to. Yes, I heard everything you said in the hospital. Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently and apologized. I did ask you to come here because I wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible without wasting too much time on cultivation. I have nothing to say after being defeated by you. I just hope you can accept my apology. She said this with great sincerity, and even Yili couldn't see any trace of acting. Besides, if it was a performance, it would be too contrived. Oh, I see. Yili was a little disappointed. He thought the other party was here to cause trouble. But he still didn't give up completely, and said calmly. However, if Jiang is sincerely apologizing to someone, the least he should do is step down. Don't you know about this? Sir, please take your seat. Jiang Qingzhu's cold face showed a puzzled look. What is that? Never mind. Yi Li sighed. Since the other party came to apologize and his attitude was quite sincere, he was too lazy to ask for anything else. For him, it is interesting to force those who refuse to repent to do such things, such as Shen Lian. It takes more evil to deal with evil people. It's not a bad idea to give a chance to someone like Jiang Qingzhu who is positive about admitting his mistakes. Thinking of this, Yi Li waved his hand and said impatiently, I reluctantly accept your apology. Please go back. Wait a minute. Seeing that the other party was about to close the door, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly spoke up. At the same time, she subconsciously stretched out her hand to hold the closed door. But at the moment of contact, she felt a huge force that she could not resist at all. She stretched out her hand and was smashed back before she could even slow down. Then, the door slammed shut. Bang! Give the simple-minded eldest daughter of the Jiang family a cold shoulder, evil deeds plus 200. Jiang Qingzhu stared blankly at the closed door in front of her, then looked at her own slender palm. Judging from the confrontation in the afternoon, the opponent's strength should be similar to mine. But what is this huge force? When I was wondering. Squeak! The door in front of her opened again. Yi Li looked at her impatiently and asked, What else? Without having time to think clearly about the reason for the huge force, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly said, I have something else to trouble you with. Explain. Did you say in the afternoon that my shooting skills were like a piece of shit? The girl asked seriously. Yi Li immediately became interested. From the other party's question, it seemed that after apologizing, the other party was starting to cause trouble for him? Sure, I've learned how to use courtesy before force. Yi Li nodded immediately and chuckled, I said it, so what? Jiang Qingzhu nodded, and then continued to speak in a series of words as if he knew everything. You even said that my reaction time was as slow as an old man's, and you felt good about yourself. Yes, what's the matter? Then please teach me. In Yi Li's slightly stunned eyes, Jiang Qingzhu raised her little face and said seriously, as long as my marksmanship can improve, I'm willing to do anything. Teach you how to shoot? After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Li frowned and replied without hesitation, I refuse. Just kidding, he himself is having a headache because he can't find the right breathing method. Moreover, the money on him was extremely limited, and he couldn't even buy some training resources or a few high-quality new martial arts. Yi Li even began to consider whether to leave the city and enter the secret realm to hunt exotic beasts to make money. At this time, he was asked to teach a young lady how to shoot? Don't even think about it. Besides, I don't know how to teach anyone either. Yi Li shook his head and said, You should find someone else. Having said that, he prepared to close the door again. Seeing this, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly said, I can teach you everything I know. In exchange, anything is fine. The closing door suddenly stopped. Yi Li looked over in surprise and asked in confirmation. Anything? If he remembered correctly, any S-level breathing technique would cost more than 5 million Hanxia coins. And they are all at a level where there is no demand for them. Basically, only the direct disciples of the major sects can learn it, or the direct descendants of certain families can read it. Teach it to outsiders casually. At least Yi Li had never heard of it. So, it was really hard for him to believe that someone could be so naive. In comparison, the probability that the other party is playing tricks on him is relatively high. Yes. As if seeing hope, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes lit up slightly, and then he said in one breath. You have just entered the second stage and haven't practiced breathing techniques yet. I can teach you my dust, mist, frost, and snow. This is the S-level breathing method passed down through generations in our Jiang family. It will definitely help you. I also know 3 or 4 rare grade second-level martial arts, and I've also mastered a third-level martial art. If you wait a little longer, I can teach you all of them. After saying that, Jiang Qingzhu looked at Yi Li, who had fallen into silence, feeling a little uneasy. You can't blame her for being impatient about this matter. Jiang Qingzhu was very clear that his strength had been stuck in a bottleneck period for a long time. Although she had some talent in martial arts and breathing techniques, which put her martial arts level far above that of most of her peers, her grasp of martial arts was truly a mess. Several precious second-level martial arts are hovering at the level of proficiency and can never reach the level of mastery. However, the elders in the Jiang family who had practiced these martial arts were all working on the front lines to defend against strange beasts and had no time to teach her. Seeing that the martial arts exam was getting closer, Zhang Qingzhu would be lying if he said he wasn't anxious. That's why she worked overtime every day and almost turned a deaf ear to the affairs of the school team, just to make a breakthrough in her martial arts training. Unfortunately, the effect is minimal. If this continues, once you meet an opponent with a similar martial arts level and talent as you will easily fall into a disadvantage. Zhang Qingzhu knew this very well and kept looking for a solution. Among all the people she knew so far, Yili was the only one who scolded her for her poor shooting skills. Moreover, relying solely on a severely incomplete text, one can cultivate the Tian Gang stepping into the void technique to a level that seems to be perfection. So, even though the possibility is very small, Zhang Qingzhu wants to give it a try. Looking at the young man in white, she bit her lower lip and asked with a stiff upper lip, "Can I?" With such an expression, it is really hard to see the possibility of lying. After confirming this, finally, in the eyes of the eldest lady of the Zhang family with great expectation, Yili took a deep breath and finally gave his answer. "Anything? Anything is fine. Then I will definitely train you to be the best spearman in the school." Chapter 23, Treasure. Dragon Riding the Wind Classic. Although breathing techniques are said to be similar to second-level martial arts, they are not only effective for second-level warriors. Before a warrior reaches the fourth level and unlocks the secrets of the human body, breathing techniques can play an important role in combat, cultivation, and many other aspects. As for high-level breathing techniques, even after a warrior reaches the fourth level, they can still rely on their various magical powers to provide considerable help to the warrior in all aspects. S-level breathing technique, Qi Gang Yanwu, the latest transaction price is 8 million Hanxia coins. S-level breathing technique, Endless Life, latest transaction price is 8.5 million Hanxia coins. Sitting on the wooden chair, Yili looked at the price displayed on his mobile phone, and his eyes twitched slightly. Obviously, before this, he knew too little about the price of S-level breathing method. "I thought it would be worth no more than 5 million Hanxia coins, but the search result turned out to be this expensive." It can only be said that poverty has limited Yili's imagination. But just think about the fact that this breathing method can benefit a family or sect forever, making it more likely to cultivate an outstanding young generation. The price is reasonable. Fortunately, I agreed to it in advance. Otherwise, if someone else takes advantage of me, it would be worse than killing me. Yili turned off his phone, looked up at Zhang Qingzhu who was closing the door, and asked softly, "What do you want to learn?" "Marksmanship." Zhang Qingzhu turned around and said, "My shooting skills are terrible. It's just average bad, actually." Thinking of the help the other party could provide him, Yili's tone became unusually gentle. In fact, during the afternoon battle, Zhang Qingzhu tried to use his martial arts several times, but he saw through the flaws at a glance and interrupted his casting directly. Among these, although the credit goes to the fullest level of Poyan Spear skill, Poyan Spear skill is only a lower middle level second level martial art, and even if it is fully utilized, it is just that. More reasons, I care about Yili's Spear Martial Saint Body. Greatly strengthen your own skills in using spears and sticks, and increase the training speed of spear and stick martial arts by 500%. Just looking at the description, it's a bit scary. Looking at the performance, it's even more terrifying. At this moment, even if we look at the entire Ying province, Yili's marksmanship is definitely the strongest among his peers. After all, recalling the two great men with immortal golden souls in the myth of the previous life. One is Qi Tianshang, who can show off his power and spirit even when surrounded by the 24 righteous gods of the Thunder Department. One is the god of war in heaven who can split mountains to save his mother and is quite valuable, and the other is Erlang of the Yang family who obeys orders but not announcements. Both of them are masters who have reached the pinnacle of this type of weapon. Since Yili has the same golden soul as them, it is reasonable for him to awaken such a level of talent and ability. First, show me your most commonly used gun skills. Yili extended his hand towards Zhang Qingzhu and said calmly, "Let me see how I can teach you." Now that the terms have been agreed upon, there is no need for him to have any grudges in his heart. Good. Hearing this, Zhang Qingzhu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He nodded obediently and said, "This book, Dragon Riding the Wind, is the spear technique I use most often now. It's just that I've just started, so I'm a little unfamiliar with how to use it. Just like this afternoon, I couldn't use it at all." As she spoke, she took out a book from the ring on her hand and obediently handed it to Yili. "Should I go back first and come see you tomorrow?" Zhang Qingzhu blinked, looking at the martial arts book that he had spent more than half a year learning, and said sensibly, "The martial arts exam is still some time away, I'm not particularly anxious." The martial arts exam will take another month, but isn't the exchange competition just a few days away? Yili flipped through the book in his hand and said casually, "Please stay here for a while. I'll just take a look. There's no rush." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Looking at the words appearing on the panel, my mood became cheerful. Third level martial arts. Wandering dragon riding the wind treasure. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, her commonly used martial arts skills are. This martial art is really hard to learn. Jiang Qingzhu's expression was somewhat complicated, and he gently persuaded her, "It took me a long time. Even if your talent is much stronger than mine, it would be difficult to figure it out in a short time." Among the opponents in this exchange competition, except for Tang Yao from Jiangu, the others are not very strong. Even if my martial arts skills have not improved for the time being, I can still beat them. Practicing martial arts is a long-term process. You can't rush into martial arts. Jiang Qingzhu quoted a famous saying from his father, trying to make the boy change his mind. But all he got was Yi Li's frown. "You now have two choices." He looked up at Jiang Qingzhu and said calmly, "Go out and wait, or shut up and stay here for a while." "Which one?" "The second one." Jiang Qingzhu lowered his head and stopped talking tactfully. The air in the room fell into silence for a moment. Jiang Qingzhu shifted his gaze from the boy's serious profile and began to look around. The facilities in the room are the same for everyone, the only difference is the equipment added by themselves. For example, in Jiang Qingzhu's room, there is a very expensive spirit gathering formation that is completely different from that of ordinary school team members. Not only can it condense qi and blood and cleanse the marrow meridians much faster, it can also reduce the risk of going astray and even adjust the ambient temperature to be suitable for the user. The design of Yi Li's room is relatively simple. The only thing that can be seen is that the boy uses the punching strength test more often. When his eyes fell on the punching force testing machine, Jiang Qingzhu was stunned, and even his pupils shrank slightly. It wasn't just the test sandbag with a big hole in it that caught her attention. And the blood-red numbers that had disappeared due to a malfunction reappeared on the big screen. Punch force 6,800 kilograms. Chapter 24. Jiang Qingzhu was shocked. How could it be possible? 6,800 kilograms? What is the concept? Jiang Qingzhu remembered that his maximum punching power was only about 2,000 kilograms. Even so, he was already far ahead of most of the second-order fourth-level warriors, ranking first in the school. Well, now he was second in the school. The maximum punching force of ordinary warriors who have just entered the third level is 6,000 kilograms. This number is enough to hold an ordinary warrior back for decades, or even their entire life. It was actually achieved and surpassed by a warrior who had just been promoted to the second level and had not yet practiced breathing techniques. Jiang Qingzhu couldn't help but think of it. If this figure of 6,800 kilograms is Yi Li's maximum punching strength, then during the afternoon competition, he is actually fully capable of finding the right opportunity to seriously injure himself with one punch. But he didn't do that in the end. He just punched and slapped her in the face without any pain. He just knocked her unconscious. This can no longer be called releasing water, it is simply releasing the sea. Jiang Qingzhu was deeply shocked, and a sense of shame arose from the bottom of his heart. Even though Yi Li was so lenient, she was still confidently saying things like, "You can't beat me, and it's over." It's just so embarrassing. A true genius should be like Yi Li. Not only does he hide his strength, but he also keeps it from the enemy, making them mistakenly believe that it is a battle of equal strength. "If I hadn't brought my big gun today, I would have shot you to pieces." Jiang Qingzhu pursed her red lips as she recalled Yi Li's words. "I originally thought it was nonsense, but now it seems that the other party is right." He defeated himself with his bare hands while holding the silver dragon white spear. With such strength, it was a foregone conclusion that he would shine in this martial arts exam. There is also the martial arts talent that can repair the body extremely quickly. Although the grade is unknown, it is at least not lower than a level. To sum up, Yi Li's strength can already be ranked in the absolute first echelon among the martial arts high schools in the entire Ying province. The possibility of competing for the championship is also quite high. Just as Jiang Qingzhu was shocked by the numbers on the punching strength tester. Words kept appearing on Yi Li's panel. Consume 1,000 points of evil to start upgrading the third-level martial arts. Wandering dragon riding the wind. Your spear martial saint body is taking effect. Martial arts that once seemed like divine scriptures now seem quite simple to you. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 500%. It's like a complex math problem that gives you the answer directly. Now you just need to copy the long answer. Accelerating practice. As your evil deeds are consumed, your understanding of this precious martial art becomes deeper and deeper, and you begin to understand the meaning of dragon wandering within it. The so-called swimming dragon refers to the ability to wield the spear with the swiftness of a swimming dragon when performing this martial art. Both the spear head and the spear body possess extremely strong destructive power, enough to easily tear through the defenses of warriors of the same level. After understanding this, you begin to work hard on this aspect. Ding! Training is over. Dragon riding the wind, great accomplishment 70%. Comment: the gains from this training are roughly equivalent to your previous 20 years of hard work. I wonder who can withstand these 20 years of effort. Remaining evil value, 3,400 points. After 20 years of hard training, you have just mastered the Dragon Riding the Wind classic to perfection? Yili's mouth twitched slightly, and he did not choose to go all in. The proficiency of martial arts is divided into 5 stages: entry, proficiency, mastery, and perfection. At this rate, it would take less than 1,000 evil points to complete the Wandering Dragon Riding the Wind classic. He vaguely remembered that a second-level rare martial art would cost him 3,000 evil points, but now a higher-level rare martial art only cost 1,000 points and he could reach perfection. This was partly due to the bonus of the Spear Martial Saint body, but Yili felt that it was also inseparable from his persistence and hard work. An old martial artist who has practiced martial arts for many years and a young martial artist who has just started practicing martial arts will have different speeds in mastering a martial art, even if they both had the same talent when they were young. The former will be much faster than the latter. I've finished reading it. Yili looked at Zhang Qingzhu, who was in a daze, handed him the book, and said, "I'm going to teach you now, are you ready?" "So fast?" Zhang Qingzhu came back to his senses and asked subconsciously with some surprise. Then he stood up and said, "Then let me play it again for you to see?" She thought Yili had just gone through it briefly and wanted to judge her proficiency level first. No need to bother. Yili then stood up, walked to the weapon rack in the corner of the room, and took down a large black gun. Turning to look at Zhang Qingzhu, he said lightly, "Use the Wandering Dragon Riding the Wind Codex and then attack. Fighting to improve is always the fastest way to improve. Of course, except for the extra points. Attack?" Zhang Qingzhu was stunned. How was he going to guide her to breakthrough? Is he trying to find loopholes in her martial arts? Although she was confused, after seeing Yili nod in confirmation, she quickly stroked the ring on her hand and summoned a snow-white spear. It still blended into her aura and enhanced her momentum. I thought this gun was interesting last time, and it's true the second time I saw it. Yili looked at the silver-white spear and nodded slightly. Silver Dragon White Spear, a top-tier, second-tier treasure. After noticing Yili's gaze lingering on his weapon, Zhang Qingzhu said in a cold voice, "It can not only increase the power of my cold energy, but also enhance the power of my martial arts." "Come on." Yili lowered his chin and raised his spear. He looked across calmly. Zhang Qingzhu nodded and took a deep breath. She activated her breathing technique and the qi in her body began to surge. The next second, her figure disappeared from where she was. If you work hard, the speed will be even faster than the battle in the afternoon. When he reappeared, Zhang Qingzhu was less than 3 feet away from Yili. The 7-foot white spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea, smashing towards Yili's middle door. The sharp tip of the gun emitted white light, piercing the air directly, unstoppable. Yili lowered his black eyes. Zhang Qingzhu's Dragon Riding the Wind classic should be at a skilled level, and a white light that can break armor has emerged from the tip of the spear. Compared with his peers, this is already an outstanding achievement. But after he mastered the Dragon Riding the Wind classic, Zhang Qingzhu's attack route seemed a bit too obvious to him. The surging true energy surged in Yili's body and flowed rapidly along the acupoints opened up by the Dragon Riding the Wind classic. Buzz! Accompanied by a loud gunshot, an illusory shadow of a dragon suddenly appeared on Yili's black spear. At this time, the tip of Zhang Qingzhu's gun was already in front of him. Yili slightly turned sideways, dodging the opponent's spear tip with an extremely small movement. He raised his right hand holding the spear slightly, suddenly exerted force, and swung it casually towards Zhang Qingzhu's body. The whole process is as smooth as flowing water, without any sense of slowness. And at the moment when the pitch-black spear was dancing, the air suddenly made a tearing sound, and the illusory dragon scales appeared faintly. This is... Seeing the strange scene on the gun, Zhang Qingzhu's eyes were filled with shock. This phantom was exactly what she had been thinking about day and night. This is a strange phenomenon that will appear when the Yulong Chengfeng Sutra is practiced to perfection. How is this possible? From the time the other party obtained the Yulong Chengfeng Dian to now, it has only been 10 minutes at most. Chapter 25 Rapid Progress. Jiang Qingzhu's hand gripping the spear trembled slightly. He tried his best to suppress the horror in his heart and subconsciously activated the protective qi. In an instant, surging true energy surged out like a tide. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Qingzhu suddenly exhaled an extremely cold breath, and these true energy quickly condensed into layers of extremely hard ice crystal barriers, stretching across her body. However, although this layered, thick and solid ice defense line looks impregnable, but when facing the fierce and powerful phantom of the dragon, it seemed so fragile, as if it were made of paper, and had no power to resist. Snap! The sharp sounds of ice bursting rang out one after another. In an instant, the spear destroyed Jiang Qingzhu's true qi defense, and the black spear body was thrown on her body lightly. Bang! At the last moment, Yili slightly reduced his strength and forcibly pulled back the black spear, leaving only a fierce gust of wind hitting Jiang Qingzhu. The neat clothes were suddenly torn in half, revealing a large area of snow-white skin underneath. Jiang Qingzhu flew backwards more than 10 feet before he managed to steady himself and calm his disordered breathing. Even though he looked a little disheveled, his eyes, as clear as a winter spring, became even brighter. From the other party's deliberate performance of the Wandering Dragon riding the Wind Classic, Jiang Qingzhu successfully saw what he lacked. Jiang Qingzhu stood there holding a gun, not saying a word, as if he was thinking about something. The air fell into silence for a moment. Yili stuck his spear on the ground, tilted his head to look at the other party, and did not say anything to interrupt him. He has revealed as many precautions as possible about this martial art. Whether or not one can understand something depends on the other person's talent. I see. After the air was quiet for more than 10 seconds, Jiang Qingzhu raised his spear again and took up his stance. Buzz! This time, an illusory dragon scale appeared on her silver-white spear. Success! Jiang Qingzhu looked up in surprise and looked at Yili. I have finally reached the level of mastery described in the book. You are truly amazing. She just felt that she had picked up a huge bargain. In a short period of time, she broke through the bottleneck that had troubled her for months. This was something the elders in the family could never do. Yili smiled without saying anything, but his heart was broken. Damn it, it took me 20 years of practice to master martial arts. After just 2 moves, you tell me you have made a breakthrough? How long have you been practicing this martial art? Yili suppressed the blood in his heart and asked casually. If it wasn't too short, it would be acceptable. I started practicing as soon as I entered the 2nd level. It has been almost half a year to this day. Jiang Qingzhu lowered his head in shame and replied. After saying that, she raised her head, a forced smile appearing on her cold little face. Before I met you, I always thought I was a genius. Nyomo, you talk as if you are not a genius now. If I had your talent, I would have already upgraded to the 3rd level. Yili adjusted his breathing and said calmly, you are a genius, there is no doubt about that. How could that be? Compared to you, I. Jiang Qingzhu paused, and then an unprecedented look of desolation appeared on his face. I'm just a mediocre person who was hit by the resources. Then you should practice well. Yili sighed and gave up the idea of explaining. He immediately chuckled and said, There's a saying in my hometown that a good teacher produces good students. Since you say I'm a genius, I'll teach you now. If you don't show some results, don't blame me for scolding you. As long as Jiang Qingzhu's defense was broken by scolding, he would be given 500 evil points. Yili still remembered it clearly. Okay. Hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes gradually lit up, and an unprecedented look of admiration appeared on his face. She originally thought that Yili was just a brave and aggressive person. After getting to know him a little bit, I felt that he was a genius with sharp language. And now, Jiang Qingzhu suddenly felt that the legendary character with extraordinary talent and willingness to help others was right in front of him. So awesome, he is really awesome. Student Yili. Jiang Qingzhu's delicate face was full of seriousness as she smiled and said, Please whip me as much as you can in the future. How could you say such shameful things? Shame? Jiang Qingzhu looked at the large area of white exposed on her body and asked with a slightly blushing face. This is clearly what she really said. It's shameful, please stop talking about it. Yili exhaled silently, put the spear back in place, turned around and looked at Jiang Qingzhu with bright eyes, and chuckled. Well, that's all for today. In the next 2 days, Zhang Qingzhu began to frequently go back and forth between Yili and his own training room. Yili also did what he said. As long as Zhang Qingzhu understood a little slower and moved a little slower, he would immediately start to sing and bloom. You piece of crap. Even an elementary school student can understand this demonstration, and you're saying you're confused? Zhang Qingzhu. My late grandmother was even better with a spear than you are. What are you hesitating about? Damn it, a lowly talented rookie like you will only make your spiritual rice expensive if you stay in the high martial arts world. Under such careful teaching, Zhang Qingzhu dropped a lot of small pearls, and Yili also successfully gained a lot of evil points. After maxing out Dragon Riding the Wind Code, there is still a surplus amount on the panel. Current evil value, 7,200 points. As long as Zhang Qingzhu provides him with breathing techniques, his combat ability will be able to reach a higher level. Under Yili's guidance, Zhang Qingzhu's Dragon Riding the Wind Classic also made rapid progress. From the very beginning of mastery to the middle stage of mastery. According to Zhang Qingzhu's judgment, it would only take a month at most to reach the realm of great success. This was an improvement she had never imagined before. Having Yili, a genius with uncanny attainments in martial arts, to help was like finding a compass that could determine the north and south in the vast desert. You no longer have to worry about the direction, just follow the direction he points and move forward. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Qingzhu always came in neatly dressed and left in disheveled clothes. Rumors spread throughout the school, and many students were secretly guessing the reason. There are also many bad rumors. Zhang Qingzhu didn't take it to heart. In her eyes, except for Yili, the opinions of everyone else in Linhai No. 1 Middle School are irrelevant. Yili's rebukes were much more pleasant to the ear than their flattery and slander. Chapter 26 Pre-Match Meeting. Training Building, Conference Room. With less than 2 days left before the exchange competition, the school team's coach Wang Yongfeng called everyone in the team over. The purpose is to discuss pre-match strategies. Yili sat next to the main seat with his eyes slightly closed. Lu Yangda, Lian, and several other people not far away had extremely ugly faces, as if covered by a layer of iron blue. His eyes would occasionally turn to the young man, appearing very obscure and cautious, and their eyes would occasionally meet. But every time their eyes met, they seemed to reveal a deep fear, and the object of this fear was the calm and handsome young man. Obviously, what happened in the past week has given them a preliminary understanding of Yi Li's strength. Apart from Zhang Qingzhu, no one in the entire school team could be his opponent. Shen Lian, sitting in her seat, gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She couldn't help but look at Zhang Qingzhu, who was sitting next to the main seat, and felt a little annoyed. Shen Lian heard 2 days ago that the other party had talked to Yi Li. She had originally expected Zhang Qingzhu to take action against Yi Li because of the complaint she made that day, thus achieving her goal of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Unexpectedly, after a few days, Yi Li was still full of energy and showed no signs of frustration. From this, it can be seen that Zhang Qingzhu did not listen to the rumors she spread at all. Damn Yi Li, who can cure him? Shen Lian was extremely upset. But she didn't have the courage to cause trouble for Yi Li now, so she had to give up. At this time, Wang Yongfeng, who was sitting in the main seat, stood up. Our opponent in this exchange competition is Qingshan No. 1 Middle School in Qingshan City. He first glanced at Yi Li and Zhang Qingzhu on both sides of the main seat, then smiled and said, "The captain of their school team is familiar to many of you. His name is Tang Yao. He is not only the young master of Qingshan Sword Pavilion, but also a famous young warrior in Qingshan City. His martial arts level is the 2nd stage, 6th level, 2 levels higher than Zhang Yatu. His martial arts talent is the B level, True Self Sword Heart. As the name suggests, he is good at using a sword. It is said that she is confident and proud, and is the undisputed backbone of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. She is the only formidable enemy we have encountered on this trip." According to the lineup they provided, Tang Yao will also appear as the finale trump card. Wang Yongfeng's smile faded, and there was a hint of warning in his words. However, after listening to his story, Yi Li's eyes lit up. There was no way around it. The idea of ravaging a confident and arrogant kendo girl really piqued his interest. Except for him, everyone else's expressions were very solemn. Taking in everyone's reactions, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly. A martial artist of the 2nd level and 6th stage is already a very high-level martial arts student in the Martial Arts High School of Ing Province. Many substitutes for some martial arts university teams are only at this level. However, Wang Yongfeng was not too worried. Because according to his idea, Yili and Jiang Qingzhu together could definitely replace the young master of Jianga. Among the remaining 6 people in Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, 4 are at the 7th level of the first stage, 2 are at the 8th level of the first stage, and 1 is at the peak of the first stage. On his side, even if we include Shen Lian, who was demoted to a substitute, the overall strength is much stronger. If there are no unexpected events, it is basically a sure win. Fortunately, thanks to Yili, the originally unfavorable situation instantly became a favorable one. Official members of the winning team will receive 1 million Hansha coins, plus a qi and blood pill as a reward. Wang Yongfeng leaned on the table and narrated. The substitute will be rewarded with 200,000 Hansha coins, but no qi and blood pills. What did you say? Hearing this, Shen Lian could no longer sit still. She stood up and looked at Wang Yongfeng angrily, saying, "Only 200,000 Hansha coins for a replacement? Why? Are you treating beggars like this?" The reason why she was defeated was very simple. Yili had just used force to snatch away her status as an official team member. Originally, Shen Lian felt that she was about to graduate, and even if she lost this identity, it didn't seem like a big loss, so she finally accepted it reluctantly. But today she was suddenly told that not only did she lose a full 800,000 Hansha coins, but she also had to lose a priceless qi and blood pill that had a significant effect on first-level warriors. How could she not be defeated by this? Shen Lian's mood instantly plummeted to the bottom. Thinking of the recent series of heavy blows from Yili, she suddenly felt a strong sense of grievance and anger in her heart. I have been on the school team for 2.5 years, and I have always worked diligently and competed hard. Even so, the prize money won from all the competitions he participated in over 2.5 years was not this much. And Yili, her childhood sweetheart whom she had always regarded as a tool, not only took away her school team status and beat up her boyfriend, but also suddenly became a favorite in the eyes of the school. Student Shen Lian is anxious, isn't she? Facing Shen Lian's anger, Wang Yongfeng pushed his glasses lightly and explained patiently. Teacher, I haven't finished speaking yet. You say. Shen Lian calmed down a little and sat back. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and stated. In addition to the aforementioned rewards, the student with the best performance in this exchange competition will also receive a noble phantasm jointly provided by the 2 cities. After saying that, he looked at Shen Lian and said with a smile, also, this reward has nothing to do with being a substitute. Shen Lian's inner defenses completely collapsed at this moment. Yili. She pushed the chair away, looked angrily at the boy not far away, and shouted confidently. If you still have any conscience, return the 800,000 Hansha coins and the qi and blood pill to me. No matter how you listen to the tone, there is a sense of aggressiveness. Such an arrogant attitude made Lu Yangda and his little follower dumbfounded. This Shen Lian, has she always been so brave? Doesn't she know that Yili can kill her with one punch right now? Yili opened his eyes and looked at the other person calmly, with no sadness or joy in his eyes. It's only been a few days and the other party has forgotten the lesson from last time. But this was also his fault, as he had acted too gently, allowing the other party to leave the field and speak so quickly. There is even a chance to get 200,000 Hansha coins. Are you speechless? I'm talking to you. You ungrateful fellow. I was so kind to you before. Shen Lian seemed to have regained her former feelings, and she became more and more courageous as she spoke. I tell you, Yili, the school only values your qualifications now. If you didn't have this kind of martial arts skills, do you think the school would let such a notorious person join the team? As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes and she stared at Yili, looking extremely aggrieved. Jiang Qingzhu looked up. She didn't care about her own reputation, but that didn't mean she didn't care about Yili's reputation. I saw an ice blue light flickering slightly in those clear eyes, and the temperature around me began to drop steadily. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng frowned. Shen Lian, don't say such untrue things. He couldn't stand anyone trying to sow discord between Yili and the school. The young man is now showing such terrifying potential that the school management is trying every possible way to make him feel more of a sense of belonging to Linhai No. 1 Middle School. This damn Shen Lian jumped out and messed up the situation. A surge of anger rose in Wang Yongfeng's heart. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Lian was still a substitute for the school team, he would have wanted to kick her out directly. What? Am I wrong? Shen Lian glared at Yili, and her fear of him had long been thrown out of her mind. She sneered and said, now the whole school knows that Yili is a jerk who is aggressive and bullies his classmates. It's worth it for me to help publicize his heroic deeds on the school team. Yili, you are now a rat that everyone wants to kill in Linhai No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, Lian suddenly saw a hint of ruthlessness flash across Yili's black eyes. It was as if he had found the rat that had been making trouble in the rice jar all day long. There was no mercy in his eyes, only pure murderous intent. The next second, the boy laughed out loud. At the same time, his entire aura suddenly changed, and a familiar feeling of oppression instantly descended upon Lian's heart. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became oppressive. Lian immediately realized that she was getting too complacent. She felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave, and a thin layer of cold sweat oozed from her smooth and delicate back. The owner of the pair of black eyes slowly stood up. Lian's heart, which had been relatively calm, began to beat wildly. Chapter 27, Brother, do you know what my cultivation level is? How dare you threaten me with rumors? Yili, don't go too far. More than 10 years of getting along have made Lian develop a habit. At this critical moment, she subconsciously wanted to threaten the other party. But soon, she realized that she didn't have anything that could threaten the other party. No, there was something. Lian suddenly remembered a novel she had read where even a weak heroine could throw dirty water at a powerful senior sister, leaving her speechless and causing her to commit suicide out of grief. As long as we make good use of the rules, I believe Yili will be afraid to act rashly. Yili, don't forget your reputation in school. If you dare to touch me, you will never be able to clear your name. Lian shouted calmly as she stepped back. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Yili stopped immediately. There was still a hint of confusion on his handsome face. It works. Seeing this, Lian's heartbeat quickened, and she kept comforting herself in her heart. Don't panic, this is in the conference room. There were members of the school team all around, and even the instructor was watching. As long as Yili dares to take action, the rumors about him bullying his classmates in school will be confirmed. No matter how talented he is, the school will reconsider his eligibility for the school team. It really works. As long as I hold the moral high ground, Yili will never dare to attack me. You're apologizing now and yet. Lian was about to say something when her eyes suddenly widened. In her field of vision, Yili's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Almost at the same time, Lian felt a hand gently pressing against her chest. The breath of death was overwhelming. Suddenly, a loud dull noise resounded throughout the conference room. Bang! The heavy wooden door exploded open, and Lian's figure flew out amidst the debris, blood spurting out. There was a shocking dent in her chest, and most of the ribs protecting her internal organs were broken. His body fell heavily on the bluestone floor and rolled over for more than 10 times before finally coming to a stop. Yu Chanqian's throat was dry and she watched the scene in silence. Lu Yangde was trembling all over, not even daring to move his head, just staring at the table in front of him. Zhang Qingzhu nodded slightly, as if he had guessed what the boy was going to do, and sat back calmly. Fighting violence with violence and repaying kindness with kindness is exactly the other party's style of doing things. Wang Yongfang's expression froze, and then his throat rolled. He looked with complicated eyes at Lian, who was lying outside the house and dying. Didn't say much. He saw it clearly. If Lian hadn't jumped out to make trouble herself, Yili wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to her. If you hold back until the end, you will appear to be lacking in edge. Martial arts is not about academic research. For a martial arts genius of Yili's age, showing off one's talents is a necessary quality. Moreover, he also noticed that Yili held back a bit at the last moment. Otherwise, that punch would have taken Lian's life. Instead of just some broken ribs like now. Alas, if one is not reckless in youth, he will live in vain. Wang Yongfeng sighed inwardly. In front of Lian, Yili flexed his wrist, smiled, and walked towards her slowly. Seeing this, Lian trembled violently, and great fear and regret surged from her heart. Yili is a madman. Doesn't he care about his reputation? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why should I bother to provoke him? Now, let alone 800,000 in chi and blood pills, even 200,000. No. Even the martial arts exam results will be affected. No. Even future training may leave hidden injuries. Ah. Lian's facial features were distorted, she was writhing on the ground in pain, blood constantly flowing out of her mouth. Then, Yili's plain and playful voice sounded beside her ears. Classmate, get up quickly. You are not allowed to sleep here. Severely injure and humiliate the childhood sweetheart you've had a crush on for 10 years, evil deeds plus 3,000. Current evil value, 10,200 points. Shen Lian's eyes went dark, and she fainted on the spot in the severe pain that swept through her body. Teacher Wang, she first spread rumors about me, and then humiliated me to my face. Yili turned around and looked at Wang Yongfeng, who had a complicated expression on his face. He said calmly, "It shouldn't be considered a violation of school rules if I teach her a lesson." To be honest, he was also wondering where Shen Lian got the courage from. Don't you know what your cultivation level is? These 3,000 evil points were practically stuffed into his arms. Certainly. Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming helpless, and he smiled bitterly. It's really easy to get angry when you meet this kind of person when you are young. One less substitute won't be a big deal for this exchange match. Well, that concludes today's meeting. As he spoke, Wang Yongfeng took out his cell phone and dialed the emergency number. Before the call was connected, he said to everyone seriously, "Everyone go back and get ready, we'll leave tomorrow." Chapter 28 Qingshan No. 1 Middle School's Plan. Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, inside the training building. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle looked at the serious-looking people in the room and said with a smile, "Regarding the opponents in this exchange competition, relevant information has been sent to you. Tomorrow morning, they will arrive at our school. This can be considered a pre-war meeting. If you have any opinions, why not share them now?" His gaze finally rested on the figure across from the long table, and he smiled gently. "Tang Yao, you speak first?" Across the long table. The girl called Tang Yao was dressed in black and white sword attire. On the table in front of her lay a straight sword. Her aura was extremely sharp. She just sat there quietly, and everything around her seemed to become dim and lose its original sharpness and brilliance. This is the aura that can only be achieved after one has mastered the art of kendo. The girl's identity is about to be revealed. It was the kendo genius that Qingshan No. 1 Middle School was proud of. He is also the young master of Jianga, Tang Yao. "I don't have any opinion." Tang Yao raised her bright eyes, a cold smile on her pretty face as she said, "Except for that Zhang Qingzhu, they're just a bunch of rabble." There was an extreme confidence in her tone that made people feel convinced. Hearing this, the middle-aged teacher nodded with satisfaction. After all these years, the other party is still the most promising genius he has ever met. His future achievements will probably not be inferior to that of the Sword Pavilion Master. The middle-aged teacher immediately turned his gaze towards the others and said with a deliberate smile, "What about you? Tell us what you think. You can't all think like your captain that the other side is a mob, right?" "Of course not." Hearing this, a boy with a feminine temperament stood up, picked up the documents on the table, and said in a deep voice, "We have already studied most of the members of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. But there's one person on this official appearance list who we don't know much about yet. Just in case, I'll give you a brief overview of his information. Besides the deputy captain Liu Yangda, this man is another peak-level warrior in the Linhai No. 1 Middle School team, named Yili. He was suddenly added last week. I asked several friends who attend Linhai No. 1 Middle School, and they all said they had never heard of him in the past 3 years. The middle-aged teacher looked at him in surprise. "So, he's been enduring for the past 3 years? Accumulating strength for a breakthrough?" The feminine boy nodded, "I think so." Then, he put down the documents in his hand, looked at everyone and said, "Compared to the others, this Yili seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Our fighting style is unclear, and it's also unclear whether he has any talent for martial arts. Therefore, I think it's better to pay attention to him. Brother Chen, you are also at the peak of the first level. Aren't you sure you can deal with this person?" a team member asked. "It's hard to say." The feminine boy named Qindang glanced at the team member and said in a deep voice, "The main thing is that Yili is a very strange person in Linhai No. 1 Middle School." "Wicked?" "Well, it's said that he single-handedly defeated Vice-Captain Liu Yangda and 2 regular members of the school team." As soon as Qindang finished speaking, not only did the middle-aged teacher frown, but even the other team members showed solemn expressions. The school team of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School is at least at the level of the 7th stage of the first rank, and they can defeat 3 in a row, except for Tang Yao. No martial arts student in Qingshan No. 1 Middle School can do such a thing. Qindang's eyes darkened as he spoke. Although this rumor is certainly untrue, and Yili's victory certainly wasn't easy, he might pose a threat to the captain, so we must be wary. "Oh." Hearing this, Tang Yao, who had her eyes closed, chuckled softly, with a mocking arc at the corner of her mouth. Obviously, she disagreed with Chen Deng's remarks. Tang Yao felt that if a peak-level first-level warrior could withstand her sword, she would be showing mercy. In the Lin Hai No. 1 middle school camp, only the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, whose martial arts level is not much different from hers, can be barely regarded as an opponent by her. Tang Yao raised her pair of extremely sharp eyes and said lightly, "Just be careful with yourself, but don't count me in." Hearing this, Chen Deng was not dissatisfied at all. Instead, a hint of enthusiasm flashed in his eyes. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Of course I know that with the captain's strength, defeating this person will definitely not be a problem, so I just said it casually." Upon hearing this, the other members all nodded and cast the same admiring glances at the proud girl who was resting with her eyes closed. The middle-aged man knew that everyone admired Tang Yao, but he also knew that the girl did not like this kind of attention. In order to avoid causing Tang Yao displeasure, he immediately said with a smile, "That's all for today's meeting. You all should go back and rest and prepare for tomorrow afternoon's game." "Yes." Wait until Tang Yao and the middle-aged teacher leave the meeting room. The rest of the people turned their eyes to Chen Deng. One of them spoke first, "Brother Chen, we are already prepared for what you said, and we have gathered everyone." "That's right. As soon as the group from Lin Hai No. 1 middle school lands tomorrow, we'll immediately find an excuse to invite them to a martial arts exchange. Hundreds of first-level warriors taking turns attacking will definitely drain their physical strength. Listen to what everyone says." Chen Deng nodded slightly, looked at the closed door not far away, and said with a self-deprecating smile, "If Captain Tang knew we were planning to win in this way, would he be very angry?" Everyone knew that he was worried about being exposed, and one person immediately stood up and said anxiously, "Brother Chen, people from Jianghe and Fengyun University will be coming to watch the game tomorrow afternoon. For our future, we must give it a try. Our overall strength lags behind the opponent. Even with Team Tang in command, we might still be outmatched by the opponent. Yes. Without these 1 million Hansha coins and qi and blood pills, how are we going to compete with those strange beasts in the martial arts exam? Brother Chen, everyone knows your feelings for Team Tang. If you want to keep up with Team Tang, it's necessary to gain the favor of Jianghe or Fengyun University." As he spoke, everyone looked at Chen Deng with burning eyes, and excited voices filled the conference room. They all want to win this exchange competition, get generous rewards, and improve their own strength. He even gained the favor of Jianghe and Fengyun University. Jianghe is the undisputed leading mountain gate of Qingshan City and has a very good reputation in the entire Ying province. Fengyun University is recognized by martial artists in Ying province as the martial arts university with the best resources, deepest foundation, and strongest strength. If you can perform well in the exchange competition, you will most likely gain their favor and obtain admission qualifications in advance. Life from now on will definitely be open and honest. With such lucrative rewards in front of them, it's no wonder they are willing to risk being banned and do such a thing. After hearing what everyone said, the self-mockery on Chen Deng's face slowly disappeared. Instead, there was a somewhat gloomy expression. With the martial arts exam approaching, he has already realized the fact that he is not strong enough. With the strength of the peak of the first level, he is considered an excellent student among the martial arts students in the martial arts high school. But compared with those geniuses who have entered the second level, it is not even good enough. If you want to catch up with that extremely dazzling figure, you must do whatever it takes. Clear the space in the martial arts arena in advance. Be quiet and don't let the school authorities notice. Make sure to use up most of their energy. Clear. Also, Chen Deng's eyes flickered, his thoughts racing as he said, "As long as they enter the martial arts arena, it doesn't matter if their performance is clumsy." The first group of people who took action were ordinary martial arts students. Even if the matter was exposed later, it would not affect our future. Chapter 29, Landing on Qingshan Mountain. Obtaining S-level breathing technique. Shanghai City, high-speed railway station. The high-speed train roared into the station like a giant dragon, and gradually slowed down as it approached the platform. Yili stood up from his seat and looked out the window. Speaking of which, in this world, some high-level warriors can exceed the speed of high-speed rail just by running fast with their physical bodies. In addition, some low-level warriors can also do this after awakening the corresponding martial arts talents. When the strange beasts in the secret realm outside the city riot or even launch a beast tide, the railway is likely to be destroyed, and these warriors will be of great use at that time. In order to maintain the operation of the high-speed rail, the Railway Bureau will also issue commissions, inviting some warriors to eliminate the strange beasts that appear around the railway from time to time. Sometimes these warriors are adventurers taking on jobs, and sometimes they are martial arts students in martial arts universities who want to earn some pocket money. Different worlds will give rise to different industries. Yili thought divergently, followed the flow of people, and walked off the high-speed train. As soon as the group walked out of the high-speed rail station, two students in school uniforms came to greet them. "Are you all friends from Linhai No. 1 Middle School?" One of the students smiled and said, "We have arranged a hotel for you to rest, just come with us." Okay. Soon, the group went to the reception hotel prepared by Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. The hotel is located in the city center. Judging from the decoration style, this hotel is of high standard, and it is obvious that the host of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School put some thought into it. Teacher. After the Linhai No. 1 Middle School team members went to their respective rooms, two reception students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School came up to Wang Yongfeng and said with a chuckle, "If you don't have any plans next, why don't you come visit Qingshan No. 1 Middle School? It's quite a distance from here, so you can get familiar with the environment in advance." Wang Yongfeng thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay, I'll go get someone right away." No rush. The two students looked at each other and could see the joy in each other's eyes. As long as the other party enters Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, the plan will be half successful. In a room in the hotel. Yili looked around the room and was generally satisfied. The exchange competition is scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so there is still plenty of time to kill. After sitting down on the bed, he called up the system panel. Name, Yili. Martial arts level, level 2, level 1 15%. Current evil value, 10,200 points. It has been several days since I broke through to the second level, but I am still stuck at the first level. He really couldn't hold back any longer. In order to wait for the bonus from the breathing technique, Yili did not add any points even though he had tens of thousands of evil points in his hands. But after several inquiries, Jiang Qingzhu always answered that it will take some time. It seems that the S-level breathing method is not so easy to obtain. Yili did not make things difficult for him, but just nodded silently. But as time goes by, looking at so many points but not being able to add anymore, I really feel like I have reached a limit. Wait 2 more days, until the exchange competition is over. If I still haven't got the breathing method, I won't wait any longer. Yili let out a breath. After the exchange competition, the martial arts exam is just around the corner. To be on the safe side, I must find a breathing method to use first. My personality of not liking to compromise is really causing some delays. Dang dang dang. Just then, there was a quiet knock on the door. Yili stood up and walked over. After opening the door, Jiang Qingzhu's cold and delicate face came into view. "Teacher Wang asked us to gather over there and visit Qingshan No. 1 Middle School together." Jiang Qingzhu blinked and said in a light tone, "Visit? Well, it's just to familiarize yourself with the environment in advance." After saying that, Jiang Qingzhu passed her bare hand over the ring, and a thick book appeared in her hand. "Also, this is the Jiang family's White Mist Frost Snow." Passing the book to Yili, Jiang Qingzhu said apologetically, "I spent quite a bit of time getting it out. I'm sorry." "So thick?" Yili took the book and asked in surprise. This was the thickest book he had ever gotten. "Yes, that's why it's really difficult to steal it quietly." Jiang Qingzhu nodded in agreement and said with a hint of pride, "But this won't be a problem for me." Yili opened his mouth, pondered for a moment, and asked suspiciously, "You won't be punished for doing this? Steal the family's S-level breathing method and give it away. No matter which world this happens in, it's the kind of thing that would make an old father's eyes go dark, right? Confinement? Caning?" For a moment, Yili thought of countless kinds of punishments that the other party would suffer. But Jiang Qingzhu didn't seem to care much. She waved her hand calmly and said, "Don't worry, you won't kill me." "What kind of confidence do you have in people?" Yili raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, then said, "Thank you very much, I will help you next time you are in trouble." "What are you talking about? This is a fair trade." Jiang Qingzhu's face was serious. She felt that the other party was too polite. He had obviously helped her so much, but he acted as if she had suffered a loss. What's more, the relationship between the two is now just friends, Jiang Qingzhu thinks, so why should they be so detailed? Hearing this, Yili chuckled, then nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll take a look." Please tell the teacher for me that I have something else to do, so I won't be going to Qingshan No. 1 Middle School to familiarize myself with the environment. Okay. Zhang Qingzhu pursed her red lips and then instructed. The difficulty of practicing White Mist, Frost and Snow is very high, far beyond the previous martial arts skills. I have been practicing for nearly a year, and I have only reached the entry level. I am still a long way from achieving great success. So, if you don't understand it for the moment, don't worry. You can ask me. I can teach you everything I know. I should be able to guarantee that you can get started within 1 year. No, with your qualifications, 3 months, I guess. After saying that, she waved towards Yili and said, "Then I'll go first?" Yili nodded his chin and did not comment. In 3 months, the daylily will probably be cold. After the other person walked away, he slammed the door shut and turned back to bed. After calming down his emotions, he slowly opened the panel. Chapter 30, White Mist, Frost and Snow. Frost and snow all over the sky. Yili really didn't expect this. I was still worrying about the breathing method in the last second, and the next second it was delivered to me. I had originally planned to use the second order, first level white panel to fight the so-called Tang Yao, get the reward afterwards, and then find a makeshift breathing method to use first. It seems that there is no need to wait for the time being. Yili looked at the panel. Current evil value, 10,200 points. He exhaled silently and opened the thick tome in front of him. He looked at them one after another. S-level breathing method. White Mist and Snow not yet mastered. According to Zhang Qingzhu, this S-level breathing method is extremely difficult to practice and will probably consume a lot of evil points. Yili had no previous knowledge of breathing techniques, so it seemed unlikely that the points added this time would bring any buffs. However, there is no need to worry too much. Last time, 8,000 evil points were enough to upgrade the SSS level, Immortal Golden Soul, to LV2. It doesn't make sense that this time, with tens of thousands of evil points, I can't get started with the S-level breathing technique. Let yourself see what is so mysterious about this advanced breathing method worth millions of Hansha coins. System, add points. Yili focused his mind, and the tens of thousands of evil points on the panel turned into a torrent, pouring into this breathing method. Bite. Consume evil points and start upgrading S-level breathing method. White Mist and Frost. When you first opened this mysterious breathing method book, you fell into deep thought. You knew every word on it, but when they were put together, they formed a sentence that was completely incomprehensible. You can't help but wonder, how do these words form a sentence? In order to learn this extremely difficult S-rank breathing method, you can only calm down temporarily and begin to try to understand this breathing method in the context. After consuming 1,000 points of evil, you learned a new way to restore your chi through breathing. Unlike the crude method of swallowing and siphoning, you no longer suck in air and spiritual energy all at once. Instead, you found a way to draw in spiritual energy, allowing a large amount of spiritual energy to accompany both breathing in and out. After consuming 2,000 points of evil, you have mastered the method of using your breathing frequency to attract spiritual energy. You begin to try to add an icy feeling to your true energy. After consuming 3,000 points of evil, you have mastered the method of imbuing your chi with the properties of cold air. Every time you make physical contact, you can force a wisp of cold air into the enemy's body. White Mist, Frost and Snow beginner. This should be the state that Zhang Qingzhu is in. Infuse your fists and feet with the cold enchanted chi, and through repeated collisions, gradually stiffen your opponent's limbs, or even cause frostbite. But for ordinary people who have cultivated to this level, the enchantment of cold air is still limited to the physical body. On the contrary, Zhang Qingzhu has a matching spear in his hand, which can directly make the spear have the effect of adding cold air. It's good to have money. Yili shook his head slightly and continued to add points. After consuming 5,000 points of evil, through years of research, you no longer need to use a specific breathing frequency, and can quickly restore your true energy with just a normal breathing rhythm. Martial Arts Level Upgrade, White Mist, Frost and Snow Proficient. After consuming 6,000 points of evil, your understanding of this breathing technique has deepened, and the chi in your body has become able to have a large amount of cold effect. As long as your palm touches the enemy for a few seconds, you can instantly freeze the enemy by consuming a large amount of chi. Martial Arts Level Upgrade, White Mist, Frost and Snow Mastery. After consuming 8,000 points of evil, your mastery of cold energy has reached perfection. The speed at which you recover your chi through breathing techniques is dozens of times faster than before practicing. Martial Arts Level Upgraded, White Mist, Frost and Snow Great Mastery. After consuming 9,000 points of sin, you've mastered the control of the cold within you. You begin researching ways to release it all at once. After consuming 10,000 points of evil, you have mastered the technique of instantly releasing a large amount of cold air, sweeping across all directions. Comprehension skill, frost and snow all over the sky. Frost and snow increases the output power of the true energy, thus having the ability to instantly release a large amount of cold air, freezing everything around. Martial arts level increased, white mist frost snow reached perfection. Comment, this upgrade consumes a total of 10,000 points of deeds, which is roughly equivalent to the improvement you've gained through 50 years of hard training. Even though you're less than 20 years old, your mastery of this breathing technique alone would make Jiang Qingzhu call you master, no exaggeration. After 50 years of hard training, he finally mastered this S-level breathing technique. The vital energy in the body flows very quickly, and there is a feeling of growth with every breath. With just a thought, the true energy filling the 5 bodies can instantly transform into icy cold air. Look at the text on the panel. Yili's heartbeat quickened a little, and he finally began to understand why the S-level breathing method was so expensive. First of all, the speed of recovering true qi is extremely fast. After it is fully developed, it is dozens of times faster than those warriors who have not practiced breathing techniques. The latter requires a day of intensive practice to restore the qi reserves, while the former can be done in an hour. You don't have to consider things like breathing rhythm, environmental noise, spiritual energy concentration. It can be said that apart from being expensive and difficult to learn, the S-level breathing method has no major disadvantages at all. Not to mention that after reaching perfection, one will directly gain an additional skill similar to supernatural powers. Yili's gaze lingered on the introduction of frost and snow all over the sky, and his heart felt a little hot. Frost and snow filled the sky, but I wonder how far the so-called outbreak will reach. He walked towards the meditation room provided by the hotel. After taking a quick look at this space of about 20 square meters, Yili's eyes lit up with a bright ice blue color, and an extremely sharp cold wind swept out from his body. Boom! A sound similar to an explosion was heard in the air, and visible cold air spread out in the form of a shock wave, hitting the wall heavily, and instantly bursting out crystal clear layers of ice. Yili looked at the strange scene around him with some surprise. This probably consumed about 20% of his true energy. All that was seen was thick white fog filling the training room. An ordinary first-level warrior would feel a sharp stinging sensation in his lungs just by inhaling it. White mist in frost and snow, the name of this breathing method is quite appropriate. In addition, the cushions, steps, instruments, these facilities located between Yili and the wall were all covered with a thick layer of ice and were motionless. Yili tried to scratch the ice and found that it was 3 or 4 centimeters thick. He looked surprised. It seems that if an ordinary first-level warrior does not prepare in advance, he will most likely be killed instantly by the frost and snow he unleashes. Even if he didn't lose consciousness from the cold, he would probably be lying on the ground and lose his ability to fight. Is this a bit too exaggerated? The skills that come with the S-level breathing method are so powerful, how can ordinary martial arts students use their heads to fight against it? Yili walked out of the training room, and in just a dozen breaths, most of the energy he had consumed was restored. Current evil value, 200 points. Looking at the bottoming value, Yili felt a little anxious inside. If there weren't any Wuda martial arts school nearby, he would have wanted to go there and challenge them directly. There are still several hours until the so-called exchange competition. By then, I have to earn some evil points. Having only a 3-digit deposit is still too disturbing. Unfortunately, I can't find a reason to do it right now, and there's no suitable person to choose from. I can only hope that the so-called Tang Yao's popularity in school is not inferior to Jiang Qingzhu, otherwise it will be difficult to earn a large amount of evil value. Just getting ready for bed. Yili's cell phone, which was placed on the bedside, vibrated. He picked it up and took a look. The lazy expression on his face disappeared immediately and he sat up directly from the bed. 2 short messages appeared on the screen. Jiang Qingzhu, we were surrounded in the martial arts training ground. Jiang Qingzhu, many people came with bad intentions and insisted on competing with us. I can't get away and it's a bit tricky. Do you have time to call for help? Chapter 31 Classmate, you are not allowed to enter here. In the vast training ground. Under the tall and majestic building, hundreds of shadowy figures gathered in front of the opposite platform, surrounding a group of people. A cool and refreshing girl stood behind everyone, tapping on the screen of her mobile phone with her fair fingers. Just call their teacher. These guys are not following the rules. Is there no teacher here? No, they are all students from Qingshan number 1 middle school. They have been forcing us to take action. Okay, I understand. Seeing this, Jiang Qingzhu breathed a sigh of relief and then put the phone back in his pocket. The young man has always been reliable, so I don't have to worry about him. Jiang Qingzhu looked up at the people arguing not far away, and his handsome brows frowned slightly. A hint of warmth quietly rose in those clear eyes. I thought it was just a normal visit. The team leader Wang Yongfeng went to the grade class office without much concern, intending to discuss teaching experiences with the teachers of Qingshan number 1 middle school. However, just after Jiang Qingzhu and his group entered the martial arts arena, the peaceful atmosphere suddenly changed. Hundreds of military science students appeared out of nowhere and ran over to talk to us with great enthusiasm. As the team leader, Jiang Qingzhu had a brief conversation with him out of courtesy. However, after a brief greeting, the other party suddenly changed the subject and asked, "I've heard that the school team of Linhai number 1 middle school is outstanding. Can we have a friendly competition?" Although this request was coldly rejected by Jiang Qingzhu. But in the team of Linhai number 1 middle school, there was a person named Yu Chanqian, who was like a brainless good guy. She just couldn't resist the other party's repeated requests and went straight on stage. Jiang Qingzhu felt a little uneasy about this. But considering Yu Chanqian's 8th level cultivation, a competition with an ordinary martial arts student should not waste much time or energy, so he finally agreed. As a result, something went wrong. The other side came up with a boy with a feminine temperament. Relying on his cultivation at the peak of the 1st level, he knocked the unsuspecting Yu Chanqian unconscious. This really pissed off everyone at Linhai number 1 middle school. Lu Yangda and his 2 followers rushed forward, cursing angrily and demanding an explanation. Hundreds of people from Qingshan number 1 middle school were not willing to be outdone and shouted in mockery. "You guys are not as skilled as them, and now you're getting angry because you lost? If you can't afford to play, then you shouldn't have agreed to it." When Lu Yangda heard this, his defenses were completely broken. "Damn Qingshan number 1 middle school, you resort to such despicable tactics. If our big brother hadn't come, would you have been able to resort to such shady tactics? That's right. If you had come up to provoke us, our big brother would have slapped you to death. You're just bragging without thinking. Are all the people in Linhai number 1 middle school just talking nonsense like you? If you have the guts, come up on stage with us and show us off." The 2 groups started to quarrel passionately and started to curse each other. One side is out of anger, while the other side is calculating, so there is no sign of easing. During this process, the feminine boy on the platform remained calm and looked extremely cool. After Jiang Qingzhu helped the unconscious Yu Chanqian to rest off the stage, she immediately sent a message to Yili. At this moment, taking in the quarreling people, she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then, he looked coldly at the feminine boy on the opposite platform, stood up and walked over. The other party's provocation is too obvious by casually injuring their own team members. Jiang Qingzhu's 2nd level 4th level cultivation began to show, and he arrived at the fighting stage in a breath. Seeing the cold girl with a hint of anger on her face stand up and walk towards Chen Deng on the platform, cold sweat broke out on his back. The cool and beautiful girl with long black hair is most likely the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in Linhai City. Level 2, Level 4 cultivation, a level martial arts talent, S-level breathing technique. After going over the opponent's configuration in his mind, Chen Deng suddenly felt a huge pressure. His strength was only mediocre among the peak of the 1st level. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Chen Deng smiled slightly and asked in a deliberately high voice, "Student Jiang, what do you want to do?" His raised voice immediately caught the attention of everyone in the audience. The quarreling stopped and hundreds of eyes turned to look over. When they saw the cool girl slowly coming onto the stage, everyone's eyes fixed on her. His cultivation level of the 2nd stage, 4th level, was extremely solid, which made them feel the pressure immediately. "You bully the weak, so I will fight violence with violence." Jiang Qingzhu's voice was cold and her face was as frosty as ice. "You want to spar? Okay." Chen Deng was ecstatic, he was waiting for the other party to say this. Considering that he had to conserve his strength, he immediately turned to look at the audience and said with a smile, "Is there anyone who wants to experience the strength of the captain of Linhai number 1 middle school team? I can give you this opportunity." Upon hearing this, someone immediately understood and said through gritted teeth, "I'll do it." A hint of coldness flashed across Jiang Qingzhu's eyes, and she already understood the other party's intention. It was obvious that he wanted to rely on the human wave tactics to exhaust the physical strength of their group, so that they could easily win the exchange competition in the afternoon. For this reason, they specially marked the outside of the martial arts arena with the words "temporarily closed" and sent the teacher on duty away. Mean. Fortunately, I had informed Yili in time. I believe it won't be long before the other party brings the teacher to rescue. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu summoned a snow-white spear, and the vast aura on his body became more eye-catching. The warrior opposite him didn't even last a single blow before he was shot off the platform. But soon, someone else volunteered to go on stage. Jiang Qingzhu fired another shot, sending the man flying. Then another person came up on stage, and the cycle continued. She's truly worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Chen Deng's eyes flickered as he returned to the stage. No ordinary first-level warrior can defeat her. Even if I go, I won't last more than a few rounds. Brother Chen, don't worry. Someone beside him said with a smile. Many ants can kill an elephant. We have 126 first-level warriors here. Are you afraid that we can't wear her down? At most 20 or 30 people can drain her energy. That's true. Chen Deng nodded slightly, feeling a lot more relaxed. The plan has basically been successful at this point. The deputy captain named Lu Yangda, who was still rubbing his hands in preparation for going on stage, was really a clown. The corners of Chen Deng's mouth rose slightly. Brother Chen, what should we do about Yili? At this time, someone came over and asked worriedly, he didn't come to visit. Will he run to call the teacher after hearing the news here? Just yell if you want. Chen Deng shook his head nonchalantly and said, our school has so many teaching buildings. He's an outsider who's unfamiliar with the place. By the time we get everyone here, it'll be too late. What if he comes directly without sending anyone? Then there's even less need to worry. Even a peak-level first-rank warrior might not be my opponent. At the same time, outside the martial arts arena. In the pavilion used to check the identity of people entering and leaving, a student on duty for exercise was dozing off. As long as they don't let anyone in within an hour, their plan will be successful. As a result, several students from the same school who came to stroll around the martial arts field were turned back by them. At this moment, a figure appeared from a corner not far away. The student who was taking a break in the pavilion took a quick glance at it and immediately lost all sleepiness and sat up. The man was seen with flying clothes, fluttering black hair, and walking quickly towards this place with an indifferent expression. He is so handsome, but he is not wearing school uniform. Is he from another school? He was subconsciously a little distracted. As he was thinking this, the young man in black came closer. Seeing this, the students on leave quickly stood up, stretched out their hands and shouted. Classmate, here. Bang! Before he could finish his words, the man snorted coldly, spun on the spot, and hit the pavilion with his right foot like a cannonball. With a huge noise, the entire pavilion was instantly shattered. The student who was responsible for keeping watch was also sent flying backwards and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Yili didn't even look at it and continued walking towards the training ground. The speed became faster and faster, and finally the whole person started running. Chapter 32 One-on-one challenge means I will challenge all of you. Call. Yili's black eyes were burning, and the true energy in his body was flowing, gradually taking on a cooling effect. To be on the safe side, even though he was running extremely fast at the moment, his breath was completely leak-proof. Yili knew it very well. My skills are meant to beat up the opponent, not to scare them away when they see me. Having said that, the other party will probably be happy to see him coming alone later. Because in Yili's perception, there were hundreds of weak auras in the training ground, all of them were as strong as first-level warriors. In front of such a lineup, the combat power of a second-level warrior is obviously not enough. Obviously, this was a trap set by Qingshan No. 1 Middle School for the group. It was most likely that they wanted to weaken the combat effectiveness of Linhai No. 1 Middle School as much as possible before the war. But Yili didn't care about it at all. In fact, he now doesn't know who the mastermind is, nor does he know the attitude of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School towards this matter. He only knew that he was going to kill. It's not that we are blinded by the huge profits. On the contrary, Yili's thoughts were particularly clear at this moment. He was unfamiliar with Qingshan No. 1 Middle School and did not have Wang Yongfeng's phone number. If we seek help from external aid, it will inevitably delay time. In that case, even if Jiang Qingzhu and his group could be rescued at that time, it would be meaningless because the other party's goal had already been achieved. Therefore, if you want to provide substantial help, you have to inflict unacceptable losses on the other side. The other party must have known about the combat effectiveness of Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School in advance. Since he dared to set a trap, he must have the confidence to catch everyone in the group. And I am the variable in this. I was originally worried about the bottom of my evil value, but now it seems I don't have to worry anymore. Yili's heart felt a little hot, but it quickly calmed down. The wind whistled in his ears, and his dark black clothes rustled. With the perfected dragon riding the wind art, his frail figure seemed to ride on a strong wind, rushing towards the entrance of the martial arts arena. Boom! The tightly closed heavy wooden door burst open, and a figure rushed in with a fierce wind pressure and landed on the field. A series of astonished eyes fell on the person who came. Such a grand appearance obviously shocked everyone present. Even on the fighting stage, Jiang Qingzhu, who had just knocked his opponent away, looked up with his spear in hand. All I saw was the strong wind there dissipating, revealing a handsome young man in black. Big brother. After seeing the person's face clearly, Lu Yangda, who was standing below the platform, was immediately overjoyed. Oh my god. You actually came here. Even if you are an idiot, you should be able to tell something is wrong after seeing Jiang Qingzhu gradually struggling. The same is true for Lu Yangda. After realizing that something was not right, he wanted to find an opportunity to slip away and ask for help, but he was always blocked by hundreds of people from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. Even his little followers were no exception and were stared at closely. This made Lu Yangda very anxious. Unexpectedly, just when he was at his wit's end, the god who had once beaten him like a dog actually came to the rescue. Lu Yangda never thought that the figure that seemed so terrifying in the past would now appear as dazzling as a savior. Big brother? Upon hearing this, Qindang, who was sitting in the spectator booth, was startled at first, then his expression gradually became serious. Is it that Yili? He's here so soon. He didn't expect that the person on guard failed to give timely warning. This is a bit strange. Could it be that he fell asleep accidentally? Fortunately, there was no other figure behind him. It seemed that he came alone. Thinking of this, Qindang breathed a sigh of relief, not hiding the smile in his tone. He seems to be a brainless young man. Most of them rushed over in a hurry after hearing the news that their companions were trapped, completely unaware that it was a trap and the difference in strength between the two sides. Ha, let me teach you a lesson. Qindang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stood up, and smiled at the black-clad young man in the audience. Classmate, you've arrived just in time. We're having a friendly exchange. Are you interested? As he spoke, many warriors from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School moved lightly and blocked the exit without making a sound. Taking in the other party's little movements, Yili couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, how do you want to spar? Of course I'll go on stage for a one-on-one duel. Qindang said with a smile. One-on-one? Yili looked at the crowd that gradually gathered around him and jokingly said, your one-on-one duel at Qingshan No. 1 Middle School means I'm going to fight all of you by myself, right? Hearing this, Qindang on the stage frowned slightly. What do you mean by this? It's nothing, don't get me wrong. Yili looked around, the chi in his body roaring violently. He raised his eyes and smiled. I wanted to say that I really like your style of single combat. You mean? Qindang narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you willing to accept a sparring match? Of course. Yili smiled as if to inform. Call. The moment he finished speaking, billowing white mist began to emerge from his body, and even his body became translucent. This strange scene made Qindang's face change slightly. Judging from the aura emitted by the other party and his current posture, he doesn't look like a peak-level first-level warrior at all. Something is wrong, absolutely wrong. Wait a moment. The moment Qindang opened his mouth, Yili's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of the students of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. His body was surrounded by billowing white mist, as if he were a burning immortal. Those white clouds were like lively elves, circling rapidly around his body, looking extraordinary and magical. At the moment when everyone's pupils contracted, this immortal took a step forward and threw a powerful punch that directly exploded the air and hit the person in front. Only a dull explosion sound was heard that instantly resounded throughout the venue. As the old saying goes, a sound is worth a ton of money. Snap! A bone-breaking sound so clear that it made one's scalp tingle suddenly rang out, and a powerful force exploded in the man's body. He flew backwards, blood splattered everywhere, and he knocked over several people with a scream, and crashed into the wall. Boom! The whole process happened as fast as thunder. It was not until white flames ignited around Yi Li's body that the others began to react. They looked horrified and subconsciously stepped back. Chen Deng in the stands was also stunned. He never expected that the other party would be so ruthless when he attacked. This punch just now directly injured 5 or 6 first-level warriors and made them lose their combat effectiveness. Moreover, with such serious injuries, it is even a question whether these people will be able to take part in the martial arts examination normally in the future. Boom! At this time, another sound of cement exploding was heard. Chen Deng subconsciously looked down and saw that several more students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School were beaten by the young man in black, vomiting blood and flying backwards, and fainted. His originally calm heart finally began to tremble violently at this moment. Yi Li below looked up at this moment, and their eyes met his. His ink-black eyes were extremely cold, without any emotion fluctuations. This made Chen Deng unable to suppress the trembling in his heart any longer, and he roared angrily, "You call this a friendly exchange? Stop hitting me! Stop it!" As he spoke, he suddenly jumped up and flew down. A sharp golden sword appeared in his palm and chopped down towards Yi Li's forehead. C-level martial arts talent, focused blade. The rest of the students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School also came to their senses. They roared in anger and drew their weapons, surrounding the young man in black. At the moment when Chen Deng chopped down with his sword, Yi Li's illusory figure began to move at high speed, turning into a shadow. With the support of the two perfected martial arts, Tiangang stepping into the void technique and Yulong Chengfengdian, his speed has long surpassed that of martial artists of the same level. Not to mention Chen Deng, who was only at the peak of the first level. The sharp blade that seemed incredibly fast to others seemed as slow motion in Yi Li's eyes. He dodged the knife light very naturally, grabbed the falling Chen Deng's face, and suddenly exerted force, throwing him to the ground. Boom! Under the influence of the two forces, Chen Deng's head slammed heavily into the ground. The whole person lost consciousness instantly. His body seemed to be stiff and stretched straight. From a distance, he looked like a chopstick stuck in the ground. See this scene. Zhang Qingju on the fighting stage began to breathe faster, while Lu Yangda and the others felt dry throats and rolling pharynges. The remaining students of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School were frozen, looking at the young man in black in disbelief. He actually defeated Brother Chen in seconds. None of the teachers in the school can defeat Brother Chen in one move. He is even more awesome than the instructor. Come on, don't you like round-robin battles? Yi Li exhaled a breath of foul air, looking at the stunned crowd with disdainful eyes, and a very obvious mockery appeared on his handsome fair face. Upon seeing this, all the students of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School felt horrified, and a chill ran through their bodies, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 33, Terrifying frost and snow filled the sky, the first clearing. Everyone, don't panic. At this moment, a student from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School finally steeled himself and realized a crucial issue. If he continues to use his chi in such a continuous stream, even a second-level warrior wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Yes, that's right. Someone was surprised and shouted with joy. His chi must be running low right now. I'm afraid he's trying to bluff us so he can buy himself time to recover. What? Is that so? That makes sense. Everyone, please don't let him recover. The student who first discovered the problem yelled and stared at Yi Li in front of him. I don't know if it was his illusion. He actually saw a hint of paleness on Yi Li's face, which was a sign of huge consumption. My guess turned out to be correct. The student was ecstatic and shouted excitedly. Everyone, join me in greeting. Let's see how much more energy he has left to squander. After saying that, everyone was moved by his words. The fear that had originally arisen in them quickly dissipated, and they began to surround the young man in black clothes in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Zhang Qingju frowned slightly. What the other party said was true. Yi Li's previous moves were all so powerful that not only did he not intend to save his true energy at all, but he even revealed a bit of waste. The consumption caused by squandering true energy in this way is bound to be huge. According to his own chi reserves, about 70% of it has been consumed. Yi Li's martial arts level is lower than his own, so the consumption ratio should be higher than 70%. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingju picked up his spear and prepared to rush over. Unexpectedly, Yi Li gave her a cold look. The warning is clear. You don't need my help with this? Zhang Qingju stopped and looked at Yi Li, who was calm in the crowd, in a daze, feeling that he couldn't understand. But she respected Yi Li's choice. He paused slightly and stared at the other person with concern. The first-level warriors of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School have also come close to Yili. The nearest student was only about 3 feet away from him. At this moment, the student suddenly found that Yili closed his eyes. Then, the white mist on his body instantly gathered, and his translucent body suddenly became solid. No matter how you look at it, this is the posture of someone who has exhausted his true energy and is forced to stop practicing. The student tried to smile. But for some reason, a trace of fear suddenly rose in his heart. An extremely dangerous aura almost hit me in the face. Not only him, but everyone around him also felt a chill rising from their spines and looked up subconsciously. A hint of sky blue light quietly emerged in the dark eyes of the black-shirted young man. Under the abundant lighting, it looks like the center of a lake with snow falling in the cold winter. The next second, a raging storm visible to the naked eye erupted from the body of the black-shirted young man. The storm brought with it an extremely strong chill, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees, and the spiral shockwave spread rapidly in all directions. Frost and snow all over the sky? Jiang Qingzhu's pupils suddenly contracted when she recognized this move. An extremely absurd emotion surged from her heart, making her head dizzy. Less than an hour after learning the breathing technique, he already mastered frost and snow? How is this possible? Oh. At this moment, the audience was filled with the laughter of young people. In an instant, this extremely cold storm swept across an area of dozens of meters. The faces of dozens of first-level warriors changed drastically. They wanted to retreat and became a mess on the spot. In an instant, they were all swallowed up by the storm. What a terrifying martial art! In the last few seconds of unconsciousness, the same thought came to their minds. Buzz! Buzz! Amidst the howling sound of a snowstorm in the far north, the teeth-grinding sound of ice forming rang out one after another, harmonizing with countless screams, forming this symphony called frost and snow all over the sky. When the storm dissipated, dozens of lifelike human-shaped ice sculptures were revealed. No matter how hard the figures struggled, they could not break out of the ice. Clang, clang, clang. One ice sculpture after another fell to the ground, making a series of crisp and pleasant sounds. Under the shocked gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and others, the young man in black clothes exhaled a breath of white air without any concealment, and walked out slowly from dozens of ice sculptures with a leisurely expression. There are really only a few drops of true energy left in the body. Fortunately, the harvest was fruitful. As he walked, he listened to the prompt sound in his ears. Seriously injure a first-level peak warrior, evil value plus 1000. 17 seriously injured first-level 5th-level warriors, evil deeds value plus 8500. 46 first-level 3rd-level warriors were seriously injured, evil value plus 13,800. Serious injury. Current sin value, 46,000 points. Can draw a noble phantasm. Yili walked slowly towards the exit, feeling very happy. In this way, the evil points lost in the breathing method are made up. I can go back and count my gains and wait for the exchange competition in the afternoon. Clean it up a bit. Under the shocked gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and others, Yili waved his hand, casually said something, and walked out of the gate of the martial arts arena. As soon as I started performing in the martial arts arena, I ran into Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School who were talking and laughing towards me. Yili? Are you done with your work? Seeing Yili, Wang Yongfeng was slightly surprised and said, I was planning to go back and ask you if you needed any help. No need, thank you, teacher. Yili nodded politely and walked straight past him. Oh. Teacher Wang, is this Yili from your team? He looks very polite, a teacher said with a smile. Another burly teacher was slightly dissatisfied, a warrior who looks gentle and refined, but dressed like a scholar, is outrageous. How can he not have a bit of edge? Teacher Wang, I remember that Yili is at the peak of the first level, right? While everyone was discussing Yili, one of the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School asked inconspicuously. So, he has quite a talent. I wonder if he has awakened his martial arts talent. Didn't you know it this afternoon? Wang Yongfeng rolled his eyes and tactfully changed the subject, saying with a smile. Let's not talk about him for now. It's almost time for dinner, and we have a competition this afternoon. We need to go get the students visiting the martial arts arena to eat first. That's true. The group quickly stepped into the training ground. But when they saw the scene clearly, the people who were talking and laughing in the last second just stood there. The entire training ground was filled with students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. Some had collapsed under the broken walls, some lay sprawled on the ground not far away, and some had their heads buried in the ground. In addition, dozens of crystal-clear human-shaped ice sculptures stand under the fighting stage, and cracks are constantly spreading on the surface of the ice. On the ground in the center of the ice sculptures, there were circles of ice marks spreading outward. These ice marks were irregular in shape, like the marks left by a powerful force, and were extremely conspicuous. There is no doubt that a thrilling battle or violent energy release has just taken place here. Oh my god. Seeing this, Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School felt dizzy and even their minds became a little dazed, and they almost fell to the ground. Look at the school team members on their bodies. These are all senior high school students majoring in martial arts from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. Now that so many people have fallen here, what on earth is going on? In the huge venue, only a few people from Linhai No. 1 Middle School were still standing, with shocked expressions on their faces. Wang Yongfeng managed to calm himself down, looked at Zhang Qingzhu on the opposite platform, and asked the question that everyone was most concerned about in a trembling voice. Who did this? P.S. Writing is not easy, please support me, I am asking for gifts, updates, and good reviews. Thank you all the big guys are too. Chapter 34 He alone can defeat you. Hearing this, Zhang Qingzhu said without hesitation. I did it. Lu Yongda's originally excited mood quickly became depressed, and he even felt a heartbreaking and suffocating feeling. Zhang Qingzhu, who had always been indifferent to worldly affairs and cold and upright, actually took the initiative to stand up and help Yili take the blame for lying. Lu Yongda only felt extremely bitter in his heart, but he did not feel any jealousy. You can do this alone? Not far away, a teacher from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School came to his senses, his face immediately changed, and he asked. There are hundreds of students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School here, and you beat them up like this by yourself? Don't try to be cunning, you must give us a. Do you have any right to speak here? Zhang Qingzhu interrupted him with a cold voice. As she spoke, her clear eyes suddenly lit up with an ice blue light, and she looked exactly like Healy before. Call. Visible chill gushed out from her body, and in an instant, a lifelike phantom of an ice maiden, identical to herself, formed behind her. A level martial arts talent, Ice Girl acting as agent. One of his companions' face suddenly changed drastically. He rushed forward and grabbed the teacher who questioned Zhang Qingzhu, and whispered. You're crazy. This girl is the daughter of the Jibei Zhang family. What? The teacher suddenly woke up. The Jibei Zhang family is a top family with real high-level warriors in charge, and has suppressed a second-level disaster. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Zhang family wants to deal with him, they will use any means they want. I'm used to showing off my power in front of students, but I never thought I'd run into a real boss today. The teacher looked at Zhang Qingzhu and forced an ugly smile. Sorry, I got excited. Zhang Qingzhu ignored him, turned to look at Wang Yongfeng, and said lightly. Teacher Wang, these students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School are bad to the core and like to resort to shady tactics. He wanted to attack us, but he didn't have the ability, so we ended up beating him like this. In the records afterwards, you can write that I did it alone, or you can write that it was done by the 6 of us. You decide. After saying that, she jumped lightly off the fighting stage, helped up the still unconscious Yu Chanshan, and walked out of the martial arts arena. The teachers of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School were left looking at each other in bewilderment. I see. Watching the girl walking away, Wang Yongfeng was extremely shocked. Having been a tutor for 2.5 years, he had some understanding of the girl's temper. If it was really Zhang Qingzhu who did it, she would definitely not be so efficient. At least the girl would never take action unless anyone came to the fighting stage. And in my impression, in the entire school team, there is only one person with such a sharp fighting style and sufficient strength. The young man in black clothes who greeted him politely 5 minutes ago. Good boy, how many cards do you have hidden? An hour later. In a very spacious and quiet ward of Qingshan People's Hospital. The room has been carefully designed to create a comfortable and safe treatment environment, with 2 full rows of beds. There was a figure lying on each bed, all wrapped in thick bandages and with plasterboard fixed on their heads. These poor guys were exactly the students who had been injured and fallen on the Qingshan No. 1 Middle School martial arts field. At this moment, most of them are still in a coma. Although the medical level in the martial arts world is very high, the physical strength of the attending physician is limited. With so many serious injuries at once, even the largest hospital in Qingshan City could not cure all of them quickly. The attending physician at Qingshan Hospital was also shocked, wondering who Qingshan No. 1 Middle School had offended, as most of the senior high school students must have been sent here. Could it be that strange beasts are attacking the city? Even he hadn't seen the spectacular scene of hundreds of warriors being carried to the hospital at the same time for many years. At the same time, in a single room next door, Su Ligua, the instructor of the Qingshan No. 1 middle school team, was standing in front of a hospital bed with a frown on his face and a gloomy expression. You mean, it was you who really asked the other party to take action? He looked at Chen Dang lying on the hospital bed and asked in a deep voice, You asked the other party to take action, and then you were knocked to the ground by him? Yes. Chen Dang, lying on the hospital bed, lowered his head in shame. The thick bandages wrapped around his face hid his complicated expression very well. It's not that he dared to admit his actions, but because there were too many witnesses and evidence present at the time. It can be said that as long as the school wants to check, it can find out with a little effort. In this case, it would be better for him to explain it directly and perhaps gain the school's understanding. After all, even if he was knocked unconscious by Yi Li's punch, there were still hundreds of first-level warriors behind him. Even if Yi Li was a second-level warrior, he would definitely be taught a lesson badly. The current situation is most likely that Linhai No. 1 middle school suffered serious injuries, so there was a big fuss and they demanded an explanation from Qingshan No. 1 middle school. Are you kidding me? Hearing this, Su Ligong's face turned pale and he questioned, You have over 100 first-level warriors on your side, and there are only 6 people from Linhai No. 1 middle school on the other side, and you were beaten like this? There's a limit to lying. Do you know how serious this matter is? Because of this incident, our school's martial arts exam this year has become a big problem. Why? There's no one left. More than half of the students in the entire senior high school department of Wuka are now in the hospital. Su Ligua's voice rose, and even the blue veins on his temples were throbbing with excitement. No wonder he lost his composure like that. The current situation has almost ruined the martial arts exam results of Qingshan No. 1 middle school for the entire class. He had just checked and found that these students lying in the hospital would need to rest for at least 2 months if they were not cured by the medical abilities. In 2 months, the results of the military exam will be announced. When he thought of this, Su Ligua became so anxious that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He originally wanted to hear from Chen Dang that the students of Linhai No. 1 middle school took the initiative to attack and injure others so that he could use this to hold the other party accountable and demand compensation. As a result, all they heard was Chen Dang's confession. Doesn't this tell him that this accident was entirely Qingshan No. 1 middle school's own fault? What nonsense! Just those 6 people from Linhai No. 1 middle school were able to defeat hundreds of people from Qingshan No. 1 middle school? Su Ligua clenched his fists gradually. He could not accept such a ridiculous thing no matter what. More than half of them are in the hospital? After hearing what Su Ligua said, Chen Dang was stunned. He thought that all the students in Linhai No. 1 middle school were killed, and he demanded an explanation from his side. Why does it seem like I'm the one at a disadvantage when listening to what my instructor said? Impossible. There are only about 200 military students in the senior year department, and they are all the elite of the younger generation in Qingshan City. With more than 100 of them besieging 6 warriors of similar ranks, could there be any problems? Moreover, more than half of them were admitted to the hospital. Does that mean that all the over 100 people on our side were killed? How is that possible? That's more than 100 first-level warriors. Even if there were more than 100 steamed buns, it would take the 6 of them a whole morning to eat them. Chen Dang's heart trembled, and he asked with unyielding hope, Teacher Su, how many people from our school are in the hospital now? Su Ligong sneered and replied, Including you, there are a total of 126. Are they all seriously injured? What else? Total destruction. Chen Dang felt dizzy and dazed for a moment. Let me ask you, there are less than 200 first-level warriors in the senior year of Qingshan No. 1 middle school, and now more than 100 of them have been seriously injured. How many of them can take part in the martial arts exam normally? The martial arts exam results of Qingshan No. 1 middle school are probably at the bottom among all martial arts high schools in the province. Thinking of this, Chen Dengxin felt disappointed. He simply couldn't understand why such a flawless plan and a wonderful start would lead to such a result in the end. No matter what, we have a team of hundreds of people on our side. What went wrong? Do you understand the seriousness of the problem now? Su Ligua suppressed the anger in his heart, his eyes were so red that they were almost bleeding. Teacher Su. Chen Deng, lying on the hospital bed, breathed rapidly and asked in a rapid voice, Are there really only 6 people on the other side? To be honest, I fainted quite early, so I still don't know what happened afterwards. Su Ligong frowned slightly. What do you mean? Could there be more than 6 people on the other side? Otherwise, how could they have seriously injured over 100 of us? I think they hired foreign aid. Chen Deng said firmly, and then added. Or maybe they used some unknown means. In any case, there can't be only 6 people involved. Indeed, you are half right. At this moment, a calm and cold noble voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, the door was pushed open, and Chen Deng and Su Ligua immediately looked in the direction of the sound. I only saw a girl in black and white gown walking in. She had a white jade belt tied around her waist, and her pretty eyes and brows were filled with astonishing sharpness, and condensed sword intent continued to emanate from her. It was none other than the young master of Jiang'a, the true backbone of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, Tang Yao. Student Chen Deng. Entering the ward, she looked down at Chen Deng lying on the bed and said jokingly, "It's true that there weren't just 6 people who beat over 100 of you into the hospital." Not 6 people? Hearing this, Chen Deng's spirits suddenly brightened, and he subconsciously said with joy, "I knew it. How could 6 of us seriously injure so many of us? What are you in such a hurry for?" The girl's cold and contemptuous voice rang out, like a bucket of cold water that woke up Chen Deng, who was still in ecstasy. "I haven't finished yet." Chen Deng asked blankly, "What else?" Su Ligua's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Could it really be that Jiang Qingzhu? The next second, Tang Yao chuckled mockingly. It wasn't 6. Hundreds of you were all beaten into the hospital by the same person. Yili, he acted alone and killed you all. Chapter 35. They are the challengers. What did you say? The person who was most shocked after hearing this was not Chen Deng, but Su Ligua, who had remained silent from the beginning. As a teacher at a martial arts high school, he knew better than anyone else how absurd the words he had just said were. One person defeated hundreds of people? Su Ligong stared at the girl closely, a look of disbelief on his face. Are you really not joking? Tang Yao casually replied, I've already asked more than a dozen people. It's no fun to keep joking, right? Even after knowing that Yili had defeated hundreds of people by himself, there was no sign of nervousness on the girl's proud and beautiful face. Hearing this, Chen Deng collapsed on the bed. Between breaths, he laughed miserably and said, Besides you, Ying Province actually has such a genius. Originally, in his opinion, there was probably no other genius of Tang Yao's level in the entire Ying Province. This is also true even if the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in Linhai City awakens an A-level martial arts talent. After all, Chen Deng had witnessed with his own eyes the heroic figure of the girl holding a sword and challenging all the students in the school. That's why he admires the other person so much. To the extent that they regard her as the goddess in their minds and pursue her desperately just to catch up with her. Unfortunately, it's just a pipe dream after all. Chen Deng smiled bitterly. Tang Yao at that time and Yili today are so similar. Tang Yao frowned slightly. Unlike Chen Deng, she didn't think Yili could be compared with herself. I just think the other person is interesting. But never mind. She had no intention of arguing with Chen Deng. Such mediocre people are destined to be mediocre. There is no need to spend time making friends, not at all. Thinking of this, Tang Yao turned around and prepared to leave. The reason she came here was to understand the situation. Now that she has understood it, there is nothing worth noting, so she naturally has to go back to prepare for the afternoon exchange competition. She slowly walked out of the ward. At this time, Su Ligong, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly sighed, looked at Chen Deng on the bed, and said with a wry smile. It seems like there's no chance of winning the exchange match this afternoon. I'll forfeit your chance later. Just take care of your injuries. Abstain? Tang Yao's questioning voice sounded in his ears. Su Ligong turned his head and saw the beautiful girl who had just left had returned. She looked at him with dissatisfaction and said in a cold voice. Who said we should abstain? But Su Ligong was a little stunned. Out of the 7 people in our team, 6 are already seriously injured. So what? Tang Yao asked calmly. This. Su Ligua didn't know how to answer for a moment. In his opinion, since things have come to this, of course he should give up the competition and rest well. But when he thought of the girl's extreme and almost conceited personality, he swallowed the words back. At such a young age, he was able to develop his B-level talent into an attack power comparable to that of a level talent. His martial arts cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the 2nd stage, and he possessed countless precious martial arts from the Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao truly had the capital to stand out from the crowd. Take a deep breath. For some reason, Su Ligua felt his confidence doubled. He looked at the girl and asked in a deep voice. So what do you mean? Is there any need to ask? A smile flashed across Tang Yao's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. Immediately afterwards, an extremely sharp sword intent burst out from her, as if it was going to split the hospital beneath her feet in half. Under Su Ligong's distracted gaze, this extremely confident and beautiful girl raised her cool eyes and said calmly, I will compete as normal. But that Yi Li, he's actually pretty good. Tang Yao suddenly spoke, interrupting Su Ligong's speech, and her cherry-colored mouth uttered cold words. But that's all. It's just a bunch of small fry, anyone can do it easily, it's nothing to brag about. I said it before. In this game, they are the challengers. Qingshan City, city center. In a high-standard hotel. Yi Li sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling a little heavy-hearted. According to Wang Yongfeng, Qingshan No. 1 Middle School would most likely forfeit the afternoon exchange competition due to lack of manpower, so his plan to beat up the Kendo Genius girl would have to go down the drain. No chance to earn evil points anymore. Yi Li sighed, calmed himself down, and called out the panel. Current sin value, 46,000 points. Can draw a noble phantasm. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but smile again after seeing the number on the panel. Sure enough, no one would not smile when seeing the balance in their account. If you don't smile, it means your account balance has hit rock bottom. Although the evil deeds points provided by the students of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School are few, they are still a lot. With the support of hundreds of people, his foundation reached a terrifying level. Through several rounds of experience accumulation, Yi Li also discovered some rules for the system to determine the evil value. Only warriors who are hostile to him will obtain normal evil value after being defeated. Take Zheng Qingzhu as an example. When Yi Li was teaching martial arts to this young lady, he was very ruthless and always tried to increase his evil deeds value. But even though he made Zheng Qingzhu collapse on the ground with his eyes blurred, the evil value recognized by the system was only in the double digits. Damn, is this to prevent me from infinitely farming points? Yi Li sighed. No matter what, now that he had successfully mastered the breathing technique, he could start adding points to his martial arts level, which had not been improved for a long time. It's said that there has been no improvement for a long time, but in fact it's only been 2 or 3 days. But before that, Yi Li turned his gaze to the new words behind the evil value. As the evil value is collected, new functions seem to gradually appear in the system. For example, when I first came here, after defeating Wang Ren, the system added the function of adding points to cultivation. This is indeed a good thing. Not to mention that he is currently lacking a handy spear-type noble phantasm. Yi Li's mind moved, and the text on the panel immediately began to change. Spend 1,000 points of evil to draw a noble phantasm roulette. Noble phantasm roulette. This magical roulette contains all kinds of noble phantasms from the heavens. Any magical props may be drawn from here. If you want to reach the top in one step, why not try your luck? Note, this noble phantasm pool has a guaranteed minimum of 40 draws, and a gold quality noble phantasm will definitely appear. Damn, no wonder this thing only appears after 40,000 evil deeds. Yi Li suddenly realized that the system thought he had the courage to go all in, so it immediately brought the roulette wheel to him. System, you've got the wrong person. Yi has never been that kind of gambler. Yi Li sneered. Then I chose to try it out without hesitation. Nothing else. There is a new pool in front of you. Would you be a human being if you don't play it? Bite. Congratulations on obtaining a purple rare quality noble phantasm. A purple light illuminated Yi Li's handsome face. Fortunately, although I didn't get gold in a single draw, purple is also pretty good. He nodded slightly and looked at the panel. Functional noble phantasm, ring of harmonious coexistence. Effect, consumes chi, forcing enemies within a 5-meter range to kneel down before you. The higher the enemy's level, the more chi you consume. Cooling time, 1 day. Yi Li was speechless for a long time. Are you sure that you can live in harmony with others after using this treasure? This treasure has no rank, only quality, and its effect is to adapt to yourself. Yi Li's black pupils lit up slightly. Dang dang dang. At this time, there was a quiet knock on the door. Are you still resting? Jiang Qingju's slightly surprised voice came from outside the door. Qingshan number 1 middle school didn't give up, and they called us over to compete. Roar, instead of giving up, you are walking towards me? Inside the house, Yi Li's mouth corners slowly lifted up. Tang Yao's courage is commendable. But unfortunately, this is the only thing I can praise her for. Chapter 36 I will win. Declaration of victory before the battle. Qingshan number 1 middle school is the best martial arts high school in Qingshan City, and its martial arts training ground is no smaller than that of Linhai number 1 middle school. At this moment, the martial arts arena was already bustling with people. The spectator seats, which could accommodate thousands of people, were mostly occupied, and most of them were students from various departments of Qingshan number 1 middle school. There was a lot of discussion among them, and the voices rose one after another. Only senior sister Tang will play in the upcoming match. Is this true? Why? This is a bit embarrassing to say. I heard that all the members of our school team were beaten into the hospital this morning by Jiang Qingju from Linhai number 1 middle school. Now only senior sister Tang is still able to fight. Are you kidding me? Is Jiang Qingju really that awesome? He's not really talking nonsense. And it's not just the school team, more than half of the entire senior year department of the Wuka school has gone out. Didn't you see that the spectator seats over there are empty? What the hell? It's true. Fuck, what are we even going to do then? Don't be anxious. Even if there's Jiang Qingju on the other side, don't we still have Senior Tang here? Stay calm. Senior Tang is going to play 1-on-7 again this time? I remember she did that last time we played the exchange match with Yujiang City, right? You've got me a little excited now. Senior sister Tang is truly skilled and courageous. Indeed, senior sister Tang is strong and beautiful, but that kid Wei Ji is really lucky. Wait a minute, who is Wei Ji? Why haven't I heard that senior sister Tang is in a relationship? I am no talent, it is me. Aminos. The students in the spectator seats were discussing excitedly. The time for the competition is getting closer. It can be seen that the students of Qingshan number 1 middle school are very confident that Tang Yao will defeat 7 opponents alone, as if this is an established fact. No wonder. It was because Tang Yao had become famous in Qingshan City since she was young that she had never lost a simulated battle so far. Moreover, all of them were overwhelming victories. There are also rumors that the girl once went offline to challenge a master, and with her cultivation level of the 6th level of the 2nd level, she defeated a master who had reached the peak of the 2nd level for many years. There are many similar outrageous rumors, most of which have evidence to support them. With so many blessings, the students of Qingshan City naturally regarded this ridiculously strong sword genius as their goddess by Yue Guang, and even the backbone of the entire Qingshan number 1 middle school. For them, as long as Tang Yao has not lost, Qingshan number 1 middle school has not failed. And on the high platform above them, several powerful auras were faintly emanating. The bright sunshine shines on the flat platform. In the pre-game lounge, Yili paced in front of the weapon rack, stroking his hand, and then stopped on a black spear. The weapon he was best at now was still the spear, but unfortunately he didn't have a suitable spear-type treasure, so he could only use this ordinary first-level spear. I wonder if the noble phantasm wheel will produce a 3-pointed, 2-edged sword, or a Rui Jingu Bang. Yili thought divergently. He slowly pulled out the pitch-black spear and held it in his palm. His aura suddenly became sharp. As time was running out for the competition, Yili did not add any points to his cultivation, and was still at the 2nd level, 1st layer. But it's no big deal. It's not too late to add some more after the exchange competition is over. Yili, holding a spear, slowly walked out of the lounge and came to the preparation seat under the fighting stage. Perhaps because he arrived early, Jiang Qingju was the only one sitting in the seat of Linhai number 1 middle school. You're here. Seeing him coming, Jiang Qingju immediately stood up from his chair and asked, "Have you chosen your weapon?" "I can only say that it's for makeshift use," Yili said indifferently. Jiang Qingju thought for a moment and said, "I have a lot of unused spears at home. They're all quite suitable for 2nd and 3rd level warriors. I'll bring you one next time." What an arrogant statement. Will I die if I become a rich 2nd generation in the high martial arts world? Yili sat down in his seat and seemed to sigh. Okay. Jiang Qingju nodded slightly, withdrew his gaze, and closed his eyes to rest. Afterwards, the discussion about Tang Yao and the spectator seats continued to reach the ears of the two. I got the general idea quickly. Zhang Qingju opened his eyes and looked at Yili, who was wiping his spear with his head down. He said softly, Tang Yao is very powerful and proficient in many martial arts. Even for me, it would be very dangerous to face her. You will be the first one to go on stage. Be careful of her slashing attacks. She keenly noticed the boy's gradually accelerating heartbeat beneath his calm appearance. Zhang Qingju naturally thought that he was nervous. After all, they were playing away from home and he kept hearing stories about the enemy's heroic deeds. It was inevitable that his heart would beat faster and he would lose his composure. In response, Yili just nodded slightly. I really didn't expect it. It turns out that Tang Yao is such a prestigious person in Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. In terms of reputation alone, Zhang Qingju is far inferior to the other party, and naturally Tang Yao will have more evil deeds. This is really a pleasant surprise. The corners of Yi Li's mouth rose slightly. Yi Li. Wang Yongfeng approached from a short distance away, followed by Yu Chanxian, Lu Yangda, and the others. There are less than 10 minutes left in the match. The players will be called up soon. Go get ready. Yi Li nodded, stood up quietly and walked into the entrance passage. At the same time, the players of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School were in the preparation area. Instructor Su Ligua was sweating profusely at this moment. The pressure Yi Li put on him was really too great. Although he was very confident in Tang Yao's strength, he was still a little scared when he thought that Zhang Qingju was behind him. Moreover, Su Ligua didn't know about it until just now. An elder from Qingshan Jiangya and a senior teacher from Fengyun University have now arrived at Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, intending to watch this exchange competition. The latter is not so bad, mainly to see if there are any good seedlings in the 2 municipal martial arts high schools this year so that they can extend an olive branch. But the elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion came here specifically to see Tang Yao's performance. If he saw Tang Yao lose the first game, he would definitely question and be dissatisfied with the teaching ability of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. At that time, Su Ligua, as the instructor, will definitely be held accountable. Thinking of this, Su Ligua's body trembled slightly. At this moment, the referee's resounding voice rang out over the martial arts arena. The 5th municipal exchange competition has officially begun. First game. Yili from Linhai No. 1 Middle School versus Tang Yao from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. As soon as the words fell, deafening cheers broke out in the audience seats. The voice pierced through the clouds and split the rocks, reaching the sky, demonstrating the girl's almost pinnacle reputation in Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. Su Ligua took a deep breath and looked at the pretty girl sitting with her eyes slightly closed. He asked the question that all the students of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School wanted to ask at this moment. Can we win? Buzz. A loud and arrogant sword sound suddenly rose from the ground and resounded throughout the entire training ground. Amidst countless exclamations, Tang Yao opened her eyes and put her hands into her black and white robe, letting her sleeves flutter. I will win. Her voice was cool and casual. Tang Yao walked towards the entrance passage under the attention of everyone and facing the dazzling light. At this moment, she is carrying the hopes of thousands of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School students. Although this kind of pressure could crush an ordinary person, she was unique and had long been accustomed to such expectations. Amidst this terrifying wave of noise, Tang Yao walked out of the passage and slowly stepped onto the fighting stage. Her posture was calm and confident, her eyes were extremely sharp, and her whole body was like a sword standing there, making everything around her look dull. Buzz. As the white jade belt around her waist flashed, a horizontal sword engraved with golden dragon patterns appeared in her palm. Behind him were the cheering Qingshan students, and in front of him was a handsome young man who walked onto the stage with ease and composure. That's amazing. The boy didn't hide the surprise in his tone. This is the first time I've encountered such a popular opponent. That's because you're ignorant. Also, there's one thing I hope you don't get wrong. Tang Yao looked at Yili calmly, her cherry-colored lips moving slightly as she repeated the words in a playful tone. You are the challenger. Chapter 37 The So-Called Genius. A high platform above the spectator seats. As the two opposing teams appeared, the many figures standing here also began to talk. Tang Yao is still as sharp as ever. I just don't know to what extent this Yili can consume her. The teachers on the platform looked down nervously, and even the voices of their conversations became a little quieter than before. The aura strength of both parties is roughly the same as the information on the preview table. Tang Yao's martial arts level is at the peak of the 6th level of the 2nd stage, and she has awakened AB level martial arts talent, True Self Sword Heart. Yili's martial arts level is only at the first level of the second stage, and there is no column for martial arts talent. The level suppression makes the physical strength of both sides very different, plus factors such as martial arts, combat experience, etc. Yili had almost no conditions to defeat his opponent. Therefore, the question discussed by the teachers present naturally changed from who can win to how much physical strength can Yili consume from Tang Yao. The middle-aged elder of Qingshan Sword Pavilion looked down and nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied with the sword attainments that Tang Yao exuded. At this rate of growth, within a few years, the girl would be able to advance to the 4th level, eligible to receive the baptism of swordsmanship from successive pavilion masters in the Sword Pavilion Secret Vault. But before that, you need to find a good martial arts university to train you. Qingshan Sword Pavilion is a sect after all. Even though it has abundant resources, it lacks peers who can compete with Tang Yao. Thinking of this, he looked at the vigorous old man with white hair and beard beside him and said carefully, "Master Yu, in your opinion, can the young master of my sword pavilion enter your Fengyun University for further studies?" "Of course." Yu Wang from Fengyun University glanced at him and chuckled. "This little girl is so young, but she already possesses the aura of swordsmanship. Given time, she will definitely become an outstanding sword pavilion master. If she takes the martial arts exam normally, she will definitely be able to enter Fengyun University." As if afraid that the middle-aged elder would not believe him, Yu Wang smiled and added, "If you can't get in, just come to me and I, Yu Wang, will make it for you." The elder of Jiang'a said nothing and withdrew his gaze. What he meant by what he said just now was that he wanted the other party to use the privileges of a senior teacher to directly recommend Tang Yao for admission. Being admitted to Fengyun University means that Tang Yao will receive the most precious resources in the school. Only then will there be a bright future. But the other party insisted that one could pass by taking the martial arts exam normally, which was clearly an attempt to avoid his intention. Most likely he wanted to observe Tang Yao's performance for a while before making a judgment. Thinking of this, the elder of Jiang'a snorted coldly. "Then you just wait and see. The world's #1 kendo genius is on the fighting stage below. On the battle stage." Looking at the young man in black clothes opposite him with a calm expression, Tang Yao's beautiful eyes and eyebrows were filled with confidence that was about to overflow. Even if the opponent could defeat hundreds of first-level warriors alone, it would be nothing in her eyes. People nowadays are so confident. The young man murmured to himself, "Or are also called geniuses like this? If that's the case, I'll have to find that kind of genius to make an enemy in the future." Yili made up his mind, and then looked at him casually. "I am the challenger? If you lose later, don't secretly wipe away your tears. Your assumption doesn't make sense." Tang Yao gripped her sword tightly, the qi in her body began to flow rapidly, and she said calmly, "Because I will never lose. In addition." As she spoke, she slowly pushed the sword out of its scabbard with her thumb, her eyes slightly cold. "I'll let you know how ridiculous your thoughts are right now in the face of my talent." Yili raised his eyebrows slightly, and a smile without any warmth appeared on the corner of his mouth. "If you can, give it a try." Originally it was for the evil points, but now he was really angry. In Tang Yao's eyes, Yili saw confidence and contempt, but the only thing he didn't see was respect for himself. This made him very angry. "I am so awesome that I know how to be polite when I go out. Even if there is a conflict, I will reconcile with the other party in my own way." "Very good, a kendo genius, right? He just likes to beat up rude female brats like you." The next second, the referee's voice sounded at the right time. "The game begins." Boom! The moment the battle started, a thunderous sound resounded throughout the entire arena. Tang Yao's figure turned into a streak of white light and flew straight towards Yili. Second-level precious martial arts, a flash of lightning. As the saying goes, there is no false reputation below a great name. As a genius in swordsmanship, the girl has obviously practiced this martial art to an extremely high level. The sword cut through the air at an incredible speed and slashed towards Yili at high speed. Yili held the spear in his hand, the true energy in his body surged, and he performed the Tiangang stepping void technique almost instantly. The other party is a top-notch person at the 6th level of the second stage, while he is just a newbie who has just entered the first level of the second stage. The level difference is quite large, so I should take it easy. But Yili wouldn't do that. If he was angry, he had to look angry, otherwise he would easily be mistaken for a good guy. In an instant, a billowing misty white gas emerged from his body, making his body seem somewhat transparent. The moment you step into the Tiangang step, the sword slashed across the air, but only splashed white mist all over the sky. Under Tang Yao's slightly solemn gaze, Yili sneered and swung the black spear in his hand suddenly. The gun body drew a clear and eye-catching dragon scale pattern in the air. The sound was extremely powerful, and a flash of light seemed to appear on the tip of the gun that was flashing with cold light, and it swung towards Tang Yao in front of him like a dragon. Buzz! Amidst the loud sound of sword sounds, Tang Yao held the sword horizontally in front of her. A shadow of a giant sword, several feet tall, rose from the ground, standing tall and majestic, suddenly emitting an unshakable sense of heaviness. However, a wandering dragon is powerful enough to destroy a mountain. Boom! The spear smashed down like a mountain crushing an egg, bringing with it a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The huge sword shadow that opposed it exploded under the impact of this terrifying force. For a moment, sword energy was everywhere, rocks were flying through the air, and the entire fighting stage was shaking violently. At this moment, Tang Yao herself was also sent flying backwards, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her jade hand holding the sword was shaking wildly. Chapter 38 Live in Harmony. What? As Tang Yao's figure was blown away. The students from Qingshan City in the stands looked at the situation on the field with extremely astonished eyes. Senior Tang was knocked away? Is that guy named Yili cheating? Why was he able to break through senior sister Tang's defense? What the hell? They all screamed, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the past, Tang Yao could end the battle in an instant when fighting against opponents of lower level than herself. But the sword attack just now was not only easily resolved by the opponent, but he also retaliated with a shot that blew up Sister Tang's defense and sent her flying. How on earth did they do this? On the battle stage. Looking at the young man in black clothes walking away, Tang Yao's heart was filled with turmoil. So far, this is the first time that her giant sword Su Ding has been blasted like this. Giant Sword Void Cauldron is a rare martial art in the 2nd level. She spent a year to practice this martial art to perfection. Not to mention resisting a warrior who had just entered the 2nd level, even the martial arts master who was at the peak of the 2nd level could not break through the shadow of this giant sword. It's not that Yili's strength is too great to bear, but the white light shining on the tip of the gun has a very strong armor-piercing effect. It's probably a rare martial art, and it's been cultivated to an extremely high level. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Yao in the air quickly calmed down. It's just a martial art with armor-piercing effect, I don't even take it seriously. On the high platform. The teachers who originally thought that there was not much suspense in this game were shocked after seeing Tang Yao being blown away. I instantly became energetic. This kid named Yili is quite interesting. Yuang looked at the high-spirited young man in black clothes on the stage and said in surprise, the white mist on his body has a miraculous effect. It reduced the power of the sword energy that fell on him by 50%. No, at least 70%. In his memory, the number of low-level martial arts with such effects can be counted on one hand, and they are all rare treasures. Rare items often mean that cultivation is difficult. If one wants to use low-level rare martial arts to this effect, then one must be proficient at least to the great mastery level. In addition, the spear skills that the black-shirted youth just displayed also revealed a sense of perfection. These are 2 rare martial arts that appear to be perfect. In 3 years, he had mastered 2 precious martial arts to perfection. His understanding of martial arts was truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Yuang felt even more surprised. Even if he can avoid damage and has a martial art that can penetrate armor, he can't pose much of a threat to the young pavilion master. With the young pavilion master's swordsmanship, he can definitely tear through his defenses. The sword pavilion elder said in a deep voice while staring at the battle stage. It's not just a pretense. Among all the people present, no one understood the power of Tang Yao's martial arts better than him. That is definitely an attack power that can pose a threat to 3rd-level warriors. On the battle stage. Tang Yao steadied herself in mid-air, her legs scraping against the ground as she moved over 10 feet, barely relieving the force on her body. She immediately raised her pair of sharpened beautiful eyes and looked coldly at the handsome young man who was surrounded by white mist and looked extremely mysterious. Is this all you have? The young man asked with a slightly sarcastic chuckle, holding a spear. How shameless. There was a slight, yet clearly noticeable hint of dissatisfaction in Tang Yao's cold tone. The pride in her heart is still as solid as a rock. So what if you can avoid injury? I will still be able to defeat you later. Boom! A loud thunder sounded again at the same time, and Tang Yao's figure turned into a dazzling white light, running towards Yili at a high speed. Yili looked calm as he stretched out his hand towards the white light that was coming at him at an extremely fast speed. Just when everyone didn't know what he was going to do. On that bony palm, a glittering ring quietly lit up. Buzz. Next second, the blinding white light that was coming at high speed suddenly stopped in mid-air. With a bewildered look on Tang Yao's face, she fell to her knees uncontrollably. Bang! The white knees slammed heavily on the fighting stage, and the shameful sound echoed throughout the venue. In full view of everyone, this proud daughter of Qingshan City knelt on the ground, rubbing against the ground under the action of inertia, and knelt in front of Yili. See this situation. Thousands of people in the stands were stunned. For a moment, a suffocating silence swept the entire venue, and the originally warm atmosphere suddenly became almost frozen. It was as quiet as the eve of a snowstorm. Publicly humiliate the arrogant young master of Qingshan Sword Pavilion, evil deeds plus 1,500. Tang Yao on the platform was even more confused at this moment. She lowered her head in disbelief and looked at her knees kneeling on the ground. What am I doing? How could he actually kneel down before a common person who spoke so arrogantly in such an occasion? In an instant, a huge rage surged in Tang Yao's heart, and her eyes, which had been calm and elegant in the past, now seemed to be spewing fire. She raised her head and looked at the young man who was so close to her silver teeth almost breaking. You're done. Yili's hand shot out like lightning and grabbed her pretty face. Then his knee smashed out like a tiger descending from the mountain, carrying with it a fierce wind pressure, and exploded on that proud and confident face. Bang! With a muffled sound, that pretty face was suddenly distorted by pain. Severe pain attacked her face. Tang Yao felt stars in her eyes and felt dizzy. The words she was about to say were forcibly interrupted and her body leaned back uncontrollably. What time is it? Still want to chat? Yili sneered, stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Tang Yao again. The effective, harmonious coexistence precept is stronger than he imagined, and it can be used as a one-time immobilization method in the future. This is the method of immobilization used by us in the high martial arts world. Do you have such a method? Yili chuckled inwardly, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Tang Yao's face. If I had used the tip of the gun, I would have been dead. This thought subconsciously emerged in Tang Yao's mind while she was dizzy, but she was immediately swallowed up by huge anger. A mediocre person actually hit her in the face with his knee. Moreover, at such a good opportunity, the opponent did not use his previous shooting skills to pursue the victory. This behavior simply showed that he did not take her seriously. Kneeling, slapping in the face. From the moment she was born until now, this was the first time someone dared to humiliate her like this. At this moment, Tang Yao felt someone holding her face with 5 fingers. You're looking for death. She shouted angrily, her true energy surged up, and she forced herself to come back to her senses from the dizziness. Boom! Astonishing sword energy burst out from her body, and the visibility on the fighting stage suddenly became very low. The sword energy in the sky was like countless sharp blades unsheathed, sweeping across the sky and the earth. Yili was instantly involved. Puff, puff. The sounds of flesh being pierced rang out one after another, and Tang Yao took this opportunity to break free from the restraint and retreat explosively. Looking at the thin figure that was surrounded by countless sword auras but still standing, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Before, it was your only chance to defeat me. Since you can't grasp it, don't blame me. Tang Yao. Chapter 39. You are a waste. Tang Yao's voice was icy cold. He gripped his sword tightly, and his whole posture changed. A powerful sword energy was brewing rapidly within his body. Taishan holding the sun. A student in the audience recognized the move and shouted excitedly. Alas! The next second, astonishing sword intent overflowed from Tang Yao's body, and a fierce gust of wind swept around her. This is the starting move of the 3rd level precious martial art, Taishan holding the sun. Even among the secret treasures of Qingshan Sword Pavilion, it is considered a top-notch martial art, and it is now being used by Tang Yao. The intention is clear. She didn't plan to delay any longer and was going to kill Yili with one sword. The majestic Mount Tai is high and its beauty reaches the blue sky. Boom! A sword energy as bright as the sun in the sky burst out from the horizontal sword in Tang Yao's hand, and with the terrifying power of the sun moving eastward and Mount Tai collapsing, it fiercely killed the figure below. She had already mastered Mount Tai holding the sun to perfection. Gather your energy in the first second and draw your sword in the second. The destructive power contained in that brilliant sword energy is exactly the weapon she needs to fight against opponents of higher levels. Back then, a peak-level 2nd-level warrior was seriously injured and fell to the ground by this move. Now, if he uses this technique on an opponent whose martial arts level is lower than his, the result is obvious. The thin figure was instantly swallowed by the sword energy. Then, boom! The huge roar brought about an astonishingly strong wind, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. Many people's ears were buzzing due to the sound, and they were unable to open their eyes due to the strong wind. The power of a sword is so terrifying. I saw smoke and dust rising on the opposite platform. It's Senior Tang's victory. The faces of the thousands of students in the stands were filled with excitement, and many of them couldn't help but shout out loud. The teachers on the podium nodded slightly, all acknowledging Tang Yao's strength in their hearts. Tang Yao exhaled and slowly put away her sword. There are still 5, and the true energy is still sufficient, no problem. The moment she thought of this, a strong sense of uneasiness and alertness suddenly surged in her heart. My heartbeat also accelerated rapidly, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Tang Yao subconsciously drew her sword and looked solemnly in the direction of smoke and dust ahead. Suddenly, a pair of blazing golden eyes appeared in the rolling dust, as dazzling as burning flames. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable feeling of oppression surged over me like a tide. Tang Yao felt as if she was being pressed down by a heavy mountain and could hardly move. At the same time, an extremely cold voice without any emotion reached her ears. "Is this what you call serious?" It was the unique voice of the black-shirted boy, but it carried an unprecedented nonchalance. "It's like saying, I had so much hope for you, but I didn't expect you to be so useless." These words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Tang Yao's heart. But before anger could surge in her heart, she felt a sudden chill down her spine and an inexplicable fear surged in her heart. All I saw ahead was smoke and dust. Yili walked out slowly from it. His hair fluttered, his back was straight, and his torn black shirt rustled. Black hair, golden eyes, and an arrogant demeanor. Playing tricks. Tang Yao's eyes were sharp, and she gripped the sword tightly, releasing the powerful aura of the second level 6 without reservation. She felt a dangerous aura from Yili. Yili looked calm and moved forward with ease. Amid countless astonished gazes. The energy and blood in his body were as vigorous as a boiling pot, and his powerful aura swept across the entire venue without any concealment. After activating Gold Soul Revival, physical strength will increase by about 300%. This is an all-round improvement, not just a simple improvement in punching power. It was as if he had activated the Super Saiyan mode. Yili felt an unprecedented sense of strength in his body at this moment, and the flesh and blood pierced by the sword healed in the blink of an eye. He pulled out the spear stuck in the ground, then rushed out and arrived in front of Tang Yao in a breath. Yili gripped the spear tightly, and the muscles on his back bulged like a living thing, like the smiling face of a devil. A random shot made Tang Yao's face change drastically. He quickly held the knife across his body and shouted softly. The shadow of a giant sword emerged from her body. Yili had a blank expression on his face, dragon scales appeared on the spear in his hand, and he smashed it domineeringly on the shadow. Boom! Yili exerted a little force, and a terrifying force burst out from the gun. The shadow of the giant sword that had just appeared on Tang Yao's body exploded on the spot, and the horizontal sword blocking in front of her also suddenly burst into a wail. Tang Yao retreated backwards tremblingly, a solemn expression as if facing a formidable enemy appeared on her pretty face, and cold sweat broke out on her back. Her arms were already numb, and it was difficult for her to even lift them up. Just one strike caused her to lose most of her fighting power. Such astonishing power, could this really not be the ultimate move of a gifted third-level warrior? What to do? What to do? Without giving her any time to think, Yili appeared in front of her. Tang Yao's pupils shrank slightly, and she tried her best to hold up her sword. The next second, a pitch-black spear swept over heavily. Clang! The golden dragon sword that had accompanied her for countless days and nights let out a shrill wail and broke directly in half after being struck. The spear swept across and hit her waist and abdomen hard, breaking several ribs. Tang Yao only felt that she had collided head-on with a high-speed truck. Her internal organs were shaking and squeezed, and it hurt so much that they seemed to be bursting apart. My mind is almost blank. Ah! In a trance, she felt herself rolling and flying out, falling to the ground, and she couldn't help but moan in pain from her cherry-colored mouth, and kept curling up on the ground. The proud and calm attitude of the past is gone at this moment. The girl's pretty face was filled with pain. She kept coughing up blood, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and the broken sword slipped from her hand. Under such terrifying force, her sword skills that she had mastered after years of hard training, the powerful cultivation of the second stage and sixth level, seemed so fragile and ridiculous. All the pride and confidence he had before became a joke, and his proud talent was trampled to the ground and crushed by the opponent. An indescribable feeling of frustration welled up in her heart. Why is a warrior who has just entered the second level so ridiculously strong? Tang Yao's face was pale. She tried her best to steady her breathing and struggled to get up from the ground. Just as she was about to stand up, a pair of martial arts shoes slowly stepped on her face. That beautiful and fair face was slightly deformed under the soles of the shoes. Tang Yao felt disheartened, and tears of humiliation gradually appeared in the corners of her eyes. The huge shame and anger almost overwhelmed her, but at this moment she found it extremely difficult to even move her fingers. She was totally powerless to resist and could only look at the other person unwillingly with tears in her eyes. Senior Tang. Some students in the spectator seats saw this scene, their faces full of heartache, and they couldn't help but shout out loud. Senior Sister Tang, who they had never dared to talk to before, was now being so wantonly ravaged by that guy named Yili. How excessive. How arrogant. This made them feel angry and clenched their fists. But when Yili raised his eyes and glanced at him, his whole body turned cold and he subconsciously closed his mouth. Tang Yao, forgive me for being blunt. Just when Tang Yao was feeling extremely humiliated, Yili's voice came from above. Along with it came a sharp black spear, the tip of which first stopped on her towering chest. Then he slowly moved up and gently patted her red and swollen face. The black-shirted young man had a calm expression, a pair of golden eyes that were fiery and majestic, but his voice was slightly playful. You're just a piece of crap. Tang Yao's heart suddenly tightened. P.S. As a new author, all I can do is to ensure that I don't write plots that disgust readers, and just focus on writing my exciting stories. Chapter 40 Exchange Competition ends. Born in Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao has been placed with high hopes by the current pavilion master since she was young. Although Qingshan Sword Pavilion is a leading mountain sect in Qingshan City, it is still not as impressive as the famous sects in Ing Province. Not to mention that Qingshan Sword Pavilion has actually been experiencing a lack of successors since its current leader came to power, and the entire mountain gate is on the decline. At this time, a genius is urgently needed to lead the declining Qingshan Sword Pavilion to revive itself. Tang Yao appeared at the right time. Her talent made the entire Qingshan Jiangya and even Qingshan City regard her as the leader of the younger generation and the hope of the future. The girl also believes that she is not ordinary. She had originally planned to win the provincial martial arts exam, then enter a martial arts university to hone her skills, and eventually travel the world with her sword, reaching the pinnacle of the martial arts world. Unexpectedly, before the first stage was realized, I was slapped hard in the face by reality. Tang Yao's face became paler and paler. Her pretty face was stepped on by the other party, and even lifting it up was a luxury. Her talent in swordsmanship, which she was so proud of, seemed as powerless and ridiculous as acrobatics in front of the black-shirted young man. Before this, she had never lost a match against her peers. The bitterness in my heart at this moment is stronger than ever before. Tang Yao, forgive me for being blunt. You're just a piece of crap. Hearing this, the sharpness in Tang Yao's eyes gradually faded, and her clenched hands slowly loosened. She lay on the training ground like a dead dog, and for the first time she was indifferent to the humiliation of others. Yili didn't even look at her. For this kind of self-satisfied genius, he always repays kindness with kindness and repays evil with justice. No matter how pitiful the girl behaves at this moment, it has nothing to do with him. Just like if he loses this competition, no matter how pitiful he behaves, the other party will not sympathize with him. In the world of high-level martial arts, the strong will severely humiliate the weak. Therefore, Yili did not retract his foot, but chose to step on the opponent's head and walk towards the stage. Yili Sheng. The referee's excited and empty voice echoed over the training ground. The stands with thousands of people in them were as quiet as if a heavy snow had fallen. Countless students from Qingshan City were staring at the scene on the stage with either their eyes wide open, complicated expressions, or difficulty accepting it. Their hearts felt as if they were being cut by a sharp blade. No one would have thought that the sword fairy girl who was so high and dazzling in their eyes would be defeated so brutally. Moreover, it was a one-sided and overwhelming defeat. They don't even see much of a taste of a close match. The smoke and dust dissipated, and then the black-robed young man walked out leisurely, and killed Tang Yao neatly in a few moves. A martial arts candidate holding a second-level high-level treasure was defeated extremely quickly. As for the result, it was no different from Tang Yao's previous competitions, except that the identities of the people standing and the people falling were swapped. Despair. In the deathly silence of the entire place, only the sound of slow and steady footsteps echoed. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to be as heavy as stepping on everyone's heart. Under countless complex and horrified gazes, I saw a handsome young man with black hair and golden eyes walking down the platform with an indifferent expression and steady steps. Behind him, the flat platform was full of cracks, which was particularly eye-catching. And that very handsome face, at this moment, actually had a sense of majesty without even being angry. Even the people in Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School felt a little dry in the mouth. Lu Yangda looked at the young man and recalled his provocative behavior last week, which was like seeking death. He couldn't help but shudder. The opponent was so powerful that even the recognized sword genius in Qingshan City was beaten like this. If he had not been killed, his ancestors would probably have had their heads broken in the underworld. No wonder his uncle, who was the director, was unable to punish the other party at the beginning. If anyone dared to touch such a genius, the school would probably kick him and his uncle out. Lu Yangda felt terrified and made a secret decision. From now on, I would rather go to Akashi than seek death again. Because the remaining contestants from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School withdrew, Lin Hai No. 1 Middle School is declared the winner. This exchange competition is over. The referee's excited voice continued. On the high platform, the elder of Jianghe had a grim expression on his face, and his hands in his sleeves slowly clenched. Not to mention him, even the leader of Jianghe might not have seen anyone of the same age who could crush Tang Yao like this. Thinking about how he had wanted to show the senior teachers of Fengyun University what a true genius was, his face now felt burning with pain. The elder of Jianghe wanted to say something to save his face, but when he turned around, he found that Zhu Weng had left at some point. As soon as the young man named Yili left the stage, the other party disappeared. His purpose was self-evident. Well. Thinking of this, the elder of Jianghe's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he finally sighed. With the recommendation of Fengyun University, the black-shirted young man's future achievements will probably not be inferior to those of the leader of Jianghe. As expected, the figure of the black-shirted young man just disappeared from the exit passage. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the audience. I saw a figure on the high platform leaping down lightly like a flying bird, and landing on the ground as quickly as a diving falcon. With a loud bang, countless gravel and dust were splashed, as if a small explosion had occurred there. Everyone looked in astonishment and saw an old man with white hair and beard, a kind face but also an air of majesty standing steadily above the pit. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his hands were behind his back, and his green robe fluttered in the wind, making him look particularly elegant and otherworldly. Behind it stands a group of lifelike flowing clouds, as if stirred by wind and clouds. The school emblem of Fengyun University. The thousands of students in the spectator seats were all students of the military department of Ing Province. Naturally, they knew the name of Fengyun University and recognized it at a glance, with obvious surprise in their eyes. I had heard that people from Fengyun University would come to watch the exchange competition, but I never thought that they would jump directly from the platform. But soon, the surprise turned into deep shock. The old man who went there first and looked extremely majestic rushed into the training passage the next second. His expression was as eager as if he had discovered some priceless treasure. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, the audience seats exploded like a boiling oil pan. Isn't that the teacher from Fengyun University? What is he doing there? Brother, you're such an idiot. Isn't it obvious right away? He's going after that Yili. Oh shit, could this be a recommendation? Recommendation? In a city-level competition like this, if you perform well enough, you can be selected by the teachers from the prestigious schools who come to watch the game. You don't have to take the martial arts exam and can be admitted to school early. What? That Yili treated Senior Tang like this, and yet he was still admitted to Fengyun University? I can't accept this. I can't accept this either. Isn't this just eating and taking? There was a lot of discussion in the audience seats, followed by wails and sadness. The bastard who just beat their Bai Yueguan like a dog turned around and got the admission quota they had always dreamed of. It's really hard to accept. Thousands of Qingshan students were filled with shock and helplessness, their buttocks were stuck to their seats as if they had taken root. The teachers on the podium also looked at each other, and they all saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. Without a doubt. With such talent and the qualification to study at Fengyun University, Yili can only grow steadily in the future. He will definitely be a high-level warrior with a great reputation. Linhai number 1 middle school in this ditch is really lucky. Having Jiang Qingzhu is not enough, and now there is an even more outrageous Yili, who is so sad that he makes people cry. The teachers in Qingshan City could only feel their eyes turn red with envy. In the lounge. As soon as Yili sat down on the chair, he saw Wang Yongfeng walk in with an excited face. Good boy, you're so awesome. Principal Li is almost going hysterical because of you. Wang Yongfeng came up enthusiastically and looked him up and down. Are you injured anywhere? It's okay, it's just that the energy consumption is a bit large, it will recover in an hour. Yili waved his hand and placed the spear beside him. His eyes returned to their dark color, and the injuries on his body had long been repaired by the immortal golden soul. With every breath, the somewhat depleted true energy in his body quickly recovered. Most of it is the huge consumption caused by the use of golden soul revival. Although he did not use this explosive talent, Yili was quite confident of winning. But if that happens, he will have to fight back and forth with Tang Yao, and he will probably have to use things like frost and snow all over the sky, dragon riding the wind. At that time, it will be easy for the other party to have thoughts like, what a thrilling battle, and they will not feel resentful at all. What kind of evil points can they earn? I wonder if they think that these two geniuses appreciate each other. Therefore, Yili made a prompt decision and chose to win the battle in the most brutal way. Strive to destroy the opponent's psychological defenses. The effect is also very significant. Severely injure and publicly humiliate the arrogant sword pavilion young master, evil deeds plus 5,000. Current evil value, 51,500 points. Such a good number made Yili excited. Thank you for your hard work. You beat so many people in the morning, and then beat Tang Yao in the afternoon. Wang Yongfeng felt that the young man was becoming more and more outstanding. Looking at the torn black shirt, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Before the martial arts exam, if there is another competition like this, I will help you turn it down so that you can concentrate on preparing for the battle. After saying that, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Yi Li's eyes suddenly became sharp. That's not necessary. Yi Li coughed lightly and said calmly, I am used to fighting to support myself. You still have to take care of your health. Wang Yongfeng smiled with emotion and encouraged, as long as you maintain this level, even Fengyun University, the best university in Ying Province, will definitely be vying for you. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside the door. Yu Wang, with his white hair and beard, pushed the door open and walked out, laughing, that's true. I just wonder if classmate Yi Li is willing? Chapter 41, Temporarily Avoiding the Spotlight. When Wang Yongfeng saw the person coming, he was stunned at first, then his eyes swept over him and his eyes widened subconsciously. Wearing a Fengyun University teaching robe, this means that the old man is a teacher at Fengyun University. Are you really here to grab people in advance? Wang Yongfeng was a little bit unbelievable. He had heard about Fengyun University's early admission of students in the past, but had never seen it with his own eyes. After all, there are nearly 100 martial arts high schools of all sizes in the 12 cities of Ying Province. Tens of thousands of young warriors are born in each session, and only a handful of them can be admitted to Fengyun University in advance, at most 2 or 3, and sometimes not even 1. Early admission means recommended admission, and recommended admission means a massive influx of resources. Even though Fengyun University is the leading martial arts university in Ying Province, it does not have so many resources to select more than a dozen students for admission each year. In previous years, most of the recommended students were selected from the military science students in Shanzhou City, and students from other cities could only watch helplessly. It has been many years since Fengyun University last selected recommended students in Linhai City. With this treatment, I'm afraid I will really soar to success in the future. Yi Li, Fengyun University is the best martial arts university in Ying Province. Wang Yongfeng coughed lightly and reminded him as tactfully as possible, if you are admitted early, it will be of great help to your future development. Exactly. As he spoke, Yu Wang quickly came over and rubbed his hands nervously. After seeing that there was no scar on Yi Li's skin under his torn black shirt, there was an obvious heat in his eyes. As expected, he was not mistaken. The injuries caused by the sword energy a few minutes ago had completely disappeared. This healing speed was simply amazing. What kind of martial arts talent must he have? I actually got such a big treasure in a place like this. I am so lucky. In the previous battle, Yu Wang, who had the highest cultivation level, saw clearly that Tang Yao's previous attacks were not completely ineffective against Yi Li, rather, most of the attacks caused damage to Yi Li. Especially the move, Taishan holding the sun, even with the magical white mist protecting his body, the powerful sword energy directly penetrated Yi Li's right abdomen. However, the injuries of these ordinary warriors, which were already serious, were healed in just a few breaths by Yi Li. When Mr. Yu saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of his head, and his heart was filled with turmoil. No one understands the value of this matter better than him. If there weren't a group of teachers surrounding him, he would have rushed down to verify it. Fortunately, the opportunity was not completely missed. Student Yi Li. Yu Wang's throat rolled over, and he looked at the calm black-shirted young man and smiled gently. I happen to have a special admission quota on hand. If you are willing, I will personally be your mentor. You can come to Fengyun University right now without even having to take the martial arts exam. To be honest, I am a senior teacher at Fengyun University. My martial arts skills can be considered a master. I will definitely not mislead the students. You can rest assured. Hearing this, even Wang Yongfeng's expression became strange. Is this definitely a teacher from Fengyun University, and not a salesperson from some martial arts cram school? Is the enthusiasm a bit too much? It's weird and a bit sour at the same time. You know, I have never seen such a scene when I took the martial arts exam. The several intermediate teachers from Fengyun University all had cold faces and exuded indifference from head to toe. When it comes to Yi Li, senior teachers have become salesmen. The admission quota is understandable, after all, Yi Li, who defeated Tang Yao, has this potential. But this attitude, where quickly agree is almost written on one's face, is another matter entirely. Does this mean that Yi Li's potential is outstanding even among the recommended students? Thinking of this, Wang Yongfeng's breathing became rapid. Could it be that Yi Li still has some potential that he hasn't seen? Yi Li did not answer directly, but asked. What are the benefits of this recommendation? What he lacks most is the opportunity to earn evil points and various martial arts skills. Of course. Yu Wang smiled confidently, straightened up and said. In Fengyun University's library alone, you can go directly to the 4th floor with your voucher. Not to mention 2nd and 3rd tier martial arts, even 4th tier rare martial arts are available for you to exchange. Then there's the level of contact. Many of the teachers at Fengyun University are high-ranking figures from various factions. To be honest, ordinary martial arts students only have the opportunity to see them when they're on campus. These are all potential connections. As he spoke, he deliberately hinted. Speaking of which, I am also a guest elder of many associations. I control many resources and opportunities for secret realm training. If I want, I can allocate them to the students I favor. Also, if you have any questions while practicing martial arts, you can always ask the teachers. With the title of recommended student, they will be happy to explain it to you. Mr. Yu talked so much that his mouth became dry. He looked at Yi Li, who looked calm, cleared his throat, and said with a smile, if you are willing to be my student, that would be great. I can definitely give you more than the leaders of those second-rate forces. Hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly. As expected of the martial arts university with the strongest foundation in Ying province, the benefits are indeed attractive. Although the actual difficulty is probably much more difficult than what the other party says, the opportunities that Fengyun University can provide are indeed more substantial. He has no shortage of teachers to teach martial arts, nor does he want connections that would break at the slightest touch, but he does have some need for this kind of opportunity. I see. It's really good. Finally, under Yu Wang's fiery gaze, Yi Li said calmly. But I refuse. Playing tricks on the 106-year-old teacher at Fengyun University, evil deeds plus 500. Yu Wang, who thought he had it all figured out, was taken aback and couldn't help asking. Why? Are the conditions not generous enough? It's generous. Yi Li nodded naturally. And you? I refuse. Playing tricks on the 106-year-old teacher at Fengyun University, evil deeds plus 200. You know what, it's quite fun to play tricks on old men. Yi Li sighed in frustration. I probably can't change my habit of saying no to people who are almost certain of success. So, why did you refuse? Yu Wang's face turned red. Yi Li chuckled softly and said, because I want to take the martial arts exam. You still want to take the martial arts exam? Yu Wang was stunned, then said earnestly, that's totally unnecessary. After this fight, the students of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School probably hate you to the core. If these hundreds of people were free during the martial arts exam, they might come and cause trouble for you. Then you'd be outnumbered and it would be very easy for you to get into trouble. Then, what if I wait until I take the martial arts exam and then ask for this admission quota? Wang Yongfeng asked tentatively. He thought Yili probably wanted to hone himself through the martial arts exam, so he planned to help him. That's even more unnecessary. Yu Wang glanced at him and said helplessly, I have the only recommended admission spot for Fengyuan University this year. You all know Shanzhou No. 1 High School, right? It's the most established martial arts high school in Ing Province, and has produced the most talented students over the years. From what I know, there are several talented players in this class, all of whom are very talented and arrogant. If they heard that you, a recommended martial arts student, came to take the martial arts exam, they would definitely come to see you. He looked at Yili and explained seriously. To put it bluntly, they're here to cause you trouble and test your abilities. Why? Yili asked. I don't accept it. Yu Wang sighed and said, Student Yili, listen to my advice. The martial arts exam is not a joke. Aren't you just asking for trouble? There's absolutely no need to compete with them, right? After saying that, Yu Wang suddenly found that the black eyes of the young man in front of him were getting brighter and brighter. Really? Facing Yu Wang's confused look, Yili said calmly, how about this, let's both compromise. I'll take the admission quota, and I'll also take part in the martial arts exam. No, you want them all? Yu Wang looked at Wang Yongfeng beside him in surprise, wondering if he had heard it wrong. P.S. This chapter has been slightly modified. Chapter 42, Adding Points starts, the peak of the second level. As night falls, a slight chill hangs over Qingshan City. With Yu Wang's reluctant look in his eyes, Yili exchanged contact information with him and then parted ways. Afterwards, under the leadership of Wang Yongfeng, he and Jiang Qingzhu and others quickly returned to the high-standard hotel in the city center. I knew you would win. I saw the number on the punch strength test machine in your training room that day. Under the envious gazes of Lu Yangda and others, Jiang Qingzhu followed Yili and said seriously, you have been hiding your strength all this time. Indeed, Tang Yao should be ashamed of not letting me use my full strength. Yili chuckled and stopped in front of the door, then, see you tomorrow. He couldn't wait to add some more. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes flickered and her red lips pursed slightly. Yili nodded and closed the door casually. Watching his disappearing figure, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath. Since that day, whenever she looked up, she could see the sky in his back, and both seemed so far away. However, I also have a lot on my shoulders, and I should not give up easily no matter what. We have to catch up quickly. Jiang Qingzhu encouraged himself in his heart. At least the other party's martial arts level was not as high as his, and he should not be able to catch up for a while. Okay, let's get started. In the room, after it was quiet, Yili washed his body and returned to the bed to sit cross-legged. His white bathrobe swayed gently, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his handsome features. Current sin value, 52,200 points. Can draw a noble phantasm. This was the first time he had seen such a huge number. It's like getting a salary of tens of thousands of yuan for the first time as an adult, and you don't know how to spend it. Defeating Tang Yao does not mean everything is fine. A new round of tests is coming. According to Yu Wang, in this martial arts exam, not only are hundreds of martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School likely to make a comeback, but several so-called geniuses from Shanzhou City will also come. Another big battle is about to begin. The hundreds of people from Qingshan No. 1 Middle School are nothing to be feared. Yili, who possesses terrifying endurance, is not afraid of these weaklings who have no cooperation at all. The only threat that deserves vigilance is from Shanzhou City. Shanzhou City, as the capital of Ing Province, is rich in resources, and its martial arts culture is the most popular among the 12 cities in Ing Province. Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School naturally became the top martial arts high school with the highest admission rate in Ing Province. Among them are students who are hailed as geniuses. Even though Yu Wang did not explicitly state their specific strength, it can be imagined that they would not be much weaker than Tang Yao, and might even be stronger. I will not be able to sleep or eat until I have the fighting power to crush these people. It's really high return, high risk. Yili smiled jokingly. He knew very well that if he failed even once along the way, he would suffer huge losses. There are material and spiritual ones. Therefore, this possibility must be eliminated. Yili exhaled lightly and summoned the panel. I have to say that I have stayed in the first level of the second stage for long enough. I've had enough of the red tape, it's time to make a breakthrough. Current sin value, 52,200 points. Can draw a noble phantasm. Now that I have maxed out the S-level breathing technique, there is no reason not to try increasing my skills a bit. Go ahead, my persistence and hard work. Bite. Start consuming evil points and continuously improve your cultivation. After previous arduous training, your understanding of the S-level breathing technique White Mist Frost Snow has reached the point where you can recite it by heart. This has greatly enhanced your control over your true chi, and its integration with your meridians has also accelerated. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 400%. Your cultivation speed is like a legendary racing driver who has been banned for many years, and is suddenly told that he can drive fast one day, and then drives a top-of-the-line car at a Mercedes-Benz speed. Unlock new achievement, drifting. Drifting, no matter how fast you drive, your vehicle will not roll over due to drifting. The old lady Adachi Ken who used to run wildly on this road was sent flying by you, and your cultivation level began to increase rapidly. After consuming 1,000 points of evil, you have used pure chi to refine the meridians in both arms. The meridians emitted jade-like luster, naturally strengthening your body and improving your chi and blood. You successfully advanced to the second level, third level. With a sufficiently high level of chi mastery, your chi recovery speed far exceeds that of warriors of the same level, allowing you to practice the Jade Vein realm more easily. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 20%. After consuming 3,000 points of evil, you mobilize all your chi to refine the meridians in your torso. The abilities of your internal organs are enhanced, with the kidneys receiving the greatest improvement. When refining your meridians, you seem to favor them, allocating 40% of the chi and blood you receive back to them. You successfully advanced to the 6th level of the second stage. This is simply nonsense. Yi has always treated all internal organs equally. How could he be partial to any one organ? At best, it is just the kidney's function of promoting hematopoiesis, which is beneficial to the future third-level true blood realm. I have no choice but to do it. The words were still appearing on the light screen. After consuming 5,000 points of evil, you circulate your chi with unparalleled proficiency. The meridians in your limbs and bones are tempered by you, and your entire body is completely transformed. A rich aroma like precious medicine emanates from your body. You have successfully advanced to the 9th level of the second stage. After consuming 8,000 points of evil, you have fully mastered the surge of strength. Stronger bones and muscles have made your body far stronger than before, and the blood in your body has begun to show signs of transformation. You have officially entered the peak of the second stage. This upgrade consumes a total of 8,000 points of evil, equivalent to more than 10 years of hard training. Current evil value, 44,200 points. As the last line of text appeared, Yili felt his limbs getting hot. The flow of true chi in the body was uncontrollably agitated, surging, and then rushing through the meridians at a speed far exceeding its previous speed. He clenched his fist slightly, and a surge of true energy surged out from his body at an incredible speed. If martial arts were to be used, the speed would definitely be several times faster than before. Yili looked at the slender palm, and joy flashed in his black eyes. Sure enough, the decision to wait until the breathing method was perfected before improving the cultivation was the right one. He remembered that it took him 8 years of hard training to reach the 8th level from the 5th level of the first stage. Now, after only more than 10 years of hard training, he has advanced from the first level of the second stage to the peak of the second stage. Although this cultivation speed is still behind those geniuses, it is a huge improvement compared to when I first came here. Beneath the smooth skin and flesh are meridians as clear as jade, which are not as fragile as before, and also increase the strength of the body. Even the blood rushing through the body, nurtured by these completely transformed meridians, had a few drops of blood faintly emitting a mysterious golden glow, looking different from before. He beat up so many people and showed his prowess. This is what you deserve. Yili exhaled a breath of fresh air, not feeling confused. He knew that this was the next stage in the road to martial arts, and what the third-level true blood realm had to do. When all the blood in his body begins to emit a subtle golden glow, it means that he has officially entered the true blood realm. The improvement of low-level warriors is essentially the gradual transformation of their physical bodies. Good breathing and training methods can accelerate this transformation process. Once he finds the right method of tempering, Yili will probably be able to fill it up directly. Thinking of this, he looked at the panel, and the numbers on it were still sufficient. Current evil value, 44,200 points. Although I haven't found a suitable tempering method yet, I can still try using the stupid method to break through to the level close to the true blood realm. Yili's mind moved, and the vast evil value once again poured into the panel. Chapter 43, Golden Soul Upgrade, New Powers. Bite. Consume evil points and start improving your martial arts level. You haven't read any methods for tempering your chi and blood yet. You're like a college student in your previous life who, after 2 years of college, went to take the college entrance exam and could only stare blankly at the test paper. Without any other options, you can only rely on the transformed jade veins to warm and nourish your chi and blood, thereby achieving the goal of tempering your chi and blood. Gain negative buff, cultivation speed reduced by 80%. After consuming 1000 points of sin, a golden glow will appear in about 1/5 of your blood. This excites you, as you feel you found the trick. After consuming 2000 points of evil, you sadly discovered that finding the trick was just an illusion. Relying on the meridians to nourish chi and blood is not only difficult at the beginning, but even more difficult in the middle. In the end, you are as helpless as a blind man riding a blind horse. Gained negative buff, emotional. Irritability cultivation speed reduced by 10%. After consuming 3000 points of evil, more than half of the blood in your body has completed its initial transformation. However, the remaining half, like impurities when hammering metal, is extremely difficult to remove. Perhaps only through hammering can it be removed. Gain negative buff, midnight near the deep pool increases the probability of going astray by 50%. Yili immediately stopped adding points. This is a bit outrageous. How could this person who has gone astray actually appear? No, what's wrong with you being a college student? Who said that college students from their hometown can't take the college entrance examination? Haven't you heard of the heroic act of a college student taking the college entrance examination on behalf of his younger classmates and directly sending them to junior college? Looks like I need to find a book on hammering techniques. Yili sighed. More than half of the blood in his body had completed the transformation. It seemed that it was much stronger than the ordinary second-level peak. At least according to the current strength of chi and blood. At this moment, compared to himself a few minutes ago, he is already stronger than the latter even if he activates Golden Soul Revival. Yili simply arranged his two forms. One is to activate the state of Tiangang stepping into the void technique. Relying on damage immunity and speed, plus various perfect martial arts, it should be no problem to fight against early third-order warriors. If the battle line is prolonged, he, with the Blood Cow plug-in, will definitely be able to kill ordinary third-level warriors by exchanging injuries. The second one is a Super Saiyan who has activated the Golden Soul Revival state. Although it consumes a lot of energy, the improvement in his physical body is too outrageous. Not to mention the warriors at the early stage of the third level, or those at the first or second level, he has the confidence that he can tear apart even the monsters at the middle stage of the third level with his bare hands. A true humanoid Tyrannosaurus. As for why there are two forms, it is because there are related special effects when these two are turned on. Who would resist the temptation of being able to change form? Yili chuckled and looked at the panel again. There are still more than 40,000 evil points, which can be used to obtain the so-called guaranteed treasure. The question is it necessary? Yili pondered for a moment and felt that it was unnecessary for the time being. According to the rules, the best performing contestant in the exchange competition will receive a treasure jointly sponsored by the two schools in addition to prize money and chi and blood pills. He still didn't know what this treasure was. Wait until you get it and find that it is not a gun-type treasure, then consider drawing from this card pool. Thinking of this, Yili turned to look at his martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS level. Immortal Golden Soul LV2 upgradable. With so many evil points in hand, it would be a shame not to add more. The last time I upgraded to LV2, I unlocked the Golden Soul Awakening, which is like a Scion transformation. This made Yili look forward to it. If he upgraded to LV3, what new abilities would he unlock? Anyway, investing in martial arts talent will definitely pay off, so just do it. Yili's mind moved slightly, and according to his experience, he began to inject a huge amount of evil value into the panel. Bite. Consume evil points and start upgrading the level of Immortal Golden Soul. Your solid and clear Golden Soul is nourished once again, thirsty like the earth after a long drought, absorbing all the evil deeds you have invested. After consuming 2000 points of evil, your Golden Soul becomes more stable. After consuming 5000 points of evil, a faint pattern will begin to appear on your Golden Soul. This is a sign of its evolution. Concentrate your chi within your body to prevent yourself from becoming possessed. After consuming 10,000 points of evil, the pattern on the Golden Soul becomes increasingly solid. Looking closely, you discover a complex and mysterious engraving. After staring at it for a long time, you experience a sense of clarity and peace of mind. After consuming 15,000 points of evil, your golden soul becomes more stable, and the mark gradually emits light. After consuming 20,000 points of evil, the mark finally merged completely with your golden soul, and you awakened a new innate ability. Immortal Gold Soul upgraded to LV3, self-healing speed increased, healing loss reduced. New talent, Eye of Delusion. Eye of Delusion greatly improves vision and enhances dynamic vision. After fusing with a person with a golden soul, it gains the ability to see through lies, see through demonic forms, and detect weaknesses. Comment: it is said to be a divine pupil of the same type as the legendary Heavenly Eye and the Fire Eyes and golden pupils that are afraid of smoke but not fire. If used properly, it has endless uses. Yili suddenly opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed in his dark pupils, extremely sharp. A hint of surprise couldn't help but flash across that usually calm and handsome face. Seeing through lies, recognizing true identities, and identifying weaknesses, this completely maximizes the functionality. These are all abilities that can shock and envy ordinary warriors. Yili turned his head to look out the window. Even though it was dark, he could still see things 1,000 meters away. Then he looked around, and his heart was shocked even more. Not only can the subtle damage to many facilities in the room be seen at a glance, but even the formation engraved on the wall to gather spiritual energy is real. If you concentrate a little, you can see several spots of light above the formation, which seem to be its weak points. Is this what it means to discover a weakness? Getting down from the bed, Yili pointed his finger at it with a little force, and the spiritual energy formation immediately trembled. With a little more force, the entire formation exploded. Broken. Yili's face changed slightly, and he remembered that he had just stepped half a step into the true blood realm. With his current physical strength, he could break the bones of ordinary people with just a little force, not to mention the formation. He withdrew his hand, the light in his eyes gradually faded, and he calmed down his excitement. Now, even if I don't activate Golden Soul Revival, I am confident that I can slap Tang Yao to the ground in the afternoon. At the same time, the results of the exchange competition between the two cities spread quickly. The technological level of the high-level martial arts world is not backward. In just a few hours, most of the martial arts high schools in Ing province have heard the results of this exchange competition. The news that a student from Linhai No. 1 Middle School was suspected of being admitted to Fengyun University also spread rapidly. Shanzhou City, Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School. In a room that looked like a conference room, people were discussing the topic about the young man in black clothes. P.S. Writing a book is not easy. I have been thinking carefully about the plot of the martial arts exam recently. I would like to ask you to give me a good review and support me. I would like to thank or two. Chapter 44. See how much he weighs. That's pretty much it. In the conference room of Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School, a figure with a long aura sat in front of a long table made of bluestone. He was wearing an elegant long gown, with his hands folded in front of him. He looked at the figures on both sides of the long table and smiled gently. Although it's a little hard to believe, Tang Yao was really defeated by an unknown martial arts student. I watched the relevant video of that match. The martial arts student was named Yili, from Linhai City. He was indeed a bit scary. He was the most surprising dark horse in this year's martial arts exam. When the young man said this, everyone present was moved. They had heard that the young master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion was not only a level 2, 6th stage warrior himself, but had also defeated a peak level 2 warrior by leaping levels. If I remember correctly, my team captain originally regarded him as a strong contender for this year's martial arts exam. Now he has been defeated in advance. Yili? Sitting closest to the young man was a sweet-looking girl with long hair that reached her waist, bright eyes, red lips, and white teeth. After hearing the young man's words, she rested her snow-white right leg on her left leg, propped up her chin, and looked at the elegant young man curiously. Brother, why haven't I heard of this person before? That's why you say she's a dark horse. The elegant young man glanced at her, his eyes full of fondness, and said with a smile. Also, he seems to have mastered a secret technique that can greatly enhance his skills. Although he is only at the first level of the second stage, after using this technique, his strength and speed completely overwhelmed Tang Yao, who was at the 6th level. However, everything has a price. This secret technique is so powerful, I imagine the consumption and side effects will be very serious. This can be seen from the fact that after Yili activated the secret technique, he strived for a quick victory. Hearing this, the girl laughed sweetly and said, "Isn't it just because of his secret technique that he's so powerful? After all, his own strength is really too low. Warner, don't underestimate the enemy." The elegant young man said with a hint of helplessness. According to the video, even without using the secret technique, he can still fight against Tang Yao, who is at the 2nd level and 6th level, without losing. He's a formidable foe no matter what. If you encounter him, don't be as reckless as you were before. Oh. Yang Wan agreed reluctantly. But he still snorted with some dissatisfaction. A small shrimp of the 2nd level, 1st level, how can I not beat him? Don't worry too much. You. The elegant young man shook his head helplessly. Then, he looked at the rest of the people who had serious expressions and continued, "Everyone, there is one more thing you need to pay attention to. This Elisha is quite ruthless and shows no mercy. If you encounter him during the martial arts exam, try not to get into a fight with him. If possible, it would be best to make friends." After saying this, he silently waited for everyone's reaction. "Make friends?" someone asked doubtfully. "Captain Yang, are we going to form an alliance with him?" "Good." The elegant young man named Yang Wanfeng smiled faintly and said gracefully, "As long as he doesn't think about competing for the top spot in this martial arts exam, there will be no direct conflict between him and me. Why not just be friends?" But since he was able to beat Tang Yao, he certainly wouldn't give up the championship willingly, right? The man who asked the question frowned and asked worriedly, "Captain Yang, what if he doesn't want to form an alliance?" "Then beat him up." Yang Wan excitedly waved her fists. "My brother has even lowered himself to be friends with him. If Healy is a smart guy, he should just take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, humph. I'll just beat him into submission." As a 2nd level, 6th level warrior, she is very confident in her own strength. Even though Tang Yao, who was at the same level as her, had been defeated, Yang Wan still didn't care much. It's not blind self-confidence. As the Yang family of Shanzhou is famous for its secret method of burning blood, its foundation is much stronger than the second-rate Jianghe in Qingshan City. There are even rumors in Ying province that whenever I encounter a direct descendant of the Yang family, if they are of the same level, I will be no match for them. Just 3 sentences are enough to illustrate the power and tyranny of the Yang family's secret method. Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan, relying on the Yang family's background and their own talents, have become the 2 most dazzling stars in Shanzhou #1 middle school. The 2 brothers and sisters working together are powerful enough to fight against a 3rd-level warrior. After saying that, Yang Wan licked her sharp fangs, and flames seemed to ignite in her lively eyes. "It just so happens that we both use secret techniques. Then we'll see whose secret technique is stronger." Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's eyes calmed as he spoke slowly, "Warner, don't underestimate the enemy. Even if you fail to win him over, try not to fight him first." "Ah. Why?" Yang Wan puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. "For your martial arts exam results, and for Yi Li's life." "Warner." A hint of coldness appeared on Yang Wanfeng's elegant face, and he raised his eyes and explained. "If that person hurts you, what do you think he will do?" His cold voice echoed throughout the conference room, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became murderous. Looking at the young man with a gloomy expression, some scenes from the past flashed through everyone's mind, and they all shuddered. The gentle and elegant young man Yang Wanfeng before now looked as terrifying as the 1,000-armed Shura in their eyes. They all remembered that in the last exchange match with other provinces, the opponent accidentally injured Yang Wan during the battle. Afterwards, when Yang Wanfeng came on the court, he was furious and defeated 7 people at once. He is definitely a crazy sister-loving man. Yang Wan obviously thought of this as well. He immediately stuck out his tongue and said with a playful smile, "Hee, I will pay attention." "No, you won't notice." After hearing the girl's words, everyone had the same thought in their minds. Even though Yang Wan's words sound nice, given her spoiled personality, there is a high probability that she will still cause trouble for Yi Li. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other and gradually revealed an expression of gloating. "I hope Yi Li is a smart man and willing to form an alliance. Then everything will be easy. Otherwise, if I anger Yang Wan and Yang Wanfeng, I will be punished. So." As his eyes swept over the crowd, Yang Wanfeng smiled again and said gently, "Today's meeting ends here, everyone can disband." That. At this moment, a team member weakly raised his hand. "Captain Yang, I heard another story about Yi Li." "You say?" Following Yang Wanfeng's nod, the team member spoke cautiously. "He seems to have secured the only recommended admission spot to Fengyun University this year. If he's taking part in this martial arts exam, is he aiming for the top spot? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present changed their expression slightly and looked at Yang Wanfeng, who was sitting in the main seat. According to their memory, the other party had said more than once that he wanted to secure a place in Fengyun University this year so that both he and Yang Wan could enjoy generous admission benefits. Not only they knew about this, but most of the students in Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School also knew about it. As a result, the fruit was snatched away by a young man who suddenly appeared. This is bad. Captain Yang must be furious after losing such a big man. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. As expected, in front of everyone, Yang Wanfeng's face turned completely cold. He looked at the person who spoke and asked calmly, "Are you sure he got the admission quota? I heard from my friends at Qingshan No. 1 Middle School that's too much." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan stood up on the spot and stamped her feet angrily. Why did he do that? Just because he beat Tang Yao? In that case, my brother can do it too. Why not give it to my brother? Wanner, please sit down. Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath, forced a smile and said, "It's okay. The teacher from Fengyun University must have his own considerations for doing this." Even though he said this, there was still some annoyance in his eyes, and even his crossed fingers were tightly clenched. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yang Wanfeng smiled nonchalantly and said, "However, since he is a recommended student, he must be very capable. If he really comes to take the martial arts exam and compete for the top spot, I will go meet him in person." At the end of the words, everyone could clearly hear the gnashing of teeth. "Brother, you are such a good person." Yang Wan looked at him indignantly, gritting her teeth and saying, "This bastard is obviously a backdoor bastard. It's best not to let me run into him. Otherwise, I'll strip him naked and hang him on a tree to see how much he weighs." Chapter 45, Numerical Crushing. The next morning, the sun illuminated the earth and the morning light was warm. On a high-speed train bound for Linhai City, Yili was sitting by the window with a golden badge tied around his waist. There are 4 big characters written in silver and iron on it, Fengyun University. Even in Fengyun University, only outstanding students can obtain this golden waist badge, which is also an excellent storage tool in itself. A martial arts high school student wears it around his waist, and its meaning is self-evident. It was the token of trust that Mr. Yu gave him. Yili originally had no intention of hanging such a conspicuous object directly. But Wang Yongfeng's strong request could not be resisted. "Student Yili, I beg you, teacher. I've coached the school team for 5 years, and I've never won a trophy of this level. Just let the teacher pretend like this just once." Seeing Wang Yongfeng so sincere, the kind-hearted Yili agreed to this request. The scene outside the window was rapidly receding, and Yili casually flipped through the message sent by Yu Wang. "There are dozens of them. Yili, are you free? It's okay if you're not. No need to reply, I just want to tell you how powerful Fengyun University is. Take Zhenjiang University in Ing Province as an example. They are a well-known martial arts university in Hanxia. In previous years, when secret realms merged and beast tides occurred, they were able to handle it properly as long as they asked for some external assistance. But it can't even be compared to our Fengyun University. First of all, when secret realms merged and triggered a beast tide, our school was able to suppress it all on its own, without any need for outside help. When it came time to reward the participating students afterwards, we were also very clear about it. That alone creates a huge gap. Furthermore, the missions our school issues, both in quantity and quality, far surpass those so-called top-tier martial arts universities. So, after you take the martial arts exam, if any university in Shanghai or Beijing tries to recruit you, don't agree. Our school is no worse than theirs. It's not that I'm afraid you'll be poached, it's mainly because Fengyun University, he's good at. Linhai No. 1 Middle School. As the day of the military exam draws closer, the atmosphere on campus becomes increasingly tense. Even the most casual people will feel a sense of urgency at this time. Logically speaking, no matter what is happening right now, it cannot attract the attention of this group of military students. But this morning, there was still a major event that shocked and envied everyone, and it was broadcast throughout the school. Someone in the school has been admitted to Fengyun University. This benefit, which used to be monopolized by the geniuses of Shanzhou City, has now come to Linhai City. It is really incredible. Fengyun University. That is a martial arts university that ranks among the best in the entire Hanxia. In previous years, not many people in Linhai City could get a place in Fengyun University, let alone be admitted. For a moment, the entire teaching building was filled with discussions about who had obtained the admission quota. Principal Li, who was in charge of the broadcast, did not keep the news in suspense any longer. He had been holding it in for a long time and immediately said with a smile, "Let us congratulate Yili from Class 9 of Senior 3 for receiving a place in Fengyun University." Upon hearing this, the Linhai students who had been holding back for a long time suddenly exploded. Because of the rumors that had been circulating some time ago, many students knew Yili and immediately became uneasy. That school team member they called the Big Devil actually got the coveted admission spot? For a moment, the entire teaching building was filled with shouts of "what the hell," and the feeling of disbelief filled every corner of the campus. In the infirmary, a patient in the intensive care bed suddenly began to breathe rapidly after hearing the broadcast. Shen Lian's pretty face was now filled with dullness and bewilderment, and her mind was clearly in a trance. After more than 10 seconds, her dry throat rolled violently, and she pinched her face fiercely. Then she looked at the nurse on duty and asked in a trembling voice, "Did you hear the broadcast just now?" "Huh? Of course I heard it." The nurse on duty, who was originally surprised, looked over when she heard her question and then couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement, "This student named Yili is really amazing. Our school has never had a student recommended for admission to Fengyun University." "Yes, is that so?" Shen Lian could hardly suppress the surging emotions in her heart. As a member of the school team, she knows the value of Fengyun University better than any other Linhai student. That was exactly the place she had been longing for. In order to be admitted to Fengyun University, she did not hesitate to date Wang Ren because Wang Ren's uncle was a retired teacher of Fengyun University. Even though he was only a low-level teacher, his understanding of martial arts training far exceeded that of most martial arts high school instructors. Thanks to his guidance, Shen Lian's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and she joined the school team in just 2 years. Even so, there is still a huge distance to be gained from being admitted to Fengyun University. And the childhood sweetheart who was abandoned by her from the very beginning was actually directly admitted to the school of her dreams. At this moment, a surge of regret directly flooded Shen Lian's heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. While her heart was severely damaged, the injuries on her body were also not idle, and she was still in excruciating pain. Shen Lian was so regretful that she almost cried blood. She knew very well in her heart that she and Yili were no longer from the same world. "I detected that my childhood sweetheart, whom I had a crush on for 10 years, was filled with remorse and completely collapsed. Evil value plus 5,000. What an unexpected gain." Yili, who had just gotten off the high-speed train, was slightly stunned, but then he didn't pay too much attention to it and continued walking towards the exit in the distance. There are 3 days left until the martial arts exam. High-level tempering methods may be a bit difficult, but finding a qi and blood tempering method around level B should not be too difficult. In any case, it's definitely right to advance to the 3rd level first, and we can worry about other things later. By then, he will be at the 3rd level and will directly enter the martial arts examination. Numerical crush, boy. P.S. It seems like there was a small explosion, thanks to the big guys for their kindness. Chapter 46, The Changes of Students. Linhai City, High-Speed Railway Station. A group of people from Linhai No. 1 Middle School are heading towards the exit. Yili walked slowly forward in the crowd and looked at Zhang Qingzhu beside him. "Do you have a suitable hammering method?" The fact that the other party was able to help him obtain the S-level breathing method is enough to show the huge power behind him. The boost that White Mist Frost Snow brings to him is indeed powerful. Not only does the speed of recovering his true energy far exceed that of warriors of the same level, but there is also a bonus when adding points. It is enough to see the huge difference between S-level and ordinary breathing methods. "I don't have any at the moment." Zhang Qingzhu's eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment, "But there should be some at home, but it's not easy to get." "Can I give it to you next month?" Unlike the martial arts stored in the library, breathing techniques, hammering techniques, these kinds of training techniques that involve inheritance, even if she is the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, she still needs corresponding reasons to get them from her elders. "I will be able to break through to the 5th level next month. You can come and see me in advance then." Next month, Yili rubbed his forehead with a slight headache. "Then we'll talk about it later. Since the other party can't get through here, we can only ask you Wang or Linhai No. 1 Middle School for it. The former has just returned to Fengyun University and will most likely not come to Linhai City again in the short term." "So is Linhai No. 1 Middle School the only option?" "Okay." Zhang Qingzhu nodded slightly, not thinking it was a very urgent matter. After all, The other party had just broken through to the second level and should still be in the stage of consolidating his realm. By the way, is there anything you don't understand about white mist and frost? As she spoke, she looked at Yi Li and asked with a hint of expectation. I've made some progress in mastering this breathing technique. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay, I understand. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Yi Li nodded casually. The other party has learned white mist, frost and snow for more than half a year and has already reached a small level of success. He is indeed a genius among his peers. Jiang Qingzhu? She wanted to say, if I don't understand something, how can you understand it? But when he thought of the other party's proud posture when he used frost and snow all over the sky not long ago, he silently shut his mouth again. Since meeting Yi Li, Jiang Qingzhu has understood a truth. There are some people in the world who are unreasonable, and others call them geniuses. And the other party is such a genius. Thinking of this, there was a hint of emotion in Jiang Qingzhu's eyes when he looked at the other person. It was a look of both yearning and admiration. She wanted to get the boy involved with the Jiang family. For this, he is willing to provide anything, including martial arts, skills, etc. If an ordinary person were to be shown such kindness by the eldest daughter of the Jibei Jiang family, he would definitely have attached himself to her, just to gain the recognition of the Jiang family. But the boy in front of him was completely different. His style of doing things his own way is as if he doesn't care about the Jiang family's favor at all, and he exudes strong self-confidence from head to toe. That is an extreme confidence in oneself. This kind of self-confidence is not uncommon among many talented warriors, but when they encounter such a hot opportunity, they still can't help but be moved. A young warrior like Yi Li who doesn't care about his relationship with the Jiang family at all and even dares to beat up the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. This was the first time Jiang Qingzhu had seen this. That is why it is precious. There are quite a few third-level weapons at home. Can I pick one for you during the martial arts exam? She asked softly. Yi Li nodded non-committally, looked at the exit in front of him and asked. Who is that? Jiang Qingzhu followed his gaze and was suddenly surprised. Law enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau? Why are there so many of them? Outside the station exit, in the spot usually occupied by taxi drivers, several figures in dark coats were standing quietly. Very eye-catching in the field of vision. The expressions on their faces were all cold and indifferent, and their sharp eyes shot straight behind Yi Li and others. Yi Li followed their gaze and then raised his eyebrows slightly. Then I saw an equally eye-catching person walking quickly towards me, being escorted by several people. The man was tall and thin, and looked to be about 40 years old. His big hands were shackled. He had a dull expression and his eyes were closed, but he walked freely. In the vision of Yi Li's vain eyes, the tall and thin man exuded a powerful aura, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not an ordinary person. The people around him who were responsible for escorting him all looked very young, with some residual joy on their faces, and wore the same iron plates around their waists. Yi Li deliberately stopped and waited for them to pass by, so he could easily see the words on the iron plate. Zhenjiang University. This is also a martial arts university in Ing Province, but its overall strength is much weaker than Fengyun University. So that's how it is. It was students from Zhenjiang University who were escorting the prisoners. Handing over the prisoner? Jiang Qingzhu was a little surprised when he saw this scene, and then he explained. Martial Arts University occasionally issues chasing fugitives missions. After the criminals are apprehended, they're handed over to the nearest abnormal investigation bureau. I didn't expect to run into this by chance. Hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly. It's my first time seeing this too. I don't know if I will be rewarded with evil values for chasing fugitives like this. It feels pretty bad. This kind of behavior is what it means to be a hero who eliminates harm for the people. The system is not so easy to fool. Not necessarily. Could excessive law enforcement also be considered an evil act? Yi Li's thinking is divergent. In his sight, the group of people escorting the suspect quickly walked out of the exit. The law enforcement officer from the Qingyi Bureau who was responsible for picking them up walked forward, briefly compared the photos, and then took the handcuff keys from the group. The leading law enforcer walked forward, reached into the tall and thin man's clothes, and pressed on his bones and flesh. It should be to prevent disguise and other methods. Yi Li nodded slightly as he walked out of the platform. This is quite something new to see. I can pay more attention to the wanted criminals in the province in the future. If I meet one someday, I might as well kill one to verify my guess. Although I really don't like this kind of procrastination, I don't have any excuse to take action right now. Damn it, I can't just enjoy the battle this time. Wrong. At this moment, the law enforcement officer who was checking the shackles suddenly changed his expression. You know, ordinary shackles are like a thin rope locking an elephant for a warrior. They are fragile and will break if they are struggled with. Therefore, as long as the student accepts the hunt down the murderer mission, the martial arts university will provide a pair of shackles of corresponding strength for free. But the one in his hand at the moment could be used to lock up ordinary low-level warriors, but for the major suspect in front of him who was close to the 4th level, it was simply a decoration. He roared and was about to retreat. The tall and thin man in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. Clang! With a crisp sound of metallic explosion, the tall and thin man broke the chains on his hands, and his aura suddenly burst out. Then he punched the law enforcer in front of him hard in the chest. Snap! The law enforcer's chest collapsed visibly, his body flew backwards, and blood spurted out wildly, staining his navy blue coat red. Director Shen. Everyone was shocked. Seeing this, the tall and thin man showed ecstasy. I thought he was doomed, but I didn't expect that these students from Zhenjiang University didn't relock his door in order to save money. This gave him time to catch his breath. Then, at the moment when everyone was distracted, the tall and thin man rushed out without hesitation. Like a high-speed car, it knocked down more than a dozen stunned passers-by and ran away into the distance. The remaining law enforcers quickly came to their senses and immediately took action. One of them stayed behind to look after the injured law enforcer, while the rest chased after the tall and thin man who was going away. However, there were a lot of people at the high-speed rail station, and many of them fell into a coma due to the latter's previous collision. Seeing this, the few people who had originally planned to chase after him had a look of struggle on their indifferent faces, but they finally stopped. Choose to check the condition of the injured first. At the same time, call the law enforcement officers left behind in the city and ask them to quickly search for the whereabouts of the tall and thin man. At this moment, the law enforcer, having just picked up the shackles from the ground, suddenly looked up at the Zhenjiang University students and asked in an incredulous tone. You didn't use the shackles engraved with the magic circle? One of the students' face twitched, but he still said. That old monster was already seriously injured when we found him. Shackles that could restrain a 3rd-level warrior are extremely valuable. We wanted to save money, so we used 2nd-level strength ones. Asshole, the law enforcer yelled, go chase him. If he hurts anyone in the city, you'll all be punished. Upon hearing this, the faces of the students from Zhenjiang University changed slightly, and they chased in the direction the tall and thin man left. It seems that we have to let the students go home early these days. Wang Yongfeng withdrew his gaze from the departing figures, turned around and said to the crowd with a click of his tongue. If the teacher is not mistaken, the suspect should be Xiang Bu, the wanted criminal who killed more than a dozen pregnant women and caused a sensation in Zhenjiang City. It is said that he was severely injured by the Zhenjiang City's Qingyi Bureau, but he is still a genuine 3rd-level peak warrior. You should all be careful when you return. At this moment, his voice stopped abruptly. After scanning everyone's eyes, there was suddenly a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. It's not just him. Even Jiang Qingzhu was stunned after looking around. Where is Yi Lian? Chapter 47. They still have to thank me. Ha 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 ha. In the intricate high-rise buildings, a tall and thin man was running wildly, unable to help laughing. Judging from the exclamations of the group of people, the old man who was seriously injured by himself was the director of Linhai City. He is also the only warrior close to the 4th level in Linhai City. It should be noted that all the Qingyi bureaus in Hanxia must be vigilant against the secret realm outside the city and the fugitives in the city. It is difficult for warriors of level 4 and above to free up their hands to help everywhere. Among the students of these martial arts universities in Ying province, there are very few monsters that have reached the 4th level. That is to say, for a short time, the entire Linhai City will be safe for me. Thinking of this, Xiang Bu couldn't help but show his joy. Even though he was severely injured by that old bastard from Zhenjiang City, he is still a genuine peak level 3rd-order cultivator after all. Even if there is a lot of water in his skills, his realm is there. Now I'm concentrating on my life. No one in Linhai City can catch up. Ha! Suddenly, all the hairs on Xiang Bu's back stood up. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly exploded in my ears. Who is it? Xiang Bu only felt his scalp tingling, and he instinctively lowered his head and dodged to the side. Boom! A long spear grazed his scalp and hit the ground in front of him heavily, splashing up large pieces of gravel, and the spear shaft was shaking wildly due to inertia. Xiangbu looked back, his pupils shrinking slightly. He saw a black figure rushing towards him at high speed, and with the momentum, it rushed in front of him at a speed beyond that of an ordinary third-level warrior. He tensed his right arm and punched the air hard on his raised right arm. Bang! Xiangbu wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, his body was knocked flying by this huge force. It turned out that Yili rushed behind Xiangbu with the full force of Tiangang stepping on the void technique and Yulong Chengfengdian, and his momentum was rising steadily. Boom! The cloth hit the wall hard, leaving several cracks. He only felt a strange vibration from the attacking fist, which made the blood in his body churn uncontrollably. It was only then that he finally saw the appearance of the person coming. Black hair and golden eyes, the young man wore a black shirt, the golden badge on his waist swayed in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with murderous intent. With Xiangbu's eyesight, he could naturally see the words Fengyun University on the waist badge. Are you from Fengyun University? He was filled with shock and anger, and couldn't help but ask, how many credits can you get if you catch me? The people from the Qingyi Bureau are not chasing us anymore, so why are you risking your life like this? In Xiangbu's eyes full of shock and anger, Yili only sneered. You think too much. I'm not here to arrest you. And you? I'm here simply to kill you. The young man's golden eyes became increasingly fiery and fierce. The moment he finished speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground, his black hair flying, and rushed forward again. The perfect state of dragon shaking the mountain is attached to the palms. The true energy in the body surged, and tens of thousands of kilograms of punching force burst out with full force. The fists fell like a violent storm. How dare you? Xiangbu shouted angrily, stretched out his arms, and faced the enemy head-on. Bang 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 bang. The air between the two of them instantly exploded into ripples like water waves, strong winds filled the air, and punches hit the flesh. The ground beneath my feet was shaking slightly, and the towering buildings were shaking when I bumped into them. At first, Xiangbu only felt that the opponent's fist was ridiculously heavy. He must be a warrior of the same level who was proficient in physical body, which made him feel refreshed. But the more I fought, the more I felt something was wrong. In just a dozen or so breaths, rolling cold air surged out of his body, and the blood in his body could not stop surging, making him feel dizzy and nauseous. What the hell is this? The strangeness in his body made Xiangbu feel terrified. Not only were the opponent's fists terribly heavy, but the types of martial arts were also dazzling. Where on earth did this immortal come from? The sense of perfection in Yili's punches and kicks also made Xiangbu feel jealous. You are also a third-level warrior, you should be able to understand my difficulties. He roared angrily, as a third-level warrior, I've endured all the hardships of martial arts training. Now, I just killed a few pregnant women. Do I deserve to die? Can't understand. As he spoke, Yili blasted out another dragon-shaking mountain attack, accompanied by a rolling cold air, and finally forced open Xiangbu's middle door. Golden Soul Revival, Wandering Dragon Riding the Wind, Dragon Shaking the Mountain, White Mist, and Frost. With the help of many powers, he directly defeated this seriously injured third-level peak warrior. In an instant, a pitch-black spear appeared in Yili's palm. A dazzling light burst out from the tip of the gun, and a clear dragon shadow appeared. The threat of death suddenly descended upon Xiangbu's heart. Spare me! Xiangbu yelled, I'm a third-level warrior. I can redeem myself from my crimes and make meritorious contributions. Even the Qingyi Bureau won't kill me. What he said was true. As a scarce resource, the peak-level third-order warriors would indeed be placed under restrictions by the Qingyi Bureau using secret methods, and used as scapegoats to resist the strange beasts outside the city. This is also one of the reasons why he is not afraid of the Qingyi situation. But after these words were spoken, the young man in front of him did not stop his actions. Instead, a cold light suddenly appeared in Xiangbu's eyes. If you kill me, those students from Zhenjiang University will not forgive you. Xiangbu's body was numb and he couldn't move. He shouted out his last words, which were also his last words in this life. The next second, a huge hole suddenly exploded in his chest, and then a dragon shadow swept across, destroying his life in the blink of an eye. Kill a warrior at the peak of the third level, evil value plus 10,000. The system's prompt text turned into an excited blood red. Yili's gun shook, and blood splattered all over the wall. The eerie blood red reflected a pair of blazing golden eyes. He was wearing a black shirt, as neat as when he came. What are you mumbling about? Yili casually put away his spear, turned around and walked back in the direction he came from, muttering to himself. Who cares about your shit? If you don't die, should I die? Ta ta ta. Before I had walked far, I heard the sound of footsteps. Yili looked up and saw several students from Zhenjiang University rushing over. When they looked at the scene behind Yili, their breathing first stopped, and then their faces became a little ugly. One of them even took a step forward, with a hint of anger in his tone. Friend, this is our mission, and you are interfering like this. Before he could finish his words, a golden badge was thrown at him. The man frowned and took it, then his expression instantly stiffened. Have your principal come to Fengyun University tomorrow to apologize, and bring your counselor along. The black-shirted young man spoke in a calm voice, his golden eyes looking at them coldly. Any other questions? Before he finished speaking, the air in the room suddenly became dead silent again. The faces of several students from Zhenjiang University were darker than the bottom of a pot. Golden badge, core student of Fengyun University. When on missions outside, his status is equivalent to that of a deputy director of the local anti-alienation bureau. Damn it, damn it. How can I be so unlucky? The man who showed up first had a dark face and was regretting his previous decision. This mission was originally their mistake, and they happened to be encountered by the core students of Fengyun University. With their power, it would only take a word for them to have them expelled from the school. But there was no other way. After a moment, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, No, thank you for your help. Yili casually pulled the badge from his hand and walked straight in the direction they came from. The young man was very happy to have his guess verified. P.S. 2 pieces of 5,000 words, shouldn't I be praised for that? In addition, the martial arts exam is coming soon, and these 2 chapters are just to change the taste for the big guys. Thank you all for your gifts and good comments. This gives me great motivation. Kneel down to thank or to. In addition, I am bad at naming. If you have any good names or character settings, you can leave a message here and I will pick some to use in the article. Chapter 48 I want them all. Thanks to the great certification of Dakin Bayo Bayo. After Yili left, all the students of Zhenjiang University breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense expressions finally eased. They looked at the young man in the lead and couldn't help asking. Brother Feng, is that really Fengyun University's gold badge? The tone was clearly one of disbelief. They were too far away before and didn't have it in their hands, so they just saw the words Fengyun University from afar. As for why you didn't go forward and verify it on the spot. It doesn't matter if it's fake, but if it's real and angers the young man in black, then they will be in even bigger trouble. Moreover, the opponent was able to kill a severely injured 3rd-level peak warrior in such a short time, so his strength must be above the 3rd level. The probability that it is the real owner is very high. It's genuine. I just confirmed it. Under the gaze of the crowd, the leading student's face remained ashen. Damn it, when people are unlucky, even drinking water can get a tooth stuck. How many gold medals does the entire Fengyun University have combined? We're so unlucky to run into one in such a small place like Linhai City. Hearing this, everyone's expressions were somewhat complicated. While he and others were still trying hard to track down the fugitive, the students from Fengyun University came over and killed him. Now, they were told to ask the principal and teachers to apologize after returning to school, and they had no choice but to do so. There's nothing I can do about it. Who can blame him for being so awesome? Thinking of this, everyone gritted their teeth and stepped forward to simply deal with the corpse on the ground. The most annoying thing is that when the people from the Qingyi Bureau come, they have to report other people's achievements. There is no need to worry about not being able to find the person to be awarded. There are only so many gold medal students in Fengyun University. The school can find out who is currently in Linhai City by just checking. The leading student was secretly shocked after looking through the corpse. Damn, he was so cruel. Even though Xiangbu, a peak-level 3rd-level warrior, was seriously injured, his counterattack before death was no joke. It is impossible for an ordinary 3rd-level warrior to kill him without paying a price. This Fengyun University student acted so decisively, and left so calmly. Any fugitive who meets him in the future will be truly blessed. At noon, a taxi with 4 passengers was heading towards Linhai No. 1 Middle School. In the car, Wang Yongfeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was talking on the phone. Zhang Qingzhu, who was sitting in the back seat, was observing the handsome young man in black clothes beside him out of the corner of his eye. Although I went to the toilet, why is there a faint smell of blood on my body? Ignoring Jiang Qingzhu's gaze, Yili leaned against the car window and looked out. This was his first time killing someone, and surprisingly he didn't feel nauseous or vomit. Just a slight increase in his heartbeat made him feel a little excited. When Yili was still at the first level of the second stage, he fought against Jiang Qingzhu, who was at the fourth level of the second stage. Even though he had the perfect level of Tiangang stepping into the void technique, he had to be shot before he could unexpectedly defeat him. At that time, they were fighting against the information gap and relying on the nearly unstoppable, immortal golden soul. And now, facing a peak third-level warrior, he, who was only half a step away from the third level, was able to kill him quickly without any injury. Okay, Yili admitted. The reason why he was able to kill quickly without getting hurt was mainly because the other party was seriously injured. Even so, the opponent still fought against him for several minutes without falling after he activated the Golden Soul Revival form. This was really scary. It was also the first time that Yili encountered such a difficult enemy. He is indeed a peak-level third-order warrior. After this trip, the true energy in his body was almost exhausted. If both sides were in their prime, Yili would choose to frown and retreat behind the crowd. Or you can add some points steadily first and then make a move to overturn the table, otherwise you will probably fail. But, no matter what, just tell me whether this time it's a quick kill without taking any damage. Yili raised the corner of his mouth. Although there was no humiliation this time, the evil value he obtained was not too high. But the successful verification of the new conjecture still made him feel quite good. Killing people, even those who have committed many evil deeds, will earn you evil points. This is the weight of death. By analogy, will there also be a reward for evil deeds for killing strange beasts? Yili thought divergently. Nailed it. At this time, Wang Yongfeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, hung up the phone, turned around and looked at Yili, and chuckled. The Noble Phantasm jointly sponsored by the two schools has been delivered to your training room, along with the relevant instructions. Please remember to take a look at it when the time comes. Also, if you need anything else, feel free to tell the school and they'll reimburse you. Upon hearing this, Yili didn't hesitate and said immediately, I need a hammering method book of decent quality. Hammering method? Wang Yongfeng was slightly stunned, and subconsciously asked, isn't it a breathing method? Seeing that Yili hardly ever showed signs of exhaustion of true energy, he thought he had found the right breathing method. Are you in such a hurry? If I work hard, I can get you an S-rank hammering technique after the exam in 2 days. Jiang Qingzhu suddenly spoke, her voice rising as she spoke words that shocked both Wang Yongfeng and the driver. You've already mastered White Mist and Frost, right? The driver was shocked simply because he heard the title of S-class. Wang Yongfeng was shocked by what the girl said. If he remembered correctly, White Mist, Frost and Snow should be the S-level breathing method that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Jiang family. In terms of value, it is probably higher than those S-level breathing methods circulating on the market. Let us not talk about why Yili got it. Just to reach the pinnacle of practice, even for the talented warriors in Wang Yongfeng's memory, it would take at least several years. And it seems that it has not been 2 weeks since Yili met Jiang Qingzhu? Is this a success? Is this true? Wang Yongfeng's throat was dry, and he looked at the black-shirted young man in disbelief. Then Yili nodded casually. It's a great accomplishment, I guess. Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng's heart was immediately filled with turbulent waves. It's really accomplished. In just 2 weeks, he mastered the S-level breathing technique. This talent is simply too strong to be reasonable. He suddenly looked at Jiang Qingzhu, but the girl's reaction was very calm. She continued. Then you should understand that, similar to the high endurance and training speed provided by the S-level breathing method, the S-level tempering method also has many unusual features compared to ordinary tempering methods. It's like a furnace that refines metal. Different methods of refinement will produce different results. After the true blood realm, there are still differences among people of the same level. That's how this saying came about. So, how about you wait for me for a few days? The girl blinked her clear eyes and asked in a cool voice. I didn't say I wouldn't wait for you. In Jiang Qingzhu's slightly surprised eyes, Yili said calmly. Can't I have it all? Jiang Qingzhu? Wang Yongfeng? Chapter 49, Breakthrough to Level 3. Thanks to the Great Master Daily Update Master for the certification. Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Wang Yongfeng was about to kick out sparks with his legs. Yili quickly and successfully obtained a B-level hammering method called Great Sun Treasure Furnace. B-level hammering method. Great Sun Treasure Furnace not yet mastered. It is said that this is the most precious martial art in Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Vice President Li Haoan was also quite helpless about this. Because before this, in the history of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, no student had ever mastered the third-level hammering method before graduation. It was really a bit unexpected. Inside the training building, Yili walked into his training room, closed the door casually, and looked at the thick book Great Sun Treasure Furnace in his hand. Although Wang Yongfeng promised him solemnly when he brought it to him, Principal Li would be able to get the A-level tempering method from the principal who was nowhere to be seen every day next week. But by that time, Jiang Qingzhu had already reached the S-level tempering method, so why bother using the A-level one? Yili shook his head. Originally, I just wanted to find a random training method and safely transition to the third level before the martial arts exam. It's not too late to use a good tempering method when you officially add points. Thinking of this, Yili walked to the long table and picked up a ring that was gleaming on the table. After a simple detection, it was discovered that it was a storage ring. Most of them are extra benefits given by Linhai No. 1 Middle School. However, I already have the gold medal as a storage item, so the storage ring seems unnecessary. Without paying too much attention, Yili took out all the items and placed them on the table. A savings card of Hansha Bank, a round red pill, a close-fitting silver breastplate and an instruction manual. The first two are most likely the 1 million Hansha coins and chi and blood pills that are rewards for official team members. The latter should be the so-called Noble Phantasm jointly sponsored by the two schools. Yili picked up the instruction manual and the words on it came into view. Third level intermediate Noble Phantasm, Guardian Armor. It's made from the silver horn of a third-tier exotic beast, the silver-horned rhinoceros. When infused with true chi, it automatically conforms to the body, keeping it warm in winter and cool in summer. It's comfortable and breathable, and can mitigate damage sustained. After reading the introduction, a hint of disgust appeared on Yili's face. Perhaps the noble phantasm produced by his own system was too suitable, so he felt that this set of armor was a bit useless. Never mind, it's better than nothing. I didn't expect them to provide any help. Yili sighed and put the items on the table back into the storage ring. Speaking of which, the most useful thing among them is this storage ring. Afterwards, in order to avoid confusion with the harmony ring on his right hand, he put the storage ring on his left hand. Yili returned to the bed for training, and his handsome face gradually calmed down. He didn't plan to wait until after the martial arts exam to advance to the third level. This action not only helped him verify his conjecture, but also sounded the alarm for him to improve his strength. It's so difficult to defeat a seriously injured third-level peak warrior. If the geniuses of Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School are all at the second-level peak level, then won't I have to wait for death? This won't do. No one can stop him from improving his strength. The increasingly powerful strength did not blind Yili's eyes, but made him more sober. To outsiders, he is a so-called genius, but this unparalleled talent is built up by the massive amount of evil deeds he has committed so far. To maintain this speed, one must have the strength to crush those geniuses. We still can't slack off. Yili chuckled, sat down on the edge of the bed, and his mood quickly calmed down. Since you are already on the road, there is nothing to be confused about. After all, in this world of high martial arts, only the strong can carry out their will. System, give me some more. A light blue light curtain unfolded in front of Yili's eyes, and a vast amount of evil value poured into the panel. Current evil value, 36,200 points. Byte. Consume evil points and start practicing B-level hammering method. Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Previously, you've already used the clumsy method to refine your blood throughout your body, and you've almost stepped foot into the true blood realm. Now, reading this B-level refinement method is like a student who does exercises before reading the book. You'll get twice the result with half the effort. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 50%. After consuming 2,000 points of evil, you discover that this B-rank tempering method, while designed with deeper cultivation theory, is still not as complex as the S-rank breathing method. You can read it at a glance, yet you can grasp its true meaning. Great Sun Treasure Furnace Small Completion. After consuming 4,000 points of evil, you have mastered the tempering method of simulating the evaporation of the sun to increase the body temperature. The blood in your body gradually undergoes a transformation in this high-temperature environment. Dainichi Treasure Furnace Proficient. After consuming 6,000 points of evil, your understanding of this tempering method gradually deepens. With every breath, scorching white air exhales from your mouth. Great Sun Treasure Furnace Mastery. After consuming 10,000 points of evil, you finally understood the method of improvement described in this book of tempering. A sudden sense of enlightenment welled up within you. De Sun Treasure Furnace de Shang. After consuming 12,000 points of sin, you've mastered the technique of imparting a burning effect to your chi. From now on, your practice of fire-based martial arts will be twice as effective with half the effort, increasing their power. Great Sun Treasure Furnace Perfection. Byproduct, your ability to withstand heat has increased. Byproduct, your understanding of third-level techniques like the hammering method has deepened. A large amount of text emerged from the light curtain. Yili exhaled silently, and the burning sensation was extremely obvious. Although he did not smoke in his previous life, he inexplicably thought that if he deliberately mobilized the burning energy in his body, he could easily light a cigarette even without a lighter. A few more useful little abilities have been added. In addition, as long as Yili had a thought, the blood in his body would feel like boiling, as if a piece of fine iron was thrown into a hot furnace. It was not unbearable heat, but a feeling of gradual transformation began to emerge. Without hesitation, Yili began to add points to his practice. Bite. Consume evil points and start improving your martial arts level. Your tempering method has been perfected. With its effect, you have already completed 99 steps of the original 100 steps. Only the final step is left. Consume 200 points of evil, and your blood will glow with a golden light, your muscles and bones will vibrate, and a feeling of complete clarity will spread throughout your body. Point addition is complete, you have advanced to the third level, first level. Current martial arts level, level 3, level 10%. Current evil value, 24,000 points. As the last line of text appeared, Yili's aura suddenly rose. It was like a perfectly baked elixir, and his whole body exuded a sense of complete perfection. The transformed blood and bones complemented each other, greatly strengthening his five senses, reaching the terrifying level of not even a feather can touch, not even a fly can get close. The pair of illusory black pupils shone brightly, as if they could see through the essence of the world. There was no so-called bottleneck. This third-level barrier, which was enough to trap countless warriors, was broken through by him in just a few breaths. This is the third level. Feeling the surging true energy and blood strength in his body, Yili suppressed the shock on his face. Next, it's time to prepare for the martial arts exam in 2.5 days. I just don't know how much profit the so-called Shanzhou No. 1 middle school can bring to me. Yili was a little excited. At the same time, Shanzhou No. 1 middle school. Yang Wanfeng, who had just finished training, was having an important discussion with his sister Yang Wan about the martial arts exam. P.S. The setup is a bit long, next is the martial arts exam. In addition, I would like to thank the three great guys, True Lord who urges updates every day, Big Silkworm Baby, and Read Novels, for their God certification. I will find time to add more chapters later. Thank you very much for your support. The humble author begs for some small gifts and love. Or two. Chapter 50 Yang Wanfeng's decision, the martial arts exam is coming. Brother, you said. In the spacious training ground, Yang Wan, who had just finished training, lay lazily on the ground and said casually, that Yili, how should I teach him a lesson when the time comes? Wanner, I've told you so many times not to underestimate the enemy. Yang Wanfeng smiled helplessly and continued, if you don't activate the blood-burning secret technique, you will most likely not be a match for that Tang Yao. If he can defeat Tang Yao, he can naturally defeat you as well. Even if you can defeat him by unlocking the secret technique, so what? This is a martial arts exam, and you have to hunt down the exotic beasts in the exam site to earn points. As he spoke, he smiled and rubbed the girl's head, then continued. Also, apart from the final 6 hours of free combat, if you rashly attack him during the rest of the time, and he reports you to the invigilator afterwards, what will you do? Then I can just not go to Wu to take the college entrance examination. Brother will support me for the rest of my life. Yang Wan snorted nonchalantly. In her opinion, the other party snatched her brother's admission quota, and was instantly upgraded from an insignificant passerby in the martial arts exam to the most heinous villain of the century. Moreover, hunting exotic beasts in the core area of the test site will get the highest score. If Yili wants to compete for the championship, he will inevitably have to compete with himself and others. This fight is inevitable no matter how you look at it. Since that was the case, she naturally had to choose a way to end it that would make her feel relieved. Teach the other person a lesson. Wanner, don't be so irritable. Yang Wanfeng then sat on the ground, didn't I tell you? I will definitely go meet him when the time comes. Why are you so anxious? Yang Wan didn't even look at him and said angrily. Because you have such a good temper, even if you said you would go meet him, you would definitely not use any harsh force. You always stop when you get the point. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's eyes flickered. In fact, he just didn't take any heavy-handed action openly. Those who he had his eyes on were secretly retaliated by him afterwards. Yang Wan was obviously unaware of this matter. Yang Wanfeng pondered for a moment, then smiled helplessly and said, "Well, since you hate him so much, there's nothing I can do. Tell me how you want to teach him a lesson, brother will agree to it." Real? Hearing this, Yang Wan excitedly sat up from the ground, looked at Yang Wanfeng, and asked, "Anything is fine?" This. A hint of hesitation deliberately appeared on Yang Wanfeng's elegant face. Then, in Yang Wan's expectant eyes, he seemed to have made up his mind, sighed helplessly, and said, "When has my brother ever lied to you? Although I originally just wanted to spar with him, since you hate him so much, it's not a bad idea to teach him a lesson. Go ahead." Great. Yang Wan jumped over excitedly, hugged Yang Wanfeng, and said happily, "I know that brother treats me the best." After that, she paused, and said with a somewhat embarrassed chuckle, "Brother, I've actually already figured out how to teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng perked up. You say? Won't the core area of the martial arts exam site transmit images in real time? Good. Yang Wanfeng nodded. In order to observe the performance of those potential martial arts students, special means will be used to capture relevant images above the core area of the martial arts examination site, so as to achieve the effect of real-time broadcast. Because of the high cost, students wandering around the outer area, or even the inner area, are not eligible to be photographed. What do you want to do? I want to strip him naked and hang him from the tallest tree as a warning to everyone. Yang Wan excitedly waved her fist. Let him lose face in front of all the teachers and students in the province. Let's see if he dares to steal from others again. Is this too much? Hearing the girl's words, Yang Wanfeng's mouth corners subconsciously raised, but quickly smoothed it down, frowning slightly and said, "Moreover, in previous years, the swarms of exotic beasts in the core areas of the martial arts examinations put even second-level warriors at risk of serious injury. For his own safety, he might not come to the core area. The exotic beasts in the inner area also have high scores." Brother, I haven't finished yet. Yang Wan said with a smug look on her face. It's actually better for me if he doesn't enter the inner area. I don't have to worry about residual images. When we have the last 2 hours of free fighting, you can deal with him however you want, brother. That's not good. Yang Wanfeng was obviously hesitant, as if he was very resistant to this kind of thing. However, his hands, which were trembling slightly due to excitement, revealed his true thoughts. Oh, what's wrong with that? Seeing that her brother was still unwilling, Yang Wan took the young man's hand and said in a pleading tone, "Brother, he's trying to steal your admission quota. Now the whole school is talking about it. We can't be so good-tempered anymore." Perhaps it was because Yang Wanfeng often talked about the admission quota to Fengyun University, or perhaps it was because the teachers in each class liked to use examples of genius to motivate their students. At present, hundreds of military students in Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School all know that there is a student named Yili from Linhai City, who is likely to have obtained a place in Fengyun University. Yang Wanfeng, who kept talking about the admission quota all day long, naturally seemed a bit like a clown. As expected. When this matter was mentioned, a hint of anger appeared in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, and then disappeared. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "That's right. This Yili is too much of a bully. If I don't show some of my edge, he will really think I'm easy to bully." Speaking of which, when he fought Tang Yao, he completely disregarded her dignity. His fighting style was extremely brutal and jaw-dropping. If I teach him a lesson in this martial arts exam, it will be considered as getting rid of a threat to the people. A bright smile suddenly appeared on Yang Wan's face. Brother, in my heart, you have always been a moral role model. You forgot, everyone in school said you were a pure and innocent genius. Of course I know this. Yang Wanfeng waved his hand modestly and said helplessly, "Don't be too happy too soon. Even if my brother promised you to teach him a lesson, it will still be a problem how to find him when the time comes. Don't worry." Yang Wan patted her slightly swollen chest, and her long hair that reached her feet and waist swayed. She smiled somewhat complacently and said, "I already knew that my brother would agree to my request, so I discussed it with everyone this morning. Apart from the two of us, anyone who encounters Yili will be led to the core area. He will definitely not be able to escape. After saying that, under Yang Wanfeng's approving gaze, Yang Wan crossed her hands and placed them in front of her flat belly. She turned around and spoke with a hint of anticipation. Nothing can go wrong. Oh, I'm really looking forward to what kind of expression that guy will show then. The scale of the provincial martial arts examination was extremely grand, and the entire province was swept by this craze. The tense atmosphere was like an invisible net, covering the hearts of every martial arts student, making them feel unprecedented pressure. In such a tense atmosphere, time seems to pass particularly quickly. The short 3 days passed by in a flash. As the first rays of morning sun shone outside Shanzhou City, a long-awaited sense of excitement began to spread in the air. Outside Shanzhou City, in front of a vast secret realm, in front of a huge temporary camp, several figures emitting powerful auras appeared in front of the camp one after another. They all looked towards the city in the distance, their eyes flashing slightly. There, hundreds of buses were coming in one after another, followed by dozens of escorting military armored vehicles. This place is about to become a turning point in the fate of tens of thousands of warriors. The stage for winning the provincial martial arts exam has been set, waiting for the protagonists to appear. Chapter 51, Cheating and Taunting. Splitting Mountain Secret Realm. As the examination site for martial arts examinations in Ing Province over the years, its main features are the large secret space and the low level of exotic beasts. It is usually in a closed state. Before the exam, a 7th rank martial arts master will be specially invited to carefully check the secret realm to avoid the appearance of 4th level monsters. However, it seems that the secret realm has its own rules and no 4th level monsters have appeared over the years. But just in case, we still ask the master to check things out every year. With so many martial arts seeds, a group of new martial arts masters will inevitably emerge in dozens or hundreds of years. A temporary camp in front of the Rift Mountain secret realm. In the early morning, a huge crowd stood on the plain in front of the secret realm, each with a different expression. Kai Guochang stood in front of the camp above, looking solemnly at the many young warriors below, his thoughts churning in his mind. The day has finally arrived. Young talents from Ing Province gathered here today. The young twins from Shanzhou, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from Linhai, and the dark horse teenager named Jili, the little King Kong from Jiangcheng, Tang Yao from Jianga in Qingshan. Ha! Why are there so many crippled people in Qingshan? When his eyes fell on a group of warriors in Qingshan City, Kai Guocheng's eyes showed doubts. Hundreds of them were wrapped in bandages and had steel plates inserted into them, looking extremely miserable. The remaining hundreds of people looked towards the warriors of Linhai City with resentment from time to time. But after a handsome young man in black clothes cast his eyes on him, he immediately became obedient. This is really strange. I'll ask the teachers at Qingshan No. 1 Middle School later. Kai Guochang stopped thinking, stepped forward, and shouted loudly to the crowd. I am the person in charge of this Ing Province martial arts examination, Kai Guochang. Just like those liberal arts students who have studied hard for 10 years, today is also the time for you martial arts students who have trained hard for many years to verify the results of your hard work. I'm sure your school leaders have already given many speeches about pre-war mobilization, so I won't elaborate on them here. Just a brief explanation of the rules. He muttered a lot, and tens of thousands of martial arts students in the audience listened attentively. In the crowd, a handsome young man in a clean black shirt also nodded frequently. The rules of the martial arts exam are quite simple. According to Kai Guochang, the secret realm of the Rift Mountain behind him is divided into 3 areas, the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. Most of the beasts on the periphery are in the early stage of the first level, which is equivalent to the regular beasts of the second and third levels of the first level, and the hunting scores are relatively low. The inner circle is mostly composed of mid to late stage 1, or even early stage 2 exotic beasts, and the hunting score is higher. As for the core area, most of them are second level exotic beasts, and even a few third level exotic beasts are active, with the highest scores. Each student is equipped with a prop similar to an amulet, which can be used in emergencies. It can form a shield around the body to resist damage, and can also send the location to external instruments in real time for external rescue. Of course, once someone uses it, it means that he has submitted his martial arts exam early. Yili doesn't really care about strange beasts or anything like that. But he was a little concerned about this so-called amulet. If its strength was too high, it would have some impact on his ability to earn evil points. But I just care a little. After a brief thought, Yili no longer took this thing seriously. The reason is simple. How well made can a low-level amulet be that can send out tens of thousands of items at a time? Even if it can withstand a shot from me using that dragon riding the wind, it will be considered that it has tried hard enough. Judging from their performance just now, although the students from the other martial arts high schools in Qingshan City do harbor resentment towards him, it is hard to say whether they have the courage to take action. Thinking of this, Yili's handsome brows frown slightly. Damn it, I pinned your white moonlight to the ground and beat her, and you don't even want to take revenge? Don't succumb to the enemy's power. I don't underestimate the bond between you at all. Don't tell me you don't dare to take action. It seems that I have to beat Tang Yao again to stimulate their wildness. Thinking of this, Yili's gaze shifted slightly, sweeping over the girl in sword robe who was biting her lips in the distance. The girl seemed to notice his gaze, and her originally resolute face suddenly turned pale. The martial arts exam begins at 8:30 in the morning and lasts for 24 hours. In the camp above, Kai Guochang shouted in a deep voice, I remind you again, the martial arts exam is not a joke. If you are not careful, even death in it is not uncommon. Also, except for the core area where you can engage in combat at will, combat in other areas is only allowed for the last 6 hours. At other times, students are prohibited from attacking each other. If anyone discovers this, I will immediately disqualify him from the exam. He will also be given a serious disciplinary action and his exam score will be reset to 0. His tone was quite serious, and against the backdrop of the powerful aura around him, it seemed extremely intimidating. This rule is also easy to understand. This is obviously to avoid some people fighting for some reason after entering the secret realm, which would affect the results of the martial arts exam. Simply banning attacks on each other is not enough. After all, when everyone goes to the secret realm in the future, they may be attacked by fellow human warriors. We must not let young warriors develop ideas like warriors in the secret realm will never attack each other, otherwise they may lose their lives in the future. Upon hearing this, Yili's expression remained calm, without any sign of dissatisfaction. At this time, Jiang Qingzhu came over and handed Yili a sharp blue gold spear, saying softly, a high-level third-tier treasure, the Sea Dragon Bloodstained Spear, has the effect of enhancing the power of water-based martial arts and also increases the power of cold air. Thank you. Yili took the spear and nodded politely. In addition to storage treasures, each person can carry 3 treasures, which is just right with this big gun. Fine. I'll take some time to go to the core area. If you need help, just let me know. Yili put the spear into the ring and said calmly, well, I wish you good luck. After saying that, he turned and left. There was still some time before 8:30, so he planned to walk around and attract some hatred. Looking at the young man's back, Jiang Qingzhu bit her red lips lightly, and her eyes gradually became firm. Yili, I will definitely be admitted to Fengyun University. Wait for me. In the crowd. A handsome young man in black clothes was walking around casually. On his waist, a golden badge was particularly eye-catching, and the words on it with silver outlines and iron strokes made many military students look at it with envy. Soon, he arrived at his destination. A place where military science students from Shanzhou City gather. Since he didn't know anyone anyway, Yili simply stood in front of their team and waited calmly. According to Mr. Yu, this behavior is tantamount to mocking someone in the face. At the same time, in the Shanzhou City team, when they saw the black-shirted young man with a gold medal belt appear, they immediately started talking. Yang Wanfeng, who has an elegant appearance, was chatting and laughing with his teammates to ease the atmosphere. After hearing the discussions around him, the smile on his face froze and he looked up at a place not far away. Seeing the gold medal he had been dreaming of day and night came into view, Yang Wanfeng's eyelids couldn't stop twitching. P.S. If you have any character designs that match the Yang brothers and sisters, please send them. If not, I will run 2 pictures with AI tomorrow. Chapter 52 I recommend you, thank you. Without a doubt. That is the golden badge that only the important enough students in Fengyun University can possess. Yili. The smile on Yang Wanfeng's face faded, his hands gradually clenched, and his eyes stared at the lazy-looking young man in black clothes. The other party is wearing this badge, and his identity is obvious. The martial arts exam is about to begin. Instead of waiting to be teleported to your own location, you're running right in front of me. Obviously he's here to show off. Knowing that I was dissatisfied with him, he still dared to come and provoke me? Thinking of this, a strong murderous intent emerged in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, but disappeared in an instant. Nothing else. In his opinion, Yili's behavior was a death sentence. Brother, what's wrong with you? Yang Wan noticed his abnormality and asked in confusion. Fine. Yang Wanfeng's expression became gentle again, and he chuckled softly. I was a little distracted when I saw someone I care about so much. He knew it very well. I haven't entered the secret realm yet. If I take action now, I will immediately lose the qualification to take the exam. Be patient for a moment. After entering the secret realm in the last 6 hours, I can use my special ability to find the other party. He will cry when the time comes. Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath. However, even though his murderous intent just now was fleeting, the young man in black clothes in the distance seemed to have noticed it and looked over here nonchalantly. After hearing Yang Wanfeng's words, Yang Wan also looked around. Someone you care about? Who is it? The two quickly met eyes. Yi Li's eyes were indifferent, and his gaze was filled with a bit of scrutiny. Yang Wan's pupils trembled slightly, and her gaze immediately fell on the particularly eye-catching golden badge. She frowned, and a hint of anger suddenly appeared on her sweet face. Brother, I think I saw that Yi Li. Yeah, I saw that too. His sight lingered on Yi Li. Yang Wanfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said in a calm voice. He seems to be a show-off. I'll teach him a lesson. While the two were talking, the young man in black clothes turned around, with a calm expression, and strode towards this place. Elder brother. Seeing this, Yang Wan's heartbeat quickened for some reason, and a hint of nervousness unconsciously appeared in her voice. He's coming. Yang Wanfeng's expression quickly turned cold. He and his sister had only glanced at each other for a few more seconds, but the other party came directly to him. What did this mean? He stood in front of Yang Wan unnoticed, looking at the black-shirted boy with an arrogant expression. Although you cannot attack casually outside the secret realm, if the other party attacks first, the situation will be different. I will let him see what the most outstanding and talented warrior of the Yang family is like. Yi Li quickly stood in front of the two people who had different thoughts. He raised his pair of dark eyes. Although he was about the same height as Yang Wanfeng felt uncomfortable as if he was being looked down upon. Not only Yang Wanfeng, all the students in Shanzhou City had this strange feeling. Then the young man asked calmly, What are you laughing at? How? Yang Wanfeng frowned slightly and asked in amusement, Can't we laugh anymore? Aren't you a little too angry? Behind him are many of Shanzhou City's former students who admired him. In order to save face, his tone at this moment unconsciously sounded a little tough. As soon as the words fell, Yang Wan behind him seemed to have received some kind of blessing, and snorted sarcastically. It's just a backdoor admission. Do some people really think they're invincible? I advise you to be more restrained. As she spoke, she poked her head out from behind Yang Wanfeng, looked straight at Yi Li, and raised her chin like a proud swan. Otherwise, be careful of getting beaten. I see. Yi Li nodded slightly and looked around. He saw a group of students from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School looking at him with hostility. Obviously, the man and woman in front of him were their leaders, otherwise they would not show such a united attitude towards the outside world. No wonder my enhanced 5 senses sensed a murderous intent. It turned out that I had angered the original owner. Thinking of this, Yi Li looked at Yang Wan, chuckled and asked. So, you've already decided how to deal with me? It's not a deal. Yang Wan proudly raised a finger, shook it left and right, and said with a smug smile. Yes. I've already figured out how to deal with you, you shameless bastard. Wanner, stop talking nonsense. Yang Wanfeng pretended to be angry and scolded. Then he looked at Yi Li, smiled indifferently, and said. My sister has a bit of a naughty personality. Don't take it seriously. She was just joking. After a pause, he smiled gently and said. However, if possible, I would also like to experience Yi Li's strength in the core area during the last 6 hours. I just don't know if brother Yi Li has the courage to do this. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students in Shanzhou City had strange looks in their eyes, and they looked at the black-shirted young man with the gold medal on his waist with a gloating look. Yang Wan even covered her mouth and chuckled. She could see that her brother was deliberately trying to provoke Yi Li to get angry. In order to prevent Yi Li from refusing, his brother resorted to a little trick. Ahem. Thinking of this, Yang Wan coughed twice and was about to join in the mocking remarks. Kai Guocheng's powerful and serious voice came from above. The secret realm teleportation will now begin. Please return to your city's team so that you can be closer to your teammates. In secret realm teleportation, the farther the distance between the two parties before the teleportation, the farther the distance after the teleportation will be. If they are holding hands, there is a high probability that they will be teleported to the same place. These are the basic things that teachers from all schools have talked about before the exam. Elder brother. Yang Wan's heart moved slightly, and just as she was about to hold hands with Yang Wanfeng, a playful laugh sounded in her ears. The last 6 hours? Wouldn't it be better if I let you experience it now? As soon as he finished speaking, a sense of pressure suddenly descended upon Yang Wanfeng's heart. Then, a dark afterimage streaked across the air like a meteor, and appeared in front of him like a ghost, with surging white clouds burning all over the body, making the handsome face look like an immortal. Yili's expression was calm, but a terrifying storm seemed to be brewing between his brows. He harbors murderous intentions and his words and actions are hypocritical. He could no longer tolerate the elegant young man in front of him. All the energy in his body burst out, and with the support of tens of thousands of kilograms of fist force, he slapped out with a seemingly casual palm. Call. In an instant, alarm bells rang in Yang Wanfeng's heart. As the slender hand approached, the huge sense of threat made all the hairs on his back stand up. He didn't care about Yang Wan, who was in a daze behind him. The true energy in his body circulated rapidly, green light surged on his arms, and he used all his strength and gritted his teeth to block in front of him. The aura of the second level, 8th layer burst out from him, and even Kai Guocheng above couldn't help but look over. You're crazy. We can only fight for the last 6 hours. Yang Wanfeng shouted in shock and anger. Stupid, I'll recommend you. Yili said lightly, and his slender palm fell on the other party's arms that were surging with light. Almost at the same time, a huge teleportation array rose from the ground below, instantly enveloping tens of thousands of martial arts students. Buzz. In the shocked and horrified eyes of Yang Wan and a group of Shanzhou's city students. Yang Wanfeng only felt the scene around him change, and then a huge force attacked from his arms. The terrifying force directly broke his arms and then hit his chest. His tough body, which he had always been proud of, burst into a dull wail at this moment. Boom! In a vast dense forest, Yang Wanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his thin figure flew backwards along with the blood. It broke more than 10 big trees in succession, rolled dozens of times along the ground, and finally hit the trunk of a huge tree heavily. Only then did it come to a stop. He. Yang Wanfeng only felt that his throat was full of thick blood plasma, and his whole body was full of stars, dizziness, and there was no part of his body that was not in severe pain. But compared to the pain in his body, the shock in his heart was even more intense. He raised his head and looked with difficulty at the tall figure walking slowly towards him. An uncontrollable look of horror emerged in his eyes, and he spoke with difficulty. Dan Qi bursts out. You are at the 3rd level. The aura of the whole body is as perfect as a precious pill. By stimulating the qi in blood, one can perform the physically demanding, pill energy explosion, which can greatly improve the body's functions. This is a technique unique to the 3rd level true blood realm. For warriors below level 3, it is almost a dimensionality reduction attack. No wonder he could sense my gaze, no wonder he was able to get a place in Fengyun University. The time when he defeated Tang Yao, he was simply playing the pig to eat the tiger, deliberately making others think that he needed a secret method. Yang Wanfeng's heart was filled with shock and great fear rose from the bottom of his heart. If I had known that the other party had advanced to the 3rd level, I should not have agreed to Yang Wan's request. Even if the Yang family's secret technique can make his strength comparable to that of a 3rd level warrior. But at this moment, he could hardly even get up, let alone perform the blood-burning secret technique. Severely injured Yang Wanfeng, the most outstanding talent of the Yang family in the past 10 years, evil value plus 3,000. Detected that Yang Wanfeng has a lot of fear towards you, evil value plus 2,000. He didn't care about the other person's horror. Yili squatted down in front of the elegant young man and asked calmly. Level 3 is just as aggressive. Why don't you try smiling again? Also, tell your father how you and your sister plan to deal with me. Chapter 53. Sorry to disappoint you. I heard Yi Li's voice, which was as calm as water, yet with a hint of teasing. Yang Wanfeng, who was lying on the ground, moved his lips and finally said tremblingly, she just wants to spar with you. Swish. A blue gold spear appeared from Yi Li's palm, and then suddenly stabbed into Yang Wanfeng's thigh. The sound of tearing flesh and blood echoed clearly in the air. Ah! A shrill scream came from Yang Wanfeng's mouth. He subconsciously wanted to reach out to pull it out, but the young man slapped him hard in the face. Bang! A huge force swept across Yang Wanfeng's face, his ears were buzzing, his head was dizzy, and the remaining consciousness made him subconsciously look forward. All that came into view was the black eyes of the young man in black clothes, which were sparkling with a mysterious light. Lie. Yili's voice was filled with no emotion, but instead carried a strong sense of oppression. This is your last chance. How are you and your sister going to deal with me? She. Think about it before you speak. I sincerely advise you. As he spoke, Yili flicked the gun handle with his finger, causing the gun to shake. He said calmly, really? Crack. Yang Wanfeng clenched his teeth tightly. The severe pain made him grimace, gasp for breath, and his mind went blank. Why? Why did he know it was a lie? Yili looked up and said, 3. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's heart suddenly tightened. Once he said it, with the temper he was showing now, Yang Wan's experience was almost certain to happen. It will definitely be miserable. Do you really want to say it? As long as I say it, Wanner will be finished. As her brother. Yang Wanfeng's pupils kept expanding and contracting, and it was obvious that he was having a fierce psychological battle. 2. Yili pulled out his spear and hovered it in front of Yang Wanfeng's face, which was elegant and easygoing but covered in blood. In the eyes of the latter, the young man exuded an astonishing aura, making him dare not even guess what the other party was thinking. A huge fear weighed heavily on Yang Wanfeng's heart. Just as Yili frowned slightly, a gust of strong wind sounded in his ears, and the threat of death suddenly descended upon his heart. He collapsed and yelled. I tell you. In the dense forest hundreds of meters away, a sweet-looking young girl stood in the open space, looking at the dense jungle around her in a daze. I vaguely remember that at the last second before being teleported into the secret realm, the black-shirted young man, with an aura of arrogance and frightening power, landed a palm on his brother's arms. Yang Wan's breathing became increasingly rapid. She stood up from the ground, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Although my elder brother is very powerful and has mastered the blood-burning secret method, passed down from generation to generation in the Yang family, but that Yili, the confidence between his eyebrows and eyes was so strong that it was frightening, and his aura was even stronger than his own. Even beat Tang Yao from Jiang'a. Hateful. How come I didn't think he was that powerful before, but now I suddenly feel panicked? Yang Wan bit her lips tightly and forced herself to calm down. This is the outskirts of the Splitting Mountains secret realm, and strange beasts may appear at any time. Even if she can kill them easily with her strength, she still has to be a little careful. His elder brother's martial arts level has reached the 8th level of the 2nd stage. Even if Yili has the bonus of secret techniques and can fight across levels, the gap between the two is still huge. Even if he managed to scare his brother with a sneak attack, it wouldn't cause any waves. You have to believe him, he is your talented brother who has shown for more than 10 years, and a young warrior standing at the top of Shanzhou No. 1 middle school. I can definitely beat that incomprehensible Yili. Yang Wan clenched her fists, and the light of hope rekindled in her eyes. When she was teleporting, the distance between her and the two of them was only 5 or 6 meters, and she thought the distance now wouldn't be too far. She identified the direction and then walked towards the direction where the roaring sound came from. On the road, strange beasts kept appearing, most of which were low-level beasts such as giant wood rats and skeleton soldiers. But the strange thing was that these strange beasts not only did not attack Yang Wan, but instead fled madly into the distance, as if they had encountered some terrible enemy. For the sake of points, Yang Wan killed them casually and collected the drop of heart blood from their bodies. As she moves forward, the scorer on her wrist continues to accumulate numbers. Soon, a faint smell of blood appeared in the breeze blowing from the front. Then, there was that familiar breath in memory. It's my brother. He must have won. Yang Wan was delighted and quickly quickened her pace. She emerged from the dense forest into the open space ahead and shouted happily, "Brother!" The next second, her voice stopped abruptly and her pupils suddenly contracted. I only saw a young man in black clothes with a straight back standing not far away. In front of him, Yang Wanfeng, his face covered in blood, was looking at her in horror, with a lingering sense of guilt in his eyes. Noticing Yang Wan's arrival, the young man in black clothes raised his eyes casually. Then, he seemed to notice the expectation in the girl's eyes that had not yet completely disappeared. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his hair fluttered, he held the blood-stained spear, and his voice rose slightly at the end. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. Hearing this, Yang Wan's heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 54, Kowtow to me first. Without a doubt. The elegant young man lying under the tree in a miserable posture was none other than his brother who was full of vigor and vitality at Shanzhou No. 1 middle school. At this moment, he looked distraught and extremely guilty. The black-shirted young man in front of him had cold eyes. The calm voice immediately filled the place with a cold, murderous intent. Yang Wan covered her mouth and looked at the scene in horror, not understanding why her brother, who was a gifted son of heaven, had fallen into this state. This situation, that is to say, why? The extremely shocking scene made her legs feel as heavy as if they were filled with lead. She stood there blankly, her brain seemed to be in a state of paralysis for a moment. My brother was a genius at the 8th level of the 2nd rank, and his secret techniques were powerful enough to defeat a 3rd-rank warrior. But now he had met this end at the hands of Yili? Wan. Taking in Yang Wan's expression, Yang Wanfeng, who was sitting under the tree, suddenly felt ashamed and angry, and his face started to burn. How majestic was he in the past? Now he was defeated by such an opponent. And in front of the sister who admires him the most. The immense humiliation almost overwhelmed Yang Wanfeng's sanity. But fortunately, he still had a plan in mind. As long as Wan can help me by 5 minutes, I can use my supernatural powers to recover from my injuries. As long as I can use the secret method of burning blood, I can fight this guy even if he is a 3rd-level warrior. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng tried his best to calm his mind, deliberately showing a bitter expression, looking up at Yang Wan with tears in his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Wan, run. Don't worry about me. This guy." Bang! Before he could finish his words, the black-shirted young man slapped him in the face. His bloody teeth flew out of his mouth and his head suddenly started buzzing. "Don't act it out?" Yili frowned slightly, shook his bloody hand in disgust, and said calmly, "If you really care so much, why did you explain it so readily just now?" Now, the way he said this made it seem like he was a bad person. Yili. Seeing Yang Wanfeng's miserable condition, Yang Wan, who was not far away, finally came to her senses. Her trembling eyes suddenly looked at the black-shirted young man and shouted in disbelief, "What are you doing? Is that even a question?" Yili raised his eyebrows slightly and said in surprise, "As you can see, he is sparring with your brother." "Is there anyone who sparred like you?" Yang Wan shouted angrily. Seeing her beloved brother being humiliated in this way, if she didn't take action now, she would not be the most arrogant daughter of the Yang family. I saw the aura on his body suddenly become stronger, and the true energy in his body surged. "Go to hell!" Yang Wan's eyes were red, she shouted angrily, clenched her fists, stood up and rushed towards the black-shirted boy at high speed, punching him. The power is so fierce that it can rival a car running at full speed. The surging wind pressure rushed straight to his face, but a smile appeared on Yili's lips. He clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, stomped on the ground, and the Dan Qi in his body burst out again, and punched out like a drum. Bang! The two forces collided violently, and the energy belonging to Yang Wan was like thin paper and was easily torn apart. The fist hit Yang Wan's arm hard. The clear sound of breaking bones suddenly rang out. Snap! The graceful figure was smashed away by the huge force, and the thick and huge trees were broken one after another. Boom! Yang Wan fell down in a mess, and when the smoke and dust settled, she was surrounded by cracked wood chips, and her slender arm had been bent into a shocking arc. Intense pain shot up from her arm to her forehead. Yang Wan's sweet face twisted uncontrollably, and shrill screams continued to come out of her mouth, echoing all around. "It hurts! It hurts! Ah!" Instinctively covering her arms, Yang Wan kept twitching and rolling on the ground. The tough bones of her entire arm were broken by the tremendous force. Even an experienced warrior would lose his composure for a moment due to the severe pain. There was no trace of her former arrogance, and Yang Wan now looked only in an ugly and miserable state. Yang Wanfeng was struggling to get up under the tree. A blue gold spear was hovering in front of his throat. Feeling the sharp edge of the spear tip, fear instantly appeared on his elegant face. Even though he secretly used his supernatural powers to heal his injuries, he still hadn't recovered much of his fighting power. Although I feel very sorry for Wan, I can only let her hold on for a while longer. Yang Wanfeng gritted his teeth. The meridians in the body lit up with a faint green light, constantly healing the injuries of the body. "Okay, stop yelling." Yili held a spear, his black hair fluttering, his clothes fluttering. He looked up at Yang Wan and said casually, "In order to prevent you from losing consciousness, I even hit you on the head, and you screamed so miserably. Haven't you been injured before?" Yang Wan looked miserable, but in fact, her right arm was only severely fractured. For a 2nd-level warrior, it was far from being unable to fight. As his strength increases, fewer and fewer people in Ying Province's martial arts high school dare to challenge him. Scarce resources like the two other people must be utilized to the fullest extent possible. For example, if you beat Yang Wanfeng into a cripple and strip Yang Wan naked and hang her on the mountain, how many evil points can you get? It's really worth looking forward to. Yili's mouth corners slightly raised. This is essentially a waste utilization. As for the revenge of the Shanzhou Yang family? There is no need to worry, because it was the other party who provoked you first, and you were just acting in self-defense. Moreover, what is Yili's current identity? The core student of Fengyun University. As the most powerful martial arts university in Ying province. Even the Yang family of Shanzhou doesn't have much weight in front of him. This can be seen from the fact that the Yang brothers and sisters were unable to obtain admission quotas. If it were really that prestigious, Yili didn't believe they would be thinking about him. If that is the case, why are you still pretending to be so high and mighty? A blacksmith must be strong himself. As long as it does not violate your principles, you must strive to squeeze out the value of every enemy. In Yili's calm gaze. After a while, Yang Wan's screams gradually subsided, but her breathing was still rapid, hee. Then, she gritted her teeth and stood up from the mess, her smooth forehead covered with cold sweat. She looked at Yili, fear unconsciously emerging in her eyes. He asked in a trembling voice. Just stop here, okay? What do you think? Yili asked calmly. It was so wonderful that she even wanted to stop it. That. Yang Wan bit her lip tightly, a hint of tears in her voice. What do you want? Well. Yili put his fingers on his chin, looking thoughtful. After a moment, an expression of "I've come up with a good idea" appeared on his face, and he chuckled softly. Then, kowtow to me first. It can be considered as an apology. After all, I'm not a bad person. As he spoke, he seemed to casually glance at Yang Wanfeng, whose eyes were closed and face was pale. The meaning was self-evident. Yang Wanfeng's face turned pale, and he said in a hoarse voice, I understand. Although the other party is smiling now, no one knows what he really thinks. Moreover, thanks to his A-level talent, blessing of the Zhanglin, his injuries have recovered by 30%. It would take another 10 minutes or so to recover to the point where he could use his secret technique, and that would be the end of his opponent. Almost there, just a little bit. This little bit of humiliation now is nothing? Just as Yang Wanfeng was about to struggle to get up, Yili reached out and pushed him back. In his stunned eyes, the black-shirted young man said calmly. I didn't ask you to knock, why are you in such a hurry? He turned his head to look at Yang Wan, who was not far away and had a bitter expression on her face, and then said, come here and kowtow to me. What? Yang Wan opened her mouth slightly and looked at the other person in disbelief. Let me kowtow to you and apologize? As a proud young lady of the Yang family, she had never kowtowed to her opponent to admit her mistake, and she had never even apologized. You? Yang Wan instinctively wanted to attack, but the severe pain in her arm reminded her in time, and she broke out in a cold sweat. The opponent was able to defeat his brother and himself consecutively in a short period of time. His strength was even more terrifying than the rumors said, and it had reached a level that could not be confronted head-on. I think he used the secret technique immediately. He greatly improved his strength, seized the opportunity, and directly seriously injured his brother and himself, who was eager to save people. Well, if we just delay a little longer, we still have a chance. At this moment, Yang Wan suddenly saw Yang Wanfeng under the tree raise his head and give her a complicated look. Wanner, promise him. But. A look of struggle appeared on Yang Wan's face. She understood the truth, but it was really too much for her to kowtow to others on her own initiative. Even Yang Wanfeng didn't accept her apology. Wanner. Yang Wanfeng smiled bitterly and said in the gentlest tone possible, be obedient and trust me. In fact, over the years, he had already regarded Yang Wan as his own property. Now that he was asking the girl to do this, he felt extremely painful in his heart. But there's no way. If he didn't bow his head temporarily here, his martial arts exam would be over. Although Yili's score would be cancelled afterwards, but people don't care at all. Listen. Yili turned slightly to the side, looking at Yang Wan, who was stunned in her place, and said jokingly, your brother has advised you to kowtow and apologize honestly, are you going to listen or not? Yang Wan's face instantly turned as pale as paper, as if all the blood had been lost. You've caused rifts between the close-knit Yang siblings with your words. Evil deeds plus 2,000. Really? My system just likes to watch the fun and doesn't mind getting involved. Yili chuckled inwardly. Chapter 54, Time for Reckoning. Listen to Yi Li's words. Yang Wan pursed her lips tightly, and a hint of mist appeared in her lively eyes. The brother who usually took care of her in every possible way actually asked her to abandon her dignity and kowtow to her opponent. Of course, she knew this was an attempt to buy time. But for some reason, a feeling of sourness and humiliation rose in her heart. Recalling the many thoughts she had before the martial arts exam, this feeling became stronger. Not only did he fail to deal with the other party, but he also kowtowed to the other party and apologized. He was simply going against the will of heaven. Yang Wan clenched her fists, her face almost covered with the word reluctant, and asked with a stiff upper lip. Can you not kneel? Unexpectedly, Yi Li nodded calmly, of course. Real? I never lie. Yi Li smiled faintly. Then he swung his gun back at Yang Wanfeng, who was concentrating on recovering from his injuries. A dull sound suddenly exploded. Brother! Yang Wan exclaimed. Yang Wanfeng flew out and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, and there was an instinctive resentment in his eyes when he looked at Yang Wan. What are you doing? Not noticing her brother's gaze, Yang Wan suddenly turned her head, staring intently at Yi Li, and shouted in grief and anger, if I don't kowtow to you and admit my mistake, you're going to attack my brother? We should have no grudges against you, right? Do you really have to target us like this in the martial arts exam? You were recommended for admission, but my brother and I still have to take the martial arts exam as usual. Are you trying to destroy us by doing this? Yang Wan's breathing became rapid, and her eyes turned red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Hearing this, Yi Li did not say anything, but just walked quietly towards the fallen Yang Wanfeng. The murderous aura on his body rose higher in the wind. Seeing this, Yang Wanfeng's eyes suddenly showed fear. This genius, who was once hailed as a thousand-handed Shura-level genius in Shanzhou City, now looked like a lamb to be slaughtered, weak and powerless, constantly retreating backwards. Wait a moment! Yang Wan finally cried out, I kneel, I kowtow to you. Thump! As she spoke, her white knees instantly went weak, and along with her former pride and arrogance, they slammed heavily on the ground with a crisp sound. Yi Li turned slightly to the side and looked at her quietly. Continue. Yang Wan bit her lips tightly, supported herself on the ground with her hands, and slowly lowered her head, gradually approaching the dusty ground. Under Yang Wanfeng's bloodshot eyes, Yang Wan's head finally touched the ground. The arrogance on that sweet face finally disappeared, and she almost cried out. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng slowly closed his eyes. He felt like he was about to break apart when he saw the little ancestor whom he had carefully cared for since childhood, fearing that he would anger him in the slightest, being stood up and kicked by someone. It's okay, get up. Yi Li nodded his chin slightly and looked down at Yang Wan condescendingly. Hearing this, Yang Wan quickly got up from the ground and wiped her tears vigorously. Yang Wanfeng's body also relaxed a little. Before he could be happy. Yi Li stretched and said casually, the competition is over. Now let's settle the accounts with the next person. Who's next to be liquidated? Yang Wanfeng's expression changed slightly, and he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, what else do you want to settle? Yi Li ignored him, just looked at Yang Wan quietly, and asked with a smile. You want to strip me naked and hang me on the highest peak of the core area, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Wan's face changed drastically. How did you know? She asked in a lost voice. You should ask your brother about this. Yi Li spread his hands. Yang Wanfeng, who had been relatively calm, turned pale in an instant when he heard this. The other party actually said this directly. The image of himself in Yang Wan's heart for so many years was almost completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng was about to speak. Bang! Without waiting for either side to react, Yi Li swung his gun hard at him. The surging cold air instantly rushed into Yang Wanfeng's body, freezing all his meridians. The terrifying force from the gun directly knocked him unconscious. Buzz! At the same time, the amulet on his waist was also successfully activated, and a pale white shield rose up, sending its own position outward. This also means that the martial arts examination for Yang Wanfeng, the model warrior of Shanzhou City, has officially ended. I'm a very principled person. I believe in giving back double what you've given me. Putting away his spear, Yi Li looked at Yang Wan, who had a dazed look on her face, and said in a cold voice. Let me state the conclusion first. I'll beat you until you pass out and hang you on a high peak in the core area. But I am a kind person. Maybe I will leave you some clothes, or maybe I won't. But no matter what, from now on you will live happily with your hypocritical and incompetent brother. Chapter 55. The wind on the top of the mountain is very strong. As the boy's cold voice echoed in the air, Yang Wan, who received too much information at once, turned pale and her breathing became extremely rapid. These things, did my brother tell you? She stepped back subconsciously and asked in a trembling voice. Did he tell you everything? I told you, and you explained it very quickly. Yi Li moved lightly. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanru felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave, and her entire body felt cold from the soles of her feet to her head. She never dreamed that the brother who was so devoted to her on a daily basis would be so spineless at the critical moment. Not only did he confess all of what she had said, he also took the initiative to ask his sister to kneel down and kowtow. It can be said that he gave up his former pride and dignity without hesitation. Should I praise him for being flexible and a good brother who knows how to endure things? Her eyes swept over the unconscious Yang Wanfeng, and a hint of loneliness appeared at the corner of Yang Wan's mouth. You used words to create a huge rift between the close-knit young siblings. Sin points plus 2,000. Not far from her, Yi Li was still walking slowly. Looking at the black-shirted young man approaching, Yang Wan wanted to resist, but her mind quickly recalled the previous exchange. This made her raise her hand to cover her broken left arm, and she couldn't help shivering. Beads of sweat oozed from her smooth forehead, and the palms behind her back turned white from the exertion. The best thing to do now is to use the amulet immediately and contact the teacher outside the examination room. That way, the chances of being rescued are very high. They won't even continue to suffer the humiliation spoken by the other party. But the psychological resistance is unbearable. The daughter of the Young family, who had been arrogant for more than 10 years, simply could not accept the outcome of failing the martial arts exam. Your own ending. He should charge into the core area amidst laughter and joy, slay the strange beasts in high spirits in front of the leaders of Ing Province and the teachers of Martial Arts University, come out on top, and enter the coveted Fengyun University. It absolutely shouldn't be like this. Being defeated in such a ruthless way by a young man whom I never took seriously. Yang Wan's heart trembled violently. An unusual feeling of oppression came over me. The boy looked indifferent and walked steadily. The young man in black clothes in front of him was more oppressive than the brother in his memory, and his aura was more terrifying than those terrifying beasts he had expected. I had obviously never taken it seriously before, but now it was approaching step by step like a Yama who was demanding my life. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. It doesn't matter even if I'm seriously injured. I have to escape from him and get the score to enter Fengyun University. Bang! After making up her mind, Yang Wan gritted her trembling teeth, tried to calm her trembling body, straightened her back, used her true energy as a source of fire, and let the blood in her body burn. The Yang family's magic trick, the secret method of burning blood. Under strong pressure, she finally used the secret method. In an instant, her aura suddenly increased, even her smart eyes were filled with blood, and a faint sense of murderous intent floated throughout her body. Using a secret technique. The boy laughed, not knowing whether it was mockery or surprise, and said, "For your own future, you are really fighting for it." Yang Wan remained silent, which was considered as her agreement with the other party's statement. Come to think of it, I've never let my opponent go before. Looking at the girl, a smile appeared on Yi Li's handsome face. He stopped and chuckled softly, but since you've worked so hard, I'll make an exception and give you a chance today. I've just reached the 3rd level, and my realm is still unstable. My tempering technique is only at B level, so I can only use Danshi Burst a maximum of 7 times. So, if you can catch my next 5 Chi bursts, I'm leaving. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Wan, who was almost in despair, suddenly looked up, and a glimmer of hope emerged in her eyes. Are you telling the truth? This time, her voice didn't tremble. Of course, I never lie. Yi Li nodded calmly. Good. Yang Wan took a deep breath, suppressed the anxiety and fear in her heart, looked at the young man in black clothes, and her muscles gradually tensed up, and her chilled back finally stabilized. The next second, her figure rushed towards the depths of the secret realm like an arrow. Yang Wan's idea was very simple. I don't know whether the boy's promise is true or not, but it is definitely right for me to choose to escape first after unlocking the secret method. Although it is very difficult to escape successfully from a 3rd-level warrior, as long as you reach the vicinity of the core area, even if the 3rd-level monsters there cannot stop the opponent, at least they can prevent them from taking care of you. Come on, you can do it. I am a talented girl from the Yang family in Shanzhou. He. Yang Wan used all her strength to run desperately, her speed getting faster and faster, her figure moving through the bushes like lightning, and the surrounding scenery quickly receding as she ran. After more than 10 breaths, she had already opened up a distance of several thousand meters, away from her original place. While running, she kept an eye on the situation behind her, trying to see if there was any danger catching up or any unusual movements. However, there was no one behind her, and at most the figures of strange beasts flashed by from time to time. Did he get rid of it? Yang Wan couldn't help but wonder. Although she didn't think she would be able to get rid of him so easily, it would be great if she succeeded. The moment this thought arose, a whistling sound of wind suddenly sounded behind him. Call! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst out from behind him. Here we come! Yang Wan gritted her teeth and immediately turned around. As her feet slid along the ground, her upper body took a strange posture. A feeling of harmony and peace suddenly emerged from her body, and a faint black and white light emerged from her palms, as mysterious as if it could relieve the force. At this moment, her eyes met the visitor's. The boy's dark eyes were extremely sharp at this moment, and his aura was as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Without any hesitation, the man in black shirt opened his arms. 1. Yi Li's voice was indifferent. The next second, his punch, bursting with Dan Qi, hit Yang Wan's mysterious posture hard. Bang! The terrifying force erupted instantly, and the black and white light was violently torn apart. Yang Wan's originally calm expression changed drastically, and her graceful figure was suddenly smashed away. Rumble! He crashed into several huge trees in succession and fell to the ground, rolling over and over. Amidst the wood chips, a fishy sweet taste surged in Yang Wan's throat, but she still forced herself to stand up quickly and looked up with a serious expression. A few ribs were broken, but at least I managed to hold on, and there are still 4. It works. If this continues. The next second after she thought this, a strong wind pressure suddenly hit her face. Yang Wan's pupils shrank. She only saw a figure in black clothes coming in front of her. There was a hint of joking in the visitor's calm voice. 2. As the words rang out, he looked down from above and threw a terrifying punch. Bang! Yang Wan's arms had already gone numb from the previous blow, and she couldn't lift them at all. With a look of despair on her face, her entire body was smashed into the ground. Hey! In the cracked earth, Yang Wan was gasping for breath, the fishy and sweet blood kept flowing out of her throat, and her sweet face was soon dyed red. Her slender body kept shaking, and although her heart was still beating, her spirit was almost exhausted. Those lively eyes seemed to have lost their luster at this moment, and were as empty as a walking corpse. There was no part of my body that didn't feel severe pain. And the direct cause that brought her to the brink of mental breakdown. The confidence and dignity that he had just rebuilt were shattered by the boy's 2 brutal punches in the next second. Why? In a trance, Yang Wan's tone was filled with inextricable grievance and grief. Why do you treat us like this? What why? Yi Li walked up to her, leaned over, and said calmly. First of all, it was your brother who asked for a beating, and you were the first to ask for a beating of me. You've already planned all the bad things, and now you're pretending to be wronged. Aren't you a little too shameless? Yang Wan. Yi Li stretched out his hand and pulled the other person out of the pit, pulling her long black hair and bringing her sweet face covered in blood to eye level with his own. He said calmly, when you were planning to ruin my reputation, you should have thought of this day. The result is obvious. It's not me who will be ruined, but you and your good brother. I'm looking forward to it. After today, can you still maintain your previous arrogance? In addition. As he spoke, Yi Li pulled her by her long black hair and slowly lifted her up from the ground, saying jokingly, the wind will be very strong on the mountain peaks later, you'd better be patient. Don't, please. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. Yang Wangang trembled and begged for mercy, but the boy slapped her in the face, and her consciousness instantly fell into darkness. You have directly shattered the confidence of the eldest daughter of the Yang family with your strength. At this moment, she has lost all hope of resisting you. Evil value plus 8,000. Unlock achievement, shatter your passionate dream with 2 punches. Effect, when the opponent's home support is much stronger than yours, your punching speed increases by 20%. Chapter 56 The Unexpected Young Brothers and Sisters. Outside the secret realm of Rift Mountain, in a temporary camp. Hundreds of figures sat here, most of them were teachers from the major martial arts high schools in Ying province. On the large screen in front of them was the image of the core area of the secret realm. Kai Guocheng sat in the center of the room, watching the images on the screen with a smile. The quality of this year's candidates is obviously much higher than last year's. Tang Yao from Qingshan Jianga, Zhang Qingzhu from the Jibei Jiang family, and Little Vidra from Zhenjiang Jingguan Temple. As the new generation of major forces, they all performed well in this martial arts exam and entered the core area before noon. Upon hearing this, the teachers from various martial arts high schools all smiled and nodded in agreement. Among them, the teachers from Shanzhou City looked the most solemn and uneasy. Not only were the Yang siblings nowhere to be seen in the core area, but neither of them was even among the top 100 on the real-time rankings. For this purpose, they conducted a special and precise search and found that Yang Wan's data had fluctuated, while Yang Wanfeng's data remained as calm as a stagnant pool of water. This means that he has not killed a single strange beast yet. Although they knew that with the strength of the Yang brothers and sisters, it would not be difficult for them to come out on top, the current strange situation still made them feel a little uneasy. Student Lin. Kai Guocheng turned his head to look at the beautiful figure beside him and chuckled softly. In your opinion, which of this year's martial arts students has the best chance of winning the championship? Since the other party is a representative sent by Fengyun University, his strength must be beyond doubt. He has been searching for someone on the list in the screen just now. I think he has a favorite candidate. It's not even halfway through yet, so I can't really say. Lin Yinyan smiled slightly, her gaze once again falling on the light screen in front of her, feeling a little confused. My teacher selected the students for admission this year in Linhai City. 2 days ago, we received news that a peak-level third-level fugitive was killed in Linhai City by a core student of Fengyun University. This time, they were in conflict. Out of curiosity and admiration for her new junior fellow apprentice, she volunteered to come and watch the game. Otherwise, I would have taken on a lot of hunting missions and made a living. As a result, I looked for a long time but didn't see a single person. Could it be that because you were admitted without taking the entrance exam, you took the exam so casually? Why are there so many people coming to Fengyun University this year? In the back, a teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School, trying to ease his anxiety, asked a fellow student, didn't no one come in previous years? I don't know, maybe it's because of that recommended student, the companion said uncertainly. Weren't there recommended students in previous years? Mr. Shanzhou waved his hands in annoyance. Forget it, it's pointless to ask you. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the camp, looking at the entrance to the secret realm in the distance. It's really strange, why is there no movement? Is he planning a big move? Teacher Shanzhou murmured to himself that although there were no 4th-level exotic beasts in the Rift Mountain secret realm, there were still quite a few late 3rd-level exotic beasts. Different from those 1st and 2nd-level monsters that are driven by instinct. Once a strange beast enters the 3rd stage, it will gradually transform and develop towards becoming intelligent. At higher levels, the beasts can even transform into human form, and their appearance alone makes them indisputably human. Unless they actually fight, even martial arts masters of the same level will find it difficult to detect their true form. This is also one of the reasons why countries strictly control the major high-level secret realms. Although the late 3rd stage beasts are not as terrifying as the high-level beasts, they are intelligent enough to wait for an opportunity and hunt down warriors who enter their territory by designing simple traps. Therefore, the points earned from killing them are higher. The Yang brothers and sisters might be hiding in some corner, planning to kill several 3rd-level monsters at once and make a big splash. Thinking of this, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School couldn't help but smile. This Yang Wanfeng always loves to show off. There is really nothing we can do about these two siblings. Teacher Shanzhou felt relieved and turned to walk towards the camp, intending to take another look at the situation. At this moment, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of my eye. Only a few Hanxia soldiers who were responsible for rescuing the students rushed over, and on the stretcher they were carrying, a young man with a refined appearance and a painful expression was groaning continuously. The young man was covered in wounds, and an astonishing coldness emanated from his body, turning his face a sullen blue. His eyes were tightly closed, and his face was covered in blood. He was obviously seriously injured and passed out. Hurry, hurry! There's a student here who needs first aid. Several Hanxia soldiers shouted anxiously and rushed into the medical area in a hurry amid the astonished eyes of many teachers. Is that Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou City? Hiss, I can't believe it, but it really looks like. I remember he was a genius at the 8th level of the 2nd stage? 2 levels higher than me. With such a talent, what kind of beast could beat him like this? Could it be that a 4th level beast appeared in the Rift Mountain secret realm? I'm not sure, but I'm afraid Shanzhou number 1 middle school is doomed this time. How could that be? Have you forgotten about Yang Wan? For a moment, the teachers who had also come out to get some fresh air were talking about it, and their words revealed their surprise at the matter. Seeing this scene, the teacher from Shanzhou number 1 middle school was already stunned. Yang Wanfeng was eliminated? How is this possible? He held his head in his hands, staring blankly at the place where the group of Hanxia soldiers disappeared, without moving for a long time. It just feels unbelievable. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the camp not far away. It was as if I had seen something extraordinary. P.S. I would like to ask for small gifts from you all and for good reviews. Chapter 57. Is that Yang Wan? In the secret realm of the Rift Mountain, on the vast plain. You can come here after leaving the vast forest composed of the outer and inner areas. The view on the plain is quite broad, and you can see a towering mountain standing in the core area in the distance at a glance. This place is occupied by more than a dozen third-level exotic beasts. They divide the territory and do not interfere with each other on weekdays. But today, several powerful figures emerged from the dense forest, some covered in blood, some breathing rapidly, and some even had gaping wounds on their swords. But without exception, they are all high-spirited and proud. They are the martial arts geniuses from various cities. Zhang Qingzhu and Tang Yao are also among these figures at this moment. Where is Yi Liren? Tang Yao looked at Zhang Qingzhu, who walked out of the dense forest alone, and asked casually. He's not with you? Linhai City and Qingshan City are not far from each other. The two are both top figures in martial arts high school and can be considered old acquaintances. Does it have anything to do with you? Zhang Qingzhu raised his eyes and glanced at her, then replied in a cold voice. He was recommended. It doesn't matter whether he comes here or not. I know that. Then why are you asking? Zhang Qingzhu said calmly. If you want revenge, you can go find him before coming in. Given his personality, he will definitely not refuse you. Tang Yao was speechless for a moment. She thought the other person was Yi Li's friend, and originally wanted to ask him about Yi Li's score so as to compare it with her own. That monster-like boy is good at fighting, but he may not be his opponent when it comes to killing strange beasts. Since Zhang Qingzhu can't ask here, he can only wait and look at the list after going out. Tang Yao gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist, her eyes flashing. She admitted that she was no match for Yi Li now, but there was still a long way to go. I believe that one day, I will be able to overtake others. Nice to meet you both. At this time, a burly monk with a tonsure came over and grinned at the two of them. I am from Zhenjiang number 1 middle school. My Buddhist name is Shanwu. I wonder what your names are, benefactors? When these words were spoken, everyone except Zhang Qingzhu and Tang Yao was moved. The Jinwang Temple in Zhenjiang City is also very famous in Ning Province, and its famous martial monks have emerged in large numbers over the years. After entering Zhenjiang number 1 middle school, this monk Shanwu became famous in the school for his horizontal training kung fu in just 2 years, and was also known as the Little Vajra in Zhenjiang City. And the Buddhist master known as Great Vajra is his master. Zhang Qingzhu. Zhang Qingzhu spoke in a cold voice. Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao. Tang Yao held the hilt of the sword, looked down at the other party, and said with a smile. Instead of killing the monsters to score points, you come here to talk to me. What's going on? No. Monk Shanwu laughed quickly. I just want to ask if you saw Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou number 1 middle school, or his sister Yang Wan, on your way here? No, do you have something to do with them? To be honest, I have a pretty good relationship with both of them, so I'm a little sad. Monk Shanwu clasped his hands together and looked towards the dense forest behind him. Then he said doubtfully. Based on their strength, they should have arrived earlier than us. Why haven't we seen them yet? Yang Wanfeng's martial arts level has reached the 8th level of the 2nd stage, making him the most accomplished person in this martial arts exam in Ning Province. Coupled with the blood-burning secret technique that has reached perfection, even a 3rd-level warrior can fight against it. It's really strange that he hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that they have already broken in? Monk Shanwu turned his head to look at the distant mountains, feeling puzzled. Have no idea. Tang Yao waved her hand and walked towards the core area, obviously not caring about the Yang brothers and sisters the other party mentioned. Although she and the martial arts geniuses from Ning Province present had more or less heard of the names of these two siblings. But the difference is that most of these people regard Yang Wanfeng as a true genius. In Tang Yao's eyes, The only two true geniuses in Ing province were Yili and herself. Jiang Qingzhu looked towards the dense forest and murmured to himself uncertainly, could it be that we ran into each other? Yili didn't show up, and neither did Yang Wanfeng. This was inevitably a coincidence. Considering the former's straightforward personality, the two might have actually run into each other. Master Jiang, do you have any ideas? Taking in the girl's expression, Monk Shanwu asked tentatively. Jiang Qingzhu retracted his gaze, suppressed the worry in his heart, and said in a cold tone, no. After saying that, she also moved lightly and walked towards the core area in front. Don't worry. Even though Yili is no match for Yang Wanfeng due to the huge gap in levels, he should be able to escape if he wants to. Etc. That Yang Wanfeng seems to have a sister who was at the 2nd level and 6th level? Broken. Jiang Qingzhu turned around suddenly, with panic in his eyes, and was just about to go into the dense forest again. Not far away, people exclaimed. Holy shit! That's Yang Wan? No doubt about it, oh my god. How could she be beaten like this? Where's her brother Yang Wanfeng? Oh my goodness. If Yang Wanfeng saw this, wouldn't he tear this guy to pieces? Even the monk Shanwu, who had just asked the two of them, was standing there in a daze. Along with everyone else's gaze, he stared in one direction. Looking from a distance, you can see it in the vast forest. A handsome young man in black shirt walked slowly towards them. He had an indifferent expression and an unhurried posture as if he was a king ruling the world. What made everyone hold their breath was the object in his hand. A half-dead tall figure was casually held in his palm. Although the tall figure's eyes were rolled back, his hair was messy, and his posture was in a very awkward state, his sweet face was still extremely eye-catching. It was Yang Wan, the daughter of the Shanzhou Yang family. Most of the people present came from prominent families and had seen the world to some extent, but this was the first time they had seen such a scene. Not to mention the martial arts exam, this situation would be quite explosive no matter where in Ing province it happened. This guy is really awesome. Their voices were slurred, and they looked at each other, seeing the horror in each other's eyes. In the martial arts high school of Ing province, is there anyone who dares to offend Yang Wanfeng, the young master of the Yang family, like this? It's crazy. They knew better than anyone what it meant to be hunted down by a level 2, level 8 warrior in the martial arts exam. Chapter 58. I wonder what your name is? Outside the secret realm, inside the temporary camp. Looking at the scene on the screen, the teachers present were also extremely shocked. That's Yang Wan from the Yang family? Who on earth is this guy who could beat Yang Wan like this? It's Yili from Linhai No. 1 Middle School. There was a chaotic chatter, and the teachers had obviously not expected this situation. Except for the core area, which can engage in free combat, the remaining areas cannot attack each other until the last 6 hours. This is one of the basic rules of the martial arts examination. Over the years, there has been basically no student union violating this rule. Even if there has been, it is mostly due to friction caused by the ownership of the exotic beasts. But it is usually limited to ordinary military students. This is the first time in their memory that something like today has happened. Kai Guocheng looked at the light screen with an extremely solemn expression on his face. Isn't Yili a bit too bold? Crash. At this time, the teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School who had left earlier pushed the tent open and walked in. After seeing the situation on the screen, he almost fainted. Yang Wanfeng had just been severely injured and wanted to pin his hopes on Yang Wan. I never thought that I would be beaten into such a miserable state. What the hell is going on? He shouted angrily at Kai Guocheng, this person has violated the rules of the martial arts exam. I demand that the authorities immediately disqualify him from the exam. There was a hint of hesitation in Kai Guocheng's eyes. If he were an ordinary student, he would have made the decision on the spot. But who is Yi Li? The core student of Fengyun University. In other words, he will most likely become a powerful warrior capable of defending a city in the future. If possible, Kai Guocheng still hopes to make a good impression on the other party. However, this behavior is already very bad. Even if he grows up in the future, it is hard to say whether he will be a help to Han Xia. Kai Guocheng's thoughts were churning, and he quickly made up his mind. Just when he was about to send someone to cancel Yi Li's examination qualification, the intellectual woman from Fengyun University spoke. Wait a minute, I think it's too early to judge. What do you mean? Kai Guocheng immediately looked at her. It's very simple. Lin Yun laughed and said frankly. I don't believe a young warrior who dares to apprehend a fugitive would attack his companions for no reason. After saying that, she produced a document in her palm and pushed it towards Kaigwa Chang. This is the record provided by the Abnormal Clearance Bureau not long ago. Yili was chasing a peak-level third-level fugitive alone. Finally completed the kill. There was obvious admiration in Lin Yun's tone. As soon as the words fell, all the teachers present, including Kaigwa Chang, widened their eyes. A warrior at the peak of the third level is almost on par with most directors of the city-level Qingyi Bureau. How could a student who hasn't even graduated from a martial arts high school kill a fugitive of this level? How is this possible? The teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School picked up the document and said in disbelief. But after glancing at the document, his breathing gradually became heavy and the document slipped from his hand. Real. Seeing his reaction, this thought popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. Afterwards, my heart gradually became extremely hot. Senior Kai, Yili's performance is definitely a shining star at Fengyun University. Lin Yun leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and smiled faintly. There's no doubt that he's a true genius. Now that things have come to this, how about we wait and see what happens, and then ask them all after they come out? Within the secret realm. Please stay, sir. Monk Shanwu's face turned grim. Just as Yili was about to step up the mountain, he finally said in a deep voice. What you are holding in your hand is the daughter of the Yang family of Shanzhou? Shanzhou Yang family? Yili stopped, looked over, and asked calmly, do you know this person? I know him. Monk Shanwu's face was gloomy. That should be it. Yili nodded and continued walking towards the mountain. Your mightiness. Monk Shanwu spoke again, gritting his teeth and shouting, if my friend knew about your actions, he would definitely not forgive you. He's the young master of the Yang family in Shanzhou. I'm sure you've heard of him. He also participated in this martial arts exam and is a second-level, 8th-level warrior. Sir. Seeing that Yili still did not stop, Monk Shanwu began to get anxious. His voice rose, and there was a hint of anger in his tone. My generation of warriors should work together and uphold the moral principles of martial arts. Are you humiliating others like this and standing against all of us warriors? If you insist on going astray today, then I will unite with everyone present to talk to you about Buddhism. Monk Shanwu's mind was working very fast. If the other party can defeat Yan Wan, who is almost as strong as himself, it should not be difficult for him to defeat himself. The most urgent task is to make their own strength strong enough to make the other party wary and let Yang Wan go. If Yang Wanfeng alone is not enough, then let us unite all the warriors present. He spoke these words very frankly. Even if most people present did not want to get involved in this mess, they were too embarrassed to speak out directly to distance themselves from the matter. This also gave him the opportunity to use the tiger's skin as a banner. And this time, Yili finally stopped. In his impression, the fake Buddhism is best at talking about morality and righteousness when speaking and talking about morality and righteousness when keeping silent. I didn't expect it would be the same in another world. There are still too few true Buddhist masters. Do I have to beat them when I'm happiest? I'm not interested in your so-called Dharma. He turned around, looked at the righteous monk Shanwu, and said calmly, but today I want to humiliate this man. Every one of you present here will be punished. Anyone who wants to take action can come up now. As soon as these words were spoken, the air on the plain suddenly became dead silent. More than a dozen martial arts geniuses from all over Ing province were all silent at this moment, and even their breathing became cautious. I was far away just now, so I couldn't see clearly and my head didn't turn around. Take a closer look. Isn't this the new dark horse who defeated Tang Yao of Jiang head-on upon entering the second stage, was enthusiastically recommended by the senior teachers of Fengyun University, and was the talk of the town among all the major martial arts high schools? Tang Yao stood not far away without moving, and those who couldn't beat Tang Yao didn't dare to move. If you anger this monster who was admitted directly, everyone present here will have to cry and beg for mercy in front of teachers and students across the province for the sake of their grades. In front of them. The young man in black clothes has a calm posture and a nonchalant expression, and his clothes flutter in the wind. One man overpowers the others. Tang Yao looked at the thin figure, clenched her hands, and her heart trembled uncontrollably. This posture was exactly what she had always dreamed of. The only difference is that he's carrying a person. What the hell? Monk Shanwu looked around and was extremely shocked. He had just come out of seclusion and rushed to take the martial arts exam. He was still unclear about the rumors outside, but judging by the performance of these people, it seemed that the other party was a formidable figure. This is very embarrassing. Monk Shanwu looked at Yili and found that he was also looking at him quietly. He smiled awkwardly. Donor, what is your name? Chapter 59, Kill instantly on the spot, with a clear conscience. Your father. Yili's expression remained calm, and he immediately chose the most direct way of speaking. Come if you dare, don't waste my time. This monk is the same as the elegant young man of the 2nd level and 8th level. Even though I don't even know their names, they all have murderous intentions towards me. Not only is there murderous intent, but it's also very poorly hidden. As a 3rd level warrior, this feeling is like a teacher in the previous life seeing students copying homework. The former sees it clearly, but the latter always feels that they have hidden it well. But since there is murderous intent, it will be easy to deal with. Just watch me and see if I smoke you or not. Donor. After hearing Yili's answer, Monk Shanwu's face darkened. I know you are a genius and arrogant, but you must also be humble. Geniuses are rare elsewhere, but here, there are more than a dozen. He acknowledged the strength of the black-shirt young man. The one who could defeat Yang Wan was definitely not an ordinary person. At least his chances of winning against him would not be too high. But at the same time, if the other party wants to take action against you, they always have to weigh the cost. The Little King Kong of Zhenjiang No. 1 Middle School is not just a name. Hearing this, many people retreated to the back without making a sound. They still had to take the martial arts exam, but they had no intention of competing with this dark horse from Linhai City. Since this Zhenjiang Little King Kong wants to take action, it's a good opportunity to let them see the boy's strength. Let us see what kind of person can defeat the future sword master who is at the peak of his career in Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Are you also considered geniuses? Hearing what Monk Shanwu said, a playful smile appeared on Yili's face. Among all the people present, even Tang Yao, who only had confidence but no strength, became the strongest ones. If it weren't for this bald monk coming to me, I wouldn't even bother to take action. Then, amidst dozens of solemn gazes, suddenly, a powerful aura emerged from the young man, far surpassing everyone present, and the strength of his energy and blood also increased steadily. There are no geniuses here. Yili's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable tone. None of you are. Enveloped by this powerful aura, the smile on Monk Shanwu's face completely disappeared. Instead, there was a solemnity as if facing a great enemy. Under pressure, he gritted his teeth and said, Sir, please think carefully. If you act now, the best outcome will be a loss for both sides. It is better to stop here. Call. Before he finished speaking, Yili's figure turned into a blurry afterimage, and with a burst of exclamations, he appeared in front of Monk Shanwu in the blink of an eye. Looking at the stunned Monk Shanwu in front of him, Yili slapped him casually with his palm. However, with the help of Dan Chi explosion, it directly fanned out a loud noise that exploded the air. Your Excellency is confused. I won't be polite to you anymore. Monk Shanwu's eyes widened, his teeth clenched, and his vital energy flowed throughout his body. A thick layer of golden light instantly appeared on his body surface. It looks like a golden Buddha, indestructible. After years of hard training, he was confident that no warrior of the same level could break through his defense. The next second, that bony hand landed lightly on his chest. Boom! In an instant, a huge roar that could only be heard when metal was forging suddenly exploded in the air. Shanwu's chest collapsed about an inch. In his horrified eyes, his burly figure was smashed away by this huge force, and blood spurted out. Everyone present was stunned and looked at Shanwu, who fell to the ground and rolled dozens of meters. I saw that his breath was weak and his face was as bright as gold paper. He looked like he was seriously injured. More than a dozen martial artists who were hailed as geniuses in various martial arts high schools were all feeling turbulent waves in their hearts at this moment. A second-level warrior proficient in horizontal martial arts was severely injured by just a single palm strike? Damn organizers, what kind of god did you let into this year's martial arts exam? In public, severely injuring a level 2, level 5 warrior, evil deeds plus 500. How stingy. Looking at the emerging light screen, Yili cursed inwardly. Isn't it just a bully? Why not even give 1,000? But complaints are complaints. Yili has gotten used to the problem of his own system giving points based on the person. It's just that I've been accustomed to recording tens of thousands of points in my account during this period of time, so looking back at these 500 points, it seems really pitifully small. From this we can see that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Never mind, these 500 points were basically picked up for free anyway. Yili exhaled silently and turned his head to look at the dozen or so genius warriors not far away. Seeing Yili looking up, they all laughed dryly and quickly clasped their hands and said, "Good job, my friend. It's getting late, so we won't bother you anymore. Let's go now." With the opponent's strength, there is no doubt that he will be the champion of this year's martial arts exam. In order to compete for second place, they have to speed up. After saying that, they turned around and ran away at the same time. In just a few breaths, he ran far away and only a blurry figure could be seen. It has been detected that the student representatives of the major martial arts high schools in Ing Province have expressed a great deal of fear towards you. Evil value plus 2000. Wow, what an unexpected gain. Yili raised his eyebrows slightly. These people were law-abiding, so he had no intention of taking action against them. I never thought that I could gain evil points. Is this what they call deterrence by force? Suddenly realizing something, he nodded towards Jiang Qingzhu, who was not far away, and said, "Are there any monsters you can't defeat?" The girl helped him a lot, so it was no problem for her to help him kill some strange beasts. No. Jiang Qingzhu pursed her lips and said firmly, "I can kill strange beasts by myself." Okay then. Yili nodded his chin lightly, "Goodbye." After saying that, he continued to carry Yang Wan in his hand and headed towards the peak of the core area. It is worth mentioning. On the way to the core area, he killed many first and second level monsters. The available evil value is only in the double digits, which is truly better than nothing. When I get stronger, I'll try killing some high-level monsters and see if anything changes. Yili's thoughts were churning in his mind, and his figure flashed across the plain like lightning, moving quickly towards the mountain. Along the way, we encountered 4 or 5 third-stage late-stage monsters. After expending 80% of his physical strength, Yili successfully reached the summit. Yang Wan, who looked in pain, was hung on the mountain peak. A fierce gust of wind blew over her, and in just a few breaths, most of her clothes were torn to pieces. Yili watched the scene calmly. One thing that was contrary to his expectations was that he did not feel like he was being watched here. In other words, even the outside world's means of broadcasting images cannot observe the scene here. It's a pity. Is it because the mountain is too high? Yili supported his chin and whispered to himself. Thanks to this, the amount of evil points gained is not much. Hang the daughter of the young family of Shanzhou on the peak of the Rift Mountain, evil value plus 2000. Looking at the large area of Yang Wan's exposed skin, Yili was thinking about something else in his mind. His behavior in this martial arts exam is likely to cause dissatisfaction among many teachers. It would not be surprising even if someone publicly denounced me for this afterwards. But don't worry about it. Yili smiled indifferently. I have my own code of conduct. Even if system reasons cause dissatisfaction among the vast majority of warriors in the future, it doesn't matter at all. As long as I become strong enough in the future, and I say I am a good person, everyone must believe that I am a good person. A powerful person who has established his own school only needs to have a clear conscience. The young man's black hair fluttered gently, his eyes bright as he looked at the fish belly white rising in the sky. Bite. Notoriety level increased. Notoriety level 2, your notoriety is known throughout all the martial arts high schools in Ing Province. Gold quality rewards have been distributed. Chapter 60, defeat the strongest military student in the province. Thanks to Ma Chuanguang who likes Shrike. On the morning of the second day, the air outside the Rift Mountain secret realm was a little cool. For a warrior, staying up all night is a pretty easy thing. Inside the huge temporary camp, everyone's eyes were focused on the huge light screen. There were only 3 minutes left before the list was closed. The current ranking is basically the same as the ranking that will be announced in the future. 10th place, Zhenjiang No. 1 Middle School, Shanwu. 9th place, Zhangbei No. 1 Middle School, Wang Zixuan. 3rd place, Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, Tang Yao. 2nd place, Linhai No. 1 Middle School, Jiang Qingzhu. Unexpectedly, even though there was a gap in level, Jiang Qingzhu's final score was much higher than Tang Yao's. It can be seen that because of the dream of expelling all the strange beasts without leaving a single one, the former has put a lot of effort into the skills of killing strange beasts. In addition, spears are more effective than swords in breaking through the armor of monsters. Such a result is reasonable. Not to mention that Jiang Qingzhu also mastered the Dragon Riding the Wind classic, a third-level precious martial art that can be regarded as a magical skill that can break armor. Therefore, when it comes to killing strange beasts, warriors who are good at various competitions may not necessarily perform better. Adopting this kind of martial arts examination method also indirectly shows that Hansha values strong people who can kill strange beasts more. As champions of the martial arts examinations in various provinces, they will naturally be the focus of training in the future. The provincial martial arts exam champion also revealed the answer at this moment. First place in the martial arts exam, Linhai No. 1 Middle School, Yili. In the huge camp that resembled a lecture hall, everyone's eyes were now focused on this name. Behind its name is a terrifyingly high data score. After looking through the records of martial arts examinations throughout the ages, the chief person in charge, Kai Guocheng, with a trembling voice, could hardly help but utter the adjective unprecedented. Yili's score was almost a huge gap from the second-place Jiang Qingzhu. The reason is very simple. The top of the Rift Mountain seems to have extraordinary significance to the strange beasts in the secret realm. Just like the places in the high-level secret realms where only king beasts can live, all the exotic beasts are drooling over it. The third-level peak monster that originally lived here, after a fierce battle, was torn apart by the black-haired and golden-eyed young man and thrown off the cliff. Under inexplicable temptation, powerful third-level monsters continued to attack the top of the mountain. And these strange beasts were all killed by the young man on the top of the mountain. The beast's blood rolled down the cliff. Until 4 o'clock in the morning, no third-level monster dared to go up the mountain to challenge. This also means that these intelligent third-level beasts in the Rift Mountain secret realm have officially recognized the young man's identity as the king. Not to mention winning the provincial martial arts exam. Even if we look at the entire Hansha martial arts exam, the young man is undoubtedly the number one outlier. Good boy. Li Haowen, the vice principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, slumped in his chair, his eyes blank, his voice thick with ecstasy. You are the living father of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Who could have thought that it only took less than a month for the other party to rise to fame and win the provincial martial arts exam? I haven't had time to send out next month's nourishing elixir. Li Haowen could already foresee how the boy's name would be engraved in the history of Hansha Wukao in a striking way in the future. Many teachers looked at him with envy. A young warrior like Yili, who already has the potential to become a martial arts master, will undoubtedly add a lot to the reputation of a martial arts high school. If there were sufficient resources, perhaps in less than 50 years, the boy would be able to advance to the 7th level, become a true martial arts master, and become famous. Such martial arts students are the dream of every martial arts high school. Principal Li, congratulations. Kai Guocheng looked at the excited Li Haowen behind him and laughed. By next year, Linhai No. 1 Middle School should be able to get a lot more resources. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Yun, who was staring at the screen, and asked in a low voice with some curiosity. Mr. Lin, in your opinion, what is the potential of this child named Yili? Fengyun University is in turmoil, gathering talented warriors from all over Hansha. As one of them, the other party's evaluation would be of great reference value. Even at Fengyun University, he is considered a true genius. To this, Lin Yun answered without hesitation, much better than I was 2 years ago. There was no hiding his recognition of the young man's ability in his words. She sighed softly, then smiled playfully. I've seen many geniuses, but when these geniuses see Yili, I'm afraid they can't help but call him a genius. Kai Guocheng's heart moved slightly, and he subconsciously asked. How does that compare to the son of Heavenly Son from Fengyun University? You mean senior son? Lin Yun crossed her arms in confusion and said after a moment's hesitation. Compared to that monster, there's a big gap in strength, but in terms of potential, should it be about the same? After a pause, she continued with a smile. But it's hard to say. Yili is still young, and that old guy is about to graduate. Who can say for sure? Such a high evaluation? Kai Guocheng was a little surprised. You know, the holy son of Tianyang is a famous young warrior even in Fengyun University. On the so-called Fengyun ranking list of Fengyun University, he has always been ranked in the top 3. I'm not sure, just have fun. If my senior sister were to come, she would probably be able to give you a definite answer. After all, she's also ranked in the top 10 on the Fengyun ranking. If it weren't for her personality, she would most likely be in the top 5. Lin Yun waved her hand, her tone adding to that lazy tone, and said with a smile. Don't worry, my senior sister will also be his senior sister in the future. These two will meet sooner or later, and then I will know the answer. Hearing this, Kai Guocheng nodded, stood up and walked out of the camp. He breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, this martial arts exam was finally successfully concluded. Yili is the champion of this year's Ing province and also the strongest martial arts student in Ing province. In a few hours, this news will spread to all 12 cities in Ing province. P.S. Thanks to Ma Chuanguang who likes Shrike for the golden medal urging for updates. I have been writing a book for a year and a half, and this is the first time I have received such a valuable gift. My hands were shaking with excitement last night. This is really exciting. Thank you, big guy. But I'm in another province these 2 days, so it's a bit difficult to add more chapters. To express my gratitude, starting from the day after tomorrow when I get home at the latest, the author will update 3 chapters a day. Thank you all for your gifts and support. Or 2. Chapter 61 SSS Level Talent. Control the spirit and unify the soul. The top of the mountain is surrounded by strong winds. Ignoring Yang Wan who was still unconscious, Yili sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. The air pressure is very low on the top of the mountain, and you feel a chill every time you breathe. A rare look of excitement appeared in those dark eyes. The notoriety level has actually increased. Yili's heart beat faster and he casually called out the panel. Current sin value, 40,000 points. Can draw a noble phantasm. There is a gold quality reward package waiting to be opened. It's not easy, my second golden light finally came. Where there is a will, there is a way. Yili whispered to himself, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. All my efforts during this period have paid off, thanks to the strong support of the Yang brothers and sisters and many martial arts students. I hope to get some useful skills or treasures. The immortal golden soul he used last time brought him unparalleled recovery ability, and he directly transformed into a Blood Bowl warrior. When fighting against people of the same level, there is basically no risk of defeat. It can be said that he has a god-level talent with a very high lower limit. But the expressiveness is a bit monotonous. The blazing golden eyes certainly looked awe-inspiring, and when he fought with others, every gesture was filled with violent aesthetics, but it was only a significant improvement in his physical functions. To be honest, it's not flashy enough, crossed out. The versatility is really not wide enough. Relying solely on Yili's current hand. If you meet a third-level peak warrior who is good at long-range combat in the future, let alone crushing him and getting the evil points, it will be difficult to maintain your dignity in the battle. Win the battle in a miserable way, and achieve victory with a crushing victory. It is clear at a glance which of the two has a higher psychological impact on the enemy. If the gold quality reward I draw isn't ideal, I'll go get some magical tools from the noble phantasm wheel. Thinking of this, Yili made up his mind. Restraining the surging emotions in his heart, he thought to himself. Open the gift package. Boom! As Yili's mind moved, a huge golden pillar, almost as thick as the last time, instantly shot up into the sky from the panel. In the eyes of the people on the distant plain, it was as magnificent as a silk thread connecting the mountaintop and the sky. The thick clouds were shattered by this golden light, and the dazzling light surged in the clouds, illuminating a clear and brilliant light. At this moment, tens of thousands of military students at the foot of the mountain, on the plains, and in the dense forests were attracted by the sound and looked towards the distant sky. What is going on? Alas! Immediately afterwards, amid countless astonished gazes, the atmosphere in the entire secret realm suddenly became dark. Pitch-black clouds rolled out from the sky, with the peak of Rift Mountain as the center. The area within a radius of dozens of kilometers was instantly shrouded in an extremely depressing atmosphere. Countless skeletons scattered throughout the secret realm, which had long lost their flesh and blood, began to tremble wildly at this moment. Almost at the same time, the sky above the mountain cracked. An extremely strange aura rushed down from the void, carrying with it the strong wind and merging with the young man sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain. The terrifying sound swept across the world, so much so that Yang Wan, who was in a coma, felt something strange. Her eyelids moved slightly, and in the raging wind, she tried to open them a little and look towards the mountaintop in front of her. The next second, her heart almost stopped beating out of fear. That's Yili? All I saw was extremely pure rolling black clouds emerging from the body of the man in the long black robe, swirling and spreading rapidly in all directions. In just a few breaths, the entire cracked mountain was enveloped. In this strange black cloud, the breath of death and rebirth is so strong. On the cracked mountain, those third-level monsters that had been dead for a long time slowly opened their eyes, and a hint of scarlet quietly emerged in their empty pupils. After a series of creepy crackling sounds, they all raised their huge bodies from the ground and bowed respectfully towards the top of the mountain. Dozens of densely packed third-level exotic beasts looked like loyal slaves at this moment. In such an atmosphere, how could the boy look like an ordinary third-level warrior? He is clearly a young king with terrifying power. Call. Yili exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. In those extremely deep black eyes, Yang Wan's extremely dazed expression was reflected. At the same time, relevant information emerged in his mind. Bite. Congratulations! You've obtained the SSS level martial arts talent. Mastering the Soul. Soul Control LV1, a functional talent that allows complete control over the souls of the undead who died at one's hands, forcing them to sign a life and death pact, declaring them to be their master and dedicating themselves to their master's interests throughout their lives, with no chance of reincarnation. Upgradable. It is said that after death, the souls of the dead return to a certain mysterious mountain. The gods born from that mountain are born with this talent. To gain authority that surpasses them, please harvest evil points to your heart's content. Talent 1, Undead Killer. Undead Slayer, you have a natural advantage over undead creatures, preventing them from attacking you no matter what. Your damage against undead creatures is increased by 500%. A talent with an absurdly high ceiling. Looking at the introduction on the panel, a hint of joy appeared in Yi Li's eyes. Then, in Yang Wan's dull and dazed eyes. His expression was calm as he slowly stood up, his voice calm with a hint of teasing. I'll wait for you, come and take revenge. Until now. The majestic black clouds on the top of the Rift Mountain gradually dissipated, and the military students, who had never seen such a scene, looked puzzled. As they had not yet reached the third level, they could only attribute it to an abnormality in the secret realm. Of course, except Yang Wan. Looking at the young man who had just revealed a terrifying vision, her eyes were filled with fear and her lips couldn't stop trembling. Revenge? How could she even have the slightest thought of revenge? I. Yang Wan was about to say something to beg for mercy. At this moment, the teleportation array that announced the end of the martial arts exam finally rose from under their feet. Chapter 62, A World of Difference in Treatment thanks to the heartbroken Koan boss. In the early morning, the sun rises, and beautiful light is reflected on the magnificent secret formation. Figures rose up one after another, and the originally empty plain was suddenly dotted with black dots. The expressions of tens of thousands of students were different, but they all carried a sense of relief. The martial arts exam is over. For them, it was like a mountain that had been pressing on their hearts for a long time suddenly collapsed, and they felt extremely relieved. Although for this world, the martial arts exam is truly the first hurdle. But a relaxed atmosphere quickly filled the air over the field. Yili was in the middle of it, his steps light and his expression slightly relaxed. In this martial arts exam, his goal has been achieved. Although the students of Qingshan No. 1 Middle School never came to encircle and suppress them, fortunately the young brothers and sisters were strong enough. Not only did the evil value increase a lot, but even the notoriety level increased by 1 level. I also got a new trump card, just waiting for the battle to be exciting. Student Yili. At this moment, Kai Guocheng flew over from the camp above and whispered to the somewhat surprised Yili with a smile on his face. Congratulations. I'm telling you in advance that your score is now ranked first in the province. Barring any unexpected events, you will undoubtedly be the champion of this year's martial arts exam. The potential that Yili has shown now is enough for him to take the initiative to show his goodwill. In the future, as long as he develops steadily and grows slowly, and knows how to restrain his edge, he can avoid assassinations from various countries. It is almost certain that a new martial arts master will be born in Hanxia in a few decades at the earliest and 100 years at the latest. With the idea of making friends if possible, he smiled gently and said. Also, according to the young master of the Yang family who woke up at Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School, you were the first to attack him and Yang Wan at the beginning of the martial arts exam. Upon hearing this, Yili remained calm and was about to say that since the other party had challenged him, there was no reason for him to refuse according to his personality. Kai Guocheng then smiled and said. However, based on our interviews with some students from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School who graduated early, we can basically conclude that it was Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan who challenged you first. Therefore, your results will be withheld. Yili was really surprised this time. I had already prepared myself to be disqualified and hadn't even thought of any excuses. In the end, nothing happened? Have I been able to get the higher-ups to make such concessions? Kai Guocheng seemed to notice Yili's surprise and said with a smile, since you are not the one who wants to provoke a fight, of course I will not cancel your qualification for the exam. After that, he pondered for 2 seconds, then added. Although the main problem doesn't lie with you, the Shan Yang family might not be satisfied with this answer. From now on, try not to show up, and even if you do, be sure to be careful. The head of the Yang family is a 5th-level warrior who has trained for many years. Although he is old, his realm is there after all, and there is no shortage of 4th-level warriors in the Yang family who can take action. While speaking, Kai Guochang was observing the boy's reaction. This was a subtle reminder to Yili that just because the person in charge of the martial arts exam chose not to pursue the matter after understanding the whole story, it did not mean that the people of the Shanzhou Yang family would not pursue it either. It is even said that there is a high possibility of deliberate retaliation next time. After listening to Kai Guocheng's words, Yili nodded slightly. He whispered, I understand. This was also expected. Moreover, if the Yang family attacks too fiercely, Yili will not show mercy anymore. That's good. Hearing this, Kai Guochang visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the young man would be too arrogant and choose to fight to the end. That would be troublesome. Not to mention geniuses who have not grown up, even geniuses who have grown up are often killed. Being able to listen to others' advice is what is called humility. Thinking of this, Kai Guochang nodded with satisfaction. Then he slightly turned sideways, revealing Lin Yun behind him, and introduced with a smile. This is Lin Yun from Fengyun University. She came here specifically to see you. Hello. Lin Yun stepped forward, a smile on her intelligent face. I am also a student of Mr. Yu, the old man. According to seniority, I am your senior sister. Yili nodded politely, not paying attention to the old deng mentioned by the other party. What do you want to talk to me about? Wow, you are so pretentious. Lin Yun sighed, cleared her throat, and then said seriously. I didn't have one originally, but after seeing your performance in the martial arts exam, I have one now. As he spoke, Kai Guochang stepped back consciously, leaving space for the two to talk. Lin Yun looked around and found that the martial arts students around her were discussing their experiences in the secret realm. Then he walked up to Yili and said with a faint smile, actually, it's not a big deal. I just wanted to ask you if you are interested in the academy mission? College mission? Exactly. Lin Yun stretched and chuckled. If you're interested, I can help you connect to the school's mission system in advance, and you can accept it later using your badge. Of course, some special missions still require returning to school to be specifically taken. Also, if you encounter a difficult mission, you can also use the badges to request assistance. The connection between the badges can bypass most isolation measures. Within 100 kilometers, there's absolutely zero delay. It works better than any other phone call. As she spoke, Lin Yun's gaze fell on the gold badge on Yili's waist. Then he continued with an envious tone. With this gold-level badge, you can basically choose any of the tasks issued by the school. Feeling the other person's fiery gaze, Yili asked curiously, aren't you a gold medalist? I'm the silver medal. Lin Yun's voice was filled with resentment. Junior brother, don't think that gold medals are everywhere in Fengyun University just because you won the gold medal at the beginning. To tell you the truth, in the entire Fengyun University, there are no more than 20 students with this badge. Everyone is a core student hand-picked by the academy. I worked hard for 2 years and only managed to get a silver medal. Do you think your medal is high-ranking? I see. Yili nodded his chin slightly. In Lin Yun's stunned eyes, he asked calmly. Then your level is not as high as mine, can you kowtow to me? Lin Yun? Lin Yun felt like she was almost suffocating. As early as when she was watching the broadcast footage, she knew that Yili's character was not weak, and he was probably more of a strong type. But I never expected it anyway. In front of this obviously more experienced senior sister, not only did she not hold back at all, but she actually became even more arrogant and directly asked me to kowtow to her? Lin Yun took a deep breath and explained through gritted teeth. The status and treatment of gold medal students are much higher than those of silver medal students, but they are not on the same level as the emperor and his ministers. Is that so? Yili seemed a little regretful. He thought he was a little emperor. Then he asked inconspicuously, then, what are the specific benefits of being a gold medal student? Identity, treatment. Lin Yun calmed down her emotions and sighed, just talking about completing the on-campus mission. Not even mentioning the restrictions on accepting missions, even the difficulty of carrying out the missions is different between the two. A core student with a gold medal, when on missions outside, will have the same status as the deputy director of the city-level Abnormal Clearance Bureau. Silver medal students only have the power of ordinary law enforcers. Do you know what this means? The latter can only rely on themselves most of the time, while the former can even mobilize the law enforcement officers stationed in the city bureau to assist in their operations. The difference in status is obvious. P.S. Starting tomorrow, 3 chapters will be updated every day. Chapter 63, Thoughts of Nations Around the World. So powerful? Yili was slightly surprised. From now on, he was considered a minor official in Hanxia. Of course. Lin Yinyun's voice was filled with pride. The core students of Fengyun University are all martial artists who would be considered geniuses in any martial arts university. For them, the problem is the schools that don't give them preferential treatment. As she spoke, her voice paused, and then her eyes became serious. What I said are all benefits, but you should also understand one thing: there is no free lunch in the world. Although I, your senior sister, often want to eat plain rice, but gold medal students have their own risks. You should know this without me saying it. I don't know. Yili shook his head casually. My predecessor was busy being a bootlicker all day long, and I was always busy with other things, so I didn't have the time to understand these things. You do not know? Lin Yinyun was stunned, with a strange look on her face. The other party is so talented that he has already shown the method of Danqi burst in the video before he even graduated. Although the degree of completion of Danqi burst is still a little insufficient, he is definitely a warrior who has entered the 3rd level of True Blood realm. He is definitely a leader among his peers, and his talent is much more outstanding than mine. Since he is a leader, the teachers and superiors of the other side must have told him many times that it is not easy for a genius to grow up in Hanxia or something similar. After all, even Lin Yinyun's ears were almost calloused by this sentence when she was a child. But as she grew older, she gradually stopped hearing this sentence. Most likely her elders felt that with her talent, she didn't need to worry about being assassinated by other nations. Lin Yinyun felt a little heartbroken. Can you please stop being a riddle man? Yili frowned slightly, looked at Lin Yinyun, whose expression changed, and said, just say whatever you want to say. In my previous life, when I watched movies and TV shows, I hated this kind of riddle man the most. Why are there still so many of them after arriving in the high-level martial arts world? Is it difficult to get straight to the point? I have decided that if I meet this kind of riddle teller again in the future, I will beat him up every time I see him. Then let me put it this way. Lin Yinyun pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, our Hanxia is the most vast country on Blue Star. We have many secret realms, and beast tides often break out, causing the domestic situation to be constantly turbulent. To this day, there are only 10 martial arts masters in the Qingyi Bureau who can stabilize the situation. All of them are stationed in the cities surrounding the major top secret realms. Even so, the situation rarely improves. Even some martial arts masters from famous sects are often called upon by the authorities to resist the beast tide or to round up and kill cult members. And the martial arts masters of these famous sects are all extremely arrogant. Every time we invite them, it's like inviting our ancestors. Do you understand now? Under such circumstances, it's hard to find strong individuals in the country who can spare some time. Every time the major powers overseas make a move, Hanxia is always the one that suffers. After all, there's no high-end combat power that can spare any effort. Countries around the world are happy to see their former big brother become like this, including their former great power allies. If possible, they want to keep Hanxia like this. As she spoke, Lin Yinyun's eyes seemed to casually sweep around the surroundings. But Hanxia often produces geniuses. If we leave them alone, Hanxia will probably be able to return to its peak status internationally in 200 years at most. If you were the 4 Cs in all the countries, what would you do? I can only find an opportunity to kill them all. After all, dead geniuses are worthless. Lin Yinyun sighed helplessly. I see. Yili nodded his chin lightly. Simply put, the countries around the world do not allow Hanxia to have such a powerful existence. How is it? Are you scared? Lin Yinyun had a smile on her beautiful oval face and was looking forward to Yili's reaction. You know, even when she was a young and inexperienced girl, after hearing these things, she couldn't help but feel compassion that Hanxia is going to be finished. Because of this, she even didn't eat her favorite ice cream the whole day. In Lin Yinyun's opinion, if she, who has no qualifications, is so worried, Yili, who has the qualifications, must be even more nervous. The reason is simple. The feeling of suddenly becoming enemies with the whole world is like sailing on a turbulent ocean. It is suffocating and terrifying, and it will definitely make any warrior's face change drastically. This feeling doesn't go away as you grow up. On the contrary, the older you get and the more you understand the world, the greater the impact and pressure such things will bring. In other words, someone like Yili, who perfectly meets the standards, can feel tremendous pressure in an instant. Fear? Yili raised his eyebrows slightly surprised. Why are you afraid? Now that we have figured out the problem, the next thing will be easy to solve. It's very simple. Wouldn't it be enough for me to wait until I grow up and then defeat all the other countries on my own? Seeing this, Lian opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but finally held it back. Damn, this guy is so calm. Why be afraid? Of course it's because you will definitely be assassinated by various countries in the future. Lian actually wanted to ask the other party if he knew what humility was. But after seeing the boy's overflowing confidence, he immediately gave up the idea. The other party may not know what humility is. But he definitely has unparalleled confidence. Is this momentum the result of his journey? Lian fell silent for a long time before she said, "It's better to be careful. There are more than just other countries that are concerned about you. Just to name a family that is very close by, there is the so-called Yang family." Of course. Yili nodded slightly. Unlike the other party, he is quite confident in his own fair character. Not only will he fight people from other countries, but he will not let any of those people in Hansha who he dislikes go unpunished. That's good. Lian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the other party had listened to her words and was now on guard. This shows. Even if they are not on the same channel, it is possible for both parties to have a happy chat. However, you don't have to worry about assassinations from other countries for the time being. Lian raised her head again, walked forward, patted Yili on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "You have to be at least a 4th-level warrior to have the possibility of being noticed by other countries. Otherwise, even if it's a genius, they will be assassinated. No matter how many high-level warriors there are in the country, they will probably die of exhaustion. After all, how could a martial arts master be born so easily? I remember there was a genius who became a 2nd-level warrior at the age of 6, and only broke through to the 3rd level at the age of 60. The enemy agent who had been watching him for half his life was almost pissed off to death." As she spoke, Lian stretched and a hint of smile appeared in her tone. When Yili nodded, she stretched out her hand, and her whole body regained that lazy feeling, "I'm exhausted after talking so much. Give me the gold medal, and I'll help you connect. Become." Yili threw it casually, and the golden badge flew towards the other party in a beautiful arc. "Be careful." Lian caught the gold medal and muttered softly with a little shock. "This is a gold medal. There are not many gold medals in the entire Fengyun University. How come it's like a toy pendant in the other person's hand, being thrown around casually?" Lian gritted her teeth. If she had a gold medal, she would treat it like a treasure and praising it. In that case, not only can I get discounts on various martial arts, but I can also apply for funding to study divination. I don't know how great that would be. Sighing inwardly, she quickly opened the relevant formation in the opponent's gold medal and connected to the campus network of Fengyun University. "Okay, now you are officially a student of Fengyun University." Lian reluctantly handed the gold medal to the other party, and then said in a serious and earnest voice, "If teachers from those Vixen universities like Kyoto University and Magic City University come to you in the future, you must not agree. No matter what conditions they offer you, Fengyun University will give you double." After saying that, she laughed. "The above 2 sentences were told to you by Lao Deng." "No, it was teacher Yu Wang who asked me to tell you. Senior sister is going back to school to take on missions and earn some money. Do you have anything else to ask? Can you kowtow to me?" Yili asked politely, looking like a well-mannered and handsome young man. Goodbye. Chapter 63 Ranking List. Outside the secret realm of the Rift Mountain. As buses left Shanzhou City and headed to various places, the news of the end of the martial arts exam began to spread to all parts of Ying province at an extremely fast speed. Although the results have not been released, people with inside information have leaked the results in previous years. This year's results are even more explosive than in previous years, and this is no exception. There are 2 main pieces of hot news. A warrior named Yili from Linhai City won the provincial martial arts exam this year with a remarkable score. The highly anticipated twin stars of the Yang family have both fallen, and they can't even get the tail gas of the martial arts university. In the forum related to martial arts high school, many students from winning province are posting threads to discuss. Who is this immortal named Yili? He snatched the championship from Shanzhou No. 1 middle school? He's the one who was recently reported to have been admitted to Fengyun University. Wow, this guy has me completely stunned. When did Linhai No. 1 middle school have such an awesome martial arts student? I'm going to enter martial arts high school next year, and I'll directly apply to Linhai No. 1 middle school then. The guy upstairs, it's not the school that's awesome, it's Yili. Following the crowd will definitely lead to death. I chose Qingshan No. 1 middle school. Maybe I can even enter Qingshan Sword Pavilion after graduation. No one cares about the crying at Shanzhou No. 1 middle school? All the teachers thought they'd be proud of this, but they didn't expect the young twins to poop so hard. The provincial martial arts exam champion had always been held by Shanzhou No. 1 middle school, so when the title was snatched away, the news spread so wildly. People seemed to enjoy seeing this unexpected upset result. There are also rumors that the reason why the twin stars of the Yang family were eliminated so quickly was because they met a young warrior named Yili in the core area. If things continue to develop in this way, the results of this martial arts exam will most likely be the only one that is different in these years, and Yili's name will be seen and remembered by future martial arts students. When night fell, the bus finally entered the territory of Linhai City. Linhai City, a secluded community. Yili, exhausted from his journey, returned to his home after a long absence. He took out the golden badge and his expression was filled with joy. Ever since he joined Fengyun University, he could directly browse the library inventory of Fengyun University through this gold medal. It can be said that from the 5th level skills to the 2nd level martial arts, both martial arts and skills are included. The only difference between the two is the amount of included skills. Moreover, judging from the nature of this type of college, if a 5th level technique can be placed in the library, then even if it is a 6th level technique, someone in the academy will most likely be able to provide it. Although these martial arts cannot be exchanged directly now, you have to go to the academy headquarters to get them. But Yili now has the right to enter and leave Fengyun University freely, so this is not a big obstacle. Recalling Lin Yun's words before leaving, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The road ahead is bright. Yili chuckled to himself. There was another thing that concerned him. Before leaving, Lin Yun seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned around and looked at Yili and said, "By the way, your Fengyun gold medal is not only versatile, but it also allows you to check your rankings on the Fengyun leaderboard in real time. If you're interested, you can take a look." Wind and cloud ranking? It's something the school has developed to motivate students to improve. They use each person's performance in completing tasks and their wins and losses in daily battles to create a ranking with strong symbolic significance. Lin Yun took out her silver medal, shook it gently, and said with a smile, "There are only 30 places available. They are all influential figures in Fengyun University. They can be said to be geniuses among geniuses. You are quite talented. I am ashamed of myself as you are. I will catch up with you in a few years. But compared to them, you still have a long way to go. They are all arrogant and proud people. You might run into them when you take on a mission in the future. For your own sake, senior sister, I suggest you learn some humility." After hearing this, Yili tentatively activated the harmonious coexistence ring. A flash of light appeared, and the dazed Lin Yun just knelt there and watched Yili leave. It's just that this lazy girl's personality was too Buddhist. She just stood up, dusted herself off, fought for 2 seconds, and then turned and left. You made Fengyun University's Buddhist-style senior sister kneel before you, evil deeds plus 500. A bit less. Sadly, he's a good guy. Humility. Thinking back to the present, Yili lay on the bed, his thoughts churning. It will probably take a few days to get to Fengyun University, so there is no need to rush. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, the S-level hammering method that Zhang Qingzhu promised will be delivered in the near future. The first level of the 3rd stage will soon become a thing of the past, and the next era will be the era of adding points. The 40,000 evil deeds points lying quietly on the panel are the foundation for Yili's continuous progress. P.S. My corgi, who I only had for 2 days, had a high fever this morning. I was busy taking him to the vet during the day, so I probably won't have a third update by 12 o'clock. I'm so sorry. Or 2. I will compensate you immediately later. Chapter 64, Snow Mountain Body Shaping. Zhang Qingzhu's speed was even faster than expected. Dang dang dang. Yili had just finished washing himself and changed into clean clothes when there was a knock on the door. Here I come. He walked over and turned the doorknob, and a familiar cold-looking girl poked her head out from the crack of the open door and came in. Success! As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Qingju excitedly said, I got the Jiang family's S-level hammering method for you. Amazing! Yili did not hesitate to praise the other party. After all, the other party really helped him a lot. However, from now on, as long as he has enough credits, he can exchange them directly at the library of Fengyun University. The other party's free gifts are certainly very tempting, but you still have to know when to stop. Otherwise, you will be in trouble if you lose yourself one day. For you. Jiang Qingju took out a rather thin book from the storage ring, handed it to Yili, and said with a rising tone. This is Snow Mountain Body Shaping. It is very difficult to practice. It is basically impossible for a warrior who has not learned White Mist Frost Snow to learn it. For this reason, it is considered a very unpopular tempering method in the Jiang family. Apart from some direct disciples, basically no one knows how to learn it, and no one can learn it. She paused, then pursed her lips and said with some emotion. But if it's you, it should be easy to learn. The fact that Yili mastered the S-level breathing method, White Mist and Frost, in just a few days had such a strong impact on her that she still remembers it vividly. Although, that was indeed a while ago. Thank you. Yili took the book, and a cool feeling immediately spread throughout his body. Then he asked in surprise. So thin? This S-level tempering method is at least half as thin as the previous S-level breathing method. Thin means difficult to learn. Jiang Qingju explained softly, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, as far as I know, even the most talented ancestor in the history of the Jiang family took 2 months to get started. Remembering that this senior also spent 2 months practicing that breathing method, she didn't say the second half of the sentence. Do you want his insights? What if the other party could have mastered it in 3 days, but it took him 2 months to understand it after reading my experience? That would be troublesome. Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly and sighed slightly in his heart. Back then, he had put in 50 years of hard work just to max out White Mist, Frost, and Snow. This time I switched to the more difficult, Snow Mountain Body Shaping, which is probably going to cost me a lot of money. But it doesn't matter. The savings in my panel have been waiting for a long time. What else do you want? Yili's voice was calm, much softer than usual, but it still had a bit of a driving tone to it. With an S-level forging method in his arms and a huge amount of evil value lying in the background. This made him want to start adding points mode immediately. Jiang Qingju didn't understand the meaning of the words to chase him away. After thinking for 2 seconds, he seemed to muster up the courage and invited. I'm going back to the Jiang family next. Do you want to come with me? The Yang family of Shanzhou must be eyeing you covetously recently. The Jibei Jiang family can provide you with protection. No, thank you. Yili nodded politely. He will go to Fengyun University in 2 days to check the situation, so he doesn't have the time to go to the Jiang family to avoid the so-called trouble. He didn't want to feel like a dependent at all. Hearing this, Jiang Qingju's clear eyes dimmed slightly. She had actually anticipated the boy's answer and had prepared herself mentally beforehand. Even so, it still feels a bit sad when you actually hear the other person's rejection. That. After a moment, Jiang Qingju raised his head and asked tentatively, Are we friends? Of course. Yili said calmly, After all, anyone who has a grudge against you can tell me, and I will still help you with this little favor. It also happened to be an excuse to take action. Having said this, he paused, and a look of realization appeared on his face. I see. So, you're going back to the Jiang family this time to deal with someone? If that's the case, I can go with you. No, there's no one to deal with. Jiang Qingju shook his head subconsciously. Really? That's a shame. Yili was a little disappointed. Any character who can become an enemy of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family must be a big shot in the points department. Yes. Jiang Qingju lowered his head, but a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his clear eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. He treats me as a friend. Worth it. All the efforts during this time are worth it. Well, I'll take my leave now. I wish you all the best. Jiang Qingju bowed slightly, then opened the door briskly. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. See you at Fengyun University. After saying that, she walked out of the room and trotted excitedly in the direction she came from. You're asking even though you already know the answer. Looking at the other person's back as he left, Yili shook his head and closed the door without knowing why. The other party is a rich woman among rich women, and she has helped so much. No matter how you look at it, we are friends. Friends, that means I can help you fight. You can repay favors and earn bad karma points at the same time, so why not do it? Yili's idea is actually very simple. Find opportunities to repay those who treat you well, and trample all the creatures that treat you badly into the ground. This way, you can maintain a good attitude and move forward without any psychological burden. The path of no regrets is simply invincible. In order to stay on this path, we must keep moving forward and becoming stronger. In the face of the world and disaster, only the strong can carry out their will. Walking back to the bedroom, Yili sat cross-legged on the bed. Reaching out and opening the book, Snow Mountain Body Shaping, a light blue light screen appeared before my eyes. Current evil value, 40,500 points. New item, S-level hammering method. Snow Mountain Body Shaping not yet started. Bring it on. Yili exhaled silently. There is nothing to hesitate about, tens of thousands of evil points rushed into the panel. Bite. Start improving your proficiency in Snow Mountain Body Shaping, which will continue to consume your evil deeds. Opening this book, the clear words come into view, and you are surprised to find that it is not difficult for you to understand it. This is your use of the S-level breathing method, White Mist Frost Snow. It has become almost instinctive. Even the most talented senior of the Jiang family was far inferior to you at this age. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 70%. Your current speed is like using a stolen phone to scan a shared bike in a long-distance race, and then speeding away under the gazes of the bystanders who are almost bleeding. After expending 1,000 points of evil, you've read most of this tempering method, but your understanding remains superficial. To understand its true meaning, you choose to read on. After consuming 2,000 points of evil, you have read through this tempering method in its entirety. Even if your understanding isn't very deep, you've grasped a few basic concepts of it. It relies on tempering oneself with the chilling effect of true qi, allowing the blood in one's body to undergo further transformation. After consuming 4,000 points of evil, you have mastered the method of using true qi to temper your blood, and have developed a certain resistance to extreme cold environments. Snow Mountain Body Shaping Beginner. Although I'm not sure how long this is equivalent to practicing hard alone. But there is no doubt that this time is definitely far more than 2 months. The kind of warrior who only needs 2 months to master the art, the poet's grip. Yili sighed, but found that with every breath he took, a sound similar to the howling of wind and snow could be heard in his body. The blood in my body is slowly transforming in this sound. Is this the permanent effect of the S-level breathing method? Yili was in a good mood and his attention returned to the words that kept appearing on the panel. Chapter 65, True Blood is complete, reaching the peak of the 3rd level. After consuming 5,000 points of evil, you began to try to speed up the tempering with your breath, and found the relevant tricks. The speed of tempering the true blood was greatly accelerated. Compared with the B-level tempering method, it was several times faster. Snow Mountain Body Shaping Proficient. After consuming 10,000 points of evil, you have become adept at creating a snowy mountain-like environment within your body. The blood in your body is like countless beings forced to climb a mountain, constantly strengthening itself in this harsh environment. Snow Mountain Body Shaping Mastery. After consuming 15,000 points of deeds, the snowy mountain environment you created is near perfect. Countless climbers, transformed from your blood, will become interested in this snowy mountain. At your command, they'll actively begin climbing. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting Deshang. After consuming 20,000 points of evil, this inner snow mountain is now completely intact, emitting an astonishing allure within the human world. Without your command, countless climbers transformed from true blood are already thirsty and eager to climb your snow mountain. If you ask why, they will definitely answer you, because the mountain is there. The level of the tempering method has been upgraded, and the Snow Mountain Body Shaping has reached perfection. Byproduct, you diligently practice the hammering technique, raising your martial arts level to the 3rd stage, 2nd level. Byproduct, extremely familiar with the snowy mountain environment, greatly improving the ability to withstand extreme cold. Comment, this consumes 20,000 points of evil, which is equivalent to 80 years of hard training. If you unleash your Dan Qi burst again at this moment, warriors of the same level will be shaken and fall to the ground by your avalanche like Dan Qi. As the last line of text appeared, a bone-chilling chill suddenly burst out from Yili's body. Boom! With an icy crackling sound, the temperature of the entire bedroom suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees, and snow-white mist quickly appeared on the window. It was clearly the sweltering summer of June, but the room felt as cold as an ice cellar. Yili's eyes flashed slightly. After a simple "Dan," she burst. In those dark eyes, a hint of ice blue quietly rose, and there was a tendency for it to climb up to the eyebrows, beard, and hair. If the realm determines the quantity and upper limit of Dan Chi explosion, the refining method determines the quality of Dan Chi burst. Among warriors of the same level, with the same true Chi consumption, the higher the level of the tempering method, the greater the power of Chi burst. Call. Yili exhaled lightly, and the coldness of the naked eye surged into the air, looking extremely mysterious. As soon as I used my true energy a little, I felt a sense of fulfillment in my body. As Snow Mountain body shaping was completed, the chill contained in the true energy became more and more terrifying. In addition, the speed of tempering one's own blood has also been increased several times. Compared to the B-level, Great Sun Treasure Furnace, the forging method is many times more advanced. One has to concentrate while enduring the pain that feels like it is burning inside. The training can be done automatically in one breath, without any discomfort, and the efficiency is greatly improved. Anyone knows how to choose. No wonder it's hard for a martial arts master to emerge from a humble family. Precious things really have their value for a reason. Yili nodded slightly, his thoughts racing. Now everyone around him is telling him that the Yang family of Shanzhou is eyeing him covetously, so he must be careful. So it seems. We have to find an excuse to kill the Yang family. Otherwise I would really be unable to sleep or eat. Now that the tempering method has been perfected, it is time to improve my cultivation. Yili's mind moved, and a huge amount of evil value poured into the martial arts level column. Bite. Start consuming evil points and continuously improve your martial arts level. Through arduous training far beyond what ordinary people could endure, your understanding of the Snow Mountain body shaping technique has reached perfection. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Great Sun Treasure Furnace, as you refine your own true blood, a miraculous sense of harmony has emerged between the two. Gained a buff, hammering speed increased by 1000%. Your speed is like that of an AE-86 drifting at top speed on some unknown sacred mountain. The countless curves on the road of martial arts practice are just a straight road to heaven in your eyes. You don't need any help at all, you are now a genius riding the wind. After consuming 500 points of evil, cracks began to appear in the third stage, second level, which had long been close to perfection. The golden light in the body's true blood became extremely pure, causing the quality of the human body pill to directly rise a level. You have advanced to the third level of the third stage. With the highest level of tempering techniques, you can naturally forge the highest quality true blood. You finally understand the saying, after the third level, there are still differences between warriors of the same level. Gained a buff, true blood quality increased by 100%. So that's why. No wonder I feel that the golden light I see is much more beautiful than the blood of that wanted criminal that day. Yili was a little surprised. On the light screen, progress continues. After consuming 5,500 points of evil, the golden light of the true blood in your body begins to expand, expanding to 1/3 of its original size. Your 5 senses have been significantly enhanced, and the black pupil of the illusionary eye has gained dynamic vision far exceeding that of warriors of the same level. You have advanced to the 6th level of the third stage. After consuming 12,500 points of evil, your blood will flow throughout your body, and the golden light within your body will be as clear and natural as if it were created by nature. This will make the quality of your human body pill even more perfect, and it will emit a refreshing fragrance. You have advanced to the 9th level of the third stage. After consuming 14,500 points of evil, you have fully adapted to the feeling of the true blood realm. The Dan Chi in your body is perfect, and the speed of Dan Chi bursting out is almost instantaneous. Martial arts level has been improved, you have reached the peak of the third level. This upgrade consumes a total of 14,500 points of evil, equivalent to nearly 20 years of hard training. Current evil value, 6,000 points. The moment the words fell, an incomparable sense of power surged through my body. Boom! The energy around Yili exploded, and the terrifying cold air suddenly hit the surrounding walls and buildings. The wooden bed under his feet was directly broken and shattered into countless pieces. Even the entire floor trembled clearly twice. The improvement in the body after completing the first major phase is far greater than any previous one. The power enough to split mountains and rocks instantly surged into his body and flowed to Yili's limbs and bones, making his breathing a little rapid. Even if I stop practicing in the future, I will still have some reputation in Ying province. That's absolutely right. Yili's heart beat faster, his eyes were filled with surprise, and he stood in a pile of sawdust, his whole body exuding a feeling of perfection. He tilted his head and looked into the distance. Even the dust that had fallen hundreds of meters away could now be seen clearly. With the blessing of his almost inhuman five senses, Yili felt a completely different world. A pair of black eyes gleamed with brilliance, as if hiding a lion. After a brief excitement, Yili's gaze returned to the panel. Current evil value, 6,000 points. It's time to think of a solution. Yili frowned slightly. Chapter 66 Yuang's Shock in Actions. In Ying Province, there is Fengyun University. The morning sun shines on a majestic building, and densely packed figures are moving around in it. Each of them has an extraordinary aura, and the lowest one is at the second level. On the top of a tall building, Lian looked helplessly at the old man in a green robe with flying hair and beard in front of him. Our teacher likes to go to the top floor every day and act like a superior person in front of the students passing by below. If a young man who had just entered the school saw him, he would be frightened by his attitude and would scratch his head and try to find an opportunity to talk to him. Teacher. Yun, look, there was a student looking at me eagerly just now. He must want to become my disciple. Yuang stroked his beard and said with a smile, what a pity. Wearing a sophomore uniform, your aura is not even at the third level. You are destined to have no chance of becoming my disciple. Hearing this, Lian smiled and said, what about Yili? Then it must be destined for me. Yuang turned his head suddenly, with obvious joy in his tone, and laughed. That child has the potential to achieve great things, and he can inherit my legacy. Also, you don't know, when those old guys at the station heard that I gave the only recommended admission spot to a military student from Linhai City, they all laughed at me for speaking too hastily. I'm too lazy to argue with them. Things will change over time, so let's just wait and see. When Yili defeats their enemy, let's see if those old guys can still laugh. I'm not bragging for him, but this might not even take 2 years. His advancement on the rankings will probably be even faster than your senior sisters. Indeed, I think so too. Yun nodded silently in agreement. It might be difficult for someone else, but you felt that the beautiful boy was really capable of doing such a ruthless and grand thing. Please refer to this military examination for the specific reasons. How? Seeing that she didn't show any doubt, Yuang was a little surprised. Did he perform well in this martial arts exam? Before leaving, this disciple of his looked unconvinced and kept shouting, I'll go see what's going on. How come he became like this after he came back? It's more than good. Yun had a strange look on her face. After 2 seconds of silence, she said in a shocked tone, Teacher, have you ever heard of someone scoring 7 figures on the martial arts exam? This is the first time I've seen that in my life. Senior Sister Chen seemed to have made only 6 figures back then, right? Yili is almost the only one who has killed all the third-level beasts in the entire Rift Mountain secret realm. Is this true? 7 figures? Yuang paused while stroking his beard, looking stunned. Did this kid get robbed by a strange beast? No, he stole the throne from the secret realm. The beasts wanted to take it back, but he was so good at killing that his clothes were almost soaked with the beast's blood. Yun was very satisfied with the other party's reaction. She smiled and stated the absolute fact. In the end, he killed all the third-level monsters in the secret realm until they were weak. None of them dared to go up the mountain again. Only then did he stop killing them. The air was silent for more than 10 seconds. I see. Yuang's movements of stroking his beard returned to normal. He nodded slightly and murmured in relief, that's not strange, that's not strange. There are usually king beasts in secret realms, and the place with the most abundant spiritual energy is naturally the king beast's habitat, which is the so-called throne. This kid directly flew over his face like a dragon. No wonder those third-level alien beasts that had just begun to gain intelligence couldn't stand it. But unfortunately, the boy's way of dealing with this matter was to kill everyone to the end. It's hard to imagine what his attitude will be like when he becomes stronger and enters those high-level secret realms where high-level exotic beasts roam everywhere. Thinking of this, Yuang's throat rolled over, and then he smiled again. Where is he? Didn't he come back with you? No, he said he had some unfinished business and would come back in 2 days. That's good. Yuang looked down again and chuckled softly. I've credited him with the points for killing the wanted criminal last time. When he comes over, take him to the library to pick some. Wait, what level is he at? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Yun. The other party's tone was so natural that he only now realized that something was wrong. The last time they met, Yi Liming seemed to be just a young warrior who had just entered the second stage. He relied on a powerful secret technique of unknown origin to suppress Tang Yao, who was at the 6th level of the second stage. Now I can actually farm level 3 monsters as small monsters? 3rd level True Blood Realm, what's wrong? Lin Yun was a little confused. Level 3? No doubt about it, it will be used when Dan Qi bursts out. Lin Yun thought the other party was doubting her judgment, so she waved her hand and said firmly, although it's a little rough, it's definitely Dan Qi burst. It should be the early stage of the 3rd stage, the level of the 1st or 2nd level. Yu Wang was shocked and fell into a long silence, even stopping his hands. The 2nd level warrior we met last time has suddenly turned into a 3rd level warrior? How long did it take? A week at most. What kind of talent is this? When did the martial arts path to heaven become such a broad and open avenue? Could it be the result of years of accumulation, but isn't this too much of a foundation? His thoughts raced, and Yu Wang could only conclude that Yili was a top talent, but had been silent for too long, which was why he had made such rapid progress in just 1 week. Anything else? He took a deep breath and asked with the idea of giving it a try. It's true. Lin Yun nodded. Hearing this, Yu Wang's eyes twitched a little. You say. Lin Yun sighed, teacher, please pack your things. What? Yu Wang was stunned. He wants to sit in my seat? That's not the case. Lin Yun coughed twice and said solemnly, according to what the general manager said, he beat the twins of the Yang family pretty badly. The subsequent martial arts training of one will be affected. After one comes out, he shouts that he doesn't want to practice martial arts anymore, and all of them fail. According to the local rumors about the Shanzhou Yang family, I think the Yang family will be unfavorable to Yili, even though he is now a core student of Fengyun University. It's a matter of life and death, so I suggest you go to the Yang family and give them a warning. Hearing this, Yu Wang's eyes gradually became sharper. The Shanzhou Yang family recruited many followers in the local area, and there were rumors that they were ruthless and daring. It is said that even the law enforcers from the local anti-evil bureau do not give them much face. Once you offend them, no matter if you are right or wrong, the Yang family will come to settle the score afterwards. The reason why it has continued to this day is that whenever the Qingyi Bureau comes to handle a case, they will hand over the person involved without hesitation and let the Qingyi Bureau deal with it. Not only will there be no fault to be found, but it will also help the Yang family become famous in Shanzhou City. Over time, the Yang family's reputation grew, and countless guests came to join them, and fewer warriors dared to provoke them. In this case, it is no wonder that Lin Yun is worried about Yi Li's safety. Ha, a force led by a 5th stage warrior is looking for trouble with my student. Yu Wang's smile was devoid of any warmth. He then asked, who was the first to initiate Yi Li's plan to defeat the twins? Many students in Shanzhou City said that it was the Yang brothers and sisters who took the initiative to challenge each other, but it was indeed Yi Li who started the fight first. Lin Yun answered frankly. That's fine, if you invite me to fight, I'll fight. It's reasonable and logical. Yu Wang turned and walked downstairs, his voice carried by the breeze. I'm going to Shanzhou City. When Yi Li comes to school, you can take him to do some tasks as usual, and pick out 2 3rd-level martial arts for him. Yu Wang's mouth twitched slightly. There are credits. Okay, just leave it to me. Lin Yun nodded excitedly and said, I'll go to Linhai City now. P.S. 3 chapters and 7,000 words a day. What is the author doing today? Chapter 67 Go and Kill Yi Li. Shanzhou City, Yang family compound. By the morning, the bright sunshine shining into this huge courtyard seemed a little gloomy. In front of a large, ancient-style house with simple decoration, people dressed in strange costumes stood quietly, as if waiting for something. At this moment, an old man with luxurious clothes and a thin face walked out. There was a hint of anger in his cold expression, and he looked extremely majestic. Master, how is Wan Feng? As soon as the old man appeared, the elegant and beautiful woman in the front of the crowd rushed forward and asked anxiously. I heard that his meridians were injured. Will he still be able to practice in the future? Hearing this, the Yang family patriarch, who was approaching his 200-year-old limit, twitched his eyes twice, then his gaze fell on her and he spoke calmly. More than 3/4 of his meridians were frozen, but the person who attacked him was sensible and didn't completely disable him. If a 4th-level physician could help, he would be fully recovered in about 5 years. Hearing this, the young family members in the crowd in the courtyard were originally worried that young Wanfeng would be crippled because of this incident, causing the young family to lose its most dazzling new star in recent years and gradually fade into silence in Shanzhou City. I finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. 5 years is neither short nor long for a talented second-level warrior like young Wanfeng. Given the young family's background, it wouldn't be difficult to ask a fourth-level physician with healing talent to help. But the beautiful woman frowned, and a strong anger emerged on her charming face. She shouted in a sad and angry tone. "Damn Yili, he actually made my son suffer such a crime. 5 years. How many 5-year periods can one have in a lifetime? By that time, Yili will have graduated from Fengyun University, and Wanfeng will only be able to practice as usual." She looked up at the old man and said through gritted teeth, "Master, this matter absolutely cannot be let go like this." As soon as these words were spoken, unexpectedly, many members of the young family present nodded in response. The reason is simple. The young family has been in Shanzhou City for so many years, and has killed so many people and accepted so many retainers for the sake of a reputation of revenge. How could they break precedent and ruin Fengyun University's reputation just because of a third-level warrior? Revenge is a must, and responsibility is the responsibility of the person. These two sentences are not only the creed that made the young family famous, but also a popular signboard to attract customers. Just ask yourself, which individual warrior would not be tempted by a force that is willing to help you take revenge at any cost? The young family of Shanzhou has been following this doctrine for over 100 years. Even though Yili was the person with the highest score in the martial arts exam in the history of Ying province, he was now just an ordinary true blood realm who had just entered the third level. If we don't take action against him just because he is a recommended student of Fengyun University, how will we attract customers in the future? Without retainers, how can the young family practice the secret blood burning technique? Master, I have checked everything clearly. At this time, another middle-aged man stepped forward and said in a muffled voice. That kid currently lives in the southern part of Linhai City. I even know his address. With just your approval, he won't live long enough to enter Fengyun University. They really couldn't confront Fengyun University head-on, but they were pretty confident in dealing with a student who hadn't even enrolled yet. Yili. The head of the young family savored the name, a terrifying murderous look flashed in his cloudy eyes, and his hands behind his back gradually clenched. He asked, "Is Yili currently at the third level of True Blood Realm?" Exactly. Someone nodded and said, according to the teachers at various martial arts high schools, he should be at the beginning of the third stage. A third-level warrior, not even 20 years old. The young family patriarch chuckled with emotion and said, "What a martial arts genius." Looking back at the past, he could only barely break through the second level at the age of 20. In recent years, he relied on the secret method of the young family to successfully advance to the 5th level and become famous. Although he suffered a hidden disease due to his forced breakthrough and could not make any further progress in this life, relying on the help of those retainers was enough to consolidate the young family's position in Shanzhou City. Because of this, the old man is well aware of the difficulties of practicing martial arts. This made him understand one thing at this moment. If Yili is not eliminated today, he will definitely be able to overthrow the young family in the future. The young family's reputation of hundreds of years cannot be destroyed in my hands. The young family patriarch's voice was cold, and his attitude was clearly stated in one sentence. Young Rong, take those 2 4th-rank retainers with you and go deal with this. Are you talking about the disappointed sword and the dragon steel hand? One person exclaimed. 30 years ago, the former relied on a Qingyun sword to single-handedly kill a force headed by a third-level strongman. Afterwards, his lover was killed by the remaining members of that force. He was disheartened and changed his name to Disappointed Sword. In order to avenge his lover, he joined the young family. The latter is a martial artist who is proficient in horizontal training kung fu. His pair of iron palms are enough to split mountains and crack rocks. Over the years, there are at least 50 strange beasts that have died at his hands, if not 100. Both of them are well-known warriors in Shanzhou City and even the entire Ying province. They are also 2 of the young family's few 4th-level strongmen with relatively high martial arts values. Now to deal with a kid who has just entered the 3rd level. Head of the family. The middle-aged man named Yang Rong had a conspicuous scar on his face, as if it was left by a fire. Looking at the elegant old man above, his face trembled, and he said hesitantly, "Isn't this an exaggeration?" Putting aside the damage caused, if a 4th-level warrior were to attack, the momentum would probably. A fourth-stage warrior can communicate with heaven and earth, and the martial arts he displays are completely different from those of the warriors in the first stage. They are so powerful that they are difficult to conceal. If the Qingyi Bureau discovered them, the Yang family would lose 2 fourth-level warriors, which would definitely be a serious blow. What are you afraid of? The Yang family's patriarch glanced at him coldly and asked in a calm voice. It's exposed, so what? The two of them have already formed a feud, and they owe our Yang family something. We can just hand them over to the Qingyi Bureau afterwards. Or do you think that a third-level warrior who is less than 20 years old is not as good as 2 fourth-level warriors whose potential has been exhausted? Hearing this, the scar on Yang Rong's face trembled slightly. Indeed, compared to such a young warrior with unlimited potential, the loss of 2 fourth-level warriors is surprisingly acceptable. Thinking of this, he bowed and said respectfully, "I'll do it right away." "Wait." The beautiful woman shouted softly, then looked at the elegant old man above and said through gritted teeth, "Master, can I go instead?" "Your turn?" "That's right." The beautiful woman said, "I just broke through to the 6th level of the 3rd stage 2 days ago, which is 2 levels higher than Yang Rong. If I go, I will have a better chance." As she spoke, her eyes flashed with murderous intent, and her tone was extremely cold. "Besides, I really want to kill the man who ruined my son with my own hands." Taking in her expression, the patriarch of the Yang family pondered for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, "Okay, then it's your turn." "Thank you, master." The beautiful woman's face showed joy and she bowed quickly. "Let's go." The head of the Yang family said him lightly, then said something, turned around and walked back into the house. About an hour later, everyone outside the house dispersed. Chapter 68 Uninvited Guests at Fengyun University. The house was filled with the aroma of medicine. Yang Wanfeng, lying on the bed, looked pale and slowly stood up. "Grandfather. Just lie down." A look of heartache appeared on the wrinkled old face of the Yang family patriarch. He didn't care about the mediocre members of the tribe outside, but he was truly moved by this gifted grandson. The old man knew that his time was up and he could live for another 20 years at most. Yang Wanfeng, who would have grown up by then, would be the best successor. With this young man's talent, he can definitely bring the Shanzhou Yang family to a new height. It is even possible to add one more person to the 3 sects and 6 schools of Hanxia. Don't worry, Grandpa Yili has already made arrangements. Your mother will bring 2 fourth-rank retainers to ambush and kill him personally. He won't survive for many days. The elegant old man patted the young man beside the bed, and his tone was much softer than before. As for your injuries, Grandpa will also ask the best 4th-level physician in Ying province to treat you. With the Yang family's secret method, maybe you can be cured in 3 years. The heart blood of those 4th-rank retainers will be available soon. Then, Grandpa will use his secret technique to allow you to at least get out of bed and walk." Yang Wanfeng nodded slightly. Hearing Yi Li's name, his eyes instinctively showed resentment. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, Grandpa. What's there to thank me for? We're all family." The head of the Yang family waved his hand. Whether for the sake of the Yang family's century-old reputation or for the future development of the Yang family, Yi Li must die. The noble old man pondered for a moment, then said in a somewhat puzzled tone, "By the way, regarding your sister Yang Wan, I don't know what happened to her. She locked herself in her room and refused to speak or come to see you." "Wan-er." Yang Wanfeng said with a slightly embarrassed expression, maybe she was shocked by Yi Li's tricks. "Don't worry about it. I'll go check on her in a couple of days." "Well, you two have always had a good relationship." The head of the Yang family nodded. Indeed, he didn't care much about this matter. Call. At this moment, a slight sound of breaking air suddenly came from the horizon outside the house. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura suddenly descended over the sky above the Yang family mansion. "Feel this breath." The Yang family patriarch stood up suddenly, looked out the window, and murmured solemnly, "A 5th-level warrior? His aura is stronger than mine. Why are you coming to my Yang family? Grandfather? Don't move here, I'll go out and take a look." The head of the Yang family stood up and walked out of the house. "As soon as I went out, I saw a figure surrounded by a breeze flying down from the sky in the distance and landing directly in the Yang family compound. The man's sleeves fluttered, embroidered with several dynamic clouds. Someone from Fengyun University? The Yang family's head, who was standing in front of the house, frowned slightly and asked loudly, The teacher from Fengyun University has come all the way to my Yang family. I wonder what brings you here. It seems we don't have any of our clan members who have been admitted to Fengyun University. Considering that the other party was from Fengyun University, his tone was quite polite. Hearing this, Yu Wang stepped forward and said with a smile, I am Yu Wang, Yili's mentor and a senior teacher at Fengyun University. Yili's mentor? It came so quickly. Did Fengyun University actually take it so seriously? The Yang family's head felt a little depressed, and after a moment he asked knowingly, I see, but you haven't answered my question yet. What brings you to my Yang family? He naturally knew the answer to this question in his heart. For Yili's safety. But even if you know, you still have to pretend on the surface. Otherwise, when the news of Yili's death spreads, it will be difficult for him, as the head of the Yang family, to cut ties with those retainers. The director of Shanzhou City's Qingyi Bureau is a 5th-level strongman. Although he will give the Yang family some face, he definitely does not dare to touch the Yang family. You bastard, still pretending to be a brat. Looking at the puzzled expression of the elegant old man, Yu Wang cursed in his heart. A smile appeared on the old face. I heard some rumors and came to take a look. As he spoke, his eyes swept across the Yang family compound and he asked casually, I've heard that the Yang family of Shanzhou is recruiting a lot of followers. I wonder how many 4th-level warriors they've recruited so far. It's not that easy to recruit a 4th-level warrior. The Yang family's head also smiled and shook his head. Over the years, even though the Yang family offered generous conditions, they haven't been able to recruit many people. It's really like listening to a conversation with you. Mr. Yu, with white hair and beard, spoke in a tone of praise with a half-smile. I'm truly sorry. As a teacher at Fengyun University, you are naturally a distinguished guest of my Yang family. The Yang family's patriarch stared at Yu Wang calmly and said slowly, It's just that this matter involves the Yang family's privacy, so I'm sorry I can't tell you the truth. I don't think Fengyun University would even pry into other people's privacy, right? As a teacher at Fengyun University, it is almost impossible for the other party to directly attack the Yang family. Of course. Hearing this, Yu Wang nodded slightly and said with a smile, In fact, in order to build good relationships with students, I have always been an old man with a strong sense of boundaries. It is a full 400 miles from Fengyun University to here. He had already come here at the fastest speed possible. The 4th-level warriors of the Yang family probably don't have much free time on weekdays. I think even if this bastard moves as fast as he can't mobilize them immediately. It should be caught up. Thinking of this, Yu Wang showed an expression as if he had suddenly remembered something, and chuckled and said, Speaking of which, my listening to the wind and chanting technique has reached perfection. Listening to the wind and chanting technique? Good. Yu Wang nodded slightly and explained patiently. This is a 5th-level martial art of mine. I dare not mention more, but I can definitely hear everything that happens within a 10-mile radius of the Yang family compound clearly. What do you mean? The head of the Yang family frowned. What I mean is. Yu Wang walked up to the other person, his voice suddenly turned cold despite his smile. In the next 5 days, if any of these 8 4th-level warriors of the Yang family disappear within a 10-mile radius, don't blame me for turning my back on them. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family's expression changed slightly, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The Yang family actually has 10 4th-level warriors, but the other party now says there are 8, which means that Yang Mei has already set off with the 2 4th-level guests. My good girl, you're quick enough. Thinking of this, the Yang family's head suppressed his joy and said with difficulty, Sir, your behavior is a bit too overbearing, isn't it? Aren't you afraid that I will report you to Fengyun University? Go ahead and sue me. Yu Wang walked towards the inner room with a smile, waving his hand. I want to stay here for 3 to 5 days. Can you please not disturb me? One more thing. Yu Wang turned around, looked at the Yang family's patriarch, and said with a smile. Before my disciple entered the 5th level, no matter what accident happened to him, no matter who did it, I will come here first and kill you, the head of the Yang family. Hearing this, the face of the head of the Yang family suddenly became really ugly. This madman. Once Yili dies, he must immediately notify the Qingyi Bureau and let them take this madman away. Chapter 69. Before we take action, does anyone want to leave? Linhai City, Changnan District. In a quiet ordinary community, Lin Yun, dressed in a lavender robe, walked into one of the residential buildings after repeated verification. This should be it. She stopped in front of a door and looked up at the house number again, 1802. Very good, no problem. As she spoke, Lin Yun was about to knock on the door when she saw it was opened from the inside. Squeak! After the door opened, she saw the familiar young man in white standing behind the door, looking at her calmly. Come in. Oh. Lin Yun hurriedly stepped inside. As soon as I entered, I saw luggage on the ground. The other party was obviously preparing to go out. He also knew that he was being targeted by the Yang family, so he had to quickly seek refuge at Fengyun University. Lin Yun chuckled inwardly. The other party's performance so far was so extraordinary that she almost forgot that Yili was just a young warrior under 20 years old. It wasn't until she saw the other party's actions at this moment that Lin Yun finally felt relieved. So you get scared sometimes too? That's right. This is what a young warrior who has not experienced the world should look like. Are you here specifically to pick me up, or is it because of the Yang family's matter? Yili pulled a chair and sat down, his eyes sweeping over the other person. He didn't think the other party had any other purpose. After all, they had just parted the day before, and he came to his house again today, which was enough to show the urgency of his actions. The only pressing matter at the moment is probably the feud with the Yang family. Clever. Lin Yun gave him a thumbs up, then stretched lazily. Our teacher is probably staying at the Yang family to keep you under control. With him at the Yang family for a few days, those above the 4th level shouldn't dare to act rashly. Then why doesn't she come to escort me directly? Yili looked at her in confusion. He always likes to take the initiative. Lin Yun waved her hand and said. He can't sit still when he encounters something he wants to do. You don't have to worry about him. He can definitely calm down the Yang family anyway. Okay. Yili nodded his chin lightly. What else do you want to do next? Lin Yun yawned and said, if you have nothing else, come with me to school now. As long as you enter the school, the Yang family won't dare to touch you, let alone wait for you near the school. Is our school so great? Yili stood up. Of course. Lin Yun leaned against the door, rubbing her eyes which had some dark circles under them, and smiled. Don't you see how many capable fighters there are in our school? The list of the most powerful warriors on the list is full of ruthless individuals above level 3. If they were in other martial arts universities, they would all be the main players of the school team. She pointed at herself, raised her chin slightly, and said with some pride, by the way, senior sister, I am also on that ranking list. Which one? Lin Yun was silent for a moment. Seeing Yili still staring at her, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm not good at fighting. I'm second only to a level 3, level 6 guy. Which number is that person? 29. Then why don't you just say he's the last one? Yili laughed. Lin Yun took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to blush. Don't be angry, I'm not angry. In 2 years I won't be able to beat him, so there's no need to bother with him. When he meets senior sister Chen, he will naturally understand what it means that there are always people better than you. After adjusting her mood, Lin Yun took the initiative to pick up the luggage on the ground and cheered herself up. Okay, let's go. After saying that, she walked out of the room first and pressed the elevator button. Buzz. The elevator slowly began to climb from the first floor. The residents of your building have really strange schedules, coming back from outside in the middle of the day. Lin Yun frowned slightly, and a helpless look appeared on her delicate oval face. I had just come up for a short while when the elevator went back to the first floor. She doesn't like waiting for the elevator at all. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulder. Lin Yun looked over in confusion, only to see Yili standing behind her with a calm expression. There was a gleam of light in his black eyes, and he stared at the elevator entrance, as if he had seen something worth paying attention to. I'm the only resident in this building. Yili's voice was unusually calm, but to Lin Yun's ears it sounded like thunder. There's murderous intent in the elevator, a strong murderous intent. What? Lin Yun quickly used her true energy, and the laziness on her face disappeared. Call. Without caring about why the boy's perception was stronger than hers, Lin Yun made a hand gesture with one hand, and the purple robe on her body moved without wind, and complicated and dense mysterious runes emerged around her body. The divine divination can tell the fortune clearly, fortune and misfortune, prosperity and decline, cloudy and sunny. A level talent, reverse calculation of heaven. Ha! In an instant, Lin Yun's face turned pale and her breathing became a little rapid. Her eyes were fixed on the elevator that had already reached the 16th floor, and her tone was as if she was facing a great enemy. 2 warriors, one at the 4th level, 2nd level, and one at the 3rd level, 6th level. Run! After saying that, he grabbed Yili's wrist and prepared to run downstairs. Lin Yun had just taken 2 steps when she was forced to stop. Yili stood there motionless, and his palm was like a rubber band wrapped around a steel bar, unable to pull it at all. What are you waiting for? Lin Yun was horrified. If she didn't run now, was she going to wait for the other party to come up? I can fight, don't panic. Yili's face remained calm. He gently turned the storage ring on his hand and quietly watched the rising numbers next to the elevator. With the opponent's configuration, you definitely won't be able to escape by running away. It would be better to kill the opponent. Wouldn't this solve the problem? The other side. Lin Yun followed his gaze and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. I saw the number 18 clearly displayed on the small screen next to the elevator. Bite. The next second, the elevator door opened. 2 unfamiliar figures came into view. A burly man with unusually large hands, and a beautiful woman with an extremely charming appearance. The former had his eyes lowered and looked very quiet, but the aura around him was extremely long. The beautiful woman raised her narrow eyes and looked at the 2 people outside the elevator with a cold expression. Then, she opened her red lips slightly and uttered a voice that made people's bones tingle. You two, come downstairs together? Thank you very much. Without waiting for Lin Yun to refuse, Yili nodded politely and walked into the elevator first. Seeing this, Lin Yun gritted her teeth and followed him in. Call. After pressing the button for the 1st floor, the elevator door slowly closed. In the small space, the air seemed to be frozen, making people feel suffocated and depressed. Are you Yili? As soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Mei's emotions gradually became agitated, and she asked in a trembling voice. You are the one who ruined my son? Linhai City and Shanzhou City are adjacent to each other. In order to prevent the other party from leaving the territory of Linhai City, she rushed here from the Yang family in a hurry. It is to find the murderer who crippled young Wanfeng as soon as possible. Now, the culprit was standing right in front of him. Not only that, he also looked calm and composed. Yang Mei wished she could tear him into pieces. Yes, ma'am. Yili's eyes first swept over the 4th level warrior, then he turned his head to look at the beautiful woman and said with a chuckle. Not only that, but now I'm going to hunt his horse. Chapter 69. You call this a 3rd level warrior? What did you say? Yang Mei couldn't believe her ears. Just as she was about to say something, the young man in white in front of her suddenly raised his cold golden eyes. Majestic, mysterious and captivating. In an instant, the goosebumps on Yang Mei's back seemed to be about to explode. A sense of horror suddenly arose in my heart. The other party should only be a warrior who has just entered the 3rd level. Why would he give me such a frightened feeling? Catch him. Yang Mei yelled in shock and anger, and instinctively retreated to the corner to give the burly man some space to attack. The burly man nodded slightly, took a step forward with his iron tower-like figure, stretched out his broad palm, and pressed towards Yili's shoulder with great domineering power. In an instant, his broad palm pressed on the opponent's shoulder. The moment his arm shook, a terrifying force of tens of tons suddenly poured down, trying to press him directly to the ground. But the next second, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The other party stood steadily, without even bending his waist. The huge force that burst out from his hands was like a drop in the ocean, with no response at all. Is this a 3rd level warrior? As soon as this thought came into the burly man's mind, a terrible pain attacked his abdomen. Phew! A blue gold spear surrounded by dragon scales came whistling, piercing through his protective aura and deeply inserted into his abdomen. Don't look at it, you're going to die. Yili chuckled, released his spear, and united his waist and horse. His danshi burst out, and he finally delivered the most terrifying move so far, dragon shaking the mountain. Before the burly man could even scream in pain, Yili's full-strength punch hit him hard in the chest. With the dual blessing of the perfect, Snow Mountain body shaping, and Golden Soul revival, tearing through the defense of a 4th-level warrior is as easy as pie. Boom! A tremendous force far beyond what a 3rd-level warrior could possess exploded, and the burly man flew backwards uncontrollably, crashing through the elevator door, flying into the floor, and finally hitting the wall with a bang. There was only a clear explosion sound, and the remaining huge force directly smashed the wall. He was directly exposed at a height of dozens of meters. At this height, under normal circumstances, a 4th level strongman would definitely be able to adjust his body shape in the air and land steadily. But for some reason, this burly man known as the Dragon Steelhand felt his limbs were extremely stiff and completely out of control. Although he tried his best to adjust his body shape quickly in the air, he still fell heavily to the ground amid the whistling wind. Ah! The strongman's internal organs were squeezed under the action of gravity, and he fell to the ground and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of scarlet blood, which was accompanied by an astonishing amount of coldness. An explosion of Dan Qi with a chilling aura? No wonder my limbs are out of control. The burly man's face was black, and the severe pain from his body made him unable to move even a finger. Although he was careless, he was killed instantly by the opponent in just 2 moves. Blood continued to flow out of his mouth, and the spear in his abdomen continued to devour his life. I'm going to die just like that? There was a deep sense of unwillingness and resentment in the burly man's eyes. He severely injured himself with a single punch, a terrifying punch of tens of tons of force, and a burst of Dan Qi with a chilling effect. You guys call this the 3rd level? In the elevator. The moment Yang Mei saw the strong man being defeated in 2 moves, her eyes widened. He is the famous Dragon Steel Master in Shanzhou City. In terms of physical strength alone, in the entire Yang family, no one except the head of the Yang family can go head-on with him. Now he was actually being knocked away by someone who had just entered the 3rd level of the True Blood realm? Yang Mei's heart was filled with turmoil. However, there is clearly no time to ponder these issues now. Because the boy's figure had appeared on her face. Wait! Yang Mei was panicked and subconsciously wanted to step back, but she felt the touch of the wall from behind. Broken! The moment this thought came to her mind, the young man's slender white fingers struck out like lightning and grabbed her face. Ah! Yang Mei screamed, and her whole body burst into energy. She grabbed the other party's outstretched arm with both hands, and then tore it apart with all her strength. After all, she is a 3rd order, 6th level warrior. Even though she has lived a pampered life for many years, her basic fighting instincts still exist. However, under her Dan Qi explosion, the arm holding her panel did not move at all, but instead suddenly burst out with an irresistible force. Boom! Under Lin Yinyun's shocked gaze, Yili slammed the beautiful woman heavily against the wall. A terrifying force swept across Yang Mei's face, and her consciousness instantly became blurred, and she rolled her eyes. In the last moment of her consciousness, she squeezed out a voice from her throat, disappointed. Boom! Her head was smashed against the wall again, and the second half of her sentence was rudely interrupted. Amidst the debris, the young man smashed the wall one after another with swift and direct movements, creating spiderweb-like cracks. During this period, Yang Mei's blood was burning more than once, and she tried to use the secret method of burning blood, but without exception, all of them were interrupted rudely. Amidst the scalp-numbing sound of banging and smashing. In less than a second, Yang Mei's charming face was covered in blood, looking extremely ugly, with only her mouth still emitting extremely faint wails. At this moment, a powerful sword energy suddenly attacked from below. Boom! In the face of this extremely sharp sword energy, the entire bottom of the elevator, and even the concrete building below, were all blown into pieces. Yili threw Yang Mei over casually. Having lost her grip, Yang Mei fell downwards, and was then caught by a figure that flew over quickly, and quickly landed on the ground. With a tap of his toes, the person flashed to the open space outside the residential building. Yili narrowed his eyes slightly, landed on the ground, and looked outside the building. I saw a thin man in a green shirt standing there, with a terrifying aura. In his arms lay Yang Mei, whose consciousness was disoriented, with an extremely gloomy expression on her face. After feeling Yili's gaze, the swordsman in green raised his empty eyes and clenched the hilt of the sword with his thin hands. He slowly raised his sword, pointed it at the 2 people in the building, and said in a cold voice. That little girl, if you want to save your life, leave now. I only want the life of this young man today. I've crushed the silver plate. Within a quarter of an hour, the law enforcers from Linhai City will arrive here. Faced with the swordsman's powerful aura, Lin Yinyun quickly stepped forward, raised the shattered silver plate in her hand, and shouted in a clear voice, if you don't want to die, leave now. The shattered silver medal of Fengyun University can achieve the effect of emergency message transmission. If we can't scare the other party, we can only hope that the law enforcement officers from Linhai City can arrive quickly. In an instant, Lin Yinyun's not-so-bright brain worked rapidly. She was frightened, but also secretly relieved. Fortunately, although it is not known what means were used, the previous 4th-level warrior seemed to have been seriously injured by Yili. Unexpectedly, the Yang family actually sent 2 4th-level warriors and a 3rd-level warrior to surround and kill Yili. Although the swordsman in front of him is powerful, it should not be too difficult for him and Yili to hold on for a quarter of an hour if they work together. Just then, in Lin Yinyun's astonished eyes, Yili walked forward slowly and said calmly to the gloomy-looking swordsman in green, "I suggest you prepare yourself, because I'm going to make you both fly." I originally wanted to earn more evil points by smashing heads, but the other party suddenly jumped out and ruined my plan. Damn it, it makes the already tight balance even worse. I didn't intend to be the king of hell, but now I have to be one. Chapter 70 Single Kill Level 4, Record can be checked. Yili is very angry now. After adding points to myself and reaching the peak of the 3rd level, the evil value in the background was only in 4 digits. In order to maximize his profits, he chose to take some risks and did not get rid of the beautiful woman immediately. Next, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Yili let out a light breath. The powerful true energy began to flow at a rapid speed, and a flaming white mist appeared on the surface of the body, making the body faintly transparent. Even now, it is still quite difficult for him to face a warrior in the early stage of the 4th stage. Only after activating Golden Soul Revival can you gain the physical strength to overwhelm the opponent in a short period of time. But a 4th-level warrior not only possesses a stronger physical body, but also has a true chi output ability far exceeding that of a 3rd-level warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to quickly get rid of the burly man. The space in the previous elevator was small, and the burly man was worried about hurting the beautiful woman, so he did not display the true strength of a 4th-level warrior and was defeated by Yili. However, at this moment, the blue-robed swordsman, who was also a 4th-level warrior, did not have such concerns. Even though it would alarm the surrounding citizens, he could still act recklessly. Come. Hearing Yili's words, Lin Yinyun hurriedly said, "Yili, his aura is a little stronger than the one just now. Stop talking, I can kill you if I tell you." Yili interrupted her and looked at the Qingshan swordsman intently. There was a mysterious light in those eyes, as if they could see through all false things. Arrogant boy. Hearing this, the green-robed swordsman's empty eyes gradually became sharp, and then the veins on the back of his hand popped out, and the 3-foot green sword slashed down in the air. The powerful aura of the 4th-level Tianguan realm suddenly burst out, and a terrifying sword energy visible to the naked eye whistled out and killed Yili directly. Wherever the sword energy passed, the flat and thick concrete floor cracked inch by inch, the stairs exploded, and countless pieces of rubble were swept into it. The power of this sword far exceeds that of a 3rd-level warrior. In front of the sharp sword energy that was surging on him, Yili's vast golden eyes became increasingly fiery, and the white clouds on his body were burning. He moved his feet and went forward without fear. Boom! The powerful sword energy collided with the man in white in front of the building, and then exploded with a loud bang, sending out a violent wind, stirring up billowing smoke and dust, and flying debris. Lin Yinyun, who was in the house, covered her eyes with her hands and tried hard to see the scene in the smoke and dust. Immediately afterwards, a voice mixed with anger and horror resounded throughout the surroundings. Broken bone regeneration? What kind of supernatural power is this? Broken bone regeneration? Lin Yinyun's heart was shaken. She quickly walked out of the building and looked at the open space in front of her. The swordsman in green was staring at a young man in white who had rushed in front of him. His thin face was full of astonishment, and even the movement of swinging his sword was a moment slower. But even so, his movements were faster than the boy's. The swordsman turned his true energy, gripped his sword tightly, clenched his teeth, and said loudly, "Cut." Suddenly, an astonishing sword energy burst out from the 3-foot green blade, as if it had received some kind of bonus, and it slashed down at the enemy that was close at hand. Golden light surged in Yili's eyes, and the magical blood with golden glow was churning wildly in his body. Without the slightest hesitation, he gathered all his energy into his Dan, and instantly completed a perfect Dan Chi explosion, colliding with the incoming sword energy. Boom! The sword energy exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and in the blue-shirted swordsman's incredulous eyes, Yili's 5 broken fingers grew out at an incredible speed. In the face of the Dan Chi explosion of the S-level hammering technique, he could even block the sword energy of a 4th-stage early warrior. Yili's eyes flickered. The reborn 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly, and all the strength in the body was gathered again. The muscles on the upper arms were compressed like springs, and opened up at the moment of explosion. Dan Chi exploded, second explosion in a row. When an avalanche of energy rushed towards him, and the long sword in the green-shirted swordsman's hand was directly smashed into an extremely exaggerated arc, failing to completely block the energy. The remaining huge force directly crashed into the swordsman's arms. Yang Mei in his arms absorbed some of the force and suddenly woke up from her coma as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Yili followed like a shadow, seized the opportunity, stretched out his arms, and the subsequent burst of Dan Qi was completed in a moment. Boom, boom, boom. The perfect Dan Qi burst out like waves, and the vast force continued to impact the green-shirted swordsman's body. He no longer cared about Yang Mei, who was vomiting blood in his arms. His originally gloomy face was now red from the exertion. This is level 3? Are you kidding me? The figure of the green-robed swordsman kept retreating along the ground. More and more disbelief surged in his heart, and the palm holding the long sword was trembling slightly. The body, which had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, was almost frozen by the sudden cold. The opponent's technique was so perfect that it was outrageous, and the bursts of Dan Qi were released continuously as if he didn't need any true Qi. With such terrifying combat power, he doesn't look like a young warrior who has just entered the 3rd level. He is simply an old warrior who has honed his boxing and kicking skills at the 3rd level for 100 years. The quality of the other party's true blood is probably almost reaching its peak. The sword in his hand kept making wailing sounds, as if it would break at any time. At this moment, the young man in white had his hair and beard standing out, his arms were stretched out completely, and all the energy and blood in his body was mobilized to the extreme. The flesh on the fist was almost broken, revealing the white bones, and the wound was constantly regenerating. The punch was like a meteor crashing into the earth, and the 10th, Dan Qi burst, exploded on the Qingfeng sword. Snap! This treasure that had accompanied the swordsman for countless years shattered at this moment, turning into countless tiny fragments and flying in all directions. Before the green-shirted swordsman had time to feel distressed, the young man seized the opportunity, swung his right arm, and punched him in the face like a thunderclap. A powerful force hit him in the face, and the 4th-level warrior was subconsciously dazed. His thin body was knocked away by the punch, knocking over many cars. Amidst the roar, he flew backwards for dozens of feet. But he still formed a dense sword energy defense around his body, intending to use it to delay time. The remaining consciousness made him raise his head, but what caught his eyes was a pair of golden eyes that were close to him but without any emotion. Yili followed like a shadow and had already rushed in front of him. The muscles on his back bulged, and terrifying power emerged from the fists. He swung his arms and punched out like a storm. The swordsman in green gritted his teeth, threw Yang Mei out of his arms, clenched his fists, and faced the enemy head-on. Bang, 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 bang. The fists and palms of the two men kept colliding in the air, and the force they exerted was extremely violent, and waves of energy exploded one after another. The sword energy overflowed and the earth trembled. A car made of steel will explode if it hits something, and a tree that several people need to hug will fall down if it touches something. He's level 3? Lin Yun, who was standing behind, was stunned by this scene. The 4th-level warrior, whose strength was definitely comparable to the top 10 on the list, was now being unilaterally suppressed by Yili. Cross-level suppression, even the current 3rd level is so crazy? Monster! Yang Mei staggered to her feet from the ground, and looked at the scene with fear in her heart. He killed both 4th-level retainers. She had just seen it clearly, the flesh of the young man that was cut off by the swordsman was able to grow back in an instant. Even the strange beasts in the secret realm that were famous for their self-healing ability were far inferior to it. This boy is a monster. Boom! Yili swung his right arm again, and his punch was like thunder that shattered a huge bell and forced the middle door open. The swordsman's protective sword energy was directly dissipated by this punch. His thin face turned pale and the true energy in his body stopped for a moment. Please spare me. I was forced to serve the Yang family. Seeing Yili attacking again, he finally screamed, I have been planted in a blood contract. If I don't obey. The young man in white didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. He exhaled and punched out, making a big dent in his chest. Fly. Ah. The green-robed swordsman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, flew backwards, smashed several large trees in succession, and finally rolled over dozens of times and fell to the ground. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. He instinctively wanted to get up, but his broken internal organs could no longer provide him with any energy, and he had no strength to move at all. Call. Yili exhaled a breath of foul air, and the golden light in his eyes slowly dissipated, gradually returning to its original black pupils. Nearly 70% of the true energy in his body was consumed, and this was even when the quality of his true blood was raised to the maximum by Snow Mountain body shaping. If it were a normal peak level 3, he would have died long ago. A 4th level warrior in a serious state is really hard to kill. However, the harvest was fruitful. The words on the screen danced, looking extremely cheerful. You repeatedly severely injured a level 3, level 6 warrior, evil deeds plus 5,000. You killed a level 4, 2nd stage warrior, evil deeds plus 12,000. You killed a 4th level 3rd level warrior, evil deeds plus 13,000. The corners of Yi Li's mouth rose slightly. Now my wallet is finally full again. Chapter 71, Breaking the Shackles of Fate. In the open space not far away. Looking at the spirited young man in white clothes stained with blood, Yang Mei's face was filled with despair. I rushed here from the Yang family, but I never expected this would be the outcome. Because of what happened just now. At this moment, many residents in the surrounding buildings stuck their heads out and looked towards this place, their eyes filled with curiosity and fear. In dead silence. Lin Yingyun looked at her with pity, but she didn't feel much sympathy in her heart. Instead, she felt quite refreshed. She knew it in her heart. If He Li's strength had not been beyond his expectations, the 2 people on his side would probably have died. I really didn't expect that the Yang family would be so bold. Lin Yingyun walked to Yi Li's side and said with gritted teeth. Don't worry, if they dare to attack the core students of Fengyun University, as long as the news reaches the school, the entire Yang family will pay a heavy price. Judging from the other party's configuration this time, she didn't think that the other party would let her go afterwards. At this moment, he naturally hated this beautiful woman. Fortunately, we have evidence that the core students of Fengyun University took action, plus the other party as a witness. This time, the Yang family is probably doomed. Hearing Lin Yingyun's words, Yang Mei hurriedly looked towards Yi Li. After seeing the extremely conspicuous gold waist badge, her heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley, and her whole body went cold from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Core students? No one told her about this. Not even the head of the Yang family knew about it. Yes, there were rumors that Yi Li was a recommended student, but recommended students were always bronze medalists. Who would have thought he was a gold medalist? Yang Mei clenched her teeth and stared at the boy's face, which still contained murderous intent, her emotions and chest heaving violently. When targeting ordinary bronze medal students, the Yang family can use personal grudges and excuses of poor discipline. They only need to hand over the 2 4th level warriors involved to the Qingyi Bureau to calm the situation. But if we were to attack these core students holding gold medals, the meaning would be completely different. That is almost equivalent to assassinating the deputy director of the city-level anti-alien bureau. The difference between the two. The charge was elevated from personal grudge to the level of intention to rebel. Even if the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City wiped out the Yang family this time, it had a legitimate reason. No wonder the other party, despite having such strength, didn't kill me in the elevator. It turns out that they wanted to keep someone alive so that they could report to the Qingyi Bureau later. By that time, even if the Yang family was not surrounded and destroyed by the Qingyi Bureau, it would not be far from destruction. When Yang Mei thought about her fate, she couldn't help but shudder. I'm afraid that after death I will be nailed to the Yang family's pillar of shame and cursed by the descendants of the Yang family for generations to come. Thinking of this, Yang Mei made a choice. She suddenly raised her head and shouted, Yi Li, you killed my son. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. You are wishful thinking if you want to use my name to suppress the Yang family. Just wait. The Yang family will never let you go like this. The descendants of the Yang family will come one after another to seek revenge on you. Just because you can win once doesn't mean you can always win. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly detonated the true energy in her body, and immediately a mouthful of scarlet sprayed out, and her whole body's aura quickly weakened. It's bad. She's going to commit suicide. Lin Yingyun's face looked grim. She dodged and rushed in front of her, then her pupils shrank slightly. I saw Yang Mei slowly falling to the ground, barely breathing, looking like she was about to die. Even so, she grinned, revealing her bloody teeth, and stared at Yi Li. Yi Li. She roared in a very resentful tone, I want you to live in the shadow of fear for the rest of your life. After she finished speaking, Yang Mei slowly closed her eyes and quietly waited for death to come. This is trouble. Seeing this, Lin Yingyun briefly checked the other party's condition, frowned, and suddenly felt a headache. He was already seriously injured, and now his meridians are broken. There is definitely no possibility of saving him. What should I do? There is no evidence, so even if the Qingyi Bureau and Fengyun University want to take action, they can only teach the Yang family a lesson. As for Yili, there was no possibility of mediation between him and the Yang family. According to the Shanzhou Yang family's creed of revenge is inevitable, I'm afraid that it will really be like what the other party said, and all descendants will seek revenge on Yili. Call the emergency number quickly. Lin Yingyun looked up at Yili and said in a deep voice, maybe there is still hope. Yili walked towards the dying Yang Mei, bent down and sniffed her breath. Fortunately, I'm not dead yet. Fortunately, the third-level warriors have strong vitality, otherwise I would be in real trouble. Do you have a solution? Seeing Yili heaved a sigh of relief, Lin Yingyun hurriedly asked. As soon as he finished speaking, in front of her astonished eyes, Yili twisted the other person's neck with lightning speed. Lin Yingyun's eyes went dark on the spot. She originally wanted to explain the interests involved to Yili, and said that even if she wanted to kill Yang Mei, she had to wait until the people from the Qingyi Bureau arrived. However, when the words came to my lips, they were interrupted by the calm and majestic voice of the young man. Stand up. A breath of life suddenly emerged from the corpse on the ground. Stand up. Stand up. The voice of the young man in white became calmer and calmer. It did not sound like a shout, but rather more like a calm and ordinary command. Immediately afterwards, in Lin Yingyun's shocked and confused eyes, in front of Yili, 3 figures, identical to those in his lifetime, emerged from the dark earth. A swordsman in green, a burly man, and a beautiful woman. Not only does he look like a living person, but even the aura he exudes is exactly the same as before. The only difference was that they were all kneeling behind Yili at this moment, with different expressions on their faces. Yili glanced at the 3 of them and said calmly, since the descendants of the Yang family want to seek revenge on me, then why don't I just prevent them from being born? Hatred like this that has been passed down from generation to generation should be cut off by oneself. If the enemies have no descendants, the hatred will naturally not continue. Lin Yingyun? Are you really a genius? Chapter 72 The wind is blowing, so the Yang family. Linhai City, Qingyi Bureau. The 20 or so law enforcement officers who stayed behind today came out in full force and were rushing towards a residential area in the south of the city. 10 minutes ago, the emergency signal was sent from here. A silver medalist from Fengyun University smashed his silver medal and asked for support. This is no small matter. Only students who have reached the 3rd level in Fengyun University can get the silver medal. The thing that could make them smash their badges and ask for help must be something abnormal that could cause chaos for the people of the entire city. Stop, we're here. The old man shouted softly, and under his leadership, 20 or so figures in sky blue windbreakers stopped in front of a residential area. The 20 or so law enforcers who have arrived now are all at the 2nd level or above, and are considered to be experts in Linhai City. The signal source is in the community. Team 2, stand guard here. Team 1, follow me in. After the old man in charge determined the direction, he immediately gave an order in a cold voice and then took the lead to step inside. He felt a little solemn. An anomaly that could force a 3rd-level warrior from Fengyun University to seek urgent help. To be honest, this hasn't happened in the small place of Linhai City for a long time. Otherwise, the director of Linhai City as Qingyi Bureau wouldn't be the only one who was a 4th-level warrior. Some time ago, he was ambushed by a peak-level 3rd-level fugitive and was seriously injured. He is still recuperating. Fortunately, the fugitive was finally killed by a gold medal student from Fengyun University. Although the old man in charge had never seen the student in person, he had seen the photos provided by Fengyun University. He is really a handsome man. If possible, I really want to thank you in person. Suppressing his complicated thoughts, the old man slowly mobilized the true energy in his body and looked around vigilantly. The security guard of the community sat obediently in the pavilion, watching the group of law enforcement officers walk into the community without saying a word. He had never seen such a scene before. He didn't even dare to go and see the explosion in the community just now, let alone come out to stop this group of law enforcement officers from the Qingyi Bureau. If it was the delivery man or the owner, he would still be able to fight. Ta. More than a dozen law enforcement officers rushed into the community quickly, and then slowly stopped. A girl in a yellow dress with a complicated expression walked out of the community, with horror in her eyes as if she had seen something extremely shocking. It was not until she saw the law enforcers rushing over that she raised the broken silver plate in her hand. Indicates that he asked for help himself. What about the abnormality? The old man leading the team glanced at the broken silver medal and subconsciously asked, "What exactly happened?" Well, Lin Yun suddenly felt a headache and raised her hand to rub her forehead. I have been in Fengyun University for 2 years and have seen all kinds of martial arts geniuses, but this is the first time I have seen a true Blood Realm warrior who can kill 2 4th-level warriors and a 3rd-level warrior head-on. Not only that, this true Blood Realm cultivator also possesses the innate ability to summon their souls and command them. This is outrageous, okay? Recalling Yi Li's previous performance, Lin Yun couldn't help but shudder. Speaking of which, it seems that this is the first time that a true Blood Realm cultivator has won the gold medal at Fengyun University. No wonder my teacher repeatedly told the school that it was an exception. There are reasons to make exceptions. With such a terrifying performance, she didn't think there was anything wrong with giving him a gold medal, or even putting Yi Li on the list of the hottest names in advance. If someone is dissatisfied, they can just say, "You can do it too." After much deliberation, Lin Yun decided to complete the other party's instructions first, and said in the calmest possible tone, "The Yang family of Shanzhou intends to cause chaos in Hanxia. Please contact the Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau and immediately send out law enforcement officers to surround the Yang family first." Causing chaos in Hanxia? Surrounding the Yang family? The old man leading the team looked a little surprised. Shanzhou City is right next to Linhai City, so he had naturally heard of the so-called Yang family. Although many of their actions have caused dissatisfaction among the local anti-monster bureau, they are generally honest and will actively send people to help when a beast tide strikes. Why are they suddenly sending troops to surround us? Just when he wanted to ask a few more questions, a burst of footsteps suddenly sounded behind Lin Yun. The old man frowned slightly and immediately looked behind Lin Yun. Then, the old eyes suddenly narrowed. I saw a young man in a torn white shirt walking towards me, holding a blood-stained blue-gold spear in his hand, with a calm and unhurried posture. The most important thing is that the old man knows this young man. The Yang family of Shanzhou plotted to assassinate the deputy director of Linhai City with the intention of treason and wreaking havoc on Hanxia. They were apprehended red-handed. Yi Li casually tossed the gold medal to the old man and said calmly, "Please contact the Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau and help me surround the Yang family. Don't let any of them escape." Want to confiscate the house? This word subconsciously appeared in Lin Yun's mind. This made her gasp for air, and her originally calm heart began to beat violently for some reason. Should I say it's normal? That's right, after all, even a monkey would get excited when hearing the words confiscate property. The old man leading the team held the gold medal that symbolized his identity, even though he wanted to complain in his heart, "You are the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, then who am I?" But he knew the urgency of the matter at the moment, and the other party was holding the gold medal of Fengyun University, and his status was indeed equal to his. What's more, the other party has done Linhai City a favor. As the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, how could he be so ungrateful? The old man immediately took a deep breath, and amidst the astonished eyes of many people behind him, he bowed and said in a deep voice, "Clear." He turned around and shouted loudly, "The Yang family of Shanzhou have assassinated the deputy director of the Linhai City Qingyi Bureau. We have caught them red-handed. Prepare a car immediately and take them to Shanzhou." The law enforcement officers were all veterans of the bureau and reacted quickly, recovering from their shock. Then they bowed and saluted, and shouted in unison, "Understood." Shanzhou City, Yang family compound. As the sun sets in the west, brilliant light swirls in the clouds, and the entire huge courtyard is dyed with a beautiful golden color. It's a nice day today. Standing in front of the main house, Yang Wanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. After taking the heartblood of several 4th-level warriors and combining it with the Yang family's secret method, he was finally able to get out of bed and walk. But even so, Yang Wanfeng still couldn't feel happy. For some unknown reason, a 5th-level elder who looked amiable came to Fengyun University. Although he had white hair and beard like his grandfather and was also at the 5th level, the old man was obviously much stronger than his grandfather. Otherwise, the latter would not have accompanied him with an expressionless face all day long, strolling around the Yang family compound. Most importantly, although a 4th-level physician had promised to heal his injuries for the next 3 years, 3 years was too long for Yang Wanfeng, who had lofty ambitions. And all of this is thanks to Yi Li. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng clenched his fists tightly, his neat nails digging into his flesh, but he felt no pain at all. It's because the pain in my heart is so intense. From childhood to adulthood, no one of his peers had ever made him resent Yi Li as much as he did. So, it was Yi Li's fault. It's not your own. Calculating the time, it's almost time for mother to get rid of Yili. Yang Wanfeng let out a light breath, and his originally irritable mood finally eased a little. It ended his dream of winning the championship early and locked his path of cultivation for the next 3 years. My sister, who had been inseparable from me for the past 10 years, now completely ignored me. It's an unforgivable crime. That's why you're going to die. Yang Wanfeng's tone was cold, revealing a strong sense of resentment and murderous intent. At the same time, the Yang family compound was dozens of miles away. The figures in sky blue windbreakers connected together into one, and in the dusk they looked like the blue sky during the day. And at the request of a young man, this blue sky is now surging towards the huge compound in front at a rapid and unstoppable speed. Chapter 73. Is it too late to run now? At dusk. The big sun on the horizon was sinking continuously and was about to completely sink into the horizon. The wind is picking up. Yang Wanfeng, who was standing in front of the main house, raised his head slightly and looked at the big tree in the yard that was swaying in the wind. He chuckled subconsciously. Then Yili, it's time for you to die. After complaining, he turned and walked into the house. He was too weak to stay outside in the wind for a long time. At this moment, a familiar girl's voice suddenly came from not far away. Brother, who are you saying is going to die? Yang Wanfeng was stunned when he heard this, and then immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Sure enough, he saw Yang Wan, whose face was pale, lying against the wall, looking at him with red eyes. Yang Wanfeng was delighted. Waner, are you recovered? Grandpa gave me the blood and sweat of my retainers. At least I can move freely now. Yang Wan's voice was flat, with an unprecedented sense of alienation. I heard you mention Yili, what happened to him? She heard the other person say some words like go to hell and also heard the name Yili. But she did not connect the two together. After all, the other party was holding the gold medal of Fengyun University. In Hanxia, the effect of that gold medal on many famous sects is almost equivalent to the ancient death-proof gold medal. No force in Hanxia dared to kill these gold medal students. Even if there are grudges, we will wait until they graduate to settle the score. In addition, for some reason, she kept thinking about the young man in black clothes in the past 2 days, so she took the initiative to ask. He? Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's lips curled up into a smile, and he said excitedly, Mother brought 2 distinguished guests to Linhai City to kill him. Yili will die today. The title of senior guest is a special designation given by the Yang family to its guests, and only 4th-level warriors can receive this honor. Yang Wanfeng looked at the girl, thinking that she would smile like him. Unexpectedly, Yang Wan's eyes suddenly widened. What? She didn't care about being distant, and said in great astonishment, is Mother crazy? What if he escapes? He is the gold medal of Fengyun University. Waner. Before she could finish her words, a hint of panic flashed in Yang Wanfeng's eyes and he quickly interrupted her. He hasn't told anyone in the Yang family that Yili is a gold medal student. The reason is very simple. He heard that the core students of Fengyun University had a very high status in the outside world. If my grandfather knew about this, he would most likely decide not to kill Yili. At most, he would teach him a lesson to maintain the dignity of the Yang family. But if that's the case, what should I do with my own hatred? His meridians were damaged by the cold, and his realm will be locked for the next 3 years. It is hard to say whether his cultivation speed can return to the peak after recovery. And Yili has already advanced to the 3rd level. Although it is only at the 1st or 2nd level now, what about 3 years later? Considering the training level of Fengyun University, Yili's promotion speed would probably be calculated at 2 levels per year. In that case, after 3 years, he would probably be at level 3, level 6, or more. By then, there would be no way for me to catch up with the other party. So, instead of worrying, it is better to let Yili stay at the 3rd level forever. Even though there is a bit of gambling involved, Yang Wanfeng is confident that the Yang family's hundreds of years of foundation are here, and even if he loses the bet, he will not lose everything. Shanzhou City still needs the Yang family, and the Yang family still needs me. No matter how you look at it, this is a worthwhile gamble. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng nervously glanced around. After confirming that no one was around, he whispered in a slightly awkward tone. Waner, keep your voice down. Grandpa doesn't know about this yet. Yang Wan was completely panicked now and asked in disbelief. Are you crazy? Assassinating and killing a core student at Fengyun University is equivalent to assassinating the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. This is a heinous crime that will cause chaos in the country. As she spoke, her face grew paler and her legs trembled as she stepped back. A chaotic country? When Yang Wanfeng heard this, his brain buzzed and he realized what an amazing thing he had done. His expression changed drastically. Are you telling the truth? Nonsense. Yang Wan now wished she could immediately cut off ties with the Yang family and herself from this idiot in front of her. I really didn't expect you to do such a thing. Recalling the vision Yili summoned on the summit of Rift Mountain that day, her voice trembled. I don't care about you anymore, I'm leaving here now. Waner, why are you panicking? Seeing Yang Wan turn around and leave, Yang Wanfeng instantly became a little angry and said through gritted teeth, didn't I think that the admission quota was a sure thing? Why would I bother to understand the significance of the gold medal? Besides, even if it's a serious crime that disrupts the country, isn't it okay as long as the Yang family isn't directly held responsible? Have my mother surrender herself to the Qingyi Bureau afterwards, and then hand over those two distinguished guests to the Qingyi Bureau. I don't believe they will encircle and suppress the Yang family. As he spoke, his breathing became rapid and his face flushed, and he was obviously quite dissatisfied with Yang Wan's attitude. Yang Wan was almost driven crazy by the person she once admired the most. That was his mother, and he just gave up like that? Just when she couldn't help but want to curse, several servants suddenly ran in from outside the yard, looking panicked. Oh no! After seeing Yang Wan and the other two, they fell to their knees and hurriedly shouted. Master and Miss, hundreds of law enforcement officers from the Qingyi Bureau have arrived and have surrounded the Yang family. They're demanding that everyone in the Yang family come out. The head of the family is confronting them. You two should go and take a look. It's over. At this moment, Yang Wanru fell into an ice cave and almost collapsed to the ground. Yang Wanfeng, who was standing next to her, was in a worse condition than her. He staggered and fell straight onto the cold, hard ground, his body making a dull sound as it hit the ground. His face, which was already flushed red, turned even paler now, completely bloodless, as if all his vitality had been drained away. His teeth kept chattering up and down, making a clucking sound, and he was obviously terrified to the extreme. What's going on? What do they want to do? Yang Wanfeng shouted in panic, his tone full of disbelief and despair. He suddenly turned his head to look at Yang Wan, his lips trembling slightly, and asked in a trembling tone of extreme fear. Waner, what should we do? What should we do now? Will the method I just mentioned work? How should I know? There was a hint of crying in Yang Wan's sad and angry voice. Thank you for your support. Chapter 74, The Conditions for First Merit. In a car speeding through Shanzhou City. For convenience, the three of them changed into the law enforcement uniforms of the Qingyi Bureau. However, except for Yili, the expressions of the other two people were a little strange. The deputy director of Linhai City who was driving glanced at the handsome young man in the rearview mirror, and a sigh appeared on his old face. The core students of Fengyun University are generally only students in their third year and above who have the possibility of obtaining it. But judging by the other person's age, he's probably under 20, at most a freshman or sophomore in college. This talent is really unparalleled. If he could join the Linhai City Qingyi Bureau after graduation, the old man felt that he would wake up laughing in his dreams. It's a pity that it's just something I can think about. After all, even he, who had been guarding Linhai City for decades, had only done a few major things like house raiding, and the ones he raided were all small, restless forces. The other party is so young, yet he's trying to plunder the Shanzhou Yang family's assets. He's clearly not going to be an ordinary person in the future. The old man's mind was churning, and he looked forward again. After a moment, he said slowly. You two, in 10 minutes, will be at the Yang family in Shanzhou City. Hearing this, Lin Yun in the back seat felt a slight stir in her heart. She turned her head to look at Jili, and couldn't help but wonder how the other party was going to organize this operation. Although they hadn't been together for long, Lin Yun had a rough understanding of the boy's style of doing things. He can talk politely to anyone who is nice to him or is a normal person. But if someone has bad intentions towards him, even if there is only a slight trace, the young man will not show any mercy. He is extremely gifted and has a strong will. If I could be friends with him, maybe I could actually realize my wish of lying flat on my back and still be safe and sound for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Lin Yun took a deep breath and said carefully. One more thing. Yili, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened them and said, You say. The relationship between Wudao University and the Qingyi Bureau is quite close. You have the gold medal from Fengyun University. According to the Qingyi Bureau's rules, they will treat you as one of their own until you graduate. So, you have the authority to command this operation. If possible, don't be polite to them. According to their attitude towards gold medal students, as long as you don't act invisible, they will all record your first-class merit. Lin Yin's tone was quite serious, as if she was implicitly reminding Yili that he must have the final say in the action at that time, and only then would he get the so-called first credit afterwards. A first achievement of this level could probably be exchanged for several first-class credits at Fengyun University. There are many benefits for the other party. The old man in charge of driving did not say anything, obviously agreeing with Lin Yin's words. Comparison is the thief of joy. It's true. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief, leaning her head against the car window, and said with a bitter smile, being able to lead such an action before you even start school will be beneficial to your future path. If you perform well, you might even be able to participate in this year's martial land baptism. Martial baptism? Yili looked up. Ah. This is a great benefit for outstanding warriors at Fengyun University. Only the top 10 students on the Fengyun ranking are eligible to receive it. As for how valuable this opportunity is, let's put it this way, even someone with Sister Chen's temperament would have fought for a spot in the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud rankings. You haven't met Senior Sister Chen yet, but that's okay. You just need to know that she's an emotionless martial arts monster. When mentioning the name of Senior Sister Chen, Lin Yin's words were filled with awe and admiration. What are the strengths of the top 10 on the Fengyun ranking? Yili wrote down this unfamiliar word. The other party said it so temptingly, and it seemed that the effect was indeed very strong. If the time was close, he could wait and see. They can both defeat 4th-level warriors. Lin Yun replied subconsciously, and then immediately realized that the other party had just killed 2 4th-level warriors, and what he said was like, they are all similar to the 2 you just killed. So she hastened to add. It's hard to say whether you'll be in the top 5, but with your current fighting power, you'll definitely be in the top 10. Just be patient and wait. Even if you are in the top 10 of the ranking list, without corresponding performance, you will not be eligible to receive the martial land baptism. Therefore, instead of letting the young man keep thinking about them, it is better to wait for the other party to complete this operation. I see. Yili nodded his chin lightly. He could understand the other party's good intentions. But to be honest, worrying about getting stage fright is really overthinking. It's better to worry about whether he will go too far. Outside the car window, night gradually falls. A moment later, the car carrying 3 people slowly stopped in front of a huge mansion of astonishing scale. Arrive. The old man exhaled, looked up at the rearview mirror, and couldn't help feeling a little excited. To be honest, he really wanted to go down and take a look. But Linhai City still needs him to guard it, so he can't stay here for too long. If the spring breeze has pity for flowers, could you allow me to be young again? The old man who served as the deputy director of Linhai City sighed, suppressed the impulse in his heart, and finally gave a warning. My friend, the head of the Yang family is a 5th rank expert. Although the director and deputy director of Shanzhou City are also 5th rank, you should still be cautious, just in case. Yili said him politely and got up and got out of the car quickly. Speaking of which, Master of the Spirit and Soul gave him full feedback on the physical conditions of Yang Mei and the other 2. This allowed Yili to successfully resolve some of his doubts. Why would 2 4th-level warriors with great prospects risk their lives to follow Yang Mei to Linhai City to attack and kill herself? The answer to this question can be found naturally after seeing the blood pact on the 2 people's hearts. My life and death are controlled by others, and I am a 4th-level warrior. How can I not obey orders? In addition, he also discovered that this so-called blood contract could actually draw the warrior's precious heart blood out of the body. This way of treating guests really opened Yili's eyes. However, under normal circumstances, this matter might attract attention. None of this matters now. Because suppressing a rebellion only requires lists and coordinates. Alas! Under the cover of night, a strong wind swept in. Lin Yun in the car subconsciously raised her hand to cover her eyes, and then her pupils trembled slightly. In the gaps between her fingers, the young man stretched lazily, a terrifying murderous intent emanating from his body. The gold badge on his waist was particularly eye-catching, and his sky-blue coat rustled in the strong wind. Yili took a deep breath until the cold feeling filled his entire chest. The extremely cold true energy, which far exceeded that of warriors of the same level, flowed in his body at a high speed like a turbocharger. Feel the aura emanating from the young man. Lin Yun couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, "Are you planning to kill the entire Yang family?" "It depends on their performance." Yili left a faint word, then moved lightly, and his figure slowly blended into the huge mansion shrouded in the night. Chapter 75 is here for me. Thanks to the inexplicably strange little comrade boss. In front of the Yang family compound, a large number of law enforcers surrounded the place completely, with indifferent expressions on their faces and their hands all resting on the swords at their waists. Silently, a faint murderous intent enveloped the entire Yang family. The head of the Yang family had a gloomy expression on his face, and his inner irritation was almost written on his face. He really didn't dream of it. A warrior at the 6th level of the 3rd Order, accompanied by 2 distinguished retainers at the early 4th Order, went to attack and kill a boy who had just entered the 3rd Order, but he actually failed. He also let the other party report to the Qingyi Bureau safely. The Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau has now dispatched more than half of its law enforcement officers to explain to him the Yang family's criminal intent to disrupt the country. A member of the Yang family named Yang Mei, along with 2 4th-level retainers, attacked and killed the core students of Fengyun University. The Hanxiao Qingyi Bureau has always been tolerant of many famous sects in the country, but this is the only matter that is recognized by everyone as the bottom line. Only then did the head of the Yang family know. The young warrior named Yili is actually a core student of Fengyun University. Who could have thought of this? He had never heard Yang Wanfeng talk about this matter. Out of trust in his grandson, he always investigated everything thoroughly in the past, but this time, in order not to miss the opportunity, he took revenge so quickly for the first time. As a result, something really happened. The old man from the Yang family choked and glanced at the many pale-faced members of the Yang family behind him. For the first time, he had the idea of beating Yang Wanfeng to death. Opposite him, 3 old men belonging to the 5th level were standing there in an orderly manner. 2 of them are the director and deputy director of Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau. One of them was Yi Li's mentor, whom he had just accompanied to visit the Yang family for a day. At this moment, he was staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Yu Wang was surrounded by a cool breeze, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into reality. If it weren't for the 2 people beside him stopping him, he would have rushed over long ago. I have to say, the oppressive feeling from the 3 5th-level warriors is really not exaggerated. Hundreds of members of the Yang family were so weak in the knees that they had no intention of resisting at all. They could only stare at the head of the Yang family, hoping that he could come up with a solution. Just then, Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan walked out of the yard. His face was also pale and his legs were trembling. The head of the Yang family was immediately furious. He took a step forward and came directly in front of the 2 of them. He asked Yang Wanfeng in a deep voice, "Did you know that Yili is a gold medal student?" I know. Yang Wanfeng didn't dare to look into the old man's eyes. He lowered his head, looked very sincere and said through gritted teeth, "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I didn't tell you the whole story and caused you trouble." The head of the Yang family suppressed the anger that was welling up in his heart. He knew that if he took action here, it would confirm what he knew. Moreover, I heard that the other party was caught red-handed, which means that Yang Mei is not dead yet. In this case, keeping Yang Wanfeng is still useful. I think Yang Mei is also a smart person. She definitely doesn't need him to teach her such a simple multiple-choice question as whether one person will perish or the whole family will perish together. The Yang family patriarch stopped talking nonsense with him and turned to walk towards the 3 5th-level warriors who were in charge of the situation. He cleared his throat and chuckled. 3 of you, as I just said, I really have no knowledge of this matter. It was Yang Mei's own idea. I should have said that just now. The director of Shanzhou City interrupted him and said lightly, "You don't have the final say on this matter, and neither do I. We have to wait until friend Yili arrives before we can discuss it." Okay. The head of the Yang family gritted his teeth and nodded. Just as he was about to retreat back into the courtyard, he felt a breath approaching rapidly. Not only him, but the 3 5th-level elders all had a slight twitch of expression, especially Yu Wang, whose eyes lit up. The 4 of them looked towards the outside of the yard. All I saw was a green afterimage wrapped in a strong wind, trailing towards me and landing straight in front of the courtyard. It was a slender figure holding a spear. Yili stepped out of the wind calmly with a calm expression, and casually threw the figure in his other hand in front of everyone. The man was wearing casual clothes and had a very pretty face, but at this moment his face turned very pale and his body was shaking constantly. It was Yang Mei. The moment he saw the figure clearly, the head of the Yang family's breathing stopped, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he was captured alive, there is hope. Yili ignored the hundreds of gazes from around him. After taking a quick look at the head of the Yang family, he turned his head to look at the overjoyed Yu Wang. He said he would help me manage the Yang family, but he ended up releasing 2 4th level. He sighed and opened his thin lips. Lao Deng, you can't do it either. Humiliating a rank 5 elder over 100 years old, evil points plus 800. This wave belongs to the old man. Yu Wang's face turned red and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Are you Yili? A smile appeared on the face of the Shanzhou City Deputy Director. Nice to meet you. I am the Deputy Director of the Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau. We can get to know each other later. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and hundreds of law enforcement officers outside the courtyard quickly moved, soon blocking all exits from the Yang family compound. All 187 official law enforcers from Shanzhou City are here. Please give your instructions. Okay. Yili nodded slightly. You must be Brother Yili, a truly outstanding young man with a handsome appearance. The head of the Yang family took a deep breath, and a smile instantly filled his entire face. He walked up quickly, stretched out his hands and was about to shake hands as a gesture of goodwill. You're welcome. Yili extended his hand and shook his, chuckling softly, I'm here to raid your house, and I'm ready to start right away. The moment the words fell. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of hundreds of sharp blades being unsheathed resounded in the sky, and the eyes of all the law enforcers fell on the tall figure, waiting for further instructions from the other party. No words were needed, the murderous intent in the air instantly became stronger. The Yang family patriarch's eyes twitched and his heart beat wildly. Although he was feeling anxious, he still managed to smile and said, Friend, I heard about the attack on you, but I knew nothing about it before. It was Yang Mei's own decision to bring you here. The Yang family's patriarch's smile became more sincere, and his tone became more respectful. Including her, the 2 retainers will be dealt with by the Qingyi Bureau. In addition, the Yang family will also present 2 4th level visualization methods as a small compensation for you. How do you think? The words fell in dead silence. I said, we caught him red-handed. There was no emotion in Yili's voice. He kicked Yang Mei, who was sitting on the ground, and said calmly, Tell me, what did the Yang family do? Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family and even Yang Wanfeng in the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Mei lying on the ground looked miserable, but her eyes were clear, without any sign of being controlled by the secret technique. The Yang family members who were well versed in this matter could see this at a glance. Amid the expectant gazes of the Yang family members and the solemn gazes of hundreds of law enforcement officers, Yang Mei, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised her head and shouted. The assassination was the patriarch's idea. Except for Yang Wan, all the relatives of the Yang family knew about it. The Yang family also secretly uses the heart blood of the common people and retainers of Shanzhou City as a medicine to practice the secret method of burning blood. As many people as they want will die in the process of drawing blood. The Yang family uses the slogan "Vengeance is inevitable" to trick customers into signing blood contracts with the Yang family, so they can turn them into blood slaves for cultivation in the future. She spoke very quickly, and her loud voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the room. The faces of the 2 directors of the Qingyi Bureau darkened instantly, and hundreds of law enforcers clenched the handles of their knives tightly. The atmosphere of war brewed rapidly, and a terrifying atmosphere swept through the entire mansion. Yili looked at the other person with slight surprise. His order was simply to tell the truth, but he didn't expect the other party to even mention the blood contract. But now, none of this matters. Under the bright moonlight, Yili held up the gold medal, his hair fluttering, and looked at the bewildered Yang family head with indifferent black eyes, saying coldly, The Yang family intends to cause chaos in the country, take everything from me. The moment the words fell, hundreds of bluecoats rushed out from under the night sky, and the originally subsided strong winds suddenly became stronger. A solemn and murderous atmosphere suddenly descended upon the land, and the young man raised his vast golden eyes, as if he were divine. Chapter 76, What Can Speak After It Dies? Yili doesn't think he is a cold-blooded person. He still has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and is not a saint. He cannot treat others as straw dogs. Otherwise, if he got this type of system, wouldn't he just go on a path of killing everyone he met? Maybe it's a bit pretentious, but Yili's idea is to stick to himself, keep moving forward, and earn the value of evil deeds. If you ask yourself, it would be difficult for an executioner without any emotions to do so. But there is no problem in doing things like earning more evil points as you please according to your own ideas. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. The young man's calm voice resounded throughout the Young family compound, and the coldness it revealed made all the Young family members present feel terrified. Just one sentence decided the life or death of the Young family. The aura he exuded was so powerful that it was terrifying. Yi Li. In the crowd, Yang Wan's sweet face was pale. She was obviously very scared, but her heart was beating faster and faster. His eyes lingered on the boy's profile, but he quickly looked away when the other person glanced back at him. My Young family's century-old foundation. Hearing Yi Li's words, the head of the Young family's face turned pale and his voice became extremely hoarse. For a moment, he found it difficult to accept the current situation. He knew that from the moment Yang Mei revealed the crimes of the Young family, no matter what, the Young family would no longer exist in Shanzhou City. The direct descendants of the clan will be captured and sent to the front line to resist the strange beasts. As the head of the family, he might also become a prisoner. The reason was simply because the Young family had murderous intentions towards this warrior named Yi Li. No, even earlier. It was Yang Wanfeng and his sister who provoked each other in the martial arts exam, which indirectly led to the current tragedy. Moreover, why was Yang Mei so spineless that she confessed everything right away? For a moment, the head of the Young family was in a state of confusion and heartache. If he could go back to a week ago, he would definitely beat Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan to death without hesitation. But there are not so many ifs in this world. It's too late to say anything now. The young man in blue stood with his hands behind his back, his golden eyes swept over the Young family members, and he waved his hand lightly. Crash! Hundreds of law enforcers formed a battle formation, their auras integrated as one, their smooth blades reflecting the bright moon in the sky. Led by Yi Li, they rushed towards the Young family in a mighty force. Many members of the Young family were so frightened by the scene that they fell to the ground. Some shouted surrender and were shackled obediently, while others fled into the courtyard in panic, trying to find a way to escape. For a moment, the sound of begging for mercy echoed over the Young family. Some people tried to break out and resist, but just as they burst out with momentum and rushed to the front of the young man in blue, they were knocked down by a slap, or punched into the ground and couldn't get out. He looked extremely miserable. A few seconds later, dozens of law enforcers rushed over and struggled to pull the seriously injured members of the Young family out of the ground and put them in shackles. Looking in the direction where Yi Li left, they looked a little admiring. Although they had thought that the young warriors who had to obey their orders, as well as the core students of Fengyun University, would not be ordinary people. But I never expected it to be so extraordinary. Not only did he personally lead the team to attack the Young family compound, he also generously used his true energy to help them suppress the riot. You know, in things like encirclement and suppression of famous sects, the death rate of law enforcers is often quite high, second only to the death rate of beast tides. The other party rushed forward without caring about his own life, which directly helped them reduce a lot of burden. He is truly the boss that workers dream of. These Young family members actually want to resist, they are really ignorant. On the other side, inside the Young family compound, Yi Li's figure quickly shuttled around the yard, knocking down one rebel after another who tried to resist, and the system's broadcast sounded continuously in his ears. While he was delighted, he also somewhat understood the horror of soul control. Let your former enemies serve you wholeheartedly. It may not seem like a big deal at first, but if you take a closer look, you'll find that this service is indeed a bit outrageous. Yi Li originally thought that they could simply help in fighting, but now he discovered that he could actually let them use their past life experiences to assist him. For example, the Young family compound covers a vast area and has a very complicated interior, and he almost got lost several times. But every time this happened, Yang Mei would pop up, "My lord, I know a small path, please follow me." With her help, Yi Li successfully captured many members of the Young family who tried to escape. No wonder two countries kill traitors first when they go to war. Yi Li felt happy and moved from the bottom of his heart. The sound of the wind whistling in his ears, his speed increased as he got to know the mansion better. Finally, in front of a corner, he encountered a familiar figure, a disheveled and elegant young man. It was Yang Wanfeng. What a coincidence! Yi Li walked forward slowly and spoke as if to say hello. Yi Li. Brother. Ancestor. Yang Wanfeng looked at Yi Li who was approaching him, and he retreated backwards using his hands and feet, screaming. Don't come over here, I surrender. I am willing to submit to the Qingyi Bureau. Before he could finish his words, his face was grabbed by 5 bony fingers and slammed to the ground. The force was not terrifying, just enough to make him feel pain but not to the point of passing out. Lie. Yili loosened his palm, looked at the still conscious Yang Wanfeng, and asked calmly, "What's your name?" "Name? You beat me up like this, led the team to attack the Yang family, and you don't even know my name?" Yang Wanfeng, feeling dizzy, was dazed at first, and then a strong sense of shame and anger surged in his heart. This is too insulting. But, forced by circumstances. He staggered to his feet and knelt down in front of Yili, breathing heavily, "Yang Wanfeng." Yang Wanfeng. Yili nodded and repeated it. Then he suddenly thought of a joke that was a bit hellish, and asked, "Do you know what can still talk after it dies? Skeleton monster?" Wrong. Yili shook his head slightly, chuckled and said, "It's your horse." After saying that, he snapped his fingers lightly. In Yang Wanfeng's astonished eyes, Yang Mei's figure quietly emerged from beside him. The once beautiful woman now looked respectful and polite as she knelt down to Yili and spoke softly. "My lord, what are your commands?" "Yang Wanfeng? No, are you serious? Humiliate the eldest son of the Yang family in Shanzhou City in person, evil deeds plus 3,000. This. Yang Wanfeng couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, he felt that he had figured out a lot of things. Why would the other party reveal the Yang family's crimes? Why would Yili say that he had caught the perpetrators red-handed? Yang Wanfeng's pupils trembled, and his voice was filled with horror. What kind of talent is this? He had never heard of such a martial arts talent in the world that could make the dead into slaves. One last question. Yili did not answer the other party's question. After standing up in front of Yang Wanfeng, the young man in green clothes produced a spear in his palm, and there was no trace of threat in his words. "Are you trying to kill me?" Yang Wanfeng opened his mouth but said nothing. Even if he was a fool, he had noticed during these interactions that the other party seemed to have some ability to see through lies. For a moment, his brain was working at full speed, trying to come up with a way to break the deadlock. But this calmness immediately collapsed the moment he saw Yili gripping the spear tightly. "It's not me." Yang Wanfeng's heart was broken and he screamed, "It's Yang Wan. She holds a grudge against you and insists that I help her get revenge." Bang! Before he could finish his words, his head exploded like a firework and he fell straight down. Kill a level 2, level 8 warrior, evil points plus 1,000. As expected, as strength increases, many methods are more profitable than killing people. Yili sighed silently. To be honest, he didn't even think of signing a life and death covenant with such a hypocritical villain who was full of lies. It's really disgusting. Chapter 77. Let me play the love game with you? After dealing with Yang Wanfeng, Yili got up from the ground. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked up at the sky outside the yard. Under the cover of night there, astonishing fluctuations of true energy were constantly erupting, causing quite a disturbance to the people around. The earth was shaking slightly, and brilliant light illuminated half of the sky. He sensed that there were more than a dozen figures fighting outside the courtyard, and the strength emanating from each of them was much stronger than his own. Apparently, there were 4th level or even 5th level warriors fighting outside the courtyard. The director and deputy director of Shanzhou City, Yu Wang, the instructor of Fengyun University, the head of the Yang family, more than 10 of the Yang family's distinguished guests, and several senior law enforcement officers of the Qingyi Bureau. The fight was very fierce and it will be hard to end anytime soon. Let's try our luck later. It's also profitable to collect a low health one. Yili put away his spear, put his fingers on his chin, and after thinking for a moment, he flew onto the beam and headed towards the outside of the yard. Until Yili's figure disappeared into the night. Only at a corner not far from Yang Wanfeng's body did the girl dare to breathe in fresh air. She was tall and sweet looking, but her delicate face was now pale as a mirror. It was Yang Wan. Even though he was holding onto the wall, his frail body was shaking like a sieve, and he looked at the corpse in the corner with red eyes, Yang Wanfeng. Before this, even though there was a gap between her and Yang Wanfeng in her heart, the experiences of the past few years still made her have some expectations for Yang Wanfeng. But this expectation disappeared without a trace the moment he saw the other party lying to the young man in blue. Even when death was imminent, he still wanted to put the blame on himself. Yang Wan was filled with grief and anger. What about swearing to protect you for your whole life? It's all a lie. In Yang Wanfeng's eyes, his own life has probably always been more important. It's just that the opponents he encountered were always weaker than him, so he could always show such a righteous attitude. Once you encounter a stronger and more brutal enemy, this attitude will immediately shatter. But no matter what, the other person is dead now. Moreover, the figure that he admired in his heart has also been replaced by someone else. Tears welled up in Yang Wan's eyes. She almost bit her lips as she looked at the corpse. Brother, please be careful in your next life. I really wish I had never met you. After more than 10 years of living together, even a dog would feel a little sad. After saying that, she looked up in the direction where the boy disappeared, and a fiery emotion surged in her heart. The other party surrounded and attacked the Yang family, and I should have hated them to the core. But why is it that every time I see the other person, my heart can't stop beating fast? Yang Wan fell silent for a moment. After a moment, she whispered softly, Yili. Why? At this moment, behind her, a young voice with a hint of surprise boomed like thunder, you have a good sense of perception. In an instant, Yang Wan's scalp felt like it was about to explode. From just now until now, she didn't realize that there was someone standing behind her. He suddenly turned around and looked carefully. A man in a green shirt appeared, and the handsome young man who made her love and hate him was already in front of her, with his palm burning with white clouds reaching out to press down on her. Yili? You didn't leave? Yang Wan screamed in surprise, and without asking any more questions, she immediately circulated the true energy in her body and used the secret method of burning blood at the same time, which made her breath instantly approach the level of the third level. But even so, she was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and was instantly overwhelmed by the vast aura that was far superior to hers. Bang! Yili casually slapped away her arms that had just been raised, clamped her slender neck, and slowly lifted her up. But I was a little confused. Judging from the other party's subconscious scream just now, he should not have noticed me, but why? Since you didn't notice it, why did you call my name? Yili asked in confusion. Yang Wan's face turned red and her legs kept struggling. Yili frowned slightly and applied force to his fingers. If you move again, you will never move again in your life. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's face froze and she stopped struggling. Answer the questions. Yili slightly reduced the strength in his hands and said calmly, ever since I first arrived at the Yang family, you have been peeking at me, right? Since Yang Mei, who was detained, said that the other party was unaware of it, then the other party must really be unaware of it. Judging from his original actions alone, his crime does not warrant the death penalty. But if you have other thoughts in mind, that's another matter. Just like now, other members of the Yang family didn't dare to look at him, but Yang Wan kept peeking at him from beginning to end, which obviously was not right. What do you want to do? I think. Yang Wan's expression kept changing. I don't recommend lying. Yili's expression was calm, but his pair of black eyes were as cold as the center of a lake with snow falling in the dead of winter, which made Yang Wan's heart tighten suddenly. She breathed rapidly, and after a brief struggle, she finally said in a hoarse voice, I want to stay with you. This is not groundless. From the moment the other party came to confiscate her house, Yang Wan had this idea in her mind. Fresh out of martial arts high school, the young man has become a third-rank warrior, possessing incredible martial arts talent, mysterious and powerful. The future is limitless. On the other hand, the family I relied on in the past was raided, and I will most likely become a member of the anti-evil bureau in those first-tier cities in the future. It seems acceptable, but in fact, my life is in danger. She heard that core students at Fengyun University could bring a servant with them. If the young man agrees, then I, the former eldest daughter of the Yang family, may also condescend to serve as his servant. Of course, the two people must actually be in a romantic relationship. By then, he'll teach me martial arts and lend me resources, and I'll be able to live a prosperous life. Maybe I can even break through to the third level before I'm 20. Thinking of this, Yang Wan's heart became even hotter. Hearing this, Yili frowned slightly, with obvious disgust flashing in his eyes, and threw him away. What are you talking about? He. Yang Wan fell heavily to the ground, coughed violently twice, stood up and said through gritted teeth, I really like you, I can do anything. Lie. Yili sneered, and would you rather I kill your brother, or would you rather I plunder the Yang family? I don't like any of them. Yang Wan's face changed slightly. She didn't expect the other party's words to be so sharp. After hearing what I said, wouldn't ordinary boys be overjoyed and agree immediately? Even Yang Wanfeng couldn't bear it when he was alive. Yang Wan was extremely anxious. But for the sake of her future life, she still said, but I really want to stay with you, and I'm willing to do anything for it. That's true. Yili raised his eyebrows and asked. But what can you do? I'm pretty and can be your girlfriend. Yangwan raised her head and bit her lip hard, as if making a great sacrifice. Your talent is pretty good. As long as you're willing and treat me well in the future, I'll definitely be able to help you in the future. Even though there were some scars on that soft and sweet face, it still made ordinary people unable to take their eyes off it. I see. I understand. You want me to invest in you. But Yili didn't care about her face. He nodded, walked up to her, and said lightly. Well, let's put it this way. If you can catch my palm, I'll agree to this. Really? Yangwan recalled the last time she caught 2 punches from the opponent and asked in surprise. Certainly. Yili's answer was the same as last time. He replied calmly, I never lie. Yangwan suddenly became excited, okay? Before he finished speaking, just the moment the syllable was uttered, Yili gathered all the energy in his body into a pill and slapped it out with one palm. A seemingly light palm landed on Yangwan's chest, and a clear sound of broken bones suddenly rang out. Snap! Yangwan's body was instantly hit hard, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. Her eyes were full of disbelief, and her body flew backwards uncontrollably, smashing through the hard walls like a cannonball. Each collision was accompanied by a huge impact force, causing the surrounding brick and stone fragments to fly everywhere and filling the air with dust. Finally, her body slammed heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, making a dull sound. His eyes rolled back and he was breathing weakly. Baffling. Yili's voice was cold and he withdrew his hand. Glancing at the unconscious daughter of the Young family, he snorted coldly, turned around, and walked out of the yard again. His brain is really broken. I was about to settle the score. It would have been fine if the other party didn't thank me, but she actually wanted me to play a love game with her? People like this are probably joking. P.S. There will be 2 more chapters today, and this chapter will not be counted as the extra chapters. Thank you so much for your support or 2. Chapter 78 Young family, you are still struggling. Outside the Young family compound, a strong wind was blowing. Light of various colors continuously burst out from the bodies of the 4 old men, and the momentum of the battle caused the ground below the Young family to tremble and crack. Although the Young family only has 1 5th-level warrior, the head of the Young family, there are more than 10 4th-level warriors among his clansmen and retainers. Even though those 4th-rank Young family members were afraid of death and did not dare to resist too fiercely, the remaining 8 senior guests had to fight desperately for their lives. The Young family's lineup configuration is not even comparable to the Qingyi Bureau in some 4th-tier cities. In order to avoid hurting their own people, the Hanxia army stationed outside the Young family can only use weapons such as anti-tank sniper rifles at most. But after a warrior reaches the 5th level, even if he is attacked by surprise, he can instantly avoid the incoming sniper bullets. For a while, the 2 sides fought extremely fiercely. The piercing sonic booms rang out one after another, revealing the power of the 5th-level warriors. With the overwhelming advantage of 3 5th-level warriors, although the situation is temporarily stalemate, Qingyi still has the upper hand, and the demise of the Young family is only a matter of time. A devastated land. Yu Wang stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by a breeze and a steady breath. Obviously he had the upper hand. He glanced at the battle situation not far away and said indifferently, "Wouldn't it be better to keep your body useful and earn merit by slaying strange beasts in the future? That way you still have hope of survival." Opposite him, the elegant old man was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, with wounds all over his body and one arm missing. He looked quite miserable. Hearing this, the Young family patriarch laughed. "Sir, I have no more than 20 years to live. Do you want me to spend the rest of my life as a laborer in the Bureau of Extermination?" Unlike his opponent who was able to break through to the 5th level 6 at the age of just over 100, he, a 180-year-old 5th level 1 warrior, is not far from the limit of 200 years. The head of the Young family would rather die than live a life fighting with those strange beasts for the rest of his life. At least he can survive. Yu Wing said calmly. "Ha, you're a teacher at Fengyun University, but you don't even know the principle of it's difficult to go from extravagance to frugality?" The head of the Young family struggled to stand up. Although he tried his best to keep his voice steady, one could still hear that he sounded a little tired and exhausted. He had led the Young family to prosperity in Shanzhou City for decades, but fell at the hands of a young warrior who was less than 20 years old. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. The head of the Young family looked at the battle situation not far away with a lonely expression. At this moment, several 4th level warriors of the Young family had all surrendered, and 5 of the 8 4th level retainers had been seriously injured, with only 3 still struggling to hold on in the hands of the 2 Shanzhou city directors. Judging from his expression, he probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. The head of the Yang family sighed. Now that things have come to this, no matter what, the Yang family is definitely finished. I can only blame myself for not being ruthless enough at the beginning. If I had sent a few more 4th level warriors to surround and kill that kid, the outcome might have been different. Speaking of which, the other party was quite efficient. After the assassination in the morning, they raided the house in the evening. Thinking of this, the head of the Yang family looked at Yu Wang, and his tone was a little more sarcastic. That kid is so ruthless in his actions, aren't you afraid that he will raise a disaster? Don't bother with that. Yu Wang shook his head and asked with amusement, you are saying that my disciples came to kill your Yang family for no reason? Isn't it you who ordered the assassination? It was he who first prevented my grandson Yang Wanfeng from practicing for 3 years. The Yang family's patriarch had a venomous look in his eyes. I'm going to settle this account with him eventually. Come on, don't you know what kind of character your grandson is? Yu Wang said with a smile that the first student he chose for admission was actually Yang Wanfeng. However, he found out that this so-called model genius not only did dirty things with his own sister's photo in private, but also secretly added his own blood into other people's food and magic medicine. Yu Wang is not sure what its specific function is. But looking at Yang Wanfeng's sneaky and secretly delighted look at that time, it was probably not a good thing. Otherwise, he would have given the admission quota to this model genius from Shanzhou City long ago. Fortunately, I observed it firsthand. Seeing the expression of the head of the Yang family change slightly, Yu Wang then said with a smile, I dare to make a bet with you. Given your grandson's sinister character, he definitely wanted to do something dirty but failed, and was beaten up by my favorite student instead. As soon as these words came out, the old face of the Yang family patriarch changed and he stopped talking. Next time you want to sow discord, take a look at your own moral character. Don't think I dare not kill you. If I didn't want to reduce the burden on my colleagues in the Bureau of Purification, you would have lost more than just an arm with that blow just now. Yu Wang stroked his beard proudly and said, if you don't believe me, just keep trying. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family clenched and relaxed his hands several times. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, I understand. I surrender. A ball of blood-red energy appeared in his palm. He raised his hand and waved it. The 2 4th level guests who were struggling to hold on immediately raised their hands and shouted surrender. You're smart. Yu Wang took out a pair of heavy shackles from his storage treasure, raised his hand and threw them to the other party, then casually imposed a restriction. This also means that the operation to encircle and suppress the Yang family has ended. It shouldn't be difficult to give Yi Liji the first credit. This way, that guy will be a little bit in awe of me. Mr. Yu was in a very happy mood. At this time, a familiar tall figure walked out of the Yang family compound, with a hint of excitement on his handsome face. It was Yi Li. After seeing the scene outside the courtyard, the excitement on his face quickly faded. Is the fight over? Yi Li asked helplessly. I should have known not to bother with Yang Wan. It would be fine if the evil value wasn't high, but I still felt a little disgusted. It's simply a loss on top of a loss, it's so painful. I must use these vain eyes to thoroughly search the Yang family inside and out, otherwise I will feel really bad. It's over. Yu Wang smiled and walked up to Yi Li, coughing twice and saying, tomorrow you will follow me back to Fengyun University to avoid any more accidents on the way. Good. Yi Li nodded slightly. He had originally planned to go there early to check out the situation as soon as possible. The martial arts library hasn't been updated for a long time, and it's gradually failing to keep up with the iterations. For example, the Tiangang stepping into the void technique was so useful when it was at the 2nd level, but when he used it against the enemy this morning, the 4th level Qingshan swordsman still cut off his arm. It was so painful that if Yi Li's golden soul was not stable and his will was not strong, it would have taken a while to recover. Yi Li. The head of the Yang family clenched the shackles in his hands, with resentment surging in his heart. Compared with the young man who was full of vigor and vitality, his current posture was so pathetic. When the other party came out, he actually glanced at me, and that look seemed to show a bit of regret. What to regret? Do you regret your surrender? The Yang family is gone, but this guy is still not satisfied and wants to kill me as well? Did he really think I was just an old dog that he could bully at will? The young family patriarch's breathing became increasingly rapid, and anger was boiling in his heart. He wanted to fight to the death, but he felt a little unsure. Finally, after seeing Yu Wang completely walk into the yard, the murderous intent in his eyes finally emerged. Rich and pure, it has been accumulated for a long time. The old man surrendered earlier because he wanted to find an opportunity to kill the young man. In front of the courtyard, Yili seemed to sense something and turned around suddenly. The two fourth-rank retainers who were about to be shackled suddenly jumped up, immediately drawing the attention of the two Shanzhou city directors, who shouted in unison, "How dare you!" At this moment, the young family patriarch's heart meridians were torn apart, and he forcibly broke through the restrictions imposed by Yu Wang. He suddenly stood up and rushed towards Yili. At a speed that broke the sound barrier, he instantly arrived in front of Yili. Chapter 79, Old Bitch, if you keep showing off, I'll make you fly. According to common sense in the martial arts world, the maximum punching force of an ordinary peak-level third-level warrior can reach 8,000 kilograms. Yili's punching force can reach 12,000 kilograms because he reached the peak of the third level, which was achieved through the baptism of the perfect level S-level breathing method and S-level tempering method. This is almost unprecedented in the history of Hanxia. If it can be guaranteed that the history recorded by Hanxia is without any omissions or fabrications, then the word almost can be removed. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Li's combat power is much stronger than that of an ordinary third-level peak. If the 5-minute boost from Golden Soul Revival is added, his punching power can increase to a terrifying 30,000 kilograms, and his physical speed can reach about 300 meters per second. Just looking at the physical data, he is much stronger than the ordinary early 4th-level warriors. But this is only the data of the physical body. Things like the Tianguan Bridge of a 4th-level warrior, the Divine Palace of a 5th-level warrior, can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Therefore, if Yi Li wanted to kill a 4th-level warrior, the first thing he had to do was to get close. If you are facing a 5th-level warrior, close combat will not be effective. Because even with the bonus of Golden Soul Revival, his physical body is not as good as that of a 5th-level warrior. Alas! The hair on Yi Li's forehead was blown away by the strong wind, and his handsome face was full of solemnity. The dynamic vision brought to him by the Eye of Delusion gave him a short reaction time. Is this the pressure of a 5th-level warrior? His heart moved slightly, and immediately a burly man appeared in front of him, with muscles all over his body, strong and solid, and a pair of eyes shining with brilliance. It was one of the two 4th-level warriors who came to attack in the morning. Stop him, Yi Li said in his heart, and instantly raised his pair of vast golden eyes, which were fiery, fierce, and extremely majestic. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched into a fist, and the muscles on his back bulged. A terrifying force was rapidly brewing in his right arm. He wanted to give this old 5th-level warrior a big blow. After receiving the order, the burly man immediately blocked the young family head who was attacking at full speed. This time, he finally displayed the proper posture of the dragon steel hand, and chopped down his broad palm towards the head of the young family who was already close at hand. With a loud bang, the ground in front of him was torn apart by the violent wind from the fist. Almost at the same time, a dark golden rainbow light, carrying a heavy force, roared and smashed towards the head of the young family. Feng Shan? The moment he saw the burly man, the young family patriarch was forced to stop charging forward. A look of surprise crossed his old face. What the hell are you doing? The next second, the astonishment turned into cruel hatred again. Blue light burst out from the old man's body, and he directly crashed into the whistling rainbow light. Bang! The airwave swept over, the ground cracked directly, the dark golden rainbow light was directly shattered, and the burly man was hit by a punch from the old man, and his body like a small tower instantly exploded into countless black air. What? Seeing this, the old man from the young family's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't feel like he had hit anyone with that punch just now. I couldn't help feeling annoyed. Why does this kid have so many strange things on him? But there was no time for him to dwell on it now. In an instant, 3 old men rushed over from the distance, roaring. The head of the young family steeled his resolve and tore his heart meridian once more, expending his remaining vitality to detonate the blood pact, causing the 8 4th-rank disciples to temporarily lose their minds and desperately try to stop the 3 old men. He then crushed the ground with 1 foot and rushed towards the retreating young man again. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Even if he dies of exhaustion soon, he will kill this 3rd-level junior who wiped out the young family today. Looking at the figure that was rapidly enlarging in front of my eyes, a hint of madness emerged in Yi Li's vast golden eyes. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of white air. The next second, the tremendous true energy that had been accumulated in his body burst out instantly. White fog, frost and snow all over the sky. Boom! The terrifying cold air raged in all directions, carrying a surging force, instantly engulfing the old man of the Young family, causing the seriously injured him to slow down his movements a little. Before the old man could resist this shocking cold air, which was not too troublesome, a thin figure suddenly jumped out from above. He looked up, and then his eye twitched. I saw a swordsman in a green robe holding a sword in one hand, and suddenly a sword light slashed down in the sky. The long dragon-like sword energy slammed into the old man, large pieces of flesh were cut off, and blood flowed. The attack of the 4th level warrior forced him to use up his already limited true energy. A mysterious blue light appeared around him again, and he rushed out with gritted teeth. This time, before the swordsman could swing his sword again, he rushed in front of the young man who was surrounded by white flames. Die! The Young family patriarch suddenly lashed out with his one arm, hitting the boy's chest hard. A bone-breaking sound was heard, and his palm directly pierced through the other's translucent chest. The young man's handsome face was slightly furrowed with brows, obviously feeling some pain. Even his blazing golden eyes dimmed a little, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. This seriously injured 5th level warrior must use the information gap to find an opportunity to kill him. Old blind dang, I got you. As the cold and difficult voice spoke, Yili suddenly stretched out his arms, all the strength in his body burst out, and a feeling of flowing water suddenly appeared at the tip of his fist. The fist intent of flowing water, the dragon shakes the mountain. Bang bang bang. Yili's fists blasted out like a violent storm, and Dan Shi that far exceeded the ordinary peak level of the 3rd stage burst out one after another. Before the Young family patriarch could feel ecstatic, waves of avalanche-like impacts hit his face one after another. Amidst a series of dense muffled sounds, his skull, which had been tempered for over 100 years, was cracked and his brain was continuously hit hard. At this moment, the old man was seeing stars, feeling dizzy and wanting to vomit. He subconsciously tried to pull his arm out, but he had no strength to do so. You. The Young family patriarch's eyes gradually became dazed, broken teeth and flesh and blood kept spraying out, and he was beaten by the opponent's fists and couldn't speak at all. Yili's strength was like a broken bow and his fist was like a thunder, finally smashing half of the opponent's head. The old man's body was like a kite with a broken string, and was sent flying backwards by the remaining force. At the end of his consciousness, he heard the boy's indifferent voice. Old bitch, if you dare to act cool, I'll make you fly. Detected that you killed a 5th order divine mansion realm warrior above your level, evil deeds value plus 30,000. Detected that you successfully surrounded and suppressed the Young family of Shanzhou City under the attention of the entire Shanzhou City population. Deed value plus 20,000. Current evil value, 108,000 points. Yili took a deep breath. From the bright red wound on his chest, he could see that his heartbeat was gradually speeding up. It feels great. Yili breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly spat out a large amount of blood. He had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the ground with his eyes slowly closed. Not far away. Seeing the scene, Mr. Yu's eyes were bloodshot. The old man desperately slapped the heads of the 2 4th-level guests and rushed over. Behind him, the 2 Shanzhou city directors and many law enforcement officers all had complicated expressions. After taking care of the remaining few 4th-level guests who were already seriously injured, they all ran over silently. Such a great genius, but he ended up like this, huh? For a moment, everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide open, their breathing disordered, and their bodies shaking. Suddenly, countless flesh, blood, tendons and bones grew out of the wound on the boy's chest, and together with the wriggling internal organs, they formed a new body. Amidst countless astonished and horrified gazes, the youth's handsome face regained its color, his black hair fluttered gently, and his aura gradually grew stronger. The next second, he suddenly raised his pair of dark eyes, stood up, and his whole body had returned to normal. What the hell? P.S. I update 3 chapters a day, which is basically 8,000 words. I've already burned through it. Please generate electricity for love, please give gifts, please give good reviews. The humble author would like to express his gratitude on his knees. Chapter 80. A genius who can ride the wind and transform into a dragon. Outside the Young family compound, the air fell into deathly silence for a moment. In the open space, dozens of battle-hardened senior law enforcers were filled with shock after witnessing the scene of injuries being repaired. A 3rd-level warrior surpassing his level to kill a 5th-level warrior, even if the 5th-level warrior was seriously injured, was too incredible, and a fatal wound through the chest, healed in just a few seconds? Are you kidding me? When did a warrior's body become such a convenient object? The two Shanzhou city directors also held their breath and stared closely at the handsome young man with a relaxed brow, feeling unbelievable in their hearts. As the martial arts level increases, the vitality of most warriors will indeed gradually become stronger, it will become harder and harder to die, and the body will become more resilient. But at the same time, once a high-level warrior is seriously injured, it is difficult to recover to peak condition through ordinary medical means. Without rare secret medicine or a doctor of the same level to heal, the victim will basically suffer from unnoticeable hidden injuries. And this hidden injury is one of the biggest obstacles on the road to improving martial arts in the future. I heard that in the martial arts world, there is a natural talent called super self-healing, which is ranked at the top of Class A. It can perfectly recover from injuries that are serious enough to kill ordinary warriors within a few months. It can be said to be one of the martial arts talents that is least afraid of hidden injuries. However, even this talent that countless warriors coveted was far inferior to what the young man had just shown. Unbelievable and unheard of. Yu Wang, who had recovered from his shock, walked forward, patted Yi Li's shoulder in shock and shame, and said in a deep voice, "It was my negligence. I am old, and I didn't expect him to risk his life to break through the restriction." He knew that Yi Li possessed a very powerful self-repair method, otherwise he would not have been so excited in Qingshan City that day. I originally thought that super self-healing had been developed to an extremely deep level, but now it seems that is not the case. Even stronger than the peak rank, super self-healing, it must be a new S-rank ability. Thinking of this, Yu Wang's breathing became heavy. Only then did he realize what a treasure he had picked up. It doesn't matter. Yi Li waved his hand nonchalantly, suppressing the feeling of emptiness in his body. He chuckled and said, "Your vigilance is so poor. It probably wasn't very useful when you were young. I am sorry for you." Yu Wang's face turned slightly red. Although he knew that the young man was joking, the shame in his heart became even more severe. "When we return to school tomorrow, I'll fight for you to get into this martial land baptism." Yu Wang exhaled, his sighing expression slightly restored, and he said softly, "This can be considered as a small compensation for you." Hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly. With each breath, he used the perfected breathing method to continuously restore the nearly exhausted true energy in his body. In order to ensure the death of the young family patriarch, he had used his chi burst to its fullest extent, and in addition to repairing his injuries. At this moment, it feels like a spent force. Glancing at the 8 dead 4th-ranked disciples on the ground, Yi Li sighed with a hint of regret. "I'll go in and take a look around, and help the Abnormal Clearance Bureau with their finishing work." After saying that, he turned and walked into the young family compound. "Search thoroughly for me." Yu Wang watched him walk into the yard. After a moment, he turned around and looked at the people from the Qingyi Bureau outside the courtyard again, and said in a deep voice, "You are all elites in the Qingyi Bureau. I don't need to explain much about the supernatural powers of my disciples. I believe you all know what to do, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present became solemn. They are all experienced people who have been fighting in the Hanxia high martial arts world for decades, so they naturally know what the other party is worried about. It's nothing more than the fact that it is difficult for Hanxia's geniuses to grow up surrounded by countries from all over the world. Over the years, every time a genius from Hanxia was successfully assassinated, no matter how difficult the situation was, the authorities would try their best to dispatch a martial arts master to the assassinating country to seek revenge. Even so, it is impossible to prevent this incident from happening again. At most the frequency will be reduced. It's not easy. The Shanzhou City Deputy Director pondered for a moment and replied carefully, "He is the captain of this operation, so the combat log must be recorded truthfully." After a pause, he added, "The records will be submitted through layers of review. During this period, the probability of them being leaked to other countries cannot be said to be 100%, but it is definitely 90%. After saying this, the deputy director of Shanzhou City stared at Yu Wang closely, fearing that the other party would make an embarrassing request like falsifying the records. You know, rules are rules, and they can't make exceptions even if there are reasons. You still don't understand what I mean. Yu Wang sighed. The deputy director of Shanzhou City frowned slightly and was about to ask further questions when he heard the director beside him cough twice and interrupted. "Sir, we cannot conceal the fact that your student's martial arts talent is super self-healing and report it. I hope you can forgive me." Super self-healing? The deputy director of Shanzhou City was slightly startled, then reacted. Anyway, everyone knows that the strongest talent in the self-healing system is super self-healing, so they just report it as super self-healing. What's the problem? In addition, the young man has the protection of Fengyun University and only needs to leave the school a few times a year, so there are not many opportunities for assassination by countries all over the world. I understand. Thank you for your help, Director. Yu Wang laughed cheerfully. He just wanted to delay the boys being targeted as long as the rules allowed. He was not a martial arts master who could shake a city with a punch. A fifth-level warrior had considerable deterrent power in the eyes of ordinary forces, but in the eyes of the top leaders of the countries in the world, his weight was not enough to protect a genius who would shake the countries in the future. Fengyun University is quite important. 2 famous sixth-level warriors are stationed at the headquarters, which is as solid as a rock and awe-inspiring. There are only 30 top talents on the school's leaderboard, and below the leaderboard are thousands of martial arts seeds from various provinces of Hanxia. Teachers usually teach their students in their spare time. They also have their own things to do on weekdays. In times of crisis, they also have to help suppress abnormalities in various parts of Ying province. It is impossible for them to all run around Yili alone. Therefore, Yili still needs to break through to the 5th level as soon as possible. By that time, the difficulty of assassination by various countries would increase greatly, and the probability of being targeted would naturally be greatly reduced. Yu Wang's thoughts were in turmoil, and he planned to give more opportunities for advancement to Qin Jingli and Yili in the future. The former is also a rare martial arts genius in Hanxia, and as for the latter, Yu Wang believed that based on Yili's personality, he would most likely be able to eat everything cleanly. This god-level young man really wants to improve himself. The old man can see that. I just need to provide him with an opportunity and a springboard, so that he can take advantage of it to leap directly into the Dragon Gate and even become a dragon. As for Lin Yinyun, Mr. Yu wishes her success soon. Chapter 81's Level Visualization Method, see Tide. Inside the Young family compound. In countless intricate rooms, a man in green was leading a team of law enforcers, running around, rummaging through drawers and even breaking down walls to investigate. Such skillful behavior made the law enforcers who were working on his behalf gasp. Under the leadership of the young man, they not only seized a large number of young family martial arts, but also found the secret passage in the room. 2nd level martial arts, Poison Dragon Drill. 1st level body movement, Blue Butterfly Swimming. Yili flipped through the martial arts wantonly, then casually threw them to the law enforcer behind him. Pack them all up. Yes. Several law enforcement officers responded quickly. Their eyes fell on the gold medal on Yili's waist, and they couldn't help but sigh. He is so adept at this. How many house raiding missions has this gentleman led? I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it at all. If we could work behind him, we would have been promoted to senior law enforcers or even deputy directors of a branch. It's a pity that the other party is still in school, and we don't even know how many years it will take for him to graduate. Several law enforcers sighed inwardly. At this time, Yili also completed the search here, stood up and walked out of the house. Next stop. That, sir. One of the law enforcers asked tentatively, you look a little pale. How about taking a break? No need. Yili's figure disappeared at the door. Oh. Several people quickly followed. Thanks to the soul of the head of the Young family, Yili is now the living person who knows the Young family best, no doubt about it. With the idea of not wasting anything, he naturally wanted to grab everything he could. Precious medicines and treasures must be confiscated according to regulations, but there is nothing wrong with taking a look at the martial arts and secret techniques yourself. S-level visualization method, Ocean Tide. In front of a secret room, there was a search. Yili looked at the 4th level martial arts technique in his hand, which was almost the Young family's hidden treasure, and a smile finally appeared on his fair face. It would be a shame if you work so hard and only get a bunch of garbage. According to the spirit of the Young family's patriarch, this visualization method was obtained by their ancestor in exchange for the Young family's secret method of burning blood. Of course, in order to ensure the uniqueness of the Young family's secret method, the ancestor of the Young family successfully killed the other party in a later secret adventure. It's a pity that the threshold for the S-level visualization method is too high, and most of the descendants of the Young family in history have not been able to learn it. They can only resort to learning the Young family SB-level visualization method, including the current head of the Young family. However, Yili did not have such anxiety. The 100,000 evil points he had obtained with so much effort were lying quietly on his backstage panel. There's nothing that adding a little bit can't solve. If so, it means that not enough evil value was spent. If there are any more, then go to Fengyun University in a couple of days and check your name on the Fengyun rankings. Okay, put this one up too. After Yili finished reading it, he threw it into the hands of several law enforcement officers. Such a casual attitude made everyone admire him again. Director Yi, according to the rules, you can keep this visualization method for yourself. Just deduct some points from your credit. Carefully holding the valuable S-level visualization method, one of the law enforcers couldn't help but speak. No, I don't need it for now. Yili stood up and walked out of the secret room, leaving only a few words indifferently. It's not easy to kill the strange beasts in the Qingyi Bureau. Keep it and count it as my handover. As soon as the words fell, the entire secret room fell into silence for a short time, and you could hear a pin drop. Looking at the young man's receding back, and then looking at the books in their hands that seemed to be getting hot, the breathing of several law enforcers gradually became heavy. This is an S-level visualization method that is hard to come by in the outside world. Even in that Fengyun University, it would probably cost a huge price to get it. The other party actually said no, then no. Such a person is truly unprecedented. I only regret that I can't follow you day and night. Under the dark night, Shanzhou City is brightly lit. After leaving some law enforcers to clean up the mess, Yili followed the crowd through numerous reporters and returned to the Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau. It was late, and the Yang family was far away from the city, so Yuing planned to stay here for one night and take Yili to Fengyun University tomorrow. Led by a law enforcer, Yili soon arrived in front of his room. Director Yi, if you need anything, just call me. I and a few of the best people in the bureau are staying in a room near you. Okay. He took in the law enforcer's respectful look. Yili nodded slightly, walked into the room and closed the door. After the smell outside the door disappeared, the room seemed quite quiet and the furnishings were neat and complete. Call. Yili sat cross-legged in the special training area and took a deep breath. If he behaves in this tone, he will probably cause dissatisfaction among many famous families and sects. Some of their people must be working in the Qingyi Bureau. When they hear about his deeds, they will inevitably feel some hostility. Plus the edge shown this time. Who knows, it might soon attract assassins from all over the world. I'm heading to Fengyun University tomorrow. It's said that the school is filled with talented people, many of whom are arrogant and proud. Just what I want. Yili chuckled, showing no panic of wanting to make an enemy of the whole world. Instead, he felt a surge of emotion. He planned to push forward all the way. Speaking of which, this trip to the Yang family brought him a lot of gains. In the future, when facing such enemies with the support of powerful forces, once the other forces take action, Yili must also do something thorough, otherwise the hatred will easily continue. In order to accomplish this, we must improve our strength as soon as possible. The head of the Yang family was only a 5th level, first-tier warrior and was seriously injured. Even so, when Yili controlled 2 4th-level souls, the sword pierced Yili's chest. This matter made Yili feel really urgent. If you want to have the ability to humiliate your opponent, you must first gain overwhelming combat power. Past experiences also told him that it was very necessary to gain overwhelming combat power before fighting the enemy. Now I have a huge amount of evil points and an S-level visualization method. I can't imagine to what extent my combat power will be improved after this wave of points. Thinking of this, Yili replaced the panel. Current evil value, 108,000 points. S-level visualization method. Ocean Tide Undergraduate. Upgradable. Chapter 82 Sea Tides, Sea Water Adjustment Orders. S-level skills are superior to others, and there are many benefits to practicing them to perfection. Not only can it reduce subsequent consumption, but it can also allow one to gain combat power far beyond the same level, which is also helpful for subsequent realm improvement. Yili had already understood these things. Moreover, although the subsequent realm is not very clear, it is definitely right to lay a solid foundation. The foundation of the dangerous building was unstable, and the unlucky one was a civil safety officer who started working at the age of 20 and was sentenced to 23 years in prison. The foundation of martial arts is unstable, and the unlucky one is Yili himself. The difficulty of improvement is not scary to him. But it would be difficult if the foundation problem prevented us from building a high-rise building in the martial arts field in the future. After all, the past cannot be changed, but the future can be changed. According to the Yang family's patriarch and the 2 4th rank retainers, the 4th level of Tianguan realm focuses on breaking through the barriers of the physical body, building a Tianguan bridge, and allowing the 5 internal organs to communicate with heaven and earth. The vast true energy can then be controlled outside the body, and every move can be extremely powerful. Tianguan bridge is the channel for the flow of true qi. Its quality is extremely important to warriors in the Tianguan realm. It's useless to think too much. It's always right to fill in the most important visualization method first. After making up his mind, Yi Li's mind moved, and a vast amount of evil value poured into the panel. Bite. Start consuming evil points, continuously improving S-level visualization method. Ocean Tide. You flip open this long-treasured visualization book in the Young Family's collection, and a breathtaking visualization diagram comes into view. You can't help but exclaim in admiration. This visualization diagram is truly impressive, yet it doesn't contain any ideas for breaking through to the 4th level. So you decide to skip the visualization and read the text first, but it's like reading a wordless book, completely confusing. Drawing on your past life's experience, you decide to skip over any sections you don't understand. As a result, you finish the entire visualization book in less than 2 minutes. You have no choice but to work on that visualization picture again. At least you can still see that this picture is well drawn. After consuming 2,000 points of evil, you finally immerse yourself in this visualization. It suddenly makes you feel like facing the rising tide. Apart from that, there is no other feeling. You even want to have a sip of iced cola. As if sensing your difficulty, the spirit of the Young Family patriarch has come to your side at this moment, conveying to you all the insights of the Young Family ancestors on this visualization method. After you finish listening, nod slightly, understanding a little, and then ask the other person to repeat it a few more times. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 150%. Is this possible? Yi Li looked at the words appearing on the panel with some surprise. Compared to the plain Blood Bowl amplification of Immortal Golden Soul, the Mechanical Monster, Spiritual Master and Soul Control, has brought him several surprises. When the dead speak, let the enemy work for you, now even the bonus points are increased. What other uses of this skill are there that I don't know about? Moreover, judging by the situation, I'm afraid his future behavior will be a bit scary. When the enemy is alive, you can gain evil points. When he dies, you have to work for him and use all your life's accumulation. It's definitely eating and taking. Yi Li chuckled to himself. He felt that this approach was in line with his expectations and there was nothing wrong with it. He considered himself a man of principle, and he would not feel any psychological burden in apprehending an enemy who was willing to kill him. Squeezing out the enemy's value is also a kind of respect for the opponent. As for whether the enemy is happy or not, why bother about it? You just need to have a clear conscience. It has to be said that the potential of SSS level martial arts talent is astonishingly great. The 2 martial arts talents he possessed had not even reached a few levels yet they made him fearless of most crises. When I upgrade this, spiritual mastery and soul control, to the maximum level in the future, the power it will unleash. Unimaginable. Yi Li's eyes flickered. His gaze immediately returned to the panel, where the light screen was still changing. After consuming 5,000 points of evil, you grasped some of the true meaning of this visualization. Even with your eyes closed, the so-called ocean tide map can appear in your mind, but a hint of inspiration remains elusive. Ocean Tide's introduction. After consuming 15,000 points of evil, you finally grasped the true meaning of the visualization. When you open the text of the classics again, the previously obscure text now seems to be annotated, making your understanding much easier. You have mastered the method of simulating your entire body's blood into ocean tides. Ocean Tide Proficient. Turning divine thoughts into gravity and true blood into seawater, you can freely create an environment within your body that can impact the physical body's heavenly barrier. The tide ebbs and flows. By using this method, you are now qualified to challenge the heavenly gate realm. As the words turned, Yi Li felt a large number of memories in his mind. The true blood in the body is shining with golden light. At this moment, it only takes a thought to rush up, flow into the 5 internal organs, and impact the heavenly gate. But not enough, not enough. The gravitational force generated by divine consciousness is not enough, so the scale of the tide created is not large enough. The Tianguan Bridge, which was created by this kind of low tide, cannot be considered a treasure among the Tianguan bridges. What Yi Li wanted was a broad bridge created by the impact of the tide, a super large tide that could be compared to a terrifying tsunami. System, let me see your limits. As Yi Li shouted in his heart, the words on the light screen jumped rapidly. Bite. After consuming 25,000 points of evil, as your understanding deepens, the scale of the tide you can create becomes increasingly astonishing. However, once the scale exceeds a certain limit, your control will significantly decline. If you forcefully use a large tide to impact the heavenly gate, it may cause great damage to your body. But within the limits, your ability to control the tides has far exceeded your previous level. Ocean Tide Mastery. After consuming 35,000 points of evil, the scale of the tides you can control becomes increasingly larger, infinitely approaching the large tides recorded in the visualization method. Ocean Tide Deshang. According to the Young family's patriarch, the Tianguan bridge you will build in the future will definitely surpass that of the Young family's ancestors. It is already a height that countless people in the Tianguan realm can only dream of. If you pursue the ultimate, it will be difficult to achieve without devoting your entire life to it. You express disdain for this, because you feel that the so-called ancestors of the Young family are not worthy of being compared to you. With these conditions, if you don't pursue the best quality, you are truly mentally ill. You think so? Isn't the purpose of striving to earn evil points to achieve perfection? With this thought in mind, you continue to devote yourself to the contemplation of visualization. Your unbreakable faith makes up for the difference in talent to a certain extent. Gain buff, reduce training consumption by 80%. After clearing 40,000 points of evil, the time it would have taken to reach perfection was much shorter than I had imagined. The scale of the tides, which I couldn't control before, can now be controlled with just a thought. Ocean Tide Perfection. Byproduct: Seawater Adjustment Order. Seawater Control Command: walk on water, run on water, and control the flow of water within a certain range. This ability is greatly enhanced when in the ocean or lake. Byproduct: the quality of the true chi is greatly improved. As it surges, it also possesses the terrifying destructive power of a super large tidal wave. Comment: this upgrade costs 40,000 points of deeds, equivalent to 160 years of ascetic practice. After such diligent training, you have fully grasped this extremely demanding visualization method. Chapter 83: The 5 Internal Organs Shine, the peak of the 4th level. As the surge on the light curtain stopped, as Yi Li's mind moved, a surging sound similar to the sound of rushing sea water sounded in his body. Call. With a wave of his hand, tiny water droplets visible to the naked eye immediately gathered in the air and condensed into a palm-sized water ball in Yi Li's palm. According to the Seawater Adjustment Order, in the future, as long as he has enough true energy on the ocean, he may be able to trigger a real super large tide. His thoughts raced, and Yi Li exhaled lightly, and the rolling cold air froze the water ball into ice. It's quite interesting. Yi Li flicked his finger and the ice ball flew out, exploding into ice chips all over the wall with a bang. The power is average, but it is enough for snowball fights. Once you enter the Tianguan realm, you will have the ability to release your true energy. Maybe it can be used as a long-range attack method. Or, condensing water vapor into the shape of a spear and freezing it with cold air can probably serve as a makeshift weapon. Very good, from now on I can be considered to have a skill similar to turning paper into soldiers. Yi Li touched his chin and thought of many derivative uses at once. In addition, the magical effects of his true chi have increased. In the future, when you use Dan Chi Explosion, it will be an avalanche plus a super large tide, causing even greater destructive power. In other words, the pressure on the opponent is also greater. But in the final analysis, this is just adding some height to the peak of the 3rd level. According to Lin Yun, the top 10 on the list are all talented warriors who can fight at the 4th level. I still have more than 60,000 evil points left. From this point of view, the next idea is very clear. Take the truth into your own hands first. System, continue. Yi Li looked at the panel, and with a thought, a vast amount of evil value rushed towards the martial arts level. Bite. Start consuming evil points and continuously improve your martial arts level. You have been training at the 3rd level for too long. Coupled with the recent series of battles, your human body has long since reached perfection. Your 5 internal organs have naturally reached the point where they can communicate with the outside world. Gained a buff, reduced consumption by 100% when breaking through the 4th level. The means you used to breach the heavenly gate have reached an unprecedented level. With a single thought, a tsunami-like tide of true blood is born within your body, surging freely at your will. To ordinary 3rd level warriors, the heavenly gate, which is indestructible, appears to you as fragile as a tofu dam under a super tsunami. Gained a buff, increased the speed of attacking the heavenly gate by 600%. Your speed is like riding on the mythical Kunpeng bird, hurtling towards the blue sky, the so-called heavenly gate. You are oblivious to the jealousy and praise of others. At this moment, your eyes are only focused on the martial arts that can lead to eternal life. One day the great rock soars with the wind, reaching up to 90,000 miles. Consume 800 points of evil. Before the first barrier of your physical body could be blocked, it was violently pierced by the super-large tidal wave you simulated. The first barrier was successfully opened by you, and a dazzling gilded skylight bridge was constructed within your body. You have advanced to the first level of the fourth stage. Having mastered the S-level visualization method to perfection, you will naturally be able to construct the most perfect Tianguan bridge. This is a bridge capable of withstanding the devastating tides. It will bring immense benefits to your future spiritual practice. Gained a buff, the quality of the constructed Tianguan bridge is increased by 800%. According to the Yang family's patriarch and 2 fourth-rank retainers, they had never seen such a resilient Tianguan bridge. Although they were unclear about the path of cultivation after the 5th stage, there was a rumor in the high martial arts world that the quality of a 7th stage master's golden body depends on the foundation laid before the 7th stage. Sure enough, no evil value was wasted. Yili breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have much free time, so he knew little about the rumors in the high-level martial arts world. Even the concepts that ensure the most solid foundation are largely based on past life experiences. Fortunately, the seniors did not deceive him. On the light screen, the scene kept changing. After consuming 12,000 points of evil, the second heavenly gate was blasted by your great tide and unwillingness. The 2 organs that completed the construction of the heavenly gate bridge complemented each other, and your physical strength increased significantly. You have advanced to the 3rd level of the 4th stage. Seeing this, Yili nodded slightly. I didn't have the thought that this gate is so fragile. The sea tides that I have cultivated for so long should have this kind of impact. In his sight, the words on the panel were spouting faster and faster. After consuming 20,000 points of evil, you will break through the 3rd and 4th heavenly gates one after another. For top-grade heavenly gate bridges will shine brightly within your body. From now on, there will only be depleted chi, not broken heavenly gate bridges. You have advanced to the 7th level of the 4th stage. After consuming 28,000 points of evil, the 5th heavenly gate bridge was conquered by you. A surge of true chi poured into it, followed closely by true blood, constructing the final heavenly gate bridge. With the last barrier broken, the bridges connecting your 5 major organs are now complete, unleashing a torrent of true energy hundreds of meters long. You have advanced to the 9th level of the 4th stage. After consuming 30,000 points of evil, you have broken through the heavenly barrier and entered the inhuman realm. You can easily walk in the hail of bullets, and you can wield weapons weighing thousands of kilograms at several times the speed of sound at will. Conventional firearms can no longer pose a threat to you. Your martial arts level has increased, and you have reached the peak of the 4th level. This upgrade consumes a total of 30,000 points of evil, equivalent to over 100 years of hard training. Remaining evil value, 30,800 points. In an instant, 5 bridges symbolizing the apex of the Tianguan realm appeared in Yili's body. Unparalleled true energy surged into his body and burst out along the 5 gilded Tianguan bridges. Boom! A terrifying torrent of true energy erupted from Yili's body, instantly shaking the entire Qingyi Bureau. A majestic aura like a giant dragon awakening emanated from him. Unprecedented power filled his 5 bodies. His muscles did not swell, but the strength in his body felt like it was growing explosively. Not to mention the 2 4th-level warriors before, even if Yili encountered the head of the Yang family tonight, he was confident that he could blow his head off with one palm the moment the other party got close to him. Is this what it feels like to be at the peak of the 4th level? Fuck! With a touch of shock in his voice. Yili's breathing was rapid, his heart was beating wildly, he covered his chest, and every cell and muscle in his body seemed to be cheering. His 5 senses at this moment were so sharp that they were not like those of a human. It was as if a layer of veil that had never been noticed before had been lifted, and the whole world was clearer than ever before. After a brief period of adaptation, Yili regained his aura of the peak 4th level. At the same time, inside the Qingyi Bureau's hall, several figures were staring blankly towards the sleeping area with their heads tilted to the side, their faces showing particularly interesting expressions. Chapter 84 I Take Yili on a Mission? Just now. Inside the Qingyi Bureau's hall, the Shanzhou city director looked solemn as he turned to look at Yu Wang and the other 2. Did you all feel it? A few seconds ago, an unusual aura surged from the direction of the dormitory. Fleeting, but absolutely real. Such a powerful aura, I'm afraid it has faintly touched the barrier of the 5th level. This is a level of warrior that absolutely requires vigilance. I feel it. Yu Wang withdrew his gaze from the bedroom building with a slight surprise. Even he was a little surprised by the strength of the breath just now. Most likely he is a high-level law enforcer who has been training at the 4th level for who knows how many years. He nodded slightly, then smiled and said, "There are really many hidden talents in the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City. There are such people among the senior law enforcers. No wonder they have been able to guard the capital city of Ying Province for decades without any mistakes." Hearing this, the Shanzhou City Bureau Director quickly reviewed the faces in the bureau in his mind and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Among our senior law enforcers, has anyone already reached such a level of cultivation? It seems not. You know, because 4th level warriors have broken through the heavenly barrier and practiced visualization, the aura they emit is mostly very different, and you can even feel the depth of their foundation from the aura. Tianguan Bridge is like an output checkpoint. The better the quality, the more terrifying the aura it emits, and the efficiency of outputting true energy will also increase accordingly. The aura just now was as strong as that of the 5th level. The quality of Tianguan Bridge must have reached an extremely high level. Rather, it's like those senior law enforcers in the bureau. Rather, they are more like those talented warriors who are the focus of everyone's attention. At present, the only person in the Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau who meets this condition is the other party's disciple Yili. In an instant, the old man got goosebumps all over his body and his breathing became rapid. If this is true, then the fighting power displayed by the young man tonight is probably just the tip of the iceberg of his true level. Less than 20 years old, and already at the peak of the 4th level? So that's how it is. Is he such an enchanting genius? No wonder the Shanzhou Abnormal Investigation Bureau was needed to cover up the news. If this were to get out to the ears of the nations around the world, I'm afraid they would send someone to assassinate me, regardless of the cost, right? Think of this. The Shanzhou City Bureau Director slowly clenched his palms, and after a moment he looked up at the Deputy Director who also had a frown on his face. "Lao Chao, our bureau." The Deputy Director also looked up with a serious expression, probably because he thought that there were no law enforcers with such an aura in the bureau. "Those old guys in our bureau have made a breakthrough." Before he could finish his words, the Shanzhou City Director chuckled and interrupted him. "What's so strange about that?" Hearing this, the Deputy Director's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had guessed something. "Old building." The Shanzhou City Director raised his slightly trembling hand and patted his shoulder. "This is a good thing." Then he looked at Yu Wang and the drowsy Lin Yingyun, and a glimmer of hope for the future appeared on his old face. "Is your disciple called Yili?" Yu Wang was startled, then nodded and said, "Yes, Yi means leaf, and Li means polite." "Nice name." The 5th-rank old man who had guarded Shanzhou City for decades nodded slightly, with a hint of emotion in his tone. Until this moment, he finally felt how valuable the so-called genius could be. A true genius. It really allows you to see the future you long for at a glance. "It's getting late, both of you should go to bed early." The Shanzhou City Director pulled the Deputy Director, who was still in shock, and walked out with a smile. "Okay." Yu Wang nodded in agreement. Lin Yingyun also nodded, looking a little confused. To be honest, she still didn't understand what they were talking about. After the two left, "Xiao Lin." Yu Wang looked at Lin Yingyun, whose face was groggy, and said helplessly, "Why are you so sleepy?" "Your back hurts when you stand and talk, but I haven't slept for 2 or 3 days." Lin Yingyun wailed and lay back on the chair. "After seeing so many powerful scenes, why would I feel sleepy?" "What did you see?" Yu Wang asked casually. "What did you see?" "I saw a 3rd-level warrior pinning down 2 4th-level warriors and beating them up. The 3rd-level warriors of the same rank couldn't even withstand a single punch from him." Lin Yingyun suddenly became excited. She sat up and gestured with her hands, saying, "Before the fight started, I was thinking of protecting him, but his Dan-chi burst was terrifying. He went head-on with a 4th-level warrior and swung him to the ground to death. After beating Yili, he wasn't even satisfied and wanted to take me up the mountain to raid the Yang family. And his supernatural talent, I don't understand it at all. This. At the end of her words, Lin Yingyun raised her hands, her expression showing helplessness. She still couldn't understand why a martial arts student who just graduated from a martial arts high school could be so strong. "I was still thinking about how to hold out a few more moves against the 4th-level warrior, but the opponent was already killing the 4th-level warriors. If he were to enter Fengyun University, he would definitely be in the top 10 of the Fengyun list. Yu Wang listened in silence, then asked, "What would you think if I told you that he killed a seriously injured 5th level warrior in battle tonight?" Lin Yun? The Yang family has been successfully wiped out this time. If we report this to the school, Yili should be able to get 3 first-class credits. Ignoring the surprise on Lin Yun's face, Yu Wang smiled and said, "When the time comes, you can help him get familiar with the school and take him on a few missions." Lin Yun, who had come to her senses, pointed at herself and asked blankly, "Should I take him on a mission? What's the problem?" "It's a big problem, okay?" Lin Yun put her hands in her hair and sighed a bit. "The mission they're about to take on will definitely be very dangerous for me. If I go, I'll just be a drag." She asked earnestly, "Teacher, you don't want to see Yili die trying to save me, do you?" "That's true." Yu Wang's expression immediately became serious. Lin Yun gritted her teeth, restraining the urge to curse, and said after a moment, "Anyway, I can help him get familiar with the school. As for the mission, you can let Senior Chen take him. It just so happens that they are both in the top 10 of the rankings, so they can help each other out when the time comes." When Yu Wang heard this, he was silent for 2 seconds and then felt that there was some truth in it. After all, when a team goes on a mission, if teammates cannot keep up with the intensity of the mission, there is indeed a high risk of injury or even death. Yi Li's recovery ability is incredible, but one still has to be on guard. "Oh well." Yu Wang sighed, feeling a little headache, and said, "It's mainly because you know your senior sister's personality. If Yi Li is in danger during the mission, she will probably not care. Forget it. I was just familiarizing myself with the process. There shouldn't be any problems." As he spoke, the old man waved his hand and walked out of the house. "Go back and rest, we will set off early tomorrow morning." Chapter 85 Enlightenment Pavilion. The next morning, the sky was thick with white fog. A high-speed train like a long steel dragon drove into Fengyun City. A group of people got off the train and headed towards the huge building in the city center. Fengyun City is located at the junction of 3 provinces. Although it is not the capital of Ying Province, it has Fengyun University located here, and its prosperity is even more exaggerated than that of Shanzhou City. The reason is simple. A city with a strong person in charge will attract ordinary people and even boost the economic development of a city. Fengyun University is a gathering place for martial arts talents from all over Hanxia. The president and vice president are both 6th-level warriors, so it is natural that they have such weight. Yili sat in the taxi, watching the scenery receding outside the window, his thoughts drifting. Speaking of which, after a warrior enters the 4th level, his maximum running speed can reach a level close to the speed of sound. Lin Yun, the worst among the 3, is at level 3 and can run over 100 meters per second. If there was no emergency in the city and climbing walls was not prohibited, the group would have run directly to Fengyun University. Fortunately, the taxi was not slow. Before noon, the group arrived at the main gate of Fengyun University. On a huge rock standing at the school gate, you can see the 4 large characters Fengyun University written in silver and iron, showing its majestic atmosphere. Yili got out of the taxi and followed Yu Wang and the other man through the access control system one by one. The guard was instinctively startled when he took his gold badge. There were less than 20 gold medal students in the school, and he remembered them all clearly, not daring to offend them in the slightest. Where did this god come from? I couldn't help but look up at the handsome boy's face again, secretly memorizing it in my heart, and then returned the badge. "Goodbye." Yili nodded and walked into the school. After looking around, he was slightly surprised. Within the field of vision, tall buildings of various shapes rose from the ground. Even though he didn't know anything about architecture, he could feel that it was more refreshing than the city universities he had seen in his previous life. "I'm going to the Academic Affairs Office to report the situation and apply for a few more first-class credits for Yili. Take Yili and settle him down first. If you have any questions, please contact me anytime." After leaving a word, Yu Wang left first. Lin Yun took Yili and continued to move inside. Fengyun University covers an area of over 10,000 acres and is equipped with most of the technological facilities related to martial arts. Lin Yun yawned as she walked and introduced, "You have a gold medal. According to the rules, you have an exclusive single-family house. I'll take you there right away." Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly and looked around from time to time. Although school has not yet started, Fengyun University is not deserted. It is common to see groups of young warriors chatting together, and then walking into a large building covering a vast area together. Judging from the aura on his body, it is at least at the peak of the 2nd level. Is this the level of Fengyun University? Most of them are not that good. Yili sighed secretly. Most of them are sophomores and juniors, and they are working hard to earn credits during the summer vacation. The place they went to is called Jiwei Building, which is where our school accepts missions. As if noticing Yili's gaze, Lin Yun explained, senior sister Chen will be back in the next 2 days. She will then help you familiarize yourself with the mission procedures. Good. The two walked across the campus until they came to a secluded courtyard. When you walk into the courtyard, you will see 3 or 4 locust trees, stone tables, and wooden chairs. Inside the spacious room, various advanced high-level testing equipment can be seen, and its specifications are several levels higher than those of the training room of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. There is even more than one bedroom. The guy who lives in the yard next to you is currently ranked 18th on the hottest list. While cleaning the house, Lin Yun reminded him, it is said that he has a rather unfriendly personality and a mysterious master behind him. It is up to you to decide whether you want to make friends with him or not. Okay. Yili nodded politely. After a simple settlement, the two walked out of the courtyard. Senior sister Lin, what is that? Yili raised his chin slightly and asked the question he had been wanting to ask for a while. In front of his sight, he saw a towering tree 100 feet tall standing on the ground. The green leaves emitting faint light were fluttering in the wind on the treetop, which looked magnificent. And on its thick and sturdy trunk, there is an ancient-style sky loft. That's the Enlightenment Tree, considered Fengyun University's most unique place for cultivation. Lin Yun's spirits lifted as she smiled. Although practicing under the tree won't speed up your martial arts level, it does have a strong auxiliary effect on your comprehension of martial arts. You see the attics built around it, right? They are places for warriors to practice. The higher the floor, the better the effect. Plus, the number of places is limited and it's only open to the public during the day, so it's basically full every day. Can't the attic be made bigger? Yili asked curiously. No, the current scale has already been carefully calculated by the school. Lin Yun shook her head and explained. The Enlightenment Pavilion can accommodate a maximum of 200 people practicing at the same time. If there are more, the Enlightenment Tree will not be able to bear it, and the effect of the practice will be greatly reduced. The space in the attic is also very separate. Each training room can only accommodate 2 people at most. But you also know that geniuses always have many problems. In the attic at the top, it's common for one person to occupy an entire practice room. I don't want to share a training room with outsiders. Oops. Oh no, I forgot to give you 2 things. After saying that, Lin Yun quickly took out 2 books from her storage ring and handed them to the other party. These are the martial arts that my teacher asked me to pick for you. One is a supporting martial art for concealing your aura, and the other is a physical martial art for expediting your journey. These are things you'll need for future missions. I was so busy watching you fight when we met yesterday that I didn't have time to give them to you. Sorry. Thank you very much. Yili took the book, but he was thinking about the Enlightenment Tree in his heart. I can improve the efficiency of adding points through external gains, but I am too lazy to look for gains when adding points, so it is a bit troublesome to plan. So, most of the time, he chose to push it to the maximum. But this Enlightenment Tree is so close, and I happen to have 2 new martial arts skills. Entrance to the Enlightenment Loft is free during freshman year, but starting from sophomore year, you have to pay for credits if you want to enter. Lin Yun looked at the other party and tentatively suggested, although it's definitely full now, it's still okay to go over and take a look at the situation. Are you going? Go. Yili nodded immediately, turned around, and closed the gate. There are evil points in hand, new martial arts in arms, unknown training gains, and bad guys who like to occupy the training room. Now I can't help but go and take a look. Chapter 86. After saying this, he grabbed the test crystal and crushed it in an instant. Fengyun University, Wudo Loft. The classical loft has a unique shape and the decoration is extremely exquisite. People come and go in the spacious hall, and most of them have a hurried look on their faces. Yili stepped in and observed his surroundings inconspicuously. Although most of the decorations are made of wood, these woods contain spiritual light, which makes the concentration of spiritual energy here far exceed that outside the attic. It is obvious that they are some kind of rare spiritual wood. This also indirectly shows that Fengyun University has a profound foundation. The reason for not using metal is probably for the health of the Enlightenment Tree? Yili's mind wandered as he tried to guess the reason. When the sun is at noon, it is a good time to practice. Among the young warriors coming and going, those with auras at the second level account for more than 70%. This made Yili worry about his own gains. You know, in Fengyun University, most second-level warriors don't have any pride. Even if there was one before, it was polished away as early as freshman year. The probability of these people actively looking for trouble is almost zero, and the evil value of beatings will also be very low. I hope the top guys can give me some help. I can't see anyone pretending to be cool, it really makes me feel uncomfortable. The Enlightenment Pavilion has 5 floors. As I just said, the top floor is more effective, but only warriors of the 3rd rank or above are qualified to reach the top. Lin Yun stood beside him and introduced him. No wonder freshman year is free. Yili said with a chuckle. Freshman warriors have just graduated from martial arts high school, and those who can reach the 3rd level are rare, so there is no need to worry about the best position of the enlightenment tree being taken for free. As for those geniuses who have reached the 3rd level in their freshman year, what's wrong with letting them have a year for free? That's true. Lin Yun smiled helplessly. Anyway, I didn't get any rubbish at all at that time. After a pause, she pointed forward and continued. Go up the stairs to the 5th floor. There will be a special receptionist who will check your chi and blood levels and take you to a vacant room. I'm going back to catch up on some sleep. As she spoke, Lin Yun yawned and laughed. If you encounter someone who's trying to stir up trouble, feel free to fight. Our school encourages sparring. As long as you don't go too far, your medical expenses will be halved. But you also need to be careful about your opponent's strength. The monsters in the top 5 of the Wind and Cloud ranking are all powerful fighters capable of fighting enemies of higher levels. Don't treat them as pushovers. Okay. Yili nodded his chin lightly. He walked past Lin Yun, crossed the hall, and his thin figure quickly disappeared at the stairs. Yili. Looking at the place where the other party disappeared, Lin Yun's expression was a little complicated. It had only been 5 days since she had known the boy, and she had already been subjected to a continuous bombardment of cognitive challenges. It was even more shocking than the one that senior sister Chen Jingli had given her. It's hard to imagine why Yili's talent is so terrifying. A 3rd-level warrior like this, who is less than 20 years old, will be cultivated as a potential stock worthy of investment no matter which force he is placed in within Hanxia. Now with the protection of Fengyun University, I don't even need to go out on missions many times a year. I don't know how much safer it is than before. In this situation, how far can Yili go in the future? Lin Yun couldn't think of it, but she had a feeling that by the time the other party graduated from Fengyun University, she might not even be able to see the other party's taillights. Maybe the other party can even overtake you. Before graduation, he was on par with senior sister Chen and even the number 1 on the list, Sword Blind Man. In the quiet attic, only the occasional sound of footsteps could be heard. Most of the students in the practice room consciously kept quiet. Yili walked up to the 5th floor and went straight to the huge front desk. Hello. Seeing him approach, a receptionist at the front desk immediately smiled and asked, Are you going to practice here? Yili nodded slightly, handed the gold medal to the other party, and then asked. I'm a freshman. How can I verify my ability? After taking the gold medal, the receptionist was slightly stunned and quickly looked up at Yili again. The golden badge and the unfamiliar face are the new core students. Her thoughts raced as she quickly registered her information. She then took out a clear white crystal from the counter and said, Mr. Yili. Handing the crystal to Yili, the receptionist smiled and said, The explosion of Dan Chi is too loud. Please hold this test crystal. And then? Yili took the crystal. Then squeeze it with all your might. The receptionist explained, with the grip strength of a 3rd-level warrior, as long as you can create a crack. Bang! Before she could finish her words, the white crystal suddenly exploded into powder in the casual look of the handsome boy, and slowly fell to the ground. Yili shook his hands. Is that all? Peak of the 4th stage, perfect S-level breathing method, S-level tempering method, S-level visualization method. So much so that he didn't even use much force and the white crystal exploded. It's really crispy. Seeing this, the receptionist's eyes widened, and even her colleagues behind her stood there in shock, their mouths slightly open. This. The young woman in charge of reception breathed rapidly, and then her throat rolled as she said with difficulty, It's okay. Thank you for your hard work. At the end of the conversation, even she herself was a little uncertain. Because looking at the other person's casual expression, it feels like he's not putting any effort at all. Come with me, I'll take you to the training room. She suppressed her thoughts, walked quickly out of the counter, summoned a holographic projection with her bracelet, and walked upstairs. In the stunned eyes of several people who have not yet recovered from their shock, Yili followed her and left the front desk. "You are amazing." As the receptionist confirmed my seat, she couldn't help but sigh. "I've never seen anyone crush a crystal so easily." "Freshman, no wonder you won the gold medal." Even the son of Heavenly Sun, who specializes in physical cultivation, didn't feel as relaxed as you when he first came to the top floor. She subconsciously compared herself with the best performer in her memory, but still felt that it was not quite up to par. No, it was a lot less. Doesn't this mean that this freshman named Yili will definitely be among the top 3 on the list in the future? Yili looked around without comment and found that most of the rooms had red lights on, which were probably signs that they were full. From this point of view, Wudao Loft is indeed popular and the effect should be quite good. We're here. There are only 2 training rooms left, and there's only 1 person in each. I picked the closest one for you. After walking through the corridor and arriving at a door, the receptionist smiled expertly and said, "Don't worry, even though we're sharing a room, the space inside is quite large, and the areas for cultivation are separated by gathering pattern spirit wood, so it definitely won't affect your cultivation." With that, she slid lightly across the holographic panel, and the door opened silently. Wait until the 2 of them walked into the room. A very strange feeling instantly enveloped Yili's heart, and he suddenly felt as if his thoughts were opened up, similar to the feeling of solving a difficult mathematical problem in his previous life. Is this the effect of the Enlightenment Tree? Yili was slightly surprised. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the room, causing the receptionist to freeze in place. "Get out." Chapter 87. I Never Hold a Grudge. The cold voice echoed in the room, making the atmosphere inside extremely tense. As the words fell, a strong young man with his upper body naked stepped out of the house and looked at the 2 people at the door with indifference. "Mr. Zhao Lanhai." The receptionist forced a smile and pleaded weakly, "Mr. Yili is a gold medal student. Could you please make an exception?" "Gold medal?" Upon hearing this, the sturdy young man known as Zhao Lanhai immediately took off a badge from his waist and threw it over, sneering. "Is a gold medal so great? I got a gold medal too. Why don't you ask him to be flexible with me?" After saying that, he turned his head to look at Yili and said indifferently, "I'll say it one last time, get out, or don't blame me for being rude." Here it comes. The arrogant genius he had always dreamed of finally appeared again. Yili praised Fengyun University in his heart, while suppressing the urge to get started immediately. He is a smart boy who understands the principle of having both sesame seeds and watermelons. He knows that there is a blind box waiting for him and he cannot let it down. Yili was about to suggest going to the next practice room to take a look. I'll take you to another one." The young woman in charge of reception forced a smile and looked at him apologetically. "I'm so sorry, please come this way." "Never mind, I thought so too." Yili forgave the other party in his heart, and then nodded and said, "Okay." There was no emotion in his voice, only the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Yili turned around and followed the receptionist out of the practice room. The moment the door closed, a scornful laugh was heard from inside the room. "Ah, the fist is so hard. Is he angry, or does he just want to hit someone? Can you tell me about this guy?" Yili asked softly, comforting himself in his heart. "It doesn't matter, I'll let this exhibitionist know why the flowers are so red later. He's Mr. Zhao Lanhai, ranked 12th on the wind and cloud ranking. He's said to be at the peak of the 3rd rank and once escaped unscathed from a 4th rank warrior." When talking about the other party's deeds, a hint of fear flashed across the receptionist's face. After all, she and her colleagues are all 1st-level warriors, and they are in charge of reception work at Fengyun University, which is obviously very stressful. Soon, the 2 arrived at the door of the 2nd practice room. Open the door as before. Walk into the room as before. Just like before. Go out. A voice with a hint of anger came from inside the house, but this time it was a tall woman with a high ponytail who appeared. She glared at the 2 people standing at the door. After listening to the receptionist's explanation of the purpose of the visit, the tall woman raised her eyebrows and scolded coldly, "Don't even think about it. Who do you think I am? Gold medal student? So impressive?" She looked at Yili with a cold expression, and then ordered word by word. "Get out of my room within 3 breaths, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." How come 1 or 2 of them are like this every day? The receptionist showed a smile that was uglier than crying. She quickly looked at the young man and said, "Mr. Yili, how about you come early tomorrow? Or leave me your contact information and I will contact you then?" No need. Yili shook his head and said casually, "Go ahead and do your work. I feel fine here." After saying that, he walked straight into the house. The receptionist was stunned. Was the other party planning to confront her head-on? She suddenly looked inside the house, wanting to tell Yili that this tall woman named Suing was also a tough character ranked in the top 20 of the list, and must not be confronted head-on. But before she could say anything, her eyes widened. Before Yili took 2 steps, the tall woman named Suing suddenly disappeared from her original position. Call. The speed was so fast that a light breeze was blown into the house. I said. When she reappeared, Suing had already arrived in front of Yili. She slapped Yili's face hard with her palm, her eyes flashing with a cold light, and her voice was as cold as ice. "Get out of my room. Are you deaf?" The strong wind pressure hit my face directly. Yili's expression was calm, but his body completed the rotation in an instant. Then, as Su Ying's pupils shrank, the young man's powerful whip kick exploded directly on her face, releasing all his strength. Bang! A circle of ripples suddenly exploded in the air. Su Ying's originally cold face instantly became distorted, and her body slammed into the wall. Sawdust exploded, blood splattered everywhere. Su Ying in the wall felt dizzy and saw stars. She could hardly believe what had just happened. How could it be so fast? I was the one who made the first move, but the other person was able to strike back and kick me in the face? Yili grabbed her head and pulled it out directly, then threw it heavily to the ground like cracking an egg. After a muffled sound echoed throughout the attic. In the receptionist's horrified eyes, Su Ying's face was covered in blood and her pupils were dilated. But she could still feel someone's foot suddenly stepped on her face and was crushing it back and forth. Almost at the same time, Su Ying heard the young voice with a hint of teasing, ringing in her ears like a devilish sound. "What the hell, you act so awesome, but then you lose your legs. I thought you were so amazing. The damage is not great, but it is extremely humiliating." Su Ying let out an unseemly whimpering sound because her silver teeth had all been broken by the previous kick. The better part of his body was now struggling, looking as miserable as a stranded fish. She stretched out her hands to pry the foot off her face, but she couldn't move it at all. Ta ta ta. At this moment, she heard a burst of dense and quick footsteps. It was obvious that the warriors who were practicing nearby came out to check the situation. If they saw me like this. Su Ying's breathing became heavy and her struggles became more exaggerated. "I am the 14th genius on the list, how can I be humiliated like this? You must not be seen in this posture, absolutely not." Woo woo woo. Su Ying roared in grief and anger, struggling frantically, not even caring about her clothes being torn by the broken floor. The next second, the foot that was stepping on her head was miraculously removed. Just as Su Ying felt an instinctive joy in her heart, a shock far greater than before hit her head hard. Boom! The attacking martial arts shoe smashed her head directly into the ground, causing her consciousness to fall into darkness in an instant. "I absolutely will not let you go." As her consciousness faded, Su Ying let out a whimper full of resentment and her body collapsed to the ground. Crash! Yili lifted his right foot from the rubble, glanced at the tall woman who had stopped struggling, and then walked straight out the door. You. The receptionist was so shocked that she was incoherent. "I never hold grudges," Yili explained calmly. Afterwards, he walked past the dazed receptionist at the door, and dozens of young warriors in the corridor, with disordered breathing and shocked eyes, made way for him. In their shocked eyes, a handsome young man in black clothes walked along the corridor towards the training room at the end of the passage, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Chapter 88. Guess which hand I will use to hit you next? Zhao Lanhai was in a pretty good mood today. He has been stuck at the peak of the 3rd level for more than a year. The academic year at Fengyun University is 5 years, and as a student about to enter his 5th year, the bottleneck problems he faces are becoming more and more serious. Although, being ranked 12th on the list is enough to show his extraordinary talent. But in Fengyun University, which gathers the best talents from 3 provinces, this talent is not outstanding enough. The time for baptism of the Bushi is just around the corner. If you want to get a spot in the martial land baptism, you must get enough contribution points and be ranked in the top 10 of the list. Just 2 more. Zhao Lanhai originally wanted to force his way through the barrier of his physical body, but he found that no matter how hard he attacked, the barrier was like cast steel and did not move at all. The only way is to work hard on the proficiency of martial arts to improve combat effectiveness. Fortunately, with the help of the Enlightenment Tree, in just half a month, his proficiency in several martial arts had improved significantly. At this rate, before the martial land baptism, he might actually be able to defeat the 10th place on the list and get a spot for advancement. This made Zhao Lanhai feel a little elated. And at this juncture, someone actually came to interrupt his practice. A strange boy holding a gold medal. A humble maid of no distinction. Not only did these two people disturb his practice, the latter even wanted the strange boy to practice with him. This move made Zhao Lanhai quite annoyed. You know, when the top 10 geniuses on the list use the Enlightenment Pavilion, the other third-level students will consciously avoid them, for fear of angering them in the slightest. Although Zhao Lanhai is only ranked 12th, he already considers himself a top 10 genius. Nature should be treated like this. Zhao Lanhai made a prompt decision and drove the two away. However, not long after returning to the place of practice, he heard a huge roar coming from outside the house. The sound almost echoed throughout the entire attic. It was not the sound of a breakthrough, but a rather dull, heavy banging sound, similar to the sound produced when warriors fight. It was obvious that there was a fight outside the house. Zhao Lanhai raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was not surprised at all. He could probably guess the identity of the person he was fighting. Most likely it was that strange boy. Oh, the people in the other room also kicked him out. Do you think he's easier to bully than me, so you just attack him? Zhao Lanhai sneered inwardly. A new gold medalist like this who had no regard for others should be severely punished to behave himself. He was the same back then, thinking he was the best in the world, but was defeated in 2 moves by a veteran core student. Afterwards, he obediently put away his edge. This is Fengyun University. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. The medical level at Fengyun University is very high, but it is a bit expensive. Even if it is halved, it is still a bit expensive, which is just right for this newcomer to learn a lesson. Thinking of this, Zhao Lanhai regretted not taking action directly earlier. He has made great progress in his strength, and he just needs this kind of punching bag that is delivered to his doorstep. Moreover, if a freshman like the other party dared to attack him, Zhao Lanhai would definitely throw him off the Enlightenment Tower. At this moment, there was another loud bang outside the door. Zhao Lanhai's eyelids twitched slightly as he listened to the outside world returning to calm. Is it over so soon? I thought he was a capable troublemaker, but I didn't expect him to be killed so soon. He shook his head, sighed with a slight regret, and regretted more and more that he had not taken direct action earlier. Missed this opportunity to practice and establish authority. Restraining the irritation in his heart, Zhao Lanhai planned to continue practicing his martial arts. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps and a fierce aura approaching rapidly in the corridor outside the door. No. Zhao Lanhai's pupils shrank slightly. The extraordinary perception of a third-level warrior, not even a feather can be added, not even a mosquito can enter, allowed him to quickly detect a huge threat approaching. An inexplicable and uncontrollable fear suddenly emerged in my heart. It seemed as if something extremely dangerous was rapidly approaching the training room where he was. Without bothering to investigate further, he immediately turned over and got out of bed. At the same time, his muscles slowly moved and his veins were exposed. His strong body began to tremble slightly due to the rapid flow of true energy. Zhao Lanhai looked towards the door suddenly. Suddenly, there was a sound of heavy wood exploding, and then a man in black clothes rushed into the house. Zhao Lanhai was shocked and instinctively used his best martial arts. Third-level martial arts, steel forging bones. For a moment, his entire body glowed with a metallic black light, and he looked indestructible. Defend with all your strength. Zhao Lanhai bent his body slightly, crossed his arms in front of him, and blocked the attacking figure. The man snorted coldly, and all the energy in his body exploded like an avalanche. He swung his right arm and punched Zhao Lanhai's raised arms with a terrifying tide that could shatter the rock formations on the seabed. Boom! The air exploded with visible airwaves, and an irresistible force came over. The thick wooden layer under Zhao Lanhai's feet exploded, and half of his body collapsed directly under this domineering punch. It turned out that Yili had forcibly smashed the main gate and came directly to his head, his dark eyes burning as hot as flames. You were laughing happily earlier. The young man's voice was ice cold, and his aura was arrogant and terrifying. Zhao Lanhai, who was stuck in the wood layer, was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his arms fell limply on his body in a shocking manner, with his chest on his strong body slightly collapsed. Just one punch made him lose most of his fighting power. Everything happened in an instant, leaving him no time to react. Zhao Lanhai was filled with shock and horror. He was a rising star in horizontal training who had managed to escape the pursuit of a fourth-tier warrior, and now he had made further progress. How could he have his bones broken and his internal organs damaged by a single punch? Who is the other party? But unfortunately, the visitor did not give him time to continue thinking. Yili stretched his slender palm into the debris, grabbed his head, pulled it directly out of the wood layer, and punched him in the abdomen like thunder. Boom! Zhao Lanhai's figure flew up directly and hit the ceiling of the training room heavily. The next second, an ice spear filled with cold air broke through the air and seemed to nail him there. Unexpectedly, it pierced through his abdomen directly, shattered the roof above, and disappeared. Zhao Lanhai fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, his head was dizzy, his body was seriously injured, and a fishy and sweet taste kept rising up in his throat. But he still had some consciousness left, and with his slightly opened eyes, he finally saw the appearance of the person who came. He was wearing a very slim-fitting black outfit, with a smile on his fair face that was about to completely lose its childishness. The coldness around him was not concealed, and the surging water gathered in his palm, looking extraordinary and magical. True Qi manifested, 4th level heavenly barrier? He is a warrior at the Tianguan realm? Zhao Lanhai's heart was filled with fear and shock, and he felt like he was about to break on the spot. Where on earth did this Tianguan warrior come from? When did Fengyun University have such a genius? Zhao Lanhai, who was nearly unconscious, looked desperate and said with a hard smile, "Brother, I was just joking with you." Yili walked up to him and raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked casually, "Then guess which hand I'm going to hit you with next? If you guess right, I'll let you go." "Left hand?" Zhao Lanhai gave an answer nervously. In his desperate eyes, Yili shook his head gently, "Wrong. It's the hands." The moment he finished speaking, the young man in black clothes exhaled lightly, the muscles on his back bulged, then he leaned forward and punched out continuously with his fists with the force of a surging sea. Bang bang bang. Splinters of wood flew and the attic shook. Amidst a series of dense, creaky noises that made one's scalp tingle, the eyes of the people outside the house twitched and their bodies froze in place. For a moment, even something as simple as turning around and going back to the house was difficult to do. After several breaths, a muddy figure was thrown out of the room and landed in front of the stunned onlookers outside. Then, the boy's calm voice rang in everyone's ears. "Miss Receptionist, please take this dead dog away." Okay. The young woman in charge of reception woke up as if from a dream and quickly agreed. "Thanks." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a dead silence. Yili walked through the corridor and returned to the previous practice room. The door slammed shut again. Chapter 89: The Necessity of Stealth. Outside the training room, the expressions of the third-level warriors were all extremely wonderful. In front of them, a strong young man was breathing poorly and his chest was collapsed. Behind them, a tall woman had a mouth full of broken teeth and a bloody face. These two geniuses who were renowned at Fengyun University now looked so miserable that it was unbearable to look at them. The breathing of the third-level warriors was extremely rapid, and there was a flash of horror in their eyes when they looked towards the training room. At Fengyun University, no matter based on daily performance or displayed martial arts level, as long as one can make it onto the Fengyun list, he or she will be considered a genius picked out of thousands of ordinary martial artists. As for the top 10, all of them are truly convincing and rare geniuses. For example, the third-placed Holy Son of Tianyang secured his third place by going deep into the intermediate secret realm alone and killing 3 fourth-order beasts. Zhao Lanhai and Su Ying in front of them were not that scary, but they were still people that ordinary third-level warriors like them were afraid of. And now, these two powerful men, whom they admired so much, were pinned to the ground and beaten like dead dogs by the same person in less than 5 minutes, without any chance to fight back. It's really hard to accept. What is going on in this world? "Miss Receptionist, may I ask the name of this gentleman just now?" A third-level warrior asked the receptionist, his face still showing residual shock. "This." The receptionist smiled bitterly and said, "You can ask him yourself. I'm leaving now. Miss, please help us. We are really worried that we will make this gentleman unhappy one day." The third-level warrior cupped his hands and breathed heavily. The other third-level warriors also looked over eagerly. Yili, Yi as in leaf, Li as in etiquette. The receptionist took a deep breath and said slowly, "Also, these two students had very bad attitudes towards Yili before. I hope I can help you. That's all I can say." "Excuse me." After saying that, she called her colleagues at the front desk, who swiftly carried the two people off the ground and left the place. Yili. The third-level warrior's throat rolled, and he looked at the closed training room with great fear. Even if you tell him now that the other party is an old monster from the 3 sects and 6 schools who has the secret of maintaining his youth, he will still believe it without a doubt. Fortunately, I don't have the bad habit of monopolizing public resources. It's terrifying, man. If I see this name on the battle list in the future, I will definitely withdraw from the competition on the spot. I believe the instructor will understand me. Inside the practice room, Yili sat cross-legged, looking at the light screen appearing in front of him. Detected that you publicly defeated and humiliated Suing, number 14 on the Billboard rankings. Bad deeds plus 3,000. Detected that you publicly defeated Zhao Lanhai, ranked 12th on the Billboard rankings. Bad deeds plus 2,000. Current evil value, 35,800 points. The income is average. Moreover, it seems that due to the lack of humiliation, Zhao Lanhai's income is not as high as Su Ying's. He should pay attention next time. Could it be that I was overwhelmed by the Yang family's huge income? Yili sighed. Sure enough, I still have to find a reason to shoot down all the top 10 on the list. As his thoughts raced, he took out the 2 martial arts that Lin Yun had given him from his storage ring. After a quick look, relevant words appeared on the panel. Shadow fusion and breathing technique not yet mastered. 3rd level rare martial arts. Follow the wind and chase the sun not yet mastered. There are 2 martial arts, and one of them doesn't have a realm prefix? Is it a tome of similar techniques? Yili thought about the reason, and after a quick look, he roughly understood the functions of the 2 martial arts. The former is a skill that can restrain one's breath and eliminate the overflowing energy of one's own body. It is mostly used in missions that require stealth and assassination. Yili didn't think he would have the need for assassination and stealth in the future. So, I am a little confused about whether to fill it up. Although he has to accept the assassination mission, he can also transform into a berserker and kill everyone he sees. Wouldn't that mean he can sneak in safely? As for the latter, as Lin Yun said, it is a martial art used for long-distance travel. The essence of this technique is to ride on the strong wind and chase the bright sun, and to perform it on a scorching sunny day, the effect will be even better. Although Yili's running speed can reach the speed of sound, it is an instantaneous burst of speed, which is different from a long-distance journey. This door is useful. After finalizing his idea, Yili's mind moved, and a rolling evil value poured into the panel. Bite. Continue to consume evil points to start upgrading the 3rd level rare martial arts. Follow the wind and chase the sun step. You have broken through the heavenly gate and communicated with heaven and earth. Your understanding of martial arts has changed dramatically. In your eyes, the difficulty of this 3rd level rare martial art is even far less than the Tiangang stepping into the void technique of the past. Gain buff, increase your training speed by 500%. You are now under the canopy of the 7th rank Precious Medicine Enlightenment Tree. Your martial arts training will be twice as effective with half the effort. Gain buff, reduce consumption by 30%. After consuming 2,000 points of evil, you will have mastered the wind-chasing sun step. With your mind wandering, you can ride on the strong wind and rush to wherever you want. 3rd level rare martial arts. Follow the wind and chase the sun perfect. 7th level precious medicine? Yili put away the panel and looked at the words on it with some surprise. At this moment, the gold medal around his waist suddenly vibrated slightly. Chapter 90, Treasure. The true meaning of Ice Dragon. Any news from Fengyun University? Feeling the vibration of the gold medal on his waist, Yili was slightly surprised. He naturally did not forget the communication function of the medal. Let us put aside for the moment the fact that the Enlightenment Tree is a 7th level precious medicine. He picked up the gold medal and connected his mind. A message naturally emerged in my mind. The Academy has verified that student Yili once captured a peak-level 3rd-order fugitive in Linhai City, saving Zhenjiang University from negligence and averting a tragedy. Later, he even achieved the first merit in the encirclement and suppression of the Yang clan of Shanzhou, killing a 5th-level warrior who resisted head-on. For his outstanding performance and contributions, he is awarded 2 first-class credits and 5 second-class credits. Credits will be credited in 2 minutes. In addition, we've specially granted you one spot for the Wu Di baptism. Please keep your communication open. Someone will notify you when the time comes to go to Wu Di and participate. Immediately following, Yili saw the gold medal reflected in the holographic projection, and the account balance changed from 0 to the words, first class credits 2, second class credits 5. So that's how it is. The credits have arrived. According to my memory of the last time I browsed the library, this is already a very high number. The exchange rate between first class credits and second class credits is about 1 to 10. The same applies to the third and fourth class credits. Yili raised his eyebrows slightly. Yuang Laodeng was really quite useful. He actually managed to secure quite a few credits. He had underestimated him. I just don't know what good things I can get in exchange. Yili's heart moved slightly. What he needed most now was an S-level 5th order technique. Ningfu method. As the name suggests, it is a method for condensing the divine palace. As for why the lack? There is no way, the Yang family is really too rich. It was already a pleasant surprise that an S-level 4th order visualization method could be found in the family's secret collection. As early as the previous house search, Yili discovered that the 5th level skills used by the Yang family's successive patriarchs were actually only B-level stuff. This was obviously unacceptable to Yili. According to the soul of the Yang family patriarch, the level of the divine palace method and the strength of the foundation determine the quality of the condensed divine palace. The quality of the divine palace is divided into 4 levels from low to high: white, blue, purple and gold. At the same level, the darker the color, the better the quality of the divine palace. The Yang family patriarch's foundation was weak, and he had not yet mastered the B-level mansion condensing method to a high level, so the color of the mansion he condensed was only light blue. Yili is not worried about the basic problems. For the sake of future upper limit, the only thing he needs to care about next is the level of Ningfu FA. I hope Fengyun University's library won't disappoint me. Yili called up the interface of the book collection pavilion on the holographic projection, selected the 5th level condensation palace method as the category, and began to explore. D-level condensation palace method, Sangmu construction, 3rd class credits 4. B-level condensation method, earth revitalization, 2nd class credits 2. B-level palace condensation technique. Yili's eyes swept across the projection and his brows furrowed slightly. I didn't pay much attention when I won the gold medal. Only now did I realize that even in the Fengyun University library, which has a vast number of classics, the Ningfu method can be considered a rare item. Yes, there are, but the quantity is definitely not luxurious. Maybe it's because there's so little demand? Yili glanced through it roughly. There are only about 10 volumes of Ningfu FA here, and most of them are B and C levels. The only advantage is that the price is quite affordable. Compared with the 4th level visualization method in this pavilion, it is not much more expensive. Why is this? Stealth investment? Yili thought about the reason, and after a moment he finally found his goal. But the price marked on the back made him twitch his lips slightly. S-level palace condensation technique, thunder and fire palace refining technique, 1st class credits 5. You might as well go grab it, bro. If you convert it to this, you have to copy 3 forces of the Yang family level in Shanzhou to exchange for such an S-level Ningfu method. You know what, if you convert it this way, it suddenly doesn't seem that expensive. Yili was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. The key is that there aren't that many blind forces. Even the Yang family was at odds with him because of their special beliefs. It has to be said that it is difficult for ordinary forces to have the courage to think and kill like the Yang family. For some things, their value can only be reflected through comparison. I miss you, Lao Yang. We can only wait and see if there are any dangerous missions with rich rewards in the so-called Zoe Tower. I haven't accumulated enough evil points yet, I need to speed up a bit. Yili reluctantly returned to the previous interface, and then began to search for martial arts suitable for himself in the vast catalog of the library. Because he advanced so quickly, most of his martial arts skills are a bit outdated. It's okay to use it to bully weak opponents. But it is a bit insufficient to deal with warriors of the same level or higher levels. For example, Yili has not yet learned any of the powerful martial arts of the Tianguan realm. If you encounter a warrior who is also at the Tianguan level, you still have to withstand the damage from him, kill him in the face, and then start to output. To be honest, Yili himself quite likes this way of fighting. But there is no way, the disadvantages are too great. If you encounter multiple enemies of the same level, it is easy for a reckless man to be kite-ed madly. The risk is too high and it is not very decent. It's decided. Since I can't get a better 5th level condensation method, let us first enrich my means of dealing with the enemy. After all, it felt like in 2 days, I would probably have to fight a bunch of 4th level warriors alone. After making up his mind, Yili quickly scanned the catalog. Unlike the rarity of Ningfu Fa, the martial arts of Tenguan Realm and Shinfu Realm included here can be said to be rich. There are corresponding labels behind each martial art. It can help those who choose it understand the suitable people of this martial art and provide training suggestions, which can be said to be a very conscientious mechanism. Yili watched and fell into deep thought from time to time. After a moment, his eyes finally lit up. Got it. On the holographic projection in front of him, information about a martial art suddenly appeared. 5th rank rare martial arts, Ice Dragon True Meaning, 2nd class credits 5. Introduction, a high-level martial art that manifests true chi, transforming it into an ice dragon. It has extremely destructive power but consumes a lot of energy. If combined with the precious medicine, rejuvenating grass heart, to resist the cold, practicing it will be twice as effective with half the effort. Suggestion: warriors with ice-type talents or those who have practiced ice-type martial arts are the best choice. Note, the efficiency of the chi output required to perform this martial skill is very high. Most 4th level warriors cannot afford this output. 3 4th level warriors have confirmed this. Warriors with strength of 5th level should consider choosing this martial skill. Are there any martial arts in the world that 5th level warriors can practice but 4th level warriors cannot? Yili expressed his disbelief and decided to buy it without hesitation. After a few breaths, a reply message came from the waist card. Student Yili, please give me your address. Someone will deliver martial arts and precious medicine to you later. After Yili replied with the address of his own courtyard, he stood up and walked out of the practice room. The sunlight streamed into the attic through the window, illuminating the floor outside in a golden hue. The crowd that had been watching earlier had dispersed, and the long corridor looked quite peaceful. It is hard to tell that a major battle had taken place here before. Yili passed by the front desk, and several burning gazes fell on him, watching him leave. Outstanding appearance, outstanding talent. If the gap wasn't so huge, some maids would not be able to hold back and would go up and talk to them directly. Chapter 91. This is hanging on the wall, is it clear enough? There weren't many 3rd level warriors watching Yili's attack, but no one knew who leaked the news. Just a few hours. The news that a strange young man in black clothes defeated 2 of the top 20 geniuses on the Fengyun list in the Woodall Pavilion spread like a breeze throughout most of Fengyun University. Many students who received the news were surprised and hurriedly asked for the boy's name, but were confused after learning the answer. Yili? Never heard of him. Who isn't? When I heard about this, I looked just as confused as you did. So, you're a freshman? Is this true? If he's a freshman, wouldn't that be too terrifying? He's already at the peak of level 3 in his freshman year? Who said it's the peak of the 3rd level? Can't it be the 4th level of the Tianguan realm? How is that possible? Someone who's already reached the 4th level of Heavenly Gate in their freshman year, is he still human? According to you, anyone who can make it to the top of the list in their freshman year is a real person? That's not a human either. Very good, we've come to a conclusion. This guy named Yili is a fucking monster. Fortunately, it is vacation now and there are not many idle students left on campus. Most of them are busy completing tasks to earn credits, so this news did not cause much commotion. As for those geniuses on the list, most of them are out at this moment, either participating in competitions to hone themselves, or going to secret realms to kill strange beasts in order to improve themselves. I'm afraid we will only be able to see them return to school and gather together when the new martial arts baptism begins a week later. Otherwise, if they knew about this matter in advance, they would probably keep this freshman named Yili in mind so that they could see what kind of person he was when they met him in the future. Fengyun University, the Gold Medal Villa. As the sky gradually darkened, Yili stood in the yard, familiarizing himself with the process of releasing his true energy and feeling the changes brought about by the Tianguan realm. He dared to choose the martial art, Ice Dragon's true meaning. Naturally he was not without any support. According to Yili's understanding, similar to the quality of true blood that affects the burst of 3rd level Dan Qi, the main reason that makes the 4th level warriors widen the gap is the difference in true Qi output power. And this difference comes from the Tianguan bridge built in each person's body. Tianguan bridge is the main channel for the output of true Qi. The 5 internal organs connected to the Tianguan bridge are also important containers for the expansion of true qi. The more Tianguan bridges there are, the higher the martial arts level of the warrior will be, and the output efficiency will naturally be higher. But if the number of Tianguan bridges is the same, then if you want to have higher output efficiency, you can only improve the quality of the Tianguan bridges. According to the description of the system, the 5 gilded Tianguan bridges erected in Yi Li's body are of the highest quality among all the Tianguan bridges, and are unprecedented in top-grade Tianguan bridges. In other words, he can afford the martial arts that other 4th-level warriors cannot afford. He can perform martial arts that other 4th-level warriors cannot. This is the 4th-order peak warrior nurtured by the S-level visualization method of the perfect realm. Is it clear enough? The sky outside the courtyard was gradually covered with a light night. After feeling the stability of the Tianguan bridge in his body, Yi Li raised his hand, and the water vapor within a radius of dozens of feet vibrated slightly, and then quickly gathered together. The cold air overflowed, freezing the water vapor gathered in his palm into a disc. Yi Li's mind moved slightly, and the sharp ice will began to spin at an extremely fast speed. With a flick of his finger, the sharp ice will sank directly into the ground. Soon after, the sound of rocks exploding was heard. At this time, several auras approached from outside the yard. Yi Li let out a light breath and looked up. He saw several young men in school uniforms standing outside the gate of his yard, holding classics and jade boxes for precious medicine in their hands. Has it been delivered? Yi Li asked in surprise. It was almost evening and there was still no movement. He thought it would have to wait until tomorrow to be delivered. I'm so sorry. The young man in the lead stepped in and apologized. There was an accident on the way, so the delivery was a little slow. After saying that, he hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand gently. The people behind him came in one after another and placed the books and the jade box on the stone table next to Yi Li. Student Yi Li. Taking advantage of this gap, the leading young man continued to speak, his smile a little bitter. There is something I want to apologize to you for. What's up? Yi Li was casually flipping through the thick books on the table. After hearing this, he looked over with a puzzled tone. You should know that practicing the Ice Dragon true meaning requires the precious medicine called Rejuvenation Grass Heart, but the one I'm giving you now is just ordinary Rejuvenation Grass, and its effectiveness is probably far inferior. The young man smiled awkwardly, then quickly added, as an apology, we will refund you 2 second-class credits later. Is that okay with you? Hearing this, Yi Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that this precious medicine is scarce and Fengyun University doesn't have enough in stock? It's a crappy university in the ditch. It was praised to the skies before I came, but after I got here, I found that it lacked everything. But considering that this place is home to many arrogant geniuses, I will not pursue it further. Yi Li had no habit of making things difficult for normal people, so he immediately nodded and agreed. In his opinion, the other party's willingness to compensate with 2 second-class credits was already a sign of great sincerity. It's not like I'm deliberately messing up my mentality, so I can understand. That's good. Hearing this, the young man immediately felt relieved. The other party was also a gold medal student, and he didn't want to offend either side. Fine. This young man named Yi Li seems to have a good temper. A slight smile appeared on the young man's face, and he complimented, I'm so sorry, I'll treat you to a meal if I have the chance in the future. Fine. Yi Li waved his hand indifferently. The young man apologized again and then turned to leave. At this moment, the boy's seemingly casual voice rang in his ears. By the way, can I ask what the reason is? The young man was startled and replied subconsciously, the stock is out. I'm really sorry. His tone was quite natural. Because this is the most convincing reason and it occurs most frequently. However, the boy's originally gentle expression turned cold in an instant. Lie. Yi Li's icy voice was extremely oppressive, and the chill in his black eyes made people tremble instinctively. The moment the words fell, a heavy pressure suddenly descended upon the hearts of everyone in the courtyard. Chapter 92 Name, Address. The boy's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. This pressure. Feeling the pressure in his heart, the young man from the treasure medicine store was a little frightened. The strength of this aura far exceeded that of a second-level warrior like him, and even his breathing was a little difficult at the moment. I'll ask again. Yi Li's voice was indifferent, but it revealed an unquestionable tone. The eye of falsehood gives him the ability to see through lies. To be more specific, it means being able to directly question the souls of living things. Even if the expression on your face is calm, your heartbeat is normal, and there is no trace of panic in your tone, the soul will not lie. The downgrade of Bao Yao is not unacceptable. But there has to be a reason. Why is the rejuvenation grass heart gone? Yili had a calm expression, his thin lips slightly parted, and his black eyes seemed to be shining with divine light. The young man and others who were staring at him suddenly felt a lot of pressure. The young man from the treasure medicine storehouse groaned inwardly. Although he didn't understand why the other party was so sure, he still said with a stiff upper lip, "Student Yili, it's not that we want to confiscate your precious medicine, but we really have no other choice." "Then tell me," Yili said unmoved. The other party almost had the words "don't ask anymore" written on his face. Obviously, some extraordinary person must have snatched away his precious medicine. If that's the case, the problem can be easily solved. Hearing this, the young man hesitated a little, but under Yili's increasingly fierce gaze, he finally made up his mind. Damn it, when that bastard came to steal the precious medicine, he didn't even consider the difficulties of himself and others. Do I have to help him hide it now? Never mind. Anyway, both of them are future big names with gold medals, so if there are any headaches, it's the school's business. If I'm offended, I'm offended. Thinking of this, the young man gritted his teeth and said, "That I'll tell you, don't get angry after listening to me. Although, rejuvenating herb heart is a top-grade precious medicine for healing meridians and is in short supply, we still have some in stock in our treasure medicine storehouse. We also prepared a sufficient amount for you before noon. But when we were about to come over, a gold medal student came to the treasure medicine storehouse and forcibly took away all the remaining rejuvenation herb heart, on the pretext that his meridians were damaged and he needed healing. He also threw away the gold medal and asked us to deduct it from his account." The young man looked quite annoyed, and was obviously extremely disgusted with this person's behavior. "We also told him that part of the rejuvenation herb heart was reserved for you, but when he heard your name, he not only didn't care, but also said that if you have any complaints, you can come to him. I see from the records that you seem to have just enrolled. I'm worried that you might rush over and confront me in a fit of rage, so I figured it's better to avoid trouble than to worry, so I gave you some rejuvenation grass." As he spoke, the young man carefully observed Yili's reaction. He had no idea how big the gap in strength was between the youngster and the veteran gold medalist. But based on the boy's past records, he should be a freshman who has just enrolled. The core student who won the gold medal in his freshman year undoubtedly has much greater potential than the senior gold medalist. There may be some gap in our current strength. But this is only because the senior gold medalist has the advantage of age resources. If it were me, I would probably choose to be patient for the time being and wait for revenge in the future. What's that person's name? In the silence of everyone, Yili asked, "Where does he live? Where can we catch him?" I have to say that Feng Yun University never disappoints when it comes to competing for resources, and it keeps giving surprises. The Enlightenment Pavilion, the martial arts baptism, and now even a small precious medicine has people fighting for it. This place is simply paradise. Student Yili, that person ranks quite high on the influential rankings, and rumor has it he has a bad temper. If you're thinking of asking for an explanation, please think twice. Hearing this, the young man looked conflicted and offered a final word of persuasion. "You're still a new student, not even a formal student yet. Name and address." Yili interjected in a calm tone, as if giving an ultimatum. It's true that he is full of youthful vigor. The young man sighed inwardly and forced a smile. "That man's name is Yu Chuan. He lives in the courtyard next to you, less than 200 meters away. His martial arts level has reached the peak of the 3rd level, and he ranks 18th on the list." In his opinion, when the two of them lived so close to each other, Yu Chuan dared to fight for the precious medicine so openly, which showed that he was quite confident in his own strength. He did not take seriously a new gold medalist he had never heard of. Hearing this, Yili frowned slightly. It sounded so scary, but he turned out to be only the 18th? So disappointed. Take in the changes in his expression. The young man from the treasure medicine storehouse felt a little moved, thinking that Yili felt a little apprehensive after hearing this ranking. Then, he continued with a smile. He just returned from a mission outside the school. His blood and energy are fluctuating. He must have just experienced a breakthrough and his strength has improved. He's probably going to be able to move up a few spots on the rankings now. After saying this, he thought the boy would completely change his mind. But Yili's brows relaxed, and the words he uttered made everyone present stunned. That's fine, bye. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and his figure seemed to fly across the sky like a strong wind and disappeared into the night. Only the crowd was left standing there with their eyes wide open. Fengyun University, Branch Campus. Several young warriors with different auras were sitting around a stone table, all looking in the same direction. On the steps there, a young man with murderous intent in his eyes stood with his hands behind his back. His face was slightly pale, but his breath was gradually becoming steady. He was obviously recovering from a serious injury. Yu Chuan, why are you calling us, the writers from the news department, here? At the stone table, someone spoke first and asked. Hearing this, Yu Chuan smiled calmly. Are you all the compilers of the Fengyun ranking? His gaze fell on an oval-faced girl sitting at the stone table. He said calmly, especially Miss Lin Yun, who seems to be one of the main responsible persons? Lin Yun yawned and asked lazily, what do you want to do? Yu Chuan said leisurely, the martial land baptism is coming soon, and I want to compete for one of the 10 spots. Everyone around the stone table suddenly understood, and one of them asked curiously, you want to be in the top 10 of the rankings? The smile on Yu Chuan's face became more obvious, not bad. After hearing the affirmative answer, the man shook his head with a smile, but as far as I know, you are still at the 8th level of the 3rd stage. Your best record is just defeating 2 warriors of the same level. The current number 10 on the list has even fought a draw against a genuine 4th rank warrior. He looked at Yu Chuan with a hint of teasing in his eyes. If you want us to help you through the back door, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. That's right, it's not up to us to decide this matter. Lin Yun spread her hands and sighed helplessly, we are only responsible for collecting real deeds and then ranking them in order. If you dare to falsify them, you will be expelled and exiled. You guys misunderstood. Yu Chuan looked down at the 2 of them from above and said calmly, I asked you all to come here simply because the martial land baptism is imminent, and I'm worried that you won't have enough time to update your information. So I'd like to ask a few of you to be witnesses. Everyone, please look, what is this? As he spoke, he raised his hand and touched the storage ring between his fingers, and a list emerged from his palm. Chapter 93 Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? The list of participants in the Wudi baptism? After seeing the handwriting on the list clearly, someone asked in astonishment, where did you get it? The martial arts baptism is imminent, and this list will be announced tomorrow. We just got it the night before, so there's no need to make a fuss. Yu Chuan's eyes were slightly cold, and his tone was the same, everyone, take a look. Is the 10th participant on this list the 10th on the Fengyun ranking? Yili? Someone read out the 10th person's name, looked at his companion with a hint of surprise, and asked, is this the one who's been making so much noise today? As a member of the news department, he was naturally well aware of all the rumors going around in school. They had verified the truth of the story that a strange young man had defeated 2 of the top 15 geniuses on the list in the afternoon. Shockingly, this is true. Although this record is impressive, it seems to be a little short of being able to replace the 10th place. There is no problem in replacing the 11th place. Among the people present, only Lin Yun remained calm. What do you want to say? It seems this person has some reputation in school? Taking in everyone's reactions, Yu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked, I just want to know if this person's performance is worthy of this position? Are you worthy of it? He can fold you up with one punch. Lin Yun sneered and was about to speak when her companion sneeringly said, my friend, he has already defeated 2 peak-level 3rd-order players before he even started school. Is it your turn to question whether he deserves this spot, even though you defeated 2 8th-level 3rd-order players? Really? Classic level 3, 8th level, questioning the peak of level 3. Friend Yu Chuan, if I were you, I wouldn't be ashamed to ask anyone to come over. As expected of members of the news department, each of them spoke as if poisoned, and it warmed the heart of the listeners. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. She had originally wanted to bring up the incident where Yili killed a 5th-level warrior in a formation, but that was a seriously injured 5th-level warrior after all, and she was not sure to what extent the injury was. Plus, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I still feel a little guilty. Fortunately, what the other party did today was still able to scare people. Otherwise, she would have to tell everyone the story of a 3rd-level being killing 2 4th-level beings. Yu Chuan listened to the harsh words of the crowd, his face twitched, and then he snorted coldly. I dare to ask you to come and witness it, of course I have my reasons. As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing torrent of true energy suddenly burst out from his body. The air is surging and the wind is strong. In the slightly stunned eyes of everyone, the torrent of true energy was more than 10 feet high. The true energy is released, the heavenly barrier has been broken. Someone exclaimed, "You've advanced to the 4th level?" Yu Chuan's mouth corners slightly raised, and there was a faint dark red flash in his eyes. There was a hint of amusement in his voice. "Now, does anyone have any questions?" he asked, looking around. The expression on his face is full of confidence. In order to break through this barrier, he didn't know how much effort he had spent. Finally, with the help of his master, he crossed the threshold of life and death. It is for this, martial land baptism. Now he has reached the realm of heaven, which is far beyond the 3rd level. Below the 4th level, who else can defeat him? I will go find Yi Li later. After I win, I hope you will rank me fairly. Yu Chuan smiled calmly and said with a chuckle. I think the school will cancel his place and allocate it to me by then. Upon hearing this, the people around the stone table had different expressions, and they tacitly agreed with the other party's statement. If a warrior who breaks through to the 4th level defeats the newly rising monster, it is a foregone conclusion that he will be ranked in the top 10 of the list. Even if an exception is allowed, the school will most likely not continue to break the rules if they are defeated in advance. Oh. Lin Yun shook her head and didn't think that the other party had the possibility of defeating Yi Li. 2 4th-level warriors who had trained for many years were able to be killed head-on. It was a good thing that a 4th-level warrior who had obviously just broken through was able to survive. Dang dang dang. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Yun stood up from the stone table, walked to the door and pushed open the courtyard door. Then he was a little surprised. "Why are you here?" At this moment, standing outside the door was a young man in black clothes with a calm expression. "Just take a look." After she opened the door, Yi Li walked into the room, raised his eyes and asked, "I'm Yi Li, who's Yu Chuan?" Hearing this, everyone around the stone table looked over in surprise. This was also the first time they saw the legendary young man. Yu Chuan on the steps was overjoyed. "I am Yu Chuan, you." Before he finished speaking, a tingling sense of horror suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. This made Yu Chuan's heart stop. Before he could figure out the reason. The next moment, the black-shirted young man below disappeared from his original position and appeared in front of him in an instant. What? Yu Chuan's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't see the other party's movements clearly at all. There is no nonsense at all. In an instant, Yi Li suddenly punched out, and a surge of true energy surged from the tip of his fist. The terrifying avalanche-like energy exploded in Yu Chuan's chest. Bang! Yu Chuan originally wanted to walk down the stairs calmly and make some particularly stylish pre-war declarations, but he was suddenly hit hard and was knocked away. Boom boom boom. His body was like a cannonball, smashing countless pieces of furniture, then knocking down several concrete walls and rolling down in the rubble. Feeling the severe pain in his chest, Yu Chuan breathed rapidly and looked at the figure outside the house with fear in his eyes. Yi Li was seen adjusting his cuffs and looking over with an indifferent expression. A large amount of water vapor was surging around him, condensing into ice, and then turning into several sharp ice spears flashing with cold light. Yu Chuan. The young man's voice was frighteningly cold, and an unquestionable murderous aura emerged from him. Then, the sharp ice spears around his body began to spin wildly like turbochargers. You are very brave. Chapter 94, 3 Mountains and 6 Sects, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Yi Li's arrival was quite timely. He didn't know who Yu Chuan was, and there was more than one aura coming from the courtyard. In order to avoid hurting innocent people, he chose to knock on the door and enter the house. But before he knocked on the door, he heard a discordant but eye-opening voice from inside the house. I will go find Yi Li later. After I win, I hope you will rank me fairly. I think the school will cancel his place and allocate it to me by then. Isn't this a coincidence? Hearing this speech that was no different from a declaration of war, Yi Li immediately chose to knock on the gate and join the game. At this moment, in the courtyard, amidst the ruins and rubble, Yu Chuan stood up with great difficulty, enduring the severe pain as if his bones were broken, breathing heavily, and looked up at the young man who seemed like a god, the fear on his face almost solidified. What kind of monster is this? I am a genius who has just broken through to the 4th level. I originally thought that dealing with a young man who hadn't even started school yet would be a piece of cake. I never thought that I would be seriously injured after just one encounter. The opponent's aura was extremely restrained and he looked completely ordinary. How could he have such terrifying fighting power? Also, look at the effortless way he gathers water vapor and condenses it into ice. Could it be that? Yu Chuan's pupils trembled slightly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Looking at the top martial arts universities in Hanxia, those who can break through to the 4th level before graduation are rare geniuses. I have never heard of anyone being able to break through to the Tianguan realm before entering school. If that were true, then what was the point of all the precious medicine I had worked so hard to snatch? What was the point of all my years of hard work and experience? On the steps not far away, Yili bathed in the moonlight, his dark eyes calm as he looked at Yu Chuan, who was struggling to get up from the ruins and coughing up blood. His current martial arts level has already reached the peak of the 4th level. Compared with previous cross-level battles, the intensity of combat after entering Fengyun University is really low. If he hadn't been asking about the whereabouts of the precious medicine, that punch he had just thrown would have left Yu Chuan paralyzed, or at least unable to get up again. Where is my rejuvenation grass heart? Several ice spears spinning rapidly around him made an excited humming sound, and Yili spoke calmly. Hand it over now, and I can still save your face. The first time he shopped online, he was robbed by someone who brought back some bad memories for him. If you don't pay out some more evil points, this matter will definitely not be over. Upon hearing this, Yu Chuan's face turned pale, and his previous calmness and confidence were long gone. He didn't even have the so-called rejuvenating grass heart. He had used those precious medicines to recover from his injuries in the afternoon. Although I heard that some of them were reserved by a gold medal student named Yili. But Yu Chuan didn't take it seriously at that time. He was planning to use the other party as a stepping stone that night anyway. Besides, limited resources like precious medicine and blessed land often have to be snatched. But this time he really didn't expect his luck to be so bad, snatching such an unreasonable monster. It's too late to say anything now. Feeling the suffocating pressure coming from not far away, Yu Chuan felt that if he did not use his backing this time, it would be difficult for him to escape successfully. Although he didn't want to rely on his master's reputation. But the current situation no longer allowed him to think any further. My master is the elder of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Yu Chuan took a strong breath, looked at the other party steadily, gritted his teeth and shouted, Elder Cheng Qing of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, I believe you have heard of him. As soon as these words came out, people outside the house suddenly exclaimed. The youngest 5th-rank elder in the history of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is your master? Within the territory of Hanxia, there is the National Qinghai Bureau, except for the official Hanxia Bureau. The top power among the famous sects is undoubtedly the 3 mountains and 6 sects. Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is one of the 6 sects, and it is a behemoth that is no less powerful than Fengyun University. Good. Yu Chuan swallowed the fishy sweet taste in his mouth with great effort, and a hint of pride appeared on his pale face. He looked at Yili, who was not far away, and said with a forced smile, If you touch me, I'll ask again. Yili interrupted him directly, his cold voice echoing in the courtyard, Where is the precious medicine? As soon as the words fell, the whole courtyard became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Yu Chuan's heart was beating wildly and his face gradually became ugly. This kid, can't he understand what others are saying? As a student of Fengyun University, how could I not know the significance of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion? Yu Chuan had no choice but to think that the other party was bluffing and held on to the last glimmer of hope in his heart. After a moment's silence, he chuckled twice. The precious medicine is gone. But the moment he finished speaking, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The young man in black clothes just raised his hand and waved it. Water vapor surged in the sky and transformed into hundreds of madly spinning ice spears behind him, shooting out like arrows from a bow. The cold light like a torrential rain engulfed Yu Chuan's figure. The originally exquisite attic is now mostly broken into pieces. Amidst a terrifyingly dense bombardment, huge holes were smashed into the flat ground, and the surrounding buildings were frozen into ice by the escaping cold air. Inside the pit, a tall man in black robe punched out with his fists, leaving after images, and the powerful force madly hit the ground. Blood flew everywhere and broken teeth shattered. The whole attic was shaking and trembling like crazy. Outside the attic, several solemn and astonished gazes were staring at the scene in a daze. Lin Yinyun's eyelids twitched as she watched. She was actually somewhat accustomed to the boy's fearless character. But even so, when she heard that the mysterious master behind Yu Chuan came from Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, she was still not sure whether Yili would let him go. As a result, the boy acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to beat him. Such an unscrupulous style of behavior really makes people worry about him. You severely injured the 4th-ranked warrior ranked 18th on the wind and cloud ranking in public. Your evil deeds are increased by 4000. Wait until the rolling cold air dissipates. Yili picked up the bloody and unconscious hedgehog Yu Chuan and walked out of the attic. Under the life-doubting gazes of the people sitting around the stone table, he jumped up and calmly hung it on the balcony on the 2nd floor of the pavilion for students coming and going from outside the school to see. This action added another 2000 evil points. In total, I added 6000 evil points, which is not bad. If you find that adding points later cannot make up for the loss, then come back and beat him up again. He took Yili's actions into consideration. Everyone around the stone table was terrified again. The other party's behavior completely offended Yu Chuan, or the master behind him. Even if the elder of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is concerned about Fengyun University and does not retaliate in the short term. But what about 5 years later? Eventually, he would have to leave the protection of Fengyun University and head to the high martial arts world alone to consider his future. At that time, the elder would naturally have no scruples anymore. By then, even if he joined a force that could rival the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion in time, he would still be found and liquidated by the other party in private. Think of this. Except for Lin Yun, the looks of the members of the news department, when they looked at Yili, quickly became more complicated. You are still too young and energetic, boy. I can only pray that you, a brilliant genius, can break through to the 5th level before graduation. It's come to this. After Yili left, Lin Yun stood up and sighed helplessly. Let's call the medical department first. She knows the character of these colleagues. After returning, I will definitely move Yili to the top 10 of the list immediately. By then, the boy will surely become famous. Just a freshman who has not yet enrolled has made it into the top 10 of the list. I wonder how many covetous eyes this will attract. But it should be fine. He is so awesome. Looking around Fengyun University, how many people can make him suffer? Lin Yun chuckled inwardly and then shook her head. I plan to talk to Yili about the 3 mountains in 6x later, and it would be best if I could make him alert. Chapter 95, Fight When You Come. A quiet courtyard. Yilicheng counted the classics and precious medicines on the stone table and put them into the storage ring. Although the quality of rejuvenation grass will definitely be much worse, it is better than nothing. In order to make up for this part of the loss, he directly took away Yu Chuan's storage ring. He wants to step on me to get to the top and steal my precious medicine. This is really too much. If he didn't take something away, Yili was worried that he would not be able to control himself and would blow the other person's head off on the spot. Take out Yu Chuan's storage ring. After a brief investigation, Yili looked a little disappointed. The storage ring contains some unused 3rd-level martial arts and some precious medicines for healing external injuries. After flipping through the books, I found that only an A-level copy of the visualization method was relatively valuable. It's basically worthless. Damn Yu Chuan, should I go back and beat him up again? Yili exhaled silently. Just as he was about to go back into the house, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the gate. Dang dang dang. The knock on the door was accompanied by Lin Yun's familiar voice. Yili, do you have time? Yili pondered for a moment, then, remembering that the Wudao loft was closed at night, he said softly, I'm free. So I'm in? After getting Yili's consent, Lin Yun, dressed in casual clothes, pushed the door open and walked in, with a hint of solemnity on her slightly mature oval face. Yili, how much do you know about Hangshan Treasure Pavilion? Sitting down at the stone table, she looked up at Yili and asked seriously. Yili answered frankly, I only know that it is one of the 3 mountains in 6x. Gone? No more. Lin Yun was slightly stunned and asked in disbelief, what about Chung Chang? Have you heard of him? Yili shook his head slightly. Forget it. You've probably never been to Jiangnan Province, where Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is located, so it's understandable that you don't know. Lin Yun's mouth twitched slightly, then he sighed and introduced. Cheng Cheng is the youngest elder in the history of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. He is a genius who broke through to the Divine Mansion realm before the age of 60. As she spoke, a hint of envy flashed across her face. You should know that after a warrior enters the 4th level, the promotion speed will be greatly reduced. No matter how great a genius you are, no matter how smoothly you break through the first 3 levels, you will feel how difficult it is to advance to the 4th level. For example, those geniuses who broke through to the 4th level at the age of 30, if they can break through to the 5th level before the age of 80, it would be a very good level. Like their teacher Yu Wang, who is now over 100 years old and a 5th level 6th level warrior, he was considered a top-notch figure back then. Glancing at Yili, who remained unmoved, Lin Yingyun continued. It is said that the quality of her condensed divine palace is also extremely high. A few years ago, she was able to easily defeat warriors of the same level. Therefore, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion made an exception and promoted her to the position of elder. She is extremely skilled in direct combat, and her physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary divine palace warriors. Adding to her stunning appearance, her reputation in Jiangnan province is astonishingly great. I didn't expect Yu Chuan to be her disciple. She frowned slightly, feeling a bit of a headache. You beat Yu Chuan pretty badly this time, he will definitely complain later. Senior Chen will be back tomorrow. Wait until she's done with you. Be careful on future missions. In fact, very bad is already a very euphemistic expression. According to the examination by the medical department who rushed over, Yu Chuan's limbs were all broken, his sternum was severely fractured, his 5 internal organs had suffered a huge impact, and his meridians were severely damaged. Even though Fengyun University has excellent medical facilities, it would probably take more than half a year for a 4th-level warrior with such injuries to recover. This is the case when all the remaining credits and the gold medal are deducted. In this situation, Lin Yingyun felt that although the probability of the elder from Hangshan Treasure Pavilion coming to settle the account was very small, it was definitely not impossible. I see. Yili nodded calmly, his expression unchanged. He fully understood the other party's concerns. If it were any student in Fengyun University, this would be very bad news. The hostility from a warrior at the Divine Mansion realm is enough to prevent ordinary 4th-level warriors from showing their faces too much for several years, for fear of alarming the other party. But Yili has never really understood these twists and turns. He only knew that a powerful 5th-level warrior would definitely not be able to kill him completely. In that case, just fight when they come. Even if you can't win at the beginning, there will always be a time to win later, and the effect of humiliation will definitely be better at that time. The next morning, Wudao Attic. In a training room on the top floor, Yili sat cross-legged with the precious medicine delivered from the medicine warehouse yesterday placed in front of him. On the way here, the receptionist at the front desk was quite enthusiastic towards him. So it delayed some time. Fortunately, the Enlightenment Tower can provide a 30% gain buff, which means that the time wasted on the road is almost negligible. Call. Yili took a deep breath, then his mind moved and he summoned the panel. Current evil value, 39,800 points. 5th level rare martial arts. Ice Dragon True meaning uninitiated. I'm finally going to get to experience high-level martial arts after a long time. I feel a little excited just thinking about it. Most of the anger from last night has dissipated by now. Because according to some information Yili had read, this rejuvenation grass seemed to be used to heal meridians that were frostbitten during cultivation. His immortal golden soul can most likely be a perfect replacement, or even a superior replacement. Suppress your inner emotions. Yili mobilized his evil value and poured it into his new martial arts. Chapter 96 The Refreshing True Meaning of the Ice Dragon. Bite. Start consuming evil points and continuously upgrade the 5th level rare martial arts. The true meaning of the Ice Dragon. Detected that you are under the canopy of the 7th rank Precious Medicine Enlightenment Tree. Gain buff, reduce the consumption of evil deeds by 30%. You have mastered the S-level breathing technique White Mist Frost and Snow and the S-level tempering technique Snow Mountain Body Shaping to perfection. Your acceptance of ice-based martial arts has greatly increased. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 80%. After consuming 2,000 points of evil, you understand that the first step in this martial art is to create a chilling chi, then transform the chi according to the method recorded in the classics. You already know the former by heart, and although the latter may seem like reading a wordless book at first, you will soon grasp its true meaning. The only thing to pay attention to is how to control the true energy after it leaves the body. Luckily, the visualization method you practiced previously has greatly increased the strength of your spiritual consciousness. Even super large tides can control you, and mobilizing the cold energy outside the body is also quite handy. Ice Dragon True Meaning Introduction. After consuming 4,000 points of evil, even the meridians that had been tempered found it difficult to adapt to the newly generated icy true chi. Damage gradually appeared and became increasingly severe. You have a slight understanding, which means it is time to swallow the precious medicine. But before you can use the rejuvenation grass to repair your meridians, the powerful golden soul will feed back into your body, repairing the damaged meridians to their original state. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 120%. Yili looked at the words appearing on the panel and breathed a sigh of relief with a barely perceptible air. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Compared with the so-called rejuvenating grass heart, his own immortal golden soul is more effective and perfectly makes up for the loss in this area. This is the value of a triple S level ability. He put the rejuvenation grass in front of him back into the storage ring and looked at the panel again. Use the 4th level realm to comprehend the 5th level treasure level martial arts. His talent in this area is far beyond what it used to be, and he also has several other enhancements. But even so, the evil value consumed to max out this martial art will definitely not be low. I hope its power is worth my efforts. Yili felt a little warm in his heart, and he was looking forward to this 5th level martial art that was far superior to his previous ones. He has always been able to make the most of the martial arts he has learned. Adjusting his mind, the rate at which the evil value was consumed began to accelerate. After consuming 5,000 points of sin, you can perfectly control even the rolling cold air outside your body, transforming it into a long ice dragon several feet in size. It contains astonishing destructive power and can attack any enemy at will. Ice Dragon True meaning proficient. After consuming 11,000 points of evil, you, through daily practice, have successfully grasped the next stage of cultivation. You decide to further increase the scale of your chi output. The ice dragon's size has expanded to several dozen feet, greatly increasing its attack power. An ordinary 4th-tier warrior's Tianguan bridge would have been broken by this level of chi output long ago, but your Tianguan bridge is of divine quality and shows no signs of collapse. Not even a tremor. Ice Dragon True meaning mastery. Seeing this, Yili's expression was quite calm. This situation was also within his expectations. He could practice things that warriors of the same level could not. This was the significance of pushing the S-level visualization method to the maximum and then breaking through. He also remembered that, under the same conditions, the evil value released by enemies with higher realms would be much greater than that of enemies with lower realms. On the light curtain, the words changed. After consuming 15,000 points of evil, you have completely mastered the method of transforming the vast true energy into a true ice dragon. Amidst joy, you also experience a subtle enlightenment. Ice Dragon's True meaning great completion. There is a hidden enlightenment. That means there is something else. Yili nodded slightly. It was rare to get a martial art of this level, so naturally he had to fully explore its potential. After consuming 18,800 points of evil, you grasped that fleeting inspiration and figured out a way to simulate the dragon's might. Like the finishing touch, it completed the last remaining flaw of the ice dragon. You finally understand the true meaning of this martial art. The so-called true meaning of the ice dragon is to give the created ice dragon a true spirit, so that it can dominate the world like a real dragon. Wherever it passes, ordinary beasts will tremble and be terrified. Ice Dragon's True meaning perfection. Comment: you feel quite refreshed. You know that from now on, those warriors who consume the ice dragon's true meaning will be reborn. You can't help but feel a little relieved. Remaining evil value, 21,000 points. In an instant, the young man opened his eyes, and a huge amount of true energy burst out from his body. Boom! The rolling cold air swept in all directions, and the endless chill caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. In this cold atmosphere, a lifelike ice dragon was instantly born from the white mist. Its body is crystal clear, exuding a cold aura, and every scale is flashing with cold light. Fortunately, the training room was very spacious, and Yili deliberately reduced the output of his true energy, which gave the ice dragon room to move. The ice dragon was seen circling around Yili, its body agile and majestic, surrounding the young man. As his body moves, it is as silky and natural as a ribbon wrapped around a young man, and it looks so natural. Is this the true meaning of the perfect ice dragon? Yili whispered to himself, reached out and touched the huge dragon head, feeling the majestic true energy contained in its body, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. As long as he wanted, he could easily expand the small ice dragon to a size of several dozen feet. This is the martial art that a warrior in the Tianguan realm should use. From now on, when you fight with others, you don't have to worry about not being cool enough. Yili flicked his fingers, and the entire ice dragon turned into ice crystals all over the sky, falling down. Now, he was using all his strength to display the perfect level of ice dragon's true meaning. The destructive power was definitely enough to defeat one or even several warriors of the same level in a short period of time. Of course, the distance cannot be too far, and the opponent cannot have too strong defensive martial arts. According to Yili's inference, Now that he has the upper hand, he can rely on his physical body to instantly cover a distance of hundreds of feet and force the opponent into a head-on confrontation. Beyond 100 feet, you will have to use the Ice Dragon's true meaning. The Ice Dragon that has obtained the Divine Charm can track and kill the target within a radius of dozens of miles. If the distance is further, the probability of the opponent escaping will be greatly increased. It's just enough. Yili looked at the crystal ice particles on the ground in front of him, pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head slightly. Assassinations from various countries in the world have not been seen yet. He also offended a 5th-level elder of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. If he wanted to transform both of them into his foundation, he would have to break through to the Divine Mansion realm as soon as possible to ensure safety. It seems so. Next, I have to start preparing for the 3 first-class credits. If you collect 5 first-class credits as soon as possible, you can exchange them for S-level Ningfu FA in the library of Fengyun University. Only. He still had more than 20,000 evil points left, which was probably not enough for him to break through to the 5th level. I still have to find a way to earn enough evil points. Headache. I can only hope that the so-called martial land baptism will allow me to explode. It's a long road. Yili sighed slowly, stood up and walked out of the practice room. Judging from the time, senior sister Chen should be back to school soon. Chapter 97 Beast God Cult. Thanks to the 3 great certifications from the Morning Light Boss. Fengyun University, the Gold Medal Villa. Yili Gong walked near his own courtyard. I saw 2 figures standing side by side in front of the courtyard gate. One of them was a familiar figure looking around from time to time. It was Lin Yun. Most of the time, they came to look for Yili early in the morning, but found that there was no one in the yard. They were worried that Yili was practicing somewhere, so they had to wait outside the gate. Next to her stood a tall black-haired girl. She has waist-length hair, black eyes as calm as clear water, a calm expression, fair skin, and a well-proportioned figure. The slim-fitting clothes are obviously just right on her. If Yili's inference is correct, this person should be senior sister Chen. Judging from the feedback from the 5 senses, beneath its quiet and peaceful appearance, there is indeed an extraordinary and powerful aura. At least it is far better than the one in Yuchuan last night. Around the 3rd level of the 4th stage? Yili silently guessed his realm and walked towards the courtyard gate. Yili, you're finally here. Seeing the young man, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and trotted over to meet him. Well, here I come. Yili nodded and his eyes swept over the tall girl with a calm temperament again. I don't think he's the type to cause trouble. How can this be possible? I need to find an excuse to get some bad points from her, he thought subconsciously. This is the senior sister Chen I told you about, Chen Jingli. As she spoke, Lin Yun stepped aside to make way for the tall girl and introduced her with a smile. Hello. Yili nodded politely at him. Chen Jingli stared at him motionlessly, then nodded calmly, and uttered words without any extra emotion. Hello. Just say hello briefly. In order to get to the point as soon as possible. Yili walked past the 2 of them and pushed open the gate. Come in and sit down first. The 2 women followed him into the house. Sitting down at the stone table, Lin Yun began to talk about business. Next weekend is the day of the martial land baptism. Before that, senior sister will stay in school. If you want to earn credits, find her during this time. It can save you a lot of trouble. In stark contrast to her, Chen Jingli sat quietly aside, her expression so calm that people wondered whether she was listening at all. After Lin Yun finished speaking, she nodded lightly. It can be regarded as agreeing with what the other party said. Yili pondered for a moment and didn't hesitate. While pushing the tea that he had brewed before leaving the house this morning, he asked. I'm still 3 first-class credits short. Are there any suitable tasks? Lin Yun had just taken a sip of boiled water when she heard this and almost spit it out. 3 first-class credits? In the past, it was quite rare for freshmen and sophomores to earn a second-class credit in a semester. The other party hasn't even enrolled yet, but he already has 3 first-class credits? But thinking about the boy's recent performance and what happened last night, she silently held back her complaints. After a moment, he sighed. Most of the tasks in Zoe Tower are from within Ying Province. The rewards involve first-class credits. They are all very dangerous tasks. It's better to choose simple ones for your first mission. I don't want an easy one, I want first-class credits. Yili shook his head calmly. Hearing this, Lin Yun felt helpless. She really could never learn the confidence and recklessness of the young man in her lifetime. Then choose tasks that give second-class credits. She put down her teacup and pondered, mostly their missions to clean up the aftermath of the beast tide or hunt down wanted criminals. If you act quickly, you should be able to earn 3 first-class credits in less than 2 years. Too slow. Yili frowned slightly. Can you be faster? Then choose missions that involve going deep into secret realms and gathering precious herbs. These are usually commissions from wealthy and powerful forces. Lian stroked the rim of the cup and said uncertainly, I remember the pay is a bit higher. Given your ability, if you want to earn 3 first-class credits, it will take about a year? Is there a faster way? Yili asked subconsciously. He wanted to improve so badly. Have. Unexpectedly, the one who spoke was Qin Jingli, who had been silent all the time. In Lin Yin's astonished eyes, she looked at Yili quietly and said softly, to siege the Beast God cult branch and its saint, we need at least a 4th rank one. Do you want to go? How's the reward? Yili looked up. As many as you need. Shen Jingli's voice was also indifferent, 3 first-class credits. Done. Yili immediately stood up and calmly asked the other party, when are we leaving? At the very least, the mission requires a 4th-level warrior, which sounds very exciting. I just don't know where this branch of the Beast God cult comes from. Judging from the reward, isn't it almost as powerful as the encirclement and suppression of the so-called 3 mountains and 6 sects? Now. Chen Jingli also stood up. It's clearly a very dangerous mission. There was no sign of nervousness between her eyebrows and eyes, and even basic emotional fluctuations rarely appeared. A branch of the Beast God cult? No, wait. Lin Yun, who had been distracted by the situation, finally came to her senses and looked at the tall girl in shock. Senior Sister Chen, are you taking him to encircle and suppress the Beast God cult branch? No. Chen Jingli tilted her head in confusion. Isn't this inappropriate? Lin Yun's face turned pale, and she forced a smile that can kill people. You also know about this mission? Yili raised his eyebrows slightly. Know a little. Lin Yun was tense and looked grim. The Beast God cult is a psychopathic cult that worships the super beasts in the 3 top secret realms of Hanxia as gods. P.S. Thank you very much for the gift from Morning Light. Thank you. Or 2. Chapter 98, Temporary Camp at Eagle Cry Gorge 2 and 1. The 3 top secret realms in Hanxia are strategically located, and there are many high-level exotic beasts within. They already possess the same intelligence as humans, so it's not difficult for them to form human forms. In the courtyard, Lin Yun said in a heavy tone. In order to keep an eye on them, every past province outside the secret realm has 2 martial arts masters guarding it day and night. It's just that these 3 top secret realms are clearly separated by thousands or even tens of thousands of miles, yet I don't know how they can actually communicate with each other. The intelligence network is not dominant, and the number of martial arts masters is not dominant. This has led to the fact that for hundreds of years, even though the high-level beasts have been kept under close watch, the remaining mid-level beasts have still had enough energy to develop the evil cult called the Beast God cult. Lin Yun seemed to have a very bad impression of this cult, and frowned. If this continues, this cult will slowly grow stronger. Their main activity is to attack Hanxia towns, refine mortals and warriors into precious liquids, and offer them to the strange beasts in the 3 secret realms. The Hanxia people all detest them deeply. Once they discover a branch of them, they will expend great effort to encircle and eliminate them. This is the mission you have accepted this time. The Beast God cult's branches are often hidden, but each branch has an altar capable of summoning a 6th-tier beast. They also have some 4th-tier and 5th-tier beasts. It's quite difficult to encircle and suppress them, and no one can guarantee they won't die. And... Having said this, Lin Yun paused, turned her head to look at Chen Jingli, who was sitting beside the stone table, and asked as if to confirm. Is their saint also among those we're going to encircle and suppress this time? Chen Jingli nodded lightly. Lin Yun rubbed her forehead as if having a headache. No wonder the reward is so high. Yili asked curiously, are there still humans in this cult? There's always a traitor. Lin Yun glanced at him and sighed slightly. There are also some warriors with good qualifications who were attacked in their towns and were forced to join the Beast God cult in order to survive. This so-called Beast God cult even has a leader similar to a saint son or saint daughter, one male and one female, who complement each other and are responsible for conveying the Beast God's instructions. The strength ranges from level 4 to level 5, but this is not absolute. Back in the day when Hanxia had dozens of martial arts masters, the beast god cult was slaughtered to the point of near extinction. There were even instances where a second-rank warrior was elected as a saint's son. That's definitely not the case now. The current beast god cult saintess is most likely no lower than the 4th level, and their combat power is far beyond the reach of warriors of the same level. If you really want to go, be very careful. If you encounter her, retreat immediately. The saintess and the son of saints have special blood red lines on their bodies, which can be identified at a glance. Hearing this, Yili gently shook the teacup in his hand with a calm expression. After hearing this, he had a general idea in his mind. A member of the beast god cult, the saint of the beast god cult. In simple terms, it is just one sentence. Kill, anyone can be killed. What exactly does the pattern look like? Can't it be forged? Yili asked casually, for example, putting on a tattoo to pretend to be a saint. I haven't seen it either, but judging by the rumors, it shouldn't be possible. If it's the real one, you can tell it by looking at it. Okay. Yili nodded. You just have to go. I told you it's very dangerous. Lin Yun lay helplessly on the stone table, looking at the boy's face with despair, trying to see a trace of uneasiness or tension in it. Seeing that he remained calm, he turned his head to look at Chen Jingli. Senior sister Chen, who's leading the team this time? The teacher isn't in school. Could you please ask him to look after Yili? Vice Principal, Zhuo Qingyu. Chen Jingli's face showed a look of reminiscence. Lin Yun was a little surprised. The vice principal of our school? That's great. Lin Yun clasped her hands together and a smile appeared on her face. For such a large-scale official mission, it would not be surprising if a 6th-level warrior led the team. From the elders and sect leaders of the 3 mountains and 6 sects to the president and vice president of the top martial arts university. If the team is led by the vice principal of our school, then no matter how bad the situation is, he will at least show some favoritism to his own outstanding students, right? Moreover, the vice president of Fengyun University seemed to have been rated as one of the 6th-level martial infants with the greatest potential to break through to the grandmaster level in the future. Even if we look at the power of the entire Ying province, Principal Zhuo can be considered a big boss among big bosses. Don't forget the martial land baptism. Try to return on time. It will be of great benefit to your future breakthrough to the 5th level. Lin Yun straightened up and looked at Yili again. The worries in my heart have dissipated a lot. Anyway, the other party is just going there to get credits. As long as you pay attention to protecting yourself and don't think too much about making meritorious deeds, there will be no problem. Although according to the other party's temperament, it is definitely impossible to make him completely obedient. But he is a smart person after all. After seeing a battle that he has no chance of intervening in, he will adapt to the situation. Why would he need a nominal senior sister like him who is only at the 3rd level in 6th grade to teach him? Seeing Yili nod slightly, Lin Yun slowly stood up and chuckled. Then I'll go back first. If you have any problems, you can contact me. I'll ask Lao Deng to help you. Thank you. Yili said. You and I are from the same sect, there's no need to thank me. Lin Yun waved her hand and turned to walk out of the yard. Then, he stopped in front of the courtyard gate, looked back, and said, The beast god cult has always been completely devoid of humanity. Even trapped beasts will still fight, and they always prioritize their own safety. Of those who participated in the encirclement and suppression, many were usually geniuses from various martial arts universities, and some were the future leaders of famous Hanxia families. In short, they were all people worth making friends with. If I can establish good relationships with them all, then this trip won't be in vain. After that, she smiled lightly and said, Although I, senior sister, hope to cling to you for the rest of my life, there is no need for you to work so hard. For the sake of your health, it is best to combine work and rest. Okay, take care. Yili put down the teacup and said goodbye to him. He actually understood the other party's good intentions. But right now, opportunities are right in front of me, and I don't want to stop at all. Since reaching the peak of the 4th level, Yili has not encountered a decent battle. Now that I have maxed out the Ice Dragon's true meaning, I have encountered such a good opportunity. God-given opportunity. To be honest, after listening to Lin Yun's story, when Yili thought about the many friends worth making, and the many warriors who were forced to join the cult, he felt overwhelmed with emotion. After seeing Lin Yun off, the courtyard became quiet again. Yili stood up and looked at Qin Jingli who was sitting beside the stone table. Let's go. Shen Jingli nodded, stood up calmly, and walked out of the yard. Yili followed behind her, and the two of them headed towards the so-called Zoe Tower. The distance was not too far, and since both of them were 4th-level warriors, their speed was quite impressive even without climbing walls. Turning an intersection, I arrived in front of the huge building. Yili stepped forward and pushed the door open. Amidst several stunned and surprised gazes, he followed Shen Jingli to the front desk to receive the task. Shen Jingli raised her hand and swiped across the holographic projection, calling up a blood-red task column, and looked at the receptionist at the front desk. "Take this." As she spoke, she stepped aside to let Yili behind her go, and said lightly, "The two of us will go together." The receptionist at the front desk saw the red mission chosen by the other party and was about to praise the girl's strength, but was stunned when he heard this. He looked up at Yili and smiled tentatively. Student Shen Jingli is naturally no problem, but this student. The voice stopped abruptly. The Prime Minister looked at the gold badge handed to him by Yili in surprise. In an instant, the brain is working rapidly. He has a very good memory. Not only can he call out the names of the gold medal students, but also the hundreds of silver medal students and thousands of bronze medal students. But this unfamiliar face in front of me, is he the new gold medal student? Why don't I have any impression of this? It's not just him. Inside the Zoe building, many people frowned, their eyes scanning Yili and the gold medal. Obviously checking the candidates. At this time, the receptionist finally came to his senses, reached out to take the gold medal, briefly checked it, and coughed lightly. Student Yili, on behalf of Zoe Tower, I welcome you, but the minimum requirement for this mission is a 4th-level warrior. As he spoke, he took out a blue crystal from under the counter and handed it to Yili. As far as I can remember, apart from the top 3 on the list, only Shen Jingli meets this requirement. This is the test crystal. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Yili reached out and took the blue crystal, and instantly crushed it amidst the astonished shouts of wow. Is it okay? He asked calmly. Yili finally understood that if he wanted to use the many facilities in the school smoothly, he would have to crush some crystals for fun from time to time. And his actions successfully made everyone in Zoe Tower stunned. Some students who came to take on the task swallowed hard, and after looking at each other, they could see the horror in each other's eyes. That's all. The receptionist took a deep breath and spoke with some difficulty. I'll register you right away and bring you your team uniform later. Please wait a moment. Wow, according to the information in the gold medal record, he is still a freshman. It's actually the 4th level? The Prime Minister's heart was in turmoil and could not be calmed for a long time. Shen Jingli looked indifferently at the beautiful boy who had become the focus but whose expression did not change at all, and did not say much. At this moment, whispers came from not far away and entered her ears. I know who he is, Yili, the Yili who severely injured Yu Chuan. Yu Chuan? The one ranked 18th on the list? Who else could it be? It is said that last night, Yili beat him to the point where all his limbs were broken and his bones and tendons were ruptured. Listen to these words. Shen Jingli looked at the young man with a slight glint in her eyes. Soon, Yili took back his badge, put on the exquisitely crafted green robe, and walked towards Shen Jingli. Let's go, he said. Shen Jingli nodded slightly, and the two of them walked out the door together. Day and night alternated, and it was early morning 2 days later. It is located at the border of Ying Province and the junction with Jiangzhou Province. Dangtian Mountain and Eagle Crying Gorge. 2 figures rushed out from the nearest city, spent half a day trekking hundreds of miles, and finally stopped at the mountain pass here according to the coordinates. Looking at the towering mountains ahead. Yili raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had expected that the beast god cult branch would be large, but it was still a bit beyond his expectation that it would be so large that he had to surround an entire mountain to wipe it out. This scale is no less than that of a real martial arts mountain gate. From this we can see that the fact that the blue planet is several times larger than the Earth in the previous life is not entirely a good thing. A cult branch of such astonishing scale was only discovered today. Or is there a so-called formation to conceal the investigation? In the world of high martial arts, anything is possible. Yili guessed the reason in his mind and walked towards the temporary camp ahead. Shen Jingli followed behind him. The mission description the two received mentioned that the Hanxia authorities' campaign to encircle and suppress the beast god cult branch had been going on for nearly 4 days. Some time ago, several law enforcers died here while trying to resist the rioting beast tide and beast god cult members. It would take time for the Qingyi Bureau to mobilize personnel, so they had to issue a red commission to the martial arts university in the nearby province first. Yili and Shen Jingli were assigned to garrison here as reinforcements. Apparently to fill a gap. The two had just entered the camp. A middle-aged man in a green robe walked out of the tent as if he had heard the noise. Judging from the style of his green robe, he is a senior law enforcer from the Qingyi Bureau. His face was pale and his breath was weak, and it was obvious that he was in a very bad condition. Looking at the two people approaching, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's weathered face. "You two are finally here. I really kept you waiting for so long. My name is Lu Jing. Please let me verify your gold medals." As he spoke, Lu Jing stretched out his hand. He had already learned the names and appearances of the two people from the messages they sent. The purpose of checking the gold medal at this moment is to verify the identities of the two people. Yili threw the gold medal over and looked at the mountains in the distance with his eyes flashing. There was even a faint smell of blood in the air here. How many things have died on the mountain these days? After Lu Jing finished verifying, Yili casually asked, "What's the situation here now? How many people are left in our camp? Besides me, there are 6 warriors of level 3 and above in the camp now, 2 of whom are foreign aides who came from Magic City University last night." Lu Jing followed his gaze and said in a rather serious tone, "The main threat comes from the rioting beasts and beast cult followers. As long as the vice president of Fengyun University in Ying Province launches an offensive, a large number of exotic beasts and beast god cult members will come down the mountain to attack the blockade. The vice president was being held back by 2 6th level monsters and couldn't end the battle quickly. The blockades throughout Dangtian Mountain also couldn't buy her enough time. In order to reduce casualties and prevent the blockade from being breached, each encirclement and suppression operation was forced to be suspended to await reinforcements. As a result, it has been delayed until now. P.S. There was a misunderstanding. If you refresh the page it will be 4,000 words. I've been coding for the whole afternoon, and I'm really stuck in writing. I'll try my best to update tomorrow. I'm so sorry." Or 2. Chapter 99 Bet. What are the ranks of the exotic beasts, and what are the ranks of the believers? In the camp, Yili's black hair fluttered, his green shirt fluttered, and his black eyes looked towards the top of the mountain, as sharp as if they could pierce through the jungle, pointing directly at the huge building on the top of the mountain. Most likely it is the so-called beast god cult branch. His voice was as flat as water. "Tell me everything. This place is a dangerous place, with huge rocks stacked up in various shapes. The terrain is so steep that even birds find it difficult to cross, and they often make shrill cries. Hence the name Eagle Crying Gorge. If there are any creatures on the top of the mountain who want to break through from here and go down the mountain, they must kill all the garrisons in the camp, otherwise it will be difficult to successfully break out of the territory of Dangtian Mountain. The law enforcers of the Qingyi Bureau can join forces to form a battle formation, and their combat power will be multiplied. As long as the difference in strength between the two sides is not too big, it should not be too difficult to defend." Hearing this, Lu Jing's face showed some shame, and he lowered his head and replied, "Most of them are level 2 or 3 monsters, but there are a lot of them. There are also quite a few level 3 warriors among the believers. They are all desperate to break through. There is no possibility of persuading them to surrender." "No 4th level ones?" Yili looked up. "Yes, but very few. It was because of a 4th level cultist mixed in with the crowd that our previous battle formation was accidentally breached, and several of our companions died." Speaking of this, Lu Jing's face was a little gloomy. This incident had a great impact on him. He himself was only at the peak of the 3rd level. Even if he could rival a 4th level warrior with the help of a battle formation, he would not have the energy to resist the rest of the enemies. "I see." Yili nodded slightly. That group of beast god cult followers and strange beasts fought desperately to break out, most likely to create an escape route for the saint. But unfortunately, the campsite at the foot of the mountain was full. "That's right." Lu Jing seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly said, "I still don't know the specific strength of the two of you." Yili glanced at Chen Jingli, who was gazing at the mountains and forests in the distance, and said lightly, "She is about the 3rd level of the 4th stage. As expected of Fengyun University's genius." Lu Jing's tone was full of admiration, and he smacked his lips and said, "I see you're a few years younger than her. Could it be that you've also broken through to the 4th level?" No. Is that the peak of the 3rd level?" Lu Jing felt relieved, and then asked subconsciously. He didn't know that in order to prevent accidents, Fengyun University raised the tasks that could be accepted at the 3rd level to the 4th level. "Not really." So, in Lu Jing's horrified eyes, The young man retracted his gaze and chuckled, I'm at the peak of the 4th level. At the same time, a tent in the camp was opened and 2 figures walked out. A girl in gorgeous clothes stretched lazily, and the aura she exuded was much stronger than Lu Jing's. Behind her followed a young servant with a gloomy temperament. The law enforcement officers on duty took a look at him and then quickly looked away. These 2 geniuses from Magic City University have bad tempers. When I came here last night, there was quite a commotion. If we look at him a few more times, we might be ridiculed. Ah. The girl in gorgeous clothes was yawning, as if she had just woken up. Among the law enforcers all dressed in blue, her gorgeous attire stood out. Even so, she has no plans to change. The girl in fancy clothes looked around, and then her eyes suddenly locked on Chen Jingli. The lazy look disappeared instantly, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Chen Jingli? She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and then the surprise in her eyes quickly turned into coldness. She asked with a half-smile, Fengyun University's martial arts baptism is about to begin, and you actually come here to do missions? Chen Jingli looked up at her twice, then looked away without even nodding. Basically ignoring the other party. TSK. Seeing this, the girl in fancy clothes curled her lips but didn't say much. Having regarded Chen Jingli as a competitor for many years, she has long been accustomed to her personality. But the young attendant behind her seemed to be furious, and rushed forward and shouted. The lady is talking to you, you. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the girl in fancy clothes with a cold voice, Song Tao, shut up. Yes. Song Tao looked respectful and immediately retreated. This is a talented girl from Fengyun University. How can we allow you to be so presumptuous here? The girl in fancy clothes sneered, then looked back at Chen Jingli and said casually. Besides, she's been putting on a deadpan face for a while now, and I don't mind it. Why are you so anxious? She wanted to see if Chen Jingli could still remain so calm when her strength surpassed that of the other party. It's just a little weird. According to Chen Jingli's personality, he should not do anything unnecessary before the martial arts baptism. How could he suddenly come to Dangtian Mountain, thousands of miles away, to carry out such a difficult mission? Thinking of this, the girl in gorgeous clothes named Wu Jia frowned slightly and looked in the direction Chen Jingli was looking. In an open space not far away, a handsome young man in a green robe was standing there, chatting with the senior law enforcer Lu Jing. Both of them were wearing green robes and were of similar age. Wu Jia frowned even deeper, and couldn't help but sneered, is that the newcomer you brought with you? Apart from that, she couldn't think of any reason why the other party would team up with a stranger of the opposite sex. Shen Jingli nodded calmly, as if she didn't hear the mockery in the other party's tone at all. Wu Jia asked with a cold face. What's your name and how strong is it? It has nothing to do with you. Chen Jingli said lightly. Oh my god, that Chen Jingli would actually protect someone else? Wu Jia feigned amazement, her brows relaxed, as if she had discovered something amusing. A clear smile appeared on her rosy face. But unfortunately, whether he has any relationship with me or not is not up to you. She has been practicing hard at Magic City University for many years, but she has never been able to surpass Chen Jingli, and she has long been filled with resentment. You know, Chen Jingli cares about very few things. Even martial arts can only be barely included in it. It's rare to see her leading newcomers on a mission. Last time, that junior sister was just Chen Jingli's follower and couldn't be dug out at all. But this time, it seems like there's a chance. The corners of Wu Jia's mouth rose noticeably. If we can recruit this young man in blue clothes into our team, even if we can't cause any harm to Chen Jingli, we can at least make her feel disgusted. The daughter of a criminal had been keeping a cold face towards her for more than 10 years. It's time for her to change her expression. Think of this. Wu Jia once again looked at Yili, who was not far away, and chuckled playfully. Do you dare to make a bet with me? I bet that before the end of this mission, the new person you bring will join our Wu family. With an opportunity to join the Jibei Wu family right in front of her, she was confident that not many young warriors would choose to refuse. Chen Jingli ignored her, stood up and walked towards Yili. Pretend, just pretend. Wu Jia looked at her receding figure, her face gradually becoming gloomy and her teeth clenched. After knowing each other for more than 10 years, she still couldn't figure out what the other person was thinking. Through conversation with Lu Jing, Yili had a general understanding of the situation in Eagle Cry Gorge. Not including him and Chen Jingli. There are 7 warriors of level 3 and above, more than 20 warriors of level 2, and hundreds of warriors of level 1 equipped with thermal weapons in the camp of Eagle Crying Gorge. There are many camps like this throughout Dangtian Mountain, but their configurations are slightly different. With the addition of Yili and Shenjingli, the configuration of the Eagle Gorge camp is already at a very high level. If nothing unexpected happens, the risk of this place being breached will be reduced to almost zero. This can be seen from the rich smile on Lu Jing's face. Yili put his finger on his chin, pondered for a moment, and guessed. The vice principal should launch a new round of offensive at noon. You'd better prepare in advance. Why? Lu Jing was stunned. Because the task I received clearly stated that I had to arrive here before noon at the latest. Yili explained calmly. I see. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Jing pondered for a moment, then revealed a look of sudden realization and said solemnly, I'll go get ready right away. Looking at the sky, which was almost at noon, he immediately bowed and said goodbye, walking towards the law enforcers in the camp. After briefly conveying Yili's instructions. Just as Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief, the badge on his chest vibrated slightly. A steady middle-aged voice then sounded in his ears. 2 hours later, seniors watching you will make another move. At that time, all camps must be strictly guarded and no one can escape. Chapter 100. The young man in green shirt returns. It was noon and the weather was gloomy. Dozens of law enforcers were stationed at several important roads in Eagle Crying Gorge, with stern expressions and sharp eyes, their hands holding their spears motionless. As a senior, do you have anything to tell me? Yili sat on a piece of bluestone and turned his head to look at the tall girl next to him who had not opened her mouth since she came here. Shenjingli stared at Yili motionlessly for more than 10 seconds. Until the boy frowned slightly, she slowly said, You are better than me. What an amazing perception. Much better than that blindly guessing Yang Wan back then. Yili was slightly surprised, and then asked. So what? So no. Shenjingli answered calmly. Yili's brows relaxed slightly, but he still asked calmly, Then what good are you doing? Shenjingli slowly closed her eyes without comment. I hate the 3-no girl. I glanced at the silent system background. Yili sighed. It would be better if the other party had no evidence against him, otherwise he would definitely beat him until his emotions revived. He stood up and walked out of the camp. Just as I was about to look around, I heard the law enforcers outside the camp talking in low voices. Can you hold on this time? There's definitely no problem. Didn't you hear what Captain Lu said? 3 people from the 2 martial arts universities have arrived at the Tianwan realm. Even the attendants brought by Miss Wu are at the True Blood realm. Wow, this is really generous. Are the higher-ups treating us so well? Guaranteed. I heard that Senior Zhua has been furious these past couple of days, pointing his finger at our commander-in-chief and cursing at him. What are you cursing about? I heard that too. It was said that it was something like I told you to set up a blockade, but you're either blowing wind or raining. I've been encircling you for 4 days, and I haven't even killed a single rank 6 alien beast. Yili was listening attentively, when he suddenly realized that there was a breath approaching him from behind. He turned and looked. I saw a young man with a gloomy temperament walking over with a smile on his face and a leisurely pace. It was Song Tao. When he came to Yili, he cleared his throat and said loudly. Yili, right? Is there something wrong? Yili asked. My name is Song Tao, and my young lady invites you to come over for a chat. Looking at the young man in front of him, Song Tao's eyes were slightly contemptuous, and he turned slightly to the side. Please come in. Yili looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, he saw Wu Jia dressed in gorgeous clothes. She sat on a chair under the tree, looking at the boy with a playful look. Seeing the young man looking at her, Wu Jia straightened up slightly and gently hooked her hand, her slender figure showing her nobility. No. Yili withdrew his gaze and said calmly, Doesn't she have legs? Why did she ask you to invite me? How outrageous. Song Tao frowned and shouted angrily, and couldn't help but take a step forward. He treated the other party with courtesy, but the other party actually spoke rudely. What a disorderly thing. His angry shout immediately attracted the attention of some law enforcement officers around him. Yili waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Go back and complain to your master. You. Song Tao's face turned pale. As a servant of the far North Wu family, when had he ever been treated like this? When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner. You wait. Song Tao gave the other person a fierce look, then trotted back to Wu Jia. Miss, not only did he not come over, he also spoke rudely to you. Song Tao's face turned grim, and he immediately gritted his teeth and repeated the conversation just now. Wu Jie was speechless. She didn't expect that the other party asked Song Tao to come back and complain, and Song Tao actually came back to complain. This made her feel like her status had dropped several levels. Useless stuff. Wu Jie frowned and stood up. After saying something coldly, she walked towards Yili. No way. I have already said that to Qin Jingli. If I fail to tie Yili down in the end, where will I put my face? Even according to Qin Jingli's personality, she probably wouldn't take this matter to heart. But the second young lady of the Wu family in the far north is obviously a person with a very strong self-esteem. Under the curious gazes of many law enforcement officers, Wu Jie finally stopped in front of Yili. She could feel Qin Jingli's vague gaze coming from inside the camp. Ha, there is indeed a problem. Wu Jie sneered inwardly. There is no intention to avoid it at all. She leaned casually against the tree trunk, crossed her arms, and was about to speak. Then I heard the young man's joking voice. Come to avenge your own dog? Upon hearing this, Wu Jie's expression hardened, and she said in an annoyed and cold voice, You'd better keep your mouth shut. The original intention of recruiting was mostly gone, but there was more thought of teaching the other party a lesson. But for face. She took a deep breath and then said softly. I am Wu Jie, the second daughter of the Wu family in the far north. Yili. The young man nodded politely. This so-called Jibei Wu family sounds familiar. Jiang Qingzhu seems to be from a famous family called Jibei Jiang family. You have good qualifications. Wu Jie made up an excuse and spoke slowly. Anyway, the boy's strength is at most level 3. And to have reached the 3rd level in his freshman year, he can definitely be said to have excellent qualifications. Come to my Wu family and be a nominal steward. When you break through to the 4th level, you can choose a woman from the side branch to marry. You can choose any S-level visualization method from the Wu family, and we can also provide you with a level palace condensation method at the 5th level. As Wu Jie finished her calm words, dozens of law enforcers were in an uproar. It's not that they haven't heard of S-level visualization methods, but those are usually the secret collections of famous families, and it is absolutely impossible for anyone other than a direct descendant of the family to obtain them. Even though Fengyun University's library is all-encompassing and has a profound heritage, the S-level visualization method among them is definitely very expensive and scarce. Moreover, he was just a deacon in name only, with no important duties. Such conditions are really heartwarming. Feeling the shocked gazes from those around him, Wu Jie was somewhat pleased with herself, and looked at the young man with burning eyes, and asked in a matter-of-fact tone. How? At the same time, servant Song Tao also came behind her. He held himself high in the same posture, looking at Yili with a smile, waiting for the young man to agree to the conditions before he made a few remarks of praise or sarcasm. So what if I acted so unique just now? In front of the Wu family's strong foundation, don't they have to bow their heads and act like dogs? Nothing. In dead silence. Yili's laughter echoed in everyone's ears. You can actually speak so proudly about the conditions that are like sending away beggars. You are quite impressive. After saying that, he walked towards the camp as if he hadn't heard anything. Wu Jie's confident smile froze on her face in an instant. What she considered to be a very generous offer, the other party actually described it as giving away beggars? What's the difference between this and slapping her in the face in public? Originally, it was just for some fun and to discuss Qin Jingli. But now, Wu Jie's face was grim. She turned her head to look at the other person's receding figure, and her cold voice was filled with suppressed anger. Yili, you are so arrogant. When the mission is over, my Wu family will definitely have a good relationship with you. Listen to the threat in her words. Many law enforcement officers' hearts skipped a beat. Song Tao, who was originally so angry that his face was twitching, quickly calmed down after hearing this. Then he raised his head with a gloating look and looked at the thin figure walking away. I wanted to mock him for being ungrateful. But the next second, Song Tao found something wrong. Because that thin figure not only did not blur and disappear, but instead began to grow larger in the field of vision. P.S. The 2 chapters are close to 5,000 words, the author really tried his best. It's the end of the month, please give me some love. Or 2. Chapter 101 He wants to fuck me? An ordinary 4th level warrior can hear the sound of a feather arrow hundreds of meters away with just a little sensitivity. Yili had already reached the peak of the 4th level, and was even the strongest 4th level peak in history. Naturally, he could hear Wu Jia's arrogant words. Besides, the second young lady of the Wu family didn't seem to have much intention of hiding anything. It was obviously meant for him. The right words, the right place, the right people. Very good. Yili chuckled. The only way to relieve his worries was to fight. What do you want to do? I saw the young man in blue clothes walking slowly towards me. Wu Jia frowned and spoke, her heartbeat began to accelerate, and a sense of inexplicable panic emerged in her heart. Her keen 5 senses made her feel that something was wrong. Song Tao also stood in front of her at this time. The moment Wu Jia finished speaking, Yili responded with action. He stomped the ground hard with one foot, and after gathering a little strength, his thin figure shot out like an arrow. The scene around his ears was rapidly receding, and the boy's speed seemed to be riding on a strong wind. Call! Amidst dozens of astonished gazes. In an instant, the man in green robes crossed dozens of feet. Wrapped in a strong airflow, Yili directly passed Song Tao and rushed in front of Wu Jia. The daughter of the Wu family has not yet fully reacted. There was still some trace of the previous anger on her charming face, like a peach blossom. Immediately following, looking at Yili who had come to him, Wu Jia's pupils suddenly contracted, her brain went almost blank, and the anger on her face finally turned into deep horror. She didn't understand why the opponent's speed was so astonishing that even she, a warrior at the Tianguan realm, had difficulty reacting. Didn't Chen Jingli say that this was a new person she was bringing in? The previous question also has an answer at this moment. He wants to fuck me. Wu Jia screamed in her heart. Just looking at the speed, the opponent definitely cannot be at the 3rd level, he might even be the best at the 4th level. Thinking of this, she tried her best to mobilize the true energy in her body, and strong wind gushed out from her body. In front of her, the boy seemed to slow down intentionally. At this moment, Wu Jia could even clearly see a hint of playful smile on that handsome face. You can't react to this? You! Wu Jia gritted her teeth and stared at the other person, suddenly feeling a little angry and embarrassed. Fortunately, this emotion did not have enough time to brew. The next moment, Yili suddenly punched out. An avalanche-like surge of energy surged from the tip of his fist and rushed towards the opponent's center. Wu Jia's heart was filled with alarm. She clenched her teeth, gathered all her strength, and immediately followed up with an explosion of Dan Qi. In close combat between Tianguan warriors, the burst of Dan Qi is still the most reliable and also the fastest means of fighting. She planned to confront the other party head-on first. After creating some distance, I'll unleash my Heavenly Gate martial arts skills. Boom! In the dense forest, 2 powerful energies collided heavily with each other, and the overflowing wind pressure almost overturned the ground. At this moment, Wu Jia's punching arm began to tremble wildly, and a look of disbelief finally emerged in his eyes. The energy contained in the opponent's Dan Qi explosion is so powerful that it is terrifying. The energy that belonged to her was torn apart almost instantly. Bang! The remaining force rushed in like a tide, hitting Wu Jia's body mercilessly, but the moment it landed on him, it was blocked by a burst of strange white light. But even so, the terrifying force still knocked the slender figure back. Wu Jia only felt that his internal organs were being smashed by a huge force, and a piercing pain came from his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. From childhood to adulthood, she had never felt such severe pain. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Jia's body crashed into the huge trees one after another, and the white light on her body kept weakening until it finally disappeared. Only then did she lose the strength and rolled to the ground. Ha! Wu Jia was breathing with difficulty and her face was pale. She tried to get up from the ground several times, but failed every time. The qi in the body is quite disordered and the injuries are extremely serious. This is when the defensive treasure offsets some of the damage. If this life-saving protective treasure had not been activated, Wu Jia simply couldn't imagine what would happen to her. Severely injured the second daughter of the Jibei Wu family in public, evil deeds plus 6,000. Looking at the disheveled woman in gorgeous clothes. In front of the dense forest, Yili withdrew his palm and whispered to himself thoughtfully, a treasure? What he did just now. To be honest, I originally wanted to beat Wu Jia until she passed out. But the strange white light blocked part of the force, so that not only did the opponent faint, but he could even move his body a little. Be careful next time. Yili nodded his chin lightly. Under the dazed gazes of the law enforcers, he walked straight towards the collapsed jungle. At this moment, an angry roar came from behind. "You're so brave." Yili looked in the direction of the sound and saw the servant Song Tao with a ferocious face, rushing towards Yili like a madman. As soon as he saw Yili disappear from the spot, he became extremely alert and mobilized the true energy in his body. But he only saw his young lady being knocked away. For Song Tao, this is the most impactful scene. In an instant, an uncontrollable anger surged into Song Tao's heart. This made him shocked and angry for a moment. What made them angry was the alarming reputation of the Wu family in the far north. In the past, whenever they went out, they had to give some face to everyone they met. This is the first time someone like Yili has started a fight without even saying a few words. What was shocking was that even with his eyesight as a level 3, level 5 warrior, he hadn't even caught the afterimage of Yili's movements. The young lady of our family, who was ranked 4th, was even blown away in one encounter. But Song Tao felt no fear at this moment. The worst that can happen is that I die for my lord. If he died here, the Jibei Wu family would definitely avenge him. By then, with the fall of Eagle Crying Gorge, let's see how Yili will explain the situation to Han Xiaoqingi. As his thoughts turned, Song Tao had already rushed in front of the calm-looking young man. Without any hesitation, he threw a punch. Then he unleashed his Dan Qi without reservation, with great momentum. But when he was about to touch the other person, he was slapped in the face. Boom! With Song Tao as the center, a deep pit full of cracks suddenly appeared on the ground. Just right. Yili clapped his hands, pulled the distracted Song Tao out of the ground, and said casually, "With you watching, the effect should be better." As he spoke, he walked towards the tree in the distance. Song Tao was in a daze with blood on his lips, so he had no choice but to be held in the other person's hand. Walk all the way to the girl in gorgeous clothes under the tree. Wu Jie's heart had long been filled with despair. Now, seeing Yili coming, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. There was deep fear in her eyes, but she pretended to be calm, swallowed the fishy sweetness in her mouth, and asked tremblingly, "You, what do you want?" "Money, martial arts, precious medicine. As long as the other party asks for these things, she will agree to them directly. Of course, whether it will actually be given afterwards is another matter. As long as she can delay the mission until it's over." Wu Jie bit her lip. Then, the boy's calm voice was heard. "Simple." Yili casually tossed Song Tao aside, then squatted down in front of Wu Jie, gently stroking her head with his slender hand, and softly instructed. "Kowtow and admit your mistake, then yell 'I am a waste' 3 times. The movements must be standard and the voice must be loud. I am satisfied, and this is the end of the matter." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone around him. Hiss. Many law enforcement officers gasped. They also heard the conversation just now very carefully. This was the second daughter of the Jibei Wu family, a prodigy who had broken through the heavenly gate before the age of 30. It was enough that she was eliminated in an instant, but now she was being asked to act like this. Many law enforcement officers gasped in shock, their voices rolling. The background of this young man in green is probably even more terrifying than the so-called Far North Witch family. Could it be the contemporary holy son of one of the 3 mountains? Thinking of this, they all pretended not to hear it, their ears looking at their noses looking at their hearts, and continued to stand there silently. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Captain Lu Jing above them didn't show up, so there was no need for them to go over and say anything. At the same time, Chen Jingli quietly walked out of the camp and sat on the protruding bluestone in front of the camp. He raised his pair of eyes as pure as clear water and looked quietly into the depths of the dense forest from a distance. Chapter 102. You don't have such a noble soul. What did you say? When Wu Jie heard Ji Li's words, her mouth opened slightly, wondering if there was something wrong with her ears. Has this person forgotten who she is? How could the second daughter of the Jibei Wu family kneel down and apologize to others, let alone shout such undignified nonsense? If the hand on her head wasn't so heavy, she would have wanted to yell at him and ask him to check his brain. Wu Jie breathed rapidly and gritted her teeth. I can apologize to you, but I won't kneel down to you, nor will I. Before she could finish her words, the hand above her head suddenly exerted force and slammed her to the ground. Boom! The dry earth cracked immediately. The head of a 4th-level warrior was much harder than ordinary rocks. Under this tremendous force, Wu Jie's charming face was directly smashed into the ground. Woo woo! A violent impact suddenly struck Wu Jie, and she saw stars and began to struggle instinctively. Lying on the muddy and rocky ground, she let out a whimpering sound from her mouth. It was clearly him taking advantage of his power to bully others as usual. Why did he end up with such an outcome this time? Miss? Song Tao, who was originally in a daze beside Yili, woke up from his semi-coma when he heard the wailing. Is this the lady's voice? He quickly propped himself up and looked forward with difficulty. Then, his pupils shrank slightly, and a scene that he would never forget in his life was playing out before his eyes. Wu Jia, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, had her head pressed down by a bony hand and slammed hard into the ground. Her slender body struggled hard and made pitiful whimpers. But he still couldn't break free from the constraints. Fortunately, this process did not last long. Then, Yili pulled her out of the ground and said calmly, "Are you willing to kneel?" A strong sense of oppression descended upon her heart, tears welled up in the corners of Wu Jia's eyes. She caught a glimpse of the dazed Song Tao behind Yili, and her pale face suddenly turned red. Humiliating the second young lady of the Jibei Wu family in public, evil deeds plus 3,000. Wow, it really works. Yili raised his brows slightly. Don't look at me. Wu Jie subconsciously shielded her face with her hands and cried out in a state of collapse, Song Tao, turn around. Turn around quickly. She suddenly felt that it didn't matter how Yili humiliated her, as long as she didn't let her former servants see her in such a miserable state. This was the only thing she couldn't accept no matter what. Miss. Song Tao felt as if struck by lightning. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He could hardly suppress the grief and anger in his heart, and blood oozed from his fists. However, he always regarded the other party's orders as more important than anything else. Just as he was about to turn around, Yili suddenly frowned and asked, "Who told you to turn around?" Song Tao was stunned, his blood boiling. "What do you mean?" "Lie down and watch." There was an unquestionable tone in Yi Li's calm voice. Hearing this, Song Tao still gritted his teeth and wanted to turn around. Yi Li looked straight ahead and said calmly, "If you want your master to be killed here by me, then you can give it a try." Upon hearing this, Song Tao froze in place, his face turned pale, and he stopped moving. Hope, the other party gave him hope. Things have come to this, as long as Wu Jia's life is not in danger, he is willing to do anything. Very good, your loyalty is commendable. Yili nodded his chin lightly, looked at the trembling Wu Jia again, and explained calmly, "Actually, my temper is already very good. If you hadn't threatened me, I wouldn't have cared about your offense. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. I understand your arrogant nature, but I don't care if you're overbearing towards others. But since you've bullied an honest man to this extent, don't blame me for being merciless." These words seemed to have exhausted all of Yi Li's patience. His voice became extremely cold. "I'll ask again, are you willing to kneel?" Wu Jia's eyes were gradually filled with despair. Apart from succumbing to the other party's power, she could not think of any way to escape. "But if I give in now, what difference will I make from those villains who have flattered me in the past?" Wu Jia didn't want to be that kind of villain. What she wants is to be unique, to be different, and to be the bright moon among all the stars. Wu Jia's lips moved slightly, revealing her tenacity. "I don't want to." Boom! The young man in green seemed completely oblivious to her noble character. He smashed her head without the slightest hesitation, and not even his voice trembled. "What about now? Are you willing to kneel?" He seemed to be able to control the strength very well, making Wu Jia dizzy every time without losing her mind. Wu Jia's lips trembled. "I don't want to." Boom! Yi Li asked calmly, "What now?" Wu Jia's throat was filled with blood and she didn't understand why someone could be so determined. Shouldn't any normal person admire her integrity? 3. As her thoughts raced, the young man began a ruthless countdown. Wu Jia asked in a voice that was clearly tearful, "Why? Why don't you let me go? Why are you forcing me to do something I don't like? Your soul is trembling. You don't have the integrity to persevere." Yi Li's indifferent voice was like the cold frost of winter, sending shivers down Wu Jia's spine. "2 more hits at most, and you'll surrender." This person, who on earth is this? Although I don't understand what the other person means specifically. But Wu Jia had no doubt that if she continued to persist, the young man in blue would definitely stay with her to the end without any mercy. Her voice became hoarse, "I understand." A divine light flashed in Yi Li's black eyes, and then he casually let go of his hand. Under his gaze, the second young lady of the Wu family, who used to be arrogant and noble, trembled and slowly knelt at his feet, her messy hair hanging down to the ground. Her voice was weak and lifeless, but her tears wet the ground nearby. I'm sorry, I'm a loser. I'm sorry, I'm a loser. I'm sorry, I'm a loser. Wu Jie, who never listened to other people's advice, kept shouting louder and louder, but this time she completed the task assigned to her by Yili perfectly. The next moment, a warm palm covered her head. It's like a compliment. The boy's voice, with a hint of laughter, rang in her ears. It's trash indeed. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Jie's breathing became more rapid and her tears flowed more violently. On the bluestone in the distance, Qin Jingli was looking with burning eyes, breathing heavily, and her face flushed. P.S. It's the end of the month, please support me and express your love. Chapter 103: The Impending Disaster. With Wu Jie's surrender. Yili stood up and walked out of the dense forest, heading towards the camp, with a look of ease on his handsome face. Humiliating the second young lady of the Jibei Wu family in public, evil deeds plus 8,000. Detected that Wu Jie's self-esteem is almost collapsed, evil value plus 10,000. Current evil value, 39,000 points. Sbarasi. I originally thought that there was no chance for me to make a move, but unexpectedly, Wu Jie gave me a pleasant surprise. For Yi Li. There's nothing better than picking up some bad deeds for free. As long as I work hard in the next Beast Tide, I can easily get 3 first-class credits, plus some sporadic evil points that are better than nothing. The 5th level Divine Palace is getting closer and closer. In full view of the public. Behind him followed the distraught second daughter of the Wu family. Her rosy face was covered with scars, and her originally arrogant eyes were now filled with fear. Under the obscure gazes that came over intentionally or unintentionally, Wu Jie's slender body kept trembling. She could only look down at the swaying corners of the boy's clothes in front of her, and followed closely behind him, avoiding the gazes cast at her, praying that she could return to her tent quickly. Yili glanced at her casually, then looked away, his expression normal. Forget it. It would be embarrassing to go back on my word after just agreeing to it. As the two of them walked into the camp. Behind him, Song Tao, who was even more distraught, walked out of the dense forest. He stumbled, his expression dazed, completely losing the complacency he had shown a few minutes ago. It's not difficult to understand. After all, Wu Jie, the backer he had always relied on, was forced to kneel down and kowtow to the young man in front of him just now, and her dignity was completely lost. As a servant, the psychological trauma he suffered was even more severe. Moreover, after witnessing Wu Jie's miserable state, he would most likely be assigned elsewhere. Miss. Looking at the disheveled girl in fancy clothes in the camp, Song Tao suddenly felt a little sad. How majestic he was in the past, serving the second young lady of the Wu family. Even ordinary 4th-level warriors had to look at his face. Now, he just provoked an ordinary boy, and ended up like this. But even so, Song Tao still couldn't think of revenge at all. There is only endless regret. His spine had been completely broken by the scene just now. Outside the camp. Many law enforcement officers looked at the direction where Yili disappeared, then looked at the devastated jungle not far away, and couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. According to Lu Jing, this is a 4th-level Tianguan warrior, plus a 3rd-level warrior. It was all cooked in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, judging from Yili's previous performance, he didn't have to put in any effort at all to beat the two men without any chance of fighting back. The second young lady of the Wu family in the far north was even more humiliated, to say the least. Many law enforcers had complicated expressions and strange looks in their eyes, and some of them couldn't help but look at the young man in blue clothes in the camp again. I have to say, this guy is really cruel. If I accidentally get into trouble with him in the future, I'm afraid that I and others will be in trouble. Thinking of this, many law enforcers felt a slight chill on their backs. Then, they heard Lu Jing's light cough coming from the camp. What are you all looking around for? Have you ever seen geniuses from aristocratic families sparring? Upon hearing this, many law enforcers quickly gathered their minds, thinking that they had indeed seen sparring before, but this level of sparring was the first time they had seen it. Then, they took a deep breath, turned their gaze back to the depths of the forest, and quickly entered a state of alert. The time for the vice president of Fengyuan University to take action is very close. At this time, they can no longer be careless. On the other side, Yi Ligang stood still in the camp. I'm going to rest. Wu Jie sobbed, and then rushed into her tent as if escaping, and then heart-wrenching cries were heard in the tent. Seeing this, Lu Jing, who was about to say hello, looked embarrassed and had to change the subject, bowing and saying, "The action is imminent, and I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to put in a little more effort." "Don't worry." Yi Li waved his hand nonchalantly. It is only natural to get things done for money. He destroyed the fighting power of two people, so it was reasonable for him to put in more effort. And, to be honest, Lu Jing didn't even need to say anything. Yili had already planned to clear the area alone. Although the evil value of killing strange beasts is not high, the advantage is that the quantity is large and sufficient. Since it can be called a tide, there must be at least hundreds or thousands of strange beasts. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. What's more, he is short of evil points now, so he will naturally not miss this opportunity. Of course, I will also form a battle formation and guard this place with you. Lu Jing straightened up, his expression solemn. He said in a deep voice, the reinforcements have all arrived. This should be the final general attack. Seniors will most likely go all out to kill those two 6th level beasts. The scale of the beast tide will also increase to the limit of what this branch can dispatch. At this point, he suddenly laughed. The young man was a young warrior at the peak of the 4th level. The threat he and others saw was nothing to him. Remember not to go too deep. Seniors Wa has ordered that no one should approach the area within a 50-mile radius of the mountaintop, otherwise you'll likely be affected by him. Hearing this, Yili nodded his chin lightly. I understand. I felt a little surprised in my heart. 50 miles in radius is indeed an astonishing number. Is the destructive power of a 6th level warrior already so strong? Immediately following. After exchanging a few brief greetings with Lu Jing again, Yili stood up and walked out of the camp. Then he sat down on the eye-catching bluestone. Chen Jingli, who was full of human machine sense, stood under a tree not far away, quietly watching the young man sitting on the dried bluestone. His expression was calm, but his heartbeat was slightly faster. Just looking at her smooth face, there was nothing unusual. Did you see everything that happened just now? Yili glanced at her and asked casually. After listening to this, Chen Jingli was silent for more than 10 seconds, and then nodded gently like a high-latency creature. Yeah. No longer care about the other person's sight. Then, in the dim sky, 2 rays of divine light lit up in Yili's dark eyes, and he looked into the distance towards the top of the mountain. Under its terrifying gaze, on the top of the majestic Dangtian mountain, a huge building stood quietly. An extremely shocking scarlet evil spirit emanated from it, and it showed a tendency to continue to expand. Such amazing blood. Yili raised his brows slightly and muttered to himself, it's almost as big as the one in the Rift Mountain secret realm. This also means that the number of low-level warriors who died in that building is not much different from that in the Rift Mountain secret realm. However, the secret realm of the Rift Mountain has accumulated for who knows how many years. The Beast God cult branch in front of us has definitely existed for less than 200 years. A little comparison will give you an idea of its magnitude. The highest level monster we killed last time was only at the 3rd level. This time, there will most likely be 4th level monsters involved. Will the resulting evil deeds be higher? If I could kill the so-called Holy Maiden of the Beast God cult, would it explode with tens of thousands of evil points? It is said that the Saint Girl may be at the 4th level or the 5th level, but she is the best among warriors of the same level. If it is level 5, then killing it would be quite difficult. Yili supported his chin, his black eyes flashing. Breaking through the 5th level requires a huge amount of evil points. For this reason, he didn't want to miss any opportunity to earn a lot of evil points. I have to find a way to kill her. As my thoughts churn, time passes quietly. The Beast God cult branch on the top of the mountain was also in Yili's sight, emitting an increasingly powerful blood-red evil aura. It seems to be warning of an impending unknown disaster. Chapter 104, The Beast God Saint. At the same time, the top of Dangtian Mountain, the branch of the Beast God cult. In the dim hall, in front of an astonishingly large blood-red altar stood an enchanting woman in a red robe, with many fanatical believers kneeling behind her. Although the aura emanating from the red-robed woman was powerful, it was also extremely unstable. The face with deep red lines had a serious expression at the moment, and he muttered to himself. Almost, just a little bit. As long as we carry out the previous breakthrough operation again, bring back the bodies of those law enforcers and sacrifice them here, we can accumulate enough precious blood needed for this beast god altar. At that time, the 3rd 6th level alien beast can be summoned to descend on Dangtian Mountain. 3 6th level beasts joined forces to besiege. Even that damn Zhuo Qingyu could only run away. As the Holy Maiden of the Beast God cult, I will be able to directly break through the blockade of the Han Xiaoqingyi Bureau and head to other branches of the Beast God cult, as free as a hidden dragon entering the sea. Pity. Zhuo Qingyu's innocent face flashed through her mind, and a surge of rage surged in the heart of the beast god saint. The damn old woman actually discovered his plan in advance and directly used her power to summon dozens of third-level and even higher-level warriors from several surrounding provinces. In just 2 days, the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain suddenly became extremely solemn and grim. With the addition of these warriors, the blockade line of the entire Dangtian mountain became impregnable. Even if we launch a beast tide of the same scale as the previous ones, it is impossible to achieve half of the results of the previous ones. If I really give Zhuqingyu enough time to kill 2 6th-level beasts, I'll be dead. Thinking of this, the beast god saint could not help but clench her fists, her whole body trembling slightly, and she cursed coldly. "You haunted, self-righteous old woman, sooner or later you'll be pinned down and killed by a man. Damn it, damn it." She turned around abruptly, waving her sleeves and knocking over a group of believers. Her charming face was filled with disordered aura. "You useless people. If only one of us could break through to the 5th level before this, we wouldn't be trapped and killed on Dangtian Mountain." There seemed to be flames burning in the eyes of the beast god saint. She couldn't help but frown as she looked at these brainless believers who were knocked to the ground by her but still had smiles on their faces. These believers in front of him seemed to be numerous, but they were actually just consumables of the beast god cult. Except for those believers who were ranked 4th, most of the others had withered bodies under their black robes. Not only are these people unable to serve as materials for blood sacrifices, their intelligence is also extremely fragmented, making them almost like the living dead. As long as this saint is around, the believers are just weeds in the field, which need to be cut and grow again. But if she died, then in the entire beast god cult, within the next 50 years, only that Holy Son will be able to communicate with the beast god. If that happens, it will be extremely detrimental to the future development of the beast god cult. It should be noted that it is not easy to find an agent for the beast god. Often, among tens of thousands of recruited Protestants, there is not even one lucky person who can sign a contract. Once they appear, they will be elected as the contemporary Holy Son or Holy Daughter, or at the very least, as relevant candidates. Not only can it receive orders from the beast god, but it can also serve as a container for a brief, God's descent, in times of crisis. Although he does not have the power of a god, he carries the authority of a god. In the face of the might of the beast god, anyone below the level of a martial arts master will be greatly affected. However, as long as God's descent is performed, no matter what happens, her container will be broken. The saint of the beast god cult certainly did not reject the possibility of dying because of such a thing. She just was unwilling to die in such a small place and no longer be able to dedicate herself to the beast god. Time passes by every second. As the sky outside the temple gradually darkened, the beast god cult saint finally made a decision. She said in a cold voice, "Elders, listen to my orders." "Lady Saint." At the side of the hall, 5 believers in purple robes walked out. Their faces were hidden in the darkness, and their voices were hoarse. "What are your instructions?" "It's very simple." The beast god saint's expression was icy as she said calmly, "2 of you will remain here to sacrifice yourselves at the blood altar and comply with my summons later." "Lady Saint." One of the purple-robed believers spoke up, his aged voice filled with helplessness. "Even if all 5 of us sacrificed ourselves at the blood altar, we wouldn't be able to fill the vacancy." As believers of the beast god cult, they had already overdrawn their vitality. Even if they were ranked 4th and could be used as consumables for blood sacrifice, the effect of the sacrifice would be greatly reduced, and at most equivalent to a normal 3rd-level warrior. The mountain is heavily guarded. Even if you all die this time, you may not be able to bring back the body of a 3rd-level warrior. The beast god saint had a blank expression on her face, and ruthless words uttered from her lips. "Do as I say, and not only will I survive, but that Zhuqingyu will also pay the price." Thick dark clouds began to surge over Dangtian Mountain. Finally, after reaching a certain critical point, boom! Between heaven and earth, a terrifying aura so powerful that it reached the sky suddenly erupted from the sky high above the beast god cult branch on the top of the mountain. Alas! A tornado that seemed to connect the sky and the earth suddenly rose from the ground, destroying countless trees and rocks in an instant, and was about to cover the huge building. "Here we go?" Sitting on the bluestone, Yili looked up. The huge building trembled at first, and then 2 huge black shadows with violent auras suddenly jumped out, braving the thick and terrifying tornado and heading straight for the tiny figure above. Immediately afterwards, the entire Dangtian mountain began to tremble slightly. The next second, amid countless extremely solemn gazes, a huge number of black spots emerged from the huge building and surged towards the foot of the mountain like a tide, with the appearance of a tornado with a strong visual impact. Inside the eagle-crying gorge camp, Lu Jing's expression quickly grew serious. After seeing the beast tide surging like a black tide, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Everyone prepare to fight the beast tide. At the same time, the same sound echoed in dozens of camps throughout Dangtian Mountain. Chapter 105, Shaking the Mountains and Cracking the Earth. Thanks to the Master for his certification. Eagle Cry Gorge. As Lu Jing's voice fell, hundreds of law enforcers quickly adjusted their status and stood ready at their positions. The third-level law enforcers at the front had stern expressions on their faces. They flipped their palms, tightly grasped their treasures in their hands, and exuded true energy from their bodies. Lu Jing was among them, and his position with the other people was quite particular, revealing a mysterious meaning. It was obvious that a battle formation had been formed. The second-level law enforcers followed behind them, ready to replace their exhausted colleagues in the battle formation at any time. The remaining first-level law enforcers stood high up in the back, holding hot weapons and looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Silently, Eagle Crying Gorge, Sad Cloud Valley, and even the entire Dangtian Mountain. At this moment, everyone was enveloped in an almost tangible sense of solemnity. Amid countless tense and solemn gazes, the huge black tide of beasts on the top of the mountain was spreading rapidly towards the bottom of the mountain. The number of strange beasts is ridiculous. The densely packed huge figures almost filled the entire Dangtian Mountain. They are huge and terrifying in appearance. Now that thousands of strange beasts have gathered together, even if most of them are of low level, the momentum is terrifying enough. Among them, there were hundreds or even thousands of people rushing towards Eagle Cry Gorge. It is foreseeable that a fierce battle is about to take place here. Inside the temporary camp, Wu Jie staggered out of the tent, looked up at the surging tide of beasts coming from the top of the mountain, his face pale. She has been seriously injured, and because of the blockade, no one can leave the Dangtian Mountain area now. If this place is breached by the beast tide, what will happen to me? Thinking of this, Wu Jie couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on her scalp. At this time, a figure stood up on the bluestone not far away. She subconsciously turned her head to look, and happened to see a strong gust of wind blowing towards her. Alas! The howling and violent mountain wind came from above, sweeping across the vast Dangtian Mountain area, passing through the layers of giant trees and forests, and riding on the soaring blood energy to roll up to the dark clouded sky. A man in a blue shirt jumped down from the bluestone in the strong wind, and there was no trace of fear on his handsome face with a slight smile. At this moment, Wu Jie was a little dazed. Eagle Cry Gorge, Blockade Line. The black tide surging from the top of the mountain was getting closer and closer, and the dense footsteps caused the Dangtian Mountain to shake. Looking at such a terrifying momentum, the heartbeats of hundreds of law enforcement officers gradually quickened, and cold sweat oozed out of their backs. Lu Jing, who was in the center of the battle, clenched his hands and his face felt slightly numb. He saw the purple-robed cultists in the surging tide of beasts, which meant that the defense line of Eagle Cry Gorge would have to withstand the impact of fourth-level warriors again. But it doesn't matter. The situation this time is different from the last time. The offense and defense of both sides have changed. There is now a fourth-level peak warrior in charge of Eagle Cry Gorge. As long as the battle formation can withstand the first few rounds of impact from the beast tide, we can ask His Excellency Yili to carry out the decapitation operation. If the decapitation is successful, the rest will be a simple tug of war. If we can drag it out until Senior Zhuo is free, we will win. Thinking of this, Lu Jing felt a surge of heat in his heart. Just as he was about to say something to boost morale, a figure walked out from beside him, attracting everyone's attention. The young man's black hair fluttered as he walked straight to the front of the battle formation, with a rolling cold air slowly emerging from his body. Yili stood in front of everyone, his hands in his pockets, his expression calm. The meaning is self-evident. He is going to face the beast tide here. Such a scene made everyone behind him stunned. Sir, the first wave of the beast tide is the most powerful. In the battle formation, Lu Jing, who had come to his senses, was stunned at first, then he said in a warning tone, in a deep voice. Please retreat to the battle formation. Once we've withstood the first wave of attacks, it won't be too late for you to take action. The Black Beast Tide is less than 2 kilometers away from here. Even some remote camps may have started fighting. In such a critical moment, even if the opponent is a peerless genius at the peak of the 4th level, one cannot act recklessly, otherwise it is easy to lose his life. Level 4 warriors who were exhausted to death by low-level beast tides are not rare in combat records. Moreover, if the performance was too outstanding, Lu Jing had also heard of terrifying rumors of assassinations in various countries around the world. It is reasonable and logical that we should restrain our attack and resist the beast tide in a safe and simple way. Lu Jing stared at the young man in blue clothes in front of him. How is it? I just hope that the other party can realize that something is wrong quickly and retreat to the rear of the battle formation. However, the boy seemed to have not heard it at all. Stand back, I'll take over the battlefield. Yi Li's voice was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable meaning. Then, without waiting for Lu Jing to speak, he began to walk towards the tide of beasts in front. He started by pacing slowly, and then suddenly started running wildly. Your mightiness. Lu Jing was stunned, then suddenly came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaimed. The beast tide is no small matter. You are gifted, so you should just follow my instructions and take it step by step. Even if you can survive the beast tide, you should still remember the saying, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. But as his words fell, the speed of that thin figure actually increased instead of decreased, like a blue bullet fired from a gun at high speed. Yi Li's black eyes were bright, his spirits were high, and his green robe was fluttering. As the distance got closer, the aura emanating from him became stronger. The surging aura belonging to the peak of the 4th level burst out from him, as eye-catching as a flame dancing in the wind, or a lighthouse that never goes out in the rain. Such an arrogant attitude silenced hundreds of law enforcement officers behind him. In the crowd, Shen Jingli stared at the figure motionlessly. Call. The whistling sound of the wind passed by Yi Li's ears. The distance between him and the beast tide was getting closer and closer. Now he could no longer hear the earnest exhortations behind him. Brilliant blue light surged, and beautiful ice flowers continued to condense in the air. A tremendous amount of cold air burst out from his body, and an illusory ice dragon took shape beside him at an incredible speed. The purple-robed cultist in the beast tide suddenly changed his expression. He felt an extremely terrifying energy brewing in the ice dragon. Whoosh! Under hundreds of gazes, Yi Li's figure soared into the air. What about taking it one step at a time? What about the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? To hell with it all. I just want to shake the nations. Let's see what kind of wind can defeat me. The young man raised one hand and laughed loudly. At this moment, those bright black eyes reflected the vast tide of beasts, the purple-robed cultist with a twitching face, and the huge building on the top of the distant mountain. The power in the body is abundant and surging. Call. Yi Li exhaled silently, and the air around him became more and more violent. This was the first time he had used his full strength since he had reached the peak of the Tianguan realm. The perfected true meaning of the ice dragon finally revealed its power as a 5th-level treasure martial art. Boom! At this moment, the water vapor within a radius of dozens of miles vibrated together, and towering water columns rose from the lakes on Dangtian Mountain and gathered towards his palm. The many law enforcement officers in the camp stared at the figure closely, and the emotions in their eyes finally turned into shock. Suddenly, a nearly 100-foot-long ice dragon appeared out of thin air. Its body was extremely huge, as majestic and magnificent as an iceberg. Its scales were flashing with icy light. Its huge body was circling, covering the sky and the sun, bringing endless pressure and coldness. The powerful aura it exudes makes people breathless, and the majesty and domineering contained in its dragon eyes are heart-pounding, as if it is the master of this world, and no one dares to challenge its authority easily. At this moment, the dragon allowed the high-spirited young man in green to step on it, and the huge dragon head looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, a loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth, carrying with it extremely strong majesty and momentum, shaking the entire Dangtian Mountain. This young man, who is destined to make a sensation in the world in the future, has finally revealed his brilliance under the attention of everyone. It's so refreshing. On top of the ice dragon, Yi Li raised the corners of his lips slightly, looking down at everything below with disdainful eyes. It's rare that I've put in so much effort to use a big move, so I must deal maximum damage. Then, the boy waved his hand casually. Immediately afterwards, the majestic ice dragon suddenly rushed out. The towering body instantly broke through layers of sound barriers and dived towards the center of the black tide in front with an extremely terrifying posture that shook everything. The threat of death came like a mountain pressing down on one's head. In the beast tide, the purple-robed cultist stood there stiffly, his eyes filled with despair. He suddenly felt that his beast god cult saint, who had just formulated a plan and was full of confidence, might be doomed today. The next second, the ice dragon arrived in time. The moment the icy dragon head and the pitch-black beast tide came into contact. Boom! An extremely cold storm that swept across the sky and earth suddenly arose from the ground. In the dazzling blue light, the terrifying shockwave shook the mountains and cracked the earth. The air in it was more like the surface of a vast ocean, with layer upon layer of ripples. The deafening roar instantly spread throughout the entire Dangtian mountain area. Inside Dangtian mountain, countless people raised their heads and looked at the blue beam of light rising into the sky, their faces suddenly becoming wonderful. Above the beast god cult branch, a girl wrapped in green was controlling a tornado, suppressing two huge monsters that were tens of meters tall. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Eagle Crying Gorge, frowning slightly. The sound of this fighting was so astonishing. Which clan was this 5th level warrior from? Inside Eagle Crying Gorge. The fierce wind swept in all directions, brightening countless dull faces. Wait until the storm slowly dissipates. Amidst the devastated ruins, a young man in green clothes walked out. Looking at his body, there were only a few bloodstains on the corners of his clothes. Lu Jing was breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on everything in front of him, with unprecedented shock in his eyes. He opened his mouth, touched his face, and subconsciously looked around. The other law enforcers were all dumbfounded, as if they couldn't understand the situation before them. They could only stand there blankly, their bodies frozen like statues. My mood eased a little. It's not that I adapted to the impact brought by Yili so quickly, but I felt a little relieved. In the face of this type of monster, my previous worries did seem like unnecessary worries. The beast tied in Eagle Crying Gorge was resolved so easily. Lu Jing smacked his lips. Looking at Yili, who was standing in the ruins and calming down. He took a step forward with his numb legs and walked towards the other person. He forced a smile on his face, but his voice was a little dry. Director Yi, are you really? The voice stopped abruptly. Yili looked around, the black in his pupils became deeper, and his clear and calm voice echoed throughout the mountains. Stand up. Stand up. It seemed as if another voice came from the mountains, with a low, majestic and heavy feeling, completely unlike the voice of a young boy. In fact, no living person could hear the second voice, but the undead on the ground responded eagerly, as if they were responding to the call of the king. Hundreds of corpses of strange beasts disappeared from the earth, but gradually appeared in the vast basin in front of the young man, majestic and captivating. Looking at this incredible scene, Lu Jing's forward steps stopped where he was, and his mood, which had originally calmed down a little, was once again stirred up by huge waves. What the fuck, what's going on? Just as he was in a daze, a beautiful figure walked past him, looking almost identical to Yili from before. It was Changjingli. Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. Why do these geniuses from the martial arts university like to do this? It made him seem like he had lost his vigilance. Changjingli moved lightly and finally stopped behind Yili. Her eyes swept across the vast herd of strange beasts, and she opened her thin lips and asked calmly. Do you need help? No need. Yili shook his head slightly. As he spoke, Lu Jing walked over and also took a look at the thousands of strange beasts that made his scalp tingle, and his eyes twitched wildly. He bowed and asked Yili respectfully. Director Yi, the mission to defend Eagle Cry Gorge is basically over. Where are you planning to go next? He looked at Yili's face carefully and sighed in his heart. Even after performing miraculous methods one after another, there was no sign of exhaustion. This is really... Yili turned his head to look at the mountaintop still surrounded by storms and said calmly. I plan to go up the mountain and take a look. Converting the dead souls into his own use did not cost him much of his true energy. However, the consumption caused by that super high-level, Ice Dragon true meaning, was quite huge. At this moment, nearly 70% of the true energy in his body has been consumed. Although his condition was not very good, it was obviously not in vain that he recruited so many thugs. A legion composed of thousands of exotic beasts will surely be able to produce miraculous effects when the opponent does not have the same large-scale killing martial arts as themselves. It's time for a counterattack. Up the mountain? Lu Jing was startled, and said carefully, but it seems that Senior Zhua has not yet finished the battle, and the Holy Maiden of the Beast God cult has not yet appeared. It's okay, just stay here and watch. Yili raised his hand and waved it lightly, casually putting away the extremely conspicuous army of strange beasts, then turned and walked towards the mountain. His calm voice carried on the wind into everyone's ears. I'll go search that branch and see if I can catch that saint. Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly became interesting. P.S. It's a bit difficult to type out 4,000 words in a 2-in-1 article. Chapter 106 Left Green Fish. Eagle Cry Gorge. The original natural barrier of mountains has now been mostly destroyed, replaced by a shocking huge basin. Countless pieces of ice transformed from animal blood were scattered in it. Under the dim sky, it looked like a starry sky reflected in a lake at night. Until Yili's voice fell, breaking the silence in the air. Hundreds of law enforcement officers finally came to their senses, their eyes still filled with uncontrollable horror, their breathing disordered, and their faces numb. Taking their reactions into account, Lu Jing nodded repeatedly in understanding. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction where the boy disappeared. His expression was also one of unusual emotion. Less than 20 years old, and at the peak of the 4th level. In less than 5 minutes, the second young lady of the Jibei Wu family and her lackeys were killed. Immediately afterwards, he single-handedly dealt with a terrifying beast tide consisting of thousands of strange beasts. No, it's not a terrifying beast tide now. Compared with the 100-foot-long ice dragon condensed by the young man, the beast tide composed of thousands of low-level exotic beasts is simply child's play. Before this, if Lu Jing heard that such a person had appeared in Hanxia, he would probably just laugh it off. There is a high probability that you don't believe it in your heart. Young men from aristocratic families like this, young geniuses, just like to exaggerate. Just like in the past few decades, Lu Jing has heard of countless martial arts geniuses who are hailed as future masters by the outside world. But what is the result? These so-called martial arts geniuses always encounter various accidents on their road to growth. Either because of a certain game, they had a problem with their mentality and were stuck at the same level for life, or they accidentally died in the mouth of a high-level monster during an expedition to a secret realm, and so on. Lu Jing has tasted enough of this kind. He also concluded a truth from this. Most of the so-called rumors are false and empty statements. Even if it is true, it is bound to be somewhat exaggerated. It is possible that this young warrior was able to withstand 2 moves from a 4th-level master, and when the news spread to the outside world, it was reported that the battle was a draw. Naturally, he is another genius. Therefore, apart from some rankings unique to top universities or those well-known top competitions, most of the other rumors, no matter how mysterious, are just for listening. However, what he saw and heard today caused a subtle change in his mentality. Lu Jing looked around at the surroundings, which had undergone a huge change compared to before, and couldn't help but laugh dryly twice, muttering to himself. It turns out there really are monsters in this world. Before this, I was a little ignorant. I also need to think carefully about the battle report later. Behind Lu Jing, inside the camp. Wu Jie also stared blankly at the scene in front of her, with her mouth wide open, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She only saw a huge tide of beasts coming, and the young man in green rushed out of the battle formation, soared into the air, raised his hand and summoned a towering and terrifying ice dragon, and then the mountains shook. The tide of beasts disappeared directly. And then later, Wu Jie's legs went weak and she slumped to the ground with a dazed look in her eyes. With her cultivation level of the 2nd level of the 4th stage, she is considered one of the strongest among the strong in Demon City University. At the age of 26, he was a 5th-year student, which was definitely a genius for a 4th-level warrior. Before the age of 70, he will definitely be able to break through to the 5th level. Before this, Wu Jie was complacent about it. However, after seeing the performance of the young man in blue, she had no desire to catch up with him. Not even a trace. There was only deep disbelief and shock from the heart. The Wu family, which she was so proud of, had been ruthlessly crushed into pieces in front of this unparalleled talent. I had actually been thinking about revenge in the future. If this angered him and made him bear a grudge against the entire Wu family, then in a few decades, the Jibei Wu family would probably be wiped out. Thinking of this, a numbing shudder ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, and Wu Jie's white calves couldn't stop shaking. She turned around suddenly and looked at her servant Song Tao, who was kneeling on the ground in shock. The little face turned pale and ordered, "Don't tell anyone about what happened this morning, including your father and sister." Song Tao was already frightened and nodded repeatedly, trembling. Yes, yes. After passing through Eagle Crying Gorge, Yili headed towards the top of the mountain. His figure moved among the rocks and trees as if he were walking on flat ground. With the help of the Follow the Wind and the Sun step, his movement speed was quite good. Yili casually called out the panel and checked his recent gains. Killed 5 21st level monsters, evil deeds plus 5,200. Killed 395 2nd level monsters, evil deeds plus 7,900. Kill 73rd level monsters, evil value plus 3,500. Kill 3 4th level monsters, evil deeds plus 4,500 points. Kill a 4th level Tianguan Realm Warrior, evil deeds value plus 11,000. Current evil value, 66,600 points. I have to say that the amount of evil value that each of these strange beasts can produce is really pitifully small. But his previous guess turned out to be correct. The evil value released by a 4th level alien beast that has opened up most of its spiritual intelligence is much higher than that of a 3rd level alien beast with newborn spiritual intelligence. But unfortunately, he is still far inferior to normal warriors of the same level. I'll experiment again when I encounter a higher level beast in the future. Yili nodded slightly, then put away the panel and continued to fly towards the top of the mountain. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had crossed most of the Dangtian Mountains and arrived near the top of the mountain. The peak ahead is surrounded by strong winds. One after another, astonishingly powerful blue tornadoes raged from the ground ahead, constantly changing their shapes as if they were controlled by someone. Every time he moved, a huge roar from the strange beast would be heard, vibrating the eardrums, and the smell of blood in the air became stronger. Someone is fighting. Yili walked out of the dense forest, feeling the powerful aura coming from the front, and his expression became a little more serious. He raised his eyes and looked as hard as he could see. In the center of several tornadoes, a girl in a green dress was barefoot, her eyes coldly looking at the two huge beasts below. There seemed to be tiny green vortexes lingering under her feet, allowing her to stay in the air with a superior posture. Her face is extremely beautiful, a perfect combination of coolness and childishness, and she looks like a beautiful work of art. In Yili's perception, the girl exuded a dangerous aura from head to toe, far more so than the Yang family's patriarch back then. He almost instantly felt a real threat, and the true energy in his body began to flow subconsciously. This is an instinctive reaction when encountering a strong enemy. In addition, around the top of Dangtian Mountain, he fought against two equally terrifying huge monsters. The identity of the girl in the green skirt is about to be revealed. Zhuo Qingyu, vice president of Fengyun University. At this moment, she was fighting against two 6th level beasts. Although she was clearly a 6th level warrior, she was able to suppress them in all directions with just a few moves. Two 6th level monsters, each dozens of meters long and possessing intelligence similar to that of humans, looked at the tiny figure with hatred in their eyes. Their huge bodies were covered with torn scars, and blood was flowing, dyeing the ground below red. Obviously, those extremely destructive tornadoes had caused them serious injuries. On the other hand, Zhuo Qingyu's breathing was steady and his clothes were slightly messy. She was extremely fast, her petite figure twisting and turning in the air, nimbly dodging the powerful attacks of the two strange beasts. When she really couldn't avoid them, she stepped on the void and used her body to collide with them, causing a huge noise. From time to time, he mobilized the swirling tornadoes around him and tore the bodies of the two strange beasts apart. If the situation continues to develop in this way, it is really just a matter of time before Zhuo Qingyu wins. Do you want to try to patch up the tail knife? Yili pondered for a moment, and then decided to follow the original plan and go to the Beast God Cult branch on the top of the mountain first. It's not that he didn't want to take Zhuo Qingyu's head, but he really was powerless. The super-level, Ice Dragon true meaning, that was powerful enough to kill a 5th-level warrior had just been knocked out by him. Along the way, although the true energy in his body was recovering at a very fast speed, it only recovered to about 50%. Even if he drained all the chi in his body, the ice dragon he created would hardly be able to seriously injure a 5th-level warrior. Not to mention the two 6th-level monsters with powerful bodies. If someone slaps me with his claws, I'm afraid I'll be cut in half. Low returns, high risks. Let this principles will figure it out slowly. Having made up his mind, Yili turned his gaze back to the Beast God Cult branch on the top of the mountain. Then, he restrained his breath slightly and exerted force on his feet. The thin figure disappeared in an instant. At the same time, in the distant sky, in the tense battle, Zhuo Qingyu seemed to casually glance at the direction where the young man in green disappeared. Chapter 107, Unaware of One's Own Capabilities. Beast God Cult Branch. Great, it worked. Looking at the blood-red altar, which was becoming increasingly eerie in color, the Beast God Cult Saint could not hide her excitement on her pale face as she muttered to herself. The depressed mood finally brightened up a little. After adding the vitality of two 4th-level palace elders and her original essence and blood as a 4th-level peak warrior, the power required by the altar finally gradually increased. Although it is still a little short of summoning a 6th-level monster. But it is more than enough to summon a 5th-level monster with a strong body. Combined with her special identity as a saint, she can temporarily serve as a vessel for God's descent and turn the tide of battle. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more the space inside it resembles an independent small world. If you want to borrow the power of the beast god, ordinary means will not work. The blood red lines on the body of the beast god saint are exactly those unusual methods. When performing divine descent, the more lines on your body, the longer it can last. Give some of the power in these patterns to the 5th level monster. At that time, the 5th level strange beast will burst out with the 9th level pressure belonging to the beast god, and then explode into a bloody mist. But that's enough. Even though the 9th level pressure only lasted for a brief moment, it was enough to affect Zhuo Qingyu, who was concentrating on the battle. As long as she was injured and retreated, the holy maiden of the beast god cult would have considerable confidence to rush out of the Dangtian mountain in one breath and escape the blockade of the Qingyi Bureau. It will probably take another 10 minutes to establish communication. The beast god saint closed her eyes and felt the 3 powerful auras fighting outside the hall. A look of joy appeared on her charming face. The auras of the 2 beast masters are still quite long. That old woman definitely won't be able to kill them in 10 minutes. That's the case. The only thing she was still concerned about was the huge vibration sound coming from the bottom of the mountain. A warrior who can create such a sensation must be at least a top-tier warrior among the 5th rank. Most likely, the director of the Qingyi Bureau of a first-tier city was transferred here. You're so brave to risk the loss of the city and come to encircle and suppress me. The beast god cult saint's face turned cold as she gritted her teeth and said angrily, Zhuo Qingyu, all those students from Fengyun University who are away from home will pay the price for your actions today. Let's wait and see. There was a strong murderous intent in her cold voice. At this moment, a strange breath suddenly came from outside the hall, and the owner of the breath was approaching here at an extremely fast speed. They came to my door? The beast god saint's hair stood on end and she turned around abruptly to look outside the hall. At the same time, she comforted herself in her heart. It is impossible for a beast tide consisting of thousands of strange beasts to be broken up so quickly. Even if someone attacks a branch, the number of people will definitely not be large. As expected. A green light came with a tail, smashed the main door of the hall and fell into the hall. Under the tense gaze of the beast god cult saint as if facing a formidable enemy. The handsome young man had a calm expression, his black hair was blown away in front of his forehead, and his green shirt fell slowly in the strong wind. The moment he saw the saint, his dark eyes lit up slightly. It's like a hunter seeing his prey, with a slight sense of pleasure. Just you? Yili looked around and asked casually. I'd like to ask you this question as well. The beast god cult saint was stunned at first, then sneered, how dare you, alone, attack my beast god cult branch? As she spoke, anger surged in her heart. The other party's aura was only at the peak of the 4th level, comparable to hers, yet he dared to ignore the impact of the beast tide and come directly here. I'm afraid he heard about my realm from there, so he felt that there was an opportunity and wanted to take the chance to seize the credit. It's really ridiculous. Do you think that since both sides are at the peak of the 4th level, you can easily win as before? The beast god saint raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared in her eyes. It's like watching a hothouse flower that overestimates its own capabilities, trying vainly to steady itself in a strong wind. How could her peak 4th level be compared to those at the peak 4th level of martial arts universities? The other party didn't even think about why those 4th level warriors who were transferred from various places at the foot of the mountain were hesitant to go up the mountain? It's because they are afraid of her strength. If one does not have nearly invincible strength at the same level, it would be a waste of the baptism of the precious blood of those warriors. Don't look, boy. Seeing the other party looking around, the beast god saint laughed softly and said, I'm the only one here. After saying this, her mocking smile gradually widened, and she asked, after hearing what I said, do you think you can win? As she spoke, scarlet blood slowly rose from her body. The entire beast god cult branch began to heat up at this moment. I was originally worried that I wouldn't have enough precious blood, but I didn't expect someone to actually deliver it right to my door. The beast god saint walked slowly towards the other party, and her slightly crazy laughter resounded throughout the hall. It's clear that you have many misunderstandings about the beast god cult, which is why you dare to come here alone. Once I break your limbs one by one, I'll surely be able to restore your respect for the beast god. Hearing this, Yili looked up. His gaze passed over the holy maiden of the beast god cult and fell directly on the bloody altar. His powerful 5 senses told him that something bad was brewing rapidly there. If you want to go and see, you have to beat this show off until he can't stand up. Very good, in that case. Yili exhaled silently, and a vast golden light gradually emerged from the depths of his dark eyes. P.S. The score is 9.0, thank you for your support. It's the beginning of the month, and I, the humble author, am begging for waves to generate electricity for love. Or 2. Chapter 108 I will interpret suppression. The beast god cult saint is full of confidence. As a saint who is in harmony with the beast god, her way of practice is to rely on the blood-swallowing method bestowed by the beast god to absorb the power of the precious blood of those warriors and thus gain corresponding improvement. Warriors constantly refine themselves, and their precious blood is their essence. Although practicing this method is rather crude for martial artists, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort and bring about rapid progress in a short period of time. But she was not a real exotic beast after all, and could not perfectly match the method given by the beast god and completely absorb the power contained in the precious blood of those warriors. Over time. Although he possessed combat power far exceeding that of warriors of the same level, he also had negative problems such as a flawed foundation and an unstable mental state, making it impossible for him to reach the peak of martial arts. The saints of all generations have been unable to break through the 7th level, complete the transformation, and become demigods in their lifetime. But this does not affect their notoriety, which can make warriors of the same level flee in fear. In the history of Hanxia, there was even an instance where 3 warriors of the same level from famous sects besieged the holy son of the beast god cult. In the end, all 3 of them were torn apart by the holy son and died on the spot. Her own strength is the source of the beast god saint's confidence. She took light steps and looked at the silent young man in blue clothes, her heart burning with excitement. A young 4th-level peak warrior must have been surrounded by flowers and praises since he was born. These praises blinded the boy's eyes and led to his misjudgment today. Then, let's use our lives to offset the cost. The beast god cult saint's eyes flashed with viciousness, and the murderous aura surging from her body gradually deepened. In her perception, the aura emanating from the boy's body reached perfection. I think all the flaws of the Tianyuan realm have been polished away through various trials and tribulations. Perfect, so perfect. Saliva instinctively began to secrete from the mouth of the beast god saint. She couldn't wait to taste the other person's precious blood. The moment this idea came to mind, the holy maiden of the beast god cult suddenly saw the other party raise a pair of vast golden eyes. In an instant, a pressure that made her scalp tingle suddenly descended upon her heart. Break limbs? Yili Jin's eyes were burning, and his voice was filled with laughter. You have provided a good idea. The holy maiden of the beast god cult was stunned, and the expression on her face gradually turned into amusement. You want to do this to me too? She asked in an almost sarcastic tone. Do you have the ability? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man came like lightning. He gathered all his energy into the elixir and instantly completed an explosion of elixir energy. With the blessing of the best true blood in 5 god-level Tianyuan bridges, the energy poured out like a huge avalanche. Boom! The air exploded, and Yili's breath turned into a rolling tide, pouring out like an overwhelming force. The holy maiden of the beast god cult was originally pacing calmly until that terrifying energy hit her, and the expression on her weird face changed drastically. The force contained in the boy's fist was so strong that it was frightening. In an instant, she urgently unleashed a burst of Dan Qi, clenched her fist with one hand, gritted her teeth and smashed towards the opponent's chest. Planning to exchange injury for injury. Bang! 2 dull sounds of flesh hitting each other rang out one after another, followed by the clear sound of breaking bones. The holy maiden of the beast god cult was seen flying backwards with her legs in the air, crashing directly into the throne above and embedding heavily into the wall. His eyes were filled with horror. What a terrifying force! Just one punch almost broke her ribs and caused her internal organs to feel excruciating pain as if they were being squeezed. How could a warrior at the peak of the 4th level have such a body? He used a secret technique? Cough. The holy maiden of the beast god cult coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggled to walk out of the rubble, and her mentality underwent some subtle changes. If it weren't for the protective blood energy that took away some of the force, coupled with his strong body, that punch alone would have probably. The beast god saint suppressed her thoughts and looked up. The young man in green standing there had a calm expression and a steady breath. There was no sign of injury. But the golden light in his eyes gradually faded away. Just when the beast god saint thought that his secret magic was backlashing him, Yili suddenly raised his hand towards her. In the empty air, bits of cold light gathered rapidly. Seeing this, the beast god cult saint's heart suddenly tightened and her breathing stagnated slightly. She had felt a similar aura before, a few seconds before the huge earthquake came from the direction of Eagle Cry Gorge, which was something she was quite concerned about. I thought it was those old guys from Han Xiaoqingyi's bureau who joined forces to form a battle formation, causing the strange noise. And it turned out to be a young warrior who created it? The next moment, a lifelike ice dragon swept out from Yi Li's palm, and the loud dragon roar resounded through the top of Dangtian Mountain. The dragon's body, which was more than 10 feet long, rushed towards her. The beast god saint widened her eyes. Did the purple-robed master who went to Eagle Crying Gorge die from this move? She immediately bit her lip, and as the bright red blood flowed out, the protective blood energy in her body increased. In an instant, an ice dragon of more than 10 feet in length smashed into her body, and the thick protective blood energy was torn apart frantically. The tremendous force caused the ground below to directly collapse. The huge dragon head bit the body of the holy maiden of the beast god cult fiercely and continued to move her into the mountain. Yi Li snapped his fingers lightly, and the huge body of the ice dragon suddenly exploded. A biting storm swept from the mountain, and the saint's painful wails rang out. Get rid of the guy who's in the way. Yi Li walked towards the altar. In his field of vision, the surging blood energy on the blood-red altar became increasingly dense, emitting a faint, heart-pounding aura. I just took 2 steps. From the hole blasted out by the ice dragon in the distance, there came the sound of rapid turning over. Yi Li looked up. The beast god cult's holy maiden, covered in blood, rushed out of the cave, then half knelt on the ground, her frozen blue face full of fear. But even so, she still stared at the young man in blue. His eyes were red, as if they were about to spit fire. I've almost lost interest in you. Even if you want to be tortured by me, you need to wait. Yi Li spoke in a flat tone. He sensed that something brewing on the altar was about to be born, and he had to interrupt its casting quickly. With the strength of the holy maiden of the beast god cult, it was basically a gift to him and far less dangerous than what was brewing in the altar. You, don't even think about it. The beast god saint's mouth and nose were bleeding, and she screamed in a trembling voice, that is the altar dedicated to the supreme beast god. You. The words haven't been finished yet. The next moment, a strange and deep black aura emerged from under the other party's feet and quickly enveloped the entire hall. Silently. Behind Yi Li, dense figures of strange beasts emerged from the ground, and the originally empty hall suddenly seemed crowded. Hold her down. Yi Li put his hands in his pockets, withdrew his gaze, and continued walking towards the altar. In the somewhat confused eyes of the beast god cult saint. Roar! The roars of hundreds of strange beasts combined together, shaking the mountain top, and began to charge towards the holy maiden of the beast god cult. Chapter 109 Gold Soul Upgrade, come with me. Although the holy maiden of the beast god cult could kill several strange beasts with one punch and move through the herd as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, the constantly appearing black shadows of strange beasts still greatly curbed her speed. Yi Li walked towards the altar slowly, as if he was showing it to her. The holy maiden of the beast god cult was almost going crazy. She never dreamed that one day she would experience the disgusting nature of the beast tide. Kill 1 and 2 will appear. Kill one group, and another group will appear. The endless momentum made the holy maiden of the beast god cult suspect that the thousands of strange beasts that attacked Eagle Cry Gorge were all used by the other side to deal with her. Seeing Yi Li getting closer and closer to the altar, she was so distraught that she couldn't bear it anymore. It directly activated some of the saint's unique marks, trying to subdue these rioting beasts, but was met with strong resistance. It's like, not enough authority. This ridiculous idea popped into my mind. The beast god cult saint was filled with confusion. She, specially appointed by the beast god as his spokesperson, didn't have enough authority? At this moment, Yi Li finally arrived in front of the altar. After a quick inspection, the boy seemed unable to understand the operating principles of the altar and frowned. But in less than 2 seconds, it stretched out again. He chose the most direct approach. In the desperate eyes of the beast god saint, a majestic and huge ice dragon was born again and rushed towards the altar under Yi Li's command. An ice storm suddenly exploded, and the altar that was about to be completed burst into pieces under the bombardment of the ice dragon. Destroy something the beast god saint holds dear before her eyes, evil deed value plus 5,000. How dare you, lowly person. Seeing this scene, the holy maiden of the beast god cult's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. She no longer cared about her serious injuries. While spitting out blood, terrifying energy burst out from her body, and dozens of strange beasts were directly blown into pieces. How dare you, a scoundrel, blaspheme God. The beast god saint stared intently at the exploding altar, her voice piercingly sharp, death penalty, death penalty. As she spoke, the blood-red lines on her body lit up one after another, and seemed to be igniting. The group of strange beasts that were originally fearless of death suddenly began to retreat and all stood in front of Yi Li. The holy maiden of the beast god cult slowly turned her head and looked at the solemn-looking young man with flaming eyes. Death penalty! Death penalty! A roar of deep resentment emanated from her mouth, and her already unstable emotions were now close to madness. Use the blood of sinners as a sacrifice to the gods. The moment the words fell, the blood-red lines finally caught fire. An extremely majestic aura burst out from the body of the holy maiden of the beast god cult and soared into the sky. With a loud bang, all the glass in the hall shattered, and the strange beasts that were closer were blown into a bloody mist on the spot. The dark clouds are shaking and the sky is drooping. The air of the entire Dangtian mountain suddenly darkened, and all creatures began to tremble instinctively. Their legs became weak and they collapsed to the ground, without even the courage to look at the top of the mountain. Even Zhuo Qingyu, who was high in the sky, turned pale and his agile figure suddenly fell to the ground. Fortunately, the two 6th-level monsters in front of her were also the same. With a body tens of meters tall, he knelt down in the distance towards the palace on the top of the mountain dozens of miles away. This is the breath of the beast god. Inside the main hall. The moment the holy maiden of the beast god cult performed divine descent, an unprecedented feeling instantly overwhelmed Yi Li's body and mind. His keen 5 senses were taken away almost instantly. Both perception and vision fell into darkness. At the same time, his strong and powerful limbs began to weaken, his straight waist trembled uncontrollably, his 7 orifices felt warm, and blood seemed to be flowing out. An irresistible sense of terror emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of my heart. Let alone resisting, even moving a finger was a luxury for him at this moment. I see. Is this the descent of God? Yi Li remembered the information he had read on the high-speed train when he came here, and he had a slight understanding in his mind. I was indeed shocked, but not really scared. According to the relevant records of Hanxia for hundreds of years, the strongest 6th-level saint of the beast god cult only lasted less than 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Control souls and unify spirits has been cast. As long as Yi Li is alive, the collected souls will continue to protect him. Coupled with the recovery ability of Immortal Golden Soul, it is likely that the opponent will be exhausted to death. It's a bit frustrating to win. Feeling the uncontrollable instinctive fear in his heart, Yi Limo sighed. Sure enough, the stronger you are, the harder it is to deal with the target. At this moment, his knees began to bend, and it seemed as if he was about to kneel down to the other party. Yi Li changed his plans. It seems that bottom lines really need to be followed. Just having a little thought of giving in will lead to others invading further. Make me kneel down? Damn, that's really cool. An extremely angry emotion surged from Yi Li's heart, and he quickly filtered through his mind all the things about his high status. Soon, he had the answer. Silently, brilliant golden light emerged from those dark eyes again. Think of the owner of the Age of Gods. He immediately started to fight with the Golden Soul and raised the banner of resistance. The thin body wailed under the pressure, the enormous pressure caused blood to splatter from the surface of the body, and the degree of rupture of the 7 orifices continued to deepen. But, it doesn't matter. Yi Li looked calm and had no intention of giving up getting up. The sound of bones tearing apart sounded to his ears like the beating of advancing drums. The blood bursting from his 7 orifices was like a stream that helped him move forward. An ordinary warrior would collapse under this pressure. Even if his spirit was strong, his body would not be able to provide enough support. But the Golden Soul gave Yi Li unparalleled recovery ability, allowing him to have the ability to give it a try. Boom! The rocks under Yi Li's feet cracked, but his altitude continued to rise. The golden eyes that should have been dim now became brighter. At this moment, the young man's tenacious golden soul slowly vibrated. Not far away. The beast god saint looked at the piece of altar fragment in her palm, and deep heartache welled up in her eyes. This type of high-level altar is connected to the beast god. Destroying the altar is undoubtedly a blasphemy against the beast god. If it was destroyed by that Zhuo Qingyu, that would be fine. But what the beast god saint couldn't accept was that the other party was just a 4th-rank warrior. Now that the altar was destroyed, she was destined to never escape from Dangtian Mountain. But before dying, he dedicated his last bit of energy to slay sinners for the supreme beast god. Still quite confident. You will pay for your actions. The beast god saint was wrapped in flames. The fragment melted in her palm, and her extreme roar resounded throughout the hall. At this moment, although her combat power has not increased, her whole body exudes a trace of the 9th level aura belonging to the beast god. Not to mention 4th level warriors, even groups of 5th level warriors would be tied up and slaughtered by her like livestock. This is why the beast god cult's holy maiden makes ordinary warriors shudder at the mention of her. Even if you have the ability to defeat her, you still have to consider the impact of her dying counterattack. As she spoke, she suddenly looked at the young man in green clothes who bent down but still did not kneel, with a cold look in her eyes. Inside the main hall, all the strange beasts were shaken into black mist in the sky and disappeared without a trace. Even though new strange beasts continued to emerge, they posed no threat to her. She began to pace towards him. At this moment, something strange happened. Yili, who was originally stiff all over, slowly straightened up. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the holy maiden of the beast god cult. His golden eyes were fierce and fiery, as if lava was flowing. You. The pupils of the beast god cult saint shrank slightly, and she subconsciously began to slowly retreat. The aura emanating from the young man was extremely violent, which offset the majestic aura emanating from her. But the majesty revealed in those golden eyes was so strong that it seemed to be able to break her spine. It's actually possible. The boy's voice was slightly surprised. In his field of vision, a light blue curtain of light floated quietly. I detected that you still possess a strong will to resist the beast god's pressure. Your indestructible spirit has transformed your golden soul. Immortal gold soul upgraded to LV4, self-healing ability increased, healing loss reduced. New talent, walk with me. Effect, greatly strengthens one's willpower, immunity to mental control, immunity to the pressure of those in higher positions. Comment, this gift of willpower capable of withstanding any pressure is possessed by only a handful of individuals, even in the prosperous age of gods. It is said that they can all remain calm in the face of great catastrophes. Even if they have to fight alone against countless gods and demons, or even overturn the entire heaven, they will not be afraid at all. The way of heaven cannot control one's heart, and great calamity cannot change one's will. Having said that, can such a rare gift of divine power truly overturn the corrupt heavenly Tao? P.S. I had a high fever yesterday and took a day off. Many of you didn't see it, so I'll say it again here. I feel a little better today, so I got up and started writing. I still feel dizzy, so I'm going to lie down after I finish sending the message. Chapter 110. What a joke. Inside the hall, the young man in green was full of vigor and vitality. He exhaled lightly, adjusted his breathing, and turned his head to look casually at the beast god cult saint who was standing there in a daze. The moment she was enveloped by those majestic eyes, the holy maiden of the beast god cult came back to her senses in an instant. The look he gave Yili gradually became filled with horror. With his mouth wide open, he stepped back subconsciously, the sound of his heart beating pounding in his ears. She couldn't even describe the shock, she simply couldn't comprehend the scene before her. There was no doubt about the boy's playful look. The god's descent, which was regarded as a divine skill by successive saints, now lost its effect on a 4th level warrior. What a joke! How could a peak level 4th rank warrior stand firm under the aura of the beast god? Even if it's just a little bit, it's the genuine 9th level pressure. Even Zhuo Qingyu, a 6th rank tycoon from Ming province who lived dozens of miles away from the palace, was forced to fall from the sky to the ground. The two 6th level monsters confronting her could only tremble in fear at this breath. The holy maiden of the beast god cult dared to guarantee that in the entire Dangtian mountain area, except for herself, no living creature should be able to remain standing. It should be like this, it should be like this. But now, there is one more. The beast god saint only felt her brain trembling, staring at the other party with red eyes. You, what on earth did you do? The dry voice squeezed out from the blood-soaked throat, full of disbelief and a hint of collapse. She tried to get the answer to the question from the other party. But Yili did not answer her. Just took a step forward quietly. This simple action alone was enough to terrify the saint of the beast god cult. It was clear that both of them were at the peak of the 4th level of cultivation, and she also claimed to be invincible among warriors of the same level, but at this moment she did not have the slightest desire to fight. Escape, she just wants to escape now. The saint was about to retreat, but suddenly remembered that she had already activated God's descent. Whether she wins or loses, she will die here. This completely broke her down. The beast god saint suddenly raised her head, looked at Yili with a crazy expression, and laughed a little brokenly. You are truly a child of destiny. Even the gods can't do anything to you. As she spoke, she coughed up blood and roared in despair. In that case, let's die here together to cheer up Lord Beast God. As soon as the words fell, she consumed a large amount of true energy in her body, summoned an illusory huge monster out of thin air, and rushed straight towards Yili. The beast's shadow is not as lifelike as the ice dragon, but it also has a very strong sense of oppression. But it had just taken 2 steps. Yili exerted force on his feet, and his body movements seemed slow, but in fact he shot out like an arrow. Instantly arrived in front of the illusory beast. The young man stretched out his arms, moved his chi and blood, and suddenly exerted force. A punch was like a thunderbolt from heaven, shattering the bell and directly blasting the illusory beast into red particles all over the sky. The holy maiden of the beast god cult had long anticipated such a situation. The opponent is a 4th level peak who is stronger than her. If they want to die together, they must use all their means. The moment the beast shadow exploded, she appeared in front of Yili as if by teleportation. There was a determination to fight to the death on his strange face. The saint gritted her teeth and skillfully performed the chi-holding Dan Chi exercise. The scarlet chi flowed along her 5 heavenly official bridges and merged into her Dan Chi explosion. Then, with the force of mountains collapsing, his fists smashed fiercely towards Yili's face. What disturbed her was that the boy's expression remained calm. Yili's muscles bulged like cast steel, and streams of icy energy surged out of his body. It was visible to the naked eye that the air flowing around was constantly making a teeth-grinding freezing sound. Yili started with the dragon shaking the mountain move, swinging his arms in a circle. The fist tip carries an avalanche-like explosive force, blasting out continuously like a tide. The two faced off head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible air exploded into waves like raindrops. Blood continued to flow out as the fists collided, and were then shattered by the strong wind. Both of them continued to unleash their Dan Chi explosions, 10 explosions in a row, 12 explosions in a row, 18 explosions in a row, 28 explosions in a row, 38 explosions in a row. A full 40 perfect bursts of Dan Chi. The holy maiden of the beast god cult desperately squeezed out the true energy in her body and exerted her strength beyond her level. At this moment, looking across the 16 continents of Hanxia, no 4th level warrior can keep up with her pace. However, the young man in blue in front of him was an exception. Not only did I keep up with her pace, but I did so with ease. During the entire process, you can also continuously use breathing techniques to replenish the consumed true chi. Is this really a human? The beast god cult saint was breathing rapidly, and she could no longer squeeze out any more true energy from her body. It seemed as if he saw her powerlessness. Yi Li Jin's eyes were cold. He punched her 3 times in a row, forcing open the middle door that she had been defending. Her towering chest was instantly exposed to the view. It's over. In an instant, the beast god cult saint's eyes showed despair. Her arms were already numb, and she had no possibility of defense at all. Just as she was about to raise her legs, a fierce force exploded in her chest. Bang! The chest of the beast god cult saint collapsed, and she flew backwards, blood spurting out of the air. She fell to the ground and rolled dozens of times until she hit the wall with a bang and finally stopped. The light in her eyes quickly faded, and a deep red of relief left her mouth. Looking at the young man in green robes walking slowly towards her, the saint said with a bitter smile, "You win. I never expected that such a peerless monster would appear in Hanxia today. Could it be that the golden age that only comes once in 1,000 years has arrived again? I really want to witness it with my own eyes." The pupils of the beast god cult saint gradually blurred. As the holy maiden of the beast god cult, she lost completely. But I'm not willing to give up. However, the other party was extremely talented and powerful, and he went up the mountain alone regardless of the danger and came to him. Just to kill her. It can be said that it has been firmly chosen by someone. The saint of the beast god cult vaguely remembered that the last time she was chosen so firmly was when she was still young and had detected the mark of the beast god, thus being elected as the new generation of saint. If it weren't for the beast god, he would have died in the fallen town. Although he has killed many people so far. But being able to burn perfectly like this and finally die at the hands of an admirable enemy, I have no regrets. At this moment, a piercing pain came from her left arm. The beast god saint's originally dilated pupils quickly focused, and the intense pain made her wail loudly. Ah! Tears rolled down her eyes and she turned her head to look. The young man in blue clothes was seen standing beside her, with her broken left arm under his feet. Then he raised his foot and smashed it again. Ah! The beast god saint twitched in pain, struggling frantically with a look of terror in her eyes. What are you doing? Break your limbs. Yi Li's voice was calm. After seeing her eyes, he asked with some amusement. You don't think it's over, do you? Casting God's Descent caused so much trouble to himself. He served as the leader of a cult, organizing strange beasts and cult members to kill so many people. To sum up, it took a lot of effort for me to catch such a suitable target. Now the other party actually wants to kick his legs and leave without any regrets? You must be joking. As a saint who is the center of everyone's attention, she must give herself the corresponding evil value. Chapter 111. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Thanks to the great master Chen Guang for the certification. Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. Yi Li took light steps and spoke in a flat voice. The archives clearly state that during the more than 40 years that the contemporary saint of the beast god cult was active, she led the beast god cult followers and a large number of strange beasts to destroy dozens of towns in Hanxia. There were countless casualties and corpses were everywhere. It is said that those who are chosen to become the holy sons and holy daughters of the beast god cult are all bloodthirsty and murderous. It's great that I can torture her without any psychological burden. Yi Li's expression was cold and he exerted slight force on his palms. Detected that you are breaking down the psychological defenses of the beast god cult saint, evil value plus 2000. The cult saint is so strong. Ah! The wailing of the holy maiden of the beast god cult echoed miserably in the hall, and her right arm was instantly broken by the opponent. Most of the lines on her face had been burned, but she felt an unprecedented torment. It feels so good. The holy maiden of the beast god cult cried out in tears. Happy? Yi Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, as expected of a saint, you have something special. He raised one hand, pointed it at the opponent, and a torrent of true energy gushed out. It fell heavily upon the holy maiden of the beast god cult. It was visible to the naked eye that the tendons, bones, skin and flesh gradually crumbled under the influence of the enormous force. Detected that you are about to break the psychological defenses of the beast god cult saint, evil value plus 3000. The wailing sound resounded throughout the hall. The beast god saint rolled her eyes wildly in pain, her dry voice distorted and filled with despair. I mean, give me a quick death. Yi Li understood now. But there was no hesitation in his movements. He kept using his newly generated qi to increase the force applied to the opponent's limbs. As Yi Li's 5 fingers slowly closed, the saint's body gradually began to crumble. I was wrong. Please forgive me, ah. As she spoke, the beast god saint desperately burned the blood-red lines on her face, hoping that she could reach the end of her life as soon as possible. Even though she begged desperately, the other party showed no intention of stopping. Under extreme pain, the spirit of the beast god saint was on the verge of collapse. She doesn't want to die in such humiliation. What she could accept was the death like before. Instead of disappearing in such humiliation under the humiliation of the enemy. Thinking of this, the beast god saint raised her head with all her might and roared incoherently. You have no right to do this to me. You are violating the laws of Hanxia. Damn you, pariah. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Law? Hearing this, Yi Li seemed to be thinking about something. Then he withdrew his palm and asked calmly, then tell me quickly. What? The saint of the beast god cult was stunned. Oh. Yi Li's expression turned cold again, you are really stubborn. Saint? You asked. It seemed as if he could see what she was thinking. Yi Li chuckled and said in a matter-of-fact tone. You've killed so many people, and now it's your turn to be killed. It's only natural. The beast god saint spoke in a hoarse voice, you are hypocritical. Treating me like this is considered righteousness? It's just. I'm too lazy to reason with you. Yi Li raised his palm and said calmly, you don't deserve to hear it. The moment the words fell, tremendous force suddenly descended upon the holy maiden of the beast god cult. Bang! The broken body of the beast god cult saint exploded into a bloody mist like fireworks, splattering on the ground. I've detected that you've completely broken the beast god cult saint's psychological defenses. Evil deeds plus 10,000. Detected that you killed the renowned beast god cult's current saintess, evil deeds plus 50,000. Yi Li looked at the place where it disappeared and sighed softly. I am still too kind. The best approach is actually not to cut the Gordian knot like this. Instead, they tortured the other party little by little and tried to gain as much evil points as possible. Never mind. Anyway, no matter how high or low the opponent is, they have successfully destroyed the opponent's psychological defenses. Yili exhaled silently and picked up the saint's robe on the ground. Then he snapped his fingers lightly. Silently, the beast god cult saint, who was almost identical to the previous one, emerged from the earth. She was wearing a red dress and knelt on one knee in front of Yili. Respectful expression, humble tone. "My lord, what are your commands?" Yili was speechless for a moment. Although he was quite aware of the dominance of his own talent, every time he saw an enemy who had shouted, "I won't let you go even if I become a ghost," a few minutes ago, he would become loyal to him the next second. "I'm still a little uncomfortable." But the summons were all summoned. Let's test out our own ideas for now. Let's see if this so-called fanatic will succumb to his Emperor's Covenant of Life and Death. After a brief pause, Yili asked, "Beast God and me, which one do you choose?" "What is the beast god?" The beast god saint sneered and said without hesitation, "My lord, please do not let this kind of garbage lower your status." Yili. Okay, let us play it this way, okay? Outside the beast god cult branch, the majestic aura that enveloped the entire Dangtian mountain suddenly disappeared without a trace. The first one to react was Zhuo Qingyu. The holy maiden of the beast god cult cast God's Descent and then died. The young man in green clothes who disappeared earlier is probably already. Thinking of this, Zhuo Qingyu frowned slightly. Even though she looks like a girl, her mind is that of a normal adult. At least that's what she thought. If you connect the dots, it's easy to guess what happened. Reckless, really reckless. I really don't know which family this genius is from. Can't he wait for me to free up my hands? Zhuo Qingyu gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and the martial infant in his body awakened all the cells in his body, temporarily pulling his body out of the weak state caused by the pressure. A brief recovery to peak condition. "You two beasts, I have tolerated you for a long time." Zhuo Qingyu tapped the ground barefoot, flew high into the sky, and with a wave of his hands, a terrifying blue tornado shot straight into the sky and rose from the ground in an instant. The wind howled and the earth cracked, demonstrating its terrifying destructive power. The two sixth-level monsters on the opposite side were still grieving the death of the saint, but seeing this situation, they hurriedly dragged their severely injured and weak bodies to defend themselves. The tornado swept through, shaking the mountains. In just a few minutes, the two tens of meters tall sixth-level monsters completely lost their vitality. Zhuo Qingyu casually pulled out the beast core and collected it, then flew towards the beast god cult branch on the top of the mountain with a heavy heart. At this moment, her pupils trembled slightly. A handsome young man with a blood-stained blue shirt walked out of the branch, holding in his hand the blood-red robe that belonged exclusively to the holy maiden of the beast god cult. Breathing is steady and expression is relaxed. P.S. It's the beginning of the month, I'm asking for your help. Chapter 112. I don't know what's wrong with me. I actually survived. Looking at the young man in green clothes on the top of the mountain, Zhuo Qingyu's face was filled with obvious surprise. What the other party was holding in his hand was the red robe of the holy maiden of the beast god cult. The saint's red robe is a treasure, usually used to suppress the blood red lines on her body, so there is definitely no mistake. If there were no unexpected circumstances, the holy maiden of the beast god cult would never take off this red robe. This made the already pessimistic mental state even worse. Now appearing in the hands of the young man in green shirt. In other words, the beast god cult saint did die after confronting him and performing God's Descent. But the boy survived. How did you do that? Zhuo Qingyu in the air murmured softly, with a hint of confusion in his sharp and cold eyes. Previously, if he had not been too focused on the confrontation with the two sixth-level monsters, he would not have noticed that the other party's speed was a little slower. She had long since withdrawn from the battle and directly kicked this impatient fourth-level peak warrior off Dangtian Mountain. After all, according to Zhuo Qingyu's calculations, once the young man meets the holy maiden of the beast god cult, no matter how you look at it, the former has no chance of survival. But the fact is, the opponent not only forced the saint out of the God's Descent, but also persisted to the end under the hands of the saint in the God's Descent state. Call. Zhuo Qingyu landed on the top of the mountain. There seemed to be a faint white mist under his bare feet, which prevented him from touching the ground. I am Zhuo Qingyu, the vice president of Fengyun University. The clear voice echoed on the mountain top. The girl walked slowly towards Yili, her cherry-colored lips moving slightly. What's your name, little boy? Zhuo Qingyu's voice is clear and dignified. Combined with her appearance, if you have to say, she looks like a girl with a queen-like aura. Yi Liwei nodded his chin imperceptibly. He sat down on the steps in front of the hall, recovering his inner energy, and replied softly. Yi Li. I wasn't angry at the other person's name. Don't be fooled by the fact that this barefoot girl looks very young. I wonder how old she is actually. If I say that her appearance is very consistent with the sexual fetishes of those Lolita lovers, I wonder how many bad points I can get. I'm afraid he'll get angry out of shame. Seeing the other party coming, Yi Li thought divergently. Yi Li. Hearing this, Zhuqingyu raised his brows slightly and searched for the name in his mind, but found nothing. That's strange. How come I have never heard of someone with such means? She frowned slightly, stopped, folded her arms across her chest, and asked condescendingly. Are you the current heir of some family, or a student of some martial arts university? From Fengyun University. Yi Li said casually. Zhuqingyu looked at him suspiciously. What age are you? Start of freshman year. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhuqingyu's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. She put her finger on her chin, stared at Yi Li, and asked after a while as if to confirm. Start of school, freshman year? Yeah. Yi Li nodded his chin lightly. Don't move. Zhuqingyu took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Li as if teleporting. He placed 2 fingers on his wrist and began to examine it seriously. The speed is astonishingly fast. The sudden attack made Yi Li move slightly. But then a huge gust of wind pressure fell on him, holding him still and unable to move. If Yi Li hadn't reacted quickly, this pressure would have knocked him to the ground. As expected of a 6th-level martial arts infant realm giant, suppressing a 4th-level peak warrior is as easy as breathing. I almost lost the knee that I had just saved with great difficulty. I said, don't move. As if dissatisfied with Yi Li's resistance, Zhuqingyu frowned slightly, and his cold voice revealed an unquestionable dominance. Just sit still, I won't hurt you. A faint green light shone from her fingertips, quickly flowing through Yi Li's body along his meridians. But the rough method is almost the same as the strong one. The person involved expressed extreme discomfort. Lao Deng, I will explode with you right away. Yi Li held his breath, smiled and said nothing. This little lowly with a mature and domineering look is really domineering. One day, I will let you know how I felt just now. I'm actually not even 20 years old. After a moment, Zhuqingyu removed her 2 fingers, with a look of surprise on her pretty face, and said. Luckily you didn't die, otherwise I would have made a huge mistake. How did you manage to survive until now under the hands of the saint in the God's descent state? Without waiting for Yi Li to speak, she waved her hand and said in a nonchalant tone. It's okay not to tell. It's normal for young people to have some privacy. Then let's not talk about it. Yi Li said. Zhuqingyu fell silent, and after a moment he snorted, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Detected that you teased the vice president of Fengyun University, evil deeds value plus 1,000. Ha? So high? Yi Li was a little surprised. At this moment, Zhuqingyu's face suddenly turned pale and his breath became much weaker. Seeing this, Yi Li, who was about to take action, felt a little moved and stood up and asked. Senior, what are you doing? It's okay. Zhuqingyu's face quickly returned to calm. She straightened up and said lightly. I previously used a secret method to temporarily restore my strength, but now it's ineffective. The effects of God's descent are still there. So that's how it is. Yi Li nodded thoughtfully. Given the other party's style of doing things, I definitely won't hold a grudge against him. Instead, it's just a simple way to make some extra money. He seemed to be casually turning the harmonious coexistence ring on his hand. Reciprocity is the way of life, my friend. Savor what I just felt. Yi Li's internal energy, which had just recovered 40%, was instantly exhausted at a terrifying speed. On Dangtian Mountain. Okay, let's go. Zhuqingyu slowly left the ground and looked at Yi Li coldly, this seat. Before he finished speaking. The next moment, an irresistible pressure suddenly descended upon her. He actually wanted her to kneel down. Zhuqingyu's pretty face immediately turned gloomy. What a joke. She has never knelt on anything since she was born. Neither gods nor demons could win her respect, and neither was as reliable as she was on her own. What's more, there was a young student from Fengyun University watching in front of him. How could you do such a shameful thing? Zhuo clenched his teeth, and a vortex of green air floated around him. But, to no avail. The force was getting stronger and stronger as if to fulfill God's command. No, no. A trace of collapse gradually emerged in Zhuo eyes. Thump! The next second, the sound of the knees hitting the ground was so clear that it could echo to the top of the entire Dangtian mountain. Detected that you made Vice Principal Fengyun of the Wuying realm kneel before you, evil deeds value plus 10,000. What an astonishing number, Zhuo. Even if there is no one watching, you can reach this level. I, Yili, would like to call you the strongest so far. Looking down at the previously arrogant vice president. Yili, with a pale face, sighed inwardly. It was really not easy to make him kneel down, and the true energy that had just recovered was exhausted again. Thinking of this, Yili coughed twice. Senior Zhua. He walked up to Zhuo, who had a dazed look on her face and a slightly open mouth, and asked with a smile, "What are you doing?" "No." Zhuo came back to his senses, his fair face flushed red. He looked up at Yili, and said excitedly incoherently, "I don't know what happened to me. Suddenly, it just happened like this." As she spoke, she tried her best to get up, but failed. The feeling of weakness brought by the beast god's aura still lingered on her, and the huge force just now was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Someone is using tricks. The person who has such ability is definitely not the young man in blue clothes who is obviously exhausted. There are still remnants left on Dangtian Mountain. Zhuo was filled with shame and anger. She knelt on the ground, but her domineering attitude remained unchanged. He looked around and shouted, "Who is causing this trouble? Get out here!" The awe-inspiring voice resounded through the sky and echoed on the top of Dangtian Mountain. Under Yili's solemn gaze, the surrounding environment remained silent, without the slightest fluctuation of true energy. So he looked at Zhuo. Zhuo. He must have run away. She took a deep breath, but her little face turned red as if it was about to bleed. So embarrassing. Kneel down. He actually knelt down to a young student he had never met before. Beast God cult, I will never be reconciled with you for the rest of my life. Zhuo's breathing became disordered, and he had completely lost his composure. She looked up at the young man, a gleam in her eyes as she said, "Yili, help me up." "Okay." Yili stretched out his right hand. He naturally grabbed the back of its collar and lifted it up from the ground. Zhuo brushed the dust off his knees, and the redness on his face faded a little. He nodded weakly, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yili chuckled and withdrew his hand. Principal Zhua, I won. Chapter 113. The 5th level condensation palace technique is obtained. Thanks to you for forcing the saints, divine descent, out in advance, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss. The resistance of the exotic beasts to the aura of the beast god is still higher than that of warriors of the same level. Maybe it will give that saint girl a chance to rush down Dangtian Mountain, resulting in a waste of manpower. As if to ease the embarrassment, Zhuo coughed twice, looked at Yili again, and said lightly, "You are very good. You're only at the peak of the 4th level. Why aren't you waiting for your martial land baptism at school instead of joining the mission to suppress the beast god cult?" She asked coldly. I remember notifying the agents in the school to raise this mission to red level. Didn't they do so? The red mission is the mission with the highest threat level in Zulu. Ordinary students would probably be discouraged. No way, student, I need the S-level Ningfu method. Yili said calmly, I still need 3 first-class credits. I will work hard and have enough food and clothing. S-level palace condensation technique? Zhuo's handsome brows relaxed. I thought it was some kind of treasure. Take it. As she spoke, 2 heavy books emerged from her slender palms and flew straight into Yili's arms. My friend, you make me feel very embarrassed. It seems that next time before I get along with others in a harmonious way, I really need to follow the principle of being polite first and then taking force. The wicked ones don't matter. If this person is a good person, I really feel guilty. Yili sighed inwardly and said helplessly, Forget it, Senior Zhua. I can get it on my own. He didn't care about Jiang Qingzhu's request for the classics because he was worried that he would owe her too many favors. If someone comes to ask for help one day, I will definitely have to do something. If it was just a fight, that would be easy to deal with. I'm just afraid of some ridiculous situation that restricts personal freedom. Why? Afraid it's not suitable? Zhuo Qingyu put his hands behind his back, floating in the air, and said coldly, "Consider this a special reward from me for your outstanding performance on this mission." Hearing this, Yili raised his brows slightly. "That? Suppress the embarrassment in your heart." Yili pondered for a moment, then said, "If you encounter obstacles in your future Grandmaster breakthrough, I can lend you a hand. Consider it in exchange." "Humph, a mere peak 4th level, how arrogant. I can break through to Grandmaster level on my own." Zhuo Qingyu snorted, then waved his hand and said, "Both are S-level mansion condensing techniques. I'm giving them both to you. You can practice whichever you want." After saying that, Zhuo Qingyu paused and asked in a rather dangerous tone, "Also, who is your advisor? Why would they let a freshman, carry out such a high-risk mission?" "Master Yuang," Yili said, "he had some urgent matters recently and couldn't spare time, so he specially sent a senior sister to guide me. Although it's of no use. But to be honest, this thought is still worthy of recognition, and Yili will definitely not do anything to complain behind someone's back." "It's urgent, okay then." Zhuo Qingyu was unexpectedly reasonable. He waved his hand and let the matter go. Yili withdrew his gaze and casually flipped through the 2 books in his arms. S-level condensation technique, Storm City not yet started. S-level palace condensation technique, 1,000 mountains transformed into a mansion not yet mastered. The first one is the Ningfu method that I have practiced. Taking Yili's actions in his sight, Zhuo Qingyu said quickly, "The difficulty of cultivation is very high, but I can give you some pointers. As for the second one, it was acquired by me some time ago. I have confirmed it to be authentic and there are no annotations." "Excuse me, what is the quality of your divine palace?" Yili looked up. Zhuo Qingyu raised his chin slightly, his tone calm, but it was not difficult to hear the pride contained in it. "Gold. Possessing a divine palace of the highest quality, it's no wonder she is so proud of herself. But for a 6th-level warrior, isn't that too childish?" As his thoughts raced, Yili put away the 2 Ningfu techniques and said calmly, "Then the first one will be in trouble, senior. Come to my office building after you get back to school." Zhuo Qingyu nodded with satisfaction. To hide her previous embarrassment, she slapped her face hard and then floated down the mountain. "Okay, follow me down the mountain." Yili nodded slightly and followed behind him. Eagle Crying Gorge, temporary camp. After writing the combat report, the camp leader Lu Jing called the law enforcers and delivered it to the commander-in-chief's desk. Soon, Yili was seen returning from the mountain. The young man in blue had just said goodbye to Zhuo Qingyu and walked into the camp as usual. He was calm as if nothing had happened. Feeling the many awe-filled glances from all around, Lu Jing stepped forward quickly. "Your Excellency, you are truly a man of great skill and courage." His eyes lit up, his tone showed undisguised admiration and gratitude, and he held the boy's hand tightly. "It should be," Yili said casually. "If you want to gain more evil points, you need to put yourself in danger like this. High risk, high reward. There is nothing to complain about. Many people don't even have the right to choose." Yili considers himself lucky enough. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he walked into his tent for the first time under the leadership of Lu Jing. Dozens of law enforcers came forward unnoticed and spontaneously stood guard outside the tent. Chen Jingli was as calm as ever, sitting quietly on the bluestone outside the camp. At the same time, Zhuo Qingyu returned to the headquarters and reported the situation on the mountain. The persons in charge of the various camps on Dangtian Mountain soon received the order from headquarters that mission completed. Eagle Cry Gorge. After hearing the news, Lu Jing, a senior law enforcement officer who has worked for decades, almost cried with joy. All these days of hard work have finally paid off. High salary, 3 months of paid vacation. Thinking of this, Lu Jing felt a deep respect for the young warrior named Yili. Thanks to the enemy guarding Eagle Cry Gorge, not only were many people spared from death, but the pass was also perfectly defended. It's not just Lu Jing. In Eagle Crying Gorge, hundreds of law enforcement officers from 3 provinces all suffered the same fate. I only regret that I can't follow you day and night. In a few days, when the commander-in-chief makes a post-war summary, more people will have this idea. It won't be long before the name Yili will be known throughout the major anti-terrorism bureaus in the 3 provinces. Time rolls forward. As night falls, a combat record classified as confidential was also sent from the Eagle Gorge headquarters. It skipped layers of approval and was sent directly to the headquarters of the Hanxiaoqingyi Bureau. P.S. These 2 chapters have been slightly modified. Chapter 114, Collapse of the Wind and Cloud List. In Ying Province, there is Fengyun University. With the baptism of martial arts approaching, the atmosphere in the school gradually became tense. The top 10 of the list who were nowhere to be seen in the past have also returned to school recently. Influenced by them, many students of Fengyun University also ended their vacation early and returned to school, just to be able to observe a few of them in the battle for martial land baptism. As for the list of 10 people who can participate in the martial land baptism, it was finalized at the high-level school meeting a few days ago. In order to maximize the incentive effect, the members of the news department made full use of the floating boulder on campus, which was nearly 100 meters tall and was specifically used to display notices. The list was completed the day before yesterday, and even the most widely spread name among their many names was added. At this moment, on the huge smooth and black monument, 10 names cast in blood red were clearly displayed. The first on the list is the blind swordsman, Li Jiankai. Second on the Fengyun ranking, the holy son of Tianyan, Sun Qiang. Third on the list, Thunderbolt Spear, Su Tian. Ninth on the list, times 0, Shen Jingli. 19th on the list, Yili. The 10 names symbolize the 10 most outstanding core students of Fengyun University. Among the students returning to school, some kept stopping here, looking up at the many names on the list, their eyes full of longing. You know, anyone on this list is out of their reach. The outstanding student of Fengyun University. A warrior among warriors, a genius among geniuses. However, the lists from previous years are mostly filled with familiar names. This year, the top 9 are pretty good. However, the 10th ranked, Yili, seemed particularly unfamiliar to them. Yili? Who is Yili? Who is this master? I'm not sure. This is the first time I've heard of such a person in the top 30 of the rankings. The vast majority of students returning to school looked confused, and some immediately asked their friends around them. At this time, the students who stayed on campus for the entire holiday were so excited that their mouths were almost stretched to their ears when they heard their friends' questions. No way. The feeling of getting information before others is really wonderful. Just as confused as most of the students was a handsome young man in a hood. The young man was Cui Ming, who was once ranked 10th on the list and is now ranked 11th. At this moment, even though his entire face was covered in a hood, it was difficult to hide the dull look on his face. After working hard to earn credits, I came back to take a look at the Wu Di baptism, as it was approaching. The spot is gone. Who can stand this? Cui Ming took a deep breath and felt as uncomfortable as a red stone in his heart. He couldn't help but clench his fists and plan to ask for an explanation. Just then, finally, someone in the crowd couldn't hold it in any longer and coughed lightly. On the surface, he was introducing it to his friends, but in reality, his voice was so loud that everyone present could hear it. That's right, you don't know. This Yili is the mysterious new student this year. Hearing this, Cui Ming, who was about to leave, felt something in his heart and immediately stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. New student? His friend was also startled, then quickly reacted and asked in astonishment. Is this person transferred from another school? The man shook his head and corrected with an exclamatory tone. I'm a freshman, the kind who just graduated from a martial arts high school. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was in an uproar, and many people turned their heads sharply to look. Oh shit, a freshman? And then the top 10 on the Billboard hot list? It must be fake. How can these two words be connected? Cui Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he almost couldn't help but curse. You know, even Fengyun University is where geniuses gather. In most cases, only seniors in their 4th and 5th years can make it into the top 10 of the list. The most outrageous incident was when a junior student made it into the top 10 of the list. At the same time, it was also the list with the lowest gold content. But things are different now, the value of this year's list is definitely very high. Among the top 10, none of them is unable to fight against a 4th-level warrior. Even if you look at the school's history of being on the top of the list, this is a very rare situation. Since we are all contemporary geniuses, if you have a few more years of practice, it will be a real improvement in your foundation. Even Cui Ming, who was already a senior at the start of the school year, would have scoffed at such rumors in the past. How can a freshman who has just entered the school defeat them who have been through many battles? Through the back door? Someone couldn't help but break the silence and asked in a hoarse voice, even though he himself found it unlikely. Go to hell, what do you think our school is? The man rolled his eyes. Then he looked around, seemed very satisfied with everyone's reaction, and then smiled. From what I understand, he's a legitimate big shot. On his first day at school, he defeated 2 geniuses ranked in the top 15 of the Wind and Cloud rankings in the Enlightenment Pavilion. They crushed me. Those 2 didn't even have a chance to fight back. Hearing this, Chui Ming muttered in the crowd, 4th level. The 10th to 15th places on the list are at the peak of the 3rd level. The person who could beat them without any chance of fighting back could only be a 4th level warrior, and not just an ordinary 4th level warrior. This Yi Li. How old is he this year? Thinking that the other person might be a repeater, someone in the crowd asked with difficulty. Less than 20. Under 20 years old, a 4th level warrior? After listening to this, Chui Ming felt sweaty. A student nearby asked tentatively, is it really level 4? Could it be one of those powerful peak level 3s? I'm not finished yet. The man glanced at him, then said lightly. It wasn't enough that he defeated 2 top 15 players during the day. That night, he also severely injured another top 15 player who had just been promoted to the 4th level. Same crushing, same effortless finish. The open space in front of the stone tablet fell into silence for a moment. Chui Ming stumbled back, staring intently at the person who spoke. This Yi Li crushed a warrior who just entered the 4th level? The man was shocked when he saw Chui Ming's face. Chui Ming is also a well-known figure in the school, so of course he knows him. He quickly replied, that's what I know. My friend in the news department told me. It shouldn't be false. Chui Ming was breathing heavily and stood there in silence for a long time. The 2 fists in his sleeves clenched tighter and tighter. At this time, more and more students recognized him. Chui Ming? The Chui Ming who's ranked 10th on the list. Shut up, it's the 11th one now, be careful or someone will chisel you. He's not convinced and wants to find Yi Li to give it a try? It's hard to say. Chui Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief and said in a hoarse voice, thank you for letting me know. After saying that, he turned and left. The only difference was that the direction of departure was changed from the courtyard of the gold medal students to the school cafeteria. Bull demons, 1 person crushed 2 peak level 3 cultivators and 1 early level 4 cultivator? Oh my god. I'm going to make a market trade for this. On the way to the cafeteria, Chui Ming became more and more frustrated, and finally couldn't help but curse. Monster. They're all monsters. The top 5 on the list are monsters, and Yi Li is also a monster. In that case, let them fight and get hurt in the martial arts baptism 3 days later. Amidst a crowd of strange looks, Chui Ming angrily rushed into the cafeteria. Chapter 115 Your goddess ran away with her junior brother. Training building number 3, top floor. Another shock. Looking at the group of ordinary students in front of the huge stone tablet with shocked expressions. A young man with a fire mark on his forehead smiled helplessly. So many people have been shocked by Yi Li these past few days. My ranking is obviously higher. It's really like the clown is in the temple and the master is wandering. He sighed and laughed, then asked casually, Su Tian, how strong do you think Yi Li is? In a field not far from him, a young man in snow-white clothes holding a gun slowly exhaled and put away his stance. After hearing this, the young man in white named Su Tian sneered. I don't know, and I don't care. Okay, it's useless for me to ask. Sun Qiang spread his hands, looking very innocent. Then, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and continued in a joking tone. Anyway, you just care about Qinjingli, even though she doesn't care about you at all. At the end of his words, he drew out the last syllable and filled the air with sarcasm. Sun Qiang. Su Tian looked at him with cold eyes. Others call you the holy son of Tianyang. Do you really think of yourself as the holy son of Tianyang sect? That's just a compliment. You know the real situation better than anyone else. Su Tian's eyes were also full of mockery. You were picked up by someone else's father. An adopted son is an adopted son. As long as the original owner is still alive, you will only be a candidate for the holy son in your life. You are just a fake who can only have a good time at Fengyun University. Sharp words echoed in the venue. Su Tian looked at the other person without fear. His strength is comparable to Sun Qiang's, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Unexpectedly, Sun Qiang's expression remained the same. Only the flame mark between his eyebrows flickered slightly. He chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter whether I'm the Holy Sun or not, but I know where your goddess is." "You know?" Su Tian frowned. He had been asking that scoundrel named Lin Yun for 2 days but hadn't gotten a single clue. "So you're not very smart." One bootlicker caught another bootlicker asking about the goddess's whereabouts. "It's a miracle if he can get any information," Sun Shiyang said as if he was trying to hold back a laugh. Then, in Su Tian's terrifying eyes that looked like he was about to eat someone, he smiled playfully and said, "Your goddess and her beloved junior apprentice are out on a mission." "Yes, just the two of them, no outsiders." "Where did she get her junior fellow apprentice?" Su Tian's calm voice contained suppressed extreme annoyance. "Of course it was Yu Laoxin who collected it." Sun Qian looked at him as if he were a fool and said with a smile, "Come to think of it, you should be familiar with her junior brother." Su Tian took a deep breath, his eyes cold, as if calming the anger in his heart. The palm holding the spear trembled slightly due to excessive force. He asked indifferently, "Who?" "The new dark horse on the charts." Sun Shiyang stretched himself and said with a rising tone, "Yili. It's noon in the vice president's office building. Detected that the genius ranked 11th on the list both hates and fears you, evil deeds plus 400. Another unexpected gain?" Hearing the prompt sound in his ears, Yili raised his brows slightly. "But what's going on with this guy? I can understand the hatred, after all, the spot was taken by me. Why are you afraid? Did you hear some bad rumors? Don't be afraid, don't you want to test my strength yourself?" Yili sighed inwardly. Then, he turned his attention back to the bookstorm city in front of him. After returning to school, Yili did not mourn the death of the holy maiden of the beast god cult for a moment, and immediately went to Zhuo Qingyu's office. The purpose is to fully utilize this S-level Ningfu FA as soon as possible. If you learn a little bit before adding points, you may get some buff. If you are poor, you have to save money. Yili's thoughts raced, and he looked up ahead. Opposite him, Zhuo Qingyu, dressed in casual clothes, sat behind a wooden table. With his arms folded across his chest, his cold and proud face looked extremely serious. At this moment, he was talking incessantly about his understanding of practicing Storm City. If it were those fellow Lolita lovers in their previous lives, they would probably turn into crazy deer for this scene. Yi Liwei nodded his chin imperceptibly. The teaching continued into the afternoon. Zhuo Qingyu was so thirsty from talking about such lengthy theories. She coughed twice and asked calmly, "Did you understand what I just said?" "I understand completely." Yili, who actually didn't understand anything, nodded slightly and answered frankly. The other person was speaking so hard, it was a bit embarrassing to say I didn't understand. "Really?" Zhuo Qingyu frowned slightly. In order to gain a preliminary understanding of Storm City, she kept asking her master again and again. Afterwards, he climbed the high mountains in various parts of Hanxia in the cold winter and was baptized in the strong wind on the mountaintop. It took several months to cultivate the Storm City Ningfu method to the entry level. After that, several more years were spent to cultivate it to the level of great success. Finally, a breakthrough was achieved, and a golden divine palace was condensed, shocking the world. The other party understood it after listening to her just once? Real. Yili looked at the book in his hand and said seriously, "I completely understand." He finally got so many points, and now he has to waste time listening to the mini-class several more times? Indeed, Zhuo Qingyu has a very high level of education. Even Yili could sense a flash of enlightenment in her narration. Although I still can't really understand it, this level is enough. Thinking of this, the other party's cold voice sounded in Yili's ears. "You better think it through." Zhuo Qingyu snorted lightly and said in a cold voice, "I am very busy with affairs every day and don't have the leisure time to instruct students individually. Today, I recognize your talent, so I have made an exception and set aside half a day to teach you. If you miss this time, you don't know when you'll have the chance to come back next time." As he spoke, Zhuo Qingyu tapped the table lightly, and his cold eyes stared at Yili aggressively. She was hinting to the boy that if he had any questions, he should ask them immediately. If all else fails, I'll shamelessly ask for her contact information so I can ask her for advice. I wonder how many warriors would fight for the guidance of a powerful warrior in the martial infant realm. Unfortunately, the young man was like a fool, and nodded slightly. "Think it over, I'll just take a look at it for a while." Zhuo Qingyu was speechless for a moment. She suspected that the other party didn't understand her hint at all. But she couldn't bring herself to explain her intentions, let alone exchange contact information. I could only agree sullenly, then you see. After saying this, Zhuo Yu paused. Looking at the calm young man in front of her, she continued casually. I will stay here for a while. Okay. Yili nodded indifferently. Zhuo Yu silently clenched his fists. Meanwhile, out of her sight, Yili summoned the panel, and the light blue screen glowed with a magical glow. S-level condensation technique. Storm City not yet started. Upgradable. Current evil value, 143,000 points. Good job. Looking at the panel, Yili's eyes lit up slightly. After defeating the Beast Titan Eagle Cry Gorge, the Holy Maiden of the Beast God cult, and receiving some friendly sponsorship from Zhuo Yu, the evil value behind the scenes has actually reached such a terrifying number. This trip was really fruitful. Then let's fill up Storm City here. Yili let out a light breath, and a huge amount of evil value poured into the panel. Bite. Start consuming evil points and continue practicing S-level Ningfu method. Storm City. Chen Jingli. Chapter 116, Control the Hurricane, Storm City. You open this extremely difficult S-level Divine Palace Condensation Manual. Based on your own understanding of the 5th Order Divine Palace, you begin to ponder the profound methods recorded in this book. After expending 2,000 points of evil, you discover that some of the techniques in this Ningfu FA coincide with your previous imagination. You begin to deduce the deeper meaning of the remaining text. After consuming 5,000 points of evil, you have a preliminary understanding of the cultivation method in this mansion condensing method. It involves allowing the rich qi and blood to swirl within the body like a storm, then drawing the strong wind into the body, and finally, amidst great pain, condensing a supreme mansion. At the same time, you also discovered that the main difficulty of this Ningfu method is not that the text is difficult to understand, but that the cultivation method recorded in it is extremely difficult to implement and has extremely high risks. If you are not careful, you will suffer serious internal injuries. However, you, possessing supreme talent, don't need to worry about this, so you begin to experiment recklessly within your body. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 200%. The cultivation methods change with time, but the immortal golden soul remains forever. Looking at the words appearing on the panel, Yili nodded slightly, imperceptibly. This is the confidence that super self-healing brings him. Is there anyone else who can do this? Is there anyone who can get this level of buff? Obviously not. Yili Huan closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Slowly focus your attention on the qi and blood in your body that never stops flowing. His spiritual consciousness had already undergone a transformation under the baptism of the S-level visualization method, Ocean Tide. Therefore, this kind of attempt can be carried out easily. After consuming 10,000 points of evil, you have initially mastered the Storm City cultivation method, applying it within your body with considerable success. Storm City Beginner. The rich qi and blood in the body are gradually drawn by the mind, surging and surging in the strong and spacious meridians, as if assisted by a breeze. Under the stimulation of Yili's strength and spirit, the blood flowed faster and faster. Under Zhuo Yu's guidance, although you initially had no idea what most of the theories she spoke of were, with your in-depth understanding of this palace condensation method, you are gradually beginning to understand her earlier explanations. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 80%. Consume 20,000 points of evil. You have mastered the method of surging qi and blood, and gained the ability to control the changes in airflow. Storm City Proficient. In the Vice President's office, time passed by minute by minute. Zhuo Yu supported his chin with one hand, rested his right leg on his left leg, and gently swayed his bare feet. The other hand was spinning a pen in the wind, spinning at a very fast speed. Just then. Alas! The young man in green clothes in front suddenly exhaled lightly, and the air around him instantly began to move. The heavy book spread out in front of him began to flip pages rapidly. Zhuo Yu noticed Yili's abnormality at the first moment, and his lazy eyes suddenly became sharp. She grabbed the pen and looked sideways. Across the wooden table, a young man in a green shirt had his black hair dancing in front of his forehead. He looked calm, and the airflow around him kept accelerating, so that his green shirt was fluttering in the breeze. This is... A look of astonishment gradually emerged in Zhuo Yu's eyes. Having been there once, she was naturally very familiar with the cultivation methods of Storm City. Among the many S-level Ningfu techniques, this one can be considered a top-notch 5th-level technique. When breaking through, strange phenomena will appear. The vision of Storm City about to enter the house is completely consistent with the signs happening to Yili. Is he such a genius? Zhuo Qingyu murmured softly, with a hint of unremovable surprise in his usually calm voice. Once most warriors have achieved some success, they will more or less think about taking in disciples and passing on their legacy. Although Zhuo Qingyu didn't have such thoughts. But she taught this S-level Ningfu method to the other party with the intention of testing him. It is not a test of accepting a disciple, but a test similar to the competitive spirit. Zhuo Qingyu wanted to see how long it would take for this young man, who was definitely a martial arts genius in Hanxia, to master the Storm City. Or rather, she wanted to see who was more talented between her and Yili. This question now has an answer. There is no need to be like her, who needs several months or even years of hard training. It would take less than 2 days from the time she handed over Storm City to the other party, and the other party would be able to take over. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? Zhuo Qingyu took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. I originally thought it would be a secret contest between two evenly matched opponents. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Damn it, doesn't this make me look like a clown? Trying hard to calm the shame rising in my heart. Zhuo Qingyu gritted his teeth and looked at Yili intently. She lay back in the chair, hugged her legs, and put her cold knees on her face, which was burning with shame. After a moment, he muttered to himself in a deep voice, "But if that's the case, it's indeed worth training." Did not conceal the tone. Anyway, the other party is concentrating on cultivation at the moment and can't hear my complaints. Yili withdrew his attention from Zhuo Qingyu outside and focused it back on the constantly surging light curtain. Add some more and it's still going on. Consume 25,000 points of evil. At this moment, you already have the ability to condense the Divine Palace, but for the sake of the quality of the Divine Palace, you decide to strive for perfection in this Divine Palace method. After consuming 30,000 points of evil, as your understanding of this condensation method deepens, your ability to control airflow will be greatly improved. With a surge of mind, a terrifying gust of wind strong enough to destroy a building is already coming at your beckoning. Storm City Mastery. After consuming 50,000 points of evil, your control over the flow of blood and even the changes in airflow has reached an extremely deep level. When your realm is elevated in the future and the chi in your body is strong and abundant enough, you can even create a tornado with your hands in an open area, or even a terrifying hurricane that can destroy a city. Storm City Great Success. You, who are able to perfectly control the changes in airflow within a certain range, have completed all the steps before the strong wind enters your body. Feel the changes in the body, and the sense of being able to control subtle elements and feel light and transparent. Yili had an inexplicable premonition. Now, he can even condense a golden quality Divine Palace. But that's not enough. If you don't practice every martial arts skill you get to the extreme, how can you be worthy of your future ambition to become the highest level of Tongtian martial arts? After consuming 70,000 points of evil, what you said more than 10 minutes ago has become a reality. You have completely understood this S-level palace condensation technique. The violent and docile wind element is your loyal servant, the storms of the sea are your breeding ground, the strong wind entering your body is like a massage that promotes blood circulation, and the conditions for condensing the palace, which are as difficult as a chasm for ordinary people, are even easier for you. The ocean tides in Storm City complement each other. Your 5 divine grade Heavenly Gate bridges are the most solid foundation of the future Divine Palace. Even the founding Grandmaster who cultivated Storm City to perfection, his foundation is far less solid than yours. You are now the strongest person in the Heavenly Gate realm, the only one in Hanxia's history. Storm City Perfect. Accompanied by the emergence of the last line of text. A visible vortex of airflow roared and formed above Yili's head. Boom! The entire office building suddenly began to tremble, and the heavy roof was directly overturned. A large amount of bricks and stones were caught in it, turning the originally colorless vortex into a dark gray filled with a sense of destruction. In an instant, a huge vortex dozens of feet in size roared out from the sky above the tall building. Inside Fengyun University, countless students passing by suddenly stopped and looked curiously at the place where the whistling vortex was forming. After seeing that it was the vice president's office building, relief appeared in their eyes. It's that Principal Zhua. That's not surprising. Chapter 117 Add contact information. Inside the vice president's office building. The moment he saw the grand vision above the boy's head, Zhuo Qingyu on the chair suddenly sat up with his mouth slightly opened. Then, to save face, he quickly lay back down. But even though she tried her best to calm the fear in her heart, her breathing was still a little disordered. At this moment, Zhuo Qingyu's mind was filled with those 6 big words. Storm City great success. How much effort did she put in to get to this point? Months of hard training and years of tempering. Only when he was in an unprecedentedly perfect state did he cultivate Storm City to perfection and became qualified to condense the Golden Divine Palace. But the young man in blue before her could actually cover the long distance that took her several years to travel in just 2 days. What level of evildoer is this? Is Hanxia about to face a catastrophe? Such a monster has unexpectedly descended from the sky. Zhuo Qingyu's palms gradually clenched. As proud as she was, she actually felt a little ashamed at this moment. Then, she looked at the swirling and rising vortex, raised her hand expressionlessly, and snapped her fingers lightly. With a loud bang, the vortex that was showing signs of growing stronger instantly collapsed and dissipated, and the sand and rocks in it turned into dust and dissipated with the wind. Call. Zhuo Qingyu looked at the clear sky again and finally felt a little better. So what if the future is yours? After all, it still belongs to me now. I am the youngest martial artist in the Wuying realm in Hanxia today. Zhuo Qingyu snorted softly. If you want to stand out in front of her, you'll have to wait at least another 30 years. Thinking of this, the arrogant Principal Zhuo became confident again. Then she looked at Yili, who had opened his eyes, and said calmly, "It seems that you have benefited a lot from my teachings. You have found the essence of the method so quickly." It's true. Yili nodded slightly. Although it was not as good as the indestructible golden soul, the benefits provided by the other party were also not to be ignored. If you are of no use to me by then, my previous promise will still stand. He was referring to the promise to help the other party when he encountered difficulties in breaking through the 7th level. Saved myself 5 first-class credits, plus a lot of evil points. The day before yesterday, he was fighting 1 against 2 and tore apart 2 beasts of the same level with his bare hands. This old dang is so reliable. The enemy who can help her break through the obstacle at that time will definitely not be an easy target, and will most likely be a big shot of great importance. It just so happens that Yili likes to make such heavy objects fly. I can break through to the Grandmaster level on my own. Zhuo Qingyu's face was slightly cold, and he repeated his previous words as if stating a fact. Without waiting for Yili to answer, she continued in a cold voice, "A warrior who always relies on others to break through to the Grandmaster level will never be able to break through to the Grandmaster level no matter what. Yili, I have never taken the initiative to accept help from others since I started practicing. Don't break my rules." Upon hearing this, Yili raised his chin slightly without comment. To be honest, he has a very favorable impression of Principal Zhuo. But I don't know if it's because my personality is a bit extreme. For some unknown reason, Yili always wanted to see what it would look like for a high-ranking person like Zhuo Qingyu to be knocked to the ground and cry bitterly. Of course, not the left bluefish. The other party has helped him so much that he can be considered a friend. Is this the charm of a big shot? Yili thought distractedly. Since we have to fight, we might as well take a long-term view. In the high martial arts world, there are many famous and powerful figures. Thinking of this, Yili felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. Wait until you reach the 5th level or even higher in the future. Is it possible to gradually shift the target of brushing points from the talented young warriors in various parts of Hanxia to those well-known big figures? Very good. With just a little imagination, I feel that the road ahead will become smoother and smoother. Is this the world of high martial arts where the strong prey on the weak? Zhuo Qingyu stretched out in front of the wooden table, her perfectly symmetrical curves outlining her petite body. Yili. She casually admonished, "From now on, if you set your sights on becoming a grandmaster, don't seek outside help. Just believe in your own abilities. Your performance in the encirclement and suppression mission the day before yesterday has been submitted. The Hanxia authorities will definitely take action, and I will temporarily act as your backer. The leaders of the nations across the world will soon learn of your evil deeds, but based on your performance that day, they will most likely abandon their assassination plans, so there's no need to worry too much. Also, don't be obsessed with love." Zhuo Qingyu coughed lightly twice and said, "You and I are both true geniuses. Don't let external things disturb your mind. Do you understand?" "Okay." Yili nodded politely. He hasn't thought about this for the time being. It is really difficult to be attracted to those daughters of genius after their filters have been shattered in the most brutal way. Instead of worrying about these things, it is better to continue on the path of martial arts. The opposite sex may deceive him, but Jia Dian will not. Principal Zhua, I'll be leaving first. Yili stood up, pushed the wooden chair away, and said goodbye. The martial arts baptism will be held in 3 days, and I also need to prepare a few things. Zhuo Qingyu first nodded in agreement, then folded his arms across his chest. He stared intently at the young man as he walked towards the wooden door. Just a second before Yili walked out of the room. Wait. Zhuo Qingyu's cold voice came from behind. Anything else? Yili turned around and looked. The main reason is that I am worried that you may have problems in your practice. Moreover, with Yu Wang's level, there is not much I can teach you. In order to avoid hindering your practice. Zhuo Qingyu's voice was dry and he spoke quickly. Add contact information. Okay. Chapter 118, the ultimate trump card that can destroy Zhuo Qingyu. After talking with Zhuo Qingyu again for a few more words, Yili quickly left the vice president's office building. After 2 days of recuperation, the exhausted true energy in his body has returned to its peak. There were no hidden injuries left, and the feeling of an impending breakthrough grew stronger. Zhuo Qingyu had said before that martial arts baptism would be beneficial to his martial arts practice. It is best to wait until you enter the martial land or after baptism before breaking through. This may allow the quality of the condensed divine palace to be improved to a higher level. If not for this, Yili would have broken through right in front of Zhuo Qingyu. Although the evil value he has is probably not enough to bring him to the peak of level 5. But after breaking through the 5th level, there is no problem in stacking a few more levels. Returning to his own courtyard, Yili pushed the door open and walked in. Sitting down at the stone table, he had an idea. Silently, black fog suddenly emerged from the ground. Immediately afterwards, the beast god cult's holy maiden, dressed in a red robe, walked out from the black fog. Her eyes were bright, but the strange blood-red lines on her face had diminished a lot. She knelt down respectfully and said, "My lord, what are your commands?" "Same as always, I'll infuse you with true energy." Yili called her to his side and made tea, his eyes sweeping over her. The powerful true energy in the body followed that connection and continued to flow into the body of the beast god cult saint. According to Yi Li's judgment, the state of the holy maiden of the beast god cult should have been frozen at the moment of death. According to the conversation between Yili and her, the boy discovered that the holy maiden of the beast god cult still possessed the ability of God's descent. It was really a pleasant surprise. However, if you want to restore the blood-red lines to their perfect state, you need to draw on Yili's true energy as consumption. Yili had also tried it a little on the way here. But after consuming nearly 70% of her chi reserves, the blood-red lines on the saint's face still did not change much. From this, it can be seen that the consumption required to restore the beast god pattern is comparable to a bottomless pit. Yili was not too disappointed about this. After all, his true energy can be restored, and his output efficiency is also top-notch among warriors of the same level. If it charges slowly, just charge it for a while longer. On the other hand, the benefits it brings are quite terrifying. This is the method that allows him to truly suppress a 6th-level warrior. For example, under normal circumstances, Zhuo Qingyu could just use a fist to create a fierce and terrifying gale and turn Yili into a dough stick. Even if the latter is a unique warrior in the Tianguan realm, at most he would just feel a little bit of pity when he was twisted. But now, things are different. Put it a little more roughly. As long as he could fully charge the holy maiden of the beast god cult, he could even pick up the weak Zhuo Qingyu and defeat him. Certainly. It would be somewhat difficult to repair the beast god cult's exploded saint afterwards. No matter how you look at it, this is a highly profitable business. The number of genuine trump cards has increased. Yili tapped the table with his fingers and looked away from the other person. The only pity is that the holy maiden of the beast god cult is only at the peak of the 4th level, and the burning pattern can only last for a few minutes. If you rashly use it against a 6th-level warrior, the opponent will easily find an opportunity to kill you instantly. After level 4, cross-level combat becomes almost non-existent. Looking across the entire Blue Star, there are only a handful of people like him who are at the Tianguan realm and have the ability to injure a 5th-level warrior beyond their level. The ultimate perfection of the Ice Dragon's true meaning, the God-level Heavenly Gate Bridge, true blood with a high proportion of golden light, and the simply indestructible golden soul. These configurations far exceed those of warriors of the same level, plus the cultivation level of the peak of the 4th level, enable Yili to have the ability to fight against warriors in the early stage of the 5th level. Any one of these items is at a level that others can't even dream of. Crash. The sound of tea pouring into cups could be heard, and the air in the courtyard was quite quiet. My lord. The beast god saint walked up to Yili, carefully placed the teacup in front of him, and said, "You asked me to spread the news that I'm not dead to the beast god cult branches across Hanxia, and I've done so. I also said that I need some time to rest and won't show up for the time being. This should calm them down for a while." Hearing this, Yili took a sip of tea and pondered, is there a risk of exposure? No, I mobilized the aura of the beast god. This is a unique ability of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Very good. Yili looked at his reflection in the tea and asked casually, how much do you know about that saint son and the beast god realm? The beast god cult blinked, and then answered without hesitation. The Holy Son and I rarely contact each other. The most recent contact was 4 years ago. At that time, he was already at the 5th level of cultivation, and his whereabouts were erratic. Every time I asked him what he was doing, he said he was completing a mission for the beast god. I'm not qualified to know. As for the beast god's secret realm, I know that the beast god was severely injured by Hanxia's national pillar many years ago, and now he needs to consume a large amount of warriors' precious blood to heal his wounds. He possesses the ability to make all living things submit to him wholeheartedly. I was blinded by this. Listening to the story of the beast god saint, the power of the beast god cult gradually took shape in Yili's mind. First of all, the branches of the beast god cult are spread all over Hanxia, and even the saint only knows the locations of some of them. The true identity of the beast god is unknown, because even in a fictional spiritual space, the saint does not have the courage to raise her head. Therefore, it is currently unclear whether the beast god has the characteristic of being unable to be looked directly at, or whether it has the ability to make people afraid to look directly at it. In each major branch, there are several 4th level or even 5th level elders in charge, but the status of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter is higher than all the elders and they have absolute say. The beast god's secret realm, the first of the 3 top secret realms, is usually sealed off by Hanxia's heavy troops. However, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter can be directly transported through the altar to meet the beast god once every 5 years. Yili's eyes flickered. Once every 5 years, then there is less than a year left before the next meeting with the beast god? If it is really as he thought, then those high-level exotic beasts that can transform should be equivalent to high-level warriors to the system. If they could be killed, the evil points they would gain would be astronomical. Very good. When I become a grandmaster in the future, I'll go over and give it a try. After making up his mind, Yili looked expectant. As the sky grew darker, and after most of the true energy in his body was consumed, he took the holy maiden of the beast god cult back into the black fog, got up and went into the house to rest. After a simple wash, the gold medal suddenly vibrated. Yili picked up the probe and found that it was a message from Lian. Yili, I heard you're back? Yili wiped his hair with one hand, his mind slightly moved. I just came back this morning, do you need me for something? I guess so. Lian was speechless for a moment. She originally wanted to ask the boy how the mission was completed and whether he was injured. I never thought that the other party still likes to get straight to the point like this. Speaking of which, from the time they met until now, the boy has always looked very tense, as if some disaster was chasing him from behind, forcing him to keep speeding up his pace. You're such a genius, it's okay to take a break once in a while. Lian sighed, then said helplessly. The martial arts baptism will be held in a few days. I don't know what's going on with Lao Dang, he's stuck in Jiangnan province. Senior sister, I'm afraid you don't understand the process and will waste this opportunity, so I'm contacting you specifically. Thank you so much. Yili said with a chuckle, holding the gold medal. While lying down on the wooden chair, he asked curiously, so, what is the process of this thing? It's very simple. To sum it up in one word, it's still fight. There will be 10 baptism locations in Wudi. The closer to the front, the better the baptism effect will be. Lian explained, the school will give you 2 hours to make your own arrangements, during which you can fight freely. Normally, everyone would choose seats according to their ranking. Those with higher rankings would sit in better seats, and those with lower rankings would sit in worse seats. Although you're ranked 10th, you're truly strong. If possible, try to sit forward. Lian's voice sounded like a smile. If you ask me, when the time comes, you can just go up and take the position of the person you think is easy to bully. I would recommend Song Man, who is ranked 7th. His strength is only slightly better than the 10th. Chapter 119 I'm really too nice. After briefly understanding the rules of Wudi baptism from Lian. For the next 2 days, Yili stayed in his yard. His arrangement was simple. While irrigating the beast god cult saint with true energy, he used the gold medal to check the inventory of Fengyun University. After the rewards for the encirclement and suppression mission were distributed, he had 5 first-class credits in his hands, which made him quite wealthy. However, Yili was not in a hurry to spend it. He planned to see what level he could reach after the baptism of martial arts. Try to look at the long term as much as possible, and it would be best to switch to a usable 6th level martial arts or a 6th level treasure. Speaking of noble phantasms, I think I could consider drawing a guaranteed prize from my own Wheel of All Heavens. At the same time, there were undercurrents on Fengyun University campus, and many rumors were spread. Li Kaitian, the blind swordsman who topped the list, returned to school, still dressed in black, with a black belt and blindfold. As soon as he appeared, he shocked many teachers and students with his amazing sword-fighting aura. Su Tian, the Thunderbolt Spear who was ranked 3rd on the list, has been asking around for information about Yili these past 2 days for some unknown reason. Whenever someone asked him what he wanted to do, Su Tian would respond calmly. "It has nothing to do with you." This statement made many people feel itchy. The process of the Woody baptism is not open to the public, and they can only guess what happened in Woody by comparing the attitudes of the two before and after. In such an atmosphere, the day of Woody's baptism finally arrived. Woody is the top training resource of Fengyun University. Located deep in the back mountains of the school, it is surrounded by mountains and is usually covered by a complex high-level formation. There are even students from the school who take turns patrolling outside. Early morning of the 3rd day. A terrifying gale swept through here, and with the clear sound of breaking through the air, dozens of figures landed here one after another. The leading girl in green stood still and looked forward with a calm expression. She floated high in the sky, looking down at the mountains and the people below with a disdainful look. "Let me show you how powerful I am." Zhuqingyu hummed softly, raised his palm, slowly turned it over and clenched it. With a loud bang, the mountains stretching for dozens of miles suddenly trembled violently, and a fierce gale erupted in an instant, tearing the thick white clouds in front apart. In the dissipating clouds, an illusory space door suddenly appeared. It is the portal that connects to the secret realm of Woody. "Let them in." Zhuqingyu's cold and arrogant voice echoed in the sky and reached the ears of the people below. Hearing this, several old men in robes turned their heads to look at the 10 young figures and said in a deep voice, "Enter the martial land according to your seating arrangement. Whenever there's something important, just crush the token and it will automatically teleport you out." As soon as the words were spoken, 10 young figures nodded in unison. "Let's go." Xinjingli walked to Yili's side, stared at his profile, and said in a vague voice, Yili nodded his chin slightly, then walked towards the teleportation array. Seeing the scene, Su Tian, dressed in snow-white clothes, felt his blood rushing up and he unconsciously clenched his fists. But that principle, Zhua, is right above. In front of this world-famous 6th-level warrior, he didn't dare to act rashly, let alone offend him in the slightest. He could only snort angrily and disappear from the spot. They turned into 9 afterimages, and one afterimage was unclear, and they followed the illusory entrance and entered the martial land. Yili was the first to see Wu Di's true appearance. This place is a mountaintop located above the white clouds, and 10 blue lotuses are arranged in the shape of a human on the open space. Looking up, I saw a big hole in the vast sky, and tremendous energy fluctuations came out of it. It was probably the baptism that would come later. With the blessing of the Eye of Delusion, Yili could even see a platinum-colored, unknown substance between liquid and gas surging in it. I really can't tell what it is. At most, it is somewhat similar to true qi. The only thing that is certain is that the thing is about to overflow. The 10 green lotus flowers on the top of the mountain happened to be right below it. Of course, Yili knew that this was definitely not a coincidence. The blue lotus should be the so-called location. 2 hours left. Yili exhaled silently. His target was naturally the lotus flower in the front, and he immediately took light steps. "Are you Yili?" At this moment, a young man's indifferent voice suddenly came from beside him. Yili looked in the direction of the sound. Su Tian, dressed in white as snow, looked at him with blazing eyes and said coldly, "Stay away from Chen Jingli from now on. She is not a woman you can weave. My name is Su Tian. I'm sure you've heard of my name." As he spoke, a fine iron spear appeared in his palm. Su Tian grabbed it and pointed it at Yili. His aura was extremely fierce. "After you get out, keep your distance and don't let me find you a second time." The words echoed on the mountain top. Among the other people, some glanced sideways at Yili, and their eyes looked somewhat gloating. And in a place that Su Tian didn't notice. Shen Jingli, who was originally sitting on the green lotus, stood up and looked at Su Tian, who was speaking with cold eyes. The surging true energy began to surge in her body. When Yili heard this, he was slightly stunned. It wasn't that he was shocked by the other party's momentum, but that this was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a classic scene. No, is it true? Su Tian, why are you scaring the freshman? Sun Qiang, who had a flame mark on his forehead, came over and put his hand on Su Tian's shoulder with a smile. She's such a fair-skinned child. If you scare her into tears, how will you be held responsible? In a playful laughter. A young man in black with a black belt and a blindfold shook his head, walked towards the green lotus in the front, and slowly sat down. Li Jiankai, you are still so majestic. Sun Qiang smiled and retracted his gaze, then looked at Yili again, grinning and saying, Sorry, my friend, just sit in the last seat. This Su Tian is my good friend. He has a bad temper, so I'll help you deal with him. The voice stopped abruptly. In front of him, the young man in green suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the young man appeared directly in front of Su Tian. In an instant, a terrifying and chilling aura suddenly emanated from him. Seeing this, Su Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. He was completely unable to grasp the opponent's speed. He could only hear bursts of sonic booms, and then Yili appeared in front of him. This speed is simply unbelievable. Yili took a step forward and instantly opened his arms, revealing his tyranny at the peak of the 4th level. He grabbed Su Tian's dazed head with one hand, and struck out with the other hand like thunder, all his strength emanating from his body, as if a huge avalanche was descending upon the world. Boom! The air exploded with a loud noise like spring thunder. The terrifying force knocked Su Tian's body straight back dozens of feet, knocking over several people, and finally he stopped at the edge of the mountain. Above the line, 2 long marks were left by the soles of the feet. At the edge of the mountain, Su Tian was bleeding from his mouth and nose, his eyes were unfocused, and his body was shaking. It seems nothing serious, but in fact the brain is blank. The person who threw the punch controlled the strength very well. What is going on? On the other side, Sun Qiang was filled with horror. He just felt that his hands were empty and Su Tian disappeared. At this moment, he suddenly looked back and saw Yili had already arrived in front of Su Tian. He grabbed his face again, and his slender palm seemed to have a force of tens of millions of pounds, smashing it down on the top of the mountain. Boom! Amidst the loud bang, the surrounding sea of clouds was shaking slightly. Call! Yili let out a breath, let go of Su Tian, who had completely lost consciousness, stood up and looked at the people opposite who were looking shocked. His cold and playful chuckle echoed throughout the mountaintop. It seems I've been too kind. It's too late to beg for mercy. None of you will be able to escape today. Hearing this, Sun Qiang felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. P.S. The 2 chapters are close to 5,000 words, please express your love. Chapter 120 I won't let you go even if you beg me. As the second most influential figure on the list, Sun Qiang has absolute confidence in his talent and strength. Before he turned 30, he had broken through to the 3rd level of the 4th stage. Li Jiankai, who ranked first on the Fengyun list, was only 1 level higher than him in terms of martial arts rank. But Li Jiankai practiced sword cultivation, which had extremely high attack power. He could defeat him in every confrontation, which was how he secured the 1st place. Sun Qiang is not too worried about this, because there is still a long way to go in the future, the gap between the two is very small, and he still has plenty of opportunities to catch up. Moreover, with his talent, he is already one of the top young talents in Hanxia. There is no need to be afraid of any peers. That's how it should be. But at this moment, a strong wind passed through the mountaintop. The man in blue shirt in the distance had black hair fluttering in front of his forehead and his sleeves swaying, as if there were wind and clouds surging. Yili took a leisurely step forward. Alas! Sky-stretching true energy burst out from him, surging wind pressure gathered, and astonishing pressure swept across the entire mountaintop. With the young man as the center, the clouds within a radius of 10 miles began to tremble wildly, churning endlessly, and muffled thunder-like sounds continued to come out from it. What rank is he? Sun Qiang's dry throat rolled, and as the boy moved, his waist trembled slightly uncontrollably. He actually doesn't like fighting, he just likes to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The reason why he told Su Tian about Yili was that he was a little unhappy with the former's popularity in the past 2 days, so he wanted to see the 2 of them fighting each other, preferably to the point of both being injured. But he never expected that Su Tian was like a newborn baby in front of the other party. He was beaten unconscious in an instant. What the hell is this thing? His eyes swept over Su Tian, whose half body was sunken into the ground. Sun Qiang looked at Yili opposite him again, and the uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger, and the clothes on his back were soaked unknowingly. Swear, he can swear. Even Li Jiankai, who had cultivated the Heavenly Star Sword to its extreme, could not give him the same sense of oppression when he drew his sword as the young man in green at this moment. Level 4, 5th level? Level 4, 6th level? No, if there were only 2 or 3 advantages, it would definitely not be possible to give him this level of oppression. That means level 4, level 8, or above. This terrible thought emerged in Sun Xiang's heart, and immediately an unparalleled wave of turmoil was set off in his heart. How is this possible? Sun Xiang's heart trembled violently. If such a monster really existed, then wouldn't all of them, the so-called geniuses, become a joke? He suppressed his anxiety and even breathed cautiously. Then he looked around and found that except for Qin Jingli, who was blushing deeply, everyone else was the same as him. They all looked solemn, holding their breath and staring at the young man in green as if they were facing a great enemy. Obviously, he sensed a great threat. According to what Yili said just now, it seemed that he regarded them all as targets. That's a bit too much. They did have some elements of gloating in their hearts before, and planned to take advantage of Su Tian's attack to see how capable this new number 10 on the list was. See if the boy is qualified to have an equal dialogue with himself and others. Now the result is clear. Su Tian, who was stronger than most of them, was knocked unconscious by the boy's simple 2 punches. Obviously, the boy is very strong, even ridiculously strong. The martial arts baptism is of vital importance. If Yili attacks them at this time, it will indeed be quite troublesome. But in the end, they neither mocked nor attacked. Is this young man in blue going to attack all of them simply because he dislikes them? Thinking of this, anger rose in everyone's hearts. Even a clay figure can get angry, let alone these martial arts geniuses who are surrounded by praise every day? At the same time, Li Jiankai, who was sitting on the green lotus in the front, subconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword behind him at this moment, and looked in the direction of Yili with his eyes covered by a black belt. In his perception, the aura emitted by the young man was more than 1 level stronger than his. It's simply a crushing defeat. The peak of the 4th level? Kind of interesting. Li Jiankai chuckled inwardly, and his eyes behind the black belt opened slightly. Sharp sword energy began to brew in the scabbard behind him. In Wudi, 8 top talents from Fengyun University have naturally formed an invisible alliance to confront the young man in blue clothes who is much younger than them. It's almost unimaginable. Such a scene made Sun Qiang relax a little. Even if it is a monster of the 4th level and 8th level or above, it may not be able to gain much advantage if it faces all of them at the same time. In the crowd, there was a burly young man with a gloomy face and bright eyes, staring at Yili closely. In the tense atmosphere, his muscles were tense, and he finally couldn't hold it back anymore. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Sir, the ones who provoked you were Su Tian and Sun Qiang. It seems they have nothing to do with us, right?" "That's right. Don't go too far." Song Man, who was ranked 7th on the list, immediately agreed. Her eyes were sharp as she said to Yili in a cold voice, "Yili, we admit that you are very strong, and we also admit that we are no match for you in a one-on-one fight. But if you think you are invincible because of this, you are completely wrong." Hearing this, Sun Qiang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. But Song Man still did not stop speaking. "We can let you sit in Su Tian's baptismal seat, but that's all. This matter ends here. As for what you just said, 1 person against all of us." Song Man's face still showed some residual anger, as if he had made a huge concession. He said expressionlessly, "We'll just pretend we didn't hear it, but it won't happen again." After the words were spoken, everyone nodded and immediately agreed to the proposal. Of course, there are exceptions. Shen Jingli retreated to the edge of the mountain at some point and sat down quietly. Li Jiankai looked solemn, and the sword energy contained in the scabbard behind him became more and more fierce. The flame mark between Sun Qian's eyebrows flickered slightly. He retreated behind the crowd without a trace, while looking at Yili nervously. Immediately following, the burly young man who spoke first took a step forward, narrowed his eyes, and asked in a cold voice, "Sir, is this all right? The baptism in Wudi is extremely important to him and there can be no mistakes." they are all among the top 10 figures on the list. Even if Yi Liqiang is exaggerating, they should know the principle of forgiving others when possible. They have made such concessions, which is a sign of great sincerity. Yili remained calm, looked up at him, and then suddenly disappeared from the spot. He instantly appeared in front of the person who was speaking and casually brought down a palm. There was no need to use any martial arts, he could just rely on his powerful innate energy to crush his opponent. The promotion of a 4th level warrior is one level after another, and he has already stood at the top of this Tianguan bridge. The seemingly light palm actually carried a terrifying force that could shatter mountains. It directly blew up the sonic barrier and struck the burly young man like lightning. The burly young man's face changed drastically. He suddenly mobilized all his energy, bulged his muscles, and responded with a burst of Dan Qi. Head-on collision. Boom! The burly young man had faced countless powerful opponents and was best at using his strength to counterattack. However, his strength, which was enough to break rocks in the past, was now like a thin egg under a huge hammer, and was instantly smashed to pieces by the slender palm. The irresistible force hit the body of the burly young man. There was a clear sound of broken bones and muscles, and all the energy in his body exploded. His face turned pale instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His burly body flew backwards and rolled into the ground, severely injuring the 8th-ranked Tianzhou on the Wind and Cloud ranking in public, evil deeds plus 8,000. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end, and their eyes were fixed on Yili. Then, an indifferent voice slowly sounded from the top of the mountain. I said. The young man in green calmly withdrew his hand, and with an indifferent glance, he also glanced over and said in a matter-of-fact tone. Even if you kneel down and beg me today, I won't let you go. The moment the words fell, the young man seemed to have completely exhausted his patience, and a surge of cold air suddenly surged around his body. Chapter 121, Lord Yama in green shirt thanks to the certification of Dongfang Tiger Horse Snake Ox. A thick chill swept across the sky and earth in the blink of an eye, and surging ripples of true energy burst out from Yi Li's body. The next moment, a soul-stirring and loud dragon roar suddenly sounded. A frost dragon that was dozens of feet long appeared out of thin air, carrying boundless chill, and roared into the sky. Its dazzling scales made metallic vibrations in the strong wind on the top of the mountain. Yi Li's figure rose from the ground, and there seemed to be a breeze surrounding him. His black eyes looked down at everyone from above. The aura of the peak of the 4th level was not concealed and directly covered the entire sky above the martial arts land. The clouds within a radius of dozens of miles were surging and swirling towards this place. With him as the center, they were spinning like a tornado. Under this majestic atmosphere, the faces of the people below changed drastically. Most of them had not yet advanced to the 4th level, and at this moment they finally felt the gap in realm. Friend. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly serious, Sun Qian finally spoke. Seeing Yi Li looking at him, he forced a smile, as if there was a piece of red-hot iron in his throat, and shouted in an extremely hoarse voice. I did say something out of turn just now. To express my apology, I can give you the baptism seat near the front. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Li. Give it to me? A sarcastic smile appeared on the boy's handsome face. Apologize to me with my things? Absurd! You are too domineering and arrogant. Sun Qiang roared in his heart, but didn't dare show it on his face, and then his pupils shrank slightly. Hold head high. 100-meter-long ice dragon roared and rushed towards them. At the same time, a brilliant sword light burst out from the leading Qinglian, which actually directly split the cold air, and with boundless sharpness, it shot out towards the mighty ice dragon. Li Jiankai. Sun Qiang looked back and saw Li Jiankai standing there in black clothes with a pale face, the Tianqing sword in his hand trembling constantly. He stared fixedly at the sky, appearing very confident in his attack. Okay, let's give it a try. Seeing this, Sun Qiang felt an inexplicable surge of pride in his heart, and billowing flames emerged from the mark between his eyebrows, quickly enveloping his entire body. His gaze turned upwards again. The next moment, the icy blue dragon and the brilliant sword energy collided heavily. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ice dragon instantly smashed the brilliant sword energy into pieces, and the rolling airwaves brought about a huge momentum. What? Sun Qiang was stunned. At the same time, he heard Li Jiankai sighing from behind him. Sure enough, this is impossible to beat. If you can't beat me, you should have said so earlier. Who are you pretending to be so confident for? Sun Qiang roared wildly in his heart. At this moment, a nightmarish figure suddenly swooped down from the sky at high speed and crashed down on the open space in front of him. The terrifying momentum seemed to be able to smash the mountain to collapse. Boom! Smoke and dust rolled, and the mountain peaks shook. Songman's terrified voice suddenly rang out in the smoke and dust. Yili, my master is Su Kan. She was answered by a heavy crash, followed by a wailing sound that made her scalp tingle. Immediately afterwards, the smoke and dust in front calmed down, and a strong wind suddenly blew away the rolling smoke and dust. Yili's thin figure was revealed, with blood dripping from the fists. Behind him lay Songman, unconscious and in a mess. As soon as he took a step forward, a strong wind blew. On the top of the mountain, Shen Jingli's heart was beating wildly, and the remaining 5 people were all tense. They were almost broken by the terrifying feeling of oppression. Silence, almost a deathly silence, enveloped the place. In less than 2 minutes, the 3rd, 7th, and 8th on the list all fell to the ground seriously injured. At this moment, the man in blue robes seemed like the king of hell who had descended to the world, and the future fate of everyone was firmly in his hands. Madman! This madman! Sun Qian's face was extremely pale. At this moment, the flames all over his body looked ridiculous like decorations, and his hand couldn't help but touch the teleportation token. He was already considering whether to escape. However, the opportunity to be baptized in Wudi is extremely valuable. Brother, can we discuss this further? Sun Qian's smile is uglier than crying. He couldn't understand why he had provoked the other party at that time. Moreover, why did Songman, this mentally ill person, think that if they joined forces, they could challenge the young man in blue clothes in front of them? Yili didn't say anything, just took a step forward. It was this simple action that caused Sun Qian to completely collapse under the pressure. Tian Yang's secret technique. He roared angrily and instantly appeared in front of Yili. Flames exploded on his body, igniting all the blood and energy in his body. It seemed as if a phantom lion head several feet tall appeared on his fist, roaring and killing Yili. Invasion is like fire, it burns everything. In an instant, Yili stretched out his palm and nonchalantly slapped the lion head on Sun Qian's fist to pieces, then grabbed his face, and a vast, biting cold air rushed out of his body. The mountain top, which was already extremely cold, turned into a real world of ice and snow in an instant. The astonishing cold air rushed straight into the sky. The flames on Sun Qian's body were extinguished quickly, and he was completely powerless in the face of the overwhelming cold air. This is too exaggerated. This is not the combat power of a 4th-level warrior at all. Sun Qian only felt that his internal organs were frozen, his whole body was wrapped in thick ice, he completely lost control of his body, and at this moment he could not stop trembling wildly. He had also seen the so-called peak of the 4th level, but never to such an exaggerated degree. When Yili released his hand, Sun Qian fell heavily to the ground with a dark face, and then fell asleep at the boy's feet. Li Jiankai slowly put the sword back into the scabbard and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the young man in blue clothes not far away, he began to think seriously about how he could leave Wudi with dignity. Chapter 122 Amazing Harvest, Baptism is coming. As Li Jiankai put the Tianqing sword back into the scabbard. Except for Qin Jingli, the other 4 geniuses finally felt relieved. Li Jiankai is the top of the Fengyun list and also the strongest among them. If we were to ask who among all the people present has the best chance of defeating the blue-robed king of hell opposite, that person would have to be him. But now even he has given up resistance. What the hell is this? The 4 geniuses on the wind and cloud ranking began to retreat with grim expressions, mobilizing their true energy to calm their extremely uneasy minds. The young man in blue in front of him looked calm, with no trace of hostility on his fair face, but he exuded a majestic aura that far surpassed theirs. Li Jiankai began to cultivate his sword energy again, even though he knew it would be of no use. His sword cultivation skills reached perfection, and he once even killed a 4th order, 5th level horizontal training warrior, and countless 4th order monsters with powerful bodies. But in the previous clash, it was easily crushed and shattered by the 100-meter-long ice dragon. The huge dragon body is still circling in the sky, and it may rush down and crash into the mountain top at any time if the young man thinks about it. In this situation, Li Jiankai could not see any possibility of victory for his side. Hangxiang Province, when did such a monster appear? Let us fight. Li Jiankai let out a light breath, and his hand holding the hilt of the sword gradually tightened. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he slowly raised his head. Yili, please don't blame me for being mean. Li Jiankai looked at the people around him and said in a low voice. Everyone, join me in attacking. Let's work together to drive him out of the martial arts world first. You don't have to defeat him, just smash the teleportation token on his waist. Otherwise, we really won't have any chance at all in today's martial arts baptism. As soon as the words were spoken, the eyes of the four geniuses on the wind and cloud ranking all lit up, and hope emerged in the depths of their eyes. Anyone would feel suffocated if pushed to this extent. There is no hatred between the two sides. If they had to say something, the most they had done was to see this young man in blue clothes who had just made it into the top 10 make a fool of himself under the pressure of Su Tian and Sun Qiang. Although there is indeed a sense of gloating, but why should it be so? Now they are united against the enemy. Even if they are no match for the young man, there is still hope of destroying a token. Thinking of this, they all looked at the young man in green. Then the pupils contracted. On the top of the mountain, Yili waved his hand casually, and the 100-meter-long ice dragon in the air rushed down with great momentum. He didn't know what everyone was thinking, he only knew that he was going to kill people. Get started! Li Jiankai was frightened and immediately drew his sword from its sheath, but the brilliant sword energy was torn into pieces by the whistling gale before it could even touch the ice dragon. Hold head high. The frost dragon seemed to be enraged, and let out a long roar towards the sky. Its huge body shattered the sound barrier with the majestic momentum of a mountain collapsing, and swooped down at high speed. Seeing this, the genius who was ranked first on the Fengyun list immediately revealed a bitter smile. What the hell is this? The next moment, a 100-meter-long ice dragon slammed into the top of the mountain, and an ice-blue lightstorm rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. You severely injured Li Jiankai, the leaderboard leader. Your evil deeds are increased by 15,000. You severely injured the fourth-ranked prodigy on the wind and cloud rankings, your evil deeds value plus 10,000. You are seriously injured. The storm lasted for several minutes and then slowly dissipated. 8 figures wrapped in solid ice were now lying peacefully in different places on the top of Wudi Mountain, with white light rising from their bodies. They were all well-known geniuses in Ying province. Today, they joined forces to fight the enemy for the first time, but they ended up with such a tragic ending. Combined with this experience, their future personalities will surely become more stable. This is the competition for resources in the world of high martial arts. It's just that they were always winners in the past, but the situation this time is slightly different. Yili withdrew his gaze from the direction they disappeared, turned around and walked towards the green lotus in the lead. After sitting down cross-legged on it, the system prompt sound rang in his ears again. Detected that you have crushed the confidence of 8-bit Han Xia Tianjiao. Evil points plus 80,000. Current evil value, 193,000 points. The system's prompt sounded like joy, and a light blue light curtain quietly emerged. What a great harvest! After a brief review, Yili couldn't help but chuckle. Fengyun University is simply heaven. While ensuring quality and quantity, the speed at which the evil value is credited is really frighteningly fast. He had previously brought Storm City to a state of perfection, and now it only needed to wait a moment before it could break through to the 5th level under the baptism of the martial arts land. The Divine Mansion realm is finally here. At this moment, Yili suddenly felt something. He put away the panel and turned his head to look at the edge of the mountain. Chen Jingli, wearing a black dress and with a cold expression, was squatting there quietly, looking at him with burning eyes. At this moment, this 3-no girl seemed a little abnormal. Under Yili's gaze, Shen Jingli's breathing gradually became abnormal. At this moment, Yili even suspected that he had been chased for too long and was hallucinating. What are you doing? Yili quickly came to his senses and asked in an incredulous tone. Chen Jingli's face flushed, her legs went limp and she fell to the ground, and she spoke in a trembling voice that was absolutely abnormal. The baptism is about to begin. After a long silence, Yili spoke with difficulty, trying to get the other party to stop. He retracted his previous thought that the other party was a normal person. What the hell is this thing? Hearing this, Chen Jingli finally got up from the ground. There was a hint of excitement in her eyes. After taking a long breath, she whispered to Yili. Thanks. As she spoke, the teleportation token appeared in her palm. What are you thanking me for? Yili looked at her with complicated eyes. Find a seat for yourself. No need. As the young man spoke, Chen Jingli's face, which had calmed down a little, turned strangely red again, and she whispered to herself. This time, it's enough. Unprecedented emotions filled my heart, diluting the blockage in my heart. It's simply a miracle. I finally feel alive, no longer a muddled zombie. After saying this, before Yili could ask, Chen Jingli gently crushed the teleportation token, and then she instantly disappeared in the white light. Yili was silent for a long time, and for the first time he experienced the feeling of being disheveled in the wind. Then he collected his thoughts and focused his attention on the upcoming baptism in the sky. Chapter 123, Storm Gathering, Peak of Level 5. Thanks to the great master Zhou for the certification. Time passed gradually, and soon the scheduled time of baptism was approaching. Above the green lotus, Yili looked up at the sky. The 4th level of Tianyuan realm is already the strongest among the strong in the martial arts university. As a peak 4th level cultivator, even if 8 people joined forces, he could deal with them as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Once he advances to the 5th level of the Divine Mansion, it will be a crushing defeat like Ultraman breaking into a kindergarten. As previously thought, it's time to shift the focus to those famous warriors. Certainly. Most of these warriors have their own forces behind them, so it is more difficult to deal with them. Yili's recovery ability is indeed terrifying, but the terrifying thing about high-level warriors is not entirely their destructive power. Even if a 6th level warrior cannot kill him completely, he has plenty of ways to make him live a life worse than death. Therefore, if you really want to take over those famous sects, you have to be more cautious and speed up the improvement of your strength. A blacksmith must be strong himself. According to Yi Li's understanding, as long as you can temper yourself to be harder than steel, you can create it at will. At this moment, in his sight, boom! An exciting roar was heard from the black hole in the sky, and a platinum-colored unknown substance poured down. The Divine Mansion realm is already within sight. Yili summoned the panel, and the vast evil value rushed towards the martial arts level column. Bite. Start consuming evil points and continuously improve your martial arts level. The Tianyuan bridge you created is of divine quality. The essence of the 5 internal organs is locked in it. The spirit in the spiritual platform is nurtured and becomes extremely tenacious in this comfortable environment. Under this premise, extremely high-quality true blood is constantly flowing through your body. You are only one step away from condensing your divine palace. Gained a buff, reduced the cost of evil deeds by 80% when breaking through the 5th level. The Storm City, which records the superior chi condensation method, was previously cultivated to perfection by you. With a far superior output efficiency of true chi, you unreservedly unleashed this S-level palace condensation method, summoning the mighty wind within a radius of 50 miles for your own use. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 800%. Your speed is like riding on the golden noble phantasm on the noble phantasm wheel. Somersault cloud, you instantly cross the vast ocean continent and reach the 33rd heaven. Going up to the sky and into the earth like a wheel, crossing the sea and flying over mountains is the best ability. Alas! With a loud bang, the clouds within a radius of 50 miles with Yili as the center all boiled and surged like a spiral. A sudden strong wind was born from it and rushed towards his body wantonly. Looking down from above, Yili had turned into the eye of the storm, with strong winds of dozens of miles swirling around him. Boom! A platinum-colored unknown substance fell from the sky with a strong wind and landed on the top of the mountain in Woody like a tide. The green lotus suddenly emitted a bright light. The vast platinum-colored substance passed through the green light and instantly became much clearer, and then continuously poured into Yili's body. The young man's eyes lit up uncontrollably, blazing golden light burst out from his eyes, and illusory light and shadow appeared from his body. As dull sounds rang out, unknown substances entered Yili's body. The 5 heavenly bridges in his body began to tremble, and the blood in his body began to churn uncontrollably. Yili stared at the blue light screen. With the blessing of the divine Tianyuan bridge, he was now swallowing these unknown substances like precious medicines. The demigod's blood, diluted countless times, poured over you. Through the dual filtration of the purifying azure lotus and the indestructible golden soul, you successfully eliminated the dross and retained its essence. Gained a buff, the quality of divine palace condensation increased by 100%. Gained a buff, increased training speed by 300%. Gained a buff, the cost of breaking through the 7th level of evil will be reduced by 50%. Yili's heart moved slightly. No wonder people say that the opportunity for baptism in the martial arts land is precious. The added bonus buff is really powerful. In addition to the 3 items on the panel that help with adding points, he can also feel the pleasure coming from his real blood and bones, and it is obvious that he is also improving imperceptibly. If it is divided into 10 parts, I think the effect will be greatly reduced. But the problem is that Yili is the only one here now. It is really wrong to eat alone. But if it were me, that would be a different story. After consuming 1000 points of evil, a brilliant golden light emerges from your spirit platform. This golden light gradually expands and becomes extremely malleable. You begin to forge it according to the method recorded in Storm City. After consuming 3000 points of evil, you complete the casting. A magnificent emerald-colored mansion is born on your spiritual platform, and a storm is brewing within it. You have advanced to the 5th level, first level. With the emergence of these two lines of improvement, in an instant, Yili's aura suddenly rose, and a cyan gold light emerged from his body, blasting away the wind and clouds and rushing straight into the sky. The body undergoes a transformation at this moment, and vast true energy bursts out from the body, spreading in all directions. If a warrior in the Divine Mansion realm saw such a scene, he would definitely be shocked to the point of being unable to close his mouth. The grandeur of this Divine Mansion was outrageous. When the ordinary blue or even purple Divine Palace is born, the energy rushing out of the palace can only reach a height of 300 feet at most. Even for the Golden Divine Palace, 1000 feet is the limit of the limit. But at this moment, the cyan gold light broke through the clouds and was probably 2000 feet high. Yili could clearly feel that his abilities in all aspects had been significantly improved. If the previous presence was a high-rise building that attracted everyone's attention, now it is a towering city that absolutely cannot be ignored. This qualitative leap meant that he had officially entered the Divine Mansion realm. There is no need to use the true meaning of Ice Dragon anymore. Now Yili only needs to put his hands in his pockets and rely on the control of the intensity of the airflow to stir up a strong wind that will shock all the 9 people in front to vomit blood, or even collapse to the ground. Consume 83,000 points of evil. A storm gathers within you. The cyan gold Divine Palace continues to rise, instantly reaching 6 times its initial size. As your true energy is released, a majestic aura begins to take shape. You have advanced to the 6th level of the 5th stage. After consuming 123,000 points of evil, the azure gold Divine Palace shakes the sky, and the majestic city has reached its peak. Above the Divine Palace, one can pick the stars. You have advanced to the 9th level of the 5th stage. After consuming 153,000 points of evil, a Divine Palace that is practically impossible to exist in this world will guard your spirit altar. You have become a martial arts giant in the eyes of ordinary people. Your every move is so powerful that sniper rifles and armor-piercing bullets can't even penetrate your skin. Collapsing mountains and cracking the earth is now within your reach. Your martial arts level has increased, and you have reached the peak of the 5th level. The moment the last line of text appeared, Yili only felt incomparable power surging into his limbs and bones, and the lake-like energy reserves were upgraded to a winding river. Everything seemed different. He stood up and punched the vast sea of clouds in front of him. With a loud bang, the vast and boundless sea of clouds was instantly split apart, and a majestic road of nearly 100 miles long suddenly appeared in front. Standing on the top of the mountain, the visual impact is extremely amazing. This is the pinnacle of the Divine Mansion realm. It's time to check out those top martial arts universities. Chapter 124 Conditions for Advancing to Level 6. Night falls, the secret land of Woody. In the empty mountains and fields, Yili's figure emerged from the space door. Immediately, a figure in a green skirt descended from the sky. Several old men in religious robes who were planning to step forward to inquire about the situation had to quickly stop when they saw Zhuqingyu step forward first. They looked at the young man who walked out of the secret realm with complicated eyes. He kicked all 9 people except himself out of the secret realm. This is the first time since Fengyun University acquired this Wudi secret realm. It's not that I'm shocked by his decisive approach. After all, martial land baptism is all about promoting competition. It can even be said that most of the cultivation resources within Fengyun University, and even the cultivation resources of the entire high-level martial arts world, are centered around competition. There are too many monks and too little meat. If you want to eat your fill and climb higher, this is the only way. Looking at the warriors present, including Zhuqingyu, who doesn't he have a life on his hands? It's just a matter of degree. When martial baptism was first built, many people were looking forward to the emergence of a monster who could defeat all the heroes. It would be best if it could expel all the others from Woody. Now that this person has really appeared, it is difficult for everyone to accept it. Because according to what the only sober girl in the black dress said earlier, Yili is still a freshman and hasn't even started freshman classes at Fengyun University yet. He actually used such a domineering attitude to fight against many people alone and crushed 9 senior geniuses from Fengyun University. For these senior teachers at Fengyun University, this is something that really needs time to digest. It's really too evil. Well done, you have the style I once had. After taking a quick look, Zhuo Qingyu snorted in a rather praising tone. She was not surprised by the result at all. She would be surprised if Yili, who was at the peak of the 4th level, was unable to expel the other 9 people from the martial land. Lie. Yili looked at the other person's slightly trembling soul and answered concisely. I am obviously stronger than the other party was back then. To possess the eyes of delusion is to ruthlessly tear off the fig leaf of the arrogant senior. Zhuo Qingyu stared at him silently, then took a deep breath and casually changed the subject. The ones you beat up have all been sent for treatment. Your fellow disciple Chen Jingli has also gone back. After today, I'm afraid you will be regarded as the true leader of Fengyun University. What do you need now? While I'm still at Fengyun University, tell me now. As soon as the words were spoken, several old men in the distance suddenly began to doubt their ears. With such a gentle attitude, is this still the arrogant principal Zhua? Didn't she say that in Hanxia, everyone below level 7 is a useless parasite who only knows how to eat but not grow? For this reason, many powerful Wuyin warriors thought she was too arrogant and secretly ridiculed her as a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. Now, he actually takes such good care of a young warrior. But on second thought, given the talent of the young man in blue, it seems reasonable for him to receive such preferential treatment. The old men looked at each other, and then nodded in unison as if they had reached a consensus. I want to know what method is needed to advance from the 5th level Divine Palace to the 6th level Martial Infant? Yili glanced at the old men who were whispering in the distance and asked softly. He still had 40,000 evil points left, which was definitely not enough for him to be promoted to the 6th level. However, it never hurts to understand the method in advance. This will prevent you from being stuck with the skills and having to search everywhere for ways to advance to the 6th level. 5th level Condensation Palace, 6th level Soul Condensation. Zhuo Qingyu spoke in a flat voice, staring at Yili with cold eyes, then frowned slightly. Although his lips did not move, Yili heard an uncertain voice in his ear. You have been promoted to level 5? Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly. I will have to trouble Lao Deng to come to my house to ask for advice later. Besides, he had no reason to hide it. The notoriety level hasn't increased in a long time. Obviously, across the entire country of Hanxia, the 4th level of Tenguan realm is still not enough. Really? Congratulations then. Seeing Yili admit that he had entered the Divine Mansion realm, Zhuo Qingyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he was surprised, he was not too shocked. She had long known that the other party was only one step away from reaching the 5th level, and it was not surprising that he broke through after being baptized by the martial arts world. However, the aura emanating from the other person did not have the frivolous feeling that was unique to when one had just broken through. On the contrary, it is extremely stable, as if it has been tempered 1,000 times. A bit strange. But there are so many strange things about the other person. The task of completing the construction of Storm City in just 2 days is far more exciting than this matter. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to let you know in advance. Zhuo Qingyu lightly tapped his brow, and a bright green light emanated from him. The Divine Palace sits on the spiritual platform. The Pure Land in my mind will be continuously improved in the process of building the Divine Palace. When you reach the peak of the 5th level, you can start to cultivate the spirit platform, and the so-called martial infant will be born from the Divine Palace. The quality of the Divine Mansion will affect the quality of the martial infant, and thus the level of the golden body in the future. Zhuo Qingyu looked at Yili and calmly described the future path of advancement. When you are cultivating the Divine Palace in the future, you must not be careless. With your talent, I believe you can reach the peak of the Divine Mansion realm in less than 10 years. Perhaps you can even break my record and become Hanxia's youngest 6th-rank Wuyin realm warrior. Having said that, Zhuo Qingyu wrinkled his nose, seeming unhappy about this matter. She sighed softly and continued. In short, this is probably all you need to pay attention to in the future. You will know what will happen next when the time comes. Okay. Yili nodded. The theoretical knowledge that the other party mentioned may become a gain buff when adding points. My only responsibility is to listen carefully, and then work hard to earn evil points to fill the gaps for improvement. The rest is not his business. Yili hesitated for a moment and asked, Principal Zhua, do you have any soul-enriching techniques? I knew you were going to attack me. Zhuo Qingyu snorted lightly, pinched his waist with one hand, and said lightly, yes, I do have it, but I can't give it to you for free this time. You have to do something for me. I had planned to wait a little longer. Yili, who is at the peak of the 4th level, is facing off against the little gun god from Shangjing University, who is said to be a once-in-a-millennium talent. Although he has a good chance of winning, the probability of losing is also not low. Zhuqingyu doesn't like to do things that she is not sure of. She likes to end things quickly and decisively. That's why I've been patient and waited until now. Finally, the situation has completely improved. Yili directly advanced to the Divine Mansion realm. This way, there is nothing to worry about. I intend to have you fight the leading figures from the major martial arts universities in Hanxia. As long as you can win them all, my soul condensation technique will be yours. These so-called top martial arts universities, I have disliked them for a long time. Chapter 125, Sword pointing to Shangjing. As he spoke, Zhuqingyu's eyes flickered slightly. These presidents of martial arts universities are really hateful. In particular, the president of Shangjing University shared battle reports and news videos of their school's little gunslinger in the group chat of Hanxia Martial Arts University Future Planning Group every day. Actually, it's nothing. The main thing is that he always has to add Zhuqingyu and then add a few sarcastic remarks. While it's certainly gratifying that we at Shangjing University have such a genius, the situation in Hanxia still requires everyone's cooperation. I wonder if Fengyun University has such a talent. Come to think of it, it's been a while since the two schools have had a friendly exchange. Principal Zhuqingyu, why don't we hold an exchange match between the two schools to help strengthen their relationship? There are countless examples like this. Not only the president of Shangjing University, but also the 6th-level warriors of several martial arts universities are involved. Just because I said they were useless, you disgust me so much. Zhuqingyu's beautiful face was as cold as frost as she snorted, a bunch of useless old things, 300 to 500 years old, and still haven't broken through to the Grandmaster level, and you still blame me for saying harsh things? At least what I said is above board. Unlike them, who, unable to surpass me, slander Fengyun University, which I preside over. It just so happens that there are few students in Fengyun University who are as ambitious as me. She looked at Yili and her tone softened, but now that I have you, I am quite relieved. Wait until you beat down all their favorite students, and then see what they have to say. The opportunity to silence these useless old guys has finally come. Zhuqingyu has been looking forward to this for a long time. Yili, you are really my lucky star. I see. Hearing this, Yili nodded his chin slightly. I have to say, this is really like sending a pillow when you are sleepy. The more he looks at Lao Dang, the more he likes him. As for Mr. Yu, just wait for the old man to come back next time and give him some guidance on his practice. My thoughts are in a mess. Yili said calmly, I agree to this matter. Very good, the boy is teachable. Zhuqingyu raised the corner of his lips slightly, turned his head to look at the old men in the distance, and said lightly. Tsinghua, Fengyun University will be having friendly competitions with other universities. You all should go and prepare. Ah? An old man in the crowd was stunned and couldn't help but say. Principal Zhua, out of the top 10 in our school's rankings, there are only 2 capable players left. No problem. Zhuqingyu interrupted him and gestured in Yili's direction, he's enough. Yili nodded slightly to show his approval. But, shouldn't you discuss this with the presidents of those universities? The old man said somewhat embarrassedly, Principal Zhua, my rank is not high enough. Zhuqingyu frowned slightly. I'm asking you to inform the teachers and students of this school and draw their attention to this matter. What do you think that is? These idiots seem to have no brains at all. This is a rare opportunity to show off, how can we not let all the teachers and students in the school know about it? Then, when exactly is it? The old man asked hurriedly. There is no time to lose, just these 2 days. Zhuqingyu casually grabbed Yili's collar, and the two of them flew straight into the sky, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. First up is Zhu Jingchuan from Shangjing University. He's known as the little gun god on campus and is quite capable. You'll go with me then. The girl's weak voice was carried on the breeze. It can be seen that the vice president of Fengyun University is very concerned about this matter. Outside the Wudi secret realm, the old man smacked his lips and looked away. Shangjing University has surpassed Fengyun University in rankings in the past 2 years. Has this finally made President Zhua unable to sit still? Are you so anxious to prepare for the exchange competition? Although there are 8 fewer people, there is one more extraordinary and evil level figure, so the chances of winning are still quite high. The old man looked at the people behind him and said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Go get ready. Did Principal Zhuo only talk to me?" After a brief conversation, several old men started moving and rushed towards the school. In the territory of Hanxia, go to Beijing University. It has a superior location and developed economic conditions. It is one of the top 5 martial arts universities in Hanxia, and ranks quite high. Under normal circumstances, the gap between the 5 top martial arts universities is not too big, and they all have extremely high educational quality and martial arts background. But as a martial arts university, there still has to be a ranking among each other. In recent years, with the emergence of a martial arts genius in Shangjing province, the ranking of Shangjing University has begun to rise significantly. Zhu Zhengchuan is known as the successor of the Hanxia Gun God. He started to show his talent since he was in martial arts high school, and then went to Beijing University for further studies for 3 years. He was already able to fight against warriors of the 4th level and 8th level. It's so terrifying, it's an unheard of growth rate. He is a well-known martial arts genius in the entire Hanxia territory. Even many top forces in the 4 seas have sent him invitations. This is enough to show its value as a once-in-a-millennium event. Now that he is a senior student, I think his abilities have improved. The entire Shangjing University, and even the martial arts seeds of Shangjing province, have already secretly regarded him as a leader of the younger generation. The president of Shangjing University put down his phone and looked down thoughtfully. He had provoked Zhuo many times before, but Zhuo Shaoer never took the bait. Why did he suddenly propose to have a friendly exchange with Shangjing University today, and even specifically asked to fight Zhu Zhengchuan? When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Is there a trick waiting for me, or am I pushing him into a corner? He muttered to himself, secretly trying to guess what Zhuo Qingyu was thinking. To be honest, there's a strong possibility of both. But the former, even if she has bad intentions, what fraud could she have committed? Is there anyone in Fengyun University who can defeat Zhu Zhengchuan? Dream. Principal Shangjing chuckled. Unlike those old guys who were out of touch with the news, his intelligence network was updated in real time and should not be underestimated. The strongest person in Fengyun University now is Li Jiankai, who is known as the Blind Swordman. It is truly amazing that he could kill a strong man of the 4th level and 5th level with a body of the 4th level and 4th level. He is also considered a top existence in Shangjing University. However, compared with Zhu Zhengchuan, it's still a bit mediocre. Oh right. Principal Shangjing looked at the bald young man who was instructing the freshman below, his eyes flashing. Speaking of which, there is a young warrior who is becoming famous in Fengyun University. Chapter 126 Fengyun University, nothing special. Thinking of this, the principal of Shangjing quickly recalled the relevant information about the young warrior. The champion of Ying Province's martial arts examinee Li. It is said that he just entered school this year and is already at the 4th level of Tianyuan realm. After that, he defeated 3 famous strong men on the Fengyun list in succession, and recently participated in a red-level encirclement and suppression mission. The level of terror is even more exaggerated than what happened to Zhu Zhengchuan back then. Perhaps this resume is a little exaggerated, but there is no denying the boy's excellence. In time, he might really be able to match Zhu Zhengchuan and become a new leader among the younger generation in Ying Province. But he is too small. Among the 3 famous warriors on the Fengyun ranking who were defeated, the highest one had only barely broken through to the 4th level. Red level encirclement and suppression mission. Although the specific details are unknown, the leader of the mission is Zhuo Qingyu. Given her personality, she will not let the weak take risks, and will not let the genius under her take such a big risk. Using his plump wings to protect the weak from wind and rain, this is the style of Zhuo Qingyu. Therefore, the role played by Yi Li in the encirclement and suppression mission was at most to be responsible for resisting the beast tide. Of course, this is already an extremely outstanding resume, which Principal Shangjing acknowledges. It's just that this mysterious boy still needs room to grow. In other words, he is not yet Zhu Zhengchuan's opponent. Besides that, that seems to be all, right? Principal Shangjing checked carefully for a long time and finally confirmed that everything was correct. He finally felt relieved. It seems that Zhuo Qingyu was simply anxious this time. He's such an impatient young man, lacking the composure of his elders. Thinking of this, Principal Shangjing felt relieved. He cleared his throat and smiled downwards. Zhengchuan, Principal Zhuo from Fengyun University wants you to have a competition with students from her school. What do you think? The unrestrained voice echoed into the field below. A bald young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. When? Just these 2 days. Principal Shang Jing smiled broadly, as if he had already foreseen the future. In a few days, one-on-one, the other person is also a student. Hearing this, Zhu Zhengchuan waved his hand and replied casually. I'm fine with either. It's up to you to decide. After saying that, he looked back at the sword-wielding girl opposite him and said with a smile. That's the downside to being famous. You have to play in exchange competitions, which is obviously meaningless. Listening to the other party's confident words, the sword-robed girl put down her sword, and a look of loneliness suddenly appeared between her eyebrows. Brother, it's better to take it seriously. I vaguely remember that a month ago, she was also so confident, but ended up suffering the biggest setback in her life. It was such a terrible defeat. Even now, it often wakes her up in the middle of the night. Junior sister Tang Yao, it's not that I'm not serious. Zhu Zhengchuan smiled faintly and sighed helplessly. You are from Qingshan Sword Pavilion in Ying Province, so you may not know much about my past. As he walked towards the other side of the venue, he said with a slightly playful smile. If I get serious, the nature of the exchange competition will change. To be fair, who would like to see their own students being crushed in an exchange competition? As soon as he finished speaking, the students watching all burst into laughter, and did not think that the bald young man was exaggerating. They were all students from Shangjing Province, so they naturally knew how terrifying the bald young man was. Over 20 years old, level 4, 8th level. Looking across Hanxia, it is hard to find a young warrior who can achieve this. Several other top martial arts universities have also organized student exchanges with it over the years, but the result is only one: total defeat. No matter how sophisticated the tactical arrangements were, they were always defeated crushingly. Those talented warriors with great reputations all became stepping stones for Zhu Zhengchuan. Holding a big gun, he is the new generation leader in Hanxia. As of this year, no genius from the martial arts university has questioned its value, and the exchange competitions between them have deliberately avoided the University of Beijing. Unexpectedly, Fengyun University has not given up yet, which surprised everyone. It is indeed courageous. Tang Yao stared at the new dragon pattern on the sword and did not speak for a long time. She thought of her crushing defeat last month on the black-haired, golden-eyed young man in an ink-stained shirt. I don't know how far the other party is from the 3rd level of True Blood Realm, but I think he may have already gone ahead of her. At the beginning, although the boy was only at the 2nd level, the fighting power he burst out was able to crush himself, a warrior at the 2nd level, the 6th level. After just a few days of not seeing him, he got an incredible score in the martial arts exam. According to Tang Yao's guess. At that time, Yili was probably not far from the 3rd level, and he might even have one foot in the 3rd level. I'm already at the 8th level of the 2nd stage, and you've probably already broken through to the 3rd level of the True Blood Realm, and have stabilized your realm. Think of this. Tang Yao let out a light breath, and the hand holding the sword gradually tightened. She didn't like the feeling of being left behind. Fortunately, thanks to the friendship left by the founder of Qingshan Jiangya, he became the close disciple of the president of Shangjing University. With the guidance of this 6th level martial infant realm expert. In addition, he can be said to be the sparring partner of the most outstanding young warriors in Hanxia. Tang Yao believes that her future is bright. Yili, when we meet next time, I will surprise you. Tang Yao held a sword in her hand, her eyes were fierce, and she said loudly to Zhu Zhengchuan opposite her. Brother, be careful. Nice momentum. Zhu Zhengchuan smiled slightly and asked. By the way, there's an exchange competition in 2 days. Do you want to come and watch it? Yeah. Tang Yao said calmly, try to learn as much as possible. Then senior brother will not be polite to the person opposite at that time. Zhu Zhengchuan touched his shiny head and said with a hearty laugh, then you'll understand why I'm no longer interested in this kind of exchange competition. How should I put it, most of them are boring opponents, lacking the sharpness and vigor that a warrior should have. When he first didn't know me, his moves were full of instruction, big and bold, without any fear. But now it's different. Once they see I'm their opponent, they become extremely nervous, their punches and kicks become dull, and they show no desire to win at all. I know that in their eyes, defeating me is impossible. They just need to hold out for a few more moves from me, and that's enough. This is really a boring mentality. Zhu Zhengchuan's smile gradually faded, and his originally gentle voice was slightly chilled. After all, what I want, senior brother, is an opponent whose eyes reveal his desire to defeat me. Speaking of which, junior sister Tang Yao, you have this kind of eyes, which makes me very happy. That's why I'm willing to spar with you. As he spoke, Zhu Zhengchuan carried the spear on his shoulder. Under the respectful gazes of the spectators, he sighed helplessly. I can only hope that this time my opponent can be a bit more courageous, otherwise I really can't muster up the energy. But to be honest, it's really hard. Fengyun University is nothing special. I've never heard of any great people. Chapter 127, a bit impolite. In Ying Province, there is Fengyun University. Ever since the martial arts baptism ended, the forum on campus has exploded. The reason is very simple. Of the 10 geniuses who participated in the baptism, 9 left the secret realm early, and 8 of them were carried back by the medical department. According to information from the medical department, their injuries were surprisingly similar. Their bodies were all covered in ice, and their faces were frozen purple. Obviously, they all suffered damage from the same martial arts. They are all little greedy cats. With their withdrawal, the only one who could be baptized in Wudi was the mysterious young man who was a little unfamiliar to them. At this point, even a fool could guess what happened in Wudi. Not to mention, the school's news department followed up on the news immediately afterwards. In the secret realm of Wudi, Yili defeated 9 people at once. In the past few days, Su Tian, the Thunderbolt Spear, had been making a lot of fuss to inquire about Yili's news. The day after Wudi's baptism, he disappeared from the campus without a trace. According to the person in charge of Zulu, he ignored his injuries, forcibly accepted a white-level mission and then rushed out. Of course, he went to avoid the limelight. The other 9 people did the same thing as him. Some stayed indoors, some returned to their sect, and some sought medical treatment outside. The 9 geniuses who had been so glorious before, all became the verifiable achievements of Yili in just 2 days. The next morning, I chose a dangerous building. Many students on campus gathered on the 2nd floor, discussing the matter heatedly. Are you serious? That Yili picked all the other 9 by himself? Someone widened his eyes and stood up suddenly from his chair. Our school's news department said this, other places exaggerate news in order to gain exposure. There's no need for our school to fabricate news, right? Someone holding a bronze medal exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's true. Yili is now number 1 on the leaderboard." Is it true? The others took out their badges and began to investigate deeply. Afterwards, exclamations were heard throughout the 2nd floor of Zoe building. Not far away. Lin Yun, who was in disguise and collecting materials, couldn't help but feel secretly happy when she heard this. I don't know why. Now, whenever she sees someone shocked by Yili's performance, she feels a sense of sympathy. Especially now that there are more and more people like this, Lin Yun feels more and more comfortable. I feel like I'm not the only one who has gone crazy in this world. Lin Yun's mouth curled up wildly. This is too outrageous. After confirming it, the student who started out couldn't help but murmur. For geniuses like them who came from small places, being in the top 10 of the list was something they could only dream of. Now, he was actually beaten through by a so-called freshman, beaten through. What is the concept? A young warrior who is probably not even 20 years old is at the top of a place like Fengyun University. He is truly a genuine martial arts monster. There's Zhu Zhengchuan at Shangjing University, and here we have Yili. Someone's dry throat rolled slightly, and then he smiled with relief. It's even. From now on, when we carry out missions, we won't have to listen to their boasting. Really? The companion beside him nodded in agreement and asked curiously, I just wonder, who of them is stronger? Hearing this, Lin Yun frowned slightly. This person doesn't even consider the age difference between Yili and Zhu Zhengchuan. Don't you understand the most basic sense of fairness and justice? Even if Yili is no match for that little gun god now. But in just a few years, my junior fellow apprentice will definitely be able to defeat that guy. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the 1st floor. Fuck. My brother Yi is going to fight that Zhu Zhengchuan. Lin Yun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. High in the sky, 2 streams of green light, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms, were moving towards Shangjing province at an astonishing speed. Ordinary warriors can only possess the ability to fly at will after reaching the 7th level. But Yili and Zhuqingyu both have the ability to control the airflow, so riding the wind for a long time is not difficult for them. There's just a difference in speed. As the wind whistled in his ears, Zhuqingyu looked calm, while Yili frowned slightly. Yili exhaled silently. He was sure that the other party had a talent or martial art that could increase speed. It's ridiculously fast when you're walking. He had plenty of true energy, and his output efficiency was also good, but he just couldn't surpass the opponent. All I can say is that this is the foundation of a 6th level warrior. The Shangjing province is just ahead. Zhuo Qingyu suddenly spoke. She looked at the looming city circle in front of her and said casually, I have already discussed with the president of Shangjing University that the competition will be held in the next 2 days. Do you have anything else to prepare? No. Is that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Zhuo Qingyu asked. Yili calmly replied, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. In my opinion, let's do it today. Why do I feel like you are more anxious than me? Zhuo Qingyu looked at Yili suspiciously. Her original intention was to let Yili get familiar with the environment first and rest for a night before the exchange competition. This exchange competition is different from previous ones. The first battle is a decisive one, and coupled with Zhu Jingxuan's terrifying reputation, I'm afraid that all the teachers and students of Shangjing University, and even the top leaders of some forces will come to watch the ceremony. If he made a mistake and lost, the reputation Yili had just built would be gone. Although I also think that you and Zhu Jingxuan are 91, but you have just been promoted to the 5th level after all, and there is no guarantee that he does not have any trump cards to fight against enemies of higher levels. Zhuo Qingyu couldn't help but ask, are you sure you don't want to think about it again? What are you considering? Yili glanced at her and asked back with some amusement. He has reached the peak of the 5th level. Combined with the beast god called Saint, soul control and spirit control, he has a 10% chance of ruthlessly ravaging the young girl in green in front of him until she sheds tears. To deal with a 4th order, 8th level evildoer. Was he supposed to consider which hand to use to knock him down? That's really a bit rude. Chapter 128, Destroy the Place, My Place. 3 polls a day and went to Beijing University. The majestic building is like a giant beast crawling on the ground, with people coming and going in the bustling atmosphere. As the day of the National Martial Arts University approaches, the flow of people on campus has naturally begun to increase significantly. We're here. Zhuo Qingyu looked at the huge academy below, and a rare excitement appeared in his sharp and cold eyes. You seem to be looking forward to it? Yili looked up and asked casually. Honestly, he was looking forward to it. After all, judging by the scale of its facilities, Shangjing University was on par with Fengyun University in his impression. Especially on the way here, he briefly checked the information and found that in the so-called international rankings, Hanxia Shangjing University was ranked several places higher than Fengyun University. Does this mean that the quality of students here is generally higher than that of Fengyun University? Yili's thoughts wandered as he glanced at Shangjing University in front of him. Green mountains and clear waters, bustling and prosperous. It would be even more perfect if there was a ranking of geniuses similar to the wind and cloud list. Unfortunately, according to the information on the internet, there is no such thing here, and I have no reason to take action. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhuo Qingyu raised the last syllable of his voice, expressing his joy subtly, and was the first to descend. Call. The 2 of them landed in front of the gate of Shangjing University one after another. The girl was dressed in green and barefoot, while the boy in white had a calm expression and outstanding appearance. The eye-catching combination instantly attracted many curious eyes. Immediately following, Zhuo Qingyu and Yili had just walked a few steps when a tall old man with white hair and beard came to meet them. Principal Zhuo, you came really quickly. He had a smile on his face and spoke in a deep voice, followed by several teachers from Beijing University. Without waiting for Zhuo Qingyu to speak, he looked at the young man in white behind Zhuo Qingyu and asked, is this, the student participating in this exchange competition? Not bad. Zhuo Qingyu said lightly. He's truly a handsome man. The principal of Shangjing University praised him politely, and then smiled at Yili and said, hello, classmate. I am Ning Guowa, the president of Shangjing University. Finally, I've seen the real person. Principal Zhuo hid you so well. He refused to tell me who you were before I came here. As he spoke, he looked at Zhuo Qingyu casually. Zhuo Qingyu snorted coldly. She didn't tell the other party before coming because she was worried that he had heard about Yi Li's deeds and would refuse to participate in the exchange competition. Although considering the degree of trust that Principal Shang Jing has in the young gun god, a situation like this where one is afraid to fight is unlikely to occur. But the young man on his side is obviously more evil. In order to prevent accidents, we still need to take precautions. At this moment, students passing by and several teachers from Beijing were looking at this place. The other party is already in a difficult situation, so there is naturally no need to hide his name. Now I can finally speak. Ning Guowa looked at Yili again, his smile unchanged. I wonder what your name is, classmate? He wanted to see who this mysterious young man, whom Zhuo Qingyu believed could compete with Zhu Zhengchuan, was. He was not wearing a black belt or blindfold, and he was not carrying a long sword. He was definitely not the blind swordsman. Thinking of this, Ning Guowa, the principal of Shangjing University, felt a slight movement in his heart. If that's the case, could it be that? Fengyun University, Yili. Yili stepped forward and introduced himself politely. As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of the students who were paying attention to the situation here suddenly changed. There are no special activities at the moment. Why would the students from Fengyun University come to Shangjing University? The answer is self-evident. Here to mess things up. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Shangjing University now has Zhu Zhengchuan, known as the Little Gun God, in charge, and yet there are still students from other schools who dare to disrupt the place. It really is this kid. Ning Guowa's mouth curled up. So far, everything has been as he expected. Principal Ning, you haven't announced this yet, have you? Taking in everyone's reactions, Zhuo Qingyu frowned and asked, I should have informed you just now that the competition will start at 3 p.m., right? Her purpose was to shut up these old guys who love to make excuses and tell them the truth that don't blame the road for your own shortcomings. This is how the matter was publicized with great fanfare within Fengyun University. As a result, the other party didn't take it seriously? How is this possible? Without a massive audience, these cunning old guys would have countless ways to cover up their incompetence. Therefore, this competition must be made public. Don't worry, Principal Zhua. Principal Shang Jing smiled gracefully and said calmly, don't worry. Even without any publicity, with Zhengchuan's reputation, the auditorium will be full in less than 3 hours. After saying this, it seemed as if he was trying to prove his credibility. He raised his hand and ink ripples appeared from his fingertips, writing in the air. At the same time, 2 lines of gilded text gradually appeared on a tall stone tablet in the rear campus. Classmates, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, your senior Zhu Zhengchuan will be at the #1 martial arts arena to compete with top students from Fengyun University. Anyone who is interested can come and see it when the time comes. Floating boulder is connected to the waist badges of all students in the school. There are similar facilities in Fengyun University. It is basically a school-wide broadcast. Seeing this, the people not far away were immediately in an uproar. Some students were so excited that they took out their mobile phones and started notifying various group chats about the matter. Yili raised his brows slightly. With his hearing ability, he could even hear the exclamations coming from the campus ahead. It's amazing how popular it is. For a moment, it reminded him of what happened in Qingshan City. How about Principal Zoa, are you satisfied now? Taking Yili's reaction into account, Ning Guowa's face showed a hint of pride. There is no other reason any exchange competition involving Zhu Zhengchuan will become such a hot topic in Shangjing province. He withdrew his hand and waited for the other party's response. I thought I would see Zhuo Qingyu looking solemn. Unexpectedly, the young girl in blue had a rare smile on her face and uttered cold words from her lips. Well done. Ning Guowa frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed, thinking that the other party was being mysterious or pretending to be calm. His eyes swept over Yili. After confirming that the boy's aura did not have the kind of fluctuations that were unique to when he just broke through, he was completely relieved. He's just a monster at the 4th level of the Heavenly Gate realm. Do you think you can scare me? Ning Guowa sneered inwardly. He slightly turned sideways, gestured towards the school, and said with a smile. You too, please. Zhuo Qingyu glanced sideways. Yili nodded slightly. After feeling the increasingly heated atmosphere in the school, he took a step forward and walked into the school casually. Chapter 129 I will crush his Dao heart. Thanks to the magic Pomelo cutie boss. Shangjing University, #1 martial arts field. By the afternoon, the atmosphere here was particularly high. Ning Guowa's words were not empty talk. In just one meal, the news of the exchange competition between the 2 schools swept across half of Shangjing province like a hurricane. Especially after Yili's information came out from Ying province, the news became even more popular. It was visible to the naked eye that students were constantly returning from outside the school and rushing towards the training ground with excited looks on their faces. Or perhaps it was the senior members of the Mountain Gate dressed in strange clothes, who hurried over on their swords, and after a simple greeting, also gathered in the direction of the martial arts field. Their purpose was very clear, which was to watch this rare monster exchange competition. Even because of time constraints, forces that were a little further away were unable to arrive in time. As the game time approached, the huge venue was still full. At this moment, the martial arts arena was crowded with people, all smiling and noisy. So exciting, who wants to fight Senior Zhu? You're crazy. You come here to see me without even knowing who I am? Nonsense. I heard about this competition, but I didn't even watch the film and rushed over to grab a seat. How would I have the time to learn more? He's a genius from Fengyun University, his name is Yili. I don't know much about Ying Province, has anyone heard of him? I just found out too. It's said that he's a freak who entered the Heavenly Gate realm during his freshman year. You've already passed the level in your freshman year? That's awesome. Really? How close do you think he is to Senior Zhu? 30-70. Senior Zhu's 70. That's conservative. I think it's 80-20. The atmosphere in the spectator seats was tense, with many people shouting Zhu Zhengquan's name to support him, with waves of voices roaring. Fighting in such an environment would indeed put outsiders under tremendous psychological pressure. No wonder those geniuses who came here for the exchange competition were so nervous. But there's no way. Because this is the so-called home advantage, you can't deny it. Tang Yao sat silently in the spectator seats, the turbulent waves in her heart almost showing on her face, and her slender palms turned white from excessive force. What did she hear? The mysterious student who came to Shangjing University to participate in the exchange competition and was about to face Zhu Zhengquan was Yili? That's not all. Yili has broken through to the 4th level of the Heavenly Gate realm? How is this possible? How is this possible? Tang Yao's breathing was disordered, and her sharp eyebrows were filled with confusion and helplessness. There was even a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. Such a scene made her companions around her dumbfounded and looked at each other in bewilderment. They have been with Tang Yao for several weeks and regard her as their backbone. But it was the first time I knew that this sword-fighting genius, who was so ambitious that he was not even afraid of Senior Zhu, could actually show such an inappropriate expression. Was he struck by Yili? Mr. Tang. Thinking of this, they hurriedly comforted him. It's okay, that Yili will lose to Senior Zhu soon. Yeah, don't you know what Senior Zhu is doing? A martial arts genius from another school like this, if you fight him once, he'll be nothing but an ordinary person. That's right. Maybe his future achievements won't be as great as ours. Listening to the comfort in her ears, Tang Yao's mood miraculously improved. That's true. Knowing that Yili would fail soon, she felt a hint of joy in her heart. The boy who seemed to be above everyone else would also fail. That arrogant Yili will also taste the bitter taste of defeat. Tang Yao's heartbeat gradually quickened. After a moment, she raised her head again and cast her gaze towards the fighting stage below, her eyes full of anticipation. On the high platform, Zhu Qingyu looked relaxed, lying on a wooden chair, swaying his bare feet gently, as if he was not worried at all about the outcome of the game. Ning Guohua stood in front with a calm expression, looking at the cheering crowd below the stage. Thinking of the intelligence he had just collected, his hands behind his back trembled slightly unconsciously. The information he received consisted of only one simple sentence. Yili from Fengyun University achieved a 1-on-9 victory in the martial arts baptism. What an amazing record! What level of the 4th stage is Yili at? Yay! Coco no? Or has it reached the peak of the 4th level? If this is true, then Zhengquan's chances of winning are less than 70%. Principal Shangjing's breathing quickened slightly. He finally understood why Zhu Qingyu dared to bring the other party to play in the exchange competition. This Yili is a martial arts monster who is even more terrifying than Zhu Zhengquan. He already has such combat power in his freshman year. If he is given another 2 years, won't he be able to break through to level 5 before graduation and set a new record for the fastest level 5 in Hanxia's history? Break through to the 5th level before the age of 30. You know, even Zhu Zhengquan doesn't dare to make this guarantee. But it's not a big problem. After a brief moment of tension, Ning Guohua calmed down again. He had absolute confidence in Zhu Zhengquan. Even among the warriors at the peak of the 4th level, the opponent is definitely at the top level. In addition to his own S-level martial arts talent, Zhu Zhengquan is able to fight even against a powerful Divine Mansion warrior who has just entered the 5th level. And that Yili. So far, no one has ever said that the boy possesses a high level of martial arts talent. So it seems the advantage is still on our side. Thinking of this, Ning Guowa felt relieved. He slowly sat back in his chair and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhu Qingyu is a young man who doesn't know how to hide. If he waits a few more years and then brings Yili to him, he will really have to think about whether to take on this exchange competition. In the players' lounge, Zhu Zhengchuan was sitting on a wooden chair, wiping a large black iron spear with an earnest look on his face. The gun body exudes an astonishing murderous aura, and it is obviously a gun-type treasure of high rank. Is it suspected to be the peak of the 4th level? A smile appeared on Zhu Zhengchuan's face, and he even quickened the pace of wiping the gun. Interesting. He originally thought that he was the undisputed #1 genius in Hanxia. I didn't expect that someone's promotion speed was even more amazing than his. Freshman, peak of level 4. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhengchuan took a deep breath. He no longer underestimated the enemy, but took out his most commonly used weapon against the enemy, while adjusting his energy and spirit to its peak state. He never expected that the other party could have such a level of ability. After all, he had never heard of such a person before. But, since it appeared, then just take action and knock him down. I hope you're not all show and no substance, otherwise I'll be very disappointed. Zhu Zhengchuan's eyes gradually turned cold. He had been waiting for such a worthy opponent for too long. And breaking the backbone of such a genius is exactly what a martial arts genius like him wants to do. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 130. The wind and clouds are howling, and the sky and the earth are changing color. Time passed and the time for battle soon arrived. Inside the martial arts arena, the referee's resounding and clear voice rang out. I declare that the exchange competition between Shangjing University and Fengyun University has begun. Yili from Fengyun University versus Zhu Zhengchuan from Shangjing University. Both contestants, please come on stage. As soon as the words were spoken, thunderous cheers rang out in the martial arts arena. It pierces the clouds and splits the rocks, which is thrilling. In the lounge, the bald young man raised his spear, and the smile on his face looked a bit cruel. Yili, I can't wait to crush your pride. He walked through the long corridor and entered the martial arts arena where the sound waves were overwhelming. Amidst waves of praise, the young marksman from Shangjing University slowly walked onto the stage. The students watching the game subconsciously held their breath and watched the situation on the stage with nervous excitement. When on the fighting stage, Zhu Zhengchuan shook the gun, and a fierce momentum suddenly burst out, and the exclamations rose again. Countless students' eyes were filled with enthusiasm, and the young man had made further progress. Such a perfect and amazing aura strength. Most of them have already reached the peak level of the 4th stage. Opposite him, Yili slowly walked onto the stage with a calm expression. He seemed completely oblivious to the hostile looks and boos surrounding him. Remarkably, he didn't even carry a weapon. After the young man in white stood still, Zhu Zhengchuan took a step forward, and his aura was revealed more and more thoroughly. He laughed out loud and said, I hope your Dao heart is strong enough so that I won't break it later. The young man's arrogant voice echoed in the martial arts arena. Zhu Zhengchuan has decided to suppress the arrogance of this talented young man from the very beginning. In the spectator stands, many teachers and students were looking forward to it. The martial arts genius from Shangjing University has taken action. How will he win this time? Under the gaze of countless teasing eyes, the young man in white looked around and pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. Then he asked softly, Do you like to show off? The moment the words fell, boom! The young man in white exhaled, and his white clothes fluttered, and his spiritual palace suddenly shone brightly. The next moment, Chongxiao's torrent of true energy caused the entire martial arts arena to tremble slightly. Boom! The ground within a radius of dozens of miles shook as the lake violently slammed into the huge rocks on the shore. The cyan gold brilliance illuminated the heaven and earth, illuminating countless faces that were gradually falling into a daze. Several renowned martial arts masters on the platform could hardly suppress the horror on their faces, so much so that their hands were shaking. Zhu Qingyu's calm smile froze on his face. Her legs, gently swaying, remained fixed in place as she stared in disbelief at the young man in white who was the center of everyone's attention. Zhu Zhengchuan's face twitched and his heart seemed to stop beating at this moment. Opposite him, the young man in white clothes put his hands behind his back, and his true energy flowed backwards like a waterfall, pouring down towards the sky above. Suddenly, the wind and clouds howled, and the sky and the earth changed color. At this moment, the entire training ground was almost dead silent. The majestic aura of a resurrected god descended undisguisedly on the training grounds of Shangjing University. Tang Yao, who was sitting in the spectator booth, widened her eyes instantly. Her mouth opened wide and her face tingled uncontrollably. Even though she tried her best to calm her emotions, her wildly trembling lips still revealed her inner horror. The energy reaches the sky, the 5th level divine palace. A torrent of true energy thousands of feet high, or an unheard of azure gold divine palace. Tang Yao just felt it was extremely absurd. It turned out that when she was complacent about her tiny improvement, the other party had already rushed into the sky. Before this, she actually thought the gap wouldn't be that big. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present, including her, turned into a daze. On the fighting stage, Zhu Zhengchuan's body froze in place. He had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, he always crushed others with his realm, but this was the first time he was crushed by others. And it's not just a few levels of lead. But it is a higher level. Peak of the 5th level, peak of the 5th level. This is a level that would be difficult to reach even if he spent 10 or even 20 years. What made Zhu Zhengchuan feel even more disappointed was, up until this moment, things have just begun. Amidst countless stunned, horrified gazes, the young man's slightly playful laughter resounded throughout the room. Come on, trash. Offer me your destined defeat. As he spoke, Yili took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure that made his scalp tingle instantly descended upon Zhu Zhengchuan's heart. The spectators woke up as if from a dream, and there was a burst of exclamations in the arena. Zhu Zhengchuan's face turned pale, and he stumbled backwards, staring at Yili opposite him. You are at the peak of the 5th level? You ask even though you already know the answer. Yili smiled faintly. You? Zhu Zhengchuan's dry lips moved slightly. He stared blankly at the young man in white who was showing his aura but did not take action immediately. The fear in my heart could not be concealed at all. His self-confidence had already collapsed in the previous exchange of energy. Zhu Zhengchuan knew it very well. If Yili takes action, he will have no ability to resist and will be seriously injured or even die in an instant. At this moment, his legs were weak, let alone breaking his opponent's determination as he had planned before the game. I'm afraid even a peaceful ending is a luxury. There is no doubt that Han Xia's youngest peak 5th level cultivator so far is standing in front of him. You monster! Zhu Zhengchuan roared angrily, all the blood vessels in his body lit up, a dazzling red light burst out from his body, and his momentum instantly rose to a higher level. S-level martial arts talent, the great flame demon of purgatory. Astonishing heat swept out from his body, his eyes lit up white, his whole body was burning with flaming true energy, and his aura was as domineering as a raging fire. At this moment, his body functions have been greatly improved, comparable to a 5th level divine palace. But even so, looking at Yili in front of him, who was wearing swaying white clothes and had a calm expression, Zhu Zhengchuan still had no confidence in his heart. He rushed to Yili like crazy, his speed so fast that it broke the sound barrier. At the same time, he gripped the spear tightly in his hand and blasted out as fast as thunder and as powerful as a collapsing mountain. There was no earth and rock collapse as imagined. Amidst the mighty sound of gunfire, Yili stood still and smashed the opponent's intensive offensive with one hand in an extremely domineering manner. Then he flicked his fingers, and the powerful true energy instantly hit the attacking gun tip. Clang! Zhu Zhengchuan only felt a huge shock in his palm, and the black iron spear body was instantly shaken away and shattered into several pieces in the air. A simple finger made Zhu Zhengchuan's eyes show despair. It's too big, the gap is really too big. The moment the spear was knocked away by a punch, Yili's figure disappeared in an instant, breaking through layers of sound barriers at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, and came in front of Zhu Zhengchuan. An ordinary punch was thrown. Zhu Zhengchuan only felt that the other party was so fast that it seemed like teleportation. The moment he saw Yili, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. According to Zhu Zhengchuan's guess, about 14 ribs were broken at the same time, and all the internal organs suffered varying degrees of damage. Boom! The air exploded and flames splashed. Amidst countless shocked gazes, Zhu Zhengchuan vomited blood, and his body turned into a red afterimage and flew out of the venue at a high speed, slamming heavily into the deepest part of the wall. The deafening sound of earth and rocks cracking continued to ring out. The originally noisy martial arts arena was now dead silent. Only the young man in white still had such a calm expression. However, the cyan gold true energy that soared into the sky overwhelmed all the geniuses present, making them unable to raise their heads. The next second, Yili's casual voice filled the entire venue. Is this the end? When the words were spoken, many people's faces turned red and their bodies trembled. But I still didn't have the courage to refute. In the dead silence, the referee finally came to his senses, and a shocking voice rang out in the empty and lonely air. Yili Shun.